This guy just got punched right in the mouth, but instead of being terrified, he cracks a wide lunatic grin. He realizes this is 16 years in the past. If so, that means, damn it, what is wrong with this guy? Is he insane? Bae-hyuk-soo watches Tae-hyun warily, then starts running his mouth again, asking the bastard if he really wants to get beat up that badly. But right as Bae-hyuk-soo finishes speaking, Tae-hyun unleashes a devastating counterpunch that sends tears flying, starting the game. If it really is 16 years ago, then Tae-hyun has a chance to awaken. Kim Tae-hyun, a 35-year-old who spent his life working as a lowly porter carrying gear for elite awakeners, was on a routine dungeon raid when they ran into Asmodeus. The Triple S-class monster wiped out the entire squad, instantly leaving Tae-hyun as the sole survivor. Just as Tae-hyun was about to meet his end, a mysterious figure claiming to be a king appeared before him. This entity froze space and time to grant Tae-hyun a massive power-up before sending him straight back into the past. Even better, he returned right when Bae-hyuk-soo, an actual awakened bully, and his gang were beating him to a pulp. Seeing Tae-hyun fight back, Bae-hyuk-soo's loyal lackeys charge in to take Tae-hyun down. They expect an easy beatdown just like always, but this time things are completely different. Tae-hyun uses a few basic moves to drop them all onto the floor. For 35 years as a useless, unawakened commoner, Tae-hyun did everything he possibly could. He trained his body daily and memorized every scrap of information about the abyss and monsters, mastering different skills and hand-to-hand combat. There is absolutely no way he would lose to these amateur thugs. These guys do not even understand basic combat. Speaking of the abyss, its sudden appearance completely changed the world. It became a gateway where monsters that once only existed in fantasy novels suddenly became a terrifying reality. Once the abyss opened, humanity began awakening extraordinary powers. With these newfound abilities, they fought back, slaying the beasts and harvesting the treasures of the dungeons. Soon a person was no longer judged by their character or hard work, but solely by their awakened rank and raw power. If you luck out with a high rank, you are set for a lavish life. But for ordinary people who cannot even unlock their basic status window by age 35, like Tae-hyun, life is a constant cycle of poverty, abuse, and serving as a literal pack mule for high-ranking hunters. But that was his past life. This time around, Tae-hyun has awakened at age 19, and he is going to milk this golden opportunity for all it is worth. Back in the present, while Tae-hyun enjoys teaching his bullies a lesson, Bae-hyuk-soo finally recovers from that unexpected punch. He snarls, demanding to know if Tae-hyun awakened, promising he is dead meat. Immediately, Bae-hyuk-soo activates his stone-hardening skill, coating his skin in rock armor, and charges forward to unleash a brutal barrage of blows. Tae-hyun uses his sharp reflexes to dodge the onslaught smoothly, finding a perfect opening to throw a heavy counterpunch. But he forgot how solid that stone armor is, and the impact shatters his own fist, leaving his arm severely injured. Before Tae-hyun can even register the pain, Bae-hyuk-soo lands a vicious follow-up punch that sends him crashing straight through a brick wall. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. Bae-hyuk-soo laughs, telling him to know his place. He mocks Tae-hyun for trying to act tough despite being a worthless, unawakened loser at the bottom of the food chain, asking if he plans to run away again or flail around with useless tricks. Bae-hyuk-soo gloats arrogantly as he slowly approaches Tae-hyun, looking down on him like he is nothing more than a pathetic bug. Tae-hyun says nothing, silently analyzing his situation. In this world, every single awakened hunter is assigned a specific tier, combat skill. F rank is basically no different from an ordinary human, while the absolute pinnacle is the coveted S rank reserved for monsters who fight on par with high-tier threats. These elites possess physical abilities that multiply far beyond human limits. However, the unique predator skill Tae-hyun currently holds is an F-rank ability, a tier so low it is considered completely worthless and absolutely nobody has ever heard of it before. On paper, it is the bottom of the barrel. Theoretically, Tae-hyun stands absolutely zero chance against a C-rank hunter like Bae-hyuk-soo, yet, strangely enough, he has this gut feeling that he will not lose this fight. Dragging himself up from the rubble, Tae-hyun stands his body suddenly, radiating a dense, ominous dark aura. Bae-hyuk-soo starts to panic, stammering to know what the hell is going on. He refuses to believe a bottom feeder like Tae-hyun could actually awaken. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun feels an incredible surge of energy rushing through his veins. This is the predator skill. He can literally feel active magic flowing directly into his mind. Frustrated, Bae-hyuk-soo lunges forward, shouting that he does not care what trick this is, he just needs to kill him. He tries to catch Tae-hyun off guard with a quick strike, but with one effortless raise of his hand, Tae-hyun completely stops the attack. Suddenly, the rock armor coating Bae-hyuk-soo's skin begins to crack and shatter into tiny pieces. He cannot withstand the overwhelming physical pressure and gets blasted backward, knocked out cold. Instantly, Tae-hyun's system interface flashes green, declaring that the hunt is complete. Thanks to securing his first prey, his rank officially upgrades to E rank unlocking. After learning the new skill, stone-skinned Tae-hyun carries the unconscious young bullies to the nurse's office, since he is the only one awake. During their treatment, the school nurse asks why they are all so battered. Tae-hyun simply replies that they fell down the stairs. Somehow, she accepts the excuse and lets Tae-hyun go without any more questions. He is thrilled to have awakened and taken revenge on Bae-hyuk-soo, but the real issue is his predation skill. Tae-hyun sinks into deep thought. His rank, something most people train their entire lives to improve, shot up after just one single battle. Even though he is listed as an E rank, his power easily eclipses a C rank. Plus, he can steal the skills of those he defeats. Why did the king bestow this power upon him? Why did he send him back in time? Countless questions burn, but it all comes down to one thing: he must do: master predation. As he finishes sorting his thoughts, Tae-hyun arrives at his uncle's house. Ever since his parents passed away, he has lived with his uncle. To Tae-hyun, this place is home. It has been such a long time since he last stepped inside. His uncle is coming home late, so he wonders if he should research similar abilities. Smiling eagerly, Tae-hyun pushes the door open and steps inside, only to find his cousin Hwang Jae-young kneeling in front of three total strangers. Tae-hyun wonders why he is not at school. Glancing at the overturned cash box on the floor, he instantly understands the situation. He fumes silently, remembering that before his regression, Jae-young was always trying to fall in with the local thugs and bullies. The idiot stole all the family savings and caused massive trouble, but Tae-hyun did not expect it to happen today. Suddenly, one of the strangers spots Tae-hyun and barks at Jae-young, demanding to know who this is. Jae-young scrambles up and whispers to their blonde leader. The blonde thug smiles, mocking him, saying he was wondering who it was, but it is just Jae-young's cousin. He warns him to back off unless he wants a beating. Telling him to look the other way, the gang plans to take the cash and leave. The blonde thug slowly steps closer to Tae-hyun. Looking down on him, he playfully rubs Tae-hyun's head, asking if he is still a non-awakened loser. After a tense silence, Tae-hyun grins. Perfect, he says. He wanted to test this out anyway. What? Before the thug can even process that, a heavy fist slams into his jaw. Tae-hyun drops the leader instantly. He immediately tries to activate his predation skill, but a sudden system notification stops him in his tracks. The system declares that predation cannot be performed. What? It just will not activate. He stands there in pure shock. The blonde leader recovers and retaliates. Together, the three thugs unleash a coordinated strike of skills right at him, binding, poison, and bleeding. All three C-rank abilities lock onto Tae-hyun at once. A massive blast erupts, swallowing the entire room in thick swirling dust. As the thugs celebrate, thinking they easily finish him off, the system chiming in Tae-hyun's head tells a completely different story. The activation of binding, poison, and bleeding is confirmed. Thanks to a mysterious energy, his body successfully resists and neutralizes all of them. He might not understand exactly how this mysterious power functions, but he is absolutely certain of one thing: it is incredibly strong. Stepping out of the smoke like an absolute beast, Tae-hyun moves like lightning, grabbing the leader by his neck and slamming him hard onto the floor. Looking down at the three unconscious thugs littering the floor, Tae-hyun realizes he has already learned two very important things about his abilities. First, only awakened players can view a status window. His screen displays his profile: name Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, rank E, strength 3, power 6, speed 5, mana 10, fatigue 71%, magic 10 out of 10, predation rank E, target chosen awakened player, mana cost 5, stone skin rank E, body enhancement mana cost 1. While this system window details his stats, it does not reveal everything. For instance, he had more than enough mana left to trigger predation just now, yet the skill completely refused to activate. Predation rank E targets a selected awakened player for 5 mana. This means there must be other hidden triggers, not mentioned in the description. Simply having enough mana is not the only requirement. There are clearly other external factors at play here. Furthermore, the passive trait of predation is omitted from the description entirely. It naturally grants him resistance completely, neutralizing status ailments like poison or bleeding. He will figure it all out later. Right now, there is a much more pressing matter to attend to. Tae-hyun sighs, looking down at Jae-young, who is still trembling on his knees. He asks what on earth he is doing. Only then does his cousin look up, crying and begging for mercy. He says, seeing Tae-hyun's power blew him away, promising that he will deeply reflect on his mistakes. He begs Tae-hyun to let him off just this once, swearing to do absolutely anything, even lick his shoes or bark like a dog on command. To prove his absolute sincerity, Jae-young actually starts whimpering and making dog noises. Tae-hyun looks down at him in sheer disgust. What a pathetic bastard, he grumbles silently. He always knew his cousin was a sniveling opportunist, but this is a whole new low. Still, there is no time to waste on him. A major critical event is scheduled to take place later today. Recalling the incident, Tae-hyun tells him he is off the hook. Jae-young looks up with desperate hope, asking if he is serious. Tae-hyun lays out his one condition: Jae-young must accompany him to settle an urgent matter. Curious, the cousin stares up at him. As night falls over a sealed-off zone, three figures stand before a glowing energy cage, which traps a dimensional rift constantly spewing monsters. These dimensional rifts are anomalies where terrifying beasts pour through sudden cracks in space, creating into a path leading directly to the abyss. If left unchecked, it will trigger a dungeon break. The bespectacled youth stares at the gate. He sighs, noting it has been 10 years since the last rift appeared. Because the gate opens so suddenly, monsters are already pouring out in droves to terrorize humanity. The long-haired girl speaks up while watching the beasts, warning that if they simply do nothing, a dungeon break will happen in no time. The red-haired girl asks anxiously if they should begin evacuating the surrounding areas. The bespectacled youth confidently replies there is no need since my B-rank barrier skill is already active. Besides, the level of this rift is only C rank. That means the strongest beast to cross over will be a C rank at best. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis occurs suddenly, the barrier behind them is shattered by a monster. The two girls on the team gasp in terror. The captain instantly whips around, swinging his leg to deliver a fierce kick, decapitating the beast, confidently declaring that B ranks like them can easily handle this. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun and Hwang Jae-young are already rushing toward the rift gate. On the way, Hwang Jae-young will not stop babbling about how everything should already be fine over there. Is not it already fine over there, bro, since you said the control team is on site? Kim Tae-hyun sighs, getting a massive headache. He snaps at him to shut up. Hwang Jae-young is actually quite correct. The initial mana reading indicates a C-rank rift, and since the controllers are B ranks, they should easily handle C-rank threats. Hwang Jae-young happily agrees, saying that is exactly what he meant. But Kim Tae-hyun adds a chilling warning that is only if it actually is a C-rank gate, instantly silencing Hwang Jae-young. The younger boy freezes, his eyes wide with fear. Back at the rift, the team captain kneels beside a slain monster. Deep in thought, he wonders how these low-level monsters could possibly tear right through his B-rank barrier like this. Could the overflowing mana be higher than his own rank? Suddenly, a team member yells that something is inside the gate. Hearing the shout, the captain quickly spins around to see a massive shadow looming far larger than any monster before. Emerging from the dark rift, his eyes stretch wide in absolute disbelief as he stares at the incoming horror. It is an A-rank giant earth titan. The moment it appears, the colossal beast lets out a deafening roar, shattering the B-rank barrier instantly and letting the monster horde flood out. Paralyzed with fear, the captain cannot even move. He just stands there staring at the giant earth titan, realizing this is not C-rank. Before he can finish his thought, a violent wave of energy engulfs him and his team. A massive explosion erupts, swallowing the entire area in smoke and fire. Elsewhere, Hwang Jae-young struggles to keep pace with Kim Tae-hyun, asking how he could possibly have known all of this beforehand. Even if he is right, it makes no sense. The controllers did not even order an evacuation because they saw no monsters. Because I have already lived through this, Kim Tae-hyun thinks to himself. But aloud, he simply offers a different explanation. He tells Hwang Jae-young it is just gut instinct. Hwang Jae-young calls him a liar, accusing him of trying to play tricks. But his words are cut short by blood-curdling screams from the distance begging for help as the rift breaks. Hwang Jae-young whips his head around, completely horrified to see a massive swarm of monsters chasing down innocent citizens. Kim Tae-hyun remains completely calm, telling him to stick to the plan. Hwang Jae-young nervously asks what Kim Tae-hyun is going to do. Kim Tae-hyun replies that he will handle the beasts and catch up. He activates his stone skill, marching toward the monsters. Meanwhile, inside a nearby high-rise, a worried man looks down at the chaotic streets, noting the situation is deteriorating fast. Just like predicted, the C-rank rift turned out to be an A rank. No backup is available to assist right now. Because every single other hunter is currently busy conquering dungeons and exploring the deep abyss, we have zero reinforcements. The only way to resolve this massive crisis is with an A-rank awakener. The man begs the young hero for help. The man identifies this savior as the lunatic sword An Hyun-soo, pleading with him to be their saving grace. An Hyun-soo bites his lip, tears streaming down his face as he dramatically declares himself their hero. The legendary A-rank awakener An Hyun-soo, the lunatic sword, is on his way, though he clearly has 8th grade syndrome. As Kim Tae-hyun slays the rampaging monsters, he takes this opportunity to continuously test out his predatory skill. Moments later, he smiles, realizing that predation only fails because of his fatigue level. If fatigue exceeds 70%, the skill simply deactivates. While most skills are cast using mana, players absolutely cannot ignore physical exhaustion. Exhaustion builds up with every skill cast and physical action. The higher the fatigue level, the weaker the skill becomes, making his body feel incredibly heavy. It is a drag, having so many mechanics to keep track of at once. Luckily, he has discovered that absorbing the vital energy of deceased monsters allows him to quickly restore his mana, making it much easier to deploy his skills. With this new strategy in mind, Tae-hyun charges forward. He triggers his Predator skill once again, but the system chimes in target has no life force left, so mana recovery is a no-go. Still, a successful hunt recovers some of his mana. Tae-hyun smirks in relief. Even better, a system alert pops up. His rank is now D rank. Predator upgrades from E to D rank. Stone Skin also jumps from E to D rank. Tae-hyun grins excitedly, realizing that using his skills helps him level up. At this rate, S rank or even SS rank is totally within reach. No scratch that maybe he will become the world's first SSS rank hunter. In no time at all, Tae-hyun wipes out every single monster in the area. Job done. He wonders if he should head back to Hwangdae. Before he can finish, a massive explosion rattles the street. He spins around to find a colossal A-rank giant serpent crashing into a skyscraper behind him. Just then, Tae-hyun spots Hyun-soo floating in the air above the massive creature. He raises his sword, which radiates a brilliant golden light. The hero prepares to strike down the beast, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Filthy monster, I will make you pay for your crimes. This warrior of justice, Hyun-soo, will execute you." Hearing this dramatic speech, Tae-hyun gives him a look of absolute pure judgment. Of course, the giant serpent is not just lying there waiting to die. It slowly rises and swings a massive fist at Hyun-soo in desperation. But its futile struggle is nothing against Hyun-soo's full-power slash. A massive pillar of golden light erupts completely, obliterating the giant serpent. Watching the entire battle play out, Tae-hyun is quite impressed. Taking down an A-rank monster so effortlessly, this guy is definitely an A-rank hunter. He was the legendary hunter who cleared the dimensional rift solo before Tae-hyun regressed. The frenzied blade Hyun-soo is indeed incredibly powerful. Striking what he thinks is a legendary pose, Hyun-soo boasts that the foolish monster has finally fallen to his righteous sword. Tae-hyun silently comments that the guy is also just as delusional as the rumors paint him. But why is Hyun-soo even here? In his past life, Tae-hyun remembers him having a brutal, bloody war with a giant monster on the complete opposite side of town. Standing atop the defeated serpent, Hyun-soo folds his hands together, offering a quiet prayer that all the poor fallen citizens rest in peace. He was about to say more, but he suddenly stiffens. The system triggers a skill perception warning. A split second later, a figure materializes behind him. A blade drives straight through his chest. Hyun-soo coughs up blood, spinning around in utter disbelief and demanding to know what is happening. The mysterious assassin grins maliciously, whispering that he finally caught the legendary Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, inside a brightly lit room across town, Hwang Jae-young stands with a heavy frown watching Na-yoon sleep on the sofa. He cannot help but wonder if this plan is actually safe. A lot of people are destined to die tonight, including their school nurse, Choi Na-yoon. Tae-hyun warned that she would lose her life helping others. He asked Hwang Jae-young to use his sleep skill to knock her out and move her to safety, promising to handle the rest of the mess. Recalling those very instructions, Hwang Jae-young keeps questioning how Tae-hyun could possibly predict all of this. Is there some logical explanation? Honestly, there is simply no other way to explain it. Then a sudden realization hits him and he gasps out loud. Did his boss actually awaken a rare skill that lets him see the future? No way, that would be absolutely insane. Back on the battlefield, Tae-hyun forces a tight smile and curses under his breath. Something is seriously off with this timeline. Clutching his chest, Hyun-soo demands to know who the attacker is, but the assassin merely grins, mocking him for surviving a lethal strike. It seems an A-rank hunter is indeed on another level, which only makes this hunt so much more entertaining for the killer. Hyun-soo has no idea who this maniac is, but Tae-hyun recognizes him instantly as the infamous B-rank villain Han Sang-do. Han Sang-do possesses a powerful B-rank stealth skill. Outlaws with awakened abilities are branded as dangerous villains in this society. Among those criminals, Han Sang-do is easily one of the most psychotic serial killers roaming around slaughtering civilians just for the thrill. Tae-hyun is thoroughly confused, knowing he never encountered this killer in his previous timeline. Did his regression somehow alter the future? Suddenly, Hyun-soo roars, calling him a filthy villain and vowing to personally execute him with his own hands. He charges forward, weapon drawn, but before he can take 3 paces, a massive tremor violently shakes the ground beneath them. The giant serpent he had supposedly killed is actually rising back onto its feet. Hyun-soo gasps in sheer disbelief at the sight. Han Sang-do lets out a wild, mocking laugh at the beast's absurd regenerative power, calling it a true A-rank monster. Hyun-soo has no choice but to ignore the assassin and focus on dealing with the giant serpent first. Han Sang-do mockingly mutters that he will leave the giant monster to handle Hyun-soo, stepping back from the fight. He turns his bloodthirsty gaze toward Tae-hyun nearby. He laughs, saying he never expected to have a spectator watching this play out. But the more prey there is, the better. Screaming a death threat, Han Sang-do lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at Tae-hyun. His recovery is insane, truly an A-rank beast. An Hyun-soo has no choice but to ignore Han Sang-do and focus on fighting the giant brain. It is useless. I will leave that bastard to An Hyun-soo. With a bloodthirsty smile, Han Sang-do turns to look at Kim Tae-hyun standing nearby. Well, I did not expect an audience here. Haha, awesome, the more. Pray the better. Saying this, Han Sang-do charges at Kim Tae-hyun, aiming his blade directly at his opponent. The blade slices straight toward Kim Tae-hyun's neck, but a layer of stone skin stops it cold. Fool Kim Tae-hyun smirks, mocking his opponent's futile effort. At the same time, he whips a kick straight into Han Sang-do's face, sending him flying backward. Getting sloppy costs you, and Han Sang-do is absolutely furious. He snarls, "You bastard, so you're an awakened." Kim Tae-hyun cracks his shoulders, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the B-class villain. Han Sang-do is a murderous lunatic who relies on a stealth skill. Lucky me, Kim Tae-hyun thinks running right into you. Kim Tae-hyun coats both of his arms in stone skin, waving his hands to mock the villain. Come on, bring it. The two clash violently, with Kim Tae-hyun easily deflecting Han Sang-do's deadly slashes using his hardened arms. For a brief moment, it's a deadlock. Neither can gain the upper hand. After exchanging a few more blows, Han Sang-do suddenly leaps backward, wearing a sinister grin. You are pretty strong, Han Sang-do admits. No wonder you are so confident. Who knew this blade would fail against you? I do not know what you have heard about me, but you probably think you can win just because your defense holds up. But kid, you need to learn that the real world does not work the way you think it does. With a wicked grin, Han Sang-do vanishes into thin air right before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes. Watch out, he is on the move. Kim Tae-hyun braces himself. Stealth did he hide, but he has to know that hiding is not going to change anything. Your attacks are still completely useless against me. Shouting, Kim Tae-hyun spins around and fires a heavy punch backward. Are you sure about that? Han Sang-do's voice whispers right in his ear as he suddenly materializes behind Kim Tae-hyun. He swings his blade down hard. Kim Tae-hyun flinches, raising his arm to block, but this strike is nothing like before. Blood splatters as a deep cut tears through Kim Tae-hyun's arm. He freezes in shock while Han Sang-do bursts into maniacal laughter. The villain moves at high speed, circling Kim Tae-hyun and delivering relentless slashes, while the boy can only cross his arms to endure. Han Sang-do sneers, asking if Kim Tae-hyun has any idea how many awakened he has already slaughtered. They are all the same. Delusional fools who think their skills make them invincible. Now your weakness is exposed and you just want to run. Before you take your final breath, let me teach you a lesson. Every single skill has its own fatal weakness. After that storm of attacks, Kim Tae-hyun is covered in deep cuts. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. He curses silently. Who knew stone skin had such a major flaw? It does not fully block high-powered strikes. A strong impact shatters the stone coating. When it repairs itself, the new patches have much weaker defensive power. He was aiming for that loophole from the start. Still, Kim Tae-hyun knows he can take down a B-class opponent. After all, his combat skills are not limited to D-class. Kim Tae-hyun grins, showing his teeth as he prepares to strike back. Let us end this little test right here, Kim Tae-hyun calmly proposes. Han Sang-do looks completely baffled, asking what he said. The villain laughs, charging forward. Have you gone crazy now that you are cornered? Kim Tae-hyun asks back calmly. Do you know why I wanted to meet you, Han Sang-do? The villain sneers, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking. It is because I am going to steal your skill, Kim Tae-hyun answers, suddenly unleashing predation without holding anything back. Han Sang-do freezes, a terrible dread washing over him. What is this evil mana? Has this punk been hiding his power? But remembering his own special ability, Han Sang-do quickly shakes off his fear, grinning as he prepares to charge again. He scoffs, thinking Kim Tae-hyun is an idiot. How can you hit what you cannot see, no matter your skill? Kim Tae-hyun immediately activates his predation skill instantly, creating a massive barrier that completely seals the two of them inside. Did you not say every skill has its weakness? Kim Tae-hyun asks. I learned this truth after ripping monsters apart. Countless beasts managed to slip out of my sight, but in the end, my predation skill swallowed every single one. To put it simply, no matter where you hide or how fast you run, my predation will always track you down. Right on cue, several terrifying tentacles materialize inside the barrier, aiming with absolute precision at the invisible Han Sang-do. What before Han Sang-do can even process what is happening, the black tentacles wrap around him, completely locking him in place. Kim Tae-hyun raises his hand slowly, closing it into a tight fist. Instantly, the tentacles constrict, ripping Han Sang-do to shreds. Meanwhile, on another battlefield where the giant orc is fighting An Hyun-soo, the entire area has been reduced to absolute ruins. An Hyun-soo lies battered on the ground, gasping for breath. Curse it if that sneaky bastard had not ambushed him. Even the great undefeated warrior of justice An Hyun-soo cannot easily laugh off the grim reality of death. Across from him, The giant orc steps forward, growling fiercely as it raises its massive fist to deliver the final blow. It slams its fist down, but as the dust clears, the monster is shocked to find the crater empty. Before the confused beast can figure out what happened, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly materializes a short distance away, calmly carrying the battered On Hyun-soo. The target has passed out cold. What on earth is this? Why is he lying flat on the ground like that? That monster was really too strong, no wonder. Either way, this actually makes things much easier. With that, Kim Tae-hyun activates his predator skill, once again staring at the giant orc like a delicious treat. He grins at the giant orc as if looking at a tasty piece of meat. Soon the rising sun signals a brand new day over a quiet residential neighborhood. A middle-aged couple opens their front door only to find Kim Tae-hyun and Hwang Jae-young standing right outside. Hwang Jae-young rests his hands behind his head with a big smile. He happily calls out that he is finally back home, while Kim Tae-hyun politely greets the father, asking if everything has been all right. Seeing that they are both safe, the parents burst into tears of pure relief. They cry out that they were absolutely terrified the monsters had taken them away, but Hwang Jae-young just chuckles. He tells them there is nothing to worry about, then asks Kim Tae-hyun to back him up. The parents then explain that the house is currently a total disaster. It looks as if some sort of storm recently trashed the entire place. Flustered Hwang Jae-young quickly stammers that it is nothing and looks to his friend. Kim Tae-hyun just chuckles softly and plays dumb, claiming he has absolutely no clue. Meanwhile, the news media is already broadcasting updates on last night's Riftgate. Breaking news reports detail a massive Riftgate that suddenly appeared for the first time in 10 years. Under government orders, the active Rift alert is now lifted. However, due to the lingering threat of a sudden secondary outbreak, authorities have officially ordered all nearby schools to remain completely shut down for a full week. As the lists of confirmed survivors are gradually released to the public, a massive wave of relief washes over the deeply worried citizens of the city. The camera then cuts directly to the three-man hunter party that first arrived at the Rift. They managed to survive and are currently recovering in the hospital. The traumatized party leader keeps muttering to himself, trembling as he insists that the monster was not a class threat, but rather a deadly A-class boss. Nearby, Choi Na-eun is visibly shaken while being questioned by the police, explaining that he simply woke up here. Meanwhile, the hunter named Hu stands before reporters. He shouts directly into the microphones, telling the public that he is definitely not the one who took down that terrifying giant orc. The real hero is actually someone else entirely. But because the carcass of the giant orc is missing and the mysterious vigilante cannot be identified, people remain terrified. They worry that the city's safety measures might not be enough to prevent another attack. As the broadcast continues, Kim Tae-hyun simply turns off his smartphone. He smiles to himself and looks up toward the dark entrance of a tunnel ahead, feeling quite relieved that his identity was not exposed. It is a good thing no one mentioned him. Now that his secret is safe, he decides it is finally time to initiate the next phase of his plan. His status screen shows Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, D-rank strength 15, stamina 20, mana 40, fatigue level 5%, and magic power 40 out of 40. His active abilities include Predator at D rank, which lets him hunt selected targets, Stone Skin at D rank, and Stealth at D rank, which lets him completely hide his presence. Having 3 skills is great, and unlocking Stealth was an incredible haul, but with his current low level, utilizing all of them simultaneously is going to be tough. Careless skill activation could instantly drain his remaining mana pool and spike his fatigue level. That would put him in an extremely dangerous position during a fight. The ultimate solution to prevent this is mana potions, which can rapidly restore both his health and magic reserves. However, these items are incredibly expensive. To afford them, he needs to hunt for money, which unfortunately requires an official hunter license. Using powerful skills without government authorization is technically highly illegal. Because of those strict laws, he is left with only one viable option. He has to track down and explore completely undiscovered, unregistered dungeons on his own. With a clear plan formed in his mind, Kim Tae-hyun begins walking deeper into the dark tunnel, determined to locate a secret entrance hidden away from the world. Squeezing himself through an incredibly narrow hidden gap, he finds himself stepping into a massive cavernous space. Immediately, dozens of glowing red eyes stare straight at him. It turns out this place is a bustling nest of monsters led by a trio of dangerous B-rank spider-goblin sisters. They shriek in absolute shock at his intrusion. How does a mere human dare to step foot inside our territory? How did you even find us? Let us paralyze this insolent fool and feast on him. Kim Tae-hyun simply looks at the 3 screeching beasts and sighs. They are only B rank, which is not nearly enough to significantly boost his current hunter standing. He wonders if he will actually have to absorb 100 of these small-time creatures. Infuriated by his calm demeanor, the spider goblins hiss with utter rage. How dare you look down on us, you arrogant, lowly human? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you are in right now? We will eat you alive. With their mouths bulging, they simultaneously unleash their paralysis skills directly at Kim Tae-hyun, while laughing triumphantly, expecting him to collapse on the spot. They boast, asking how it feels to have his limbs lock up and freeze. But Kim Tae-hyun does not show even a tiny shred of fear or panic. Instead of attempting to dodge, he simply stands there with a confident smirk, quietly activating his predator skill. The system screen immediately flashes a success notification. He successfully resisted the negative status effect. It is just as he suspected. They possess quite a useful skill, and he wants to take it for himself. The moment those words leave his mouth, Kim Tae-hyun unleashes the full might of his predator skill right toward the horde of monsters cowering in front of him. Horrific screams echo continuously through the dark, damp tunnel as the beasts are completely overwhelmed. Before long, the desperate cries begin to fade into absolute silence. The system alerts him that the hunt was a resounding success, confirming that he has successfully absorbed a brand new skill that inflicts permanent paralysis. Meanwhile, inside a private office at the headquarters of the Korean Awakened Players Association, three influential figures are gathered together for a serious discussion. The group includes the Deputy Director of Human Resources, Ji-gok, alongside the commander of the elite Grim Reapers, who happens to be a top S-rank player, Soo-yeon. Joining them is the powerful association president and legendary S-rank player Ji Jin-hee. Standing before these two titans, Ji-gok feels an incredibly heavy pressure. He silently notes to himself that these are the absolute strongest hunters in the entire country, and their mere presence is completely overwhelming. In South Korea, players are officially licensed awakened ones who are legally permitted to use their skills for tasks like exploring the abyss, clearing out dungeons, and more. Right now, there are 5 top-tier players who hold most of the balance of power. The country's largest player factions are led by the 4 major guilds, along with the Mounted Warriors, the Alchemists, the Wizards, and the elite information brokers of the secretive Nightwalker Guild. The official authority managing all of these players alongside the 4 major guilds is the New Korea Players Association. And right now, Yoo Ah-young is smiling at President Ji Jin-hee, greeting him after a long time. The president thanks her for coming, knowing she is busy, and asks if she found anything. She loses her smile and seriously asks if he is referring to the Wicked Guild. This syndicate is a notorious criminal organization formed by the most depraved villains. Its members can be identified by a gold ring carved with 3 skulls. Yoo Ah-young hands President Jin-hee confidential folder explaining that it details their recent operations and lists the specific players they are targeting next. She notes he definitely did not summon her just to fetch documents and directly asks what his real motive is. Jin-hee takes the file and laughs, praising her quick wit before asking for her honest opinion on a certain matter. Yoo Ah-young is curious. He then asks when she took her player evaluation. She suspiciously replies that it was when she turned 19. Suddenly, she realizes his implication and gasps, "Mr. President, do not tell me." Jin-hee smiles and asks if she genuinely thinks a high school student is capable of fighting monsters. Meanwhile, switching back to Tae-hyun, his backpack is stuffed completely full of glowing mana stones. Resting atop a mountain of monster corpses, he dials his phone. He asks if he reached the Alchemist Guild, explaining that he wants to trade for high-grade magic potions. Since his sudden rift closed his school for 7 days, Tae-hyun used that vacation to clear several dangerous dungeons. He traded monster cores used for potions and gear with the Alchemist Guild. But his greatest achievement in these 7 days, he successfully ranked up to a class awakened player. When school reopens, Tae-hyun finally returns to his classroom. Rumors of him defeating the notorious bully Bae Haik-soo have already spread everywhere, leaving his classmates utterly shocked. Still, some students are deeply worried about him, knowing that the powerful S-class player Lee Dong-jae won't ignore this. Sure enough, on the very first morning of classes, Dong-jae walks right into Tae-hyun's classroom flanked by 2 goons. Dong-jae is a wealthy third-generation heir of the Tae-hyun Group, the mega corporation that fully sponsors and funds their high school. He acts as the absolute leader of all school bullies. He also ordered Bae Haik-soo to target Tae-hyun originally. Now Dong-jae sits arrogantly across from Tae-hyun, smugly greeting his old classmate like he owns the entire room. Tae-hyun fires back instantly, asking who is calling him a friend and telling him to shut his dog mouth. The subordinate behind Dong-jae yells in anger and steps forward to attack Tae-hyun, but Dong-jae suddenly decks his own lackey. He snaps at his subordinate for interrupting his conversation before turning back to Tae-hyun with a dark smile. He notes Tae-hyun must be proud of himself for beating Bae Haik-soo. Suddenly, Dong-jae unleashes his raw power. He glares intensely to intimidate Tae-hyun, warning him to behave while he is still being nice and lenient. This is the overwhelming power of an S-class awakened. But Tae-hyun is completely unfazed, preparing to activate his skill. He starts channeling his predation skill when a sharp female voice suddenly cuts in, calling out to Dong-jae. She tells him that is enough and steps up instantly, using her binding magic to restrain Dong-jae's subordinate. She glances at Tae-hyun and warns him to stop as well. Tae-hyun remains quiet, silently agreeing to back down. Lim Ah-young is the class president, a wealthy heiress, and the younger sister of S-class awakened Yu Ah-young. A model student destined to be a top-tier SS class player, she is predicted to amass countless legendary titles. The only problem is her stubborn personality. She never backs down, which is very clear in this tense situation. When Dong-jae tries to act friendly, claiming he only wants to catch up with Tae-hyun as friends, she reacts. She bluntly asks if punch threatening his friend counts as a chat. Dong-jae's fake smile vanishes, eyes flashing with anger. He warns her to watch her mouth, but Ah-young stands her ground, threatening to use force if he doesn't leave. After a tense 5-second standoff, Dong-jae finally sighs. He waves his hand, claiming he won't fight in class. But in a split second, he suddenly conjures a massive blazing fireball, asking if she truly believed his lies. Ah-young instantly starts gathering her magic power, preparing for a brutal clash right in the middle of the classroom. Just as the two are about to fight, the school bell rings and an announcement plays over the speaker. An announcement crackles from the speakers. It is a broadcast from the media club stating that a special class hosted by the Player Association is about to take place in the main hall, ordering all students to gather there immediately. A special session with the Player Association. Lee Dong-jae mutters under his breath, then smirks at Tae-hyun and Ah-young, mockingly calling them lucky before turning around and walking away. Ah-young pulls back her power and asks if he is okay, telling him not to thank her. But Tae-hyun is already gone from his seat. While she is left standing there completely bewildered, Tae-hyun calls out from the doorway, asking what is taking her so long after the announcement to gather in the main hall, heading off first. Ah-young watches him go, highly suspicious of how he could move so fast without her noticing. Has Tae-hyun always been this stealthy? Before long, the entire student body has gathered in the main hall, completely filling the space. While the crowd gossips about this sudden assembly, Go Tae-wook steps up to the podium, introducing himself as a representative of the association. On behalf of the Player Association management, he is there for two reasons. First, to apologize for their slow response to the recent dungeon gates, and second, to announce a major change affecting the aspiring players, among them the very people who hold the association's future in their hands. This immediately sparks a wave of murmurs across the crowd. A player trial. What does that have to do with them? Isn't 19 the minimum age to even qualify? If that is the case, none of them should be allowed to participate this year. Go Tae-wook doesn't leave them in suspense for long. He acknowledges their confusion but explains he is here to deliver some massive news. From now on, this directly involves them. Due to the recent gate outbreaks, the monster population inside the dungeons has exploded. The Awakened Association has realized they are facing a severe shortage of active hunters to handle the threat. So through these upcoming trials, they will start recruiting new candidates even if they are still high school students. These high school candidates will be selected based on critical factors like active skills, performance scores, grades, and overall attitude. While the other students practically jump with excitement over the news, Tae-hyun can only offer a knowing, quiet smirk. Carrying the memories of a 35-year-old veteran, he silently calls out the lie. Sure, the trials look open, but the choices are already made. Go Tae-wook is already screening them using his observation eye skill, which allows him to see the general power levels of anyone in sight. If he focuses hard enough, he can even bring up their detailed status windows and check their exact stats. While delivering his speech, Go Tae-wook scans the crowd of students with his active skill, sizing up each and every one of them. He is deeply impressed, thinking the potential talent here is far superior compared to any other high school he has visited. Many could easily become excellent players, but the real surprises in the room make him stop his gaze completely. His eyes lock onto Lee Dong-jae, who registers 1924, and Ah-young, boasting an incredible and massive score of 2335. The department really sent a great list, but who would have guessed there would be so many high-potential untrained awakened here? He resolves to draft recommendation letters for the association as soon as he gets back, but just then, Lee Dong-jae confidently raises his hand. "Excuse me, sir," Lee Dong-jae calls out, pointing out that some people present simply do not belong in this selection. He argues that this upcoming trial should only apply to those with genuine potential to become active players among the already awakened. In other words, he feels those who haven't even awakened shouldn't be forced to listen to things they can't achieve. Lee Dong-jae shoots a nasty glance at Tae-hyun, raising his voice and smirking as he continues his highly arrogant rant. He claims true strength comes from awakening levels, quick combat intelligence, and a vast knowledge of the abyss. To truly become a player, he states that one must acquire highly complex skills on an entirely different level. But in the end, only those who have actually awakened can ever hope to reach those lofty and difficult benchmarks. For the unawakened, this entire assembly is just rubbing salt in their wounds, since they have absolutely nothing to be evaluated on. So that is his game. He went through all this trouble just to check if Tae-hyun has awakened. Tae-hyun realizes. Lee Dong-jae raises an eyebrow in a silent, mocking challenge, daring Tae-hyun to prove it if he has really awakened. Several students snicker and turn to look at Tae-hyun. Up front, Ah-young is furious, wanting to turn around and snap at Lee Dong-jae. But she hesitates, fearing Tae-hyun will just find her annoying, so she reluctantly forces herself to turn back and ignore the jerk. With no one objecting, Lee Dong-jae presses further, asking Go Tae-wook to throw those unawakened losers out of the hall as soon as possible. They don't belong here, he sneers. Go Tae-wook maintains his polite demeanor, responding that he gets the point, but attendance is completely voluntary. Lee Dong-jae shifts back to Tae-hyun, mocking him and asking if he even feels a shred of shame standing there pretending to be a candidate. Or maybe he just doesn't care about the trial at all. Lee Dong-jae continues to mouth off, letting his massive ego run wild. Up on the stage, Go Tae-wook silently despises Lee Dong-jae's arrogance. An S-class talent resorting to petty schoolyard bullying is pathetic. It is truly despicable. Yet this obnoxious display makes him highly curious about Tae-hyun, who remains unfazed despite being unawakened. Go Tae-wook looks at the unknown kid, wondering why Lee Dong-jae is paying attention to him. Is it pure jealousy? He decides to check the boy's potential. He activates his observation eye on Kim Tae-hyun but receives an unverified result. It shocks him so much he freezes. While the old man stands there completely frozen, Kim Tae-hyun calmly shrugs off Lee Dong-jae's petty insults. Without any official proof of awakening, entering the upcoming association selection is nothing but a distant pipe dream. But showing off isn't necessary for a nomination. Kim Tae-hyun decides to play along with the trash talk instead. He tells Lee Dong-jae that he is absolutely right and that an unawakened loser like him shouldn't be here. He claims a weakling like him would only drag them down, so he is happily leaving. He tells them to enjoy their wonderful lecture. Locked in here flips a friendly middle finger and leaves. Go Tae-wook is left completely bewildered, wondering why his trusty observation eye suddenly failed him here. Even when analyzing the prestigious association president or the legendary Yu, there was absolutely never any exception. Why didn't his skill work on this kid? Just before stepping out of the main door, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly stops. He looks back with an eerie smile and instantly Go Tae-wook's skill screen flashes to life. It displays an impossible number 51,096. Kim Tae-hyun then calmly walks to the library. But as he searches for information, Lee Dong-jae's lackeys track him down and demand he follow them. Kim Tae-hyun sneers, asking what happens if he refuses. The thugs casually bring up his aunt's restaurant instead. That warning puts him on high alert while the thug continues running his big mouth without care. He delivers the warning, calling him a pathetic bastard and threatening to drag him there anyway. With a loud crash, the library is instantly turned into a messy, shattered war zone. Kim Tae-hyun hoists one of the beaten thugs off the floor, coldly warning him not to make him ask twice. Moments later, Kim Tae-hyun arrives at the school gymnasium, the exact place where Lee Dong-jae wanted to meet. Waiting inside is Lee Dong-jae's A-rank defender Seo-han-do, who immediately casts a subtle debuff spell. He reports back to his master, completely shocked that his negative status effects didn't even register. With this level of debuff resistance, Seo-han-do guesses Kim Tae-hyun must be at least an A-rank. Amused by the report, Lee Dong-jae laughs and congratulates Kim Tae-hyun on awakening, suggesting they sit down for a chat. He claims he has no intention of fighting and instead offers a chance to join him. He proudly boasts about his plans to establish a massive new guild after graduation under the Tae-hyun Group banner. Even as a certified genius, he admits he cannot run everything entirely on his own. He clarifies that he has no use for useless blockheads like Bae Hyuk-soo, wanting only genuine elites by his side. He urges Kim Tae-hyun to drop the old grudge and work for him, promising endless wealth and status. Kim Tae-hyun cuts off his boring speech, telling him that he has been talking way too much nonsense. Warning Lee Dong-jae that he has officially crossed the line, Kim Tae-hyun immediately prepares his stone skin armor. Lee Dong-jae sighs with mock disappointment before instantly unleashing a terrifyingly explosive wave of power. He mutters that wild, disobedient dogs need to be taught a lesson, prompting Seo-han-do to step up and act. Seo-han-do quickly activates a massive space-isolating magical barrier around the entire athletic field. No one outside will sense any of the magic, ensuring absolute privacy for their fierce duel. With everything sealed, Lee Dong-jae wastes no time launching a relentless storm-like assault on Kim Tae-hyun. But Kim Tae-hyun's stone skin barely holds, and a few heavy blows leave him coughing up blood. Lee Dong-jae mockingly asks if he finally sees the gap between them, continuing his brutal beatdown. Watching the one-sided beating from the sidelines, Seo-han-do secretly starts to feel bad for Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun possesses high-grade physical enhancement skills and combat willpower that easily outclass any normal student here. But against a natural-born genius, there is simply no way he can win this fight. But here's the thing, just when Seo-han-do expects the kid to beg for mercy, his eyes go wide. The tide suddenly turns, and Kim Tae-hyun switches from defense to a fierce counteroffensive. He absorbs the brutal blows, pushes forward, and lands a devastating straight punch right to Lee Dong-jae's face. Seo-han-do gasps in shock, unable to believe his young master is actually losing a duel. He lies in a heap on the floor, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what Kim Tae-hyun did to his body. Why can't he move? Seo Hondu is completely shocked. Isn't physical fortification supposed to be Kim Tae-hyun's only active skill? What kind of monster is this guy? Kim Tae-hyun smiles smugly, noting that his plan has finally worked. Kim Tae-hyun actually acquired 3 skills from his predation: stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. He intentionally hid them at first. His C-rank paralysis could not easily bypass S-rank resistance, and stealth was completely useless against long-range attacks. Predation was his absolute last resort, so he waited for a close combat opening to trigger his paralysis skill. Debuff skills work much better with direct physical contact rather than trying to land them from a distance. By stacking up continuous paralysis with every single punch, even an opponent with S-rank resistance will eventually succumb. System alerts keep popping up, warning of paralysis and showing successful resistance over and over. Lee Dong-jae's system floods his vision with alerts until a final message confirms his paralysis resistance has officially failed. Frozen solid and unable to move, Lee Dong-jae can only watch as Kim Tae-hyun beats him down onto the floor. Kim Tae-hyun is a flat-out genius, completely outclassing the young master in close combat. But the fight is not over. Seo Hondu watches his master warily. Lee Dong-jae suddenly bursts into a crazy laugh, admitting that Kim Tae-hyun is indeed strong. He confesses he underestimated the kid, claiming there is no way a true elite like him should lose to a loser. Now it is time to get serious. He pulls a small stone from his pocket and crushes it to pieces. Suddenly, a giant skeleton burning with hellfire manifests behind Lee Dong-jae and slowly begins to merge with his body. The moment the power-up finishes, Lee Dong-jae lunges. Kim Tae-hyun leaps high into the air to dodge the lethal strike. He counters with his stone skin skill, but the strike does absolutely zero damage to the buffed opponent. The rocky armor on his fist instantly shatters on impact, and the massive blow sends him flying backward. This is the true form of the young master's skill, Heart of Flame, which is usually incredibly hard to fully control. His S-rank ability requires a booster, so he just used a refined mana stone made from high-level monster cores. The refined stone acts as a temporary catalyst, massively boosting the amount of mana flowing through his body. This booster finally allows the young master to unleash his full S-rank potential, but Seo Hondu knows there is a catch. Seo Hondu screams in panic, begging him to stop before he actually kills Kim Tae-hyun and warns him about the overflowing energy. The sheer volume of wild magic is too much, threatening to rupture his blood vessels at any second. A fiery arrow shoots straight at Seo Hondu as Lee Dong-jae snaps, telling his guard to shut up and stay out of it. He refuses to let the insult slide, turning back to Kim Tae-hyun to launch a devastating attack with everything he has. He screams wildly, demanding that Kim Tae-hyun die. Seo Hondu realizes his master has completely lost his mind to rage. With Lee Dong-jae in a blind frenzy, Seo Hondu rushes over to the massive crater created by the attack. He reaches down desperately, calling out to Kim Tae-hyun, urging him to give up and run while he handles his master. Instead of running, Kim Tae-hyun throws a punch straight at Seo Hondu, asking what kind of nonsense they are talking about. They started this fight, so there is no backing out now. Kim Tae-hyun admits that S-rank power is indeed impressive. It is time to get serious. Kim Tae-hyun downs several potions at once, instantly restoring his stamina and mana pool. With his predation skill activated, he is ready to show this spoiled rich kid what a real fight looks like. Meanwhile, over at the association headquarters, Jin listens to Go Tae-wook's latest report in absolute disbelief. The numbers 1900 and 2300 are confirmed. Both individuals are officially registered as S-rank awakeners. The surrounding staff whispers in shock. An untrained rookie scoring 1900 is already at the level of active A-rank players. This means his raw potential is already on par with the famous and powerful Saintess representing Japan. Jin laughs with joy, celebrating that they finally have an awakener who can rival Japan's top talent. Go Tae-wook quietly ponders the Saintess, the legendary figure who leads all of the top players in Japan. She was an absolute monster who surpassed 2500 at just 19, completely shocking the entire global community. But even that legendary monster only started around 2500. How could she compare to his initial awakening stats? Remembering Kim Tae-hyun's legendary baseline score of over 5,000, Go Tae-wook shivers and begins to seriously doubt his own eyes. He wonders if the device glitched, resolved to personally verify the results. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Lee Dong-jae finds himself slowly getting devoured by Kim Tae-hyun's terrifying predation skill, desperately struggling against his inevitable defeat. Lee Dong-jae screams out in denial, how could this be happening? How could he lose to a complete loser like Tae-hyun? Lee Dong-jae bellows that he is the heir of Tae-sun Group and S-rank who is absolutely destined to kill Tae-hyun. But status and ranks do not mean a single thing to Tae-hyun. This is the sheer power of a true king. Unleashing his predator skill, Tae-hyun triggers a massive explosion that instantly turns the entire field into a raging sea of fire. Tae-hyun looks at Ando with genuine amusement. The older man had just risked his life to pull Lee Dong-jae out of harm's way. If he had not stepped in, Lee Dong-jae would have been completely vaporized by that predator skill on the spot. Han-du lets out a shaky breath, asking what Tae-hyun plans to do next since the young heir is so powerful. But Tae-hyun just scoffs, pointing out that they were the ones who started this fight in the first place. He is not about to get intimidated by empty threats, though he has no plans to kill the young heir. Instead, Tae-hyun demands a price for his mercy. Han-du is left utterly confused, wondering what that price could be. Tae-hyun rubs his chin casually, suggesting that a billionaire heir should easily be worth 1 billion won in compensation. Meanwhile, the massive shockwaves from the gym explosion have alerted everyone outside, drawing a crowd of panicked students. They rush toward the scene, only to find the gymnasium swallowed by flames and covered in heavy rubble. While some fear a monster attack, Ah-young immediately senses that this terrifying heat belongs to Lee Dong-jae. She wonders who he is fighting, suddenly imagining the worst-case scenario with Tae-hyun being brutally beaten. The teacher Na-yeol commands the students to stay back, warning them that it is far too dangerous inside. But Ah-young completely ignores the warning, slipping past her like the wind to dash straight into the blazing ruins. She blames herself for letting Tae-hyun and Lee Dong-jae meet alone, praying that she is not already too late. Tae-hyun, please stay alive, she repeats to herself, desperately charging right through the thick, suffocating smoke. Yet the sight waiting for her inside is the exact opposite of her terrifying thoughts. Tae-hyun stands perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Lee Dong-jae is sprawled across the floor, completely battered. Before she can process this, Tae-hyun calls out to her. He casually asks for help, joking that he needs someone to carry the beat-up heir to the nearest clinic. Ah-young quickly snaps out of her daze, rushing over to support the unconscious Lee Dong-jae while demanding an explanation. Tae-hyun just shrugs, claiming he has absolutely no idea and that Lee Dong-jae was already out cold when he arrived. He even suggests the guy simply fell down the stairs, leaving Ah-young incredibly skeptical of his ridiculous story. Ignoring her looks, Tae-hyun tells her to keep his name out of it and pretend they never even met. With that, he vanishes from the scene, leaving her alone with the heavily injured heir of Tae-hyun group. Once he is a safe distance away from the school, Tae-hyun finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. He is glad Ah-young is there to handle the cleanup, leaving him to wait for Tae-hyun group's next move. Hoping for the best, Tae-hyun opens up his status window to check the rewards for defeating the S-rank heir. A brand new skill pops up, but it is completely different from anything he had ever expected to receive. It is a C-rank passive called Heart of the Monarch, boosting member stats and giving him a celebrity-like charm aura. He wonders why defeating Lee Dong-jae gave him this instead of the expected flame skills, finding it pretty bizarre. It is hard to believe that an arrogant guy like Lee Dong-jae possessed a supportive skill that buffs party members. Still, party-wide buffs are incredibly rare regardless of their actual rank, making this a pretty valuable find. It can easily be paired and combined with his other abilities, making it far better than he first realized. Satisfied with his new power-up, Tae-hyun starts heading home to rest, but his plans are suddenly cut short. A fleet of sleek black cars blocks his path, and Go Tae-wook steps out with a heavy, menacing aura. With a stern expression, the powerful man demands to know exactly what Tae-hyun was doing back at the gymnasium. Tae-hyun's mind races as he tries to figure out why the association president is personally confronting him right now. This man is a high-ranking official from the Awakened Association, making this direct confrontation a pretty massive deal for him. If the association already knows he was behind the chaos, Tae-hyun decides he might as well test the waters. He plays dumb casually, asking if the president is referring to the minor explosion that just went off nearby. Go Tae-wook glances at the distant smoke before dismissing it, saying other agencies will handle that little fire. He turns back to Tae-hyun, repeating his question and demanding to hear the truth about his involvement. He asks about the sports hall explosion, but Kim Tae-hyun just smirks arrogantly. He says he thought the man would already know about that. He asks if they want him to join the recruitment draft. Caught off guard, Go Tae-wook can only offer an awkward smile. Go Tae-wook scoffs at the draft idea, asking how the kid dares to speak so boldly. Kim Tae-hyun simply asks if this is still not enough. He unleashes his power intentionally, flaunting his raw ability once again. But this time, it is not just Go Tae-wook who feels the crushing pressure. Everyone accompanying him feels this massive weight. Even crazier, the number registered by Go Tae-wook's observation skill is no longer what it used to be. It jumped from 1,996 to 5,214, leaving him absolutely terrified by this impossible surge. He is even stronger than before. That first high rating was no fluke or system error. Who on earth is this kid Kim Tae-hyun? Meanwhile, S-rank Hunter and Tae-hyun Group Chairman Lee Dong-soo listens to the report from CEO Han-do about the recent chaos. He asks for a summary. Their only heir was injured and now they must pay 1 billion won as compensation. He asks if CEO Han-do wants him to handle this quietly. Kneeling on the floor and trembling, CEO Han-do confesses it is his fault. But Lee Dong-soo cuts him off, telling him to just do as the boy wants. He laughs, calling Kim Tae-hyun a cunning, interesting brat. However, the chairman notes they must also make the kid pay an equal price for what he has done. Lee Dong-soo snaps his fingers, summoning two mysterious dark figures. Horrified at the sight of them, Seo-han-do desperately tries to intervene. He pleads that the boy is still young and this is too cruel. The chairman tells him to shut up and stop barking. Back with our main character, Kim Tae-hyun immediately hits the home gym to build up his physical strength for the upcoming draft. Hwang Jae-young hears the news, bursts into the room in absolute shock and yells out asking if he really plans on joining. Kim Tae-hyun confirms it is happening in a month. Hwang Jae-young finally processes this immediately, dropping to his knees to worship him. He praises Kim Tae-hyun as a supreme god. Kim Tae-hyun ignores the dramatic display, his mind focused entirely on the looming threat of the Tae-hyun group. They definitely won't let this slide. Luckily, Go Tae-wook suspects him less now. He just needs to focus on training for the time being. With his immediate plans settled, everything seems under control. But then right on cue, he receives an unexpected phone call. Outside, the dangerous Big Black have already arrived. They are notorious B-rank assassins, skilled in stealth sent directly by Lee Dong-soo. Restraining an association hunter on guard duty, the younger brother wonders why this house is being protected. It is a major annoyance. The older brother scouts the area, guessing the target is part of the upcoming draft. The association always protects promising prospects. Hearing this, the younger one just scoffs. A promising prospect. In his eyes, the kid is still just an amateur. He laughs, pointing out that no matter his potential, the brat lacks actual combat experience in the real world. The older brother agrees. Talent without experience is completely useless. It is time to show him what real hunters can do. He eagerly turns back to his brother, only to find the younger assassin getting absolutely pummeled by a complete stranger. The intruder lands clean, brutal punches before grabbing him by the throat and dangling him over the balcony edge. The older brother screams in a rage, rushing forward to save him. Kim Tae-hyun simply drops the younger assassin into a free fall. He lands a heavy blow on the older one, casually introducing himself as the inexperienced newbie they were just talking about. Rewinding a few hours, Kim Tae-hyun knew extracting such a massive sum from Tae-hyun group would be no easy task. Since Seo-han-do could not settle this alone, Kim Tae-hyun did not push him too hard, only asking for his best effort. He wanted negotiations and two specific favors. To ensure compliance, they sealed the deal with a magical awakened contract. Any violation of this magical oath triggers a severe random permanent penalty, forcing Seo-han-do to stay completely honest. With the terms secured, Kim Tae-hyun demands they handle the gym incident quietly and pay the promised 1 billion won. Second, Seo-han-do must warn him of any revenge attempts beforehand. The gym incident is covered up almost instantly. Major news outlets quickly report that the high school gym fire was just a simple gas leak with 0 casualties. That took care of the first condition. As for the second rule regarding retaliation, Seo-han-do keeps his word perfectly. The moment he learns Lee Dong-soo has sent assassins, Seo-han-do secretly calls Kim Tae-hyun to tip him off about the danger. He shares detailed intel on the hit squad. Back in the present, a heavily bruised Big Black charges with blinding speed. Absolutely furious, he lashes out with lethal weapons, but none of his desperate strikes can even graze his opponent. After easily dodging the relentless onslaught, Kim Tae-hyun decides it is finally time to go on the offensive. He reaches out to grab the assassin, but the man activates his stealth skill, vanishing into thin air. He slips behind Kim Tae-hyun, unleashing a full power strike right where the kid stands, confident this hit will end it. But just as he thinks he won, a calm voice whispers, questioning if this stealth ability is truly their best trick. A basic stealth skill, just as Kim Tae-hyun expected, nothing special. Honestly, what else can these guys even do besides hiding away in the dark? Kim Tae-hyun instantly appears behind the black shadow and kicks him flat on the floor. Meanwhile, Yoo Ah-young calls Chairman Ji Jin-hee to investigate the upcoming draft. They discuss how this selection will definitely attract powerful awakened players from every corner of the country. She asks who he expects to take first place, perhaps Busan's own S-rank player Shin Yoon-bak, but the chairman just laughs it off. He says that kid is great, but the absolute most promising contender has to be Yoo Ah-young's own brother. Hearing this, Yoo Ah-young replies with pure humility. She laughs it off, saying he is not at that level yet. The chairman chuckles at her strict standards and asks who she is actually betting on. Is it Shin Yoon-bak? She answers honestly, but then adds that she recently heard a very intriguing rumor that completely changed her perspective. He's immediately curious. Apparently, aside from the S ranks, there's one mysterious player whom manager Go Tae-wook personally went to meet. Manager Go Tae-wook himself. That gets him wondering who could possibly have enough clout to draw the attention of such a high-ranking manager. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is struggling. His predation skill failed to work on the Big Black, leaving him staring at his hands in complete disbelief. He is totally baffled as to why his powers are suddenly locked. But a quick check of his system's status screen finally reveals the truth. Kim Tae-hyun has completely depleted his stamina. The system is overloaded, meaning his signature predation skill is temporarily offline until he recovers his physical strength. He starts panicking. He tries to think of ways to boost his stats, but every single method frustratingly requires his gluttony skill to be active. Talk about being backed into a corner. The next day, ignoring his younger brother's warnings, Kim Tae-hyun heads straight to the Breakhead Training Center. He is determined to grind his way back. At the gym, the incredibly curvy manager Yura is quite surprised to see him. She looks at Kim Tae-hyun and his skinny brother, feeling a bit skeptical about their physical condition. But her doubt instantly vanishes into thin air. Kim Tae-hyun casually pulls out his super VIP black card from the Alchemist Guild. How on earth did a skinny teenager get a high-ranking card like that? Yura is in a tough spot. Letting him train here is bound to cause trouble. Seeing her hesitate, a towering muscular man suddenly steps in. Meet Kang-chun, the gym's strongest member, sporting a massive six-pack and packing a muscle-strengthening skill that makes him a terrifying threat. Kim Tae-hyun has seen crazy things before, but a muscle-amplifying killer with a name that goofy absolute comedy. The surrounding gym members start whispering. It seems Kang-chun is up to his usual tricks, trying to bully and dominate the helpless newcomer again. He towers over Kim Tae-hyun, laughing like a maniac. Is the rookie already trembling just by hearing his legendary name? He boasts that if they turn around and leave right now, he might let them go. But Kim Tae-hyun remains completely cool and unfazed. He coldly calls the big guy a weakling, immediately triggering Kang-chun's rage. Unbothered, Kim Tae-hyun proposes a bet the loser pays for a whole year of gym fees. Kang-chun's pride is wounded. He instantly agrees to the wager. In the blink of an eye, both dive straight into the virtual training system. They prepare to square off in front of a massive crowd of gossiping onlookers. They are using the virtual porter training simulator. This system mimics the Abyss. It requires participants to completely wipe out B-rank monsters and reach the destination in record time while carrying maximum weight. Looking at the matchup, everyone is absolutely certain that Kim Tae-hyun stands zero chance against the muscle-bound giant. But Kang-chun is already charging ahead like a wild beast on adrenaline, effortlessly smashing through waves of monsters inside the simulator. He roars Kim Tae-hyun's name with every strike, showing off his immense physical strength as he lifts and crushes everything in his path. But as he laughs, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly blitzes right past him. He leaves a trail of absolute destruction and piles of slain beasts in his wake. Kang-chun is completely dumbfounded. With just a few basic effortless strikes, Kim Tae-hyun utterly pulverizes the monsters into tiny pieces. He can only watch with his jaw dropped, drenched in cold sweat. This kid is on an entirely different level of power. The simulation ground is left completely shattered. Kang-chun stares in pure shock as Kim Tae-hyun stands there carrying a massive mountain of weight. Flashing a victorious grin, Kim Tae-hyun tells him to pay up and get lost. Not long after, the highly anticipated day finally arrives. It is the official licensing exam for awakened players, and the massive stadium is completely packed with eager spectators and candidates. The Hunter Association has changed the rules this year, officially allowing talented minors to participate in the prestigious exam. Alongside the massive crowd, several legendary powerhouses have gathered. First is Hong Jung-guk, an A-rank close combat beast with steel fists. Then there's Lee San, an A-rank combatant whose skills are so supreme that even S-rank hunters find him incredibly tough to beat. We also have Busan's undefeated legend Shin Yoon-bak and the rising Sanctus class star Lim Ah-young, both elite S-rank players. With so many top-tier players registered, the crowd is utterly chaotic. In fact, a poor E-rank reporter named Kim gets squeezed out completely. She sits on the dirt, crying her eyes out. But right then, Kim Tae-hyun arrives on the scene looking incredibly cool and collected. With only 1 minute remaining before the exam kicks off, Kim Tae-hyun decides it is time to make a memorable entrance. Squeezing through the dense crowd, Yoo Ah-young suddenly spots Kim Tae-hyun and gasps in sheer shock. She had heard rumors that he awakened, but how could anyone possibly transform this much in a single month? Before she can ask, a loudspeaker suddenly blares. The announcement for the official start of the competition rings out. Right after the introduction, the rules are laid bare. Just look at the numbers on your chest. Those are your official contestant registration numbers. The goal for this round is pretty straightforward. Collect 5 distinct numbers. That includes keeping your very own number. If you lose your registration badge, it is over. You are instantly disqualified. This is a brutal battle to steal badges. You only have 1 hour on the clock and absolutely any skill is allowed. Just do not murder anyone. Before the host can even finish his sentence, the ground beneath everyone violently ruptures and splits apart. The first round erupts in absolute chaos. Seeing Lim Ah-young standing completely alone, a bunch of guys immediately target her. They rush in to snatch her name tag. But oh man, they really picked the wrong target. She swings one punch and they fall. The whole crowd is swiped away in the blink of an eye. Watching behind the glass, the judges are highly impressed by her raw skill. She is truly earning that goddess title. but the other contestants are no joke either, looking way stronger than previous years. One particularly hyped contender is a C-rank hunter from Busan, Shin Yun-bak. The examiner analyzes the chaotic arena and takes notes. 20 minutes have passed in this round, and yet not a single person has even managed to get close to Shin Yun-bak. Honestly, he and Lim Ah-young are the clear favorites of the judges right now. But Go Tae-wook only has his eyes on one person. He is focused on Tae-hyun, confident the kid will breeze through this exam. But a split second later, Go Tae-wook freezes. He notices an awakened warrior blocking Tae-hyun, but Tae-hyun is just standing there taking hits without fighting back at all. Disappointment washes over Go Tae-wook, wondering if he overhyped the boy. But actually, Tae-hyun is using his stone skin skill to defend. He is tanking the iron skin technique of an A-rank hunter on Dong-guk. Now stone skin is just a weaker version of iron skin. Tae-hyun intentionally distracts his opponent before launching a sudden counterattack, sending the guy on a wild, painful ride. After a month of brutal training, the marks of gluttony remain. Though his skills are still raw, he improved by pushing his limits. He maximized his body's endurance to the absolute peak. Pushed to the brink of survival, he unleashes a full power blow. The A-rank hunter collapses unconscious at his feet. The C-rank Tae-hyun successfully secures registration badge 02. Meanwhile, Go Tae-wook smiles in relief. He is quietly celebrating Tae-hyun's smart move. Utilizing such a training method in a massive survival game, Kim Tae-hyun is incredibly bold. But here is the real issue. His power reserve has been severely drained after that highly intense duel. Right now, it is best to conserve energy and collect badges from weaker contestants. That is Go Tae-wook's mental calculation. But completely shattering all expectations, Tae-hyun marches right up to that feared C-rank, Shin Yun-bak. His attitude is cockier than ever. Shin Yun-bak unleashes a massive lightning strike that echoes with a deafening blast. Tae-hyun quickly dodges the shockwave. He aims a sudden brutal kick right at his opponent. But the guy is fast, proving he is a serious threat. Both are moving like lightning, refusing to yield. The S-rank talent from Busan, the thunder god Shin Yun-bak, is incredibly troublesome. Tae-hyun never imagined it would be this annoying. Lightning completely cloaks his opponent's body, shielding him from close-range strikes. Not only does it block attacks, but it also generates massive shockwaves at any distance. How can Tae-hyun pierce this defense? Especially since he cannot even rely on his gluttony skill right now. Tae-hyun hesitates under the relentless storm of attacks. Shin Yun-bak smugly charges forward, funneling electricity straight into his target, thoroughly enjoying Tae-hyun's visible struggle. Seeing Tae-hyun turn and run, Shin Yun-bak pursues him closely, laughing as he rains down bolt after bolt of lightning. Hearing Tae-hyun scream in agony gives him pure satisfaction. Tae-hyun tries to fight back, but his counterattacks are completely useless. Shin Yun-bak fully controls the rhythm of the battle, throwing wild energy blasts that leave Tae-hyun with zero room to breathe. At this point, almost everyone is busy fleeing from the lightning user. Shin Yun-bak thought only Lim Ah-young would keep things interesting. He did not expect to find such an entertaining toy right here in the middle of this exam. He charges up a massive blast, aiming to finish off Tae-hyun, when suddenly a rock flies like a missile right at his face. It strikes him dead on, drawing blood. He halts in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how a simple rock could breach his armor. Tae-hyun grits his teeth, repeatedly hurling massive stones with terrifying power, completely throwing the arrogant hunter off balance. Standard stone skin cannot normally stand against the wrath of the thunder god. Even at its maximum limit, it would crumble instantly. However, inside this unique battleground, everything is totally different. The ground itself is made of highly durable materials. It was built to withstand the devastating impact of high-level abilities, meaning the shattered stone debris does not just turn to dust. Unlike standard stone skin, these physical fragments retain their absolute density even when shattered to pieces under extreme pressure. By utilizing these heavy stones as actual projectiles, Tae-hyun can bypass the lightning barrier entirely and deliver a crushing blow. Shin Yun-bak is completely done for under Tae-hyun's relentless assault. Spitting blood, the arrogant thunder god collapses heavily onto the hard floor. He crashes down while the crowd watches in absolute horror. An S-class awakener actually lost to a C-class. After all, he did put on a pretty exciting show, Kim Tae-hyun thinks. By now, his tag collection is completely finished. Now, he just waits for the timer to run out. But right then, out of nowhere, an unexpected attack lands. A sharp ice shard shoots right at his feet. A second later, a massive freezing vortex wraps around his entire body, trapping him completely. Stepping forward with a cold, arrogant gaze is Ah-young, leaving the shocked Kim Tae-hyun totally stunned. How on earth is she here right now? When did she even start watching this fight? He wonders in total confusion. Ah-young states that power should come with responsibility. Having great power without it is just pure, senseless violence. She admits Kim Tae-hyun is incredibly strong. Defeating Shin Yun-bak was pure genius, and Lee Dong-jae met the exact same fate. Her gaze turns hateful. She suddenly lashes out, unleashing a barrage of devastating ice attacks directly at his head. The devastating frost lands instantly, giving him no time to dodge. Even using his stealth skill now is completely useless. She beats him down ruthlessly, screaming out in anger that she actually trusted him back when they were in the arena. He had promised her he was different from Lee Dong-jae, claiming he would never act out of pure self-interest. But watching him fight revealed the ugly truth. Lee Dong-jae, Bae, Hyuk-soo, and everyone else were all targeted by him. Sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground, piercing his body and drawing blood as they tear through his flesh. The entire arena violently shakes under her relentless ice strikes. Seeing him down, she demands he quit this exam. If he refuses to withdraw right now, she will immediately expose all of his hidden skills to the rest of the association. He struggles up, mocking her self-righteousness. She couldn't stop Lee Dong-jae either, so her talk of duty is totally meaningless. Her real goal is just to eliminate him, making this survival exam a highly convenient excuse for her to act. Grimacing in pain, he tells her to drop the act while a desperate smirk plays right across his bloody lips. Ah-young has heard enough. Driven by pure fury, she quickly channels her mana to summon a massive ice scepter. She vows to end this with one final strike. Since Kim Tae-hyun's stone skin has shattered, his defenses are completely gone. Even using stealth is entirely useless against her massive wide-area attacks that can freeze the entire field. His active Emperor's Heart skill boosts his stats, but it is still not enough to turn the tide of battle. With Gluttony still sealed and his overall stamina severely depleted, his normal battle tactics are completely off the table. He has only one desperate gamble left. With no time to also second-guess, Kim Tae-hyun charges straight toward her. A massive shockwave erupts. A thick fog blanket covers the battlefield, hiding the ultimate result of their clash. As the mist finally clears, everyone gasps in shock. Kim Tae-hyun is pinning Ah-young down, appearing to kiss her passionately. She is frozen in panic. But in this desperate moment, a romantic kiss is the last thing on his mind. It is his paralysis skill. Close-range delivery is his absolute best hope of bypassing her S-class defenses. He coated his own blood with a paralyzing agent, forcing her to swallow it during their extremely close contact. Naturally, trying to paralyze a top-tier S-class awakener in this manner is a massive high-stakes gamble. But luck is on his side. The paralysis takes hold, freezing her instantly as his crazy plan actually works. He successfully pulled it off. Kim Tae-hyun wipes the blood from his lips and stands up just as the buzzer officially sounds. The first round is finally over. Medical teams immediately rush onto the field to treat all of the injured players. Despite being temporarily paralyzed, Ah-young still easily passes the round since her tag was never stolen by any player. Kim Tae-hyun only secured 7 tags, but defeating 2 top rankers in this round makes him the center of everyone's attention. Whispers of awe follow him. As he stands alone in deep thought, a sudden roar breaks his focus. Still in his paper hospital gown, Shin Yoon-bak charges out, screaming at the top of his lungs for revenge. The excited crowd hypes up instantly, cheering wildly for Shin Yoon-bak to crush Kim Tae-hyun completely to pieces right here. Annoyed by all the noise, Shin Yoon-bak fires a quick blast to silence them before turning back around. He loudly demands a fair fight to prove who is superior. But right then, the entire atmosphere suddenly shifts. A suffocating heavy pressure falls over the entire area. The ground shakes violently, knocking Shin Yoon-bak completely unconscious on the spot. Only the unfazed Kim Tae-hyun remains standing, scanning the area to locate the actual source of this terrifying heavy power. This overwhelming, crushing aura belongs to Park Sung-jin, an S-class powerhouse who is one of the top rankers in the association. He is a future double S-class legend. Yet Kim Tae-hyun stands completely calm and collected directly in his terrifying presence. At that moment, Park Sung-jin twists his hand, causing the ground beneath Kim Tae-hyun to collapse. Kim Tae-hyun sweats as he barely holds on, silently measuring his opponent's strength. Han Sang-do is impressed that the kid can endure what even veterans cannot handle. The crazy killer grows increasingly amused by Kim Tae-hyun's sheer resilience, unleashing even more crushing force with every passing second. Suddenly, doctors and nurses rush in to intervene, forcing him to halt. Everyone else is completely knocked out, except for Kim Tae-hyun. Park Sung-jin approaches with clear interest, asking if he is C-rank Kim Tae-hyun, the one who defeated Shin Yoon-bak. It has been a long time since such an interesting kid showed up. Smirking, Park Sung-jin steps closer and promises they will meet again soon. Kim Tae-hyun watches him leave with a puzzled look. Shortly after, everyone gathers for round 2. Park Sung-jin announces that they must all pass through the gate in front of them to determine their category placement. This is where the magic beast will appear, and everyone breaks into a cold sweat. For every 5 people who cross, a team is formed to explore the dimensional dungeon alongside an assigned supervisor. Every single action you take during this expedition will be thoroughly evaluated. Essential gear and weapons are fully provided by the association, so now everyone must step through the gate in order. Park Sung-jin explains that this second test is just a simple classification. Even inexperienced amateur awakeners should have absolutely no trouble handling a standard D-rank dungeon, or so they think. Unless, of course, this classification test turns out to be an apocalypse. The very first apocalypse world ever discovered was deep inside a D-rank dungeon, which is exactly where this second exam is taking place. Countless awakeners were slaughtered there, including the original discoverers, and the dungeon break still has not been cleared. If only he could stop it in advance. But no one would believe his baseless claims, and he would only end up being suspected. It is a shame, but Kim Tae-hyun decides to just mind his own business. As long as he avoids the first team, he will have plenty of ways to survive. He feels entirely confident, but fate plays a cruel joke. Ultimately, Kim Tae-hyun ends up assigned to Supervisor Ma Do-hak, the man who first discovered the Apocalypse Double Dungeon. Talk about worse luck. Inside, countless aggressive beasts charge at them, but the party clears them out in no time. Ma Do-hak is highly impressed. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is still incredibly frustrated about being grouped with a team destined to trigger the discovery. It seems to be because of the unique sage ring. Ma Do-hak is wearing a legendary item from the Double Dungeon. The one-of-a-kind ring multiplies strength, speed, stamina, and magic power by 10 times. This Double Dungeon Apocalypse is definitely S-rank, and he stands zero chance if he gets caught in it. No matter what, he must prevent them from triggering the apocalypse. As Kim Tae-hyun plans, the team arrives at a junction of multiple winding paths. Just as Ma Do-hak is about to take a vote on which path to take, Kim Tae-hyun bolts down one random direction, completely leaving the others behind. Since he is a regressor, he will choose a different route to avoid Ma Do-hak. He sprints through the rocky terrain without stopping, but unfortunately, fate has other plans. An insanely bright light flashes ahead. The Apocalypse Gate was practically waiting for him, and now the first person to discover it is Kim Tae-hyun himself. This is absolutely ridiculous. He ran in circles only to end up right where he started. As the rest of the group curiously approaches the glowing gate, Kim Tae-hyun screams at them to get back. He urges Ma Do-hak to report this discovery immediately, but the reckless supervisor wants to explore inside instead. Ma Do-hak claims he understands Kim Tae-hyun's concern, but insists the magic power coming from the gate does not feel threatening. After all, this is just a D-rank dungeon, and he is an A-rank awakener. This portal must be a special test. Clearing it would guarantee a massive boost to their final evaluation scores. Hearing this makes Kim Tae-hyun want to scream as everything goes completely against his survival plan. Ma Do-hak turns to criticize him for acting alone, instead of cooperating. The rest of the recruits also turn on him, leaving Kim Tae-hyun completely speechless from their sheer stupidity. Despite Kim Tae-hyun's desperate warnings, Ma Do-hak forcefully triggers the gate, pulling everyone into the apocalypse world. They open their eyes to find a massive ruinous D-rank double dungeon stretching endlessly. The candidates panic instantly, while Ma Do-hak barks orders for everyone to shut up and look forward. Only Kim Tae-hyun truly understands what is about. An A-rank monster and a demon samurai appear together, freezing Ma Do-hak in his tracks as he spins around to warn everyone to prepare. But it is already far too late. The enemies rush forward, unleashing a wave of pure heavy and absolutely suffocating deadly intent. Ma Do-hak's direct attacks cannot even scratch a single hair on their bodies. Meanwhile, a wave of scorching heat wraps around the area. The hunters quickly split up to coordinate their skills, barely managing to take them down. Still, no one dares to let their guard down. Barely catching his breath, he pants heavily and yells out a wild challenge, daring them to try again. Talk about bad timing, because his bluff actually works. Less than a minute later, another Death Knight appears, radiating an aura far more violent and terrifying than the last one. The entire group stands completely frozen and speechless. Tae-hyun can tell something is seriously wrong with this whole situation. Every single time they manage to take a monster down, even more waves rush in, and everyone is already completely exhausted. If this nightmare keeps up, they will all end up dead. Do-hak panics in fear, but Tae-hyun stays completely calm. He steps forward, noting how bizarre this whole situation is. Do-hak looks at him in surprise, shocked by how calm the young man remains. Tae-hyun has been fighting non-stop, yet he shows zero signs of exhaustion, even though this double dungeon is insanely dangerous. If Tae-hyun did not have his stats boosted by the Sovereign Heart skill, he never would have lasted this long. Is he really just some C-rank awakened player? Do-hak silently questions Tae-hyun's true power rank in his own mind. It is just a guess, but those are no ordinary Death Knights. Tae-hyun decides to test his theory right now. He needs to know exactly what kind of monster they are dealing with. Gripping his blade, Tae-hyun charges straight into the enemy forces. A fierce clash erupts as Tae-hyun swiftly dodges their deadly strikes before driving his blade directly into the leader. The stationary leader dissolves, and the entire illusion begins to fade around them. This whole fight was nothing but a clever trap. The fake space and phantom enemies were designed to drain the intruder's power. Hearing this, the group is left in utter shock. If a mere illusion could push them to their absolute physical limits, how terrifying will the real monsters be? Do-Hack demands to know how he figured out it was an illusion, but Tae-hyun admits he was not entirely sure either. One thing is certain, the real monsters here are not going down easily. They need to move before they get slaughtered. Tae-hyun turns and walks away, completely ignoring Do-Hack's stunned stare. The illusion is gone, but things are not getting any better. Since the double dungeon triggered, the layout of this entire cavern has completely shifted, and things are looking incredibly grim. The injuries sustained from fighting those illusions are taking a serious toll, and they cannot simply sit around waiting for help. Their only remaining sliver of hope is to locate the dungeon's exit on their own. After what feels like an eternity of searching, they find something. They finally stumble upon a massive, ominous sealed door. But with death staring them down, they have no choice but to gamble. Pushing the sealed door open, their hearts immediately sink. Standing right before them is an entire army of actual Death Knights. Surrounded by piles of skulls, they are caught in a living nightmare. Suddenly, bright flames burst to life around the chamber. The fire illuminates the massive lair. Seated high above is the true master of this dungeon, the Apocalypse Death Knight Lord. He lets out a chilling laugh, promising to slaughter every single intruder. Instantly, his undead soldiers raise their weapons in unison. The blades point directly at the helpless party. It looks like the monsters want to settle this through force one-on-one duels. The survivors begin to panic in sheer desperation. They are already completely worn out. How are they supposed to win a solo fight? Tae-hyun yells for everyone to stay calm, reminding them that their only goal is to escape, not fight these forced duels. But fear overrides logic. A few hunters try to bolt for the exit, only to be brutally slashed back by the knights. Blood splatters everywhere. Horrified by the sight, Tae-hyun urges Inspector Do-Hack to find a way out while he buys some time. Instead of retreating, Do-Hack unexpectedly shoves the young man behind him and steps forward with a fierce determination of his own. He gathers his mana. He has always dreamed of becoming an S-rank hunter, but no matter how hard he trained, that dream always remained just out of reach. It was an impossible peak he could never seem to climb. But right now, this is his absolute last chance. If he can somehow defeat this double dungeon boss by himself, he will finally prove himself as a true S-rank. Win or lose, everything is decided right here, right now. With sweat pouring down his face, Do-Hack charges straight at the boss, engaging in a highly desperate head-on clash. While trading fierce blows, he screams at Tae-hyun to run before it is too late, promising to hold the line. He will not go down easily because this is his duty as an inspector. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he unleashes a massive burst of power. Tae-hyun looks around in shock, realizing his allies are far too injured to help. While he stands frozen, a massive deafening explosion suddenly shakes the cavern, forcing him to spin back around. What greets his eyes is a nightmare. Do-Hack is pinned to the ground, crushed beneath the enemy's massive blade. He is covered in blood, his body scorched by dark energy. Tae-hyun can barely bring himself to look at him. Everyone in the party has been wiped out except for him. Slowly, the boss pulls his bloody blade from Do-Hack. He points the dripping blade directly at Tae-hyun, issuing a deadly challenge. Cold sweat runs down Tae-hyun's neck as silence falls. He gasps for air. Suddenly, he spots Overseer Ma Do-Hack's ring lying on the ground. Right as the enemy's blade swings down, Tae-hyun manages to dodge and scramble away. He has to wear it for a power boost, hoping to reawaken his hunting skill. He has absolutely no other options left and zero time to hesitate. He silently begs the sage ring to finally activate. Slipping the ring on, he desperately prays for a miracle. Swoosh, a massive wave of energy suddenly erupts from the ring. This sudden blast sends the knights flying back. Its sheer power crushes them instantly like flies as fiery energy explodes everywhere. The sage ring activates instantly, adding 10 to all of his stats. This also triggers Tae-hyun's dormant predatory hunting skill. The raw power feels absolutely immense, exploding outward in waves. It seems like absolutely nothing can hold this force back. Tae-hyun dodges while controlling the energy, spraying soldier blood everywhere. He has about 10 seconds until the skill fully awakens. With the combat abilities he already developed up to this point, he feels entirely confident that he can destroy them. Relying on the harsh experience accumulated from past battles, he knows he has what it takes to survive this fatal confrontation. Tae-hyun braces himself and unleashes every ounce of his combat power to go entirely solo against the remaining horde. After a chaotic storm of smoke and fire, a massive energy blade rains down from above, barely missing him by inches. Tae-hyun finishes off the weak soldiers. Now he faces the incredibly dangerous final boss. Suddenly, without warning, a barrage of sharp swords rain down on his head. He scrambles to run and dodge, his face already covered in warm, dripping blood. The boss refuses to let him escape. Casting a spell, it pulls him closer with overwhelming killer intent, ready to crush him. Boom! As the thick black smoke clears, a bloody Tae-hyun lies completely defeated right beneath the boss's heavy heel. The boss demands to know where his power came from before ending him violently, grinding his heel into Tae-hyun's head. The intense pain makes the young hunter scream. Fortunately, the system detects his resistance and slightly lowers the overwhelming pressure. The monster remarks that he is definitely different from average awakened hunters but wonders if he can truly stop this gravity. He asks again, demanding to know where this strange power originated while increasing the suffocating weight on Tae-hyun's body. The agonizing pain forces Tae-hyun into a semi-conscious state where visions of those who sacrifice themselves suddenly flash by. He realizes his current level is still not enough to defeat this beast. What else can he possibly do now? Who is the true master behind this king's predatory hunting skill, and why does it let him understand monster languages? Is this incredible power just a lucky coincidence, or is there a grand design he has yet to discover? Everything remains completely shrouded in mystery. As confusion grips him, a warm, resonant voice suddenly echoes in his mind. A brilliant light envelopes Tae-hyun as a mysterious man explains that his own unshakable will and perseverance made this possible. Those traits are what make him truly strong. He does not need to doubt or change a single thing. He only needs to fully embrace the sovereign power bestowed upon him. Instantly, Tae-hyun snaps back to reality. The arrogant boss assumes the silent hunter has given up in fear and raises his hand for the killing blow. But suddenly, an unspeakably massive wave of energy erupts from Tae-hyun, leaving the monstrous boss completely wide-eyed. The raw mana surging inside Tae-hyun skyrockets by the second. Furious, the boss charges forward, but his luck has run out. Tae-hyun is back and stronger than ever before. He casually blocks the attack with one hand while gathering massive energy in the other. With a swift flick, he blasts the monster 10 meters away. The boss cannot comprehend how a mere human possesses such terrifying strength. It screeches in pure frustration. Tae-hyun doesn't waste any words, simply twisting his wrist to unleash a devastating vortex of infinite power. The boss instantly disintegrates into fine dust. This power is definitely no joke, it is the true authority of a king. The battle concludes as he unlocks a new skill called Knight's Resolve. Outside, a massive crowd of reporters gathers near the entrance. They anxiously whisper about the terrifying magic reading inside. How could a D-rank dungeon suddenly emit an S-rank signature? If this gets out of hand, everyone inside will die. Park Sung-jin breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he has to go in. Just as he prepares to enter, the gate opens. Tae-hyun walks out covered in blood, looking like an absolute god to the crowd. He lets out a soft chuckle, muttering that he almost did not make it back alive from that crazy place. Thanks to Tae-hyun's heroic efforts, the double dungeon incident is fully resolved, keeping all the other trainees safe from harm. The second exam scores will be determined by performance prior to evacuation. Sadly, the victims' bodies are recovered and returned. The association decides to conceal the identity of the person who cleared the gate to protect Tae-hyun from unwanted attention. They worry he might become a target for greedy media and rival hunters. Both Sung-jin and Go Tae-wook understand the chairman's good intentions. The chairman smiles, gently asking the two boys what rank they think Tae-hyun has truly achieved by now. Cleared an S-rank dungeon solo, that feat alone demands S-rank power. Yet Jin-hee felt something was off, noting that Kim Tae-hyun's official rank was far lower, making his true strength nearly impossible to measure. This likely meant his future potential would eventually reach national-level power, the president noted. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun was having a bizarre dream, finding himself completely lost in a dark, gloomy abyss teeming with endless, terrifying monsters. Far in the distance, a silhouetted king raised his hand to eradicate the beasts, restoring the beautiful sky. He promised to wait at the bottom of the abyss, and then he slowly vanished in a blinding light, leaving Kim Tae-hyun completely bewildered. Waking up with a sudden jolt, his body was drenched in sweat as he gasped heavily. Was it just a dream? No, it felt far too real. What did that mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters feared, plus he understood their speech. Too many questions were piling up in his mind. The only way to get answers was to grow stronger and venture into that deep abyss, Kim Tae-hyun told himself. He had finally reached B rank. With these incredibly high stats, he was almost on par with S-class players. The Sovereign's pressure was definitely the powerful skill that had suppressed him back then. Growing at this rapid rate, national-level power was definitely within grasp, he thought confidently. Suddenly, noisy, loud shouting erupted right outside his door, and that extremely familiar rowdy voice made Kim Tae-hyun break into a mild sweat. The door swung open to reveal Ah Young, and without wasting any time, she swiftly dragged him to her car, speeding off immediately. Although claiming she was just visiting, she actually came to reveal some crucial details about the third awakening exam. This upcoming test was another harsh survival battle like the first. Unlike before, spectators on the outside could closely watch the action live. His hidden skills would inevitably be exposed, and all the major guilds would desperately scramble to recruit him. A low-rank awakener taking down an S-rank, so I am making an offer you cannot refuse ahead of time. Well, fame, I will give you everything. Just join my guild, Nightwalker. Ah Young reached her hand out to Kim Tae-hyun, her eyes full of hope. The tension inside the car was thick, but It was quickly shattered by Kim Tae-hyun's flat rejection. Leaving Ah-young utterly stunned, he simply got out and walked away. She frantically promised him absolutely anything, but he ignored her. No special reason, he told her, so do not get me wrong. He did not care about other associations or better terms. He just did not like it, so he refused. With that settled, he scoffed and turned his back to leave. But after taking only a few steps, Kim Tae-hyun was suddenly grabbed from behind by Ah-young. Covering his mouth with a murderous glare, she demanded to know who he was rejecting atop guild. Without a single good reason. Unbelievable, she thought, yet she admitted she would forgive him because she liked his attitude. While playfully teasing Kim Tae-hyun, her smug, murderous attitude instantly froze the moment he casually brought up her younger sister, Ah-young. He smirked, telling her he knew all about the name that was stolen from her, making Ah-young tremble in absolute shock. A heavy dark aura flared up around them. Ah-young's birth name was actually Ah-young, and her family of the Jusung group had originally groomed her to become the sole heir. But after the main branch's biological daughter was born, the name Ah-young was stolen from her. Cast aside, she renamed herself Ah-young and became an awakener. Very few people knew this dark secret. Having her past exposed, she was absolutely furious as she glared with pure rage, squeezing his neck tight. But Kim Tae-hyun quickly fought back using his own mysterious strength, releasing a massive suffocating pressure that forced Ah-young to take a step back. Cornering her against the wall, Kim Tae-hyun leaned in close and warned her, "Never to cross the line, Sister Ah-young." Later, the third exam commenced in a venue resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Unlike the previous rounds, this was a fully public event, drawing an incredibly massive crowd of eager spectators early on. Ah-young disguised herself as an ordinary civilian in the crowd. Kim Tae-hyun's aunt and uncle, who were Hwang Jae-young's parents, looked quite anxious. But Hwang Jae-young, his cousin and proud fan club president, was fully confident that Kim Tae-hyun would easily sweep the competition in one shot. Reporter Kim was also in the stands, telling herself that she absolutely had to secure a spectacular career-saving article today. Her previous interview had been abruptly cancelled simply because Kim Tae-hyun was considered a low-rank bottom-tier awakened with no future. If she failed to secure a good scoop this time, she would be fired. As she quietly sobbed, she suddenly noticed a very strange vibe in the arena. High-rank awakeners, seasoned veterans, and the most promising rookies in this exam were all staring intensely at one single person, and that was Kim Tae-hyun. She wondered if they were all secretly planning to target him. Just how strong did he have to be to earn that kind of attention? As the exam officially commenced, all the other contestants locked their hostile glares onto Kim Tae-hyun. Yet, he just stood there with an incredibly cool, calm expression. The chaotic battle immediately exploded with flashy, high-impact moves as every single competitor made a direct move to take Kim Tae-hyun down. They wanted to take him out first. But Kim Tae-hyun completely shattered their plans, single-handedly facing down the entire mob with his terrifying aura. In an instant, they are tossed aside like rag dolls, groaning on the dirt. Then thick wooden roots burst from the ground below. The roots bind Kim Tae-hyun, trapping his entire body. It is a spell from a smug, green-skinned mage who stands there laughing and mocking him. But you do not just challenge a monster like Kim Tae-hyun. He instantly tears through the bindings, lunging forward to plant a boot right in the guy's face. He keeps his absolute cool as the rest of the mob charges. Guided by a knightly resolve, he remains completely calm. He effortlessly sweeps the entire field. The crushing pressure of his bloodlust is so intense that even the spectators in the stands feel physically sick. Ah-young can only watch in utter disbelief, thinking he is absolutely insane. Once the dust from the brutal skirmish finally settles, Kim Tae-hyun lets out a sigh. Only one opponent is left standing on the field, and it is Lim Ah-young. But when Kim Tae-hyun brings up their accidental kiss from before, her face flushes bright red. Her absolute embarrassment triggers a massive explosive ice storm. She points her staff at him, furiously yelling that she will never let that happen again. But of course, the final outcome is exactly what Kim Tae-hyun predicted, and she ends up defeated at his feet. Still, he admits she was a remarkably tough opponent. With the third exam wrapped up, Kim Tae-hyun easily claims his victory. Soon after, the association president summons him to his office for the reward. The president warmly congratulates Kim Tae-hyun on officially becoming an S-class player. Honestly, he never expected the final test to end so quickly. It is clear that Kim Tae-hyun conquering that insane double dungeon in the past was definitely not a stroke of pure luck. The president offers his highest praise. Then he asks if Kim Tae-hyun has any plans to officially join the Korean Awakened Association. He wonders how Kim Tae-hyun feels about signing with their powerful organization. The direct offer catches Kim Tae-hyun completely off guard. Everything is changing so fast. Even though he put on an absolute show during this association exam, he still feels. Even though he achieved incredible feats during this association exam, he honestly feels like he is still far from a true top-tier master. Yet here they are offering him an official spot in the association. Joining would certainly give him massive opportunities and backing. The guild would help him level up and grow incredibly fast. However, being tied to an organization also comes with serious limitations. His personal freedom and independent actions would be heavily restricted. And so Kim Tae-hyun decides to politely turn down the president's massive offer. The president slams his desk in pure disbelief. He never imagined a young player would reject such a golden opportunity so flatly. But Kim Tae-hyun's reasoning is incredibly simple. Joining any organization means his movements will be monitored and restricted, regardless of their support. He believes that operating as a solo player fits him much better, allowing him to move freely without answering to anyone. Kim Tae-hyun casually sips his tea while explaining this. Hearing his bold stance, the president suddenly bursts into loud laughter. He is thoroughly impressed by Kim Tae-hyun's absolute confidence, so he makes an alternative proposal that might interest him. Instead of officially joining the guild, how about representing the country as a player in the major Asian Awakened tournament? This tournament is the perfect stage for Kim Tae-hyun to shock the world again. Each participating nation sends 5 elite representatives. They compete by hunting deadly demons and monsters. But earning a spot on the national team requires a massive amount of contribution points. A player must defeat countless high-ranking beasts to prove their worth. That is a massive hurdle for a brand new player like him. To catch up to veterans who have accumulated points for years, Kim Tae-hyun must hunt incredibly dangerous high-ranking demons. Even if he completely clears every standard dungeon in South Korea over the next month, it still won't be enough. To level up his contribution points at lightning speed, he needs something much riskier. There is only one option left. No matter how dangerous it gets, he has to dive straight into the abyss. Kim Tae-hyun boldly marches toward the dungeon gate. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, the furious chairman of the Tae-hyun group is taking out his rage on his trembling servants. His precious heir is currently hospitalized in critical condition, while the punk responsible for it is running around completely free. Right on cue, representatives from the notorious villain alliance arrive at his doorstep looking for an audience. Already in a murderous mood, the chairman curses in anger, but a sudden chilling demonic energy fills the entire room. Sadhu, the terrifying vice leader of the villain alliance, steps inside with a cold, malicious glare telling him to calm down. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun steps out of his latest dungeon conquest, only to find a guide waiting patiently for him. He is Park Jeon-woong, an A-class player outsourced by alchemists, tasked with escorting Kim Tae-hyun directly to the exclusive auction house. The guy is practically shaking with excitement, eagerly admitting he is a massive fan, which leaves Kim Tae-hyun completely speechless. They arrive at West Point, the largest and most prestigious auction house in Asia, featuring legendary items and top-tier security. While it boasts incredible features, its absolute best asset is its impenetrable security, keeping all client identities entirely confidential. For elite guild members attending the event, having a trusted escort is a strict and mandatory safety protocol. Because White Point constantly changes its coordinates, entering without official permission is completely impossible. Perhaps that is why, for decades, not a single security breach has ever occurred. Park Jeon-woong eagerly explains to Kim Tae-hyun how this place is widely considered the ultimate fortress of security. But today, this very location is about to face a devastating attack from an S-class demon. Or so Kim Tae-hyun secretly thinks. Over at the auction, the host introduces the Phoenix position item, while Kim Tae-hyun awaits the inevitable S-class raid to farm his merit points. The only problem is the massive lack of intel. The rumors before his regression only mention the total destruction of XP. The culprit behind it is an S-class demon named Narendra Nehru. But who actually defeated the beast? Back then, Kim Tae-hyun ponders this before calling Park Jeon-woong over to ask who is running security for the event. Before his friend can even answer, Japan's infamous S-class hunter Ryohei Isuka aggressively marches over with a large squad behind him. He is the man running the security detail. But Kim Tae-hyun needs to watch out. This guy will easily slaughter his own allies for profit. Other players call him a straight-up demon, Park Jeon-woong whispers nervously. Just then, Isuka reaches out to shake hands with Kim Tae-hyun. But the second Kim Tae-hyun grips his hand, a heavy surge of electricity shoots straight through his body. Isuka immediately starts laughing, in amusement, sending Kim Tae-hyun's temper through the roof. The crushing electric pressure even leaves the bystanders struggling to breathe. Fighting here will only get innocent bystanders killed, Kim Tae-hyun realizes as a cold sweat breaks out. Then Isuka suddenly lets go and pulls Kim Tae-hyun into a mock embrace, whispering directly into his ear. You do know, right, that being S-class does not mean we are on the same actual level. I have no clue what you were doing here, but stop playing games and beat it already. With that, Isuka smugly turns around and walks off, leaving Kim Tae-hyun fuming in silence. Meanwhile, 2 separate groups of Awakeners accidentally cross paths right outside the portal management office. The crew, led by that bald hunter, looks incredibly aggressive, brandishing their weapons and itching for a brutal fight to wipe out their rivals. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark hidden cave, the mysterious S-class hunter Narendra Nehru is practicing dark necromancy, attempting to tame and control his terrifying giant beast. Dead bodies lie scattered beneath his feet, the sickening stench of decay hanging heavy in the air. "Sir, things are getting complicated," a frantic subordinate reports. An unexpected powerhouse has just arrived at the auction, Korea's newest S-class hunter Kim Tae-hyun. "We absolutely did not anticipate this variable. How should we proceed with the next phase of our plan, master?" The panic-stricken lackeys ask from a distance. But Narendra Nehru remains completely unfazed, possessing absolute confidence in his own overwhelming dark magic. To him, the kid is nothing but an annoying bug. Nobody can ever hope to escape the righteous punishment of God, Narendra Nehru declares with a cold, menacing grin. Meanwhile, in a seaside high-rise, a massive explosion suddenly tears through the building, leaving everyone inside the conference room dead or severely injured. Park Ji-won screams in absolute terror as things spiral out of control. He urges Kim Tae-hyun to escape the auction house immediately. The attack has unfolded way faster than anyone could have ever predicted. Violent explosions rock every single corner of the facility, but Kim Tae-hyun quickly realizes this chaos is likely just a massive terrorist distraction. The S-class demon who masterminded this whole plot is still hiding in the shadows. But before he can hunt him down, Kim Tae-hyun has to handle the immediate threat. He watches the flames erupt, surrounded by deafening screams and total panic in the halls. Dust and smoke fill the air as heavy gunfire begins to ring out. The armed terrorists bark orders at the trembling crowd, demanding they drop their valuables on the floor immediately. They scream that anyone who tries to resist will get a bullet. But before the leader can even finish his threat, his head goes flying off his shoulders in a sudden bloody arc. Kim Tae-hyun stands there holding his blade, telling Park Ji-won to contact the Hunter Association immediately to bring in backup while he handles the active threat here. A dark, terrifying aura radiates from the Crimson Slayer blade in his hand as he prepares to clean house. Meanwhile, a ruthless band of rogue awakeners is violently suppressing the survivors to rob the high-value auction items. A brutal, bloody slaughter unfolds as they mercilessly butcher the security guards to clear a path to their prize. They finally lay hands on the unique grade Blood Phoenix treasure, the exact item Narendra Nehru ordered them to secure at all costs. Its potential effects are truly legendary. For high-tier hunters whose stats have completely plateaued, this relic offers an insane shortcut to break through their limits and ascend to a completely new tier of power. Now they just need to safely deliver it. The thieving leader gloats, thinking their mission is successfully complete, but fate has a much more violent plan in store. A massive blast suddenly erupts, throwing them backward through the air. The mysterious attacker has ambushed them out of nowhere. Using a flawless stealth skill, the unseen hunter ruthlessly cuts down the panic-stricken goons before they can even draw their weapons. The desperate leader manages to bind Kim Tae-hyun with a glowing light chain weapon, inwardly celebrating what he thinks is an easy victory. But he is totally out of his depth. With one casual flex, Kim Tae-hyun shatters the chains, instantly flashing a cold, ominous grin. He gazes toward them with a dark smirk. Back at the management office, near the auction house's teleport gate, everyone is currently free, bound hand and foot, completely suppressed by monsters. Narendra Nehru, the leader of MU, is incredibly satisfied that things are going much smoother than he expected. The summoning of that entity will proceed without a hitch. Now he just needs to get the Phoenix blood, and everything belongs to him. Before he can finish, a subordinate bursts in to report that Daiki's group found the Phoenix blood but is currently facing some trouble. Over the other side of the line, Kim Tae-hyun's powerful voice rings out boldly, declaring himself as the one who snatched the product. Phoenix blood right out of Daiki's hands. He tells them if they want it back, come find him immediately because he will be waiting right there. Enraged by this S-class bastard, Narendra Nehru fumes with pure fury, his eyes filled with dark intent as he vows to slaughter Kim Tae-hyun. Back at the auction house, bodies lie scattered everywhere. Kim Tae-hyun eagerly chugs down the Phoenix blood. Looking at the vial in his hands, Kim Tae-hyun feels an incredible surge of power. It worked perfectly. Both his physical strength and magic power have increased significantly. Staring at his glowing stats, he realizes the Phoenix blood is truly in a league of its own, with effects that are simply unmatched. Even back in the dungeon when he equipped the Ring of the Wise, his stats did not receive a boost as massive as this. Kim Tae-hyun grins with deep satisfaction. Now that he has completely finished the Phoenix blood, that S-class bastard won't find anything left to steal. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo nearby. Ryohei approaches with a completely expressionless face, accompanied by a group of his subordinate guards. Taking in the gruesome scene of bodies scattered all over, one henchman steps forward to inspect the dead, asking if there are any survivors. Another guard, breaking into a cold sweat, notes that a call was made to the security headquarters earlier, but now everything is like this, meaning the culprit must have already escaped. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle rings out asking what on earth they are talking about and if they are even paying attention. The guards gasp in utter confusion as a dark calculating expression and a wicked grin appear on his face. He softly says that the mastermind behind this massacre is standing right in front of them, his voice echoing through the dark basement. He shouts that he knows Kim Tae-hyun is here, demanding he reveal himself. Suddenly, legs glowing with a vibrant purple light step forward. Kim Tae-hyun reveals himself amidst the purple light, questioning how he was detected when his stealth skill was supposed to be active, and asking how the man figured it out. Standing face to face, Ryohei demands in an arrogant tone that he drop the act. He asks what a newly promoted S-class like him is doing sneaking around in stealth, demanding to know if this entire disaster is his doing. Kim Tae-hyun responds with a cold attitude, asking what he is even saying. As the security chief of this grand auction house, how can he question him when terrorists openly invaded, attacked the bidders, and slaughtered them all while the security chief was nowhere to be found? Ryohei replies with a devious smirk, stating that he obviously had his own reasons and there is no need for him to understand. Kim Tae-hyun narrows his eyes at him. It makes perfect sense now because he already found it strange that so many high-ranking guards were guarding every single corner. Reaching into his pocket, Kim Tae-hyun notes that every spot was watched, yet right before the terrorists attacked, multiple bombs suddenly detonated throughout the auction room. He deduces that to plant explosives in such highly specific areas, someone inside must have assisted them from the inside. And sure enough, the bombs detonated the exact moment the terrorists launched their assault. As he speaks, a glowing blade hilt slowly emerges from Kim Tae-hyun's pocket. He mockingly remarks how incredibly convenient and perfectly timed it all was. He commends the veteran S-class, adding that absolutely nobody would expect the security chief to be a double agent helping terrorists. Ryohei lowers his head, letting out a sinister chuckle. He speaks as a brilliant golden light begins to envelop his entire body. He calls Kim Tae-hyun clever but incredibly foolish, reminding him of his earlier warning to just stay out of his way. With that, Ryohei vanishes instantly, leaving only golden trails. Kim Tae-hyun tightens his grip on his dagger, raising his guard to defend. Suddenly, Ryohei reappears with a weapon drawn, but Kim Tae-hyun is fully prepared, swiftly parrying the explosive incoming strike. He demands the item be handed over immediately, his face contorted with malice. Kim Tae-hyun just smirks while holding his ground, mocking him. He dares Ryohei to try and take it by force. The two clash violently, unleashing blinding golden waves of energy all around. The battle intensifies as they move like white blurs, showering intense sparks. Shrapnel rains down and nearby objects are sliced cleanly in half. The guards panic, shouting that they need to retreat immediately since they cannot possibly interfere in a clash between two S-class hunters. Moreover, Ryohei's ruthless reputation is known to everyone. If they remain standing here, they could easily lose their lives. He has even executed his own comrades in arms without a second thought. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun unleashes multiple high-level skills to strike. Kim Tae-hyun begins to feel a bit skeptical, realizing Ryohei's fighting style is quite different from what he previously knew. His attacks and counterattacks are incredibly unique. While Kim Tae-hyun relies entirely on instinct and the immediate battlefield situation to strike his opponent, uses sharp predictions and subtle sound cues to adapt. The man is no pushover, showing an eerie ability to read every movement and counter with a perfect strike. Suddenly, a blinding golden flash streaks across, catching Kim Tae-hyun completely off guard. Suddenly, Ryohei Isaka launches a devastating surprise attack, throwing Tae-hyun back. His arm gets pretty badly injured and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. He realizes that even though they are both S-rank players with similar movement skills, actual combat creates a massive gap in their abilities. Either way, Tae-hyun suddenly leaps straight up. The surrounding henchmen gasp in absolute surprise at his unexpected move. They yell in shock, pointing upward. Tae-hyun's hand reaches out like a demon from hell, not even needing to use his predation skill yet. The panicked grunts are violently pulled into the air, screaming in agony as his demonic hands lock on and manipulate their bodies. He ruthlessly crushes them amidst their horrific cries, displaying terrifying power. Tae-hyun then demands to know where the demon samurai is hiding. A sinister laugh echoes around them. The voice praises his combat skills but mocks him for thinking he could hide in this messy terrain. With so many obstacles around, tracking him by sound was incredibly easy. Ryohei Isaka is actually clinging to the ceiling above. Now that his prey is fully exposed, Ryohei Isaka plans to return the favor with a brutal, crushing strike from above. He unleashes his demon sword directly at Tae-hyun's head, his eyes glowing deep red as he lunges downward. Tae-hyun barely manages to defend against the impact. Nearby, two masked guards on the lower floor instantly flee in sheer terror. Ryohei Isaka crashes right through the floor, sending debris flying everywhere as a blinding light pierces deep into the basement. He pins Tae-hyun down, pointing his blade at his chest, but suddenly panics, wondering how on earth his demon sword is blocked. Tae-hyun just smirks. Glowing chains erupt from his hands, tightly binding the enemy's weapon and sealing his movements completely. He laughs and mocks Ryohei Isaka, telling him there is still a massive gap between S ranks, you absolute idiot. Ryohei Isaka is left in complete disbelief. He realizes that the bastard did not reveal himself earlier, just to make a quick escape. He deliberately baited the attack to draw him in, having already prepared those glowing chains beforehand. Once the strike landed, Tae-hyun completely locked down his movements to prevent any chance of escape. Tae-hyun winds up a devastating punch loaded with glowing chains, asking him where he thinks he can possibly run now. Ryohei Isaka screams in absolute horror, unable to accept his defeat as the chain-wrapped fist flies straight toward him. The heavy fist hits him square in the face, breaking his jaw and sending him flying through the shattered concrete floors. Inside the ruined auction house, a battered Ryohei Isaka and his henchmen are forced to their knees before Tae-hyun. Bound tightly by the glowing chains, the grunts look completely broken and drained of their strength. They glare up with helpless fury, desperately struggling against their glowing bonds, but they cannot find a way to break free. Ryohei Isaka kneels there in the glowing chains, still glaring with defiant eyes, completely refusing to yield to his captor. His face twists with bitter hatred as he grits his teeth, staring up at the man standing right in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun stands over him with a victorious smirk, while Ryohei Isaka roars out his name in pure burning rage. Tae-hyun looks down on him with utter contempt, mocking a ranked Japanese S-class for ending up as a mere accomplice to thieves. Unable to stomach such a humiliating insult, Ryohei Isaka's expression turns incredibly dark and his eyes fill with madness. He lunges forward, screaming that Tae-hyun ruined his entire plan, but a heavy boot suddenly slams directly into his face. The brutal kick sends him flying across the floor, gasping in agony as he crashes heavily into the surrounding rubble. Tae-hyun coldly tells him to shut up and accept his defeat, but then he pauses, looking at the loyal henchmen. They are all staring in absolute panic and terror at the spot where their master was thrown, completely trembling with fear. They cry out in deep worry and distress, desperately asking if Master Ryohei Isaka is still alright. Tae-hyun glares at them, demanding they start talking and reveal exactly where their leader Narendra Nehru is hiding. Battered and bruised on the shattered floor, Ryohei Isaka lies with his eyes closed as Tae-hyun's cold voice echoes over him. He points out that talking might get them a lighter sentence, but honestly, it doesn't really matter either way. The top hunter guilds have already been alerted and are rushing to the auction house as we speak. Once they arrive, both Ryohei Isaka and Narendra Nehru will be completely finished. Hearing this, the beaten man just chuckles. He calls Tae-hyun an incredibly naive rookie, sneering at the idea that those guilds are actually coming to help him. Tae-hyun's jaw drops in shock. Just then, frantic footsteps echo down the corridor and the heavy door swings wide open. Everyone stops working. They stare at the newly opened door in absolute shock. A heavy-set man suddenly rushes into the room. He wears round glasses, a long gray beard, and silver hair. He desperately rushes toward the flashing electronic screens. Sweat drips from his face. Gasping for breath from running so fast, he screams in a panicked, desperate voice. Where are the support teams? Why haven't they arrived at the Dawn auction house yet? This panicked man is a guild official. Inside, the 4th-ranked Alchemist Guild leader, Seo Sang-ik, looks at the two men sitting across from him, one young, one old, analyzing the current crisis. Do you guys realize how many rare priceless items are being kept inside that auction house right now? Not to mention all the S-class VIP guests attending. We have high-profile targets from Korea and all over the globe in there. If our top guilds do not step in to help immediately, it is over. The auction house will not stand a chance against these ruthless terrorists. The older man, sporting an eye patch and a well-groomed beard, remains incredibly calm. He keeps a level head and tells the guild leader to relax. Please calm down, he says. We are already fully aware of the situation. The moment the terror attack began, high-priority emergency alerts were broadcasted to every major guild in the country, rallying their forces. They have already assembled a massive backup team. Leading the charge is none other than the legendary S-class player, Park Sung-jin. He is accompanied by several other top-tier S-class hunters, forming an absolute powerhouse. The image of this formidable strike force flashes in his mind. Hearing this, Seo Sang-ik panics, a heavy bead of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He is completely taken aback by the sudden news. Then why have they not moved out yet? If there is any issue, just let us know, and our guild will fully support them with everything we have. But the man shakes his head. That is not the issue here. While everything else is ready, we are facing one major roadblock we cannot solve. No matter what we try, there is currently no physical way for our backup forces to actually get inside the auction house. He slams his fist onto the table, his eyes blazing with anger. Seeing this, Seo Sang-ik grows even more anxious, drenched in nervous sweat. He stammers in shock. What do you mean? The younger man with his long hair tied back neatly sighs, explaining that the terrorists planned everything. The moment they struck, they immediately secure the teleportation gate control room, taking over the entire network in a flash. They seize total control, and now every single portal leading into the auction venue has been completely locked down and shut off. Seo Sang-ik cannot believe it. The gates are completely locked. Yes, but the young man tells him not to panic just yet. He maintains a remarkably calm demeanor, pointing out that two highly capable S-class players are already inside the building. Those players are Ryohei Isaka and Kim Tae-hyun. Ryohei's sinister cold expression flashes in his mind, wielding a glowing razor-sharp blade. Although Tae-hyun is a newly promoted S-class rookie, his raw combat prowess is top tier. On the other side, the Raiders only have one leader. Their commander is Narendra Nehru, another S-class threat. Kim Tae-hyun appears on screen with amber eyes and a smirk enveloped in a dangerous red aura. The man is absolutely confident they just need to wait for their technicians to forge a brand new gateway connecting to the site. Surely those two S-class powerhouses can easily hold off the terrorists and buy enough time for the backup team to arrive. All we can do right now is wait for the tech crew to bypass the system lock. It is a waiting game. But their opponent, Narendra Nehru, is a total monster. As those words echo, a pair of black high heels steps into the room. The men spin around in absolute shock, their eyes locking onto the figure, standing confidently at the doorway. Guild leader Yu Ah-young. Why is she here? A cold-faced woman with a sharp, short haircut and a sleek black suit steps into the office. Meanwhile, back at the Dawn auction house, Ryohei Isaka and his mercenaries find themselves completely bound by glowing high-voltage energy chains. Ryohei is forced to his knees right in front of Kim Tae-hyun. Looking up, Ryohei sneers mockingly, "There is one crucial thing you forgot. Narendra Nehru is a demon contractor and his skill is terrifying. You are going to die a brutal death before you even know it." Tae-hyun raises an eyebrow, asking what a devil contract skill even means. Ryohei simply smirks, enjoying his own twisted sense of superiority. He explains that Nehru can summon monstrous beasts directly from the demon realm, and the tier of the summon depends on the sacrifice. With enough offerings, he can call forth high-ranking devils. Do you honestly think a weakling like you can stand against that kind of power? A high-rank summon is unstoppable. In Ryohei's mind, images of hideous mountain-sized demons tearing through reality flash by. Tae-hyun is momentarily taken aback, asking if Nehru is seriously planning to make human sacrifices to summon those things. Ryohei lets out a dark, eerie chuckle, his face clouded in shadow. Yes, because what the demon realm hungers for most is souls. And those sacrifices you are so confused about are living, breathing human beings. Back at the guild office, Yu Ah-young says the same. The room falls dead silent as the guild members process Yu Ah-young's terrifying revelation, paralyzed by sheer raw dread. Even the bearded elder stammers out in absolute shock. "What did you just say?" The other guild leaders demand answers in panic. She explains that the auction house is packed with low-level players and hostages. That is an endless supply of fresh souls for his ritual. Nehru can easily use them to summon a high-rank archdevil. Plus, he is an S-class powerhouse with highly skilled mercenary underlings. Seo Sang-ik completely loses his composure, jumping out of his seat and shouting in sheer terror as the reality sinks in. This is a disaster. He's going to execute every single hostage for the summon. We must act now. We never predicted this. Yu Ah-young's deep emerald eyes grow incredibly dark. She nods grimly, agreeing that a total catastrophe is about to unfold. The Dawn auction house is about to turn into a complete graveyard. Cut back to Tae-hyun grabbing Ryohei by the collar. Rising from the ground, he raises a fist toward Ryohei Isaka. Kim Tae-hyun's face is twisted with pure burning rage. How could a scumbag like him treat humans as mere sacrifices? But Ryohei Isaka only laughs louder, his grin turning wicked. He mockingly tells Kim Tae-hyun that even though he won this round, he can never stop the grand plans of Narendra Nehru. The outcome is already set, so he might as well surrender. If Kim Tae-hyun unties him now and begs on his knees, maybe he will get mercy. He even offers to make Kim Tae-hyun his underling, causing the young hero's expression to darken further with intense disgust. Ryohei Isaka cackles loudly, warning him that if he chooses to fight Narendra Nehru, his soul will only end up sacrificed to the demon world. His sinister laughter echoes through the air as Kim Tae-hyun slams him hard against the wall, raising his fist to strike. A blood-red sun hangs over the Aurora auction house. Outside, violent ocean waves crash endlessly against the shore with white foam. Inside, thousands of hostages are kneeling in fear, while terrifying demonic beasts glare down at them from above, ready to strike. From high above, a mysterious figure gazes down at the captives. A masked underling quickly approaches him to deliver some urgent news. He speaks to the long-bearded man with dark bloodshot eyes standing before him, reporting that their ally Ryohei Isaka seems to have failed. The masked servant adds that they have searched everywhere but cannot find any trace of him, and the Blood Phoenix is missing too. Asking for their next move, the underling waits as Narendra Nehru merely lets out a cold, indifferent laugh at the news. He shrugs it off, noting that an S-rank player has entered the field but dismisses the hero as a mere rat who cannot do anything. He knows they are just waiting for guild reinforcements, but with all gates sealed shut, escape is impossible. Black light gathers. Dark, shadowy energy erupts from his hand, wrapping around the kneeling hostages and lifting them high into the air. The remaining captives scream in sheer terror, watching in horror as a girl is choked by an invisible, suffocating grip. Narendra Nehru casually manipulates the dark energy, ruthlessly torturing the helpless hostages as they can only scream in absolute agony. They cry out in deep pain, but the villain remarks that if the S-rank rat does not show up, they will proceed anyway. He keeps tightening his grip, unleashing even more dark energy as he declares the demon world will soon feast on premium souls. At this moment, Narendra Nehru looks like a true devil. His pitch-black eyes carry a sinister crimson gleam. His dark smile radiates pure malice, while a thick, ominous aura wraps around him. But wait, here's where things take a turn. Suddenly, the entire building goes pitch black. The sudden darkness sends a wave of panic through the terrified hostages. The masked guards immediately tense up, demanding to know why the power cut out when they already secure the generator. Without electricity, none of their torture devices or machinery will work. Narendra Nehru looks around, his glowing red eyes narrowing in suspicion. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes his sacrifices are completely gone. How did they vanish in a split second? Standing in the empty space where the hostages just were, he feels a sudden chill. The dark ropes hold nothing but air. In a flash, Tae-hyun lunges from the shadows behind him, unleashing a glowing light chain to strike him down. The heavy light-infused fist aims straight for Narendra Nehru, who barely reacts as the dazzling chains close in. Tae-hyun manipulates the powerful light chains with deadly precision, sending them whipping forward to completely crush Narendra Nehru. But Narendra Nehru is fast, swiftly dodging each strike as Tae-hyun presses forward with relentless speed. He attempts to bind the villain with his glowing chains, forcing Narendra Nehru to leap backward to avoid being captured. The demon-like villain growls in sheer frustration, his face contorting with rage at being pushed back by a mere human. Tae-hyun smirks, highly satisfied with that reaction as his body erupts with even brighter, blinding light energy. He declares he has him cornered, but a bizarre, sickening sound suddenly echoes from right behind Narendra Nehru. A giant grotesque tentacle, with 3 golden eyes and razor-sharp teeth, suddenly bursts out from the villain's back. The horrifying appendage begins spewing intense, blazing orange flames, causing Tae-hyun's eyes to widen in complete disbelief. He stands frozen, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding as even more massive tentacles begin sprouting from the villain. The fanged beasts open their mouths wide with sharp claws, charging up massive fireballs that easily destroy Tae-hyun's surrounding light chains. A devastating explosion rocks the entire area, unleashing a massive wave of black smoke and roaring flames everywhere. Debris flies through the air as Tae-hyun barely manages to dodge the blast, dropping to one knee to catch his breath. Staring directly into the raging inferno, he catches sight of a dark silhouette standing calmly with several writhing tentacles moving behind its back. He wonders if there is an actual demon hiding behind this man. How on earth can someone possess such monstrous strength? The villain stands completely unharmed amidst the raging fire, looking as if he and the intense flames have fully merged into one. He slowly looks at the hero, asking if he is the famous S-rank awakener Tae-hyun who came to save the day. Did they say us? Voices echo from behind, making Tae-hyun freeze and turn around to see the hostages. Held captive by Narendra Nehru, they look at Tae-hyun like he is their absolute savior, rushing toward him like crazy. Hoping for a rescue, they beg him to untie them quickly before those ruthless bandits can come back inside. They promise him a massive reward, but before they can even finish, Tae-hyun waves his hand, trapping them in chains of light. He lifts them into a glowing white ring because they are just too distracting, sending them screaming into the air. While they panic, Tae-hyun suddenly senses something moving fast in his direction. He quickly shifts his gaze upward. Overhead, a massive horde of bizarre demons with razor-sharp claws and glowing red eyes are swooping down on him. The beasts slam hard into the ground, right where he stood, completely surrounding the area in a chaotic frenzy. Suddenly, a massive pillar of bright light erupts outward, blasting dirt and heavy debris in every direction. The confused demons scan the dust storm with their glowing red eyes, trying to figure out where Tae-hyun is hiding. Before they can spot him through the haze, brilliant streaks of light suddenly flash right before their eyes. Those overlapping lines of light are the devastating trails left by Tae-hyun as he swings his sword. Armed with his razor-sharp blade and glowing chains of light, he leaps into the air to strike down the monsters. The creatures down below stand absolutely no chance, getting sliced into bloody pieces by his relentless blade. As blood scatters, that familiar veiny hand appears again. Up in the air, Tae-hyun hovers like a monster. He looks down at the shredded remains of his enemies, his face replaced by a terrifying skull. Up on the upper level, the remaining demons go absolutely wild, baring their fangs with glowing red eyes. They roar in absolute fury as a hairy beast with 4 glowing eyes lets out a horrifying hellish screech. Its scream grows louder and darker. But get this, the sliced remains of the fallen demons suddenly begin to twitch. They piece themselves back together, turning even more aggressive and leap straight at Kim Tae-hyun once again. Completely caught off guard by this twist, Kim Tae-hyun can only gasp before a massive explosion erupts. He vanishes entirely from sight. A thick cloud of dark smoke rises right where he was standing just seconds ago. Narendra Nehru and the monsters below all fix their eyes on the heavy black smoke, searching for signs of life. From his high vantage point, Narendra Nehru sneers, warning Kim Tae-hyun not to think defeating him would be that easy. He boasts about his demon contract skill, which uses sacrifices to summon high-tier monsters instead of weak minions. The villain swells with pride, absolutely convinced that his summoning skill is invincible and completely unmatched. A smug, highly satisfied smile spreads across his face as he enjoys the feeling of having absolute control. He claims these monsters are all S-rank caliber, made even more lethal by his own personal buffing skill. Powered up by their master, the beasts charge forward with insane speed, closing in on a struggling Kim Tae-hyun. He explains that by sharing his own mana, these monsters have evolved to a completely different level of power. The creatures attack with absolute fury, quickly draining Kim Tae-hyun's energy as he desperately tries to hold them off. Seeking a quick end, Narendra Nehru pumps even more power into his evolved pets to speed up their assault. Overwhelmed, Kim Tae-hyun gets slammed hard into the tiled floor, shattering the stone under the brute force. Narendra Nehru mockingly commends him for defeating Ryohei Isuka, watching with deep satisfaction as his opponent falls. But facing him means certain death. He sneers as Kim Tae-hyun slowly collapses, spitting out fresh blood. Narendra Nehru wears a triumphant smirk, convinced he has broken an S-rank awakened. Suddenly, another massive blast echoes. Thick smoke and shattered debris fly everywhere. Watching in horror, the hostages see the monsters dive into the dust. Terrified, the bound prisoners begin to panic, shouting that their only hope has now been completely defeated. One of them yells out in anger, complaining that he should have untied them first instead of fighting alone. Now they are all paying the price when they could have helped him fight off those monsters together. "You are totally wrong about that," a middle-aged hostage speaks up, making everyone turn their heads in surprise. He tells the group to look closely, pointing out that the monsters are completely ignoring them because of Kim Tae-hyun. The realization hits them all. Neither the beasts nor the masked thugs are paying any attention to the hostages anymore. Their entire focus is locked on Kim Tae-hyun, who refuses to run away despite being heavily cornered. He might just be buying time for other guilds to arrive, and Kim Tae-hyun grips his blade ready for more. Using his last bit of fading strength, he fights the swarming monsters. Meanwhile, the tied-up hostages are watching him in absolute disbelief. After hearing the older man explain his actions, they can barely process it. The middle-aged man continues to speak with absolute certainty. The sacrifices captured by that old bastard have been freed. Flashbacks show the terrifying scene of captives chained up high waiting to be offered up. Kim Tae-hyun saved every single one of them. Recalling that horrific scene, the older man begins to shake uncontrollably. Hot tears pour down his face as he chokes up. He asks with a trembling voice, did he really charge in to draw the monsters away, keeping the captives safe? All this was done to buy us time. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is covered in deep gashes, looking absolutely battered. Blood drenches his body, yet he still grips his blade, forcing himself to stand. Seeing this, the bound hostages feel incredibly ashamed of their own selfish thoughts. They burst into tears, crying out that they did not understand. They scream out, "Keep going, Kim Tae-hyun. We believe you can win, so please hang in there." They cheer with all their might. Suddenly, his light chains surge back to life, blazing with immense power. The glowing chains wrap tightly around the monsters' necks. The wild beasts thrash, desperate to break free. Kim Tae-hyun launches his counterattack, leaping into the air to crush the bound beasts with one devastating, earth-shaking finishing blow. His eyes snap wide. He bellows, "Shut up, you idiots. You'll draw the monsters right here." The hostages freeze in absolute shock as realization hits them. Someone gasps out, "Oh no, what did we just do?" Narendra Nehru stands back, completely unfazed, flanked by a massive fire-breathing tentacle beast, watching the chaotic battle unfold. He watches a wave of beasts charge toward the bloody hunter. Kim Tae-hyun stands on a pile of dead corpses, yet despite his brutal wounds, he refuses to back down, glaring at the oncoming swarm before letting out an absolute roar. He screams at the horde, "No matter how strong you bastards are, I will destroy you. Come at me." The hostages scream in absolute terror. "Watch out." They plead for Kim Tae-hyun to be careful as the monsters close in. Narendra Nehru laughs, a cold, evil laugh. He mocks them, how incredibly touching, playing the hero until the very end. Bloodstained but resolute, Kim Tae-hyun yells, "Hang in there, Park Jun-won. This will be over soon, you can do it." Narendra Nehru freezes instantly. His sinister eyes narrow in sudden confusion. What on earth did the hunter just say? He snaps his gaze toward the door. A shadow has just appeared. Who is that? He can barely believe it. When did this bastard get here? Right on cue, Park Ji-won steps up, ready to unleash his absolute best skill. Blinding light erupts from his palms. Park Ji-won channels every single ounce of his power into this ultimate move. He screams, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Kim Tae-hyun, I am ending this right now." Then we cut away. Ryohei Iseka lies defeated. Glowing chains bind him tightly over a pile of broken rubble as he gasps for air. Park Ji-won stares in absolute shock. He points at Ryohei Iseka, unable to believe what he is seeing. He asks Kim Tae-hyun, "These guys belong to Narendra Nehru, but did you seriously take them down all by yourself?" Kim Tae-hyun calmly nods. Their footsteps quicken as they rush forward, speaking in hurried, hushed tones. They run and plan. Park Ji-won mutters, "I was only gone for a minute. How did things get this bad?" But Kim Tae-hyun cuts him off. "No time to talk. We already took control of the gate management room. That bastard is using the hostages inside to summon monsters," he explains, laying out the grim situation. "Now we face both beasts and bandits. The bandits are easy," he says, glancing at Park Ji-won. "But if we ignore the monsters, those hostages are done. And honestly, they are already on their knees. Red-eyed beasts are watching them closely. In the worst-case scenario, they all die." Park Ji-won panics at the thought. Desperate, he asks what they should do. Kim Tae-hyun answers calmly, "Now we rely on your skill." Park Ji-won stammers in pure disbelief, "My gate-controlling skill, I can do it, but I need coordinates first. I have to know their exact location to target them properly. It is not as simple as it looks." He asks skeptically, "Do you want me to link the gate to summon other guilds for backup?" Kim Tae-hyun looks dead serious. "Not quite," he says. "What I actually want to do right now is wipe out the beasts." Instantly, 1, 2, 3, and then dozens of gates snap open, releasing a blinding radiance. The light intensifies. A massive gravitational pull drags the monsters toward the rifts, leaving them completely helpless. They can only growl in vain. The vortex grows even stronger, swallowing the beasts whole by the dozen. Narendra Nehru looks down from above, utterly unable to believe the terrifying power of the gate. How is this possible? Rage consumes him. He roars out in frustration as the gate expands, carving open a massive pitch-black void. Hordes of monsters get dragged straight into the abyss. Meanwhile, Park Ji-won steps forward. Having just stepped through the circular portal, he stares upward in shock, recalling how Tae-hyun promised to sweep the monsters away. At first, he doubted if such a wild plan could ever succeed. Sweat drips down his face as he stares in disbelief. But seeing this, all his doubts instantly vanish. He stands right behind Kim Tae-hyun, who remains completely motionless before the gate. Thoughts continue to race through Park Ji-won's mind. Now that the monster horde is gone, only one enemy remains on the field. That bastard Narendra Nehru is the final obstacle. He prays Tae-hyun can take him down and save everyone. Suddenly, Tae-hyun glances back. He calls out to Park Ji-won, who flinches slightly at the sudden shout. Tae-hyun tells him his job here is finally finished. Things are about to get dangerous, so he needs to take the survivors and escape right now. Park Ji-won panics. His composure shatters as he demands to know why he should run. He insists he can fight, but Tae-hyun just smiles. He calmly tells him his work is done. Facing an S rank is simply too much. He needs to go. Tae-hyun stomps his foot down, shattering the concrete. Get ready, because the real battle is finally kicking off. Gripping his steel chains, Tae-hyun glances at the enemies, telling Park Ji-won he cannot protect anyone while focusing on this fight. He needs to go all out. Right then, Narendra Nehru steps forward, barking a furious threat directly at Tae-hyun. Clasping his hands together, Tae-hyun chuckles and tells the old bastard to bring it on. Behind him, Park Ji-won hesitates. Overwhelmed with worry, Park Ji-won quickly gathers the survivors, shouting for everyone to follow his lead and run towards safety. Watching them go, Tae-hyun breathes a sigh of relief as the evacuation begins. The stage is finally cleared. Glancing back up at the old villain, he declares it is just the two of them now before launching forward with everything he has. He streaks across the battlefield, stopping right in front of Narendra Nehru. The old tyrant grins, completely drunk on bloodlust. Narendra Nehru mocks him, asking if he truly believes all S ranks are created equal, as wild flames begin swirling around his hands. He roars out, challenging the kid to survive this as a massive wave of fire erupts along his arm. Pointing his finger directly at Tae-hyun, Narendra Nehru unleashes the raging inferno, commanding the flames to consume his opponent. He declares the brat's life ends today. As the flames crash down, Tae-hyun is forced to raise his arms in defense. A massive explosion. Dust settles, and Narendra Nehru summons two vicious demons with razor-sharp teeth to finish him off. The tyrant sneers, shouting that even if he saved those hostages and trapped his monsters, it changes absolutely nothing. Tae-hyun is blasted backward, coughing up blood as the devastating impact of the S-rank magic tears through his body. Narendra Nehru mocks him, claiming none of his petty tricks will ever be enough. He raises both hands, channeling dark, terrifying beasts. Standing over the fallen hunter, the tyrant declares that this battle can only end with his own absolute victory. Tae-hyun rests quietly amid the smoking rubble as Narendra Nehru continues to hurl insults, asking how he dared test his patience. He screams that insulting the divine demands the ultimate punishment. Narendra Nehru's eyes glow a menacing crimson as he grinds his teeth. He is destined to be sacrificed. Behind them, the glowing eyes of summoned beasts lock onto Tae-hyun. But Tae-hyun slowly pushes himself up, chuckling softly. He tells the old bastard he talks way too much. Blood drips down his chin. A confident grin remains as he asks if the tyrant really thought it would be that easy. Narendra Nehru's eyes widen in absolute shock. And get this, Tae-hyun suddenly unleashes a terrifying swirling crimson energy. This mysterious crimson energy surges directly toward the villain, violently shattering and tearing apart every single piece of rubble in its path. Debris flies everywhere. Narendra Nehru stands frozen, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. He roars out in confusion, staring at the kid who is casually controlling this storm with a single outstretched hand. He wonders if the boy had been holding back this entire time, hiding his true monstrous capabilities from the start. Suddenly, Narendra Nehru bursts into a maniacal laugh, prompting Tae-hyun to look up in confusion. The tyrant spreads his arms wide. His raw presence is so intense that the surrounding energy refuses to even touch him. He refuses to back down. Clasping his hands to focus his own magic, he yells that hiding his strength won't change Tae-hyun's ultimate fate. He will still become a sacrifice, and Narendra Nehru intends to claim that powerful physical vessel for himself once it's over. He sneers, asking the brat if he honestly thought he was the only one holding back his true power. Tae-hyun gasps in sudden shock. Sweating profusely, his eyes dart to the side as if catching sight of something absolutely terrifying. Even as his hand remains outstretched to channel his power, he turns his head to find the hostages he previously rescued standing right there. They are stunned to see him here, and then pure chaos erupts. Screams echo as one of their bodies begins to horribly burn to ashes. Cruel shrieks of agony fill the air as their flesh rapidly disintegrates. Tae-hyun watches in absolute disbelief, entirely unable to comprehend the horror. He demands to know what is happening. Meanwhile, the victim's fresh blood pools on Narendra Nehru's back, forming a chilling shape. The blood takes the shape of a crimson wine glass as Narendra Nehru chants, declaring that all sacrifices will now be offered to the gods. The chalice of blood overflows as he begs his deity to look down on them. A heavy, terrifying pressure completely suffocates the room. Narendra Nehru prays aloud, demanding his gods support his loyal disciple and ruthlessly punish those who dare insult their sacred faith. Tae-hyun looks up, clearly overwhelmed and shaken. Narendra Nehru keeps his hands firmly joined, bowing his head to continue his dark ritual. A strange green energy suddenly erupts, completely swallowing Tae-hyun's crimson aura. From that toxic light, a monstrous beast slowly bares its jagged, vicious fangs. This is the legendary S-rank bone dragon. This insane clash takes place right inside one of the tallest skyscrapers in the entire city. A massive dark plume of smoke billows out of the structure, casting a terrifying shadow across the sky. The sheer scale of it is unreal. The beautiful glass facade of the modern tower is completely blown apart. Meanwhile, Park Ji-won stands protectively in front of the freed hostages. A group of hostile bandits blocks their escape route. Park Ji-won and the survivors break into a cold sweat, visibly trembling in fear. Yet he still tries to calm the crowd, muttering in frustration that these persistent bastards are still waiting for them outside. The masked thugs carry heavy weapons over their shoulders. Their leader wonders aloud how these weaklings managed to escape their boss's chamber. He suspects that something terrible must have happened back there. But the other bandits quickly shrug it off with smug grins. They sneer that these are just weak civilians they can easily eliminate. But before they can even move, they suddenly scream in agonizing pain. The bandits clutch their faces, hacking up blood as they writhe on the floor. Park Ji-won stands there frozen in absolute confusion. The survivors watch in shock as the screaming bandits slowly crumble into ash. Right before disintegrating, the thugs gasp out in terror. They cry out, demanding to know what is happening to their bodies. Park Ji-won frowns, looking up with growing dread as the ceiling cracks. Debris suddenly rains down on them, sending the crowd into a wild panic. Park Ji-won looks around, demanding to know what is going on. Glancing out the shattered glass, he sees massive boulders plummeting to the ground. He screams, asking what on earth is causing this violent earthquake. His desperate cries are completely drowned out by the noise. Cut back to the main fight, and Tae-hyun is seriously struggling right now. The massive S-rank bone dragon lunges forward, completely overpowering Tae-hyun and sending him hurtling helplessly through the empty air. He plunges deeper and deeper into the abyss with the beast hot on his heels. Massive boulders crash down right alongside him. Standing high above, Narendra Nehru unleashes a wave of toxic green fire across the floor, laughing like an absolute maniac. He screams out that the power of a dragon is truly on a whole different level compared to anything else. Falling rapidly, Tae-hyun grits his teeth, knowing he's in deep trouble. Suddenly, a thick metal chain wraps tightly around his arm. He whips the chain forward, shattering the thick glass of the skyscraper. The heavy links instantly snap taut under the immense pressure. The impact tears a massive hole in the wall, exposing the endless drop outside. He is nearly sucked straight out into the open sky. Tae-hyun desperately digs his boots into the crumbling floor, fighting the violent wind with every single ounce of his remaining strength. His body drops low, hovering barely inches above the cold ground as he braces his hands flat against the shaking floor. Catching his breath, he wonders what kind of insane power this monster possesses. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. Towering right in front of him is the beast, radiating a terrifying toxic green aura that threatens to swallow him whole. It lunges straight for his face, causing his mind to freeze for a split second. Narendra Nehru is riding the beast. The villain charges forward on his monster, successfully slamming into Tae-hyun and sending him crashing heavily through the concrete wall. The wall completely crumbles. Tae-hyun is thrown outside into the open air, screaming as shards of concrete rain down around him. But Narendra Nehru and his dragon refuse to let him go diving after him while shouting for the foolish bastard to die. Suddenly, Tae-hyun's powers surge back to life. Fueled by pure rage, he rushes forward with a deafening roar, reaching his hand out. He aims directly at Narendra Nehru and the beast, unleashing a burst of raw energy that instantly forces the massive dragon back. He sneers, asking if his opponent really thought a dragon would be enough to beat him. But the monster quickly retaliates. It opens its massive jaws, releasing an incredibly devastating blast of energy that surges directly toward Tae-hyun once more. He stands frozen, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of the incoming attack. A split second later, a catastrophic explosion erupts. The blast violently shakes the heavens and the vast ocean, turning everything in the vicinity into flying debris amidst absolute chaos. And that beast keeps flying straight ahead, a massive wave of green energy blanketing the entire area. He stands high up on it and says he never expected this. Narendra Nehru looks down at Kim Tae-hyun, who is shackled hand and foot to the wall, mocking how he survived such a brutal attack. The heavy chains from earlier are now tightly wrapped around Kim Tae-hyun's limbs, pinning him firmly to the cold wall. Despite surviving that intense clash, he hasn't kicked the bucket yet. He just lifts his exhausted head, gasping heavily for breath. Kim Tae-hyun lets his head droop, completely immobilized by the chains. He lets out a low, frustrated growl filled with absolute resentment. While cursing Narendra in his mind, Kim Tae-hyun looks like a tiny speck, almost like a small accessory attached to a massive building. In front of him stands the S-rank bone dragon, with Narendra Nehru watching him like a bug as Kim Tae-hyun's mind boils with anger. The guy is just too powerful, especially with those summoned demons, and that S-rank bone dragon on his side. On paper, his S-rank power should match his opponent's. But opening one eye, Kim Tae-hyun realizes they are in completely different leagues. The gap is just too wide. Yet if Narendra had to perform a sacrifice to summon that bone dragon, there must be a catch. A sacrifice of that scale must place a massive strain or some kind of heavy limit on his overall strength. Kim Tae-hyun spots a hollow black cavity on Narendra's back, while the man's hands are visibly bulging with thick pulsing veins. He closely studies those throbbing veins, realizing that without some kind of drawback, Narendra would be completely unstoppable among S-rank players. Looking Narendra dead in the eye, Kim Tae-hyun tells himself he needs to find that exact weakness to plan a quick counterattack. But suddenly, Narendra bursts into a wicked laugh. Standing high above, he looks down with a mocking sneer. "You arrogant bastard, thinking you can look down on a god. I've already read your little plans, you hear me?" Those words leave Kim Tae-hyun completely bewildered. Narendra just grins and continues mocking his absolute helplessness because he cannot win. "You realize you can't win, so you are desperately waiting for a chance to find my weakness and strike back, right?" Hearing that, Kim Tae-hyun's brow furrows as sweat beads on his forehead. Narendra chuckles, admitting Kim Tae-hyun's brain works pretty fast. But then Narendra suddenly lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a wave of raw energy that violently shakes the entire sky. "Did you honestly think your miserable little scheme would ever succeed when I have already predicted your entire plan?" That terrifying pressure floods the area once more. Narendra and his S-rank bone dragon swoop in to unleash havoc. The massive destructive energy completely obliterates the building where Kim Tae-hyun is pinned, leaving him screaming in absolute terror. Inside the crumbling structure, the hostages and Park Ji-won hear the massive commotion and peer out with sheer dread, their faces pale in absolute terror. It turns out that S-rank bone dragon has pinpointed where they are hiding. The beast charges straight for the bunker. Narendra Nehru and his monster unleash another relentless wave of that devastating magic. Gravel and shattered stone rain down across the sky. Meanwhile, at headquarters, bright spotlights cut through the darkness as coordinators panic. The command center is in total chaos, with staff shouting and urging everyone to move as fast as possible. The emergency warp gate connecting to the Hangdong auction house is finally open and the strike team is ready. They stand in tight formation before the glowing circular portal, waiting for the final signal from the coordinator. Move out, our top priority is retrieving the hostages. The chief coordinator orders, her face drenched in anxious sweat. Clutching her headset while frantically tapping her screen, she adds that only the Korean side has connected so far. Leading this high-risk rescue mission is the veteran Captain Park Sung-jin, who is a highly experienced S-rank player. Even with his incredible level of experience, jumping into an active combat zone is always a massive, unpredictable gamble. Standing at the front with his hands casually in his pockets, Park Sung-jin calmly says it is not a problem. We already have a layout of the hostage situation, he says, so let's get in there and get them out. His cool confidence leaves the chief coordinator wide-eyed, too anxious to reply as Park Sung-jin turns to his team. Move out, destination Hangdong. He loudly barks the command to his squad, looking back with a fierce, determined expression. Those damn demons are going to pay a heavy price today. His squad stands ready, locked in and waiting for his word. Meanwhile, back at the crumbling ruins, the hostages are buried under a mountain of shattered stone and heavy debris. Bleeding heavily from his head, Park Ji-won slowly regains consciousness, his entire body screaming in sheer excruciating agony. He forces his swollen eyes open, struggling to comprehend the massive blinding chaos unfolding right in front of him. Through the blinding flash of a massive explosion, he sees Tae-hyun standing right there, shielding everyone with his bare hands. Shocked, Park Ji-won scrambles to his feet, screaming out Tae-hyun's name in pure panic, terrified for his life. Left all alone to block the terrifying attack, Tae-hyun lets out a roar, pushing his physical limits to deflect the deadly energy. Tae-hyun stands defiantly in front of Narendra Nehru and his beast. But Narendra Nehru refuses to back down. He cackles aloud, "This is your own choice." The massive S-rank bone dragon opens its jaws to release its power. Narendra Nehru sneers down with pride, "If you want to save everyone, then burn to ashes under my bone dragon's hellfire." Watching him face that terrifying pressure alone from behind, Park Ji-won desperately screams out Tae-hyun's name. He can't even stand, yet he still struggles to yell a warning. He begs Tae-hyun to run. "You've already pushed yourself way too far, you don't need to do this anymore. Even if you fall, we are already doomed, so please, just save your own life." Before those words even finish, the massive blast engulfs Tae-hyun, making him scream out in pure agony. Yet his mind refuses to break. Staring down the towering beast as it radiates pure death, he knows he must hold on. Facing the tyrant Narendra Nehru and his bone dragon head-on right now is basically a complete suicide mission. He has to bide his time, waiting for that one critical opening to finally flip the script. Narendra Nehru cackles arrogantly from above, while Tae-hyun pours every ounce of his energy into blocking the blast. He's clearly on the defensive, and the pressure from the attack is only getting heavier by the second. But giving up isn't an option. There are people behind him, and they are counting on him to survive. With sheer determination, his eyes flare a bright crimson. He can hold the line for now, but not forever. This defensive play is a dead end. He needs a real solution, and he needs it right now. All he wants is to save everyone. Just then, a weak, trembling voice calls out from right beside him, an offer to help. Hearing those desperate words, Tae-hyun instantly freezes in absolute shock. He whips his head around to find Park Ji-won dragging his broken body forward, looking up at him. Where is this voice coming from? Suddenly, a system screen flashes. The Predator's skill is recalculating. A violent, unfamiliar energy surges into his hands, leaving him completely baffled as his palms start to glow. The power keeps climbing as another alert pops up. The Predator's skill has successfully reached A rank. But there's a catch. His body cannot handle this raw power, yet triggering an immediate overload warning. Red lightning crackles around him as he grits his teeth in agony. What on earth is happening to my body? The rank jumps again, S rank, then SS rank. Tae-hyun's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he gasps. From atop his beast, Narendra Nehru frowns in deep confusion. What is going on down there? An ominous crimson aura erupts from the hunter, completely swallowing up the heavy pressure of the bone dragon. The system screams a final update. Predator has reached triple S rank. Red energy engulfs him completely. The alerts won't stop warning him that his body has entered a critical, life-threatening overload. His muscles bulge and twist violently under the strain, forcing a gut-wrenching scream of pain from his throat. Even in agony, he realizes his ultimate skill has evolved. Did the Emperor temporarily grant him this power? He chuckles weakly inside. A power this monumental is simply too much for his current human frame to handle. His arms begin to stiffen up like heavy stone, hairline fractures rapidly, spiderwebbing across his bare skin. He feels himself literally breaking apart. Is this where it ends? Is he going to die here? Now his legs are fracturing too, the cracks spreading fast. He pushed himself way too hard this time. He's hit his absolute limit, but his stubborn soul still refuses to just lay down and die. His physical vessel is literally tearing itself apart, the excruciating pain forcing out another horrific cry. Massive cracks cover every single inch of his body. Driven to the edge by the sheer agony, his strength fails. Kim Tae-hyun collapses, face planting hard into the dirt. Up above, Narendra Nehru watches with cold satisfaction. Has the pest finally been crushed? Even so, the shockwaves from that sudden burst force Narendra Nehru to shield his eyes. He can't help but wonder what kind of monstrous power was that guy tapping into right before he fell. Staring at the broken body, lying motionless on the cold ground, Narendra Nehru smiles. Victory is finally his. Blood pools rapidly around the fallen hunter. Narendra Nehru looks down, analyzing the messy aftermath of their battle. The idiot must have forcibly awakened some dormant potential, overloaded his own body, and paid the ultimate price. Unable to contain the massive energy, he basically just self-destructed. Narendra Nehru sneers, his face twisted in annoyance. He is convinced that this opponent will never be able to stand back up again. He calls Kim Tae-hyun a worthless blasphemer. Defying him, he warns, only leads to one inevitable and certain death. But as Narendra Nehru and his beast close in, something bizarre suddenly happens to the bone dragon's giant claws. Its massive claws suddenly go limp. The giant limbs fully detach and the sharp talons rain down into the dark abyss. Narendra Nehru stares in absolute confusion. He simply cannot comprehend what is happening to his own legendary summon. Rubble crumbles around them. Narendra Nehru looks down in shock to see Kim Tae-hyun steadily standing back up on his feet. He looks over with sudden panic. Out of nowhere, another massive beast emerges, burning with a violent red energy. This crimson monster lets out a terrifying roar, releasing a massive wave of pure savage power directly at Narendra Nehru. Terrified, Narendra Nehru looks up from atop his bone dragon. He has no idea what this monstrous creature is. Suddenly, a chilling, unfamiliar voice speaks. Kim Tae-hyun mocks him, asking if gods are supposed to be impressive. With his head lowered, Kim Tae-hyun coldly asks what a god even matters to him, leaving Narendra Nehru trembling in fear. Narendra Nehru is sweating profusely. Terrified, he screams that the person standing before him cannot possibly be Kim Tae-hyun. "Who are you?" he shrieks out. He cannot understand how anyone could possess such an overwhelming godlike strength. To him, this level of power is impossible. Yet Kim Tae-hyun simply raises a hand surging with dark crackling energy. If he wants answers, he can ask the gods he worships once he gets down to hell. A massive energy wave erupts immediately. Kim Tae-hyun coldly tells him that he will die right here and now. Narendra Nehru gasps in horror, but before he can even speak, the devastating energy slices him completely to pieces. As the severed remains collapse, Kim Tae-hyun coldly extends his hand to deliver the absolute final strike. A blinding shockwave explodes, instantly vaporizing both the desperate high priest and his massive summon into thin air. A new system notification flashes. The devil contract skill has been learned. Meanwhile, a gloomy darkness envelopes the area. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light pierces the eerie silence, shining directly down on Kim Tae-hyun like a holy halo. Standing alone in this dark space, Kim Tae-hyun mutters in confusion, wondering why he is no longer on the battlefield. Out of nowhere, massive chains, glowing bright red, looking as if they were fresh out of a furnace, fly toward him. They wrap tightly around his body, pinning him down completely and leaving him absolutely no chance to break free. Now here is where things get truly bizarre, because Kim Tae-hyun has absolutely no idea what is happening. Before he can react, a massive boulder crashes directly into him with terrifying force, slamming him to the ground. Coughing up blood in agonizing pain, his mind races as he wonders how his stone skin passive was bypassed. While he struggles to make sense of this, a giant mysterious statue slowly begins to materialize in front of him. It wears a terrifying crown of human skulls, radiating a violent red aura that feels incredibly threatening. Writhing in agony beneath the massive figure, Kim Tae-hyun feels an oppressive foreign energy violently invading his body. The pain is unbearable. He screams out in total desperation, frantically wondering what is happening to his skills. Through the disorienting haze, a chilling, mocking voice echoes, asking him if he really thinks those are his skills. Kim Tae-hyun looks around in utter bewilderment. The mysterious voice laughs, asking how any of those skills are truly his. What Kim Tae-hyun asks. The voice ignores him, musing about how delicious it will be to devour him and his potential. A massive dragon-like jaw emerges from a glowing crimson portal, eager to swallow an awakened human whole. The beast lunges forward with terrifying speed. Kim Tae-hyun grits his teeth, bracing for impact as absolute dread takes over. But just when you think he is done for, a sudden flash of light breaks the terrifying illusion. Kim Tae-hyun sits up, gasping, drenched in sweat. Looking around his safe surroundings, he realizes it was just a nightmare. He checks his body. There are no new wounds, and his pre-battle hand injury is completely intact. As he tries to make sense of this, Park Sung-jin suddenly walks in, holding a bag of fresh food. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun is finally awake. Kim Tae-hyun is caught off guard, instantly recognizing the veteran hunter. Park Sung-jin offers him some food, explaining that the high-end apartment they are in was prepared by the association. It serves as both compensation and a reward for his incredible help during the recent terrorist attack. Thanks to his quick actions, all the hostages were saved and the dangerous S-tier terrorist was brought to justice. It was an incredibly massive incident, and if it was not for him, countless innocent lives would have been lost. Not bad. He had passed out right after that massive battle. Plenty of friends and family stopped by to visit, but they already left. His family, especially his little brother, cried their eyes out. Even the association president was worried sick, pacing around endlessly. Park Sung-jin kept recalling how everyone looked that day. He could barely hold back a laugh recalling how funny the boss looked. But seriously, they ran a full medical check on Tae-hyun right after the battle. Park Sung-jin assured him there was absolutely nothing to worry about. His body was completely fine with zero lingering side effects. Park Sung-jin admitted he had been terrified that the demonic energy would corrupt him. Fighting that monster Narendra Nehru was risky, but he pulled through. Tae-hyun sat there sweating nervously, stammering out a strange detail. Somehow, his mind was a complete blank regarding the auction house. He could not remember his actions, let alone the bloody clash with Narendra Nehru. He asked what actually went down during his fight there. Park Sung-jin sighed, admitting that the whole situation was incredibly bizarre. It was totally unexpected. Tae-hyun agreed quietly, prompting Park Sung-jin to ask if he remembered anything else from those chaotic moments. As Tae-hyun tried to piece things together, a vivid memory flashed Park Jeon-woo cowering on the ground with pure terror in his eyes. Standing over him was a massive, heavily built man sporting bright red hair. Tae-hyun recalled being on the verge of losing to Narendra Nehru when something shifted. Park Sung-jin cut in asking who actually finished the monster off then. Tae-hyun shook his head, admitting he had absolutely no explanation for it. By the time he blacked out, the only other person left standing in that ruined hall was the awakened Park Jeon-woo. In that memory, Jeon-woo was desperately screaming at him to say something. Suddenly, Jeon-woo's eyes went wide with sheer horror. Tae-hyun had inexplicably turned around and lunged directly at Jeon-woo. Talk about an absolute curveball that nobody saw coming. Jeon-woo was left coughing up blood, collapsing instantly. Surprisingly, Tae-hyun's body had muttered in amusement, mocking how easily the weakling crumbled. Wearing a sinister, wicked smirk, a strange entity controlling him decided that was enough, preparing to hand the physical shell back to Tae-hyun. Instantly, Tae-hyun collapsed onto the cold floor, his bright red hair fading back to its natural brown state. Park Sung-jin had rushed over to prop up his limp body, frantically shaking him to wake up. Outside recovery teams were already mobilizing. The search teams yelled for everyone to move quickly and rescue the hostages. Fortunately, the victims were only shaken up, escaping major injuries. Oddly enough, the terrifying beasts summoned by Narendra Nehru had completely vanished. The demonic villain himself had mysteriously evaporated into thin air. Park Sung-jin had sighed deeply, left wondering what kind of bizarre phenomenon had actually taken hold of Tae-hyun's physical body. Back in the present, Park Sung-jin explained that they interviewed the hostages once they settled down. However, their stories were highly fragmented. The survivors couldn't grasp the grand scale of the fight, but they all claimed Tae-hyun single-handedly brought down the demon. Right after that, he simply passed out. Tae-hyun sighed, realizing ordinary civilians couldn't possibly comprehend the complex dynamics of high-level battles. Park Sung-jin nodded, pointing out that Jeon-woo was suffering from the exact same memory loss, which raised some massive red flags. It was almost as if an invisible hand had swept in and deliberately wiped their minds clean of those final crucial moments. Perhaps it was a lingering side effect of Narendra Nehru's demonic aura, but Park Sung-jin was just glad they made it out alive. He expressed his deep gratitude, promising to update Tae-hyun immediately if their ongoing investigation turned up any new clues. Left alone, Tae-hyun pondered if Narendra Nehru's dark energy really caused his amnesia. It sounded logical, yet something felt deeply off. He distinctly remembered his arm shattering into pieces when he tried to activate his signature skill during the desperate struggle. He must have overtaxed the Predator's skill, trying to consume Narendra Nehru's power. Suddenly, a strange system notification flashed before his eyes. A B-rank skill called Demon Covenant appeared, allowing the user to summon dark entities directly from the chaotic demon zone. It required a ridiculous mana cost of 2,011. Tae-hyun stared, realizing his Predator's skill had actually stolen Narendra Nehru's signature ability. He only needed 200 mana to activate it now, which was surprisingly different from how Narendra Nehru originally cast the spell. The demon required human sacrifices, but Tae-hyun currently had only 180 mana available. Park Sung-jin suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Park Sung-jin announced he had another visitor. Tae-hyun blinked in surprise as Lim Ah-young stepped into the hospital room holding a gift. Park Sung-jin quickly excused himself to give them some space. Tae-hyun stared at her, feeling a complex mix of emotions stir inside. She broke the awkward silence, stating she was just stopping by. This was the legendary S-class awakened Lim Ah-young. Outside, the sprawling, suffocating city bustled under the scorching midday sun. Tae-hyun stared out, feeling completely detached from the peaceful world. The hospital snacks sitting on the table looked completely unappealing. He had zero appetite right now. Suddenly, a heavy fruit basket was slammed onto the table, crushing his snacks with a loud, aggressive thud. Tae-hyun flinched, his face darkening. Ah-young did not even acknowledge his annoyed reaction. She looked at him with a cold face, starting to speak in a flat tone. She mentioned hearing rumors of his injuries from fighting bandits, but noted that he looked perfectly fine standing right there. Eyeing the messy table, Tae-hyun suppressed his irritation, pulling up a chair to sit opposite her. He calmly replied he only suffered minor injuries. He only got slightly hurt, and his health was completely fine with no major issues. Lim Ah-young reached out to grab a ripe, red apple, as if wanting to vent her anger on it, asking him if he really rescued all those hostages in the terrorist incident. Rumors said he defeated a pretty strong boss too. Kim Tae-hyun hesitated since those rumors actually held a bit of truth. Her growing irritation turned into a tight grip that nearly crushed the apple. Tensely, Lim Ah-young asked if he also faced off against two S-class awakeners back there. The sunlight highlighted the clear discomfort in her eyes as she spoke. That poor apple was squeezed even tighter. Kim Tae-hyun still could not understand what she was getting at, looking completely lost. The fruit finally burst, showing just how annoyed Lim Ah-young really was. Raising her voice, she told him not to get cocky. She vowed to train harder and catch up to his level soon. Her sudden outburst of physical strength was so intense that bits of apple splashed right onto Kim Tae-hyun's face. He finally realized where all her tension was coming from. Still, he wondered why she was so upset. Was it jealousy or genuine worry? He decided to ask why she even came. Lim Ah-young quickly turned her head away to avoid his gaze, giving a weak excuse that he found highly suspicious. She claimed she just came to visit him. Obviously, Kim Tae-hyun did not buy that. He was getting tired of her. He even wondered if he should call security. Meanwhile, his completely indifferent attitude only made Lim Ah-young's anger rise. Gritting her teeth, she kept her internal panic to herself. No one knew how much she had actually worried about him. She had been terrified that he might be severely injured in such a massive terrorist attack involving multiple powerful awakeners. Yet here, he was perfectly fine. Seeing him safe brought a mix of relief and frustration, especially since he seemed different. His presence felt far more formidable than before. The powerful aura radiating from him had reached a completely new level. She could not comprehend what kind of crazy development he went through during that battle. He was just too different now. Her irritation was written all over her face, yet Kim Tae-hyun remained utterly clueless. Meanwhile, her mind drifted back to their past exam. Blushing slightly, she remembered that accidental kiss from back then. But her concern returned. The gap between them was growing too fast. He had improved tremendously since their mock battle. It felt like he was pulling further and further ahead of her every single day. The young hunter finally opened her mouth to ask how he did it, but approaching footsteps suddenly cut her off. Both of them went dead silent, instantly shifting their attention toward the hallway. Someone was coming right toward them. Stunned and cautious, they stared toward the entrance. Who could possibly be visiting this guy's secure apartment anyway? The heavy footsteps drew nearer, making their hearts beat a little faster. Kim Tae-hyun frowned, wondering who it could be. But the moment the door swung open, Lim Ah-young gasped in shock. The intruder was none other than her own sister, Ah-young. Ah-young froze, completely caught off guard to see her younger sister hanging out in this guy's apartment of all places. Not giving her older sister a chance to speak, Lim Ah-young demanded to know why she was here and how she got in. The questioning continued as she asked how on earth her sister even knew the passcode to his private door. Ah-young quickly composed herself and coldly reminded her younger sister to keep things professional instead of calling her sister. The older sister casually explained that the association provided this apartment, giving her easy access to the passcode. Suddenly, Ah-young noticed that both of them were too distracted by her entrance, leaving themselves completely wide open. Calling them fools for dropping their guard, she flashed a dangerous smile and dashed behind Kim Tae-hyun with blinding speed. Before he could react, she locked him in a tight, inescapable hold. Lim Ah-young gasped, unable to process the lightning-fast move. Kim Tae-hyun was completely pinned down. Panicked, Lim Ah-young rushed forward in a desperate attempt to help him. Lim Ah-young demanded to know what her sister was doing. Ah-young just smirked from her dominant position. Her grin widened as she watched her sister squirm with anxiety. She found it highly amusing to see two S-class hunters together. Ah-young openly wondered what kind of relationship they had hanging out alone like this. She even leaned in close. Brushing playfully against Kim Tae-hyun's lips as a direct provocation, she watched Lim Ah-young's face instantly flush with rage. The younger girl screamed at her sister, calling the move highly inappropriate while her bright red cheeks betrayed her. Even after being betrayed, she argues back. He is still a minor. Meanwhile, Ah-young gets completely distracted by him. Seizing the moment, Kim Tae-hyun pulls his arm free. Ah-young is startled by his sudden, raw, unmatched strength. Playtime is over. Kim Tae-hyun tells her to stop this joke, looking directly at the girl who just barged in. He demands to know what brought her here. If she wants him to join her guild, he has already refused her. Young snaps back immediately, thoroughly annoyed by his terrible attitude. The guy just always rubs people the wrong way. Young rubs her sore wrist and sighs. He is still as rude as the first day they met, and here she was just trying to visit a sick friend. Her voice softens as she offers him some fruit she brought along. Kim Tae-hyun is caught completely off guard by this sudden kindness. She keeps going, mentioning she heard from the association president that he is training hard to boost his strength. This is all for the upcoming Asian Awakened tournament, right? Without waiting for his answer, she continues with growing confidence. Sure, saving hostages and taking down 2 rogue Awakened at the Dawn auction house was impressive, but there is still a catch. Looking at the official rankings, he is still sitting at number 30. She steps closer to Kim Tae-hyun, locking her eyes on him. If he wants to break into the top 5 and secure a spot as a national representative, he will need serious effort. He needs to rack up a massive amount of points to close the gap. Young places a hand on his shoulder and smiles. She teases him with a special surprise, letting her hand slide down toward his injured arm as he stares in complete confusion. It is the rating rights to a legendary double dungeon, the highly coveted Fire God Temple. Meanwhile, in the pitch black of night, a small motorboat silently approaches a remote fog-shrouded island in the distance. Even through the thick mist, the absolute destruction of the island is obvious. Suddenly, the dangerous voice of the night demon breaks the silence. "So that ruined heap is the famous Dawn auction house," he remarks. A subordinate quickly confirms it as they draw closer to the debris. Thick smoke and dust still hang heavily over the shattered remains. The night demon stares blankly, his expression impossible to read. The entire place was completely transformed after the raid by the Awakened. A few massive explosions finished off whatever was left standing. Everything has crumbled into nothing but dust. Keeping his eyes on the ruins, he asks if Narendra Nehru survived the blast. His subordinate quickly admits they still have zero info on whether the guy is dead or alive. The lackeys hesitate, whispering among themselves about whether they should report this massive detail to the big boss. The night demon dismisses them easily. There is no need for that, since they can easily handle the situation themselves. Their main goal for attacking the auction house was already met. Whether Narendra Nehru is dead or missing does not matter at all. After all, he was just a hired hand. But before he can finish his thought, a loud siren pierces the night sky. A massive Coast Guard patrol ship suddenly looms over them. The captain barks through the loudspeaker for them to halt. They are completely surrounded. Their tiny motorboat looks like a speck of dust compared to the gigantic vessel blocking their path. The captain warns the trespassers that this entire area is strictly off-limits to civilians and under tight military patrol. Only licensed Awakened patrol teams can enter. He orders them to drop their weapons and surrender. But suddenly, a terrifying sound echoes. In the blink of an eye, the massive ship is violently dragged down into the dark ocean, swallowed whole by the waves. The Awakened guards do not even have time to scream before they are pulled down into the freezing depths. It is an instant silent erasure that will send massive shockwaves through the community. And things are only getting started. None other than the night demon, who shielded his own boat from the blast. His voice drops into a low, deadly purr. He admits that Kim Tae-hyun has finally caught his attention. With a wave of his hand, he ensures there are absolutely no survivors. Meanwhile, back at the Nightwalker Guild headquarters, the entire hall is erupting with roaring, ecstatic cheers. Kim Tae-hyun is making his big play for the top 5, standing proudly next to Young as she makes a major announcement. She proudly declares that the rising star Kim Tae-hyun will be joining their team for this upcoming double dungeon raid. His heroic actions at the Dawn auction house saved countless hostages from certain death. Right now, he is easily the most promising young talent in the country. The crowd goes wild, chanting his name over and over. The crowd screams his name over and over. Young raises her hands to quiet down the roar. She immediately addresses the real elephant in the room, the distribution of loot between their guild and their guest star. They need a fair deal that keeps everyone happy. Standing beside her, Kim Tae-hyun lets out a silent sigh of relief. That was exactly what he wanted to bring up. Nobody wants to get shortchanged when it comes to high-grade treasure. He knows the Fire God Temple raid is a massive opportunity to skyrocket his standing. Soon the entrance of the temple appears. The dungeon entrance is a swirling vortex of roaring flames. He takes it in, feeling a rush of excitement. This is only the second double dungeon he has ever faced since his last big tournament. His mind drifts back to the history. Before his regression, the Nightwalker Guild did manage to clear this exact zone, but the cost was devastating. Almost every single Awakened who entered that place ended up dead, but high risk always yields the ultimate reward. Successfully clearing the Fire God Temple will skyrocket his contribution points and solidify his place at the top. Kim Tae-hyun quietly calculates his odds. A trace of worry lingers. Real or not, last time his hand was nearly shattered. Even after leaving the hospital, his strength remains heavily depleted. Clearing this upcoming dungeon will be incredibly tough. This raid is bad news. But looking at the companion standing right beside him, his anxious thoughts fade. With Yu Ah-young and the cheering Night Guild members below, a sudden wave of confidence washes over him. They will succeed. No doubt about it, the raid on the Vulcan Temple is officially about to begin. Day is finally here. Fans from the Night Guild show up with flashy, overly colorful banners that completely clash with the battle. Still, it represents their unwavering pride. Hilariously, though, only two people are actually entering this dangerous raid. Just Kim Tae-hyun and Yu Ah-young. He looks completely helpless while she is absolutely bursting with excitement. The crowd yells encouragingly, "We will wait for you. Good luck. Get back safe, boss. We are counting on you to keep our leader safe." Tae-hyun. Confused by all this drama, Tae-hyun turns to Yu Ah-young. Why are they being so dramatic? With a helpless sigh, he asks why on earth only the two of them are raiding this place. She flashes a playful, charming smile. "We can just treat this dangerous dungeon raid as our first official date." Tae-hyun internally facepalms. Flirting in a death trap. Unbelievable. Still, with no time to argue, they head inside. They enter the Vulcan Temple. Immediately, a stifling atmosphere and a jaw-dropping fiery cavern stretch out before them. Swirling blue flames burn intensely. Looking at the majestic blazing sight, Yu Ah-young smiles with genuine curiosity. The endless dungeon is drowned in blue fire. Dried-up trees scatter the floor, completely starved of water. "This looks terrifying," she says, observing the dry shrubs and bizarre blue flames. "This dungeon is truly unique." She admits she never expected this visual. Standing near the edge, Tae-hyun quietly evaluates the perilous crater below. "This is completely different from the apocalypse dungeon I cleared before," he notes. Yu Ah-young quickly nods in agreement. That previous dungeon appeared during the Awakened exam. Now she sits near the pit looking into the deep abyss. For a second, her mind goes completely blank. She cannot seem to figure out a safe way down. She asks Tae-hyun how they should get down, noting that the dark bottom is likely crawling with monsters. As she hesitates, a giant tentacle suddenly shoots up. It wraps tightly around her neck in a flash. She barely gasps before the tentacle yanks her down. On the ledge, Tae-hyun freezes completely, unable to react. Watching her get snatched away, he finally snaps out of it, desperately screaming her name in sheer panic. This is bad. How did this happen? Thrusting his dagger into the cliffside for a quick anchor, he leaps down without hesitation. Hurrying to save her, he dives down only to see that Yu Ah-young has already flipped the script. She easily obliterates the giant squid-like beast that grabbed her. Standing victorious over her attacker, she turns back toward him. Activating her awakened powers, a brilliant green light erupts around her body, cutting beautifully through the blue flames. Having easily smashed the annoying monster that dragged her down, Yu Ah-young looks up and casually yells to Kim Tae-hyun. "Just jump down," she confidently shouts. Hearing this, Tae-hyun can barely believe his ears. Just jump like that. He looks down at her. Below, a massive swarm of grotesque beasts is waiting to tear her apart. They want to turn her into a feast, but Yu Ah-young is unbothered, calmly unleashing her raw strength mid-fall. Harnessing her falling momentum, she crushes every single creature, blocking her path. Her power output is absolutely overwhelming. Wherever she falls, a wave of black blood follows. Tae-hyun watches, completely stunned by her incredible power. He feels a mix of excitement and disbelief. Did she really just take out an A-rank beast with a single punch? Following cautiously behind her, he realizes she must have hidden her true strength during their previous meeting. She is definitely guild leader material. Even if she is not an S rank, her combat prowess is insane. Suddenly, it makes perfect sense. No wonder she only needed the two of them to clear this dangerous dungeon. Determined not to lag behind, Tae-hyun activates his own awakened abilities, determined to keep up with the girl ahead. He quickly catches up to her. Their warm-up battle begins, and they easily tear through the monster horde. Fighting their way to the deep bottom, they reach a place glowing with a mysterious, hazardous blue light. Yu Ah-young laughs with excitement. Finally, at the bottom, she stretches her shoulders, as if she is barely warm. Tae-hyun steps over the massive piles of slaughtered beasts, following her closely with a slightly helpless expression. She sighs, complaining about how deep the pit is. Tae-hyun quietly brushes the monster blood off his sleeve. He struggles compared to Yu Ah-young. Giving a quiet reply, he thinks the monsters are strong, but something is off. This is not her style. It makes him wonder how a guild this powerful wiped out in his past life. How as Kim Tae-hyun stays lost in thought, Yu Ah-young suddenly approaches and hands him a small object. She tells him to take it. It is a simple black ring, practically plain except for one distinct detail. The rough dark metal features a tiny shield emblem on top. He stares at it, then it suddenly clicks. This is the unique Night Ring, a legendary accessory that drastically boosts the wearer's physical strength and defensive capabilities. She must have prepared this, knowing his hand injury was still healing. He realizes this is actually a massive help right now. This ring will easily cover his weakness. Meanwhile, Yu Ah-young keeps babbling on about how she promised him a gift. She reminds him that this is his reward, while unlocking the dungeon is simply his next test. Kim Tae-hyun is left stunned. Sure, she is the guild leader, but handing over a unique tier item like this is insane. Yoo A-young completely misses his confusion. She excitedly asks if he will finally consider joining her guild now. Kim Tae-hyun looks at her with a completely different expression. He silently admits that he might have completely misjudged her. Perhaps there is more to this girl than meets the eye. Yet he keeps his cool, asking why she waited so long to hand over such a powerful item. Yoo A-young is caught off guard. She stammers trying to explain, but Kim Tae-hyun cuts her off. Clearing those monsters earlier would have been a total breeze. Realizing she has no argument, she quickly changes the subject, telling him that it is time to move forward anyway. He is not ungrateful and offers a quiet thank you. But he quickly warns her that they are not safe yet. Those early monsters were just small fry. This dungeon is highly dangerous and they need to stay on high alert. She agrees. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun spots something up ahead. His voice rises with excitement. They are getting close. They have reached the heart of the dungeon. At the center lies a massive stone altar, glowing with strange energy. This place is emitting the exact blue flames they saw at the entrance. In the middle sits a colossal glowing egg. The egg radiates intense heat and thick smoke. Surrounding it are ancient magical barriers and heavy defense traps. While Kim Tae-hyun watches with sheer curiosity, Yoo A-young immediately tenses up, trying to analyze the mysterious object. She cannot even determine its rank. Kim Tae-hyun stares intensely at the shell, trying to figure out what is inside. He wonders what kind of beast would hatch from this. Drawing his dagger, he decides to test its defenses. This might belong to the dungeon boss itself. He warns Yoo A-young that they must analyze the situation first. Before he can even finish his sentence, she disappears. The girl has already charged straight ahead without him. An echo reverberates through the dark cavern, sounding incredibly eerie. Kim Tae-hyun stands frozen at her sheer recklessness. He yells out, asking what on earth she is doing. Honestly, you have to wonder if she has a death wish. Driven by pure competitive instinct, she strikes the glowing egg head-on. Kim Tae-hyun runs after her, unable to stop her. He yells, demanding to know why she never consults him first. He sprints forward to close the gap. The ground crumbles from the impact of her landing. Catching up, he urgently asks if she is all right. She turns around with a highly threatening gaze, asking if he is seriously questioning her safety right now. Then she playfully points out that the egg is already shattered, as if she did not just cause a massive impact. Behind her, the massive shell lies completely ruined. Sharp fragments fly everywhere, leaking a strange glowing blue flame. She casually notes that the shell's physical defense was likely on par with an actual S-rank boss monster. Kim Tae-hyun can only stare in absolute shock. She giggles, saying it was easy since the target was not moving. She proudly smirks and asks what he thinks. He is utterly horrified she actually shattered the egg. How could it possibly be this easy? Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupts from the center of the broken shell. Before she can even react, a violent explosion rocks the entire chamber. She screams out, completely caught off guard. Kim Tae-hyun barely has time to brace himself. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, mocking them for reaching its sanctuary. Both of them instantly raise their guards, scanning the smoke as a massive shadow begins to take shape. An ancient blue phoenix emerges. The beast welcomes them, its crimson eyes burning through the thick, swirling haze. The eerie sight sends a shiver down their spines. The beast vows to reward their arrival with absolute destruction. It threatens to burn them to ashes in its blue flames. This is the master of the temple, the S-rank blue phoenix. A crushing aura of blue fire floods the room. Both hunters gasp in shock, realizing the true scale of the fight. A phoenix, the legendary creature, possesses immense magical power and incredible regeneration. It's basically an immortal beast. Kim Tae-hyun wonders if this creature is the true master of the fire temple, wielding that strange blue flame. The glowing light intensifies, completely enveloping them both. Sensing something is terribly wrong, Tae-hyun quickly turns to check on his partner. Yoo A-young, nearly collapsing to the ground, screams out a desperate warning to watch out for the blue flames and mind control. Before he can process her words, he's forced to leap back, barely dodging a sudden lethal strike from Yoo A-young. She is clearly possessed now. It makes defending himself incredibly difficult, since he absolutely does not want to hurt his own ally. Her eyes are filled with pure malice as she relentlessly presses her attack. A system notification flashes, confirming the S-rank player is under control. The blue phoenix has completely hijacked her. Still, Tae-hyun struggles to accept the terrifying level of bloodlust radiating from his friend. He keeps weaving through her blows, desperately asking what's wrong with her while she throws heavy bone-shattering punches without hesitation. He barely dodges, still in absolute disbelief that she's actually trying to kill him, as a barrage of kicks and punches keeps coming. He is trapped. Dodging forever is impossible, but fighting back feels totally wrong. Trust me, he is running out of options fast. He decides on a risky move, using his awakened abilities to temporarily subdue her. He restrains her, yelling for her to snap out of it. He shouts at her to wake up desperately, hoping his voice can break the mental hold, still holding back his true strength to protect her. Fighting like this is a disaster waiting to happen. But before he can even finish his sentence, she pushes through his restraint with terrifying power. Completely consumed by the control, she charges up her awakened energy and unleashes a massive blow that catches him completely off guard. The sheer force triggers a violent explosion inside the dungeon, sending shattered stone and thick dust raining down all over the chamber. For a second, it looks like he's buried under the heavy rubble. But suddenly, one of his glowing awakened chains bursts through the dust. The chain wraps tightly around her, forcing her possessed body to freeze. Tae-hyun steps out of the wreckage with a sharp, confident smirk. He reminds her of the past, asking who it was that crushed her guild's attacks before his regression. Pinioned by his heavy chains and a paralysis spell, she cannot budge. Tae-hyun moves in, preparing to end this temporary madness. He winds up to deliver a clean knockout blow to his brainwashed partner, gently apologizing that this is going to hurt a little. He raises a heavy stone, telling her to bear with it, and delivers a quick blow that knocks her out cold. She spits a bit of blood and collapses unconscious. He mutters that his binding chains and paralysis won't last forever, so she should wake up soon. While dusting off his jacket, he wipes away a smudge of grime from his cheek. That's when he notices a pair of eyes staring right at him. Great, what now? The Blue Phoenix has been leisurely watching the human-on-human violence this whole time, and it lets out a mocking laugh. It asks with amusement if it should just kill the girl before she can even wake up. The recent fierce battle didn't faze it at all. It chuckles darkly, asking if they want to experience the rest of the delightful little toys it has in store. Its burning red eyes flare with absolute malice. Honestly, you can tell this monster is just getting started. Tae-hyun stares back without a single trace of fear, confidently replying that the Blue Phoenix has actually managed to surprise him. Activating his awakened state, a blinding crimson light erupts around him as he declares he will slay the beast and escape this place. He quickly chains the unconscious Tae-hyun securely to his back, then drives his dagger into the rocky wall to climb up. He aims for the crater they broke through earlier. Of course, the Blue Phoenix has absolutely no intention of letting them escape so easily. Just a short way up, his sharp senses warn him of an incoming attack targeting both of them. The bird fires bursts of blue flame at the ground below, unleashing mini explosions that send debris and rock raining everywhere. It taunts him, asking what he just said. Genuinely amused by his confidence, it dares him to show his true power. It completely blocks his path, wearing that same smug expression, but suddenly flinches as a weapon comes flying straight at its face. It gasps in shock as the dagger Tae-hyun just wedged into the stone wall shoots forward like a guided missile. Using his chain like a whip, he hurls the dagger straight through the phoenix's chest. Yet the beast remains completely unharmed. The strike is nothing more than a mild tickle to the creature, which continues to laugh mockingly at his pathetic attempt. It mocks him, saying the attack felt quite nice before its voice turns ice cold as it reminds him its body is pure fire. Tae-hyun ignores the warning, putting everything into manipulating the dagger to slash at the beast again while it watches in amusement. It gloats that no matter how hard he tries to slice through its flesh, he will only ever strike empty, raging flames. Flexing its terrifying power, the phoenix unleashes a shockwave that completely shatters Tae-hyun's glowing chains into a million tiny pieces. Tae-hyun watches in shock as the smug bird declares that there's absolutely no way a mere pathetic human could ever defeat it. In the blink of an eye, it closes the distance, its eyes gleaming with sadistic joy as it corners its helpless prey. Right on the edge of the blade, Kim Tae-hyun and Yoo Ah-young are in deep trouble. The Blue Phoenix is clearly bored and begins charging a massive attack. It aims to end this fight right now, unleashing a blast at Tae-hyun and Ah-young that triggers an explosion far worse than anything before. The earth violently shakes, leaving their lives hanging by a thread. Even the flying rock fragments are completely vaporized by the creature's brilliant blue flames. It is a blinding storm of fire. Survival seems completely impossible, as those eerie blue flames literally suck the life force out of everything nearby. Talk about a close call, Tae-hyun barely escapes the blast, swinging onto a nearby cliff face just in time. Watching the monster unleash its full strength to crush him, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Still, something is seriously bothering him. Phoenix or not, how does this thing have such an insane regeneration ability? Catching his breath after that ridiculously close call, his mind races. Meanwhile, the clueless beast continues hammering terrifying blue fireballs at the empty spot where he was just standing. Staring at the massive devastation, Tae-hyun realizes that no matter how you look at it, this is no ordinary blue phoenix monster. No way. A wild theory flashes through his head. Could this massive beast actually be a great phoenix? It makes perfect sense. Unlike normal monsters, a great phoenix is an incredibly dangerous mutant with unique powers. To distinguish this rare mutant from ordinary beasts, people mark its extreme power level with a special plus or minus sign. His mind keeps racing. If this thing is truly a great phoenix, his current skills won't stand a chance against its recovery. It is impossible. There is simply no way his current skills can break through that insane auto-regeneration. His only shot at winning is to push his hunting skill to the absolute limit. He recalls his intense battle from not long ago. The clash at the Dawn auction house comes to mind, but that skill triggers a massive explosion just like last time. He cannot be reckless. He needs to save that explosive hunting skill for a single guaranteed final blow. But he is completely stuck. Without that high-risk skill, defeating the Blue Phoenix is entirely out of the question. Suddenly, a groan comes from behind him. Ah-young finally wakes up instantly cursing as she looks around in total confusion. She has no idea where they are or how they got here. Then she realizes she is tied up and hanging over the cliff. Terrified, she lets out a loud scream startling Tae-hyun. She demands to know why on earth she is tied up like this. It really hurts, she complains before her eyes widen at the giant Blue Phoenix. How did that thing get so incredibly massive? Just then, the Blue Phoenix notices its targets are still breathing. Realizing they dodged its deadly attacks, it prepares to strike again. Talk about absolute and utter chaos. The endless explosions force Tae-hyun to shout at the top of his lungs. He desperately tries to explain the situation to Ah-young, yelling at her to shut up and hold completely still. But Ah-young only makes things worse, demanding to know if he was the one who tied her up and yelling for him to untie her. Talk about harsh. Tae-hyun leaves her hanging and tells her that easily mind-controlled deadweight needs to stay shut. She tries to defend herself, arguing she just let her guard down. Then she gasps, asking if someone actually controlled her. Tae-hyun can only sigh in frustration. She doesn't even remember. Still, she keeps whining and demands to be let go. Watch out, another massive, terrifying explosion erupts right next to them, completely cutting off their petty argument. The very ledge they are clinging to begins to crumble under the relentless bombardment as the Blue Phoenix locks its eyes on them. Peering through the heavy dust, the beast roars, promising to teach these foolish humans a lesson for daring to touch its body. But its smug threat is cut short. A familiar dagger comes flying straight at its face, proving the humans are still breathing. Finally, free from her ropes, Ah-young is absolutely raring to go, charging straight into the action with a wild grin. The two coordinate perfectly, rushing the giant beast together. Still, Tae-hyun yells out a warning to avoid getting hypnotized again. Piece of cake, Ah-young confidently yells back that she will never fall for that stupid hypnosis trick again. The Blue Phoenix's eyes flare with pure malice. Enraged, it screams that these wretched humans will pay for their insolence. The beast gathers an even more terrifying amount of power, radiating a crushing pressure. It boasts that their efforts are completely useless. As the monster closes in, Tae-hyun readies his awakening state, shouting that he will take the lead and draw its attention. Right then, the system alerts him that the monarch's heart has activated, boosting all of his combat capabilities. Not this time. Ah-young is already a step ahead of him, refusing to let him have all the fun. She channels her awakening energy, summoning a glowing spear and driving it straight toward the startled Blue Phoenix. Talk about power. That single strike actually manages to damage the beast, and she's just getting started. With eyes full of bloodlust, she boasts that it's time for the big sister to take charge, activating her S-class berserker state. This wild state lets her trigger a complete mana burst, pushing her physical limits and sending her skills into overdrive. Upon activation, Ah-young immediately leaps up, charging straight toward the Blue Phoenix above. This is a highly dangerous move. Dangerous, as it can cause permanent damage to the body, making most people fear using it. But if she can control that brief surge of power, the destructive force is absolutely mind-blowing. The moment she comes face to face with the Blue Phoenix, she unleashes a massive slash. The strike is so insanely powerful that it literally cuts the Blue Phoenix in half. As her overwhelming power floods the area, the Blue Phoenix lets out a blood-curdling shriek. But she is not done yet. Rushing right behind it. Boom! Without hesitating, Ah-young lands a brutal punch straight to its face, following up with a heavy kick to finish the Blue Phoenix off. Then she quickly retreats, knowing what is about to happen. Boom! A massive explosion goes off, obliterating everything nearby. The lingering debris of their violent clash seems to melt into the raging mana flowing between her and the Blue Phoenix. Ah-young stands a short distance away, staring through the blast. She is completely exhausted, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down her pale cheeks. But she still cannot tell if the beast is dead. Slowly, Ah-young's eyes start to flutter shut, and she collapses onto the hard ground. She has hit her absolute limit. Yet the Blue Phoenix is still breathing. Screaming in pure rage, it drags itself toward her, roaring, "How dare a pathetic human do this, especially in that pathetic state." Fueled by absolute fury, the beast charges at full speed, straight toward Ah-young, roaring in rage that he will kill her. But suddenly, massive iron chains materialize out of nowhere, flying straight toward the beast and binding it tight. The chains completely bind the Blue Phoenix, forcing it to look down in shock. Then Tae-hyun steps up with a smirk. "How do you bypass regeneration?" he asks. "You just need an overwhelming destructive power that completely outpaces it. And since I am a cautious guy, I am not about to let my guard down around a monster like you." He gently picks up Yu Ah-young, his aura flaring with cold killer intent as he tells the beast, "You hurt my pride, so prepare for your final destruction." Meanwhile, a crowd of hunters stands outside the dungeon gate anxiously waiting for Kim Tae-hyun and Yu Ah-young to return. They whisper among themselves, their faces tight with worry. "They have been in there pretty long. Are they going to be okay?" one asks. Another hunter speaks up, cutting through the chatter, saying there is no need to worry since both of them are S-rank fighters. Others nod in agreement, boasting that their guild leader never loses a fight once she gets serious. But deep down, Yu Ah-young's three assistants immediately picture her absolutely obliterating hordes of monsters like it is nothing. It is a hilarious contrast. While Kim Tae-hyun just stood by, they started to wonder if everything was truly fine. Right then he walks out carrying her. Everyone gasps in shock at the sight. They rush forward, crowding the pair with a barrage of worried, frantic questions. They ask if everything is okay and realize someone got hurt. Suddenly, one of her assistants stops in his tracks, realizing something. Kim Tae-hyun is completely baffled by their dramatic reaction and blinks in confusion. What is going on here, he wonders. Quickly composed, he calmly reassures the tense crowd, announcing that the temple of the fire god has been entirely cleared. Soon after, the news explodes online. Headlines flash photos of Yu Ah-young and Kim Tae-hyun, sparking massive dating rumors. The articles claim they went on a secret dungeon date meant only for the two of them, with juicy netizen comments attached. One comment says they even visited a private hospital together. Another quick-witted user chimes in, completely buying into the gossip. They ask if this is the very first dating rumor between S-rank hunters. A third commenter seems highly amused by the news, saying it makes perfect sense since they went in there all alone. Reading this, a hand holding a phone begins to shake violently. Yu Ah-young's face turns as red as a ripe tomato. She stammers in absolute disbelief, staring at the screen. She whips around to face her three assistants, demanding to know what on earth is going on. They quickly look away, playing dumb, but she presses on, demanding how a public raid on a double dungeon has somehow turned into a wild romance rumor. She demands to know if they leaked this embarrassing, ridiculous nonsense to the press, accusing them of starting the whole thing. Her tallest assistant stammers, explaining that clearing a double dungeon is major news, making it pretty impossible to keep quiet. The red-haired assistant offers a weak excuse, claiming he only told a few close friends who swore to keep it a secret. The last assistant plays the victim, whining that he only did it for her sake and had absolutely no bad intentions. He swears his loyalty is completely unquestionable. Yu Ah-young merely lets out a cold, ominous laugh, telling them they die today. Suddenly, the association president bursts through the door, calling her name. He says he heard her skills exploded inside that dungeon. His face completely freezes when he sees the absolute chaos in front of him, awkwardly asking if she is doing all right. Before him lies a heap of rubble with crackling blue mana swirling violently around Yu Ah-young. He sighs, utterly helpless. Later, the president walks with her through a library to talk peacefully. Sipping coffee, she asks him how he sees her. Ah-young explains she practiced so hard to control her skill burst, running it for a full minute inside the dungeon without any backlash. Her body was completely fine. The president smiles, asking if that is really the case before continuing his thoughts. He asks about Tae-hyun's true strength, the very power she wanted to test. Ah-young's face slowly darkens with a serious expression. She reveals that when she lost control fighting the Blue Phoenix, Tae-hyun was the one who handled everything. Gloomy thoughts wash over her as she remembers his face, prompting her to continue explaining the events of that fateful day. Besides, the raid on the Fire God Temple ended just 2 days ago, yet now he is heading deep into the abyss. Just how powerful has he actually become? Her question leaves the president completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He repeats those heavy words, the depths of the abyss. Looking at his own fist, he marvels at such unbelievable growth. Surely this massive power-up is a great sign for a new South Korea. Ah-young just stares at him in deep, thoughtful silence. That is exactly what she does not understand. The president looks closely, prompting her to explain what she actually means by that. She thinks back to his journey. Most people want to get stronger, but eventually they become satisfied and choose to rest. They hit a point where they just want to relax. But Tae-hyun shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. His figure flashes in her mind, declaring that instead of resting, he will always choose to keep pushing forward. He utilizes every single opportunity he can get. Turning to the president, Ah-young asks why Tae-hyun pushes himself so hard. What drives him to gain such overwhelming power? As the wind rustles leaves around them, the president hesitates. He suggests that maybe he knows the reason. Stunned by this sudden revelation, she asks if he is actually serious. Leaning in, she eagerly waits for his answer, only for him to proudly declare it must be pure patriotism. Ah-young is completely speechless at his absurd idea. What did he say? Oblivious to her reaction, the president keeps imagining Tae-hyun's heroics. He pictures a brave warrior fighting off waves of evil monsters and rogue awakened hunters to protect their beloved country. Also, South Korea can survive this chaotic era and thrive in peace. He believes Tae-hyun is driven by a deep burning desire. He believes Tae-hyun is driven by a deep desire to help the country, which is why the young man constantly pushes past his limits. Ah-young immediately splashes cold water on his grand theory flatly, stating there is no way that is his actual reason. Her words leave him completely frozen. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss lies the massive fortress of the Vampire Lord. The dark corridors are stained a deep, horrifying crimson. In the main hall, endless piles of dead bodies litter the floor. Right in the center of this terrifying bloodbath, a mysterious figure sits comfortably on a grand, imposing, and bloody throne. Swords and arrows pierce the fallen victims, many of whom are women, hinting at a dark, sinister plot in motion. Another man approaches and kisses the back of the figure's hand in deep respect until a sudden voice commands him to stop. He freezes in his tracks, waiting for his next order. The red-haired lord emits an incredibly heavy, suffocating pressure. Sitting with his legs crossed, he commands that they must now bind their respective powers together using their own blood. This is the Abyss Prince and Vampire Lord Igmun. Level unknown. Beside him, a black-robed servant bows his head respectfully. Expressing his deep gratitude, the man is met with Igmun's cold, emotionless glare, questioning what it feels like to receive power. The visitor slowly pulls off his dark cloak, calmly explaining that many others possess similar skills to his own before. He fully drops his hood, revealing a wicked, sadistic smile and crimson eyes that glow with a pure, dark malice. He boasts that with this newly granted power flowing through him, he will easily reign as the absolute strongest among them. This traitor is none other than Jiang Linpian, a terrifying national-level player representing the nation of China. Meanwhile, two armed guards stand watch at the gateway leading directly into Sector 22 of the dangerous abyss. Beyond the gate lies a desolate wasteland under a blood-red moon, warning any trespassers of the mortal dangers ahead. Tae-hyun finally arrives at this eerie outpost, finding a cluster of military tents and heavily armed guards standing on duty. He notes to himself that since his regression, this is actually his very first time visiting this deep abyss sector. Suddenly, a polite voice breaks the silence, warmly welcoming Tae-hyun as a foreign hunter bows deeply in respect. He introduces himself as Paul Becker, an A-rank hunter affiliated with the prestigious World Player Association in the area. He also manages this deep sector of the abyss, expressing his genuine pleasure at hosting such a legendary guest. Looking up at Tae-hyun, he confirms his status as the primary overseer of Sector 22 on behalf of the association. Becker then guides Tae-hyun through the active camp gladly, showing him around and explaining their defensive setup. He mentions that according to their files, this is Tae-hyun's first time visiting the deep abyss, as Tae-hyun quietly follows. That was his final answer. Paul Becker then suggests that he should really hire other players to act as guides, or even as hired mercenaries. He explains that the World Player Association has set up safe zones inside the abyss. These outposts serve as assembly points to support explorers in every charted region, but the deeper levels are different, way too dangerous. Even inside these player zones, powerful monsters can raid and attack you at any given moment. Noticing that Kim Tae-hyun seems completely unbothered, Paul Becker keeps pushing. He insists that even for an S-class player, companions are an absolute necessity in these depths. Too bad for him, this warning is not enough to convince him. Kim Tae-hyun shuts him down instantly. No guides needed. His blunt refusal leaves poor Paul Becker standing there completely flustered. Before the man can say another word, a massive crack splits the ground. A giant centipede suddenly bursts out. It looms right behind Kim Tae-hyun's back. Terrified, Paul Becker screams out a warning telling him to watch out. But his jaw drops. Kim Tae-hyun easily dispatches the massive beast in the blink of an eye. Effortless. Standing atop the corpse, Kim Tae-hyun casually mutters, he was only trying to enjoy a nice quiet walk today. Yet these pesky creatures keep interrupting him. Soon the entire area is piled high with fresh monster corpses. He sighs. Paul Becker must have run off by now. He has walked so far that absolutely no one is following him anymore. Kim Tae-hyun reflects on his progress. Thanks to the great phoenix power from the Fire Temple, the demon contract requirements are met. He also managed to obtain the necessary 200 mana points. Quietly, he looks down at his own hands. He holds two glowing purple stones. Suddenly, his B-rank skill, Demonic Contract, flashes with an unexpected update on his screen. It now says, Open Abyss Gate. Why did this skill change instead of just summoning a monster? Like that annoying boss Ouroboros used to do, it creates a literal portal. Then he notices a weird counter. 1 out of 1. This is definitely a single-use skill now. The realization sends a cold sweat down his spine. Is this some kind of special hidden effect? The two crystals in his hands suddenly flare with brilliant purple light. Plenty of monsters are around. Good thing he brought these magic amplifier stones. This should be more than enough. Kim Tae-hyun crushes them. A system window flashes. Magic amplification stones activated temporarily, boosting his magic power to the maximum. These rare items consume magic stones to grant a massive temporary boost. Suddenly, a dark, ominous portal begins to form. It is shaped like a gigantic skull. It radiates a pure, terrifying energy that would freeze any normal adventurer. Skeletal arms and legs stretch out to anchor the gateway, which is completely wrapped in sinister purple flames. You would not want to step inside. Then another notification flashes. Demonic contract active. The gate is officially open. Kim Tae-hyun slowly walks forward. He is highly curious about what kind of creatures are waiting for him on the other side. He steps through the flames. Instantly, Kim Tae-hyun is left completely speechless by the mind-blowing sight before him. A magnificent white castle towers over the area. The entire region is wrapped in a mysterious heavy silence. Cautiously, he walks up the stone steps. He cannot help but wonder if this place really belongs in the abyss. Even with his magic boosted to the absolute limit, this domain is completely beyond anything he has ever seen. Only one way to find out. But before he can even take another step, several dark figures materialize behind him. Several succubi have appeared. Kim Tae-hyun instantly senses their dangerous, overwhelming presence and spins around with his guard fully up. A sudden shockwave rattles the air, but he stands firm, drawing his daggers. A playful voice suddenly rings out. My, what a fresh, delicious scent. A green-haired succubus sneers, telling him not to point those ridiculous weapons at her. She giggles, wondering what kind of delicious torture she should inflict on him. The pink and blonde demons join in, excited. A fresh human has arrived. These are actually S-class succubi. Kim Tae-hyun is genuinely surprised when he reads their high ranks. Succubi are dangerous demons that drain the life force of men using mental illusions, charms, and terrifying dream spells. He analyzes them quickly. A normal succubus is only a B-rank monster, yet these three are S-rank. Are they rare mutated variants? If so, they must be the targets he needs to defeat to seal the contract. The pink-haired demon laughs, mockingly telling the poor human that he has stumbled into his own grave. The blonde one licks her lips, calling him delicious. Kim Tae-hyun completely ignores their teasing and prepares to strike. If they are the contract targets, then he will just have to beat them down. He lunges forward. The green-haired succubus just gasps. They effortlessly dodge his lightning-fast strikes, laughing as if he is a new toy. This is so exciting. The green-haired demon looks at him with intense hunger, mocking his adorable, useless efforts. They sneer that the more he struggles, the more fun it gets, but Kim Tae-hyun says nothing, charging straight at them with maximum speed. As he closes in, a heart-shaped ring of light erupts around him. Thinking they have him completely under their control, the succubi laugh in pure excitement. They tell him to taste their sweet honey, but even after taking the attack head-on, Kim Tae-hyun just stands there completely unfazed. He does not move an inch. The green-haired succubus boasts that no man can ever resist their hypnosis, but before she can even finish her sentence, Kim Tae-hyun lunges forward. One brutal punch sends her crashing to the ground, leaving her screaming in pure, absolute agony. Her two companions are left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. They stammer in shock, wondering how their leader could possibly fail. Giving them zero time to counterattack, Kim Tae-hyun activates his knight's fighting spirit skill, commanding them to kneel as his heavy aura crushes them down. They groan in sheer pain, completely bewildered. How could a mere ordinary human resist their powerful charm magic? Kim Tae-hyun slowly steps toward them, scoffing at their question. Resist what he thinks as the system screens keep flashing before his eyes. The system repeatedly notifies him that charm skills have been detected, and he sneers that only the weak get lured. But get this, a screen pops up showing he successfully resisted. This resistance is thanks to a mysterious hidden power. Kim Tae-hyun steps closer, demanding they form a contract right now. The weakened monsters can only utter faint whispers. Summoning them requires fulfilling one of two very strict conditions. First, satisfy the monster's desire. Second, conquer it by force. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl is terrified and helpless, resisting but completely unable to do anything. Tae-hyun activates his skill, wondering if this is enough to meet the conditions. With this, he can command an S-rank monster. But a sudden notification pops up, making him freeze. It is not the target of the contract. Tae-hyun is completely baffled, trying to comprehend what that message even means. Questions flood his mind. In rapid succession, when a cold voice rings out from behind him, noting that he does not seem like an ordinary human, the sudden voice snaps him back to reality. Tae-hyun spins around only to find a group of succubi marching toward him. The lead succubus smirks, declaring him a perfect tribute for their queen. She is a highly dangerous elite S+ rank monster. Inside the castle, a massive dome is covered in dark purple roses. Dangling below the floral canopy are several men, bound tightly in thorny vines and suspended upside down. Strangely enough, every single one of them wears a blissful, ecstatic expression. A succubus maid suddenly appears, formally announcing a human intruder. Behind the heavy red curtain, a shadowy figure stirs to life. A powerful, mysterious woman emerges from the shadows. A human, intriguing. She bursts into wild laughter, anticipating a fun new toy to play with. The grand castle stands tall on an isolated peak. Endless staircases wind upwards surrounded by thick black smoke and eerie glowing lights. Suddenly, the quiet is shattered. A chaotic chase erupts as demonic castle guards swarm the skies with a thunderous roar. Demonic guards with leathery wings, horns, and glowing red eyes dive through the air. They screech in fury, racing to corner Kim Tae-hyun as he desperately sprints ahead of them. Get him, they roar in absolute fury. He's a coward who only relies on dirty tricks. Grab him alive for our queen. Glancing over his shoulder, Kim Tae-hyun sees three relentless monsters gaining fast. Damn it, he mutters under his breath. Suddenly crash. Two more succubi shatter the heavy glass windows right in front of him, blocking his path completely. Glass shards rain down as they glare at him. What the hell? Why are there so many of them? They close in with terrifying speed. This is getting crazy. Facing these endless numbers, Kim Tae-hyun finally begins to panic. The sheer numbers make no sense. Surrounded on all sides, he is forced to activate his most powerful skill. Tightly gripping his blade, a blinding light erupts around his body as a massive demonic phantom rises behind him. Terrified by this immense crushing power, the charging succubi freeze in place, completely unable to defend themselves. Boom! A massive shockwave erupts, blasting the monsters backward. Bodies fly in all directions through the shattered hall. A giant hole is punched straight through the ceiling. Below, only Kim Tae-hyun remains standing in the smoke. He wipes a trickle of blood from his mouth and exhales. Normally, these creatures never hunt in large groups. That leaves only one real possibility: someone highly powerful is commanding them. Their queen must be nearby. He snaps out of his thoughts as a figure approaches. It is a succubus dressed as a maid. She stands before him, bowing her head in a surprisingly respectful gesture that immediately raises his guard. "Welcome," she says softly. "You are the very first human to set foot here. Please step right inside. Our queen is waiting for you." Kim Tae-hyun stops, a confident, eager smirk spreading across his face. She tells him the king is waiting. Kim Tae-hyun stops in his tracks, looking right at her with a smug, expectant smirk before making his move. Kim Tae-hyun stands entirely alone before a tightly sealed gate with twisted vines slithering across the cold ground. Up above, countless white roses are in full bloom, their pale petals drifting gently through the air. They fall and blend with the blood-red brick floor under Kim Tae-hyun. It is a deeply unsettling scene with ugly, twisted vines creeping, everywhere snaking along the base of the walls. Looking closer, several humans are tightly bound by those thorny rose vines. The sharp thorns wrap around their bodies, hanging them upside down as a strange white liquid drips down. Kim Tae-hyun stands there with his hands in his pockets, staring at a palanquin veiled in white with twisted vines spreading from the bottom. It crawls across the floor, but he can clearly see the silhouette of a woman sitting inside. From behind that thin curtain, a feminine voice rings out, sounding just like the succubus monsters Kim Tae-hyun fought earlier. She begins to leisurely introduce herself, saying, "Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desire and the queen here. Call me Rosalia." A wicked smile creeps onto her face, revealing her sharp fangs. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun notices a system alert appearing right in front of him. His summoning contract quest has officially been activated, and his target is standing right here. Kim Tae-hyun finally understands, so he thinks to himself, "This queen is the real target I need to make a deal with." He looks up and asks if she is indeed Rosalia. With the immense pride of a queen, she answers without any hesitation. Yes, she is Rosalia, pronouncing every single syllable of her name clearly. Kim Tae-hyun's brows furrow in deep disbelief. He wonders how a monster can speak human tongue, but Rosalia just laughs playfully. "It is not strange at all," she notes. After all, he is not a monster, yet he understands them perfectly fine. Kim Tae-hyun stands in silence, considering her words. It is true, he can indeed understand them. Rosalia then asks what his real purpose is for coming to this place. She maintains her regal posture and immediately lists out the possibilities, wondering if he is driven by curiosity, fame, or simple interest. Perhaps he is looking to satisfy his deepest desires. Above them, writhing tentacles rub together, dripping a dark crimson fluid. Her mocking grin makes the provocation clear. As the pale petals continue to drift down around them, Kim Tae-hyun speaks. He gives a simple no. Keeping his composure, he stares directly into the carriage filled with those squirming tentacles and states his goal. He came to form a summoning contract. There is a brief silence before Rosalia slowly repeats his words back to him. A summoning contract. She smiles as if hearing the most ridiculous joke imaginable, unable to hold back her rising amusement. Soon, she bursts into hysterical laughter. "You certainly have a lot of nerve, human," she cackles while looking down at him. Her laughter echoes as the wet tentacles slowly pull back the white veil, revealing a pale hand with razor-sharp claws. She points her finger directly at him, warning him not to be so incredibly naive as the curtain finally pulls open completely. Behind it sits Rosalia, crossing her legs amidst a swarm of moving appendages. She keeps her sharp finger pointed at him. "Since when does a mere toy try to make a contract with its owner?" she asks, her voice dripping with mockery. After all, she is Rosalia, a powerful abyss lord and a mystery-ranked succubus queen. Suddenly, her playful smile completely vanishes. She sends her deadly tentacles, shooting straight toward Kim Tae-hyun, but the young man barely even flinches. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he calmly agrees that she has a point. In that case, he slowly moves his hand. Suddenly, a towering demonic shadow manifests right behind him. He prepares to control his beast as the incoming tentacles draw near. His expression turns ice cold. If she won't cooperate, he will just have to subdue her by force. The massive tentacles crash forward with insane force, ready to smash him to pieces with their sheer weight. A single blow completely shatters a massive stone pillar, but Kim Tae-hyun is not about to get caught so easily. He swiftly dodges the onslaught and smirks at the incoming vines. Instantly, his signature blade appears in his hand. Glowing chains wrap around his arm as he swings his weapon, unleashing a barrage of devastating slashes. His eyes narrow as a dark aura flares around him. Locking his gaze on the queen, he charges forward. He leaps into the air, raising his blade high as the surrounding chains glow with an intense crimson light. His entire arm and weapon calcify into solid rock, forming a heavy, sharpened stone fist for a direct strike. He fires the massive pointed stone projectile straight at the relaxed queen, but just before the attack can connect, his solid stone construct suddenly shatters into dust. The glowing chains fall apart, yet Rosalia has not even moved a muscle. She did not even cast a visible spell. Kim Tae-hyun is utterly speechless, staring at his failed attack in shock. The queen points her finger at him, scoffing at how incredibly weak he is. With a simple snap of her fingers, everything is thrown into disarray. Gravity seems to flip, and he gasps as her palanquin suddenly turns upside down. Completely disoriented, he struggles to make sense of the room as Rosalia calmly looks down at him from above. Tae-hyun is plummeting down from the tops of towering skyscrapers. His body is completely frozen, refusing to listen. What on earth is happening? None of his skills are working. Looking into the empty void as he falls, Tae-hyun wonders if the very space around him has warped. No, this is definitely real. He is dropping like a stone past these massive high-rises. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Slamming hard, he splashes into freezing water, sinking deeper and deeper. He struggles wildly. It is an illusion, a mind-bending trap. This is the psychological prison Rosalia created to drown him. He thrashes around as water floods his mouth and nose. His mind finally snaps awake. It is definitely an illusion. But when on earth did he even fall under her spell? High above, Rosalia sits on her palanquin, writhing tentacles framing her as she gazes down at the raging, foaming ocean. Covering her mouth, she giggles with sheer delight over her easy victory. Her mocking words echo in the cold air. "When did you get caught in my spell?" she sneers. "It was the very moment you walked in, you fool." In reality, Rosalia is pinning Tae-hyun down, wrapping her slimy tentacles tight around him with a wicked grin. Tae-hyun lies completely unconscious, his eyes shut tight as the tentacles bind him under the warm sunlight. Rosalia looms over him, enjoying her helpless prey. Tae-hyun remains motionless, paralyzed as the thick vines wrap his neck. The tentacles tighten directly around his waist and throat. She flashes a wicked smirk, showing off her sharp, monstrous fangs with pride. She watches her captive with utter satisfaction, whispering that he was doomed from the second he stepped inside. Underwater bubbles escape Tae-hyun as he sinks deeper. He grits his teeth desperately, struggling to find a way out. Damn it, he thinks, I have to break free. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts before him, forcing his eyes wide open. He finds himself sitting in the back seat of a car. Up front, his father is steering the wheel. Next to him is his kind-hearted mother with long, beautiful hair, and the little boy in the back seat is his younger self. He cannot believe his own eyes. Is that innocent, polite little boy really him from so many years ago? The young Tae-hyun excitedly tells his parents that the high-ranking awakeners on television make an absolute mountain of money. Beaming with joy, he declares that he will become the strongest awakener so he can buy them the finest things. His father beams with pride, while his mother offers a warm, gentle smile at her son's sweet, innocent words. "My sweet boy," she says softly, but mother does not need any of those fancy things to be happy. "I only want you to grow up healthy and happy," she explains. Hearing this, the young boy's face falls in slight disappointment. Why would you say that, he pouts, that is so boring. Present-day Tae-hyun watches them, thinking of his parents. They were always like that. More than wanting him to be strong or rich, they just wanted him safe. The three of them laugh together inside the cramped car, a small space overflowing with pure, genuine warmth. Their ultimate dream was simply his happiness. Tae-hyun smiles, basking in the bittersweet warmth of his family. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupts in his vision, shattering the peace. Panic sets in as the horrific accident reappears. The car is completely crushed, violent flames devouring the metal. His parents sit motionless inside, knocked out cold. Shattered glass litters the ground. His father's bleeding face is covered in cuts, while his mother sits helplessly in the passenger seat. Flames slowly devour everything in their path. Even Tae-hyun's seat is surrounded by roaring fire, leaving him utterly speechless. Through the broken window glass, he catches sight of a distressed man and woman holding a weeping young boy. Why is heaven so unfair? The distraught man cries out, tears streaming down his face as he loses hope. Oh no, this cannot be. The sobbing woman wails in absolute denial, tightly cradling her child in her trembling arms. What did you do to my family? She screams. Watching this, Tae-hyun can only mutter uncle. A cruel mocking laugh echoes, sending shivers down his spine. You useless piece of trash, the voice sneers. Two arrogant thugs brutally kick a defenseless victim on the ground, delivering relentless, agonizing blows without a shred of hesitation. Stop acting, get up already, they mock our little Tae-hyun, surely awakened some incredible defensibility by now. Staring at the blazing car, present-day Tae-hyun looks back at his younger, trembling self in deep reflection. This is definitely his past. He recalls carrying heavy bags on his shoulders, journeying alongside his allies. Hauling the crushing weight, he panted heavily with sweat dripping down his face on that exhausting trail. A weakling with no abilities trying to enter the abyss, you really need to know your place. Staring at his mockers, Tae-hyun recalls the bitter truth. Because he lacked power, he was completely defenseless. He endured misery day after day without fighting back. Yet the memory that truly cuts deep is still to come. It was the most painful part of all. His aunt cried out to Kim Tae-hyun, asking what he was saying and if she had done something wrong. Where else did he want to go? Under the falling white snow, Kim Tae-hyun stood on the road with his bags over his shoulder. He kept his head down, unable to look his aunt and uncle in the eye. His worried aunt tried to reassure him about the money. She told him not to worry about finances anymore, but Kim Tae-hyun softly replied that money was not the real issue here. He expressed his deep gratitude just for them, supporting him up to this point. His aunt and uncle stood frozen at his sudden words. Kim Tae-hyun fell back into his dark thoughts, believing his very existence brought nothing but misfortune to the people who cared for him. The present Kim Tae-hyun stared at this painful memory. He realized how much of a burden he used to be to everyone. His parents always wanted him to be happy, but finding that happiness seemed like an impossible struggle. Then his past self walked away. Passing his current self, the young Kim Tae-hyun moved toward the light. It was then he realized he desperately needed true power. A system alert flashed. The queen's hypnosis skill was activated. Rosalia was now using her mind control directly on Kim Tae-hyun. He tried using a mysterious power to resist her mental grip, but his defense failed completely, sending his stats plummeting down. Binding chains, Knight's will, and Monarch's heart were completely locked. He could not trigger any of them. Paralysis, stealth, and iron skin were blocked too. With only 1 out of 8 skills left, Kim Tae-hyun was cornered. Forcing himself to shatter the illusions around him, he broke free. On the floor lay piles of bloody, defeated bodies. Dead bodies were strewn across the bloody tile floor. Rosalia simply laughed, resting her chin in her hand with amusement. She admitted he surprised her by surviving the Iron Horse encounter, but noted some very interesting things in his memories. Peering into his past, she pointed out a strange memory of a version of him that looked much older. And second, even though the timeline matched, there were 2 completely conflicting sets of memories in his head. In one, he was bullied and totally helpless. In the other, an incredibly powerful Kim Tae-hyun took down his abuser. The bully ended up defeated right beneath his feet. To find out the truth, Rosalia stretched out her deep crimson tentacles. She demanded to know what secret he was hiding before using her tentacles to shatter the defense in front of her. Watching the debris fly everywhere, she laughed mockingly, but her amusement instantly vanished as her red eyes widened in pure shock. She stood completely frozen. Inside his memories lay an unbelievable radiant space, and right there stood the king. His body glowed with a pure white light, and his long white hair fluttered in the air. Unable to believe her eyes, she stammered, trying to understand how this glowing king could be here. She was totally terrified. Dark crimson lightning began crackling right behind her. Powerful sparks suddenly erupted and surged straight through her entire body. She fell to her knees, staring up as the dark lightning shattered her surroundings, reflecting her own terrified face in the shards. Sweat poured down her face as her tentacles lay limp on the floor. Her mind went completely blank with sheer panic. A cold voice warned her against peeking into other people's memories. She turned to find a blade pressed tightly against her neck. That was a dangerous hobby for a queen. With his knife held to her throat, Kim Tae-hyun told her to accept the contract. He demanded she sign the summoning contract, but Rosalia just sneered, asking if he really thought those cheap memories could stop her. She mocked his dagger, calling it a useless toy. But Kim Tae-hyun just stared back at her with a challenging smirk. He challenged her to find out. Rosalia scoffed at his arrogance, but suddenly a massive tentacle shot out like lightning. It wrapped tightly around Kim Tae-hyun. Gently sliding her finger across his face, she whispered that she would accept his contract. She suddenly bit down hard on his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. Kim Tae-hyun let out a cry of pure shock. The system announced the summoning contract was established. Rosalia refused to let go, sinking her teeth deeper into his shoulder. His demon contract skill immediately converted into the Queen's Monarch skill, and his overall skill level received a major adjustment. A new skill called perfect hypnosis was unlocked. Retracting her tentacles, she finally released Kim Tae-hyun as her charm stats surged. Gently caressing his face with a tentacle, she softly told her chosen one to sleep well, laughing with deep satisfaction. Kim Tae-hyun collapsed onto the floor completely unconscious. Sometime later, a distant voice slowly began calling out his name. Slowly opening his eyes, Kim Tae-hyun sat up to find a neat man with combed-back hair standing right in front of him. The stranger wore glasses and behind him glowed the magical portal. He quickly asked if Kim Tae-hyun was all right. Though Kim Tae-hyun was still dazed, the handsome man smiled, expressing his relief that he had survived the ordeal safely. He was Paul Becker, an A-rank player and manager of the 22nd Abyss for the World Players Association. Looking around at the empty ruins, Kim Tae-hyun asked where they were. Paul Becker explained this was the safe player zone. Kim Tae-hyun rubs his aching temples and wonders what on earth just happened. Did Rosalia really transport him here? System notifications flash before his eyes. A B-rank summoning skill allows him to summon Rosalia, the Devil Queen, with 200 mana. On top of that, a B-rank hypnosis skill can easily control opponents with 40 mana and 130 charm. This is no dream. A massive surge of raw power is currently rushing straight through his veins. His old devil contract has officially converted into the Queen summoning skill alongside that completely broken new hypnosis ability. With Rosalia on his side, he can summon her during the upcoming Asian-friendly match to face top foreign players. As her image flashes in his mind, he realizes the hypnosis skill she gifted him has an absolute infinite range. But why would a powerful Devil Queen suddenly change her mind? Kim Tae-hyun is completely baffled by the turn of events. He remembers her final words. Rosalia stood with wriggling tentacles covering her mouth with one hand while smirking. She whispered a chilling farewell, calling him the king's chosen, a title that left him completely frozen in pure terror. He wonders if she actually knows this mysterious king. Before he can spiral, Paul Becker suddenly calls out, snapping him back. Looking over, he hears Paul Becker ask if he needs a professional guide. Kim Tae-hyun just offers a polite, reassuring smile. He thanks him and says everything is handled, so he is heading home. Outside, the morning sun bathes the city. Bright golden rays stream down onto the massive high-rise buildings as the bustling city slowly wakes up. High above on a spacious rooftop, the busy streets below look tiny. Meanwhile, Do-ah-young prepares to make her move. Stepping out of the hospital in high heels, she suddenly stops. Someone calls out, congratulating her on her release. Startled, the guildmaster turns to find a heavily scarred man standing there flanked by two imposing bodyguards. Clapping his hands, the scarred man asks how she is holding up. This intimidating figure is none other than Han Soo-dong, the vice guildmaster and a formidable A-rank player. Do-ah-young adjusts her jacket, saying she is fully recovered. The vice guildmaster chuckles, praising her quick recovery before mentioning he has some highly intriguing news for her. Glancing back, she asks what he found out. He smiles immediately, picturing the face of Kim Tae-hyun. He reveals that Kim Tae-hyun has actually returned alive from the abyss. Do-ah-young gasps in complete disbelief. She can barely process the news, but still there is no way Kim Tae-hyun cleared that depth completely on his own. Han Soo-dong crosses his arms with a smug grin, pointing out that the place was a deadly S-rank tomb. Surviving is one thing, but the real shocker is the heavy hitter who just went to meet Kim Tae-hyun. Now fully invested, she demands to know who it was. Han Soo-dong chuckles, naming the leader of Osa Amuro Guild, one of the legendary Big Four. Suddenly, a massive giant named Kwon Kang-hyuk blocks Kim Tae-hyun's path. Kim Tae-hyun breaks a sweat as the scarred giant grins, wildly demanding to know if he is indeed the famous rookie. He immediately throws down a reckless challenge to duel right then and there. This is the master of Osa Amuro, an absolute beast of an S-rank hunter. He suddenly charges straight ahead, completely ignoring the public setting. As one of the top guild masters, this man is famously known as the strongest tank in New Korea. Insane rumors claim he once fought brutal hordes of monsters for hours on end, slaying hundreds of them single-handedly. His signature style concentrates pure destructive force right into his fists. He grins, declaring that the fight starts now. Power erupts from his body as he prepares to recruit by force. But suddenly, a sharp voice cuts in. "Stop right there." Secretary Kim Hyun rushes in, nearly giving him a slap. Kwon Kang-hyuk freezes in absolute shock. She scolds him instantly. Does he want another warning from the Human Rights Association? Doing this gets him banned. Wondering how many more excuses she has to make, she sighs while Kim Tae-hyun stands there completely dazed. Greeting him warmly, she introduces herself as Kim Hyun, while Kwon Kang-hyuk slowly lowers his aggressive battle stance. Admitting their recruitment style is incredibly aggressive, she explains she is here to properly discuss his guild invitation. Behind her, Kwon Kang-hyuk grumbles in annoyance, asking what she means by aggressive. He claims a duel isn't mandatory. He insists that if Kim Tae-hyun actually wants to join, they can skip the fight entirely without any issue. Kim Tae-hyun remains highly skeptical. Skipping a test basically means they are just forcing him to sign up. Secretary Kim nods in agreement, admitting his point. However, she offers a highly tempting proposal instead. She brings up his clear intention to participate in the upcoming Asian-friendly match, painting a picture of success. Out of the four major powers, Osa Emiro is the absolute best when it comes to deep abyss exploration. They promise a perfect dungeon schedule and absolute safety in the abyss if he just joins their guild. They even offer to cover whatever Kim Tae-hyun currently lacks, but he just stands there listening in silence. Suddenly, Kwon Kang-hyuk approaches from behind, heartily patting Secretary Kim on the shoulder and giving her quite a start. He tells her that is enough, while Osa Emiro scoffs, noting if he wanted those things he would have joined already. But Tae-hyun suddenly cuts in, shocking everyone with a declaration he has completely changed his mind. Secretary Kim and Kang-hyuk can hardly believe their ears. The giant can only gasp in disbelief. While Secretary Kim starts cheering excitedly, the big man hesitantly asks if this means he is joining Osa Emiro. Tae-hyun laughs. What nonsense, he asks, leaving the massive giant completely bewildered by his words. Standing tall, he coldly tells his opponent to do things his way, the winner takes all. Kang-hyuk grows irritated. That arrogant brat. Meanwhile, the grand stadium lights up for the massive match. Under the dazzling lights of the Osa Emiro Stadium, thousands gather as cameras record every single angle. Journalists immediately swarm Tae-hyun, firing off questions about whether he is truly being coerced into joining the guild. They ask about his connection to the player Yoo Ah-young and why he agreed to duel the legendary giant. Facing New Korea's strongest tank, does he really believe he stands a single chance of winning? Flashing cameras and screens crowd his vision, and a quiet anger begins to simmer behind his calm eyes. The crowd presses closer, shouting and shoving, just to snap a single picture of the newly famous rising star. They ask why he is staying silent. Then a desperate voice suddenly cuts through the noisy press. A hand in a bright green sleeve reaches out, and the cry catches Tae-hyun's attention, making him turn. Squeezing through is a young woman wearing glasses and a half-bun, desperately clutching a heavy professional camera. She shouts for everyone to make way. Right now, she absolutely needs this major exclusive interview. Meet reporter Kim, a rookie at Sea Economic whose only real talent is desperately avoiding getting fired. As her trembling hand reaches out, a firm and strong grip suddenly takes hold of her wrist. It is Tae-hyun himself, looking down at her with a calm, reassuring gaze that leaves her completely stunned. He greets her warmly, noting it has been quite a while since their last encounter during the selection exam. Blushing furiously, she stammers a quick greeting back to the famous player, her heart beating pretty fast. The surrounding crowd murmurs in jealousy, wondering if she is just putting on an act to look close. But she is already lost in a daydream, amazed that a big star like him remembers her at all. Standing before the press, Tae-hyun raises a hand and makes a sudden announcement to the surrounding reporters. He tells them he cannot take questions right now, so they should direct everything to his exclusive reporter. Since his duel with Kang-hyuk is waiting, he leaves them with her, dropping a massive bomb on the poor girl. She freezes. Panic sets in as the massive wave of journalists instantly shifts their focus to her. They shout questions about their relationship, leaving the poor rookie absolutely terrified and completely at a loss now. His little distraction worked perfectly. Tae-hyun simply waves, flashes a quick smile, and quietly slips away. With that done, he casually strides up the brightly lit stairs, heading toward the main arena entrance. Stopping near the top, he furrows his brow as vibrant green spotlights sweep across the packed stands. In front of thousands of spectators, the two fighters finally face off, the giant wearing a smug grin. He mockingly comments that he was worried the kid had run away, but Tae-hyun just holds his ground. Clad in his battle gear, the young hunter calmly asks if they can finally cut the talk and start. Shards of stone armor encase his body as fiery energy erupts, signaling he is fully locked in. The crowd goes wild as level 8 player and commentator Choi Hae-sun screams into the microphone. She announces the highly anticipated clash is starting, where victory only comes when one fighter completely surrenders. Dropping into a low combat stance, Kang-hyuk mutters that it is time to test the kid's real power. The recruitment duel officially begins. Instantly, the crowd erupts into a deafening roar of pure excitement. Both fighters buzz with adrenaline. Readying his stance, Tae-hyun is quite eager to make the first move. With a simple wave, he summons a massive beast, mentally mapping out his strategy for the coming clash. Honestly, summoning a beast with that kind of overwhelming majestic aura is usually more than enough to instantly crush ordinary E-rank monsters in a heartbeat. Even a seasoned player like Kwon Kang-hyuk wouldn't be able to easily dodge an attack like this. He really thought that unleashing this high-tier sovereign beast would immediately intimidate him, but to his surprise, the guild leader didn't even flinch. Hey, that skill actually had a decent bite to it, but it's still not nearly enough. Kim Tae-hyun stands stunned by his rival's arrogant reaction. Suddenly, he feels a sharp presence darting right past his back, a wild leopard. What? Before he can even finish his thought, Kwon Kang-hyuk is already channeling every ounce of his massive power directly into his fist. Phantom-like beastly illusions begin to swirl around his knuckles. Then comes the strike. a devastating punch carrying the raw, crushing force of a giant grizzly bear. Tae-hyun is sent flying backward, leaving deep cracks in the ground that showed just how terrifying that impact was. Luckily, he wrapped his arms in golden chains just in time, so the blow didn't cause any serious damage. But the guild leader is already charging back like a gale, massive horns sprouting from his forehead. Your combat skills are pretty good, but if you actually thought that level of strength could defeat me, you are dead wrong. He slams forward the phantom of a massive charging bull, materializing just like the grizzly bear before. You really are strong, Tae-hyun calmly admits, a relaxed smile still playing on his handsome face. But Kwon Kang-hyuk leaps high into the air, summoning the spectral image of a giant elephant ready to crush its tiny prey. Surprised by this bizarre technique, Tae-hyun braces himself. In a flash, a thunderous strike lands as the entire beast stomps directly onto Tae-hyun's small frame. Debris flies everywhere, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Kwon Kang-hyuk stands on a ledge, laughing triumphantly at his devastating strike. But as the dust settles, Tae-hyun is still standing completely unfazed. Your escape skill is pretty decent, but simply evading like that isn't going to win you this match. Kwon Kang-hyuk mocks him, but a smug smile slowly spreads across Tae-hyun's bruised face. He chuckles softly, "Guild leader, if you don't have any beasts left to summon, then this match is already mine." Kwon Kang-hyuk steps forward, clearly triggered, and begins to gather his energy. "How amusing, you are completely outmatched and yet you still talk big. If that is how you want to play, I will end this right now." Instantly, the terrifying projection of a colossal dinosaur looms overhead, sending the entire crowd into a wild frenzy. This is the absolute ultimate transformation form of guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk, and the spectators are absolutely roaring. The entire arena is already completely shattered from those three brutal assaults, making Tae-hyun look incredibly tiny, standing next to that towering dinosaur. In this ultimate combat form, this fight is bound to end in seconds. Even if the kid is a highly promising rookie, there is simply no way he can beat the guild leader. Up in the stands, Han Soo-dong and Ah-young keep a close eye on the battle. Ah-young looks thrilled, remarking that watching this duel really shows how incredibly powerful both of them actually are. Han Soo-dong quickly scolds her, asking how she can be so relaxed given the stakes. If he loses player, Kim Tae-hyun will be forced to join the Onsei Miro Guild. But there's nothing we can do about that. We have to stop this fight from going any further. Han Soo-dong begins analyzing Kwon Kang-hyuk's core skill known as the devastating beastly rage technique. It is a skill that channels the raw fury of apex predators, granting him the unmatched physical power and terrifying presence of a true beast in combat. Once he fully unleashes this skill and reaches his final transformation, no matter how strong player Kim Tae-hyun is, he won't be able to hold his ground. But Ah-young calmly reassures him that there is absolutely no need to worry. The Kim Tae-hyun she knows isn't the type to go down so easily. In fact, he always seems to keep a hidden trump card up his sleeve for situations just like this. Kwon Kang-hyuk charges forward with full force, but Tae-hyun just waits patiently, a smug smile creeping back onto his face. The anxious crowd watches with bated breath, when suddenly, wait, what on earth just happened? Everyone is completely dumbfounded. The guild leader just fell straight to his knees. How? What? Kwon Kang-hyuk is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened, frozen in absolute shock. "Since you're on your knees, I guess I win," Tae-hyun says. Meanwhile, the association is told that guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk was the one who demanded this duel, and Kim Tae-hyun was more than happy to accept. Secretary Kim lays it all out for the Players Association. An eerie shocked silence blankets the entire arena as spectators stare in utter disbelief. No one can believe what they're seeing. Did the legendary guild leader really just kneel? A veteran of countless brutal battlefields, who cleared dozens of deadly dungeons kneeling. This must be a trick. There's no way this is real. Call a rematch right now. They demand a redo, screaming that the match is rigged. Standing calmly on the stage, Tae-hyun listens to the furious crowd, howling in protest. He looks down at his opponent, who is still helplessly kneeling. Tae-hyun expected to win, but even he didn't foresee the match ending quite like this. The guild leader really is one of Korea's finest, but the moment he closed in for melee combat, complete hypnosis triggered, instantly forcing him to kneel. Kwon Kang-hyuk grits his teeth in pure rage, bitter humiliation written all over his face. Did he really just lose? It makes no sense. He vividly remembers charging in only for some kind of mind control to hijack his brain, causing him to temporarily black out. "Damn it," he mutters, gritting his teeth in fury. Everyone shut up. His loud challenge echoes across the stadium, leaving the entire audience utterly speechless. "Guildmaster, I honestly have no idea what kind of skill that kid just used. But a loss is a loss, and I have to accept it. Because of that, I need every single member of the Omero Guild to just accept this outcome. If anyone has a problem with it, come down here and tell me yourself. Their leader has completely conceded. Up in the stands, Yu Young watches them both. She can tell he is absolutely boiling inside right now. But honestly, it is simply incredible how Kim Tae-hyun completely turned the tables in a split second. The guy always seems to pull out skills that catch everyone off guard. He is a total mystery. Yu Young laughs, shoving a handful of popcorn into her mouth with a mischievous grin. Down on the field, Kwon Kang-hyuk storms straight over to them. Kim Tae-hyun turns around just as the towering figure of Kwon Kang-hyuk stops right in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun reaches out a friendly hand, hoping to keep things peaceful after a good match. But instead of shaking it, Kwon Kang-hyuk demands to know one thing. Did you plan to win like this from the very start? Kim Tae-hyun just smiles, well, maybe a little bit. The guild leader chuckles with amusement at the response. You really are an arrogant kid, he says, finally reaching out his hand to accept the gesture of goodwill. He asks directly, a deal is a deal, so do you want money or some rare items? Kim Tae-hyun answers him flatly. Those things are great, but I do not want any of them. Kwon Kang-hyuk looks at him with total confusion. What do you want then? Kim Tae-hyun answers without a single second of hesitation. The Minotaur Labyrinth. Hearing those words leaves Kwon Kang-hyuk completely stunned, but the young hunter instantly presses on. He wants to join the raid team. This request alone sends a shiver down the guild leader's spine. Next up, headquarters. The Awakened Association president is discussing matters with Go Tae-wook. The young man gasps the Minotaur Labyrinth. The president nods. Yes, it is a terrifying dungeon located deep within the abyss, a highly complex space filled with countless deadly traps. Countless high-level hunters have already lost their lives inside. The president's expression grows incredibly grim as he explains the danger. Even top-tier S-rank hunters have tried to conquer it and failed. Right now, only the Omero Guild has raid rights, but that information is still a closely guarded secret. Go Tae-wook looks highly concerned, wondering how Kim Tae-hyun managed to find out. Could this lead to some major trouble? The president understands his worry completely and gives a slow nod. Everything about that place is highly volatile and unpredictable, especially since nobody really knows what goes on down in that dark abyss. So we must stay on high alert. Leaning over at his desk, the old man admits there is simply no other choice. All they can do now is place their trust in the hunters entering the gate. Honestly, if I were still young, I would have joined this raid myself. Go Tae-wook stares at him with absolute respect, quietly calling out to the old man. If you are really this concerned about the danger, perhaps instead of stressing over the extreme difficulty of this raid, we should focus on finding more powerful new hunters to join. Let's just hope our worst fears do not come true. But right then, an urgent incoming call flashes on the screen. An employee from the association speaks up quickly. President, I apologize for reaching out so suddenly, but we have a major emergency on our hands. He remains perfectly calm, asking what could be so urgent. She explains that the Japanese Hunter Association just contacted them. The president is utterly baffled. What do they want? If this is about the Hongdong auction house, that matter is settled. Go Tae-wook listens from the side, equally confused. The staff member quickly clarifies that the Saintess herself has sent a direct invitation to Kim Tae-hyun. Hearing that title immediately brings a specific image to the president's mind. A highly arrogant and terrifying woman sending a cold shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, over with Kwon Kang-hyuk. He stands before a massive portal with a heavily armored and fully equipped army lined up neatly behind him. They are at the association's portal station. Kwon Kang-hyuk's secretary begins counting the massive crowd, starting with 1. Her finger flies past the hunters as she counts to 50, 70, then 98. Kim Tae-hyun is the final name. She shouts out 100. Turning to her boss, she reports that they have a full team ready for the raid. Staring directly at the swirling portal, Kwon Kang-hyuk lets out a chilling smirk. Since we are ready, he says, let's head inside and see just how tough these monsters really are. With that, he leads his army forward. They step through the gateway. Instantly, utter chaos breaks loose. Massive spells and heavy explosions light up the dark dungeon. Terrifying minotaurs clash violently with Kwon Kang-hyuk's guild members, both sides locking into a brutal struggle for survival. Screams echo from every corner. Attack that side first. Get a healer over here. Push forward. Keep moving. Amidst all this absolute madness, Kim Tae-hyun grips his weapon tightly, ready to face whatever nightmare lies ahead. Standing alone, Tae-hyun faces off against 2 massive minotaurs. No wasted movement. He coolly finishes them off. Their agonizing screams echo. Their bodies instantly shatter to pieces, drawing immediate praise from Kwon Kang-hyuk. Kwon Kang-hyuk approaches with a severed minotaur head. He casually asks what Tae-hyun thinks of his new weapon. Tae-hyun politely replies that it is decent. He is already highly experienced with handling these kinds of daggers. Since his old weapon broke, options were limited. Still, Kang-hyuk warmly tells him it is a welcome gift. The rare grade Azarin dagger in his hand was actually meant as a welcoming present for joining their guild. Kwon Kang-hyuk keeps praising him. A dungeon raid like this absolutely needs highly capable hunters like Tae-hyun. He tosses the Minotaur head aside. Tae-hyun sincerely thanks him for letting him join the raid party. This labyrinth has defeated many previous teams. Naturally, the secretary advises everyone to stay alert and careful. The secretary is told not to worry. She is slightly confused until they explain their top-tier roster. Every single hunter assigned to this labyrinth raid is highly capable, consisting entirely of B rank awakened and above. She points out their immediate success. Pushing back monsters right at the start keeps everyone completely safe. Plus, all the traps inside have been fully cleared. They do not even need to worry about them. Kwon Kang-hyuk adds that their vice leader cleared them. Another member confidently shares their latest breakthrough. Apparently, they discovered a way to conquer this labyrinth last month. This highly surprises Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun curiously asks about this breakthrough clue. Kang-hyuk is totally open and hides absolutely nothing. He explains they found crucial clues on monster corpses that reveal exactly how to defeat them. He remembers facing giant beasts during their previous attempts. Beasts covered in bizarre mystical patterns. No one has ever seen such markings. A vision of a massive cracked horn flashes in his mind. Kang-hyuk explains that touching the monster corpses turned them to dust. Only the horn remained fully intact. Tae-hyun suddenly realizes something. This prompts Kang-hyuk to laugh out loud and confirm his exact line of thought. They use that leftover horn to analyze the monsters. This let them pinpoint the exact locations of similar beasts. Combined with their tracking skills, getting lost is impossible. They steadily make their way deeper inside. Led by the vice leader's detection skill, the raid party successfully navigates through every single twist and turn. After overcoming various trials, they finally reach a massive gate. Both sides are covered in strange glowing symbols. These eerie spiral markings glow ominously. They slowly step inside and the vice leader announces their arrival. They find themselves standing amid ruins. In the center is a massive Minotaur statue missing its right horn. This is the final room. Tae-hyun wonders if it is a statue, but Kang-hyuk clarifies it is a monster. The vice leader quickly chimes in. They simply need to bring the horn to the statue to finish things. An excited Kwon Kang-hyuk completely agrees. He immediately orders Secretary Kim to bring the legendary horn forward. Secretary Kim hurriedly pushes the cart with the massive horn. She struggles to keep up with his impatient demands. Tae-hyun becomes highly contemplative. He remembers that even before his regression, they knew how to use the horn. His expression turns dead serious. Meanwhile, Kwon Kang-hyuk effortlessly hoists the giant horn into the air. Laughing with excitement, the guild leader exerts all his strength. He leaps toward the fractured statue head. He forcefully jams the horn back into place. A blinding flash of light unleashes as the pieces connect. Seeing this, the raid team erupts into cheers. They are finally conquering a labyrinth undefeated for 30 years. Kang-hyuk wildly demands the master of the labyrinth to show itself, but something instantly feels incredibly wrong. Every single crack on the giant Minotaur statue completely heals. It begins dissolving into blinding white light. The clueless hunters below stand frozen in confusion. This deadly energy rapidly floods the entire chamber. Suddenly, an intense gravitational pull drags Kwon Kang-hyuk inward. Absolute panic spreads throughout the entire raid party. Everyone screams in complete disbelief. Only the vice leader stands completely unfazed as if expecting this all along. Before they can react, several hunters are teleported away. They land on a freezing, snow-covered mountain screaming. Another group finds themselves plunged into a raging flood. Their terrified shouts are quickly drowned out by water. Yet another faction lands right at the base of an actively erupting volcano, cursing their absolute nightmare. As for Tae-hyun, he is warped into a dense jungle. He looks highly amused that the trap was successfully triggered. It is active. Standing right before him is a group of 4 also teleported here. A classic spatial transfer trap. The 4 of them are absolutely shocked by his sudden arrival, gasping in unison. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, rough hands rest on an open book inside a pitch-black room illuminated only by the faint glow of a small desk lamp. He calmly turns the page, muttering to himself. So Tae-hyun really joined that dungeon raid team after all. The night demon sits with his legs crossed, exuding a heavy aura that leaves his trembling subordinate completely terrified. This sudden turn of events caught them completely off guard, prompting the nervous minion to ask what they should do. He even offers to call off the entire operation right now as the boss reveals a sinister skull tattoo on his hand. But the boss disagrees, saying it is actually better this way. After all, 6 S-class villains have already infiltrated the group. Add in the A-rank moles and they have 20 spies. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk are, they have limits. They cannot win against us. The night demon slams his book shut with a menacing cold smile. How can they survive a surprise betrayal from the inside while their hands are full fighting deadly dungeon beasts? With a wicked smirk, he orders the plan to proceed. Even Tae-hyun's presence will not change a single thing. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the group of four slowly surrounds our main character, and trust me, the tension here is unreal. A friendly blonde girl steps forward to introduce herself, suggesting they get to know each other to coordinate their moves. She claims to be a B rank named Milena, but before she can finish, Tae-hyun leaps into the air with a savage grin. Calling her a demon, he delivers a brutal kick straight to her face, warning her not to play games with him. Ack! She coughs up blood from the impact. Her true identity is actually the infamous S-class demon archmage Milena. Just then, one of the male recruits recalls hearing rumors about Tae-hyun being the youngest S-class hunter in history. He wondered if this rookie could really protect them like their veteran guild leader does, or if he is just hype. Did he truly risk his life to save everyone at the auction house, or was that just a tall tale? Either way, he quietly hoped this legendary rookie would show his true colors and help them clear this dungeon. The guild desperately needed a powerhouse to conquer this nightmare, and those hopeful thoughts belonged to none other than Sung-ho. But after witnessing Tae-hyun randomly assault their teammate, the B-rank hunter's jaw completely hits the floor in sheer disbelief. He stares at the unconscious girl, completely losing his temper. "What on earth is wrong with you?" he screams. Tae-hyun just flashes a confident thumbs up, explaining that she was actually a demon spy lurking in their ranks. But Sung-ho is too emotional to listen immediately, aiming his gun and firing. "What demon, you lying psychopath?" he bellows. Unloading his magazine, the frantic hunter curses up a storm, leaving Tae-hyun with no choice but to casually dodge the barrage. "Damn it," he growls as he misses every single shot, unable to land even a single graze. How can Tae-hyun move so effortlessly? It makes no sense. Sung-ho fumes, his mind racing back to his training days. He recalls all the hard-fought battles they shared, clearing dungeon after dungeon side by side with his precious teammate. Seeing her broken body, he swears to avenge her, refusing to believe she could ever be a monster. Gritting his teeth, he rushes over to cradle her limp head, crying out that this cannot be happening. He begs her to wake up, promising to protect her. But his pathetic emotional display is suddenly cut short, because out of nowhere, his beloved teammate delivers a massive bone-shattering punch straight into his gut. Talk about a painful reality check. His agonized screams fill the woods while Milena looks down on him with absolute disgust. She sneers, asking who the hell he thinks he is to touch her. Tae-hyun just sighs, teasingly reminding him that he warned him. Suddenly, two more hidden demons leap out to attack from behind. Tae-hyun whips around to face them, totally unfazed. The demons launch a highly coordinated, devastating magical assault, triggering a massive shockwave that tears through the entire forest area. As the smoke clears, both the gray-haired and blonde demons freeze in sheer panic. He is completely gone. Leaving only empty rubble, Tae-hyun casually steps out from the shadows directly behind their backs. He taunts them, saying he never expected to find three full-fledged demons hiding in such a pathetic little corner. "Are you guys trying to team up and slaughter everyone here?" he asks. Hearing this, Milena finally sheds her human disguise. Tying back her long hair, her face twists into a terrifying demonic smirk. "How bizarre," she whispers. The three demons brace for combat. "We have been lurking inside the Osa Emiro guild for years without a single soul noticing. Yet, a complete stranger spots us instantly. How did you know?" she demands as Tae-hyun casually stretches his neck. Now that these demons are revealing their bizarre, monstrous forms, Kim Tae-hyun patiently answers them. He says, "Well, you guys actually get a compliment from me because your acting was not even that bad. Of course, I only knew about all this from the future." Milena scoffs, completely dismissing his explanation. Nice story, she thinks. The future. She does not believe a single word coming out of. She begins analyzing the situation based on her own logic. "You seem to have a pretty close relationship with Yu Yi, and it seems like she gave you a little heads up about us, didn't she? Or maybe there is a traitor among us." Right after saying that, her fingernails grow longer and sharper. Milena activates her attack skill, confidently declaring that it does not matter anyway, killing you here is enough. She pounces on him like a wild beast, completely backed up by the other two B-class demon sidekicks. Milena quickly moves to graze one side of his face. All of her two assistant sidekicks are terrified. They quickly close the distance, unleashing their deadly ultimate strikes. He gracefully leaps into the air, effortlessly dodging every single attack. Kim Tae-hyun then summons his binding chains, wrapping them around the blonde demon's neck first, leaving him completely stunned. The black-haired guy is up next, instantly getting ensnared by the heavy links, barely letting out a gasp. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kim Tae-hyun immediately finishes off those two demons, leaving nothing behind but their painful, agonizing screams. Get ready, because a massive wave of pure killing intent flashes forward, bringing along Milena's deadly claws. Instead of backing away, he feels excited by her fierce onslaught and immediately confronts her attack head-on, with a direct clash. Suddenly, Milena's confidence begins to waver. She finally senses the massive gap in power between herself and she wonders how this is even possible, realizing he is way too strong. Even if he is not some ordinary person, her Witch's Claw's skill should have poisoned him with a scrape. Anyone hit by her poison is supposed to die instantly, yet this bastard is completely fine. She attacks while trying to make sense of it, knowing she definitely got a clean scratch on his face. Yet despite her poison-infused claws unleashing a rapid onslaught on Tae-hyun, he shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. Realizing this, Milena is struck by a sudden horrifying thought: can he actually resist poison? She begins to struggle in absolute despair, refusing to believe it. As if reading her mind, Tae-hyun offers a quick apology before immediately activating his powerful skill, the knight's fighting spirit, summoning a giant under his complete control. He looks right at her, essentially handing down a death sentence by stating that poison is completely useless against him. Meanwhile, his system alerts keep flashing, showing his successful resistance to her skill, using a mysterious defensive power. Absolutely terrified, Milena turns around to flee, but she is already way too late for that. She curses in utter helplessness. His skill unleashed such catastrophic power that it instantly shreds the ground, sending nearby trees and rocks flying in all directions. A deafening blast echoes through the area, wiping out everything. Let us see what is left after the smoke clears. Park Sung-ho slowly approaches the blast site. He looks visibly shocked, as if he has just stumbled upon something incredible. Right there, Milena lies bound and trembling on the dirt. She screams out in pure rage, "Let me go, you bastard, or I will kill you." Hearing that, Tae-hyun roughly grabs her by the hair, dragging her head up as she shrieks from the sudden sharp pain. Looking down at her pathetic, defeated state, he calmly asks if she is really in any position to be making those empty threats right now. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of Rosalia appears behind him, coldly demanding that Milena start speaking and spill the absolute truth. She immediately activates her mind control magic. Once Rosalia completely locks down the demon's mind, she demands to know how many moles are hiding here and what their main goal is for infiltrating this dungeon raid. Milena blankly mutters a response as her eyes suddenly glaze over. Under the dark spell, she begins answering every single question, honestly. She reveals there are 20 of them, with 5 S-classes and 15 A-classes sent to make this entire raid fail completely. A sudden flashback of that day plays, showing white flowers drenched in fresh crimson blood as a sharp dagger flies toward a very specific target, none other than guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk. Their ultimate sinister objective is to assassinate him. Back in the present, Tae-hyun and Park Sung-ho stand before the defeated demon, watching her shiver on the cold ground. Tae-hyun is deep in thought. There are 5 S-class demons. Before his regression, he only knew of 3, but now things are completely different. The past dungeon raids also had unexpected variables, proving that the future has shifted significantly. Is all of this really because of his actions? Snapping out of his thoughts, Tae-hyun turns to Park Sung-ho. He instructs him to go report their numbers and true motives to the guild master as quickly as possible. Park Sung-ho quickly agrees. But as they make their way back, his mind is flooded with endless questions and doubts. Was Milena really a demon spy this entire time, and did Tae-hyun know about this from the very beginning? While he is completely lost in his spiraling thoughts, Tae-hyun suddenly speaks up, cutting through the silence and declaring that they must completely eliminate every single mole if they want this dungeon raid to be a success. This place feels like a completely isolated pocket dimension, but it is actually still just a branch of the massive labyrinth they are navigating. As they speak, a mysterious door suddenly materializes right in front of them. Tae-hyun points out that a path must connect to another space. It might not lead straight to the center of the labyrinth, but it will definitely help them track down the rest of their team. They just need to check every single door and search each zone carefully to find Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Suddenly, Park Sung-ho speaks up, admitting he is pretty curious about something. Tae-hyun looks back slightly confused. He asks why Tae-hyun did not speak up when they first entered. He apologizes for doubting him, but points out the truth. If Tae-hyun had warned Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk from the beginning, they could have easily avoided this entire dangerous mess. Tae-hyun goes quiet for a moment before giving a pretty simple response. He says he already told him. Hearing this, Sung-ho is completely shocked and asks what he means. Tae-hyun just looks back with a completely calm expression. He tells him to believe what he wants, but the guild master already knows plenty. Meanwhile, we cut over to Kwon Kang-hyuk. And right on cue, we cut over to the guild master, just as a flying blade stabs him in the gut. A group of hostile hunters wielding swords and daggers quickly surround him, closing in with clear intent to kill. The guild master just scoffs at the sight, asking what they think they are doing and telling them their little joke is over. He looks directly at the vice guild master. The man in the black hat sneers back, asking if he honestly thinks this is a joke. Right then, Tae-hyun rushes over, screaming in pure panic and asking how they could dare to betray their own leader. Before she can finish, an assassin lunges from the shadows behind her. Spotting the threat, Kwon Kang-hyuk moves with lightning speed. He throws himself in front of her, taking the brutal slash meant for her. Kim Hae-yeon screams out in utter horror. Kwon Kang-hyuk curses under his breath while Hyun desperately tries to support his weight, frantically asking if he is okay. The traders do not waste a single second, unleashing a massive barrage of high-level skills directly at the injured master. Sensing the extreme danger, he shoves him backward, telling her to stay out of it. He immediately begins gathering his mana. A massive glowing dragon erupts from his aura, completely blasting away the wave of attackers in a spectacular burst of raw power. Hyun can only watch in absolute awe, knocked completely off her feet by the sheer shockwave of his devastating summon. Seeing him forced to fight all alone, she begs him to stop, insisting she can still stand up and fight alongside him. Kwon Kang-hyuk shuts her down instantly, sternly telling her to stay back because these enemies are far more dangerous than they look. Hyun protests, shouting that he could die if he fights alone. Suddenly, the traitorous Vice Guild Master laughs, agreeing with her. He sneers that Kwon Kang-hyuk stands zero chance alone, revealing he only played the loyal subordinate to hide his true strength. With a wicked grin, the masked leader pulls out a strange lantern containing a glowing cursed skull burning with dark energy. In an instant, the burning skull expands into a massive, terrifying specter. He boasts that his ranks are packed with A-rank fighters. The villain proudly adds that he has brought 4 S-rank elites, battle-hardened killers who know exactly how to end lives. They declare that the guild master will die right here, but Kwon Kang-hyuk calmly takes his combat stance. Underestimating them was his first mistake. The mocking traitor laughs, saying they spent years plotting his downfall. There was no way a simple brute like Kwon Kang-hyuk could have ever seen a highly calculated trap like this coming. Kwon Kang-hyuk lets out a soft chuckle and mutters that Kim Tae-hyun was absolutely right about them all along. The leader is caught off guard, demanding to know what he means. Kwon Kang-hyuk explains that Tae-hyun warned him they were hidden demons. Hearing this, the hatted leader is totally stunned. Kwon Kang-hyuk admits he did not believe the warning until now. It is a massive blow to his ego. He refuses to believe their master plan was leaked so easily. He demands to know how a complete outsider could uncover a massive conspiracy they had been crafting for so many years. Kwon Kang-hyuk calmly replies that he truly wanted to trust them, holding out hope and giving them a final chance to change. But those chances are officially gone now. The demon leader stands there completely speechless, unable to find any words. Even knowing a betrayal was brewing, Kwon Kang-hyuk could not bring himself to strike down comrades he had fought alongside for years. He needed concrete proof before taking action. One of the traitors spits back, calling him a completely naive fool. He shrugs it off. Behind him, Hyun loses her temper and scolds him for ignoring the warning. She demands to know why he did not verify the lead, pointing out they are now trapped in a complete mess. Hyun panics about their survival, while Kwon Kang-hyuk just blinks in confusion. Suddenly, something fast comes flying straight at them. Both of them widen their eyes in sheer shock at the incoming projectile, but luckily Kwon Kang-hyuk reacts just in time. The traitor sneers triumphantly after catching Kim Hyun. "Thanks a bunch, kid," he gloats. "Because of you, our master plan is going to succeed. Now die, you idiot." But Kwon Kang-hyuk glares back, dead serious. "All right, you and your entire pack of dogs are dying right here." Kwon Kang-hyuk unleashes a terrifying wave of power. His eyes flare as a massive dragon erupts from his aura, surging forward. The beast blows the traitor away. Kwon Kang-hyuk bellows out, "Today, I will show you what real power looks like." Taking the full force of the dragon, the traitor spits out blood and shattered teeth, his eyes rolling back in sheer agony. "Are you dead yet, idiot?" Kwon Kang-hyuk scoffs. Purple light begins swirling wildly around his body as his true power ignites. 2 glowing purple horns emerge from his forehead. This majestic, monstrous form of his is known as the Ancient Dragon Guard. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Park Sung-ho looks at Kim Tae-hyun. Why did the guild master know and do nothing? Kim Tae-hyun sighs, completely exhausted. "Go ask him yourself when we see him." That reminds him of their private talk. Deep in the dungeon, Kim Tae-hyun had confronted Kwon Kang-hyuk. "Hey, guild master," he had yelled out, unable to hide his frustration. "You knew everything I said was true, yet you are just going to sit back and do absolutely nothing." The guild master had only smiled calmly. "Do you really think you have seen the full extent of my power?" Those words had sent a sudden wave of anxiety straight through Kim Tae-hyun. But the master just offered a calm, knowing smirk. "Relax, everything is under my control. When the time comes, I will not hesitate to crush them." Cut back to the present. Arriving at the scene, they find a field of battered traitors scattered across the cold floor. And lying in the middle, looking completely destroyed, is the Vice Master. Park Sung-ho can only stare in absolute disbelief. "What in the world?" he mutters, while Kim Tae-hyun lets out a quiet sigh of relief. This is exactly what he expected. Stepping through the final gate, they find Kwon Kang-hyuk standing tall, surrounded by the defeated rebels, groaning in pain. "Just as I thought," Kim Tae-hyun mutters. Spotting the two newcomers, Kim Hyun and the guild master look up with relief. Kim Tae-hyun, you actually made it, they call out, visibly relieved. Once the group reunites, they quickly start comparing notes. Kwon Kang-hyuk asks him if they ran into any other guild members during their chaotic climb through the dungeon. We did. Kim Tae-hyun replies. I saw a few of them scattered across different zones, but things looked pretty bad. He recalls sprinting through a bizarre subdimension and spotting some of their allies desperately screaming for help. They were thrashing around in a toxic pool, begging for anyone to save them. Please help us, they had screamed. But Kim Tae-hyun had ignored their cries, heading straight for the guild master instead. Even when Park Sung-ho begged him to stop, to save them, he just cold-heartedly brushed it off. Hearing this ruthless side of him, Kwon Kang-hyuk is left speechless. You really just left them, he mutters. Kim Tae-hyun merely shrugs, turning his attention back to the present. So what now? Kwon Kang-hyuk falls silent, weighing his options before looking up. With a weary but determined grin, he makes his choice. The immediate threat is neutralized, he says. But we still need to reach the very heart of this dungeon. Despite his heavy injuries, the leader is still sharp, keeping his composure like a true guild master should. Who knows if we will encounter more demons ahead, he warns. We must move to the next zone and find the boss. He sighs, a wave of regret washing over him. I was foolish to ignore your warning, Tae-hyun, but I can still fight. I am truly sorry, he adds. If only I had listened to you, none of this would have happened. Seeing the proud guild master genuinely apologize like this, Kim Tae-hyun merely shrugs it off with a casual response. Well, as long as you learned your lesson. Just be more careful next time. The master immediately snaps at his cheeky attitude. What, he barks. My apology was completely sincere, all right, you do not have to smirk at me like that. Seeing him agitate his wounds, Kim Hyun quickly holds him back. Calm down, master, you are going to rip your stitches open. Kim Tae-hyun just smiles and turns away. He acts cool, but a wave of relief washes over him. The master is safe. With Kwon Kang-hyuk alive and kicking, the demon's insidious plot to cripple the guild is officially dead in the water. Even though he had prior knowledge about these demons, the guild master's stubbornness still caused unnecessary injuries. His memory of this labyrinth from his past life is incredibly scarce. There's barely anything to go off of. To make matters worse, things have already begun shifting from the original timeline. He has to stay on high alert. While he ponders his next move, Kim Hyun breaks his train of thought. We need to keep moving and find the others. If things get too dangerous, they might have to consider abandoning this entire dungeon raid. But then Kim Hyun speaks up. Did you run into any monsters while navigating those other dimensions? He asks. Kim Tae-hyun freezes. Hearing that question, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly freezes as a sudden realization hits him. Park Sung-ho nods and says they indeed traveled through several different rooms without encountering a single monster, suggesting a highly abnormal situation inside the maze. This leaves Kim Tae-hyun deeply puzzled. Looking closely at the three survivors, they have no injuries other than those from the traitors. None of their wounds came from monsters. This bizarre anomaly makes Kim Tae-hyun incredibly uneasy as he begins to piece it together. He realizes they have crossed multiple chambers, yet not a single monster has appeared. Something is seriously wrong here. Drawing on his vast dungeon-crawling experience, he knows a normal trial room should always throw monsters or traps at them. There are no hidden landmines and no mutated beasts hiding in the shadows. Everything is completely empty, which makes no sense. How can this place be classified as an unbeatable high-ranked dungeon when there are literally no obstacles for the awakened? There is simply no trial for the hunters to overcome. It is way too peaceful, and that alone is terrifying. The more Kim Tae-hyun connects the dots, the more his gut tells him they are walking straight into a trap. He wonders how the guild leader managed to find and slay the boss in his past life if there were no monsters. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoes through the chamber. Kim Hyun and Park Sung-ho look up, instantly freezing in sheer terror. Even the mighty guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk stands completely stunned for several seconds, unable to process what is unfolding. Staring in absolute disbelief, he mutters under his breath, wondering what on earth is crawling out of the rift. Right in front of them stands a colossal monster with multiple arms, each hand clutching a different deadly weapon. Its massive bull head is covered in eyes. The beast is ripping through dimensional barriers, tearing the space apart. The S+ rank boss of the Minotaur Labyrinth has officially arrived. Kim Hyun screams in panic, terrified by its presence. She asks why they have to face it here, while Park Sung-ho wonders if this is indeed the true labyrinth boss. Before anyone can react, the colossal monster strikes first, thrusting its massive spear and heavy battle axe forward. The weapons crash down at lightning speed. Fortunately, everyone manages to leap back just in time to dodge the blow. Park Sung-ho screams out for everyone to run. The impact is so devastating that the solid ground instantly shatters. Debris flies everywhere, completely destroying the escape portal. Trapped, Kwon Kang-hyuk locks eyes with Kim Tae-hyun, signaling him. Understanding the silent signal, Kim Tae-hyun nods and tells him he gets it. In a flash, they prepare their counterattack. Both powerful hunters activate their body reinforcement skills, leaving their teammates behind to charge directly at the towering beast. Boosting their physical parameters to the absolute limit, they close the distance. The boss swings its multiple arms to intercept them. A fierce high-speed clash begins as weapons collide. Shockwaves rip through the chamber, scattering rock and dust everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Kim Tae-hyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk move in perfect sync, dodging deadly swipes with expert precision. They successfully bypass the boss's defensive perimeter. Vaulting off the debris, they leap high into the air above its head. But just as they prepare to deliver a devastating plunge attack, the massive creature raises a glowing mace before them. The heavy weapon crackles with intense magical energy. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, shooting wild sparks everywhere. Powerful arcs of lightning surge through the entire cavern. But get this, a far worse nightmare is about to rise from the ground beneath them. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness as a giant skeleton begins crawling out from the shattered stone floor. It lets out a terrifying roar that leaves both hunters momentarily paralyzed with shock. But the surprises do not stop there. Flesh and muscle fibers rapidly regenerate over the bones, fully reforming the creature's massive body in mere seconds. This is the Tao King, fully resurrected by the S-Class Labyrinth boss. Kwon Kang-ha gasps, utterly shocked to see it. How can an S-Class monster be summoned as a mere minion? And there is not just one of them here. Two more massive Tao Kings materialize right behind their teammates. Within moments, multiple high-rank monsters completely surround them. Terror grips Kim Hae-yeon and Park Sung-ho. She shrieks that more are coming just as the S-plus rank boss speaks. The monster growls, addressing the hunters in its maze, asking if they truly expect to defeat them and conquer this labyrinth. It promises to wait right here, inviting them to step forward and face their ultimate doom under its absolute wrath. Paralyzed by overwhelming fear, the rear guards are completely frozen. They mutter that they are finished, leaving the front line struggling. And Kwon Kang-hyuk must quickly fall back from the front line to save them. Kwon Kang-hyuk mutters that this is bad. The massive boss commands its minions to charge and slaughter the intruders. On cue, the resurrected horde moves out. The frenzied beasts stampede toward the helpless hunters, their furious glowing eyes locked onto Kim Hae-yeon and Park Sung-ho. Pure panic is written all over their faces. Park Sung-ho tightly grips his magic gun, his knuckles turning white. Guild leader, a purple beam of intense light shoots forward, slamming directly into the charging beasts right in front of them. Under their watchful eyes, a man suddenly appears in midair. Looking up, Park Sung-ho opens his eyes wide and screams. He frantically yells out Kwon Kang-hyuk's name. The newcomer throws a massive iron chain that wraps tightly around the raging beasts. The monster roars in agonizing pain, its head thrust up as the glowing iron links squeeze its neck even tighter now. Kim Tae-hyun holds the line tight, shouting to ask if that hurts. Meanwhile, Kwon Kang-hyuk inhales deeply, puffing out his cheeks. Aiming directly at the stampeding herd, he yells for them to take this. He opens his mouth as a blinding light erupts. A massive wave of brilliant fire erupts forward, completely engulfing the crazed beasts ahead in an intense, raging blaze. Caught in the searing heat of the flames, the beasts thrash wildly in a desperate attempt to escape the fire. Kim Tae-hyun slowly reels his chains back. Kwon Kang-hyuk grins wide, asking if they are dead yet as he stares. But their excitement quickly turns to pure shock. Both of them freeze, total disbelief. Rising from the ashes like a terrifying rebirth, the bulls stand completely unscathed, their eyes glowing red with hunger. They stare greedily at their prey. One of them actually scoffs, almost mocking their efforts. Kim Tae-hyun can only watch. Beside him, Kwon Kang-hyuk mutters in utter shock. How is this possible? Suddenly, chaos. Now completely surrounded, Kwon Kang-hyuk stands at the center of the trap. He grits his teeth and clenches his fists. He pours his power into striking the massive boss, but his physical attack does not even leave a scratch. The monster stands unaffected, looking down on him. His strength is not enough because its regeneration speed is simply too fast. How can they clear these monsters if they cannot defeat the boss? Total disaster. Unleashing his full power to fight is an option, but then he will not be able to protect his secretary. And young Kim Tae-hyun has his limits as well. Kwon Kang-hyuk grits his teeth as he weighs his next move. The situation is incredibly grim. His mind wanders back to a past conversation warning him to make a choice. Even with his incredible power, if he keeps acting recklessly, the association will be forced to take action against him. They would have no choice but to implement measures to restrain him. If he wants a reliable partner in these dungeons, a proper teammate is needed, someone who actually fits his style. Back in that office, Kwon Kang-hyuk had leaned back. Stating his independence, he told them he is a free spirit who does not fit into any mold or structure. Ultimately, he is willing to team up with anyone who can keep up with him. Hearing this, the president looked up. The old man admitted that made sense, but warned him that a little doubt is necessary in their dangerous work. Kwon Kang-hyuk replied that he obviously knows the risks, his steady voice showing no sign of hesitation at all. He has been an active player for a very long time, watching top rankers rise and fall all over the country. In battle, even a single mistake can cost someone everything. Sometimes a hard decision is required to protect the innocent. Saving his people is his priority, but the president did not seem completely satisfied with that selfless answer. The old man spoke in a serious tone, warning him that raw strength alone cannot solve everything in this world. Those who understand their limits and prioritize what truly matters will triumph. That is the mark of a real player. Hearing those words back then, Kwon Kang Hyuk had scoffed, resting his chin on his hand in slight annoyance. Pondering the advice, he wondered if making difficult choices during a sudden crisis is really what defines a person's path. Back in reality, Kwon Kang Hyuk is covered in wounds, fresh blood dripping down his body as he gasps for air. Looking at the rampaging beasts and Kim Tae-hyun fighting with everything he has, he lets out a weary sigh. It is exhausting indeed, having to choose between fighting to the death or escaping this deadly trap. If he forces a battle, his comrades might die and they still might not defeat the dungeon boss. A choice has to be made. Gritting his teeth, he resolves that no matter what, he will save them. With absolute determination in his eyes, Kwon Kang Hyuk roars out, refusing to stand by while they are in danger. An intense purple aura erupts from his body. Without hesitation, he charges straight toward Kim Tae-hyun to help him. As he reaches his comrade fighting off the monster horde, Kim Tae-hyun asks if he can still fight. Glancing over, Kwon Kang Hyuk replies that he is perfectly fine, asking the young hunter how he is holding up. Kim Tae-hyun says he is doing okay. They both need to give it their all to slay these beasts. Smiling slightly, he tells his leader to make his choice. It is a dangerous situation, but they are ready. Tae-hyun calmly points out that he actually has a way to take down the Minotaur Queen, leaving Kwon Kang Hyuk completely stunned by his confidence. Suddenly, the herd of wild bulls grows even more ferocious. Kang Hyuk charges straight into the fray, yelling back to ask if he is absolutely sure. Tae-hyun reassures him to stay calm. Meanwhile, the monster boss seems to sense their plan to kill her, slowly opening her massive jaws. The massive bull boss mocks them, barking out that no matter what desperate choice they make, their final destination in this place remains exactly the same. "You are all going to die anyway," she sneers. Hearing this, they steel themselves as the entire herd of monstrous beasts charges forward to trample them. Target locked, Kang Hyuk clenches his fists, channeling his energy to summon a raging wall of fire that completely engulfs the approaching beasts. Down below, the weapon in the boss's hand suddenly glows. She laughs in utter contempt, declaring that she will slaughter every last one of them. She dares them to bring it on, but as she looks up, she suddenly freezes. Out of nowhere, Tae-hyun is already standing right in front of her. He stands there looking down like an absolute god, staring at a lowly insect. Slowly, a massive, menacing spectral figure begins to materialize behind him. A colossal summon towers over them. Kang Hyuk roars out for them to attack together, his voice echoing with sheer determination. Tae-hyun grits his teeth, his eyes locking onto his target. He makes his move, unleashing the giant beast summoned at his back. The massive spectral fist slams directly into the boss's face. In a flash, the giant hand wraps around her neck, squeezing tightly. While the giant hand holds her down, Kang Hyuk charges from the flank. Blinding beams of magical light erupt, crashing into each other in chaos. The entire battlefield erupts into total mayhem. Tae-hyun and Kang Hyuk coordinate their moves, launching a devastating dual assault right at the monster. Shockwaves of energy ripple through the air. Dodging the debris, Kang Hyuk glances over to ask Tae-hyun about his actual plan of attack. Clenching his weapon tightly, Tae-hyun calmly explains his theory. He believes these dungeon spaces are all connected like pathways. Just like these rooms are linked by gates, the rift where the Minotaur Queen hides must connect directly to another dimension. This means those endless bull minions can only be spawned and resurrected when the Queen herself enters this specific domain. Leaping back to dodge a sudden swing, Tae-hyun counterattacks. He explains that if the Queen isn't here, the minions will automatically fade away. Kang Hyuk coughs up a bit of blood but quickly brushes it off. He asks what happens if this theory of his turns out wrong. "Will we all just end up dead?" Tae-hyun replies with a nonchalant shrug, pointing out that they are pretty much dead already anyway. Down below, Jian and Pengho can only watch the distant chaotic clash with wide eyes. A thick, eerie white mist swirls heavily around them. Minotaur corpses with gaping wounds are scattered all over the place, with several beasts already slumped lifelessly on the cold ground. In the distance, the furious roars of the boss echo. The chaotic battlefield is bathed in a bloody red glow, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Tae-hyun's massive summon grips the boss by the throat with a single hand, but the monster reacts instantly, launching a ferocious counterattack. Blows clash in a frantic, deafening rhythm. Catching a heavy hit directly to the chest, Tae-hyun lets out a sharp grunt of pain. Kang Hyuk grits his teeth and charges. With fierce determination, he summons a massive column of lightning that crashes directly onto the battlefield. The intense shockwave blurs the entire area with dust and smoke. Emerging from the haze, the massive bull boss plants her twin weapons. She slams her twin blades into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave that blows away the surrounding earth and debris. The impact sends a violent blast into the air, throwing everything back. Tae-hyun groans, crashing hard into a massive pile of skeletal remains. He grimaces in pain, surrounded by ancient bones of humans and beasts alike. Dust hangs thick in the air as he struggles to sit up. With blood dripping down his face, he forces himself up to look ahead. Trust me, the sight waiting for him is devastating. Kneeling right in front of Tae-hyun is Kang Hyuk, gravely wounded. Shockingly, one of his arms has been completely severed from his shoulder. Dark red blood drips onto the freezing floor from his severed limb. Tae-hyun looks on in absolute horror at his teammate's state. He yells out in panic about the severed arm, but Kang Hyuk just shouts back sternly, completely ignoring the blood pouring from his body. With life draining from him, he glares forward and delivers a chilling warning that leaves Tae-hyun completely frozen with dread. "It is here," he warns. Instantly, both men force themselves onto their feet, staring intensely into the ominous, swirling black fog. Ready for whatever monster might jump out, they watch as a gargantuan shadow emerges. The massive bull boss steps out of the mist once more. Clutching her giant staff, she swings it down to crush them. Gritting his teeth, Kang Hyuk braces himself and raises his remaining fist to block. Tae-hyun isn't backing down either. Gripping his blade tight, he lets out a battle cry and leaps forward to meet the strike. The giant staff crashes down, kicking up blinding clouds of dust. Skeletal remains on the ground are sent flying violently through the air. The shockwave blows the exhausted duo back. The boss looms over them, roaring that they are quite amusing for daring to challenge her. How dare they exploit the dimensional space she created, she sneers, explaining that her power is constantly regenerating through the rift. Every minion summoned through the crack actually feeds her more combat energy. Without wasting another second, she raises her colossal hoof. She aims to stamp Tae-hyun into dust. Looking up at the descending shadow, he braces his weapon, gritting his teeth for the impact. He pours every last drop of his strength into this moment. As the massive minotaur swings, a blinding white light erupts, swallowing the entire room. Shrapnel rains down. Kim Tae-hyun collapses, completely drained as his mind desperately searches for a solution. Damn it, is the gap in their power really this massive? Without using the Predator's skill, he is dead. But even if he activates it, can he actually finish this beast in a single blow? If he fails to end it now, the skill will consume him. There is no telling what kind of nightmare would unleash. His only survival card left is to adapt. To apply the skill, he remembers asking her about skill mechanics. After all, the status window descriptions are always way too brief and basic. Slowly sitting up from her bed, Young had explained that reality is never as rigid as those system pop-ups. A skill can morph in countless ways depending on execution, with the mana cost scaling directly alongside its output power. Raising her hand as soft light had gathered, she explained how she could focus her aura to either reinforce her body or forge destructive spheres of energy. He had already experimented with combining different abilities before in his past battles. Think about how he cloaks his ring in stealth. If a skill feels too wild to handle, he should wrap it, shielding the wild power within a weapon or another ability like a protective armor. She had looked at him with quiet, reassuring confidence. Surely, she said, he would find his own answer. Snapping back to the chaotic present, his mind locks onto the target. Kim Tae-hyun slashes his blade, unleashing a crimson wave that slams directly into the startled minotaur. Crimson aura begins to bleed outward. The brilliant light flows in rhythm with his strikes coiling around him like armor, as his eyes flash a deep, dangerous red. Annoyed by his stubborn defiance, the massive beast raises its heavy war axe and bellows in absolute fury. Refusing to yield a single inch, Kim Tae-hyun grips his sword as a torrent of searing red light erupts from the blade. Beams of burning energy drill straight into the minotaur's thick hide. He grits his teeth, silently urging the beast to just die. Strands of pure force bind the giant bull's arms, followed instantly by a massive chain forged of raw, crackling magical energy. The attack pierces cleanly through the boss's chest, forcing a deafening shriek of agonizing pain from the wounded monster. A victorious grin finally breaks across Kim Tae-hyun's face. Young was absolutely right about skill application. A colossal spectral figure materializes right behind him, throwing a devastating punch that sends the once mighty, arrogant minotaur crashing backward. It clicks. He realizes his Predator's skill is not rigid, it can be reshaped and manipulated at his command. This dark, enigmatic power is still a complete mystery. But honestly, it does not matter what the skill truly is. He lunges forward, delivering a brutal horizontal slash. With a cold glare, he resolves to weaponize it to the absolute limit. A quiet thrill mixes with his resolve. It feels as though he is standing on the edge of a completely new frontier. Suspended in midair, the staggered minotaur struggles as crimson embers of conscious energy cling to its massive body. Before the beast can recover, another concentrated blast of raw power tears through the air, striking it square in the face. Cracks begin to splinter across the gloomy, pitch-black sky. Step by step, the fabric of the dark barrier starts to fracture. The fractures rapidly expand like shattering glass as the dark gateway collapses. Beneath it, the Minotaur thrashes in vain against the searing energy. The beast thrashes desperate to claw free from the power eating it alive. Nearby, the exhausted hunters look up in utter disbelief. One of the female hunters gently touches her chest, staring in awe at the falling shards of the shattered sky. The surrounding crowd goes quiet, murmurs rising as they question what just happened. How is any of this even possible? Park Kyung-ho and his secretary stare blankly at the fading darkness, unable to comprehend the scale of what they are witnessing. Two figures emerge from the settling dust. Kim Tae-hyun walks forward supporting a battered guild master Kang Hyuk. He looks at his stunned teammates and offers a weary, relieved smile. It is finally over. The crowd erupts into cheers, rushing forward with open arms to embrace the two heroes who saved them all from doom. The heavy dread evaporates, instantly replaced by pure, soaring joy. With the Minotaur Queen dead, the labyrinth is finally theirs. The raid party uncovers a treasure trove within the depths of the labyrinth, but one item stands far above the rest. A legendary elixir capable of permanently boosting both mana and raw physical strength. Sadly, the supply is extremely limited. Given the scarcity, the potion is awarded solely to the two top contributors, Kim Tae-hyun and Guild Master Kang Hyuk. Acquiring this treasure required everyone to risk their lives, something Guild Master Kang Hyuk deeply regretted having to ask of them. Grumbling, he simply accepts the outcome. Meanwhile, the traitorous demons who infiltrated the labyrinth are successfully rounded up and captured. Medical teams tend to the wounded. With the crisis averted, Kim Tae-hyun finally takes a slow, peaceful breath among his comrades. A rare warm smile graces his face, matched by Guild Master Kang Hyuk and the rest of the surviving guild members. Plastered on his face, that labyrinth raid was a total success. Click A, camera shutter snaps as a reporter. Kim stands dazed, camera in hand, looking up at the stage. The press hall is in absolute chaos with endless questions firing off. They demand to know if it is true, asking player Kang Hyuk to repeat himself and confirm his sudden retirement. Is he really retiring? Kang Hyuk closes his eyes, trembling as he prepares to address the crowd. Not exactly, he suddenly snaps, opening his eyes and shouting that he is only taking a temporary break to recover. He never said he was quitting for good, Secretary Kim mutters quietly under his breath, wishing his boss had just led with that. It would have saved them a lot of confusion. But the reporters keep pressing, Kang Hyuk asking if it is because of an injury he got during the labyrinth raid. And what about the upcoming Asian tournament? Facing the barrage of questions, Kang Hyuk speaks up. He confirms his hand is injured but tells everyone not to worry about the Asian tournament because someone else is replacing him. Then he calls out his replacement to come up and speak. To the utter shock of reporter Kim and the entire press pool, Kang Hyuk loudly announces a name, Kim Tae-hyun. From the wings, the young rookie slowly steps onto the center stage. He looks completely relaxed, sporting a cool, confident smirk as the crowd erupts into whispers. Everyone wonders if this rookie is really going to represent them in the Asian tournament. His sudden appearance sends massive shockwaves through the entire hall, sparking intense debate. Some doubt he has what it takes, but others point out his impressive performance in recent labyrinth raids as proof of his potential. He definitely deserves a shot. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd remembers a crucial detail and quickly alerts the others. Didn't Tae-hyun drink from the fountain of strength during his raid? That means his overall power must have evolved to a whole new level. A woman nearby gasps in utter disbelief. If that is true, does it mean he has already reached national-level status? That is a level of power that completely eclipses normal S rank. We are talking about an elite category. Still, he is so young. Is he really ready for this? Up on stage, ignoring the rising doubts, Tae-hyun confidently reaches out and takes the microphone. He stands tall as Association President Kang Hyuk watches on with a proud, beaming smile, waiting for the rookie to speak. Tae-hyun declares that he will represent them in the upcoming Asian exhibition match. He acknowledges their doubts but tells them not to worry. He is playing to win, plain and simple. He completely understands why they might feel anxious about his lack of experience. But after conquering that last labyrinth, his power has skyrocketed. He has never been more confident in his own abilities. He wraps up by asking for their support. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, a man watches his televised speech with mild amusement. He chuckles, muttering about this supposed national-level rookie. Elsewhere, a woman watches the same broadcast on her phone, smiling slightly. On the screen, Tae-hyun openly admits to drinking from the legendary spring, confirming that is where his new strength comes from. Watching this, the woman giggles behind her hand, amused by the young hunter's absolute lack of humility on national television. His press conference is playing everywhere, even in local restaurants where casual diners watch and debate his bold claims. They wonder if he is really that strong or just overly confident. But hey, when someone reaches national-level tier, arrogance is expected. Tae-hyun is certainly no exception. Back at the press conference, the young rookie suddenly raises his voice, catching everyone's attention. His shift in tone makes the reporters lean in their expressions, turning serious as they wait to hear what comes next. He promises to work even harder to honor their trust, stating that his victory will prove his true strength tier. But while he celebrates, we shift to a dimly lit room where a terrified woman is begging on her knees. She begs the imposing man standing before her, weeping and pleading for her life, promising that she did her absolute best. Tears stream down her beautiful face as she explains that escaping that place alive was nothing short of a miracle. She truly had no idea Kim Tae-hyun could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Hearing this, the masked man finally speaks. He calmly tells Milena to stand up, admitting that there was nothing she could do against someone so much stronger. It was not her fault. Milena looks up, utterly shocked by his sudden, gentle understanding. But she spoke too soon. He gently lifts her chin before his voice turns ice cold. A flash of light slashes her, spraying blood across the room. He mutters that he has no use for worthless trash. He looks down at her collapsing body without a shred of emotion. To him, power is everything, and weak failures who run from their responsibilities deserve nothing but a swift death. Turning away, he coldly orders his men to clean up the mess before the Hunter Association comes looking for her. As he leaves, he ponders how they could fail despite deploying far more men than during the Hundong auction house raid. How did they pull it off, and how on earth did that bastard Kim Tae-hyun get so ridiculously powerful? Just you wait, Tae-hyun. With a cold grunt, Shadow and his men depart, leaving the massive mansion behind them burning to the ground. Flames will quickly incinerate every single trace inside. Soon during the Asian-friendly match, you will meet your end. Rhythmic footsteps echo through the silence. Someone is already standing near the entrance waiting to welcome Kim Tae-hyun. The strongest awakened players in Korea are waiting. These elite individuals will be his teammates for the upcoming tournament. Tae-hyun steps inside with a faint smile playing on his lips, facing the most powerful rankers in the country. 6 elite players stare back at him in silence, sizing up the newcomer. Then a voice cuts through the quiet room. Jang Jin-woo, who holds the 7th rank, remarks that he had heard of him but never expected someone so young. The 8th rank Seo Han quietly chimes in, saying that raw strength is all that matters and being young means more energy. Yang, the 4th ranked Magic Guild Master, speaks up in his defense, followed by a soft chuckle from another member. Baron Jaein, holding the 3rd rank, admits he never thought he would see the day Tae-hyun joined their ranks. The man in the center chair cuts in, noting that despite some prior chaos, everyone has finally gathered together. The association president offers a warm smile and invites Tae-hyun to take a seat so they can discuss the tournament. A bright holographic screen flickers to life in the room, displaying complex charts and measurements before the group. This Asian-friendly match has been incredibly crucial ever since monsters first emerged and humanity began to awaken. Back during those chaotic early days, the nations of Asia and the world had to unite against this global threat. The upcoming friendly tournament will challenge all participating teams to hunt down as many monsters as possible within 7 days. The display shifts to show menacing S-class beasts, explaining that each kill is converted into points for their country. This straightforward scoring system guarantees a fair but intense competition as the teams battle for glory. The display then shifts to show low-rank F-class devils, while President Ji Jin-hee points toward the glowing light. With dungeons constantly invading and spreading fear, the public has been deeply unsettled by the threat of monsters. Because of this, the tournament has essentially become a massive, highly anticipated public festival drawing immense global attention. It serves as a battleground to showcase national pride and pit each country's elite awakened against one another. A strong performance would boost public morale, giving the citizens hope and the courage to stand against the monsters. Furthermore, the winning country walks away with massive rewards, unique legendary items, and exclusive dungeon raiding rights. These rewards include access to rare high-level international dungeons that are almost never open to standard guilds. As President Ji Jin-hee explains the rules, Kim Tae-hyun quietly listens, absorbing every detail of the tournament. He cracks a small smile, secretly calculating his odds. Landing a spot in this Asian tournament is a massive opportunity. Subduing Rosalia, the succubus queen of the Abyss, was all part of his careful preparation to acquire her unique power. Now that he possesses her strength, things will be easier, though mastering it will still take some serious practice. This new ability is far different from his innate monarch power, requiring focused training to gain a true competitive edge. With enough training, he can secure a victory and establish South Korea as a dominant force on the global stage. Clashing with the best awakened in Asia will be an incredible learning experience, and those grand rewards are highly tempting. But while Tae-hyun is lost in thought, President Ji Jin-hee continues laying out the stark reality of their situation. The Korean team faces a massive crisis as the commander position remains vacant after Guild Master Kang Min-hyuk broke his arm. On top of that, another key player, Yui, had to withdraw due to personal reasons, leaving their roster severely depleted. Missing 2 of their absolute strongest rankers, the overall combat power of the Korean team has dropped dangerously low. As President Ji Jin-hee raises his hand to propose a solution, a sudden voice cuts him off entirely. Park Sung-jin speaks up, pointing out that someone has already filled Kang Min-hyuk's role, and that person is Kim Tae-hyun. He explains that Tae-hyun possesses power on par with a national-level ranker, instantly stunning everyone in the room. A barrage of shocked questions erupts with everyone wondering how someone so young could already possess national-level strength. Tae-hyun feels a bit awkward under their sudden, intense scrutiny, dismissing it as nothing more than a wild rumor. Nods of agreement ripple through the room, with some pointing out that his true capabilities are still completely unproven. This dose of cold reality instantly dampens the excitement, causing the 8th-ranked Seo Han to sigh in disappointment. Tae-hyun secretly agrees, realizing that lower expectations mean far less pressure on him as the meeting room gets loud again. They focus on drafting a solid strategy, knowing it is their only hope to survive the upcoming trials. The current situation in South Korea. Suddenly, hands slam onto the table as a tense voice barks that everything is fine. Do not worry. The chairman finally speaks up after listening quietly from the start, stating that their strength is lacking. They are still no match for China and Japan, but this grand tournament remains a great learning opportunity. It is just a monster hunt. There is absolutely no need to worry, so everyone must stay calm. Focusing will bring victory. With that final decision, he immediately assigns their most seasoned veterans to take the lead. Park Min-woo, Jin-woo, and Hanju are tasked with clearing dungeons and fighting monsters. They immediately respond. They understand. Next, the chairman assigns their elite S-rank solo hunter Kim Tae-hyun to analyze the terrain. He must watch out for demons. Both men nod seriously, accepting their roles as the meeting wraps up. Clenching his fists, the chairman smiles warmly. That is the plan for now, and he deeply hopes everyone excels at this championship. The spectacular opening venue is the Asian Player Association Stadium. Massive crowds from Indonesia and Thailand have already gathered. But the true undisputed giants of this massive arena are undoubtedly the elite powerhouse teams from China and Japan. Look at that scarred man. His incredibly fierce gaze belongs to Shinji Nakata, the terrifying demon sword leading the Japanese team. China is just as formidable, boasting immense power. Their star-studded Ultimate Guardian squad is heavily favored to win. They step onto the scene. China's formidable combat squad slowly reveals itself, featuring some truly legendary players. First is Bloodsword Lin Feng, then the Wind-swift Jiang Ming, and leading them all is Cheng Jin. Meanwhile, Korea is missing their star ace Kwon Chang-wook, along with several other incredibly strong S-class players. They are busy with personal matters. Back home, a married couple watches the broadcast and sighs over the weak lineup. Our team looks weak, they whisper, hoping for a miracle. Suddenly, a startled scream cuts through the room. What, their son explodes in absolute anger from behind them, startling both of his parents half to death. He lectures them immediately. We are supposed to cheer for our team, not lose hope before they even fight. Besides, everything they have right now is thanks to Tae-hyun, from this big house to their daily funds. His endless dangerous dungeon raids gave them everything they own, and his parents can only nod in silent sheepish agreement. So they must cheer for him. The more successful he is, the better and more comfortable their lives will be. He grins with pure greed. Talk about a supportive brother with a massive appetite. His father can only laugh helplessly. Stop praising him, the mother smiles. But the boy's excited, roaring shout practically shakes the entire massive skyscraper. Just trust him, he yells. He will dominate this tournament. The parents can only smile and nod. Rhythmic footsteps echo down the hall. A gorgeous pink-haired woman slowly approaches and strikes up a chat with Tae-hyun. She asks if he is Korea's youngest S-rank player, mentioning that she owes him for the Dawn auction incident. Tae-hyun tilts his head in mild confusion, hesitantly staring at her beautiful face and wondering who she could be. She explains that her mission was to rescue everyone at the auction, but he had already cleared it. It turns out she is actually Saintess Sarada, a national-level Japanese powerhouse, leaving Tae-hyun slightly surprised. He realizes she was in charge of that case. Naturally, the International Association intervenes in major crises. They always step in when powerful awakeners are threatened. Smiling softly, she continues with a direct question. Why did you refuse my invitation? Tae-hyun stares silently, his mind drifting back to the meeting room. Everyone was leaving, whispering about going for drinks. But the chairman asked Tae-hyun to stay behind. He wanted to talk in private. Tae-hyun felt slightly tense as the chairman explained the Saintess's unexpected invitation. Her actual motives are entirely unclear, but she remains an incredibly major figure in the global association. With her powerful divine healing magic, she could easily and quickly fix his injured arm before the tournament begins. It is a good chance to size up their competition. But Tae-hyun does not hesitate for even a second. I refuse, he says flatly. Instantly, Vice Director Tae-guk panics from behind them, questioning his crazy decision. Why reject such a highly beneficial offer? Raising a calm hand to stop him, the chairman immediately steps in to intervene. Let him be, he says. Resting his chin on his hands, the chairman asks Tae-hyun to explain his reasons. Tae-hyun calmly admits he cannot explain everything now, but he keeps his response very brief and clear. Memories of his past life quickly overlap. He simply knows the incredibly ugly truth hidden deep inside her. Sarada's gorgeous smiling face instantly freezes up. She quietly turns around to watch his cold departing back. What's wrong with him? Shinji Nakata walks over to ask, but her eyes remain glued to the boy. He is definitely no ordinary player and seems to know all about me. Those words make Shinji Nakata snap his head around. Reassuring him, she promises to silence the guy soon. He has real skill, but his arrogance will make him pay. She demands they dig deeper into his background. They must thoroughly uncover his secrets to counter any future moves he might make. Finding a weakness to control him would be the best-case scenario. That way, they can easily handle whatever he tries in the future. Licking her lips with a wicked grin, she boasts that she will gladly do absolutely anything to bring him under her absolute control. Everything the crowd has been waiting for is finally about to begin. The massive Asian Championship is officially ready to kick off. The energetic host clutches his microphone, introducing the tournament as thousands of fans and eager contenders cheer wildly in the stands. Up on the main stage, the host rallies the crowd, shouting that it is time to start the final countdown. This is Singapore's Class A player Alex Go acting as the host. The excited crowd begins to chant 10-9-8. Sarada nudges Shinji Nakata, noting that the tournament is finally starting. Meanwhile, Bai Jin tells Chief Jiang Min that he can finally unleash his power. 6. Chief Jiang Min warily warns him to stay cautious, pointing out that the deadly battle has only just begun. Standing proudly in front of his squad, Baek Seo-jin asks if everyone remembers their specific assignment as the final seconds tick away. 5. Quack plans to handle the monsters alongside Hanju. 3. Jang Jin-soo is assigned to assist the player Kim Tae-hyun. As the final nervous chatter echoes, the countdown hits 3-2. Wani Yang looks over at Jang Jin-soo, both of them highly anxious. They both ask where Kim Tae-hyun is at the exact same moment. Suddenly, the final count of 1 rings out through the arena. The host eagerly announces the start of Asia's grandest combat festival, but a sudden flash of light slices clean across his neck. Even as his head begins to slide off, his smiling face retains its hyped expression. It is a brutal strike from Kim Tae-hyun. He seamlessly guided his telekinetic blade to decapitate the host on live television, leaving dark blood staining his razor-sharp edge. Crimson droplets splatter right in front of Kim Tae-hyun, who simply stares and smiles as the severed head flies into the air. Blood sprays everywhere as the head bounces away. Down in the stands, the cheering fans freeze, instantly consumed by absolute terror. Baek Seo-jin gasps in pure disbelief with his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Chang Jin grins as a gleaming sharp blade manifests in his hand. The arena instantly devolves into total chaos as the fighters unleash their special abilities, brutally attacking one another. Chang Jin rushes in. His eyes glow crimson as he charges up a heavy punch. Shinji Nakata is also hard at work, swinging his glowing sword. Hanju releases a powerful blast from his hands, followed by Jang Jin-soo delivering a devastating lightning-infused punch. Wani Yang fires off her glowing orb technique while Baek Seo-jin glares forward and prepares to clash. The Colosseum suddenly explodes with power. Billowing smoke and fire blanket the battlefield. Spectators strain to see through the thick haze where shadowy figures are fiercely trading blows. The crowd panics, wondering what on earth just happened and if the host was actually decapitated. Slowly, the thick dust begins to settle. The combatants gradually come into view. Kim Tae-hyun stands dead center, surrounded by a tense circle of players taking defensive stances. They are ready for a bloodbath. Wani Yang bites down on her star, her eyes glowing with starlight as sweat drips down her face. Shaking with stress, Wani Yang glances back and screams at Kim Tae-hyun, demanding to know what is wrong with him and if he has lost his mind. A maniacal laugh cuts her off, making Wani Yang spin around in fear. It is Chang Jin rapidly sprinting straight toward her. He cackles about how brutal it was to murder the host, admitting that he absolutely loves it and actually wanted to do the same. Chang Jin is burning with bloodlust, urging everyone to group up and take down the rogue player. Meanwhile, Baek Seo-jin confronts Shinji Nakata. Shinji Nakata holds his blade alongside Sarada. She flashes a wicked smirk and reminds him to leave their prime target to her. Her eyes turn cold and predatory as she lays claim to her prey. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes, ordering everyone to halt. A high-ranking woman quickly approaches with her armed guards. Shinji Nakata and Sarada look over in surprise, wondering what is happening. The woman angrily snaps at the chairman who is trailing behind her, telling him to stop making excuses for what just happened. She declares that Kim Tae-hyun murdering their host is completely unacceptable and vows to hold him fully accountable for his actions. This is Helena, the president of the Singaporean Hunter Association. The flustered chairman tries to de-escalate her growing fury. He insists it is all a misunderstanding and that the boy did not do it on purpose, but Helena is not having it. Furious, she asks how he can still defend him after what they all witnessed with their own eyes. Kim Tae-hyun must pay. They need answers right now. Then Kim Tae-hyun speaks up calmly, pointing out that the dead host was actually a notorious monster. Everyone falls silent, listening intently as he explains that years ago on an immigrant ship traveling to Singapore, a tragedy occurred. The host had slaughtered nearly 300 innocent passengers, earning himself a massive bounty from the World Association. They put a bounty of 3 billion won on his head, but he easily evaded capture by hiding in plain sight. The creature's form had completely shifted. Kim Tae-hyun recalled its original look, but Helton refused to believe a single word. He shouted out, asking how that was even possible. Suddenly, Helton froze as a cold sweat rolled down his face. Could it really be? He tossed the head down. The demon escaped by freely shifting its face. Tae-hyun kept one hand in his pocket while stepping on the horrific head, urging everyone to see the truth. The crowd stared in utter disbelief at the demon's face. Honestly, who could have seen this plot twist coming? Seeing the face, Tae-hyun calmly noted that this was the reality. Everyone wondered how he even recognized the fiend. Commotion rippled through the room. Meanwhile, a mysterious man standing in the back smirked as his eyes began to glow. With glowing crimson eyes, he murmured that Tae-hyun was quite interesting. Behind them, the tournament leaderboard screen flickered on. The screen ranked Korea at number 1 with 1,000 B, followed by China and Japan in the top spots. Thailand held 4th place, while Indonesia stood at 5th. It turned out the main host was actually a disguised demon. Although the main event suffered a brief setback, officials assured everyone that the tournament would resume immediately. The players prepared to return to their matches while the technical staff worked tirelessly to resolve the security breach. Kim Tae-hyun had secured Korea's very first point by successfully identifying and taking down a highly wanted demon. Fans glued their eyes to phone screens to rewatch the broadcast, loudly cheering for Tae-hyun's incredible performance. Watching the wild stream, Han Soo-jung pointed at her phone and spoke to Ju Ah-young as she walked in. She wondered how Tae-hyun managed to locate the target when nobody else could identify the hidden threat. The guy certainly held many secrets. Ju Ah-young admitted with a sigh that she had no idea either. His stunt had caused massive headaches, not to mention absolute chaos for the poor support staff working overtime. Their entire support network was completely paralyzed. Ah-young looked down in frustration at her overwhelmed staff. She grumbled that they had barely even started the tournament and it was already this much of a mess. Han Soo-jung agreed but reminded her that Tae-hyun was still an incredibly talented asset for South Korea. Ah-young's expression softened into pride at those words. Outside, heavy rain began to drench the glowing cityscape. Downpours crashed through a massive hole in the ceiling of a dilapidated building, soaking the interior below. The rain drenched 2 men inside. One stood completely relaxed with his hands shoved deep into his pockets. He looked down at his battered opponent who lay motionless and broken on a pile of shattered concrete. The demon struggled to breathe as blood spilled from his mouth, wondering how his body had been easily defeated. This was Tagu, an A-rank demon. Tae-hyun pulled out his ringing phone while casually explaining he hunted demons for sport. On the call, an overly familiar voice asked him how things were going, catching Tae-hyun off guard. Shuddering from the tone, he held the phone away from his ear and complained that she had called him late. She fired back that they were suffering a major crisis because of him as rain poured from the gloomy sky. Tae-hyun asked if she meant the association help desk, while Ah-young put on her headset and confirmed it. Walking slowly, Tae-hyun admitted that the official channels were blocked, which was why he had been waiting for her call. Ah-young asked what favor he wanted. Tae-hyun replied that he actually had 2 specific requests for her. First, he wanted information on the local demons. Ah-young swiped through her screen, questioning his sudden interest. She asked why he didn't just ask the association directly. Tae-hyun stepped out into the pouring rain. He explained that the tournament would attract countless disguised demons and he planned to hunt down every last one. When she asked for clarification, Tae-hyun firmly declared his real target was to investigate the entire demon association. Suddenly, a hooded stranger with glowing purple eyes appeared standing face to face with Tae-hyun in the heavy downpour. Rainwater trickled down the stranger's hood. He wore a thick beard and carried a long sword at his waist. The man introduced himself as Kimura Zen, causing Tae-hyun to freeze in surprise while still holding his phone. Over the line, Ah-young grew confused and asked what was happening, but Tae-hyun remained completely speechless. Kimura Zen shouted that he had arrived to punish the sinner who dared to defile their holy saintess. This was the legendary S-class hunter Kimura Zen. Tae-hyun racked his brain, trying to recall if he ever met her. Kimura Zen drew his blade and took a combat stance as a strange purple aura flared intensely around him. A spectral wolf manifested behind the warrior, who stood as Japan's powerhouse representative in the Asian Championship matches. He is an S-rank player and a fanatical follower of the Saintess. Behind him stands Sutaro, watching with a creepy smile. His gaze is locked onto Kim Tae-hyun. Unlike the graceful and precise style of Japan's national treasure, Shinji Nakata, whose sharp blade carries a pure white energy, the swordplay of Kimura is that of a true warlord. His violent purple aura is focused entirely on tearing apart and obliterating his opponents on the spot. But no matter how powerful his blade is, he channels his energy, lets out a roar, and prepares to strike. Relentless waves of destructive energy surge forward, raining down attacks in a desperate attempt to hit the main character. Yet Kim Tae-hyun dodges every single strike with effortless grace. It seems even the strongest attack is completely useless if you cannot hit your target. In fact, he is casually talking on his phone while dodging. What? Why? Not, he asks, sounding quite concerned about the response. Kimura halts his assault and backs away, cursing under his breath as absolute terror begins to creep into his chest. Why can he not touch him? His face contorts with sheer rage, unable to comprehend how this kid is dodging so easily. On the phone, Yoo Ah-young is yelling back. Of course it is not allowed. Is he seriously planning to attack the Fiend Association? Yoo Ah-young continues to grill him, questioning if he even understands why the association chose to ignore Demon King Cello. She steals a worried glance at Han Soo walking beside her, warning Kim Tae-hyun that those monsters will instantly cut ties and disappear. Even if they have solid intelligence, they are only authorized to pursue once they have secured a definitive trap. Reckless action will only make things far worse. Her warnings ring loud in his ears as he continues to easily evade Kimura. Kim Tae-hyun effortlessly ducks under the S-rank player's desperate sword swings, offering a calm and nonchalant reply. Sure, that makes sense in theory. But with those words, his hand shifts into a stance to counterattack, shocking Kimura. Caught mid-strike, Kimura cannot dodge in time and takes the full force of a devastating palm strike directly to the chest. The impact sends him flying into the air, his sword slipping from his grasp. As Kimura falls back to earth, spitting blood, the young man proudly reassures the caller that he can absolutely pull this off without any issues. A confused shout of what echoes from the phone, followed by the loud crash of Kimura smashing into the debris below. Kim Tae-hyun simply smiles and walks away, insisting that while he cannot share his methods, he will definitely capture them. He asks her to trust him since he always delivers results. Hearing his absolute confidence, Yoo Ah-young begins to hesitate. Fine, she sighs, but since information on the Fiend Association is scarce, she offers him intelligence on a different target instead. As rain begins to fall, Kim Tae-hyun walks through the downpour, curious about this other location she is referring to. Her mention of the Samurodu takes him by surprise, as they are legendary figures manipulating the entire political landscape. These three leaders serve under Demon King Silo, controlling the massive shadow syndicate that dominates all of Asia. Yoo Ah-young explains that she found a lead on a contact link to Kenji Mizaki, one of their high-ranking officers. Capturing him might not yield any answers, and if they are careless, they will invite more enemies during the tournament. Laying out the risks, she asks for his thoughts on the matter. Kim Tae-hyun cannot help but smile. The Samurodu might not be the Fiend Association, but they still offer a decent amount of points for his system. With that in mind, he quickly tells her that he will go ahead and handle them first. Yoo Ah-young yields to his decision, promising she will look into his extra request as well. As he thanks her, she playfully demands some compensation, telling him to treat her to a nice meal as thanks. He readily agrees, suggesting they go after the friendly tournament concludes. Distracted, he does not notice Kimura struggling to his feet. Shaking violently, the defeated swordsman grips his blade tightly, forcing himself upright before letting out a desperate scream. Hearing the shout, Kim Tae-hyun glances over his shoulder with a calm hum. Despite his bloodied and broken state, Kimura channels his remaining mana, furiously demanding to know if the young man intends to ignore him until the very end. Kim Tae-hyun replies with total innocence, claiming he never did any such thing, as Kimura's aura begins to violently flare up. The desperate swordsman threatens to blow up the entire area unless he is taken seriously, forcing Kim Tae-hyun to turn around and face him. He repeats his explanation, but Kimura ignores him entirely, completely lost in his own explosive rage. He promises to first scramble all of the young man's senses, raising his sword to activate his ultimate technique. Glowing runes representing sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch swirl around them, forming rings of overwhelming magical energy. Unleashing his absolute sensory domain, Kimura charges forward like a madman. Yet Kim Tae-hyun stands there, hands casually in his pockets. He sighs, muttering that he really tried his best to avoid a fight before raising his head to stare down the incoming threat. His eyes radiate a terrifying pressure. He asks if fighting is forbidden, then sighs, seeing no other way, no way out. Before he even finishes speaking, Kimura Jenin feels a massive energy surge, paralyzing him with terror. Kim Tae-hyun grins. He will play seriously now. His eyes turn blood red as a monster rises behind him. The Skull Warrior emerges. Kimura freezes completely under the pressure, unable to even twitch a single muscle. His throat groans in struggle. Then he suddenly screams in pure horror before everything goes dark and silent. Elsewhere, Shinji Nakata and Yoshikawa Tsuraro walk side by side down a quiet, empty corridor as the man breaks the silence. Kimura lost. He delivers the news, explaining they must cover it up to avoid any unnecessary media drama. They blamed a demon attack, but after getting crushed by Kim Tae-hyun, the guy is completely broken. He just keeps repeating those words over and over, proving he fell victim to a devastating mental attack skill. With his recovery taking at least 1 month just to move, he can forget about the friendly competition. Yoshikawa Tsurara smiles. He still has unrevealed secrets, she notes, while Shinji Nakata steps up with a serious look. I should step in, he suggests. But she cuts him off with a loud laugh and a playful tap. She giggles. If the demon's sword loses the match, scores go to ruin, she says, making him blush instantly. He sheepishly agrees. She gently reassures him that Kimura Genin losing was all part of the plan anyway. She points ahead. There's a brand new piece of prey waiting behind that heavy iron door, locked and dark. Inside is cold, damp, and covered in moss until a sudden click lets in light. Yoshikawa Tsurara pushes the door open with a wicked smile, stepping inside with Nakata close behind her, chained to the wall. They stare at a battered man covered in deep wounds, wearing only shredded rags. His head hangs low. Messy hair covers his face, making it impossible to tell if he is alive. He hears them. The prisoner raises his gaunt face, struggling to whisper the name of Yoshikawa Tsurara. She ignores him. Ryohei Saka, she says, it is time to do my bidding down in the abyss. Meanwhile, explosions rock a barren wasteland, sending powerful shockwaves ripping through the dry, rocky earth. Dust flies everywhere as a frizzy-haired girl clutching weapons gets blown backward while trying to guard her team. This is Ligaya. The S-class powerhouse from the Philippines stands as a desperate shield for her ally. She gasps, screaming out in confusion. Why are you trying to murder us? She demands to know. Out of the dust steps Ching Jin, and a panicked Ligaya desperately tries to find a way out. She yells that with their strength they could easily take first place without playing this dirty game. He ignores her. Arrogantly cleaning his ear, the giant steps forward, revealed to be the monstrous Zhao Xingxian, China's national S-class. Cheng Jin sneers, asking if she really thinks he wants to play with cowards. It is a mission, he laughs, explaining this is a special order directly from their association president. Their hearts sink. Could the head of the Chinese Players Association really order the murder of foreign competitors? Staring in absolute dread, she realizes the truth. This is insane. Are they trying to spark a war? Run, she tells her ally. The sudden order catches him off guard, making him hesitate in confusion. Ligaya stands her ground, bracing her body to block the path while urging him to escape quickly. Go warn the others, she screams. Her eyes burn with resolve as she vows to hold back the monster. At that moment, Cheng Jin channels his power and charges forward while she swings her weapons to meet him. A massive bottomless crack splits the earth as the dust settles. Ligaya lies completely motionless on the ruins. Her glasses are shattered. Covered in severe wounds, her wide-open, lifeless eyes confirm that she is truly dead. Cheng Jin spits a curse. He mutters that Chai Mingming should have dealt with those Singapore kids instead. He glances at her teammate's lifeless body nearby, who failed to escape and warn the other players in time. Who is next, he asks. Ah yes, Korea's turn, which means that Kim Tae-hyun guy is next. A massive screen appears. The host introduces the week-long Asian-friendly match as the first day results go live. South Korea scored first. They hold the lead completely, dominating the ranking while the other nations try to chase. China and Japan follow in a fierce pursuit. The broadcast showcases every team hunting down deadly monsters live. Millions watch the thrilling action unfold as the intense tournament has only just begun to heat up. On a massive screen of a high-rise building, breaking news flashes. The crowd below erupts in wild speculation. Unbelievable. What are powerhouse nations like Japan and China even doing? Rumor has it a tragedy just occurred. Japan's top competitor Kimura was brutally injured by a demon and forced to withdraw. Singapore's players were found completely mangled, while the Philippine team vanished entirely after entering the deep abyss to hunt down those monsters. Panic is spreading fast, and you can tell this tournament is already spiraling into absolute chaos. It is deeply abnormal. Inside a luxury hotel room, the news anchor's voice drones on about the organization's response. They have officially launched an investigation into the slaughtered Singaporean players and the missing Philippine squad. Kim Tae-hyun sits on his hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen displays the tense broadcast. The announcer urges local authorities to assist in the investigation. Tae-hyun remembers during his third regression everything started later. But this timeline is moving way too fast. If events unfold the same way, the culprit must be from China, specifically those elite national treasure-grade players. Faces of the Chinese competitors flash through his mind as he analyzes. They could be flexing their raw power or quietly eliminating competition, but the real motive lies with their leader's ambition. He heads the entire Chinese powerhouse faction. Tae-hyun scoffs, neither the Saintess nor these corrupt fools. Leave him alone. Fine. If they want a war, he just has to move faster than all of them. But before he can plan, a sudden noise at the door cuts him off. Who could it be at this hour? His body automatically tenses. He demands to know who is there, and a familiar voice answers from the hallway. His eyes narrow instantly. It is Jang Jin-soo. The guy knocks, offering a brief explanation that catches Tae-hyun completely off guard. Jin-soo speaks. He says the association told him his exact location and demands they talk. Tae-hyun looks incredibly tense. Why is Jinsu here? Outside birds fly across a heavy sky and a suffocating silence settles over both men. Suddenly, Jinsu barks out, "What on earth do you think you are doing, acting so reckless at the opening? You completely threw off our plans and went rogue. You completely ignored the initial strategy we all agreed on. Why did you even do that?" Pointing an angry finger, Jinsu demands to know if he ever considered his teammates. Tae-hyun's face darkens. The lecture instantly reminds him of an old master who once used those exact same words. Before he can answer, Jinsu scolds him further, "You are a massive disappointment. I am also responsible here. We are both responsible for hunting down these demons, so why go solo?" Finally, Tae-hyun speaks up. He calmly explains, "I was just attacked by Kimura, the Japanese competitor." Jinsu gasps, completely shocked. Confusion washes over Jinsu's face as he asks if Kimura's sudden withdrawal was actually his doing. Tae-hyun chuckles softly. He admits he managed to neutralize him. But there is a catch. Kimura somehow knew his exact location. Tae-hyun's expression suddenly turns dark as he drops a bombshell. There is definitely a spy inside the association. Talk about an awkward confrontation. Turning pale, Jinsu nervously asks, "Do you actually think I am the spy?" Facing his loud defensive outrage, Tae-hyun remains perfectly calm. He quietly lays out his cold analysis. This is not simple. Anyone with access to his data is a suspect. In this game, trust is a luxury. He pauses briefly before continuing. Ever since he realized a demon was masquerading as a player, he knew the truth. He had to operate completely solo. Besides, those missing players did not die at the hands of dungeon monsters. No, they were murdered, assassinated by fellow human competitors. And the culprits are likely other elite national-level players. As Jinsu grows increasingly uneasy, Tae-hyun casually drives his point home. He looks completely unbothered by the tense atmosphere. With so many national-level enemies out there, traveling together is a massive risk. It will only expose their plans. It is completely useless. Ignoring Jinsu's frustrated scowl, Tae-hyun raises his hand to firmly dismiss any further argument. He will proceed entirely alone. His current strategy is solid and he has absolutely no intention of changing it. Jinsu panics, shouting out, "How can you do this?" But Tae-hyun completely ignores the question and bids him farewell. He tells him he has said his piece and turns to leave. Jinsu yells at him to wait up, furious. Tae-hyun just waves a lazy hand, walking off. Staring at his retreating figure, Jinsu screams after him. A sharp click of the door signals his departure. Jinsu stands there, his face twisting in absolute rage. He looks ready to tear him apart. He roars out, "You absolute bastard," clenching his fists in fury. A dark red aura flashes violently around him. His face contorts with pure rage as he continues to curse. He just became a player and already acts so high and mighty. "Just you wait," he sneers, "I will make you pay." Standing high above and watching it all, purple energy gently swirls around him. Kim Tae-hyun keeps his composure and starts to think deeply. So Kang Jin-soo is the spy inside the association. In his past life, he never figured out who the traitor was, but after Kimura Jenin ambushed him, it became obvious someone was leaking info. While Kang Jin-soo rages in the background, screaming curses, Tae-hyun realizes he cannot trust a single soul. He pulls out his phone while keeping his thoughts moving. The best move right now is a preemptive strike. Take them down before they can react. Still holding his phone, a sudden notification pops up. Yu Young has outlined 4 distinct plans of action. Tae-hyun sighs, what is it this time? At the Magdoria fast food joint, the cashier calls out his order. Here is your food. Reaching out to grab the tray, Kim Tae-hyun mumbles a quick thank you. He walks over to find his seat while the noisy crowd keeps shouting their orders all around him. Tae-hyun frowns slightly as he glances at 2 highly impatient guys nearby who are loudly demanding their food. He quickly puts the pieces together. These 2 are definitely Kenji's lackeys, so this is what Yu Young was warning him about. It is wild that they are only high school kids. That backpack they are holding almost certainly contains some illegal contraband. Following them should lead him straight to Kenji's secret hideout, but suddenly an unexpected voice completely cuts off his train of thought. The voice mocks, "Pretty impressive, you are just as cautious as you used to be." Tae-hyun turns around with a highly confused look. The intruder continues without waiting for a response. "It has been a long time, Kim Tae-hyun." The young man freezes mid-bite. He crunches down hard on a fry. The man asks if he remembers him, and a specific name instantly flashes in Tae-hyun's mind. Ryohei Isaka. Wasn't this guy supposed to be locked up in prison after that auction house mess? How is he out already? Sensing the confusion, Ryohei Isaka quickly explains that he did not come here for a fight, so there is no need to worry. The villain chuckles mockingly, "Take it easy, do not get so worked up, you are not in a much better position than me anyway." With a wild grin, he suddenly throws a punch right through the glass window, completely catching Tae-hyun off guard. Panic immediately erupts in the restaurant as customers start whispering about a fight, recognizing Ryohei Isaka and wondering if he got paroled. Someone else shouts out that the other guy is Kim Tae-hyun, the famous Korean player. Did he come all this way to hunt them? Chaos breaks loose in the shop. Tae-hyun's expression darkens as he frantically calculates his next move. Since the targets are fleeing, he has no choice but to take down everyone in his way. Just then, Ryohei Isuka lets out a maniacal laugh. He claims he did not come to fight Tae-hyun, but a brilliant golden aura suddenly flares up around him as his gaze turns murderous. Beams of golden light shoot across the room, striking the fleeing targets. Groans of agony fill the air as they collapse to the floor. Tae-hyun watches in pure shock as the entire crowd is wiped out in a single move. This guy is way stronger than before. Readjusting his cap, Ryohei Isuka smirks and tells Tae-hyun that he must be searching for their ringleader, Miyazaki. He proposes a deal, let him handle this, and promises Tae-hyun that cooperating will be well worth his while. But before the words can even leave his mouth, a heavy iron chain shoots out, wrapping tightly around Ryohei Isuka's torso. Tae-hyun calmly holds the other end of the chain, saying that if he is so confident, he is happy to assist. A dark, menacing look washes over Tae-hyun's face as he warns the villain that any attempt to sabotage him will end in death. Ryohei Isuka bursts into laughter, mocking their terrible chemistry, but warns Tae-hyun that trapping him like last time will not work anymore. He tries to summon his golden aura to shatter the restraints, but the light is instantly snuffed out by a dark force. Panic sets in as dark crimson energy locks him down. Ryohei Isuka realizes to his horror that he cannot break free. Tae-hyun has grown terrifyingly strong. While Ryohei Isuka trembles in fear, the young man calmly raises 5 fingers, giving him 50 seconds. Desperate, Ryohei Isuka screams that no matter how powerful Tae-hyun is, he stands absolutely no chance against Kenji. He warns him that those runaway kids from earlier were just bait to lure him into a deadly trap. Blindly following them will only lead to total disaster. Despite Ryohei Isuka's frantic shouting, Tae-hyun remains perfectly cold and unbothered. He simply stares back and dryly announces that he only has 30 seconds left, sending Ryohei Isuka into an absolute panic. The villain frantically yells that he is different because he made a pact with demons and knows their weaknesses. He begs Tae-hyun to trust him and accept the deal, but the young man simply raises a single finger in response. With only 10 seconds left, Ryohei Isuka completely breaks down, cold sweat dripping heavily down his terrified face. He desperately screams that he will slaughter Kenji and all his subordinates to satisfy Tae-hyun's demands. He begs him to say something and just give him a chance, pleading for a shred of trust. Kim Tae-hyun presses down hard. Instantly, Ryohei Isuka's agonizing screams echo through the area. His face contorts in pure pain, his entire body shrivels up. Red beams of light wrap tightly around him. He desperately screams out, "Save me, help." Watching this agony, Kim Tae-hyun remains completely cold. "Did you honestly think you could pull this off alone? I actually think your offer is pretty great. But why would an enemy want to help me?" Flat on the ground, staring up at that arrogant figure, Ryohei Isuka grits his teeth. Before he can even finish, Kim Tae-hyun casually cuts off his pathetic excuse. "Spit it out, what do you really want?" His voice turns menacing. "Who is pulling your strings?" Meanwhile, inside a desolate, abandoned house, people are fleeing in absolute panic with frantic screams of "Save me, save my life" echoing from every direction. Suddenly, a massive flash of light sweeps through, blowing them all away. The man looks down at the fallen crowd, coldly sheathing his sword. Suddenly, a woman slowly walks in from the shadows, clapping her hands to make some noise. Clap, 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 wiping out all those demons. In a single sweep that really is the power of the demon sword. Sarita offers her praise. "Is everything really okay, Shinji?" Nakata asks. "What about Ryohei Isuka?" He continues. "He was already beaten once by Kim Tae-hyun. And compared to him recently, rumors say Kim Tae-hyun has already reached national-level power. Even if Ryohei Isuka got stronger through the Sanctus's holy revelation skill, he stands no chance against Kim Tae-hyun. Instead, he will have to face the risk of the Awakener's oath. The condition for him receiving that power was bringing Kim Tae-hyun right before the Sanctus. So from now on, I will handle it myself." Without waiting for Shinji Nakata to finish, Sarita lets out a laugh. "No need to worry. Winning or losing does not even matter." Her words take Shinji Nakata by surprise, making him gasp. Without pausing, Sarita explains that according to her sources, Kim Tae-hyun's current target is Sansuido. The Sansuido gang, he cries out in shock. "I have also leaked this information to the Sansuido side already." And Ryohei Isuka once had close ties to the demons. He also has a connection to Kenji Miyazaki, one of the leaders of Sansuido. Sarita clasps her hands and continues, "Surely when he realizes he cannot beat Kim Tae-hyun alone, he will lure Kim Tae-hyun over and team up with Miyazaki to deal with him. Of course, even then it might not be easy. Like I said before, that guy is highly suspicious." Shinji Nakata is still hesitant, but that is exactly why. We need detailed information. His eyes widen at Sarita's words regarding his fighting style, his mindset, countermeasures, and his personality as well as his hidden power. So no matter what kind of end Ryohei Isaka meets, she says while slowly raising her hand to touch Shinji, knock out his face, we just need to get the info from his corpse right. After all, he has no other choice anyway. Cut to a rundown apartment building where a group is gathered inside with a fierce-looking man sitting right in the center. Damn it, you are way too late, Miyazaki Kenji, leader of Sansudo, barks at the newcomer. Ryohei Isaka pauses for a moment and the leader asks, but where is that Korean brat? You said you would lure Kim Tae-hyun here. Standing in the dark corner since the beginning, Ryohei Isaka finally growls, in this world the strong devour the weak. His words instantly freeze everyone in the room. What did you say? He continues. The strong crush the weak and the weak get pulverized. That is how this world works. Under Miyazaki's intense glare, Ryohei Isaka flatly declares, Kenji Miyazaki, let me warn you. His face covered in a mix of sweat and tears reveals his desperation. If you want to live, do as I say. Sensing something off, Miyazaki Kenji screams in shock. Wait, is it you? Boom. A sudden explosion echoes and shattered concrete debris rains down. A young man appears through the gaping hole in the ceiling. Miyazaki Kenji and his lackeys widen their eyes, in pure shock. Raising his hand, a massive condensed fist forms. The summon, created by Kim Tae-hyun, slams a heavy blow down on the targets below, pinning them flat on the ground. Agonizing screams immediately echo throughout the room. At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun speaks softly. That is right. If you want to survive, you listen to the strongest, don't you? He clicks his tongue. Now who exactly is Miyazaki Kenji? He asks, looking down from above. Miyazaki has already unsheathed his blade, clutching it tightly. He glares up at Kim Tae-hyun and roars, how dare a brat get this arrogant over a single surprise attack? Kim Tae-hyun responds with a calm question. Ah, so you are the guy. Miyazaki Kenji's gaze instantly turns incredibly fierce. Clenching his fists, he grinds his teeth. I will murder you. Instantly, crimson flows of light begin to peer, glow in his eyes, slowly enveloping him. Boom! A sudden violent explosion shatters the space, sending debris flying everywhere near. Ryohei Isaka, sitting on the ground, he blankly watches the blast. His face contorts as he mutters Kim Tae-hyun's name. Glancing at the struggling bound man on the floor, Kim Tae-hyun calmly delivers a compliment. Your plan was actually quite clever, though. Shaking all over, Ryohei Isaka whispers about the covenant between the Saints and the Awakeners. Now he finally understands. How did you appear right in front of me? He wonders if it is hypnosis or some mental skill. Since when did he even obtain this power? When did this happen? Fine, I will play your game. The sudden response leaves Ryohei Isaka completely stunned. What you? What are you planning, Kim? Kim Tae-hyun calmly exposes the scheme. You plan to team up with Kenji Miyazaki to get rid of me, do you not? So you must lure me straight to Kenji Miyazaki. But instead of siding with Kenji Miyazaki and the Saints, you will stand with me. Shut your mouth, Ryohei Isaka yells out in pure anger. Even if you beat me, do you think I would actually help you? Then panic takes over. If he does that, Samsudo, the Saints, and the Ghost Blade will eliminate him. In complete contrast to his panic, Kim Tae-hyun calmly munches on his can of potato chips. True, but if you do not help me, I will destroy you myself. But do not worry. I do not care about your survival. Yeah, I will give you one chance. Ryohei Isaka asks with deep suspicion. A chance. Standing up, Kim Tae-hyun tosses the snack container right in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun explains during the friendly match, you must give everything to help me. When it is all over, make sure to survive and spend your life apologizing to those you hurt. Do that, and I will save you from Samsudo, the Saints. As if hearing a hilarious joke, Ryohei Isaka bursts into laughter and questions him. Do you even know what you were actually saying? Our enemies are national-level fighters and Samsudo, a powerful demonic guild. You think you can defeat monsters like that? At this, Kim Tae-hyun curls his lips into a confident smirk, while Isaka's eyes widen in pure terror. Kim Tae-hyun drops two simple words, that is right. It strikes his heart like a feather. Now back to reality. Now look right in front of Ryohei Isaka are the Samsudo members scattered all over the ground while Kim Tae-hyun casually lifts Kenji Miyazaki straight into the air with one hand. Splayed on the ground, Isaka can only watch. He knows better than anyone the sheer monstrous power required to single-handedly crush a group of such high-level players. Cold sweat drips continuously down his entire face. Ryohei Isaka lets out a terrified, nervous laugh internally, calling him a monster. Meanwhile, a brilliant red light wraps around Kim Tae-hyun's arm. He grips Kenji Miyazaki's entire face in one massive hand, raising him up as the victim struggles to choke out broken words. You. His eyes bulge as painful groans echo deep from his throat. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun's left eye has already turned a menacing crimson. He looks at his prey and demands they open the portal, directly to Samsudo. Elsewhere, deep within the dark abyss inside Tetsu's stronghold of the Samsudo Guild, a grand carved door stands as a testament to the meticulous design of this place. But inside, lifeless bodies litter the cold floor, with fresh, brilliant red blood splattered everywhere. So what is the reason for summoning me to such a gloomy place? A man, resting his chin on his hand high up on his throne, asks the servant kneeling respectfully below. Chang Jin growls, angrily threatening to crush his head like his subordinates if he utters another useless word. As Tetsu finishes speaking, the servant trembles in fear and stutters out his denial. Looking up with a dark expression, he insists he only wants to offer Lord Shin a legendary item. The lower-ranking Samsudo demon explains to his superior. With a surprised look, Chang Jin asks him to repeat himself. Currently, for safety reasons, the item is kept overseas, but Samsudo recently secured this legendary relic and wants to present it as a gift to Lord Shin. He then makes a desperate request. However, before that, please eliminate a pest who is currently targeting my head. We set a trap, but it will likely fail, so it is only a matter of time before he breaks in here. That sounds highly entertaining. Chang Jin sits up straight, flashing a sinister smile that is both amused and threatening. Well, so a powerful member of Samsudo is actually terrified of a single person. This is getting far more interesting than some toy. He still asks, who is it? But before the name is uttered, boom, a massive explosion shakes the room. The kneeling servants immediately scramble in sheer panic, looking around wildly. The loud, thunderous noise gets closer and closer with each passing second. Tetsu is immediately on high alert. Outside, agonizing screams of guards echo before the heavy doors shatter completely. Splinters fly as feet and fists breach the dust. Out of the chaos, Kim Tae-hyun and Ryohei Isaka burst inside to directly confront Tetsu and Chang Jin. Brilliant bursts of blue, red, and gold light flash with every single blow. Ryohei Isaka lets out a fierce war cry, catching Tetsu completely off guard as he barely manages to block the incoming blade. Raising a fist, Isaka yells out, "Damn it, you better win this fight no matter what, do you hear me?" On the other side, Chang Jin, wearing a vicious expression, raises his fist with a grunt as purple energy swirls around him. "Remember to do your part just like we agreed, partner." A confident smile plays on Kim Tae-hyun's face as his resolute eyes show complete confidence in their victory, speaking directly to his temporary ally. The intense confrontation begins. Both sides unleash everything they have in one clash. A massive explosion is inevitable, and the shockwave sends Kim Tae-hyun and his allies flying backward. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Kim Tae-hyun regains his balance, staring at the newcomer with a hint of pure disbelief. He never expected this. He definitely did not foresee a national-level player from China showing up here of all places. And yet Chang Xin is standing right before him. At that exact moment, the villain steps forward, radiating a heavy, suffocating pressure. Danger oozes from him. Chang Xin approaches with a smug, confident grin, sizing Kim Tae-hyun up and asking if this kid is really the one Taisu feared. He sneers that today is the boy's lucky day, his voice dripping with pure arrogance as he looks down on his opponent. He promises to give him a quick, painless death. Ryohei Isaka calls out to Kim Tae-hyun in sheer panic, not expecting an answer. "Why is Chang Xin here?" Kim Tae-hyun replies that the man is clearly working for the Samsu Union, his voice sharp and steady. He confronts the killer, already knowing the truth. He demands to know if it was him, causing Chang Xin to flinch slightly. What Kim Tae-hyun presses on, accusing him of being the monster behind the assassinations of all those other high-level players. Chang Xin's expression darkens immediately, exposed. Meanwhile, everyone else in the area gasps in shock at the sudden accusation. Chang Xin is amused, asking how he figured it out. Still, he has to give credit where credit is due. He admits the kid is pretty sharp. Kim Tae-hyun remains perfectly calm. It went exactly as he figured. He asks if Korean players are next. With a swift motion, he draws his dagger and drops into a combat stance, showing zero fear against a national-level powerhouse. The enemy is visibly taken aback by this sheer lack of terror. It is quite a shock to see someone stand so tall. Kim Tae-hyun boldly declares his next move. He makes it clear that he will end him right here, right now. He sparks his awakening power. Chang Xin scoffs, warning him that taking down a powerhouse is not going to be that easy. He unleashes his own aura and charges forward, mocking the boy for not knowing his place in this world. An intense clash erupts as their balanced powers collide, shaking the entire room. Watching the chaos unfold, Tae-su spots his chance. Seeing them trade blows, the cowardly boss prepares to slip away in the confusion. His subordinate is thinking the exact same thing. The minion quickly whispers for Tae-su to fall back while he can, and the boss does not hesitate for a second. He agrees and urges them to move fast, but as they try to sneak away, a sudden roar echoes through the air. Ryohei Isaka bursts through easily, crushing the weak minions blocking his path. He smiles coldly, asking Tae-su why he is running so soon. The cowards freeze in utter terror. Ryohei Isaka steps up confidently, asking if they are fleeing because they know their side is doomed. He sneers that their fear is entirely justified. After all, their opponent is none other than the monstrous Kim Tae-hyun himself. He boasts that he will handle the rest. But before his cool moment can even last 30 seconds, a massive shockwave strikes. The stray blast from Kim Tae-hyun sweeps right through, catching Ryohei Isaka off guard and sending him stumbling along with the fleeing mob. Even while busy with Chang-sin, Kim Tae-hyun keeps an eye on them. He bellows for those cowards to stay put. Ryohei Isaka complains that he was still speaking, but Chang-shin refuses to let Tae-hyun stay distracted for long, leaping right back in. He asks the brat if he really thinks he can stand a chance. Tae-hyun immediately counters as their clash continues. Chang-shin warns him not to get sloppy in a real fight, unleashing a devastating blow to drive his point home. The ground shatters, sending rocks flying everywhere. Tae-hyun leaps high to dodge the blast, marveling at the insane physical force. That brute strength is unreal. Chang-shin then hurls a massive boulder right at him. Tae-hyun braces himself, analyzing his enemy. The man relies entirely on pure physical might, famously crushing both high-level monsters and hunters with nothing but his bare hands. With a single swift strike, Tae-hyun shreds the giant rock into dust. Yet he knows his opponent is more than just brawn. Charging through the falling debris, he recalls that Chang-shin possesses a highly lethal, near-undodgeable ability, a forbidden dark skill. Sudden realization hits him like a truck. It is the infamous Soul Reaper. Lost in thought, he barely sees the attack coming. Chang-shin activates the devastating move, pointing the massive blade directly at Kim Tae-hyun with a sadistic smile on his face. He mocks that witnessing his ultimate skill is a worthy way to die. The massive strike sweeps forward like a gale. The fatal blow races toward Tae-hyun. This skill deals massive area of effect damage, applying terrible debuffs to anyone caught in its wake. However, activating an ultimate of this scale requires a massive pool of mana, leaving the user temporarily vulnerable afterward. This means Chang-shin just poured almost his entire mana pool into this single blow. Tae-hyun immediately realizes the stakes. The villain is going all in to end this quickly. The incoming energy wave is genuinely terrifying to behold. A massive explosion erupts at the top of the tower, shaking the heavens. Debris and dust fill the blinding air. Through the thick smoke, Kim Tae-hyun and Chang-shin are blown clean out of the tower, still trading brutal blows mid-air. The force behind the blow is immense, yet Kim Tae-hyun fights back fiercely, refusing to back down. Wherever Chang-shin swings his weapon, Kim is right there to block it. He channels his awakened energy into his twin blades, slashing back at Chang-shin until a sharp crack echoes out. A hairline fracture spreads across his blade tip. Tae-hyun notices it immediately, realizing his weapons cannot take much more of this heavy friction, especially against that deadly scythe. Chang-shin just sneers mockingly, asking what happened to his big talk about wanting to kill him. The Reaper's scythe sweeps in again. This time, Tae-hyun has to cross both of his daggers just to barely halt the devastating strike. This is bad. If this keeps up, his blades are going to shatter. The cracks only deepen under Chang-shin's relentless heavy pressure. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Tae-hyun flings out a set of heavy chains, completely wrapping them around Chang-shin. Is he too slow to react? The iron links tighten around his torso, prompting Tae-hyun to try a risky move to stun him first. Sending a surge of his awakened magic through the metal, he shocks his opponent. For a brief second, it looks like it actually worked, but then a familiar mocking laugh echoes out. He calls Tae-hyun naive, sending a cold shiver of panic straight down the young man's spine. Completely unfazed, Chang-shin arrogantly asks if Tae-hyun really thought a cheap trick like that would ever work on someone like him. He shatters the chains instantly. Swinging his deadly scythe, he boasts that he is a national-level player with unmatched battlefield experience. With that, the massive scythe tears downward, slicing right into Tae-hyun. It all happens too fast for him to even dodge. The sheer power of the blow nearly tears him in half. Confident in his absolute victory, Chang-shin arrogantly walks away. The dust begins to settle. Watching from a crumbling watchtower overlooking the ruins, Tetsu has witnessed this entire brutal clash unfold. He stares down in disbelief, wondering if the fight is genuinely over. Could it really be that simple? Deep down, he knows that even a rising Korean star like Tae-hyun is simply outclassed when facing a monster like Chang-shin. Right then, a subordinate rushes up to report that they have captured Ryohei Isaka, asking for their next orders. Tetsu turns around calmly, instructing them to just lock him up. Defeated and battered, Ryohei Isaka is held down tightly by the guards. Forced onto his knees, Ryohei Isaka can only watch as Tetsu decides to keep him alive as a useful hostage. Ryohei Isaka spits out a curse, calling them complete bastards. Yet Tetsu is still puzzled by one nagging, unanswered question. Why on earth did Ryohei Isaka side with Tae-hyun in the first place? Tetsu watches him get dragged away, lost in thought. Surely Ryohei Saka knows the Japanese saintess won't let this slide. Tae-hyun must have offered him something incredibly valuable to win his loyalty. Well, whoever he trusted, it was a massive mistake. Tetsu sighs as he scans the wreckage of the battlefield. Tae-hyun was simply crushed by Chang-sin's overwhelming power, but suddenly Tetsu notices something strange in the dust, his eyes widening. He lets out a panicked gasp. Down on the ground, that supposedly fatal blow failed to finish the young warrior off. Instead, it gave Tae-hyun the ultimate opening. While Chang-sin poured every drop of his magic into that final attack, he left himself exposed. Chang-sin suddenly drops to his knees, coughing up blood while Tae-hyun remains standing tall. Tetsu is completely stunned by this turn. The legendary powerhouse he relied on couldn't even scratch the kid and was actually the one getting beaten to the ground. Tetsu can only scream out for Chang-sin in utter panic. The fallen expert cannot comprehend his own defeat, completely drained of strength. He spits out more blood, his mind reeling as to how he got taken down so easily by a single devastating counter. He remembers the exact moment his blade connected and the sudden explosive burst of magic that erupted from Tae-hyun's sword. Even so, he was dominating the entire fight. After all, Tae-hyun's weapon was already chipped and on the verge of breaking. Driven mad by humiliation, Chang-sin roars in fury. He channels his remaining energy, prepping for one last desperate strike. He screams at Tae-hyun, accusing him of hiding his true power before telling him to go to hell. Tae-hyun just stands there. He faces Chang-sin's enraged charge without moving an inch. A confident smile plays on his lips as his enemy loses all control. He notes that his current daggers are only rare grade. They were fine for a brief clash against Queen Minoto back then. Memories of his past victory over Queen Minoto flash through his mind as he braces for the incoming impact. But that lethal scythe is in a class of its own. Constant clashes against such a high-tier weapon are taking a toll, especially when he infuses his own volatile gluttony power directly into the blades. They simply cannot withstand that level of strain. Knowing this, he charges forward anyway. The clash reignites a true do-or-die moment where only one of them will walk away, but he has already factored this weakness into his master plan. Pushing his gluttony power to the absolute limit has its benefits. Sure, his weapons will shatter, but the payoff is worth it. Chang-sin's scythe crashes heavily against his twin blades once more. The sheer force behind the impact proves too much, shattering his daggers into tiny pieces. Yet Tae-hyun just grins. Unable to hide his excitement, he declares that he can finally take his life. He quickly lunges toward the vulnerable Chang-sin. Caught completely off guard, the shattered blade does not slow down his immense power. A devastating slash is unleashed, pinning directly into Chang-sin. He stands paralyzed by the crushing defeat, too sudden and shocking to react. Kim Tae-hyun pours massive mana into this final decisive blow, throwing a strike that pierces right through Chang-sin. Tae-su watches from the tower, trembling in terror. His face turns pale. He mutters in disbelief. Nearby, Isuka Ryo, huddled in the corner, feels the terrifying aftershock of Kim Tae-hyun's attack and flinches. Down below, blood splatters everywhere as the necklace around Chang-sin's neck snaps. The beads roll across the bloody ground, signaling a dark omen for their owner. Chang-sin collapses entirely. The epic battle is officially over, and the ultimate victor of this war is none other than Kim Tae-hyun. Far away, completely removed from the conflict, Bai-yu and Tae-min are relaxing inside a hotel suite overlooking the entire city. Enjoying the rainy day over glasses of wine, they discuss the battlefield. Bai-yu sighs, wondering why Chang-sin decided to show up now, calling the situation a real annoyance. She rests comfortably in Tae-min's lap. She asks what his plan is, knowing Tae-su hired Chang-sin with a rare grade weapon. Tae-min remains completely unbothered, confident in the hunter's skills. Once Chang-sin acts, the target has no hope of survival. He is a Chinese national rank hunter widely feared as Godspeed. Keeping the S-rank devil wrapped in his arms, Tae-min remarks that Chang-sin possesses far too much combat experience. There is no way that kid wins. Bai-yu quietly agrees with him. Suddenly, a loud ringtone shatters the quiet room, startling them both. They instantly sit up as the phone continues to buzz. By the second ring, Tae-min answers the call. The cold voice on the other end asks if he is still with that woman. Tae-min is startled that the caller knows his exact location. On the line, Zhang Long speaks in a slow, chilling tone, introducing himself to the irritated hunter. He sits relaxed inside a highly advanced research facility surrounded by strange, glowing glass capsules holding human specimens. This man is the powerful president of the Chinese Hunter Association, Zhang Long. Without any hesitation, he delivers a devastating update, calmly explaining that Chang-sin has already been killed in battle. At the hotel, Tae-min freezes in absolute shock. Zhang Long continues with a commanding, lethal tone, his eyes flashing with raw bloodlust, ordering him to retrieve Kim Tae-hyun's head. Back on the battlefield, the dust settles. Tae-hyun stares down at his defeated enemy, trying to activate predation to devour Chang Shin's powers, but the skill fails to trigger. He quietly begins to analyze the situation, confirming his initial suspicions. A strange energy coats Chang Shin's body, but it cannot be claimed. Absorbing dead targets through predation yields absolutely zero skills. He now realizes that only living targets can provide active abilities for him to steal. Tae-hyun reflects on the various monsters and enemies he has devoured in the past to acquire his current skills. He notes that not every ability is a good fit for him, meaning he must be highly selective when choosing targets. Hunting down wicked criminals allows him to bypass any moral dilemma, but something else has been bothering Tae-hyun lately. It is the haunting faint voice that echoes in his mind during predation, constantly crying out that it cannot endure this any longer. He resolves to investigate this mystery later on. Now with the formidable Chang Shin officially out of the way, everything goes exactly according to Tae-hyun's master plan. Tae-soo and his remaining goons immediately drop to their knees, groveling desperately with forced pathetic smiles. Tae-soo begs, claiming he always wanted to join Tae-hyun's side from the very start. Tae-hyun has zero interest in entertaining this pathetic coward. He immediately wipes the memories of Tae-soo and his demonic lackeys regarding his predation power, before handing them over to the Hunter Association. With the battle won, Ryo's duty is complete, meaning he must return to the Saintess. The warrior panics, pleading with Tae-hyun not to make him go back, claiming she will surely kill him. Well aware of the danger, Ryo desperately begs to tag along, instead terrified of facing his master's wrath. He warns that she can easily read minds, and if she uncovers his betrayal, his life is over. However, Tae-hyun remains completely unbothered. He calmly explains that there is nothing to fear. After all, the Saintess only desires to meet Tae-hyun himself, so minor details do not matter to her anyway. Tae-hyun points out that Ryo's sole contract with the Saintess was simply to bring him directly to her. Since Tae-hyun is willingly going along, what Ryo did behind her back is completely irrelevant to her. Glancing coldly at the battered, bloodied warrior, Tae-hyun delivers a harsh truth that cuts Ryo like a knife, stating that the Saintess never expected anything useful from him anyway. Ryo is left absolutely stunned by the brutal insult, crying out in disbelief. Tae-hyun ignores him, shifting his focus to the next problem, the last two remaining targets from the Samsudo faction. He had used hypnosis on Tae-soo to locate their base, but the coordinates were not entirely precise. Turning to Ryo, Tae-hyun suggests they rest up first before planning their next tactical move. Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun returns to the safe house provided by the Hunter Association. A few days later, a news broadcast airs a sudden update about Chang Shin. 3 days into the Asian International Tournament, the top player has vanished. The Chinese government is now calling for a massive search party. Tae-hyun tosses his phone onto the bed as the broadcast drones on. Score-wise, South Korea still holds the top spot. This is all thanks to Tae-hyun successfully capturing Tetsuo, a key member of Samsudo. But Tae-hyun is already calculating his next move. Zhang Long likely knows Chang Shin is dead by now. He is probably sniffing around trying to figure out who pulled the trigger. Fortunately, Tae-hyun covered his tracks perfectly. He dealt Samsudo a heavy blow, and that is what matters. As he gets lost in thought, his phone buzzes, snapping him back to reality. The screen flashes with an incoming call from none other than Jang Jin-soo. Tae-hyun wonders what this guy wants at such a late hour. Cut to a remote rocky wasteland surrounded by jagged cliffs. Jang Jin-soo looks genuinely surprised to see Tae-hyun actually show up. He admits he thought Tae-hyun would just ignore his call. Tae-hyun walks over, keeping his expression neutral but curious. He plays along, saying the intel was simply too juicy to ignore. Then he tests the waters. He asks if Jin-soo is absolutely certain that Bai Yu, a deadly Samsudo member, is hiding nearby. Jin-soo nods confidently. He assures Tae-hyun that the leak is solid even if he cannot share his exact source. He claims Bai Yu was spotted inside that building just yesterday. During this tournament, she will likely keep a close eye on everything. They both look out toward the towering skyscraper in the distance. It stands tall, contrasting sharply with the desolate surroundings. Tae-hyun quietly analyzes the layout. Based on his past memories, she did indeed hole up in one of those nearby buildings. He nods, pretending to buy the story completely. But behind his calm face, he pivots and throws a highly suspicious curveball at Jin-soo. He wonders why Jin-soo is suddenly sharing such valuable intel. After all, they have never exactly been on friendly terms. Jin-soo scoffs, calling him an idiot before raising his voice. He claims he is doing this to prove he is not a spy. Tae-hyun blinks in mock confusion. Jin-soo puts on his best act, sounding completely sincere as he explains himself. He says it makes sense to be paranoid after getting ambushed by foreign players. Anyone would suspect those around them. He insists he just wants to clear his name. Giving up this tip is his way of showing he is a true ally. He strikes a highly heroic pose, confidently declaring his deep desire to stand side by side with Tae-hyun against those evil forces. Tae-hyun acts suitably amazed by this speech, but behind that mask he is already piecing the spy puzzle together. Even before meeting up with Jin-soo, Tae-hyun had already confirmed who the traitor was after receiving a phone call from Yo-ah-young. She had confirmed his suspicions on the call, delivering the grim news that a spy was definitely leaking their movements. Tae-hyun did not hesitate to voice his main suspicion, asking if the rat in their ranks was indeed Jang Jin-soo. Ah-young was taken aback, asking how he figured it out. He calmly admitted he had eyes on Jin-soo for quite some time. He assumed Jin-soo was selling out his countrymen to the Japanese, likely due to his highly suspicious connection with Kimura. But Ah-young, staring at her database, dropped a major bombshell. The reality was much more twisted than they thought. He was not working for Japan at all. Ah-young corrected him, explaining that Jin-soo has actually been cozying up to China. The guy has a massive gambling addiction. Years ago, he ran up some serious debts at Chinese casinos, making him easy bait. Selling out his country was the only way to pay them off. But Tae-hyun is still confused about how Kimura tracked him. How could a Chinese asset help a Japanese hunter? Ah-young answers simply, there is more than one mole in the agency. 2 spies inside the ranks. Tae-hyun is deeply unimpressed, wondering how the association could be so incredibly sloppy. Ah-young tells him not to worry. The association president already has a counter-strategy prepared for this exact mess. Tae-hyun tells her he understands. If the high-ups have a plan, then he has a few ideas of his own to test. He tells her he will keep her updated. Ah-young senses the dangerous edge in his voice, wondering what he is planning. After hanging up, Tae-hyun weighs his options. If they arrest Jin-soo right now, the second mole will immediately go into hiding. To catch both, he needs to play the long game. Knowing Jin-soo as a traitor gives him a massive tactical advantage. He decides to feed Jin-soo fake info, using the traitor as bait to flush the second mole out of the shadows. Unaware his cover is blown, Jin-soo keeps acting. He warns Tae-hyun that the building is heavily guarded and packed with traps. Beating his chest, he confidently promises to guide Tae-hyun through a secret safe entrance he supposedly mapped out. In reality, the traitor is laughing. He genuinely believes his target is foolish enough to walk straight into his setup. He thinks to himself that Tae-hyun is as good as dead. He claims it is nothing personal, just business and bad luck. After all, that building holds more than just Bai-yu. Waiting inside is Kai Ming-min, one of the deadliest hunters in the world. Jang Jin-soo's plans are totally ruined. He didn't expect Kim Tae-hyun to just casually launch a massive blast right at the building in front of them. The sheer force of the impact tears through the structure. In an instant, the entire building collapses into a heap of shattered debris and dust. Kim Tae-hyun smugly boasts about his progress. It looks like his training is really paying off, showing how much his raw power has grown. Jang Jin-soo stands completely frozen, jaws dropped at Kim Tae-hyun's terrifying strength. Finally, snapping out of his shock, he screams out in pure panic. What on earth was that, he demands, turning on him. Seriously, why did you do that? But Kim Tae-hyun just shrugs it off completely, unbothered. No point in sneaking around since they definitely set traps inside. Full of confidence and excitement, he suggests they just charge in and fight. Jang Jin-soo tries to back out, whining that this reckless move will trigger a public backlash. But then Kim Tae-hyun spots someone trapped in the rubble. He squinted and asked if that was bitch Nook over there. Jang Jin-soo instantly tried to hold him back. There, she was buried under the wreckage. She was battered and covered in blood, but she still had enough spite to drag Jang Jin-soo down with her. You bastard, she spat. How dare you betray us like this? Jang Jin-soo quickly fired back with a threat of his own, telling her she was dead. Watching this unfold, Kim Tae-hyun grinned. Classic drama right here. Enjoying the show, he turned to the trembling Jang Jin-soo to stir the pot. What is she talking about, he teased. Jang Jin-soo panicked, screaming at her to shut up. But Bichindok ignored his desperate yells entirely. Instead, she turned her venomous gaze toward Kim Tae-hyun. Don't get so cocky, Kim Tae-hyun, she warned. Someone is going to handle you soon. Kim Tae-hyun calmly asked a question he already knew the answer to. You must be talking about Tae-myung-min, right? Both of them froze. In shock, they blurted out at the exact same time, asking how he could possibly know that guy was here. Too lazy to play their games, Kim Tae-hyun cut straight to the point, demanding they tell him exactly where that guy was hiding. Shaking with sudden realization, Jang Jin-soo gasped, asking if Kim Tae-hyun knew he was a spy from the start. Furious, he raised his fist. He tried to strike Kim Tae-hyun, though the attack was no threat at all. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy surged through the air. Blood sprayed from Jang Jin-soo's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Tae-myung-min had arrived. Kim Tae-hyun reacted instantly, seemingly unaffected at first. Suddenly, a system alert flashed in Kim Tae-hyun's mind. He had entered an insensate state. Thanks to a mysterious power, he managed to resist some of it. Still, his senses and strength plummeted. His movements slowed as his vision, hearing, and general perception were heavily impaired. Along with the system warning, blood began seeping from Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and even his limbs. So this is Tae-myung-min's crowd control skill, Kim Tae-hyun realized. Though he blocked a portion of it, his body was still severely weakened. Tae-myung-min materialized right behind him, eyes flashing with absolute malice. The crushing pressure radiating from him was incredibly dangerous. With an irritated growl, he said he never expected Kim Tae-hyun to outright destroy the entire building like that. Kim Tae-hyun immediately sensed his presence and spun around to face him directly. The villain just smirked, continuing his taunts. He admitted he was curious about the guy who beat Ching Sin, noting that Kim Tae-hyun's strength was definitely the real deal. Not one to back down, Kim Tae-hyun issued his own challenge, calling him far more interesting than the rest of the garbage. He openly admitted his goal was to steal his skill, making no effort to hide his ambition as he activated his awakened form. Meanwhile, Ryohei Iseka had crawled back to the Japanese Saint Sarada. He was currently kneeling before her in absolute terror. Sarada gathered her energy to read his mind. Amused, she laughed and remarked that his memories were actually quite entertaining. Not only has that brat grown stronger, but he even took down Cheng Xin. But since Ryohei Iseka betrayed her, she pondered if she should just kill him. Ryohei Iseka trembled violently under her terrifying gaze, struggling to find any words to save his own skin. With a cold smirk, the saint patted his head and leaned down, asking if he was really that terrified. She didn't actually care about his life, she just needed him to bring Kim Tae-hyun to her. But letting things go according to Kim Tae-hyun's plan wouldn't do. As she spoke, her grip tightened on his head. Ryohei Iseka let out a muffled whimper of sheer terror, fearing her next move. She calmly noted that Kim Tae-hyun seemed to be targeting the sansui beans. Ryohei Iseka could only nod in absolute fear. A murderous glint flashed in Sarada's eyes. Oh, this is going to be good. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the past. Long Yang gathered China's national-level players. Wearing a dangerous smile, he raised 3 fingers to outline 3 major objectives. The first was to dominate the Asian Championship. The second was to weaken rival associations by crushing their key players. And third, achieving those 2 goals would prove the Chinese Player Association is undisputed #1 in Asia. His eyes gleamed with malice as he planned to use that dominance to monopolize all dungeon and magic stone deals. He told them to kill, torture, or do whatever it took to win, promising he would handle all the messy cleanups. He laid out his dirty schemes to satisfy his massive ambition. Across from him, 3 of China's top players listened in silence. Among them, Cheng Xin didn't seem surprised at all by his association president's incredibly ruthless methods. He looks pretty excited, declaring he doesn't care as long as he gets to fight strong opponents. Lan Feng doesn't. Object either believing that as long as the plan succeeds, it's fine. Meanwhile, Kai Mingmin is highly displeased, grumbling to himself. He thinks they have completely lost their minds, but that has nothing to do with him. He will eliminate anyone in his path to protect his secret relationship with Bai Yu of the Sanshui Cave. That is his sole focus right now, and he intends to keep it that way. Honestly, that makes him just as crazy as the rest of them, especially since Long Yang called him earlier, demanding that he bring back Kim Tae-hyun's head. The threat was left hanging, but the message was clear. Still, Bai Yu is incredibly alluring. Bai Yu warned him that the young Kim Tae-hyun was currently tracking their every move, urging Kai Mingmin to take action. That is the exact reason. Kai Mingmin is here to eliminate Kim Tae-hyun. He rushes forward with everything he has, eager to make Kim Tae-hyun his next target. But he has clearly underestimated his opponent this time around. Not far away, Kim Tae-hyun shows absolutely no fear in this fight. Against Kai Mingmin's terrifying presence, he matches him blow for blow, unleashing an overwhelming, suffocating pressure that takes the form of a massive roaring black fire dragon. Seeing Kim Tae-hyun's massive manifestation, Kai Mingmin is instantly startled. His emotionless world skill has absolutely no effect on Kim Tae-hyun. He knew Kim Tae-hyun was a national-level player after defeating Cheng Xin, but he still wonders, in complete shock, what on earth is this monstrous power? Kai Mingmin realizes this is definitely not the standard strength of a national-level player. It is as if the man has transcended humanity entirely. Emitting a heavy pressure, Kim Tae-hyun speaks. So this is a motionless world, a power that neutralizes all senses. It would indeed be pretty dangerous if he couldn't use predation. Kim Tae-hyun doesn't want to waste any more words. He smirks knowingly, murmuring that it doesn't matter anyway. His tone shifts as he declares he will put that skill to good use. Clenching his fist, he orders the black fire dragon to devour his foe. The massive dragon surges directly toward Kai Mingmin, completely enveloping him. Kai Mingmin immediately senses the looming danger, but is too slow to react, standing frozen as the beast swallows both him and his unique ability. A devastating force crashes into Kai Mingmin, instantly crushing him into nothingness. Kim Tae-hyun's raw power is simply terrifying. Unbelievable. A system notification quickly flashes on screen. Kim Tae-hyun has successfully stolen and learned the emotionless world skill. Kai Ming-min remains firmly plunged into the dirt even though its owner is gone. Kim Tae-hyun slowly walks over and picks it up. He notes that since he lacked a solid weapon, this will do nicely. Examining it closer, he remarks with satisfaction that, as expected of a national-level player, the gear is top tier. He has zero complaints. A system window pops up, displaying the details of the unique grade dagger. Stashing his loot, Kim Tae-hyun looks toward Bayu's direction thinking, that means China has already lost two of their national-level players, leaving only a single one remaining. It doesn't matter how strong that last one is, they can't possibly bridge a point gap this massive anymore. The scoreboard flashes on screen, showing South Korea surging to 3,350 points while China lags behind at 2,570. Right behind are Japan and Qatar with 2,750 points each. Bayu and Jiang Jinsu lie unconscious. Fresh blood, dust, and shattered stones litter the ground. Kim Tae-hyun stands there calmly, calculating his next move. If he can track down the rest of the Sanctuary Cave, victory in this friendly match is guaranteed. Still, Japan's silence worries him. Just then, a powerful gust of wind sweeps by, accompanied by the loud growing roar of machinery. He looks up in curiosity. A giant helicopter is hovering directly overhead. As he watches it with suspicion, the cabin door slides wide open. A figure leaps out and plunges toward the earth, her long pink hair and pale skin immediately catching the eye. There is no mistaking it, Sarara has arrived. Kim Tae-hyun is taken aback by her sudden appearance. She lands right beside him with such force that the ground beneath her shatters, kicking up debris. He quickly backs away. Having made her grand entrance, Sarara speaks in an incredibly playful tone, greeting player Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun finally gets a clear look at his visitor. A highly dangerous name instantly flashes in his mind. This is Sarara, a name he knows all too well, having heard of her fearsome reputation. She possesses an incredibly potent high-speed self-recovery skill that also allows her to heal and treat countless others. She can soothe even the most unstable minds and grant physical blessings, earning her the title of Japan's saint. But the true hidden nature of her ability is mind control. She manipulates memories to brainwash people. It serves as her ultimate tool for subduing other powerful players and bringing them under her complete control. Sarara has used this very power to turn even her worst enemies into fanatical worshippers. He can only smile wryly. Is it his turn now? He stares at Sarara, wondering how she even found him, since he never revealed his exact location. How did you find me? Sarara flashes a mischievous smile. Hee, you should know it wasn't because I didn't know the location of the Samsudo members. Kim Tae-hyun finally gets it. So she went through all that crazy trouble, ignoring the demons in the entire tournament just to find him. That is terrifying. Despite his heavy accusation, Sarada just keeps smiling. She curiously asks Kim Tae-hyun why he can look at her and feel absolutely nothing. He doesn't get what she's implying. Sarada makes another move, her voice desperate as she claims she knows her role as the Saintess is to grant everyone the strength to survive this miserable world. But how does she deliver that power? Her voice spikes. It is pure, unwavering determination. She answers her own question right then and there, by making them worship her. Kim Tae-hyun is completely speechless. Sarada continues her delusional rant about meeting someone beautiful, lovely, charming, and absolutely perfect like herself. She says her existence is a supreme blessing to everyone. She poses like she is at a press conference. Worshipping and feeling her presence is their ultimate reason for living. Suddenly rage. Why him? Why can he look at her and feel absolutely nothing? Kim Tae-hyun just watches. He is utterly speechless. She has officially lost her mind. Sarada quickly shifts her tone. She adopts a dangerous voice, claiming that saving lost souls is the true duty of a saintess anyway. Right then, a convoy of trucks roars toward them. Kim Tae-hyun whips around, baffled to see civilians in a place like this. He notices their glassy, brainwashed eyes. No, they have been brainwashed by Tae-hyun, and they are glaring with pure rage. Sarada speaks up again. Even after digging through Ryohei's memories and his past actions, some secrets remain hidden. She still can't figure out his source of information or the secret skills he keeps locked away. Her eyes gleam with malice as she reveals her preparations. No matter his secrets or how strong his skills are, she will ensure he can't use any of them. The brainwashed crowd behind her suddenly charges straight at Kim Tae-hyun. Their blank, lifeless eyes are terrifying. Sarada plays dirty, gloating over her guaranteed victory in a twisted voice. Even if they are civilians, will he ruthlessly strike down her believers? Or will he quietly accept her salvation? She is holding his morality hostage, telling him to choose. Kim Tae-hyun can't help but curse under his breath. Using innocent civilians as human shields is a new low. Seriously, how despicable can this saintess get? Facing the incoming mob, Kim Tae-hyun calls her absolute trash. The scene shifts to the glittering lights of Sawa City. In an underground basement, two guards radio the outside controllers to contact the AI Association president immediately. They believe they have finally located the secret stronghold, which is the last hidden base of the elusive Samsudo organization. They stare at a massive high-rise building completely hidden from view by an active camouflage stealth barrier. Hiding an entire space is crazy. No wonder they couldn't find them all this time. Suddenly, one guard notices. His partner isn't responding. He turns around suspiciously asking what he is doing and urging him to make the call. But his partner is already lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The night ghost has arrived. He introduces himself to the guard, knowing the man won't live much longer. His deadly gaze locks onto him. Looking at the guard who discovered Samsudo's secret base, the killer mutters that annoying pests are clinging to him again. A status window pops up. It is CO Vice President of the Villain Association and a national-level powerhouse. He places a hand on the guard's head, unleashing a terrifying aura that makes the man tremble with fear. That terror is cut short as the night ghost takes him out. Instantly talk about brutal. Blood splatters everywhere. Killing without remorse, the assassin turns away, wondering how these info brokers managed to tail him. He suspects that after Nezuko was taken down, their vital secrets leaked to the outside world. His thoughts turn to Kim Tae-hyun, his ultimate target. He is convinced Tae-hyun is the mastermind orchestrating this entire operation. He originally planned to let the Chinese players eliminate him, but Tae-hyun managed to take down Cheng Xin instead. His disciples wait nearby and announce that the portal is ready. The villain walks forward deep in thought. He thinks Tae-hyun shouldn't get cocky. He isn't the only overpowered monster ruling this world. He tells himself he reached an unimaginable level of ultimate power more than 10 years ago. Entering the gate, he commands his men to head to the abyss. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun stands on rocky ground. Surrounded by brainwashed civilians glowing with a faint orange holy aura, the mob rushes toward him relentlessly. They pile on top of him in suffocating layers with no signs of stopping anytime soon. Yoshikawa Sarara watches from afar, hands clasped behind her back as she mutters. Player Kim Tae-hyun is a pretty famous awakened hero at the Daybreak auction house for saving so many people. Dust and sand whip through the air under a gloomy sky, casting half of her face in light and the rest in shadow, making her look incredibly mysterious. Her lips part as she explains further, even though those brainwashed puppets fight tirelessly, she does not expect much. Still, he must be careful. If he gets defeated by them, she would be absolutely thrilled. If he doesn't go all out and ends up falling to those puppets, she admits she would be quite happy. But get this, a massive crash suddenly echoes and Sarara's smug smile completely freezes right on her face. She gasps in total shock. On Tae-hyun's side, his hand and face are covered in solid stone armor, his eyes emotionless. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of ruthless punches, sending the brainwashed civilians clinging to him flying in all directions. Her jaw drops, cold sweat dripping down her face as she stammers in panic, watching her own brainwashed forces hit the dirt. Standing in a combat stance, he glares right at Yoshikawa Sarara. She screams out, asking how he could dare to ruthlessly attack innocent civilians. He calmly replies, "They lunged at me, so why would I hold back?" In a flash, a blood-stained golden chain whips through the air. It wraps tightly around Sarara's waist. Kim Tae-hyun adds that he had already figured out she would try to manipulate those innocent civilians. Trapped in the tight grip of the golden chains, Sarara lets out a sharp gasp. Tae-hyun plants his feet firmly on the ground to shift his weight. Gripping the heavy chains with both hands, he prepares to pull. He laughs out loud, declaring that she is about to pay a massive price for this. With a violent yank, the chain rips backward, launching Sarara high into the air. Tae-hyun leaps up after her, shattering the earth beneath his feet. Rising rapidly amidst flying debris, he winds up a devastating kick right to her face. Sarara hangs limply, completely powerless to react or defend herself. The brutal kick connects, snapping her head back. Blood splatters into the twilight air as a thunderous shockwave echoes through the howling wind. Blood sprays from her mouth as she gasps for air, her face tilted upward. Her eyes are cast in deep shadow beneath her messy bangs. A terrifying thought flashes through Yoshikawa Sarara's mind. Did she completely miscalculate his character? The nagging doubt quickly consumes her. He is supposed to be the legendary hero who saved countless lives, yet he shows absolutely no hesitation when striking down regular citizens. Grasping the blood-soaked chain with a twisted grin, his eyes shine. Suddenly, Sarara's eyes snap wide open. A faint burst of holy light surrounds her, slowly healing her face. She immediately dismisses her previous doubts with a sudden realization. No, that cannot be. He actually held back on them. They were only knocked unconscious because their fragile bodies could not handle his raw power. Down on the ground, the unconscious civilians lie shivering, dried blood staining their lips. None of them are actually dead. She realizes he deliberately spared their lives, merely stripping away their ability to fight. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes from her left hand. Kim Tae-hyun pulls his leg back, sensing an imminent threat. Sarara silently evaluates him, realizing this guy is far cleverer than he looks. A massive explosion of light and raw energy erupts, scattering rapidly, sprouting seeds in every direction as a deafening rumble shakes the area. The seeds hit the ground and instantly grow into a colossal multi-branched tree stretching out wildly. The sudden growth blasts everything backward. Violent winds howl furiously as the shockwave flings debris and people into the air. Up above, the two combatants remain suspended in midair. Those brainwashed civilians, their blank eyes glowing white, are tossed helplessly through the sky. But Tae-hyun's bloody gold chains quickly whip toward them. Catching them in midair, he gently pulls them back down to safety. He lands gracefully, cradling a dazed woman in his arms. She was under the control of the apocalypse. Carefully lowering her to the ground, he uses his chains to reel in the others. The remaining puppets are swept gently through the howling winds safely, touching down on the earth without sustaining a single scratch. Staring at the massive mutated branches spreading rapidly across the battlefield, Tae-hyun maintains his stance while holding the rescued woman close. He mutters in disbelief, how did a tiny seed grow into a massive tree so fast? Is this some super speed germination skill? Looking down at the woman he just saved, he loudly warns Sarera that manipulating these innocent civilians will not save her from him. With that, he dispels the golden chains, letting them vanish into thin air. The woman in his arms slowly regains her consciousness. Shivering as the mind control fades, she looks up and whispers her gratitude. Meanwhile, Sarera approaches with her puppets. Laughing mockingly, she calls him a true hero. Tae-hyun quickly turns toward the sound of her voice, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Sarera sweeps a lock of hair out of her eyes as she steps forward. She calmly brings up his brutal combat style against the crowd. She confesses she initially believed his attacks had no actual effect on them, but after seeing his actions, she realizes he has a soft heart. Because of his lingering compassion, she has successfully uncovered his greatest weakness. She gently brushes a hand over her own cheek. A brilliant yellow glow of holy power wraps around her, cuts, healing them instantly. Deep shadows pool over her face, leaving only her glowing purple eyes visible. She lets out a creepy, threatening laugh, daring him to show his next move. The shadows deepen, revealing glowing purple eyes flashing with danger. A creepy giggle echoes with a dark promise, let us see what you do next. The woman Kim Tae-hyun is carrying suddenly wraps both hands around his throat. He looks down, completely caught off guard. Her eyes roll back wide and bloodshot. Tae-hyun thought she was unconscious. What on earth is happening to her? Blood gushes from the girl's wide-open mouth, quickly clogging her throat as she struggles to breathe, choking on the crimson liquid. She chokes out a raspy gasp. Amplified by the brainwashing power of revelation, intense holy energy begins to surge from everyone nearby. The sacred aura explodes around them as their brainwashing is fully triggered. They scream and roar, charging wildly past Sarera. Sarera raises her hands, unleashing her own power. She mocks him, saying these brainwashed puppets are fully under her control. Even if they lose consciousness or their bones shatter into dust, they will keep standing up. Truly unstoppable puppets. If you want to stop them, your only option is to kill them. Yoshikawa Sarera grins with pure excitement. Holy power wraps around her as she laughs. Get this, she expects him to just roll over and show mercy. The brainwashed mob swarms toward player Kim Tae-hyun by the sacred tree, while the woman in his arms still chokes him. He sighs heavily. He asks her how a literal saintess can manipulate innocent people without feeling a single shred of guilt. Suddenly, a massive wave of crimson magical energy erupts around Tae-hyun, crackling with a menacing aura of dark black energy. His left eye flashes with a brilliant red light. Channeling his magic, he raises his hand toward the swarming crowd. Just as the brainwashed mob reaches him, Saintess Sarera suddenly senses an incredibly chilling gaze locking onto her. Sensing that something is horribly wrong, a cold sweat breaks out across her face as she freezes in sheer confusion. The system alerts them that the apathetic world skill has been activated. In an instant, Sarera's eyes stretch wide with horror. Her pupils dilate and freeze completely as dark bloody veins bulge horribly near the corners of her eyes. Blood begins dripping from her eyes, nose, and mouth, even spraying out from beneath her painful fingernails. The system announces that her sensory perception has plummeted heavily, reducing her hearing and overall combat stats. Her magic flow is disrupted. Thousands of deafening sounds ring out as a suffocating darkness closes in on her. Gripped by a splitting headache, she clutches her bleeding head while a pair of monstrous glowing red eyes stares down at her. She screams in utter agony. Sweat pours from her face as blood streams continuously from her eyes and mouth. Sarera turns pale, realizing this is Tae-min's signature apathetic world skill. How on earth can he use it? Rising right behind him is a massive armored skeletal phantom wearing a menacing helmet crafted entirely from smaller skulls. Intense red and black energy currents swirl violently in every direction around the giant entity, suffocating the entire battlefield. The overwhelming sensory pressure closes in on Sarera, crushing her spirit and forcing her to her knees. She realizes this is impossible. If he had this ability from the very beginning, he would have used it already. This means he only just copied it. He instantly closes the distance, gathering raw magic into his hand. Gritting his teeth with his left eye flashing crimson, he tells her she guessed right. Sarara's eyes roll back. Tears of pure agony stream down her face as she spits blood and screams. With his right hand, Tae-hyun summons chains. He binds the brainwashed civilians with chains. With his left, he unleashes a devastating punch through the skeletal phantom. The massive fist blasts Saintess Sarara backwards, sending her crashing onto the ground among broken branches of the sacred tree. Dust swirls through the air. All of the brainwashed citizens now lie tied up and completely motionless on the floor. Kim Tae-hyun silently surveys the ruined battlefield as the final rays of sunset cast long shadows over the debris. Trees lie shattered, captives remain bound, and Sarara slowly tries to drag herself back up from the dirt. Wiping the dust off his face, he comments that her rapid regeneration is truly insane for surviving a hit like that. The wind howls, kicking up dust as the fading twilight barely catches the edge of his shoulder. Sarara struggles to push her upper body off the ground, holy light glowing as she rapidly heals her wounds. Tae-hyun remarks that she is recovering quickly. Sarara forces all her remaining strength into her right arm. Pulling herself half up, she glares at him with defiant eyes, refusing to submit to his overwhelming power. She demands to know how he can use the apathetic world skill, asking what his true identity really is. He kneels right before her with a smirk, telling her that finding out will take quite some time. Sarara looks up in shock, trembling as she begins to realize the dark intentions behind his mysterious words. She asks if he wants her power. Tae-hyun cuts her off, noting she originally planned to brainwash him. Now watch. He is about to turn her own powers against her, completely flipping the script on her. He had acquired this revelation skill but never expected to face her under these chaotic circumstances. Looking at Yoshikawa, Sarara struggling to prop herself up on the ground, King Tae-hyun watched from behind. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun realized revelation is a mind control skill. It allows the user to peek directly into another person's soul. Instantly, Kim Tae-hyun recalled using his gluttony skill. He remembered being entangled by the succubus queen. Connecting the dots, he figured his hazy memories would now become clearer. Specifically, the blurred visions he saw during gluttony. Even Rosalia's strange reaction to his inner soul would finally make sense. Everything would be revealed. Gluttony has always been a complete mystery to him. A dark, hidden puzzle he desperately wanted to solve. Its deep secrets were tied directly to his own spiritual world. The truth, hidden for so long, was finally close to being unlocked. He smiled. If this revelation skill could help him map out his own soul, it would be a massive breakthrough. Suddenly, Sarara burst into a manic, shaking laugh. Standing amidst the ruins, she dragged herself up and glared directly at him. She sneered, telling him he was seriously underestimating her. Sure, his power had surprised her, but she was not done yet. If he wanted to see her true terrifying power, she was ready to show him. She brought her hands together in front of her chest. A ring of holy energy erupted, casting wide, shimmering circles. Instantly, a massive, glowing white entity began to manifest behind her. Its colossal arms were covered in hand-sized blue eyes. A single, even larger eye sat menacingly right on top of its head. It glared directly at Kim Tae-hyun. Before she could even finish her sentence, that massive eye snapped wide open, sprouting 4 more arms. The limbs reached out to seize Kim Tae-hyun. Drawing heavily on her remaining spiritual energy to sustain the spell, she screamed at him. She shrieked that once he lost, he would become her loyal follower. As holy light cascaded down, she wore a twisted, manic grin. She warned him that he had absolutely no idea what the power of revelation was truly capable of. He shouldn't think he could use it to get what he wanted. He would regret it, and his power would soon belong to her. But a split second later, she froze. Her face flushed with a crimson glow as droplets of blood began to spray through the air. Before her eyes, a vast, terrifying sea of blood materialized. A massive staircase led up to a towering throne constructed entirely of bone. Skulls littered the floor, and the steps were carved from human spines. A mountain of corpses served as the staircase's foundation. Looming behind the throne was the giant bottomless eye of gluttony. Red rings rippled across the blood, making her feel completely helpless. It felt like she had accidentally stumbled into a bloodthirsty fallen nightmare. Yoshikawa Sarara stared in absolute horror. Was this bloody ocean truly Kim Tae-hyun's inner mind? Looking up at the highest point, she spotted a man sitting on the throne. He sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on one hand. His face was completely shrouded in shadow, leaving only his silhouette visible. She stared, wondering who on earth this was. Was that really Kim Tae-hyun? The man's robes seemed woven from rippling dark magic. Suddenly, the figure smirked, letting out a dark chuckle. He noted that the boy was actually much smarter than he had anticipated. Instantly, a heavy, suffocating pressure crushed Sarara. Her vision went dark as cold sweat dripped down her face. The gluttony eye flared. It sent a massive red ring down, churning the blood into violent waves. Looking down from above, the mysterious man spoke. He was amused. The boy used a mind-linking spell to peer inside, questioning if she really thought she could face him. Sarara realized this terrifying entity was definitely not Kim Tae-hyun, and honestly, can you blame her for wanting to run away? But before she could escape, his voice cut through her panic. He sneered, asking what a piece of trash like her could do. His face emerged from the shadows, looking exactly like Kim Tae-hyun, but with dark crimson pupils glaring down with absolute hatred. He raised his hand from the armrest, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Thousands of demonic eyes suddenly broke through the water. They stared directly at her, freezing her in place as a chilling dread washed over her entire body. Her face went completely pale. Suddenly, a massive, horrific demonic beast surfaced right before her eyes, slicing through the red mist. It resembled a colossal black shark covered in eyes, towering over the bloody sea. Its razor-sharp fangs gnashed as dark energy flared. The ocean violently churned before plunging into a sudden pitch-black silence. Back in the real world, Kim Tae-hyun abruptly snapped his eyes open. He found himself lying in a hospital bed with an IV drip in his arm, completely disoriented by his sudden surroundings. Pushing the blanket aside, he sat up and looked around, wondering if he was in a hospital and what had actually happened. He wondered what had happened to Yoshikawa Sarara. Just then, the door creaked open, drawing his attention to the entrance. He saw Yoo Ah-young step inside with a warm smile. She teased him, asking why he was asking about Sarara first thing. She approached his bedside and told him how incredibly worried everyone had been, mentioning his family had stayed by his side. He blankly repeated her words, asking if it was already the next day. Yoo Ah-young quickly gestured for him to stay quiet. She insisted he needed to rest because he had been completely out cold for more than 24 hours. Tae-hyun gasped in disbelief. She replies that Yoshikawa Sarara is unconscious too, just like him. Even Samsoo Dobin Ok-gang and Jin Seo are in the exact same state. Even Chae Myung-min has gone completely missing. Yoo Ah-young just looks at him with crossed arms, completely baffled by everything. Kim Tae-hyun freezes. The grim reality sinks in. His attempt to use Apocalypse to peer into the inner mind was a total failure. He knew this was a possibility. But to get shut down so easily, it was almost pathetic. Her voice snaps him back. Is he even listening? Tae-hyun remembers trying to confront her overwhelming power in his mind. Completely powerless. He blacked out instantly. Now he remembers that terrifying man on the summit with glowing red eyes. The dark red demonic aura of gluttony swirled around that figure. Tae-hyun wonders what kind of monster is hiding inside his own mind. His expression darkens. This is bad. Very bad. He will never find peace until he uncovers the truth about his mind. Yoo Ah-young gently touches his forehead, telling him he needs to recover first after pushing himself so close to the brink of death. The sheer exhaustion of that battle was insane. Tae-hyun breaks into a cold sweat, looks up at her, and tells her to back off. Suddenly, the door bursts open. A man calls out to Yoo Ah-young. She spins in surprise as Go Tae-wook enters the room. He is panting. Yoo Ah-young acknowledges Deputy Director Go Tae-wook, who immediately asks Tae-hyun if he is finally awake. He was worried sick. Stepping inside, Go Tae-wook gestures to Yoo Ah-young, stating they desperately need the association's help to gather search teams. They must search the abyss immediately. Yoo Ah-young is taken aback, questioning if they are really planning a search party in the abyss. Gone. Go Tae-wook explains that the elite Korean team led by Park Sung-jin has vanished. The shocking news leaves them completely stunned. Wait, what? Go Tae-wook yells in disbelief inside the hospital room, staring anxiously at Kim Tae-hyun after his wild declaration. He asks if Tae-hyun really intends to go there alone. With Yoo Ah-young standing behind him, Tae-hyun gives a dead serious response. A search party will only lead to more casualties, more useless deaths. He refuses to let anyone else die on his watch. Thoughts of the lost high-rank players flash through his mind. He explains that they disappeared in the deepest, most dangerous levels of the abyss. Park Sung-jin and his team are seasoned veterans. Remembering the power of the Grand Phoenix Group, Tae-hyun realizes something far worse is happening. Elites do not just vanish. This is definitely not a simple monster attack. There must be some other powerful force involved. We are talking about a national-level threat here. They are incredibly strong. Tae-hyun concludes that he must go alone for everyone's safety. Go Tae-wook throws his hands up in panic. If that is true, he argues there is no way he can let Tae-hyun go alone. He literally just woke up from a coma. There is no way we can send a recovering patient into a national-level hazard zone. Suddenly, the door flies open. Tae-yang walks in, demanding to know where he thinks he is going in his condition. Everyone freezes as three unexpected guests stand at the doorway. His aunt steps forward, expressing deep worry about his unrecovered body. She begs him to stay. Tae-yang clutches her chest, sweating from sheer anxiety as she asks if he even cares about their feelings. His uncle stands silently in the back. His cousin chimes in, confessing how terrified they were that he might never wake up again. Silence. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy. Tae-hyun looks at his family, his throat tightening at their raw emotion. He looks at them in shock. Standing behind him, Yoo Ah-young crosses her arms and admits she was the one who called them. Tae-hyun turns to her, completely bewildered. Yu Ah-young cuts him off, saying that seeing his family first is only natural after waking up. His aunt quickly chimes in, pleading with him to focus on resting and recovering before making any more reckless moves. Go Tae-wook warns him not to push his luck. The abyss is a death trap. Tae-yang cries out, pleading with him. Tae-hyun freezes. Looking at them, he is suddenly hit by a wave of memories of everyone who treated him like garbage. Before his awakening, his life was filled with absolute misery. He was surrounded by scumbags who only wanted him to suffer. Nobody ever cared. Back when he was a mere porter, they constantly mocked, pushed, and treated him like an absolute nobody. No matter how much danger he put himself through back then, his return was always met with cold sneers and utter contempt. But looking around this hospital room right now, he is surrounded by people who genuinely care about his life. Their desperate, caring voices echo in his ears. A soft smile plays on his lips as he genuinely thanks them for their concern. He will go anyway. Tae-hyun drops that heavy bombshell with Go Tae-wook and Yu Ah-young watching. The entire room falls dead silent. They were just temporary teammates and barely knew each other, but they are in mortal danger. Only he has the power to save them. Go Tae-wook is deeply moved while Yu Ah-young smiles. Tae-hyun declares with absolute confidence that he's going to bring them back. He reminds his uncle of his own teachings, never abandon a comrade. He needs to help those players return to their families. His family stands speechless. Tae-yang looks at him with teary eyes, barely choking out his name as her heart swells with pride. Yu Ah-young suddenly waxes back, laughing that his speech gave her goosebumps and that the kid has finally grown up. He cries out in pain from her sudden pinch. She smiles, reminding him to return safely, bring everyone back, and that includes himself. He turns away with a forced smile, muttering how ridiculous she is. Nearby, heavy explosions from a massive battle shake the tower's deep abyss. Inside Park Sung-jin, dressed in a suit and clutching a trident sword, gets blasted onto the sand. He coughs violently, gasping for air. Won-sang kneels beside him, asking if he is all right. Through the howling sandstorm, 3 hostile attackers approach, led by a menacing figure. The leader scoffs, surprised that Park Sung-jin managed to last this long. He admits the South Korean player is actually pretty decent. Won-sang helps him up, keeping her eyes locked on the approaching enemy. He chuckles, raising his hand as dark red magic flares with murderous intent. He mockingly announces that their little game of tag is finally over. It turns out this monster is a Chinese national-level player. His name is Blood Sword Lin Feng. Looking down at the Korean team, he tells them that out of respect for their talent, he will give them a choice. He offers to spare Park Sung-jin's life if he swears loyalty and becomes his underling, claiming he is actually a very generous guy. Park Sung-jin glares at Lin Feng, coughing up blood as he rejects the offer, asking if Lin Feng seriously expects him to betray his country. He tells him to keep dreaming. Lin Feng's lackeys stand by as a small red glowing magic sword manifests in their boss's hand. He laughs mockingly, saying that choosing pride over survival is cool, but notes that his teammates do not seem to share that sentiment. Park Sung-jin and Won-sang turn around only to see Han-ju trembling, raising his hands in a clear sign of surrender. Won-sang looks at him in disbelief. Park Sung-jin screams out, asking Han-ju what the hell he's doing and why he's giving up now. Trembling with wide eyes, Han-ju silently calls them fools. He has to survive, and this is the perfect moment to betray them. His instincts scream. Lin Feng is an absolute monster. Surrendering is his only ticket to staying alive. Drenched in cold sweat, Han-ju looks up, rationalizing that he has already crossed this line before recalling that terrifying night. He remembers being bound and suspended in mid-air by Saintess Yoshikawa's rapid-growing vines, struggling to breathe as she watched him. As he choked, Surara chuckled, identifying him as Han-ju, one of the key players from the South Korean team. With her hands clasped behind her back, she offered him a mission in her name as the Saintess, telling him to become her follower. She ordered him to report everything about Kim Tae-hyun and the Korean team's positions, strategies, and plans directly to her. Surara threatened that even if he refused, she had ways to force his obedience, though volunteering would be much easier for them both. The vines tightened around Han-ju as his eyes rolled back, tears of sheer terror welling up as he whimpered in pain. Those dark memories flood back. Tears streaming down his face, Han-ju reasons that since he has already betrayed his team, once another time won't matter. He just wants to survive. Suddenly, Park Sung-jin places a heavy hand on Han-ju's shoulder, looking forward with determination. He tells Han-ju it is all right, causing the trembling boy to freeze. He acknowledges how terrifying their opponents are. He promises to get them out safely, even if it costs his own life. Han-ju stares at Park Sung-jin, shocked. Hearing those words, the 3 Korean players steel themselves for battle. Park Sung-jin steps in front of Won-sang and Han-ju. He tells them to let him die first before they even think about betraying the team. Won-sang's hands glow with blue magic. With steam rising from her hands, she dryly jokes that he is barely clinging to life, yet still finds the energy to talk big. Wiping away his tears, Han-ju trembles and apologizes to everyone resolutely, stating that he is going to fight alongside them. The three drop into battle stances ready for the clash. Lin Feng sighs, disappointed that they reject the easy path of survival. He gestures to his subordinates, claiming these fools are only acting brave because he has not started playing with them yet. His subordinate, Jiang Jingshu, quickly nods in agreement. Lin Feng's eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson glow. His entire body gets coated in a menacing red aura as he promises to show them the absolute gap in their power. With a snap of his fingers, red lightning sparks, summoning a swarm of giant blades hovering menacingly in the sky. The Korean players stare upward in utter disbelief. Park Sung-jin struggles to form a word before Lin Feng cuts him off with a laugh. He mocks them, shouting that they only drew breath this long due to his mercy. With a wave, the rain of swords launches downward. They brace themselves, screaming out their ultimate defense skills. Lin Feng watches eagerly, but a sudden system alert rings out. The system warns that they have entered the apathy domain. A heavy pressure crushes Lin Feng. The lethal blade rain stops. The flying swords warp into fragmented trails of dark energy swallowed up by a pitch-black void. Lin Feng's mind races. He recognizes Che Min Man's signature domain but realizes Che Min Man is already dead. Looking up, a grin spreads across his face. High in the air, Kim Tae-hyun hovers ready to strike. Lin Feng instantly connects the dots to the monster who killed Che Min Man. He laughs hysterically, asking if it is really Kim Tae-hyun whom he has been dying to meet. The hero simply smiles back. An earth-shattering explosion erupts. Through the thick smoke, Lin Feng emerges enveloped in crimson aura, his sword locked and loaded for a duel. Lan Feng checks the push-dagger impact zone. Only a massive crater is left on the ground. Seriously, is that all? He finds it boring. Another member of the Chinese team runs over asking if he is okay. Lan Feng shrugs it off. When his teammate suggests a chase, he snaps at him to let them go. Tracing the residual mana and footprints outside, Lan Feng deduces they fled straight to Yogin Tower. It is an impenetrable dungeon deep in the abyss. Inside Yogin Tower, Sung-jin desperately calls out for Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun pours a healing potion into his mouth. "Drink this first," he urges, while Sung-jin's throat makes strange noises. Ah-young speaks up, thanking him for the rescue but asking what they should do next. Han-ju watches from afar. She warns him that Yogin Tower is where many veteran players died. This place is no simple dungeon. Known as an inescapable maze, anyone who steps inside is trapped forever unless they find the hidden exit. Tae-hyun stretches. He looks at Han-ju, admitting they had no other choice to escape from Lan Feng. No matter how strong he is, he cannot fight while keeping everyone safe. But don't worry, this is just a dungeon. Sung-jin lies on the ground, spitting out the medicine. Han-ju wonders if Tae-hyun is actually trying to poison him. Tae-hyun confidently points to himself. Just clear it to get out, he assures them. They can only stare blankly. Ah-young sighs. Clearing this place is not that simple. Did he even hear her? Han-ju breaks into a cold sweat. She worries he has no actual plan. Meanwhile, at the deepest level of the abyss lies the Dragon Man Tower. This notorious dungeon has two main traits. First, lethal traps are scattered across every single floor waiting for intruders. Second, the resident dragon men possess extreme intelligence and massive strength. Fresh blood pools on the cold stone floor. Ah-young runs forward in shock. What is this? Tae-hyun has already slaughtered the Dragon Man beast ahead of them. Only a bloody corpse remains. She wonders how anyone could tear through this high-level dungeon so easily. He confidently leads the way, recalling survivor interviews he memorized over 2,400 times before his regression. He knows that while this tower is considered a death trap, surviving is definitely not an impossible task. The dangerous Dragon Man Tower actually hides a massive spatial portal right in the middle of its structure. Long before facing the giant final boss dragon, there is a secret escape gate located halfway up the tower. This hidden escape gate can send players directly back to the real world, avoiding the ultimate boss battle entirely. Since this critical info remains secret, the traps and monsters present absolutely zero challenge to his run. Knowing the traps beforehand and possessing the raw power to crush these monsters makes escaping actually quite simple. Gripping his dagger, he cloaks himself in dark mana, effortlessly dodging incoming arrows to execute his targets. Purple flames flicker on the walls as the group of four climbs the stairs, led by Tae-hyun. They reach a circular chamber containing a glowing magic circle. Ah-young gasps, calling it a spatial portal. She cannot believe there is an exit here. Sung-jin sighs, glad they do not have to climb any higher. Han-ju celebrates their survival. Ah-young turns to Tae-hyun, asking if he knew about this portal beforehand. He plays dumb, claiming it was just luck. Secretly, he smirks, because of course he knew beforehand. Tae-hyun urges them to move fast and escape before the next wave of monster hordes catch up. Ah-young quickly agrees. They step inside the light. Before crossing the portal, Sung-jin turns back to him. Addressing him respectfully as player Tae-hyun, the man looks back with deep gratitude, thanking him for everything. He promises to repay this massive favor. Tae-hyun smiles softly, telling him that he is exaggerating. He never expected thanks from Sung Jin. Still, keeping everyone safe was definitely worth his effort. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he prepares to step through the glowing rift, reflecting on their journey. With Hanju confessing to being a Japanese spy, that major security issue is finally solved for good. She accepted her punishment and apologized, but he still has a lot of other things to handle. He must survive the Demon Sword's wrath, block Liu Feng, and end this match peacefully for everyone. The future looks bright. But the moment Tae-hyun touches the portal, a strange clattering noise echoes. Suddenly, a violent energy blast erupts from the portal rift, throwing Tae-hyun hard onto the cold ground. Pushing himself up, he stares in absolute shock. A system alert chimes, stating the portal has failed. The system warns that the Tower Master Lord Qin is watching. He freezes, completely pale with terror. Is that a tower? Rumbling violently shakes the entire room as golden cracks spread across the ceiling, sending heavy debris crashing down in chunks. The ceiling collapses completely as a fire-breathing red dragon swoops down, filling the room with thick smoke and falling stone ruins. Kaiserin roars, demanding to know who dares make trouble here. Kim Tae-hyun freezes in shock. A dragon, really? The dragon sneers, calling him a lowly human. This beast is the master of the double S rank Crimson Dragon Tower. Dragons are known as the strongest monsters alive. They are massive creatures with wide wingspans, impenetrable hide, and terrifying faces. Abyss dragons are divided into 4 distinct tiers. Just below S rank are the hatchlings, young dragons that have only recently broken out of their eggs. S rank dragons are subadult holy dragons, while the double S rank archdragons represent the most bloodthirsty and ferocious, fully grown beasts. But only fragmented clues exist about the ultimate, most powerful tier of dragon kind. These are the ancient dragons, living legends surviving from the dawn of time. An enigma with eyes that see through everything. Their true power remains completely unknown. Kim Tae-hyun stares ahead, sweat dripping down his face as he analyzes the situation. This beast must be at least a double S-rank archdragon raised from a holy dragon corpse. Just how insanely strong is it? Fire erupts all around him. Kim Tae-hyun takes a quick step back to strategize. More importantly, why is it even here? Based on his memories from before his regression, this was never mentioned. Kim Tae-hyun decides to try a desperate move. Maybe he can negotiate first. But the fire dragon just roars, "Die trash." Yeah, scratch that plan. Negotiations are off. Kaiserin unleashes a torrent of fire engulfing the room. Kim Tae-hyun stands tall and yells, "Let's fight." He summons his binding chains with one hand while charging his incarnated arm for a heavy strike. A massive avatar manifests behind him. Kim Tae-hyun delivers a massive punch straight to Kaiserin's face, wrapping the heavy chains around its neck to hold it down. The dragon roars in shock. Armored plates form over his arm as he pulls a dark dagger from his dimensional pocket to strike. He lands multiple slashes deep into the dragon's hide. Kim Tae-hyun smiles, thinking that after unleashing his entire arsenal, even a double S rank boss should be critically damaged. But he did not expect this. Kaiserin looks completely unfazed, his face twisted in pure rage. He raises his sharp claws and Kim Tae-hyun stands frozen. The dragon's counterstrike is absolute devastation, obliterating everything in its path. Kim Tae-hyun leaps back to dodge, but the shockwave sends him flying with a yell. Recovering quickly, a tense question flashes through his mind. Get ready for this. How is this beast so incredibly durable? Even for a double S rank, this is insane. He needs stealth. He activates his stealth skill to buy some time. But just as the skill is about to finish, a horned figure suddenly looms behind him. The intruder has pointed ears and glowing golden eyes. Kim Tae-hyun whips around in shock, barely blocking a devastating punch that still sends him crashing hard into the ground. Debris flies everywhere. The overwhelming pressure leaves him struggling to stay conscious. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to stay awake. This is Polymorph, a shape-shifting skill. His opponent is transforming. The figure points a finger upward, gathering massive flames. This is Kaiserin's humanoid form, and his power is skyrocketing. The fireball explodes, filling the room with blinding sparks. Through the smoke, Kaiserin stands tall with his eyes glowing gold. He grabs Kim Tae-hyun by the face, slamming him into the wall. A chilling realization flashes through the hunter's mind. This is the power of a double S rank. He can't keep up. Kaiserin demands to know where he came from. System alerts begin to flood his vision. You are under the absolute dominion of dragon fear, making resistance impossible. His overall stats plummet and his entire library of skills is locked down. Stone, skin, and stealth have been completely nullified. Monarch's heart, death, night aura, and his binding chains are all useless now. His ultimate defenses have been thoroughly stripped away. Kim Tae-hyun gasps in agony. Kaiserin grins, noting that his senses were correct. This peculiar energy is radiating everywhere. Even faced with absolute dragon pressure, it is not fading, it is actually growing stronger. This is no ordinary magic. The grip on his face tightens, crushing him. Kim Tae-hyun lets out a choked groan as his vision starts to go dark. Kaiserin demands to know where this power came from, commanding him to speak up so he can uncover the truth. Kim Tae-hyun thinks hazily that he is the one who wants answers. Suddenly, dark tentacles begin to coil around Kaiserin's arm. Kim Tae-hyun's arm wraps in heavy armor, tearing himself free from the dragon's grip. He unleashes his dark energy and roars. "You want to know that badly, you bastard." Heavy tentacles bind Kaiserin tightly. Before the dragon can react, he is violently hurled backward. Kaiserin crashes violently into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Blood begins to seep from the corner of his mouth. He wipes the blood away, glaring upward in absolute disbelief. How dare a mere human do this to him? A deep commanding voice echoes from the darkness of Kim Tae-hyun's tentacles, speaking of surviving the brutal depths of the demon world. The voice claims to need a hunting dog, noting how perfect it is that the dragon delivered himself. Kaiserin freezes in pure shock. Golden Kelbos leans against the boulder behind Tae-hyun, glares down and speaks. "I will grant you the absolute honor of becoming my personal pet." Wiping blood from his mouth, the system alerts that the queen's husband's skill is active. Eyes. Rosalia's glow with mockery as she looks at him. Since he already has the queen, her contractor is being incredibly greedy. Tae-hyun laughs, muttering that you can never truly trust monsters anyway. Meanwhile, the president screams in pure panic. What did they just say? Tae-hyun has vanished, and now the entire rescue team has completely gone missing alongside him. Ha Nu and Wan Yang Yang stammer that they do not know, insisting they all crossed over together before Yang Yang speaks up. "What about Park Sang-jin?" He went right back toward the abyss, determined to rescue Tae-hyun no matter the cost. Go Tae-wook replies that Eunji is currently holding Sang-jin back, prompting the president to roar that they must stop him immediately. Why would he jump straight into danger without a plan? Clutching his head in frustration, the exhausted president sighs deeply. They still have no idea what Liu Feng and Zhang Long are planning, so the survivors must keep their return a secret. The president sinks deep into thought. While Sang-jin and the others head back, the friendly tournament is nearing its final hours. It is already day 6, and things will wrap up soon. As the president worries, cold sweat starts dripping down his face. At this point, rankings do not even matter anymore. But they never would have survived this far without Tae-hyun leading them. If their star player does not return, none of this matters. All the president can do now is pray for his survival. Please, Tae-hyun, just stay alive. Back at the battlefield, a violent purple gale erupts around the towering structure, targeting the demon. The demon counters, instantly unleashing a wave of dark magic. In seconds, a devastating clash sets the entire area ablaze with fire. Enveloped in flames, Tae-hyun finds himself safely shielded by Rosalia. He knows he would have been incinerated if they had separated. Another massive blast rocks the field, but he remains calm. Sure, they are both monsters, but this scale of destruction is insane. He begins to question whether keeping Rosalia sealed away for this long was actually a smart move on his part. Tae-hyun recalls the powerful abilities granted by their contract, including absolute hypnosis and his passive queen enhancement skill. The main reason he held back was the absurd mana cost required to keep her manifested alongside his active skills. Summons drain a massive chunk of energy initially, and keeping them active drains his resources continuously during combat. Normally, chugging mana potions throughout the fight could sustain her, but there is an even bigger, more dangerous issue here. High above the enemy, demon raises his hand, summoning a rain of meteors that threatens to burn everything to ash. As fireballs rain down, Tae-hyun panics at the incoming disaster. Yet Rosalia remains completely unfazed by the destructive assault. Charging forward, she slashes her razor-sharp claws through the air, leaving glowing trails of purple energy in her wake. He is stunned by her overwhelming strength as she easily binds the aggressive demon. But this raw power is terrifying. Even as an ally, failing to control her would spell disaster. Summoning her risks turning the entire city into rubble. The risk is insane, but you have to admit her power is beautiful. Sensing his all, Rosalia laughs. She boasts about her unmatched strength, while Tae-hyun silently agrees. Meanwhile, the struggling demon finally realizes who she is. "You are the legendary Nightmare Queen Rosalia." Scratching his head, the enemy demon admits he is utterly baffled by this. Why would a proud Grand Duke of the Abyss serve a mere pathetic human? He screams directly in her face. "Have you no shame?" Rosalia merely chuckles in response, mocking the foolish beast as nothing more than an insolent lizard. Tae-hyun mutters the title, realizing a Grand Duke sits just one rank below the absolute king of the Abyss. Rosalia definitely has some deep connection to the monarch. Tae-hyun scowls, wondering what secrets she is keeping from him. What does she actually know? Rosalia interrupts his thoughts, teasing that she knows exactly what is on his mind. Yet even with that power, someone bearing the monarch's bloodline has no right to question or interfere just yet. Her words leave Tae-hyun completely stunned. Running a hand through her hair, she offers him a knowing, confident smile. No matter where he stands, he must forge his own path. Her cryptic advice acts as a sudden wake-up call. But before he can process it, Rosalia warns that they are in serious trouble, telling him to look down. He looks down to find purple lightning coiling around his fingers. It is a severe backflow of raw magical energy. From above, the demon laughs, mocking that a Grand Duke is still bound by the limits of a weak human summoner. The demon fully transforms, engulfing himself in hellfire, while sneering that no mere mortal can withstand such crushing power. Since Tae-hyun insists on fighting to the bitter end, the demon promises to grant them both a painful death. As the flames fade, his terrifying new form is revealed, shifting into something far more sinister than before, a total monster. He conjures a massive fireball and yells for his target to die, prompting Kim Tae-hyun to scream out for Rosalia as the blazing sphere crashes directly into the building with a massive explosion, dropping a circular coil. Just then, strange purple markings start spreading all over Rosalia's body. Those purple marks are actually her deep wounds. Kim Tae-hyun smirks, remarking that a mere lizard seems to know quite a lot about their situation. The beast grunts back, admitting that a summon's power depends entirely on the summoner's capability and that they have officially hit their absolute limit. Rosalia then turns to him and warns that if she draws any more power or maintains her summoned state, he will ultimately die from magic backlash. She flashes a smile at him before continuing. Before her departure, she wants to leave him with one final parting gift to ensure his survival. Kim Tae-hyun can only wonder what this gift could be. Suddenly, Rosalia leans in and gently plants a kiss right on his forehead. She whispers for her summoner not to die. Immediately, the system alerts him that he has received the Queen's kiss, temporarily boosting his skill level. Absolute Hypnosis S rank has been activated. Channeling this newly surged power straight through his hands, Kim Tae-hyun launches a direct assault on the beast. His glowing energy slowly envelops the target. The cornered beast screams out in panic, demanding to know what he has just done to it. A blinding light engulfs the monster, causing its body to gradually fade away. It laughs at the absurd joke as everything shifts to a crimson space. Deep inside, an alternate version of Kim Tae-hyun sighs, grumbling that the boss left him to clean up this entire mess. The trapped demon is completely bewildered, wondering what is happening and if this red space is actually Kim Tae-hyun's inner mental world. It stares at the figure, realizing that, though he looks like the human from before, his presence feels like an entirely different, incredibly dangerous entity. The demon shudders, questioning if they are even the same species. Honestly, this other version of Kim Tae-hyun is on a whole different level of terrifying. He coldly declares he has nothing to discuss, ordering the entity to beat it. Suddenly, another shadow monster lunges from behind the demon. The demon spins around in shock, but before he can even react, a violent spray of fresh red blood erupts from his ally's throat. Screeching in agony, the dying beast desperately calls for its master, while the dark Kim Tae-hyun mutters, "How dare you interfere here?" Kim Tae-hyun snaps back to reality, startled by the sudden shift. Even with absolute hypnosis boosted, Kaylin's condition seems to be rapidly deteriorating. The dragon lets out an enraged roar. Kim Tae-hyun quickly pulls out a potion, drinking it down while wondering if Kaylin is suffering mental damage. But dwelling on it is completely useless right now. His enemy has already been severely weakened, presenting a rare opening for a decisive blow. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges directly at the massive beast, pulling out his dagger to strike before the window closes. He slashes a deep, clean line across the target, forcing a fountain of blood. Finally, his physical attacks are actually breaking through. In his palm, a strange, fiery brand ignites, branching out like wild embers. He recalls Rosalia's parting words, telling him to stay alive. A faint smile plays on his lips, as if he would ever let himself die here. He still has so much left to accomplish. He must expose the truth behind the king's suspicious power and claim vengeance against Asmodeus, the demon lord who brutally took his life. He barely got to live a decent life. Now this beast expects him to just roll over, no way in hell. Roaring out that he will survive, he activates his gluttony skill as he leaps straight toward the monster's gaping, bloodthirsty jaws. Another beast suddenly lunges forward to protect its ally, but he delivers a ruthless double slash that instantly paints the ground red. The system announces that the gluttony absorption is complete, upgrading the skill's rank. Exhausted, he collapses onto the dirt with a weary sigh. He mutters about that crazy dragon, relieved that he somehow survived the madness. Now it is finally time to head back home. A holographic notification pops up, officially promoting South Korea's national player Kim Tae-hyun from B class all the way up to A class. Meanwhile, on the final day of the Asian-friendly tournament event, staff are busy calculating the official rankings up on the main stage. Thousands of spectators watch in quiet anticipation as the staff carefully tally up the scores by examining the rare mana crystal deposits. Japan's final score is announced at 4,600 points. Trust me, Shinji Nakata is absolutely furious as he stares at those shining crystals. With this outcome, the Japanese team is locked into second place, completely failing to overtake the reigning leaders. China holds the crown with 4,800 points. Shinji Nakata's rage boils over his face, turning red with absolute humiliation. He wanted to avenge Sarera, but Kim Tae-hyun remains missing, and now his team is stuck with a mediocre second-place finish. Storming down the stairs, he grumbles that it is time to pack up. An organizer calls out, reminding him the closing ceremony is starting. Blinded by rage, Shinji Nakata barks back that he has absolutely no reason to stay at this pathetic festival a second longer. He walks away, leaving the association president standing on the stage in stunned silence, completely powerless to stop him. The anxious president breaks into a cold sweat, reflecting that even with Kim Tae-hyun's early contributions, South Korea only managed third place. Following Kim Tae-hyun's sudden disappearance, the team's score stalled entirely from day 5 to day 7, letting other nations leapfrog them. Without bringing back hundreds of high-grade magic crystals or a double S-class boss drop, there is no hope of turning things around. Filled with absolute regret, the anxious president trembles as the grim reality of their defeat sinks deep into his bones. Shaking in his boots, the president silently apologizes to Kim Tae-hyun, blaming his own weakness for this terrible outcome. Mocking laughter echoes behind him. It is Liu Feng and President Zhang Long. Zhang Long mockingly speaks to the president, calling the situation a tragic regret. With a voice dripping with contempt, he sneers that Korea's most promising talent met a fatal end. The president stands frozen. The villains laugh, asking if their precious hero is still missing. Zhang Long scoffs, pointing out that since the kid entered the tower, he was doomed anyway. The president clenches his fists in silent fury. He is boiling but powerless. An accident, unbelievable. These two bastards look like absolute devils. He angrily yells that every single disappearance during this tournament was engineered by them. But the two villains simply stroll past him, muttering that the weak have absolutely no right to speak the truth. Shaking all over, he can only stand there and endure their utter contempt. They mockingly tell him to enjoy the remaining closing ceremony, leaving the president's heart heavier than a massive boulder, utterly powerless. The crushing weight of having no strength is completely suffocating. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupts, cutting off Zhang Long's loud laughter. Talk about an entrance. Kim Tae-hyun steps out of the portal, leaving his enemies completely speechless. Liu Feng stammers about the portal, while Zhang Long demands to know who it is, leaving the president stunned. Kim Tae-hyun casually speaks up, asking why their president has tolerated these absolute fools for such a long time. He tells the president not to worry anymore, moving the old man so deeply that he literally bursts into tears. Seeing him as his absolute savior, the president stammers out his name while Zhang Long and Liu Feng shout in shock. The player Kim Tae-hyun is back, holding a glowing red crystal as he happily announces his return. Back at home, Kwang Dong is moping in his room when his mother walks in, telling him to watch the tournament. Lying motionless on the bed, he weakly groans that he has absolutely no interest in watching the competition. He complains that since Tae-hyun is gone, watching this tournament is completely meaningless and has no point. A tournament without Tae-hyun is like sugarless watermelon or meatless buns, he sighs in dramatic despair. He calls it a betrayal of Tae-hyun, but his mother calmly asks what if Tae-hyun appears on TV right now. Hearing this, he bolts upright in complete shock, rushing out to find the television displaying a roaring crowd. A total miracle. An unbelievable event is unfolding live on screen. The missing Kim Tae-hyun has returned, presenting a legendary magic crystal from a double S-class monster. While double S-class beasts have appeared before, this is the historic first time someone has successfully slain one. On the phone, shocked viewers wonder how he could possibly be on television instead of dead in the abyss. The broadcast announces a massive 1,500-point bonus for the crystal, leaving Baek Song-jin and the others completely stunned. This boost shoots Korea's score from 4,100 points up to a massive 5,600. With this, Korea claims first-place crown as the undisputed champions of the Asian Championship. The crowd roars Kim Tae-hyun's name, sending a furious Zhang Long into his screaming rage at Liu Feng. He demands to know why that boy is still alive, while a panicked Liu Feng stammers in utter confusion. How could a complete nobody escape the tower and defeat a double S-class monster on his own? The villain repeatedly mumbles Kim Tae-hyun's name while the hero looks down at them with cold, piercing eyes. Tae-hyun reflects that Kaiserin was so incredibly powerful that its crystal survived his absolute absorption process. Without that bit of luck, this dramatic comeback wouldn't be possible. He narrows his eyes at his enemies. Zhang Long and Liu Feng won't accept this quietly, but before they can react, a sudden voice cuts through. President Jin-hee rushes forward and wraps his arms around Tae-hyun, crying tears of absolute relief. Sobbing uncontrollably, the old man repeats how incredibly lucky they are that the young hero returned in one piece. President Jin-hee continues to weep, overwhelmed by either the team's safety or pure gratitude for Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun gently hugs the old man back as the 7-day Asian Championship finally comes to a close. Korea secures a spectacular victory, and Tae-hyun's impossible return immediately becomes the talk of the town. On social media, a massive announcement pops up. Kim Tae-hyun has officially become South Korea's very first player to reach the prestigious national rank. He is the first person in the world to defeat a double S-rank monster. Now the United States Players Association is paying close attention. They are tracking his return. Meanwhile, Kwon Kang-hyuk shouts in excitement as Korean gamers send massive waves of congratulations to celebrate this unbelievable survival and victory. Kwon Kang-hyuk bursts out laughing like a complete madman. Still laughing, the guild leader leans over and speaks. He asks if the president really sobbed at the closing ceremony, calling it totally embarrassing. His blunt words make everyone uncomfortable. They try to quiet him down, but it is impossible. Seeing this, Ju Jae-woong yells out from across the room, asking who even invited Kwon Kang-hyuk because he is just too loud. Over at the Singapore Players Association inside a quiet room, an elderly woman sits down to speak directly with Kim Tae-hyun. She thanks him for coming and sharing his incredibly valuable time with them. Then she gets straight to the point of why they invited him. It turns out she is actually Hatan, the president of the Singapore Players Association. She continues with an official offer. She formally invites Kim Tae-hyun to collaborate with Singapore. He narrows his eyes at this, realizing things are playing out exactly like before. Everything is happening just like before his regression. He recalls how back then, after several key players were lost during the tournament, Singapore tried to recruit top hunters from the alliance. But back then, both Zhang Long and Liu Feng stepped in and refused to leave them in peace. However, he calmly interrupts the president, suggesting they deal with the uninvited guest standing right outside first and save their main discussion for later. Hatan is completely stunned. Before she can even ask what he means, a massive explosion rips through the room, sending red energy sparks flying everywhere. Armed men step into the smoke, gripping sharp weapons and wearing wicked grins. They mockingly note that they finally found President Hatan and Kim Tae-hyun. Hatan panics at the terrifying sight. She trembles, stammering to demand how they even managed to escape from the dungeon tower. Liu Feng coldly replies that he does not care about that anymore. He walks in with absolute confidence, idly playing with fossilized stone fragments in his hands. His expression twists with malice as he delivers a chilling threat, promising that this room is exactly where they are going to die. Kim Tae-hyun simply smiles, telling President Hatan that his warning was correct. The real troublemakers have finally shown up. His calm attitude leaves Liu Feng completely speechless. Get ready because the windows are about to shatter from the insane tension. A familiar voice echoes, confirming Tae-hyun was telling the truth. The sudden interruption catches Liu Feng entirely off guard. Liu Feng freezes as Bong Jin strides into the room, demanding to know if they have completely lost their minds to attack in broad daylight. Tae-hyun joins in as well, stepping up to announce that he is ready to settle his past score with Kim Tae-hyun right here and now. Yet another powerful hunter enters the fray, telling the Singapore president to stay calm because it is their turn to fight now. This hero is On Hyun-soo. Seeing him, Won Shang screams out, questioning why they would bring such an absolute maniac into this situation. Tae-guk responds that while it is hard to believe the guy is still an exceptionally elite warrior, Tae-hyun just smirks at their panic. He mockingly asks Liu Feng if he really does not care anymore. Liu Feng glares back with a wicked thug-like expression. He snarls that this is where the bastard will die. But suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's shadow army rises. Jiang Linping grits his teeth. An overwhelming aura erupts around Jiang Linping as he swears to kill Tae-hyun. But Tae-hyun and his men quickly surround him instead. Before this chaotic confrontation, a secret meeting took place. Both Wan Shang, Bong Jin, and the association president were shocked by Tae-hyun's warning. They could not believe Jiang Linping would actually attempt to assassinate the Singapore president. The three leaders grew incredibly anxious. It is absolutely wild to launch an attack during an international tournament, but Tae-hyun is already 10 steps ahead of them. He warned them that the enemy would not stop there. He explained that their true goal is far more calculated and dangerous. The plan is to eliminate other national top talents so they can monopolize the dungeons and gather all the magic stones for themselves. Hearing Tae-hyun's sharp analysis, both the president and Wan Shang break out in cold sweat. The enemy is literally hunting down hunters. With so many targets on their list, everyone is in immediate danger. The president nods solemnly, saying they understand the situation. He lowers his voice to ask what Tae-hyun plans to do next now that the enemy's real motive is out in the open. Tae-hyun replies, instantly asking what else they could possibly do when vicious killers have already locked onto him as a target. He steals his voice, declaring they must teach them a lesson they will never forget. Back in the present, the clash officially begins. Tae-hyun's allies jump into battle stances, launching themselves straight at the attackers. On the other side, the masked intruders are stunned. They panic in absolute terror as a massive shockwave erupts, completely blasting through the walls of the building. Baek Songji fights while shouting orders to secure President Hatan and retreat immediately, urging the others to keep the enemy busy. Yue Yangyi and Wan Xiang note that things are playing out exactly as Tae-hyun predicted, leaving the rest of the team startled. An Hyun-soo manages to carry President Hatan out to safety. Tears stream down his face, but his warrior spirit remains incredibly high. He tells her not to worry because he will protect her at all costs. Ironically, he is the one she is actually afraid of. Is this really okay? Those masked guys are getting completely shredded. These flashing blue and purple strikes are flashy, but their destructive power is no joke. One goon yells out, "Lord Jiang Lin Pian!" They are trying to escape with the Singaporean guild leader. Jiang Lin Pian unleashes a blow while cursing, "Those bastards, are they seriously trying to ruin my plans?" But a glowing golden chain binds his hand before he can even strike. Jiang Lin Pian gets dragged straight outside, completely isolated, and the situation turns into a direct one-on-one fight against Kim Tae-hyun. His underlings are left completely stunned, calling out for him. "What is that Kim Tae-hyun planning out there?" Jiang Lin Pian shows zero fear, merely smirking. "Where do you think you are going? You think you can just escape that easily?" He keeps smiling, mocking him. "Did you really think this would be simple? You ran away from me back in the abyss, yet now you dare block my path." He roars, unleashing his terrifying power. "You must have a death wish." Jiang Lin Pian explodes with aura, violently ripping away Kim Tae-hyun's golden chain. He continues to mock him. "Kim Tae-hyun, did you think beating Taemin and Cheng Jin made you invincible?" He laughs, arrogantly shouting that he's about to show him what true power looks like. He boasts that his opponent's strength back in the abyss is nothing but a joke. Kim Tae-hyun interrupts with a loud shout, "You talk too much, Lin Pian." He instantly shatters his own golden chain, stabbing straight through. The villain freezes in complete shock. Kim Tae-hyun dashes clean past Jiang Lin Pian, severing one of his arms. The villain's eyes widen in pure horror. Kim Tae-hyun actually summons a massive purple armored skeleton giant right above him. The beast throws a devastating punch straight at Jiang Lin Pian, slamming him into the ground. Spitting up blood, he cannot believe what just happened. What on earth just happened? He looks up, seeing Kim Tae-hyun standing there, looking down on him. Jiang Lin Pian panics. Overpowered by a mere kid? No way. This makes absolutely no sense to him. The kid is entirely different now. Jiang Lin Pian realizes that the power he displayed in the abyss was nothing compared to this level. How did he grow this much in just a few short days? Jiang Lin Pian desperately charges forward, screaming that the kid is dead. But Kim Tae-hyun flashes past again, leaving countless deep cuts. Even now, Jiang Lin Pian keeps wondering, how did his opponent manage to grow this strong so fast? He crashes hard. Blood sprays everywhere. Kim Tae-hyun lands smoothly and begins slowly walking over to him. Looking down, he smirks with pure contempt. Kim Tae-hyun quietly thinks to himself that the gluttony skill has definitely leveled up and become much stronger, giving him the absolute confidence to win this fight. He looks down at Jiang Lin Pian lying defeated, feeling slightly surprised. After all, the guy is a national-level player from China. He didn't expect to win this easily. With this level of power, he can confidently clear any dungeon. Jiang Lin Pian suddenly bursts out laughing, leaving Kim Tae-hyun quite confused. The villain finally speaks up, admitting he now understands why Cheng Jin and Taemin lost to him. "You really are a monster," he says, adding that he never expected anyone to force him to unleash the Grand Duke's power. But against a freak like him, it is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun is shocked as Jiang Lin Pian slowly stands back up. He laughs maniacally, his entire body wrapped in a dark, surging new power. "Don't think you're the strongest one here, Kim Tae-hyun." Kim Tae-hyun watches in shock as Jiang Lin Pian begins to transform, screaming out a dark, insane declaration. He is turning into a literal monster, shouting that he'll show him what true terrifying power looks like. Compared to this colossal monster, Kim Tae-hyun looks tiny. Jiang Lin Pian has officially unleashed his terrifying blood hell. Meanwhile, his weak underlings have been completely wiped out. Yu Ah-young looks around at the fallen enemies and concludes that this area is safe for now. Suddenly, Mason Jin calls out to her with extreme urgency, caught off guard. He tells her to get over quickly because something is happening where Kim Tae-hyun is fighting. They look down and see a giant red sphere of energy. Yu Ah-young is horrified, wondering what kind of barrier this is. Inside, a massive red arm emerges. Jiang Lin Pian attacks like a maniac, laughing loudly at Kim Tae-hyun. "This is my true power. What do you think?" Kim Tae-hyun ignores the taunts and charges right in. He yells at him to stop talking nonsense, cleanly slicing off 2 of his limbs. But the horror is just beginning. The severed limbs stop bleeding instantly and grow back in a flash. Kim Tae-hyun looks on, completely stunned. He can't believe the insane regeneration. Jiang Lin Pian counters with a brutal blow, slamming Kim Tae-hyun to the ground. The hero retreats to gain distance. His opponent's raw power is too intense. Is this even the same guy? What on earth is this barrier? The space around him has completely warped, and the current atmosphere feels like it is shifting into something far more sinister. The air itself now mirrors the terrifying depths of the abyss. Kim Tae-hyun recalls his opponent mentioning this power was granted by a powerful Grand Duke. Kaiserin had previously called Rosalia a Grand Duke too. This leads Kim Tae-hyun to suspect that besides Rosalia, another powerful entity holds that same title. He defends himself while analyzing the situation. If there is another Grand Duke out there, then these legendary figures must be closely connected to the Emperor. The mysterious sovereign is pulling the strings. Kim Tae-hyun charges forward to strike, realizing this enemy has likely been gifted a fraction of that cosmic power. But mid-stride, his eyes widen in pure shock. A massive towering hand suddenly materializes out of thin air, reaching straight for Kim Tae-hyun. The sky turns pitch black in an instant as Jang Lian Pyong successfully traps the young warrior in his crushing grip. Holding him tight, the villain sneers and asks if his newly unleashed strength is too much to handle, gloating over his obvious advantage. He demands to know if Kim Tae-hyun finally understands who rules this battlefield, pulling him closer with utter contempt. He mocks him, saying arrogant fools always pay the price, and that Kim Tae-hyun was foolish to think he could ever defeat a chosen warrior. He reveals he was handpicked by the Grand Duke himself. But instead of begging, Kim Tae-hyun calmly asks if he can raise one final question. He looks the giant in the eye and asks what he knows about the Emperor. Jang Lin Pyong blinks, totally caught off guard. The giant bursts into mocking laughter, asking if he actually means the magnificent Grand Duke whose legendary strength everyone desperately craves. He brags about how lucky he is to be the chosen vessel for this dark blessing. Kim Tae-hyun merely scoffs at his ignorance. He tells the rambling fool that he clearly knows absolutely nothing about the actual Emperor. Right after that, a shocking transformation begins. A massive radiant dragon manifests. Kim Tae-hyun mocks the giant, admitting he actually expected the beast to have some real useful intel. Jang Lin Pyong recoils, terrified by the sudden explosion of raw power. Kim Tae-hyun ignores the panic, unleashing an unbearable wave of energy. He notes that at least he obtained some valuable clues about the elusive Grand Dukes from this pathetic exchange. The giant screams in disbelief, asking if this is his true power. Kim Tae-hyun smirks, declaring their little game is finally over. He drives his attack straight through the villain. Jang Lin Pyong lets out a final desperate shriek before his entire body violently explodes. Shards of bloody flesh scatter across the cold ground. Tae-hyun looks down at the mess, declaring that the trash has officially been cleared. Chugging a healing potion, he ponders how the fool could brag endlessly about a Grand Duke while remaining completely clueless about the Emperor. A slight feeling of dread washes over him. It is clear now that multiple entities hold the prestigious title of Grand Duke. If every single one of those figures possesses the same terrifying level of strength as Rosalia, humanity is in serious trouble. He realizes their knowledge of the Emperor is irrelevant. All that matters is that these powerhouses will eventually cross his path. He knows they are his inevitable future opponents. But wait, just as he stands lost in thought, the bloody heap on the ground starts twitching. The minced flesh begins to merge back together. He recoils in horror, just as a cold, unfamiliar voice echoes through the chamber. The voice mocks his supposedly grand power as shattered bones and tissue rapidly reassemble into a brand new terrifying form. It declares that humanity is ultimately nothing but a fragile, pathetic race. Kim Tae-hyun breaks into a cold sweat as the figure materializes. Ijamin chuckles softly, identifying the young man as the one who defeated his contracted puppet. He is the terrifying Grand Duke of the Abyss. The Lord of the Vampires looms over the bloody remains, demanding to know if he was indeed the one who slew his servant. Tae-hyun shifts into a defensive stance, tightening his grip on his hilt, while desperately trying to identify this monstrous newcomer. He is definitely connected to Lin Pyong. Tae-hyun begins to shiver uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face as the sheer weight of pressure crushes him. This overwhelming aura is off the charts. He wonders if this is indeed the genuine Grand Duke of the Abyss himself. Receiving no reply, the entity decides to test his limits directly. Massive blood-red swords suddenly materialize in the sky above. The crimson blades rain down toward Tae-hyun. He looks up in absolute horror, his eyes locked onto the impending doom. They plunge downward with frightening speed. Tae-hyun narrowly leaps out of the blast zone, cursing under his breath. Clinging to his flaming blade, he tries to formulate a plan while fighting off mounting panic. The attack radius is massive. What can he do? Are these the same blood swords Lin Pyong wielded? A stray sword suddenly flies straight for him. Tae-hyun raises his weapon to block, realizing their levels are simply incomparable. He pours every ounce of energy into parrying the heavy blow. There is no room left for doubt, none. This monster is a genuine Grand Duke, just like Rosalia, an absolute entity, one he cannot hope to defeat. Why did he have to show up now? None of that matters anymore. To survive, he has to leverage every single card. Tae-hyun charges forward with reckless abandon. The crimson blades rain down like missiles, but he refuses to stop. Ajimun watches the desperate struggle, finding the young warrior's futile resistance absolutely entertaining. Bound by a summoner contract, if the summoner is stronger than the summon gains a power boost from them. But if the summon is stronger, the summoner risks a brutal mana backlash, or the summoning itself might simply fail. Tae-hyun calculates his next move while dodging blood swords. Liu Bing, the original summoner, is already dead. This means Aemon forced the summon through Liu Bing's corpse. There has to be a strict time limit on this. Lunging forward, Tae-hyun throws a heavy punch, but Aemon blocks it with a shield. He's just trying to survive. He needs to hold out until the timer runs down. Suddenly, Aemon mocks him, calling him weak compared to his master. He laughs, saying Tae-hyun's power is nothing compared to his own as a tiny blood vortex swirls in his hand. He asks if Tae-hyun really thought he stood a chance. Tae-hyun stumbles back, shouting in absolute shock. He barely gasps out in disbelief before that tiny vortex suddenly explodes into a massive storm, swallowing him whole. Trapped inside the swirling vortex, he is completely helpless. Aemon controls the storm while mocking his human weakness. He sneers that a mere mortal can never match his greatness. But just as he tells him to die, Aemon freezes. The terrifying blood storm suddenly changes. The violent red fades away, replaced by thousands of beautiful blooming cherry blossoms. Aemon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he realizes they are cherry blossoms. Suddenly, a figure appears in the petals. She is holding Tae-hyun up in midair. It is Rosalia, and she playfully notes her dramatic entrance. Held secure by her tentacles, Tae-hyun mutters that it was an emergency as the petals fade. Aemon breaks his silence, realizing his contractor was actually defeated by none other than the legendary Grand Duke Rosalia herself. He offers her one chance to break the contract and leave, or else he will end her right here. Rosalia laughs it off with pure sarcasm, mocking him for being the same arrogant, stubborn fool as always. She asks if he forgot who she is telling him to keep dreaming. Tae-hyun watches this play out in shock. He calls out to Rosalia, asking who this guy is. She calmly explains that Aemon is a Grand Duke. Tae-hyun's face instantly tenses up, and honestly, can you blame him? A Grand Duke is on a whole other level. Before she can finish, Aemon strikes. Dozens of blood swords materialize and rain down on their position. Aemon laughs maniacally, yelling that he will kill both of them together. This only makes Rosalia more excited. She calls him a big mouth. Above them, the lethal blood swords lock onto their targets, ready to strike. Now in absolutely terrible shape, Tae-hyun grits his teeth, realizing this sudden mana backlash is suffocating him. He spent all his energy fighting Liu Bing, leaving him unable to help Rosalia. Staying conscious is a struggle. Things are looking grim. Sensing his weakness, Rosalia calls out over her shoulder, telling him not to pass out. She explains her power depends on her contractor. He is strong, but still no match for a Grand Duke. She tells him to stay awake so she can fight at full strength. Tae-hyun can only stammer in response. She tells him not to give up after coming this far. Tae-hyun listens, his eyes widening in pure shock. Rosalia urges him to hang on, telling him this is his chance to watch and learn for his own future. She conjures a massive glowing pink magic circle in the sky stamped with a beautiful flower emblem. Aemon completely loses his patience, shouting at them to shut up and prepare to die right now. He challenges Rosalia to survive his next attack as giant hands appear in the sky clutching a blood sword. Rosalia's magic circle flares to life, casting a brilliant and blinding light down over the entire battlefield. At the same time, the massive blood sword hurtles downward, and the two forces collide with a massive boom. The resulting flash is completely blinding, swallowing everything in a bright light until they cannot see a thing. Tae-hyun desperately shields his eyes, trying to withstand the shockwave, but the overwhelming pressure is just too much. Then the blinding light suddenly fades away into nothingness, leaving everything covered in a deep pitch blackness. Mana depleted, fatigue at 100% and stamina down to 10%. How many times has he been here? Every single time he grows stronger, an even more monstrous opponent appears to challenge him in this endless, exhausting cycle. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice echoes, calling him pathetic. Tae-hyun slowly forces his heavy eyes open. His own doppelganger stands before him, sneering at how someone with the power of a king could look so pathetic. He mocks his titles, claiming Tae-hyun doesn't understand his own power and offering to take over his body. Tae-hyun wakes up with a gasp, panting heavily. He is safe in a hospital bed, staring at his hands. He was still shaken from what just happened. Kim Tae-hyun's hands trembled violently as he stared at them. Was it all just a dream? His mind is in absolute chaos. What on earth was that? He can still clearly recall that voice from the dream and that shadow's dark silhouette. How is that person connected to the sovereign Kim? Tae-hyun is not alone in this room, though. Several other people are sitting right nearby. They freeze in surprise when he finally wakes up. Then they suddenly shout out his name. The loud racket echoes down the hallway. Alarmed by the noise, he yells back at them to keep it down. Tae-hyun explains the barrier suddenly shattered, leaving him behind. He was found unconscious among the ruins. Fortunately, the assassination plot against President Haley Tan failed completely thanks to some brave efforts. The hunter Hai-soo kept her completely safe. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo had scooped Haley up and ran off, making a massive scene the whole time. He kept yelling that he had to save her. Everyone now suspects Yang Long is the mastermind, making him the association's prime target. The World Association is bound to come knocking. Once Yang Long hears about this, his anger flares up, burning hotter than ever. He grits his teeth in rage. That bastard, Kim Tae-hyun, ruined absolutely everything. Later, a fully recovered Kim Tae-hyun leaves the hospital feeling completely refreshed. He walks down the street in deep thought. The power of the Archduke and other mysterious forces only seem more confusing. Even so, his own progress has been absolutely massive. Suddenly, a familiar system window flashes right in front of his eyes. He blinks in surprise. What is this? The interface displays his profile name Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, and rank A. His stats show strength at 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 270, and fatigue at 20%. His blood feast skill is temporarily locked. However, his gluttony absorption takes 50 mana, and his defensive stone tablet costs 20 mana. Another notification pops up. Blood feast remains locked. To unlock it, he must satisfy a specific condition, which is heavy blood absorption. Later, at a quiet corner table inside a restaurant, two people are chatting. The girl speaks up first, asking how his body is. The young man simply replies that he is fine. Of course, his dining partner is Tae-hyun, who admits he gave her a scare. She asks what he plans to do next. Kim Tae-hyun, sitting right across from her, wipes his mouth and calmly answers her question. He plans to use his reward to clear the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China, but Tae-hyun quickly cuts him off. She huffs that she was not asking about his hunter work. Kim Tae-hyun blinks in confusion, making her blush as she speaks up. She reminds him of his promise, a date after the event. Hearing this, she instantly recalls their previous phone call. He had thanked her, so she jokingly demanded a free meal. Back then, Kim Tae-hyun casually agreed to treat her afterward. He speaks up, dragging Tae-hyun back to reality. He points out that she had only asked for a single meal. Since she said so herself, Tae-hyun quickly changes the subject. She warns him that entering those dungeons will not be easy. Dungeons are invaluable gold mines for harvesting mana stones. Even with official permits, the local guilds will protect their territory fiercely. They will never let an outsider walk in. The local hunter associations will likely make up excuses to block him trying to stall. They want to drag things out until his rights expire. Hearing her warning, Kim Tae-hyun remains completely calm, assuring her he has a plan. He explains that if they try to stall, he will just use that extra time to handle some other urgent matters. She asks what he needs to do. He takes a sip of water before admitting that he still feels far too weak. He thinks back to his system notifications. The blood feast skill he stole from Liu Ping remains locked until he absorbs blood. He tried to trigger it a few times, but nothing happened. Staring down at his hands, Kim Tae-hyun begins to analyze the skill. Since this technique originally belonged to Archduke Igman, it likely requires a very specific condition to awaken rather than a contract. Even as a national-level hunter, he still lacks the raw power needed to stand up against an Archduke. To face the Archdukes and uncover the secrets of the sovereign, he knows he must grow significantly stronger than he is now. Night falls on a remote mountain range. Kim Tae-hyun stands in the pouring rain looking up at a rundown, deserted building. This is the old winery owned by Bang Ji-soo, with a sign declaring it permanently closed. He steps forward and opens the door. The ancient wood creaks loudly. Suddenly, a raspy voice calls out, asking if young kids these days have forgotten how to read. An old man standing by a large clay jar grumbles that they are out of business. Without turning around, he demands he leave. Ignoring the cold dismissal, Kim Tae-hyun steps deeper into the dusty building. He calmly states he is not there for the wine. He reveals his actual goal is Jae-soo's legendary fusion skill. Hearing this, the old man freezes in shock and slowly turns around. This old man is indeed Bang Jae-soo. He stammers in disbelief, demanding to know how Kim Tae-hyun found out about him. Kim Tae-hyun introduces himself as a national-level hunter here to save him. Bang Ji-soo is a retired brewer living on the quiet outskirts. He is just an old man waiting out his final days. Yet he is also the world's only awakened with an S-rank skill. He can fuse abilities together using World Fragment. However, instead of exploiting this power, Ji-soo chose to hide and focus on brewing. Forge Workshop. His son felt bad for him, constantly asking why someone with such an extraordinary and rare skill would choose to live like this. Why not live a brilliant life? He was bitter about being stuck as a weak E-class awakened. Surrounded by all these powerful, high-ranking elites, Jae-soo's son wanted something more. In the end, he couldn't refuse his only child. Jae-soo agreed to test his fusion skill on the demon humans his son brought over. But things went horribly wrong. One test subject started violently seizing right after the fusion process. Back in the present, Tae-hyun breaks the long, heavy silence. He asks what went wrong back then. The demon humans who underwent the fusion either died or ended up completely crippled from mana backlash. Terrified of demon-human revenge, his son fled immediately, leaving the guilty old blacksmith to vow he would never use his fusion skill again. Listening to this, Jae-soo gets extremely tense and asks how on earth the young man knows all these dark secrets. He wonders why Tae-hyun still wants a fusion despite knowing the risks. Desperate, the old man gestures for him to leave. "Go back home immediately," he shouts out. "Whether you are an S-class or even a national-level hunter means absolutely nothing to me. Ruining the lives of demon humans was more than enough burden, but Tae-hyun acted like he already knew this would happen. Calmly, he tells the old man not to worry. Chae-soo stares back in absolute shock, but Tae-hyun only smiles, keeping his cool. Suddenly, the young hunter unleashes his immense presence. He looks directly at Chae-soo, promising that this skill will never destroy him. After a heavy silence, Chae-soo finally asks if that is really true. Right then, he begins channeling his power toward Tae-hyun. Countless glowing magic circles materialize behind the old man's back. Tae-hyun politely nods, confirming that it is indeed the truth. He explains that the mana backlash those demon humans suffered was never Chae-soo's fault. Hearing this, the old man starts to stammer. "What did you say?" Seeing the confusion, Tae-hyun gently explains that the backlash happened for a very specific, simple reason. The level gap between the blacksmith and those demon humans was too massive. The fused skill simply overloaded their fragile bodies. But with my current stats, Tae-hyun says there will be no side effects at all. Even with a backlash, my body can handle it. He is completely stunned. Chae-soo wonders to himself if such a logical explanation could actually be true. For years, he believed his awakening in his own hands were a curse, destined only to ruin lives. Yet, this mysterious young man explains everything in seconds. Who is he? It is almost like he comes from the future. Tae-hyun breaks his train of thought with a playful smile, pointing out that absolutely nobody knows he is here anyway. So even if he dies during this fusion, Chae-soo will not take the blame. The old man completely panics. He begs him to stop talking about death. In Tae-hyun's past life, Chae-soo's name was not cleared until 10 years later. By then, it was far too late. The old blacksmith had already drowned his sorrows in alcohol and passed away from grief. Without clearing this up, Chae-soo will spend his life in absolute agony. Talk about a tragic destiny right there. Chae-soo will spend his remaining days consumed by guilt. Tae-hyun closes his eyes, deeply relieved that he arrived in time. Suddenly, a dark system prompt echoes in his mind, asking if he wants to fuse the stone tablet and stealth skills. Or maybe Knight's majesty and paralysis. What about Monarch's heart and emotionless world? Witnessing this, Chae-soo gasps in utter shock. He yells in pure shock, 3 skills fused at once. Honestly, how is this kid even real? He asks if Tae-hyun will really be alright. Tae-hyun remains perfectly calm, closed eyes, realizing his gluttony skill is safely hidden. It seems the system cannot detect a unique power like gluttony. He quickly assures the old man to just go ahead. Sweating from the immense pressure, Chae-soo relaxes slightly upon hearing the young man's confident reply and nods in agreement. He begins the skill fusion process. The magic circles glow brilliantly, channeling waves of raw energy straight into Tae-hyun's body. Meanwhile, in a bustling metropolis stands a skyscraper that towers over everything else. This is the official U.S. Hunter Association headquarters. Inside a high-security conference room, elite hunters sit around a long table. The heavy silence in the air is absolutely suffocating. Standing before a massive projector screen, a sharp-looking man in a tailored suit speaks up to break the ice. He welcomes everyone, noting it has been a while since all of America's top-tier forces have gathered like this. Meet Kevin Yan, the S-rank president. Sitting nearby with a smug, lazy grin is Greg Gogol, the 10th-ranked national hunter. He scoffs, asking if they are about to declare war this time. Fed up with the sarcastic attitude, another hunter snaps. D. Gray, the 3rd-ranked national hunter in the country, slams his fist on the table and demands. Greg shows some respect. He tells him to respect the president. Tired of the constant bickering, Ricky Harris, the 2nd-ranked national hunter, lets out a sigh. He complains about every single meeting devolving into a childish drama class, then nudges Cody, asking him to chime in. Cody rolls his eyes and mutters about how immature the top brass acts, especially given their high-ranking status. Ranks are mere formalities. No one is being forced here. That man is Codius, the top national player in America. Kevin sees the mood turning sour and quickly pivots. Let's get back to business. Has everyone here actually reviewed the intel on China's elite national players for this Asian-friendly match? Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked American national player, finally speaks after a long silence. Shin Chae-min and Liu Ping write. Nick Rowan, the 6th-ranked national player, adds a chilling detail. Both of them died during a tweet raid on Samrozu, and another was reportedly killed, attempting to assassinate Singapore's association president. Gregor keeps his arrogant, careless smirk. Who cares? They are already dead anyway. A nearby hunter raises his voice. Kevin steps in to explain. Yes, that is the official story from the Chinese association. But new intelligence suggests a different story. All 3 were utterly defeated and killed by one single person. Specifically, that includes Liu Ping, the man who contracted with Archduke An of the Abyss, a vampire lord. One hunter gasps in total horror. Those beasts are real. Ricky quickly turns to the man beside him. Did you know about this? Codius, absolute silence. Then the top hunter finally asks who killed them. Kevin looks grave. Kim Tae-hyun of South Korea. Meanwhile, at the winery, a blood-red circle wraps the building. Kevin continues. Defeating Liu Ping is impressive, but he is still no match for global elites like you. Still, we must investigate him. Kim Tae-hyun stares at his own hands. He cannot believe what is happening. A blazing red aura of power wraps his entire body. Not S rank, just AA. He is Kim Tae-hyun, a national class player. A strange voice echoes. Soon at the Korean airport, a classy man leads the way. Gregor follows closely behind, complaining. Did we really travel to this distant place just to investigate some kid? The leader calmly nods. Something like that. Gregor grits his teeth, clearly annoyed by the situation. Damn that Kim Tae-hyun. If I get the chance I will, but before he can finish he is cut off. Quiet down. We are not here to fight him yet. That man is Marcus, America's 8th-ranked national player. The elevator display flashes 24. Kim Tae-hyun steps out, lost in deep contemplation. His skill fusion finished flawlessly. Now he needs to test these newly merged skills immediately. Suddenly, the system screen shifts to show body reinforcement and stealth, costing 15 mana. Next is Monarch Realm, creating a unique field for 20. Finally, Monarch Majesty unleashes overwhelming raw power, consuming 20 mana. Kim Tae-hyun remains very deep in thought. If I use these moves here, it will cause total chaos. I should probably head to the dungeon. He imagines the city in ruins, terrified people fleeing. These are the limits of his new abilities. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes. Finally, you have arrived. Hunter Kim Tae-hyun immediately looks up, startled. At the end of the long hall is a door. Two powerful figures are already waiting there. Marcus, America's 8th-ranked national hunter, adjusts his glasses. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Beside him, Gregor, the 10th-ranked U.S. player, scoffs in annoyance. He cannot believe his own eyes. Did this brat really beat Liu Ping? Is this info even real? Kim Tae-hyun tenses up immediately. He notes their overwhelming presence. U.S. national players. Marcus speaks calmly, telling Gregor to watch his tongue. Gregor ignores him entirely, letting out an aggressive grunt as they all walk into a secure room. Kim Tae-hyun and Marcus sit down while Gregor stands guard. Kim Tae-hyun asks why they came to see him. Marcus smiles, looking highly intrigued. You are quite impatient. I only came here for a friendly chat. He taps the table gently. Excuse me for a moment. He touches the smooth wood surface. Green runes and magic circles erupt across the room, wrapping the entire area. Kim Tae-hyun watches quiet. He analyzes the strange spell. Is this ziggurat? Instantly, Kim Tae-hyun's personal stats begin displaying before them. Name Kim Tae-hyun, AA rank. Strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. Ziggurat is Marcus's ultimate scouting skill, revealing everything from core stats and skills to height and mood. Marcus silently analyzes the screen. A AA hunter with national-level stats, unbelievable. But to defeat Liu Ping, he must have some hidden skills. I need to check his abilities. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's power violently explodes. Marcus's system completely goes wild, flashing warning alerts. Cannot inspect target skills. Cannot inspect target's abilities. He freezes in pure shock, gasping out in terror. What is this? Kim Tae-hyun just glares. Kim Tae-hyun is clearly losing his patience. He speaks up, asking if they are done testing his strength, since this is already plenty. Marcus watches him calculating. He wonders how Kim Tae-hyun blocked his ziggurat, since such a feat has absolutely no precedent. Out loud, Marcus quickly apologizes, blaming it on an old habit while staring deeply at Kim Tae-hyun to analyze him. He thinks of Kim Tae-hyun as South Korea's strongest national-level player, finally realizing why President Kevin is so interested in him. After a brief silence, Kim Tae-hyun gets straight to the point, asking the real reason for their visit. Marcus answers him honestly. He proposes sharing the rights to conquer the unmapped dungeon in China, which was Kim Tae-hyun's reward from his recent exhibition match. Kim Tae-hyun is visibly confused by the idea of sharing the rights, prompting Marcus to explain further as he senses his hesitation. He claims he cannot share specific details, but President Kevin is eager to investigate, especially now that Kim Tae-hyun defeated Liu Ping. Chinese Player Association President Jiang Long will definitely try to block him, meaning they actually share a common interest. If Kim Tae-hyun agrees to share the dungeon rights, they will handle Jiang Long and actively support him during the raid. Building a solid partnership right now would be highly beneficial for both sides, establishing a very powerful long-term connection. Accepting the proposal means gaining the U.S. Player Association as a strong ally, while declining will not make them enemies either. Marcus finishes his convincing pitch. Kim Tae-hyun simply refuses, declining the entire offer with absolutely zero hesitation. No help needed. Kim Tae-hyun politely declines while Marcus pretends to be disappointed but feels deeply satisfied inside. Chaos erupts. Gregor Gale completely loses his cool, marching forward from behind while shouting in pure, unbridled fury. He grabs Kim Tae-hyun by his collar, roaring about how they did not travel all the way from America just to hear this answer. Let go. Marcus frantically tries to hold him back, but Gregor completely ignores the order and moves in. Staring right into Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, he issues a direct provocation, saying if talking fails, they should settle it with fists. Kim Tae-hyun is completely speechless. He notes that while Marcus tried to build rapport, this guy is just a reckless loose cannon. That look. Staring into Gregor's eyes filled with pure disgust, Kim Tae-hyun instantly understands what is going on. It is the exact same condescending look he faced countless times before his awakening, driven by nothing but sheer arrogance. Gregor has no actual reason to start a fight other than refusing to view Kim Tae-hyun as his own equal. Times have changed. Smiling, Kim Tae-hyun readily agrees to the fight, leaving Gregor completely stunned by his confidence. Ignoring his shocked expression, Kim Tae-hyun tells Gregor that if he truly wants him to accept, they can let their fists talk. In his head, he realizes this is actually the perfect opportunity to thoroughly test out his newly acquired skills. Leaving the room behind, Kim Tae-hyun and Gregor head to a massive arena where thousands of spectators gather for the match. They are standing inside the prestigious Guro Dome. Watching this unfold, Yoo Ah-young is completely taken aback by this sudden match. She asks if this crazy duel is really happening here, while Kang Hee-wook sits excitedly in the stands. He happily explains that this is a goldmine of an opportunity to promote their brand directly to the massive crowd. But Yoo Ah-young is not pleased at all, complaining that these monsters might end up completely leveling the entire building. President Kang suddenly panics as the realization hits him. Yoo Ah-young adds that no normal arena can withstand national-level powerhouses. Facing Kim Tae-hyun in the center of the ring, Gregor brushes back his hair, thoroughly amused by the massive stage. A perfect stage. Gregor claims he is highly satisfied, while Kim Tae-hyun calmly hopes the end result is even better. True form. Gregor chuckles confidently before transforming into a massive, bloodthirsty werewolf right in front of them. He growls that he lives for bloody battles, but facing those sharp claws, Kim Tae-hyun shows zero fear and is actually excited. Kim Tae-hyun lightly jokes that a deathmatch is a bit extreme, just as the beastly Gregor charges at him with full force. Up in the stands, Yoo Ah-young watches in panic as the entire arena begins to shake. Kang Hee-wook is equally shocked. He stammers in disbelief at the sight of a werewolf. Observing calmly from the side, Marcus quietly explains the technique. Wolfheart. President Kang yells out Marcus's name in shock, but the American expert ignores him to explain. Once trained to the absolute limit, this ability turns the user into a werewolf, drastically boosting all physical stats. Marcus watches intensely, regretting their failure to form a friendly alliance with Kim Tae-hyun, but remains curious about his limit. He hopes to witness the exact strength that brought down Liu Ping. Meanwhile, Gregor continues his relentless onslaught. He confidently dismisses Kim Tae-hyun as a fool, recalling Marcus's warning that while his skills are unreadable, his stats are clear. Pure mismatch. Except for magic power, Kim Tae-hyun's stats are totally inferior as his status window blinks open. It shows strength and stamina at 200 speed, 180 magic, 280 right before Gregor's pops up. S-rank Gale gives him 232 strength, 245 stamina, 228 speed, and 220 magic. Gregor even activates his wolf heart for an extra boost. He attacks like a wild monster, leaving no time for Tae-hyun to react. Gregor pins Tae-hyun down with absolute brute force. He smugly tells himself that this kid has zero chance of winning. Gregor raises his razor-sharp claws, ready to deliver the final strike. He yells out that it is over for the brat, aiming his claws straight at Tae-hyun. Yet the young man shows no fear. Instead, he just flashes a mysterious smile. He tells Gregor that America's top 10 does not disappoint, giving him the perfect test subject. Gregor's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Before he can even complete his attack, something entirely unexpected begins to unfold. A strange, slimy liquid suddenly erupts from Tae-hyun's side. It behaves like a living creature, writhing and twisting in the air. The mass swells rapidly, releasing an overwhelming pressure that crushes the atmosphere. Up in the stands, Marcus cannot believe his eyes. What on earth is that? He screams in absolute shock. Suddenly, a massive black barrier rises to cover the entire arena. The dark shield completely blocks the crowd's view. Marcus can only stare, realizing a pitch-black barrier has cut them off. Tae-hyun's fusion skill has unleashed 3 brand new abilities. Everything is moving way too fast, leaving Gregor completely dazed and confused. Behind him, 3 colossal statues materialize simultaneously, their hands pressed together in prayer to form an imposing giant wall. This is the Monarch Domain skill, a fusion of a motionless world and Monarch Heart. A truly terrifying power. Monarch Domain drains the opponent's stats while heavily boosting the user's own power. Gregor feels like he has been dragged into purgatory. Where the hell is this, and where did he go? Gregor screams out in panic. Before he can react, a brutal punch slams his face. The strike is so blindingly fast he cannot even block it, sending Gregor crashing backward. This brings us to his second skill, Shadow Skin, a powerful fusion of stone, skin, and stealth. A strange purple energy ripples across Tae-hyun's body as his eyes flash with pure malice. This skill hardens his body far beyond stone skin while granting him the ability to freely toggle his stealth mode on and off. Gregor takes hit after hit without ever seeing where the attacks are coming from. Losing his mind, he roars in absolute fury. "You bastard," he screams, clawing frantically at the air as a strange current wraps around him. "Show yourself right now." Gregor tries to regain his composure and looks up, but whatever is looming above him makes his eyes tremble with absolute dread. His eyes shake uncontrollably. Finally, the third skill activates. A massive armored figure appears, holding a pitch-black sword of pure destruction. This is Monarch Majesty fusing Night King's might with paralysis. It radiates a crushing bloodlust that completely suffocates the entire area. The sheer power of this fusion skill combines all previous status effects, amplifying them to a truly terrifying degree. Gregor can only stare with his jaw dropped, unable to utter a single coherent word. Tae-hyun looks down on him with absolute confidence. "The result is already decided," Tae-hyun says calmly, telling Gregor to get back up. Meanwhile, the night sky begins to swallow the arena. Suddenly, a blinding flash of mysterious light erupts from the stage, illuminating the entire night. Shards of rock fly in every direction. The audience can only watch in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Marcus stares at the screen, completely unable to process what he is seeing. "This is impossible," he mutters. Tae-hyun simply smiles, looking down at the broken body of Gregor sprawled on the shattered floor. "That was a fun match," Tae-hyun says, turning his back on Gregor. "See you next time," he adds as the system screen pops up. Character profile: Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, rank AA. Strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic 280, fatigue 30%. Remaining magic is 280 out of 280. Blood Burst is temporarily locked, but Gluttony remains fully operational. Consume target costs 50 magic. Shadow Skin costs 15 magic. Monarch Domain creates a unique pocket space at the cost of 20 magic. Monarch Majesty increases power output for 20 magic. Chains of Binding locks down the target for another 20 magic. Empress Husband summons the succubus Queen Rosalia for 200 magic, while Absolute Hypnosis bends the enemy's mind for 40 magic. The fight is over, but the oblivious crowd still has no clue. Whispers and anxious questions start rippling through the arena. They wonder what just happened, complaining that the bizarre curtain blocked everything. Did Tae-hyun actually win, they ask. High up in the VIP stands, Marcus stares intensely at the stage, desperately trying to figure out what just happened in there. The dark curtain fell and the match instantly concluded. But Gregor is far too stubborn to accept this. He struggles back up. "Who says this match is over?" he screams from the wreckage, refusing to accept defeat. It is not over yet. With his face covered in blood, he rages like a feral beast, screaming that he will slaughter Tae-hyun. But before he can move, a gleaming white sword suddenly blocks his path. Beside it stands a blue-haired warrior with a triangular mark on his forehead. Along with them is a fearsome horned fighter. This trio, Park Sung-jin and Kang Hyuk, stands like a wall in front of Gregor. Takes a defensive stance, asking why Gregor is always so obsessed with killing. "Is this wager really worth your life?" Kang Hyuk eagerly tells Gregor to just accept his loss, while Park Sung-jin stares him down with cold, unyielding eyes. Besides, it is not just about a simple wager anymore. Is it? Stop. From afar, Gregor looks back and notices them. He growls. "Since when did Sung-jin and Jo-ah team up?" Suddenly, a blindfolded man emerges from behind the smoke. He walks toward Kim Tae-hyun. He calmly claims he has been watching from the start. Kim Tae-hyun turns around to look. Is that the president? The blindfolded man is indeed Jin Hee. He approaches them with a cheerful smile. He planned to stay on the sidelines, but things got out of hand. Kim Tae-hyun tenses up slightly. Jin Hee pays no attention to the tension. He simply tells him to leave the rest for them to handle. With that, Jin Hee and his three companions head straight toward Gregor. The massive werewolf is still snarling at them. The beast completely loses his cool. Roaring, he demands to know if they dare block him. Fools. He threatens to slaughter everyone right here. Suddenly, Marcus steps onto the ring, positioning himself directly before Gregor. Marcus barks at the werewolf to shut up right now. Cody will absolutely punish him. This is no game. No matter how reckless Gregor is, he knows the consequences when Cody gets serious. The monster freezes instantly. Gregor begins to tremble violently at that scary name. He stammers it out, gnashing his teeth in absolute rage. Quickly, he reverts to his human form and retreats, cursing under his breath. Marcus then turns toward Kim Tae-hyun. He bows deeply. He offers a sincere apology to Kim Tae-hyun and begs for forgiveness regarding their extreme rudeness. With things escalated, it is a bit awkward to ask this, but would he consider joining the American Association? The sudden scouting offer completely shocks Gregor. He stops in his tracks. Marcus looks just as stunned. Jin Hee is absolutely outraged by this shameless move. He shouts about stealing his guy right in front of him. But despite the yelling, Marcus remains dead serious. He keeps pushing, offering to meet any condition. Kim Tae-hyun demands. They will even assemble the ultimate raid team. They will conquer that massive undefeated China dungeon for him. Kim Tae-hyun smiles. He politely takes the offer as a great compliment, but he already has other plans in mind. He declines. His next stop isn't China at all. He is heading straight to Japan. Marcus is completely stunned. Japan. Looking down at his phone, Kim Tae-hyun quickly confirms the massive news. It seems Japan's Saintess Sarada has finally awakened. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Bright lights fade into a dark, desolate void. A terrified woman scrambles to flee Sarada. Her face is covered in dirt and blood. She desperately gasps for air. Creepy tentacles emerge from the shadows. They wrap around her body, completely trapping her. She tries to scream. A slimy tentacle muzzles her. Her voice is cut off completely. Trapped and terrified, she begs silently in her mind. Please just stop. Make it stop. Desperate, she fiercely bites down, ripping a chunk of flesh off the tentacle. Then a bone-chilling voice echoes from the darkness. The voice mocks her. Did she forget she started this? A terrifying beast with razor-sharp teeth looms. Behind the monster, a shadowy figure sits on a massive golden throne looking down. It is the creepy doppelganger. The monster stares down with cold disdain. Begging him to stop now is disgusting. Below him, Sarada struggles. She looks at him with a pale, sweat-soaked face. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through her mind as she jolts upward. It was all just a horrific, endless nightmare. Sarada thrashes wildly in her bed, screaming in absolute terror. This sends her surrounding bodyguards into a panic. They rush over, desperately asking if their saintess is all right. Sarada sits up quickly, drenched in cold sweat, completely ignoring her guards. That terrible nightmare. It came back again. She peeked into Kim Tae-hyun's mind and fell into a coma. Since then, this same horrifying vision has constantly haunted her. Every time she closes her eyes, she is trapped among those nameless tentacles. A dark entity wearing Kim Tae-hyun's face appears. He welcomes her. It always ends in agonizing death before she wakes up. How long must she suffer? Will it only end when she dies? Her guards try to hold her back, pleading with her to rest. But before they can even finish, she throws off the sheets and stumbles out of bed. She is frantically searching for something. She demands to know where her demonic sword is. She is panicking. The confused guards can only stammer. Something is terribly wrong. Sarada runs out of the room barefoot, frantically calling out for her demonic sword. Suddenly, she freezes. Her eyes widen in pure shock. Outside, she sees Shinji locked in a fierce battle. He is fighting a stranger. It is Kim Tae-hyun effortlessly blocking the strikes while trying to explain he did not come to fight. But Shinji refuses to listen, lunging forward and calling him scum. He vows to avenge the Saintess's ultimate humiliation. Shinji leaps high into the air. Drawing back his sword, he prepares to unleash a devastating ultimate strike on him. Shin's specialty is the demonic soul sword. He lunges straight ahead, pointing his blade at Tae-hyun's neck, followed by eerie glowing ghostly skulls. The demonic soul sword is a skill that can seal away entire souls with its brilliant glowing edge, but Tae-hyun simply bats his hand towards Shin's sword. He grabs the blade with his bare hand and mutters that honestly the biggest problem with people is that they never listen until they get beaten up. Shin freezes in pure shock as his attack is effortlessly stopped, his mind completely blank as he gasps out in disbelief. Oh, wait for it. Tae-hyun immediately takes advantage of the opening to snatch the sword away, delivering a brutal kick. Sarada stands nearby, completely petrified by what she just witnessed. She stares at Shin, buried in the rubble, and screams out his name. Tae-hyun tosses the stolen sword onto the ground, calmly walking over to the defeated duo. He tells Sarada he came looking for her for two reasons. First, he wants to know exactly what she saw inside his mental space. As he approaches, Sarada's face pales in absolute terror. She can only tremble and mumble Tae-hyun's name, but he ignores her fear and moves on to his second reason, preventing a massive dungeon break. Meanwhile, near a distant coastline, violent winds whip up massive waves as a colossal hurricane looms on the horizon, threatening the shore. Two observers watch the approaching storm from the safety of the harbor. One points out that this must be the entrance to the unexplored dungeon. No matter how they look at it, it just looks like a massive storm. The other man leans against the railing and adds more details. Rumor has it there is a gate leading to the dungeon right inside that storm, likely fueled by leaked mana from the portal itself. The first man says calmly that there is no need to worry yet. There are no signs of an imminent rupture, and they are just here as precaution. His partner peers through his binoculars, feeling somewhat relieved by those words. Both men belong to the unexplored dungeon monitoring team of the Japan Hunter Association. Suddenly, the watcher spots something incredible inside the storm and calls out to his partner in a panic. He says he thinks he sees something moving inside the storm, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks on him. Deep inside the tempest, a voice booms out announcing to Lord Kentakinas that everything is finally ready and waiting. Under his command, they have gathered mana and energy for decades. Today, they have finally shattered the seal to get here. An army of centaurs gazes up at a towering beast with a massive mouth on its stomach, cheering for their leader. They desperately beg Lord Kentucanus to issue his next command, chanting for their orders over and over again. The messenger starts to speak again, but before he can finish, the giant beast grabs him off the ground. The monster growls that it is enough. He lifts the centaur to his massive stomach mouth and speaks. The more they eat, the stronger they get. He declares that for his son and for Grand Duke Organ they will leave this place. They will slaughter humanity and devour them, all initiating a blood festival. This monster is Kentucanus, a SS rank commander under Grand Duke Organ. Back at the shrine, Sarada trembles as she explains that what she saw inside his mind looked exactly like him. But it was neither a human nor a monster, she says. It was a completely unknown, terrifying entity. Tae-hyun realizes it must be the same being from his dreams. Information is still scarce, but it certainly was no ordinary nightmare. Even without active use of his gluttony skill, he can still feel its residual mana lingering inside her body. He wonders if this lingering mana is the root cause of her terrifying dreams, keeping her trapped in constant fear. Tae-hyun extends his hand to cast a spell, telling her he removed the leftover mana so she should sleep peacefully now. Feeling slightly better, though still exhausted, she asks why he helped her when she had literally just tried to kill him. He calmly replies that he is not helping her, but is simply trying to stop the dungeon break. Suddenly, the corridor shakes violently. As the walls tremble, a panicked Sarada asks if it is an earthquake, but Tae-hyun is already certain of what is happening. It has begun, he thinks. He quickly turns and tells Sarada the dungeon break is happening, so they need to wake Shin up first. But as they prepare to move, a group of people blocks the other end of the corridor, their leader calling out to them. He asks where they think they are going after attacking members of his guild. It is Kuro Masuda, the prominent leader of the Japan Hunter Association. He steps closer, demanding that they hand over Tae-hyun, who is a national-level hunter from South Korea. During his active years, Kuro Masuda was an elite national-level warrior. After retiring, he discovered many brilliant young talents. These include the Holy Maiden and the Demon Sword, earning him a reputation as Japan's most successful guild master. But looking at Masuda, Tae-hyun knows the truth. The man cares nothing for innocent lives as long as he achieves his goals. Even so, Tae-hyun keeps his thoughts hidden and politely asks if he knows a dungeon break just occurred. He says he is just here to help, but Masuda replies that he already knows about it from the loud system alerts. He arrogantly asks why that should concern Tae-hyun. Hearing his complete lack of concern, Tae-hyun is quite taken aback. But the guildmaster simply smirks, declaring that entry rights to an uncompleted dungeon only matter while it is active, remains perfectly intact. But the moment a dungeon break occurs, those rights are completely void. Not to mention the friendly matches, where you people humiliated me. On top of that, if you dare go and clear this dungeon break, where does that leave my authority? Exactly. That is why you are under arrest for assaulting our guild members. Sarara watches in horror as Kuro's heavy security squad closes in, quickly speaking up, "Guild leader, we need him to minimize the damage of this sudden dungeon break." But the president cuts her off. "Stay out of this, Sarara, and do not forget that I overlooked your little mind control stunt. If you dare take the side of this cocky brat right now, both you and the Demon Sword will be dealt with permanently." With that threat delivered, he commands his men to drag Tae-hyun away. Yet, despite being completely surrounded, the young man shows zero fear and smiles. "You sure have plenty of tricks." As they cuff Tae-hyun, his mind quickly begins to weigh the options. If he chooses to resist by force, it will only place guild leader Ji Jin-hee in a highly compromised position. Accepting his temporary fate, he calmly tells Sarara to take Shinji and head to the front lines to hold off the horde. Sarara tries to protest, but Kuro Masuda is absolutely delighted by Tae-hyun's compliance, letting out a mocking laugh. "Wise choice," he sneers. "Do not worry. If the investigation proves you are innocent, I will let you go immediately." But Tae-hyun cuts him off. "Do not get too ahead of yourself, President Masuda. You just rejected my help. If things fall apart out there because of your arrogance, you will carry the full blame." He then calmly walks away. Kuro scoffs at the parting warning. Meanwhile, down by the seaside residential district, a massive swarm of monsters begins to strike. Centaurs from the vortex tear through the streets, ruthlessly butchering innocent citizens as Ren Kimura leads the counterattack. Ren raises his blade, shouting to hold the line at all costs, because if these beasts break through, everyone dies. Beside him, a panicked young hunter stammers, "How can we possibly stop them when they just keep coming?" The horde is endless and every single monster is S rank or A rank, but Ren keeps his resolve strong. "If we do not stop them, who will?" Suddenly, the massive boss Kentucanus lunges and snatches Ren off the ground. The hunters below scream in sheer terror as Ren Kimura is captured. Kentucanus glares down at his victim. "How annoying," the beast growls. "I will finish you first." He squeezes, forcing Ren to cough up thick blood. Ren slips into total despair, realizing this is the end of the road for him and everyone else in the city. But just as hope dies, a flash of steel slices clean through Kentucanus's fingers, releasing Ren from his grip. He free falls as pitch-black blood spurts from the monster's hand. Ren rolls to the ground, wide-eyed in disbelief. The surviving hunters gape in utter shock, their jaws dropping before erupting into ecstatic cheers of relief. Their savior is none other than Shinji Nakata, the national-level demon sword. Instantly, the battered hunters feel a sudden warmth. My wounds are closing up, someone gasps. What is this magic? A woman steps forward from behind him. Thank goodness everyone is safe, she says. Like a lifeline to a drowning man, they instantly recognize her. It is Saintess Surara, Japan's national-level healer. Shinji lands gracefully and walks over to check on her. Are you doing all right, Saintess? He asks. Surara nods quickly. Yes, I am perfectly fine, do not worry. The bizarre magic binding me is gone. Even if I cannot use my full strength, I can still back you up. Shinji murmurs Tae-hyun's name with some tension, but before he can say more, Kenta Zenaz lets out a menacing laugh. Eyeing the two national-level players, the massive beast's belly-mouth drools with pure, insatiable hunger. What high-quality prey, the monster sneers, pulling a giant sword from his mouth. Excellent, you will make a fine feast. Both Shinji and Surara drop into ready stances. Standing behind the swordsman, she warns him as the blade swings. Demon sword. The massive cleave tears toward them, but Shinji charges directly ahead to meet the strike. The weapons collide with a blinding flash. Shinji uses both hands, pouring every ounce of strength into the block. Surara commands the surrounding hunters, leave the boss to us and clear the rest of these centaur minions. The centaurs roar in excitement. Suddenly, Shinji manages to land a clean slash, drawing a spray of thick black blood. But the counterattack is brutal. Kenta Zenaz retaliates with terrifying speed, slicing clean through a part of Shinji's left arm. The swordsman retreats to dodge the follow-up, realizing the sheer danger of dealing with an unexplored dungeon boss. Facing an SS plus threat like Kenta Zenaz, one slip-up means losing a limb, and Shinji's attacks seem completely useless. Its high-speed regeneration is simply too insane. This is exactly why every single previous raid has ended in tragedy. With a single cleave, Kenta Zenaz splits a nearby building in half, smugly believing he has crushed the demon sword. Kentakinus is completely stunned. Amidst the absolute ruin he just created, Shinji is still standing, his hands firmly gripping his sword as he prepares to strike. Throwing every ounce of his strength into a forward sprint, he yells out that this time, he will slice him down for good. The arm that was severed earlier has already regenerated completely. Shinji grips his sword tightly, remembering the years of endless training since his last defeat in the unexplored dungeon. He trained tirelessly just to end him. His heavily damaged body rapidly heals under the influence of his ultra-regeneration skill, and now with the holy power of the Saintess boosting him through her divine revelation skill, all his physical stats explode. Meanwhile, Sarada is desperately trying to buy him some time. End it now, she urges, unable to hold on much longer. Shinji looks forward with absolute resolve, staring straight at Kenta Kennis. He reminds himself that there is absolutely nothing his blade cannot cut. Meanwhile, Kenta Kennis hesitates for a split second. Shinji lunges forward, slashing his arm, blinding his eyes, and cutting his legs. The monster roars in agonizing pain, but Shinji does not slow down. Like a relentless machine, he immediately gears up to strike. Again. In a flash, he delivers a clean horizontal slash, cutting Kenta Kennis completely in half. Back at the massive headquarters of the Japanese Players Association, everyone watching the live screen erupts in wild cheers for Shinji. Kuro grins from ear to ear, gloating to the crowd. He boasts that with the demon sword and the Saintess on their side, even a double S-rank dungeon break is easily stopped. He turns his head toward the bound Kim Tae-hyun and continues with a sneer, saying they never needed his help in the first place. Kim Tae-hyun responds with a completely emotionless expression, saying they were lucky to defeat Kenta Kennis, but asks why Kuro thinks this is over. Kuro looks puzzled, asking what he means. Kim Tae-hyun explains that a few months ago, a Korean dungeon break jumped from C to A rank. Last month, breaks in France and Russia spiked from S to S+. The old classification system is no longer accurate, so he asks why Kuro is so sure this dungeon break is only double S rank. Back on the battlefield, Shinji looks down in shock, gasping in pure horror. A grotesque, terrifying body is slowly rising directly from the fallen back of Kenta Kennis. The creature greedily chews on the dead flesh, revealing itself as Kentamon, a double S+ rank master of Japan's unexplored dungeon. Shinji, his body covered in wounds, stares up at the beast. He wonders what kind of monstrosity this is, appearing from the corpse of Kenta Kennis and devouring it so naturally. But whatever its plans are, they do not matter. Seeing Shinji prepare to strike, Sarada yells for him to wait, but he is too deep in his own thoughts to stop. A monster is still a monster, and a voice in his head screams at him to destroy it. Shinji and his summoned spirits charge directly at the creature, but suddenly a massive hand clamps down on his sword. The crushing grip locks the weapon completely in place. Shinji freezes in absolute shock, his entire body going completely stiff. Behind him, Sarada is just as terrified, her jaw dropping. The beast Kentamian, who was just eating now, stands up to block the attack. He coldly asks if Shinji is the enemy of his father. Shinji remains completely paralyzed, unable to fight back. Before he can even process the creature's strange form, the monster violently hurls Shinji through a nearby building. Sarada screams Shinji's name in pure panic. She looks up only to find Kentamian looming directly above her. With a powerful stomp, he crushes her into the ground, causing her to instantly cough up blood. Above her, the beast delivers a dark, ominous promise to devour them all. Back in the hall, the cheering crowd instantly panics, wondering what is happening. Where did that monster come from? Wasn't it all supposed to be over? They ask about the fate of the demon sword and if the Saintess is still alive, terrified of this new threat. They note its power is ranked SS+, a tier never seen before. Tae-hyun, however, is not surprised. He silently calculates, noting that the invincible master of the Japanese dungeon, Kentamian, has finally made his appearance. As a SS+ rank beast, his initial appearance might not seem overly impressive in size or power, but he has a terrifying passive ability. The more humans and monsters he devours, the stronger he becomes. This makes him a threat on a completely different level. If Chairman Masuda recognizes the extreme gravity of this situation and asks for Kim Tae-hyun's direct help, they could easily minimize the damage, but that is highly unlikely. Kuro's subordinates desperately beg him to issue an order, warning him that they will all be destroyed. The chairman grits his teeth in pure frustration and fear, feeling the immense pressure of the situation. His body trembles as he curses their luck, having just beaten a SS only to face a SS+. He desperately wonders if he should request backup from other associations, but hesitates, thinking of the Saintess. Even the sword demon couldn't handle it. Calling for backup now is completely useless before that monster destroys everything. It will wipe out the players, the city, and my entire career. The guards around him still try to plead, but before they can finish, he coldly orders a full retreat. One of them is left completely baffled by this. What about the players still fighting? Kuro snaps back in a panic that it is already too late. Even national forces cannot handle this beast. If we want to save our own skins, we must run immediately. Suddenly, Tae-hyun slams his cuffed hands onto his captor's head, shattering the metal binds. He calmly dusts himself off. He notes he tried to play nice for President Jin-hee, but things are exactly like before his regression. The surrounding guards scream in terror, asking him what he thinks he is doing to President Matsuda's handcuffs. Tae-hyun doesn't hesitate to state his goal. He is here to stop this dungeon outbreak. As for the rest, they can run like their coward leader or try to arrest him. He stops mid-sentence, pausing for a brief moment. Tae-hyun adds that he is going to save those left behind. With that, he turns around and walks away. They stand frozen in silence, exchanging determined nods. Meanwhile, he makes his way down the quiet, empty corridor. He starts planning his next move. If he can kill Kentaman and stop the break before everyone falls, they survive. Just then, a familiar voice calls out his name. Tae-hyun looks over in utter surprise, wondering why she is there. Back at the battlefield, the entire city is reduced to absolute rubble under the weight of this terrifying war. Kentaman stands in the center, dangling a beaten player upside down. Shin sits nearby, bleeding and staring blankly. Everyone has been wiped out. No matter how many times they regenerate or try to buff themselves, it is useless. Hanging upside down, Sarada sinks into absolute despair, whispering to herself that no one can possibly defeat this monster. Kentaman laughs, mocking their failed defense before threatening to swallow her whole. At this point, fear leaves her completely. As death closes in, Sarada suddenly pictures Tae-hyun, wondering what he would have done if he were here. She recalls his cold words about only wanting to stop the outbreak, not save her, and begins blaming herself. Even as an enemy, Tae-hyun fought to contain the threat. She remembers starting out as a player only wanting to help. Somewhere along the line, she lost her way. How did she end up on such a dark, twisted path? Is it too late to turn back? Kentaman drags her closer to the massive fanged mouth, splitting his stomach. Just when you think she is completely done, for a blinding flash of lightning tears through the dark. It is Tae-hyun moving fast enough to snatch her from death's grip. Kentaman stares in shock while Sarada opens her eyes. She gasps in disbelief. Seeing she is safe, Tae-hyun tells her he didn't expect much, but she held out surprisingly well. Staring up at him, her mind races as she weakly asks how he even managed to find her in this chaos. Before she can finish, a group of players arrives, shouting for the Saintess while carrying the heavily injured. They yell out that backup has arrived. The woman carrying Shin apologizes to Tae-hyun for their past behavior. She admits that as non-combatants, the only useful thing they can do right now is rescue the wounded players. Tae-hyun looks at them and says that is more than enough. Watching this scene unfold, Sarada is deeply moved. Tae-hyun turns his gaze back to the giant monster, stating that this is the real threat he needs to put down. In an instant, he positions himself right in the path of the charging Kentaman. Sarada screams for him to wait. She warns that no matter how strong he is, he can't win alone, but Tae-hyun just calls out for Aeon. He stands completely unfazed as the beast rushes closer. Suddenly, massive spires of ice erupt from the shattered ground. The freezing structures completely encircle Kentaman, leaving the monster utterly baffled. The surrounding crowd is just as shocked. They wonder if this is some sort of giant ice wall. The massive barrier isolates Kentaman from the rest of them. Atop the freezing barrier, a mysterious figure looks down and asks Tae-hyun if he is absolutely sure about this choice. Staring up at the massive solid wall of ice, Tae-hyun can't help but let out a soft whistle of admiration. The newcomer is Aeon, an S-class player from the Korean Association. She reminds him this wasn't their original mission. President Jin-hee originally ordered a rescue because Tae-hyun was being illegally detained by the Japanese Association. They wanted to keep him away from the dungeon break, but he is too important of an asset for Korea to lose. She was told to bring him back at all costs. From down below, Tae-hyun looks up and questions her reasoning. He asks if they aren't here to stop the outbreak. Hearing his words, Aeon immediately snaps back with a loud no. The Japanese Players Association had actually rejected their help. Hearing this, Tae-hyun calmly replies that they might as well just help them anyway. Helping them is fine too. Tae-hyun turns his head to look at her, thinking about how the association president wanted him back safe at all costs. Aeon completely loses her cool and stammers in panic. Kentaman, silent until now, finally speaks up, saying he cannot understand why Tae-hyun chose to trap himself here rather than run, calling him mere prey. Tae-hyun does not flinch at the threat and fires back that Kentaman is the one who is completely clueless. Enraged, Kentaman demands to know what he means. Tae-hyun points his sword straight forward, declaring that Kentaman is the one about to be devoured. Outside, the evacuation is pure chaos. Rescuers shout to one another, asking if the other side is cleared and telling everyone to get out immediately. Seeing Sarada standing frozen in place, a rescuer calls out to the Saintess, warning her that it is dangerous and she needs to move. Sarada ignores them completely, her anxious eyes locked onto the massive ice wall, wrapped in a dark, ominous shroud. Inside is absolute chaos as Tae-hyun charges forward to strike Kentaman. He moves like a whirlwind, slicing past Kentaman, but the attacks only graze him without causing any real damage. The wound on Kentaman's cheek smokes and heals instantly. Watching from afar, Tae-hyun curses under his breath at that ridiculous recovery speed. He heals too fast, and worse, Tae-hyun wonders if the enemy can somehow detect his stealth state. The longer this fight drags on, the stronger Kentaman gets. Suddenly, he slams his spear hard into the ground. Kentaman thinks he has pinpointed Tae-hyun's location, but suddenly senses something else and looks up in utter shock. A massive shadow figure emerges, wielding a pitch-black sword, flanked by two giant statues with their hands clasped together. Tae-hyun coldly commands him to kneel, forcing Kentaman to use his spear to block the descending tip of the giant sword. Kentaman still talks trash, calling Tae-hyun a mere insect at the bottom of the food chain playing cheap tricks. He boasts that it is not enough to defeat him, but before he can finish, Tae-hyun interrupts to reveal the real attack. He is riding a blood-red beast that bears its razor-sharp teeth directly at Kentaman. Tae-hyun eagerly challenges him to try and block this one, leaving Kentaman staring into the beast's jaws in panic. He stammers in shock as the monster lunges forward to tear him to shreds. Under the immense pressure, the spear begins to crack and shatter into pieces. The beast swallows him whole, tearing through his flesh and making him scream in absolute agony. Controlling the beast, Tae-hyun calculates his odds, knowing a prolonged battle will only work against him. So even if he has to pour all his mana into one final gluttony strike, he will settle this right now. But just when he thinks he has got this, when a chilling voice echoes out and halts everything. The chaotic battlefield vanishes instantly, and Tae-hyun suddenly finds himself standing before a massive throne, completely lost and confused. Staring at the figure on the throne, he wonders if this is his mental space, questioning if it is just another dream. No, this feels way too real to be a dream. But why now? Taking a defensive stance, he demands to know who the figure is and why they keep appearing before him. The figure looks amused, answering that Tae-hyun must reach him, which only raises the tension in the room. Wondering who him refers to, Tae-hyun listens as the figure explains that it requires someone who is not blinded by given power, someone who can overcome everything on their own. The doppelganger glides down with a sinister smile, presenting this as a test. Completely losing his temper, Tae-hyun snaps, telling the figure to stop messing around and asking who he thinks he is. But suddenly his body freezes completely. He cannot even wiggle a single finger. Sweat pours down as panic sets in. A mysterious force activates, and his ultimate gluttony skill is suddenly revoked and locked away. He stammers, unable to believe what is happening. The sovereign aura is disabled, and the sovereign domain is completely locked down. Shadow Veil is locked, binding chains are disabled, and even absolute hypnosis is entirely blocked from his system. Literally, not a single one of his powerful abilities is active anymore. Feeling completely powerless, he watches the throne fade away until Kentaman suddenly lunges forward, dragging Tae-hyun violently back to the waking world. The battle-damaged enemy charges with burning bloodlust. Tae-hyun is still paralyzed with shock, his face turning completely pale. Tae-hyun swings his shattered spear cleanly, severing Tae-hyun's arm and leg. Watching from the wall, Aeon realizes how bad things are. She quickly casts a spell to freeze the enemy, calling out to Tae-hyun in pure panic. Clinging to a nearby block of ice, Tae-hyun wonders what on earth is happening and who that mysterious figure was to lock his entire system. He always knew this incredible power was never truly his. He was just an unawakened, useless nobody who happened to get chosen, but having everything stripped away in an instant like this is a brutal reality check. While Tae-hyun is still completely lost in his own head, Tae-hyun breaks free from all control. The absolute madman furiously rushes forward, swinging his giant fist and slamming Tae-hyun hard into the ground. He still hasn't realized what just happened, and can only scream internally about how utterly unfair this is. The beast channels all his built-up rage into a furious fist, screaming that a lowly prey like him has no right to humiliate a monster promising death. The brutal punch makes Tae-hyun cough up blood. He has absolutely no fighting spirit left, desperately wondering why he even struggled in the first place. What was the point of it all? What was he even fighting for? Just as Tae-hyun sinks into despair, the beast raises his fist to deliver one final crushing blow. Out of nowhere, Ah-young leaps down from the wall, summoning a massive wall of ice to block the impact. Only then does he snap out of his trance and call her name. She turns to him in a panic, yelling that she will buy time so he can find the Saintess to heal his wounds. Hearing this, Tae-hyun is stunned, sitting on the ground as he looks up at her back. He yells out, asking what the hell she is thinking since she stands no chance, urging her to run instead, but she snaps back, saying she has to hold him off because he is the only one who can actually kill this monster. Did he not come here to stop this dungeon break? If he dies, everything is over. Her desperate words strike him like a sudden lightning bolt, forcing him to snap out of it. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he has to figure out the enemy's goal right now. Now is not the time to whine about losing his skills. No matter how frustrating this is, complaining won't change the facts. If Tae-hyun isn't defeated, everyone here is going to die. He has to find a way, but what can he possibly do? With a broken body and absolutely zero active skills left, how can he face this monster? But then his eyes suddenly widen. It's like finding a lifeline in the dark. There is still one option left, a skill he couldn't use from the very start. He remembers his system status screen displaying blood burst as currently locked, requiring him to absorb an immense amount of powerful blood. Powerful blood, he mutters to himself. He slowly turns his head to look back at the chaotic battlefield, and there it is. The mangled body of Kentasina is crushed beneath a massive pile of rubble. The beast lies completely still without a single trace of life. Meanwhile, Ah-young is pushed past her absolute limit. Battered and bleeding, she collapses, and Tae-hyun lets out a cruel, mocking laugh. Mocking her for trying to block his path, he decides using her fresh blood to recover wouldn't be a bad idea. As he reaches down to grab her unconscious body, the terrifying colossal face of Archduke Aemon suddenly materializes right behind him. Tae-hyun spins around in pure shock, his eyes shifting over to Tae-hyun. The young hunter is already beginning to regenerate. System notifications confirm the absorption of powerful blood, awakening a colossal force inside him and boosting all stats by 250. Feeling this monstrous energy, Tae-hyun tenses up in pure anxiety. This overwhelming magical pressure belongs to none other than the nameless Archduke. He stammers out, demanding to know what kind of monster he is facing. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun is already fully healed. His severed limbs fully regrow in an instant. With all activation conditions met, the system triggers the powerful blood burst skill. Far away in a desolate dark realm, the doppelganger sits proudly on his throne, watching the scene unfold with an amused smile. He mutters that he wanted the boy to use at least one skill, but there was never any need to worry. By devouring the magic beast, he actually unsealed the power of Archduke Aemon. The entity grins. This is exactly how he should grow. Through brutal near-death battles, the boy will realize how fragile his old power was and how easily he lived before. This is the only way to awaken true strength. The doppelganger pauses mid-sentence, letting the dramatic tension hang in the air. Watch this. Tae-hyun winds up his fist, ready to unleash absolute hell. Tae-hyun remains frozen in sheer terror, unable to move as Tae-hyun charges forward and drives a devastating punch straight into his chest. At that exact moment, the doppelganger's unfinished words echo in the dark. Only with this kind of power can he hope to reach that ultimate level. Tae-hyun's arm is torn clean off, and he desperately pushes himself up with his remaining hand. His entire body is trembling. He can't comprehend how a human who was just on the brink of death can suddenly wield such godlike power. But none of that matters because Tae-hyun must die today. He doesn't care how the boy obtained this legendary strength. In this domain of Archduke Orkan, if his current body isn't enough, Tae-hyun will devour more corpses to absorb their mana. He will tear Tae-hyun apart and eat him whole. The monster lunges forward, looking completely transformed into an absolute beast. The secondary mouth on his stomach drips with blood after gorging on nearby corpses. Tae-hyun quickly looks back at Ah-young, relieved to see she is still breathing. Whispering her name, he finally glances down at his own dark mutated hands. Staring at his pitch-black claws, he realizes this is the true monstrous power of Archduke Aemon's blood frenzy. His blood boils and his heart thumps like a ticking bomb, but the pain is a stark reminder of his new monstrosity, not a power he can sustain forever. Yet Tae-hyun somehow recovers, instantly charging like a madman toward Kim Tae-hyun. Zero fear. Kim Tae-hyun actually feels strangely at ease in this moment. His body feels light as a feather, completely weightless. The beast raises his double-headed axe high, pointing it at Kim Tae-hyun. This time I will definitely end you. A massive strike, Kim Tae-hyun dodges instantly as the ground shatters, exploiting the opening before the beast can recover. He lunges, ripping a deep, jagged gash from the left shoulder all the way down to the right waist. Blood sprays violently. Tae-hyun screams in pure, unbridled rage, "You little brat." The monster is completely losing his mind. He swings his axe in a blind, mad frenzy, destroying everything in his path. But with every single strike, Kim Tae-hyun dodges with effortless grace. A high swing, he ducks. A side swipe, he slips right past. The beast is utterly humiliated, literally fuming with rage. He cannot understand what is going on here. Why can't my attacks even touch him? Why am I getting dominated? My power is definitely not weaker. No, I am actually stronger after absorbing those corpses. So why is this happening? Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun blitzes forward. He throws a heavy fist, landing a brutal direct hit. Tae-hyun has zero time to react, coughing up blood. But get this, activating Bloodlust actually gives Kim Tae-hyun far more than just beastly stats and raw monstrous physical power. Now here's the crazy part, his right eye suddenly glows crimson. Kim Tae-hyun senses a strange shift in his vision. It is the blood eye from predation, but this time it is different. The pathways of magical energy are totally visible. He can clearly see exactly where the beast is channeling his power. Every single move is completely telegraphed. He even sees the heart and the magic stone. Completely helpless now, Tae-hyun weakly wheezes out, "What are you?" Kim Tae-hyun crushes a piece of the magic stone with one hand. "What am I? Go ask in hell." With his core destroyed, the beast shrieks like a trapped animal. Suddenly, his upper body detonates violently. Shattered shards of magic stone rain down everywhere. Kim Tae-hyun floats in midair, quietly muttering to himself, "Of course I will have to figure that out myself." With Tae-hyun dead, Kim Tae-hyun successfully ends the crisis. The dungeon break in Japan is finally over. The Japanese Hunter Association works tirelessly to treat the wounded. Meanwhile, Kuro, who blocked foreign aid for his own greedy gains, is stripped of power and detained. As for Aeon, she got off with minor injuries. Still, she nervously anticipates a scolding from President Jin-hee. But Jin-hee just smiles, asking why she would ever scold her. She is just glad Aeon is safe. Aeon promises to work harder. What about the Saintess and the demonic swords? Sarada and Shinji host a press conference. Both of them bowed deeply in sincere apology, confessing to every single crime they committed using their abilities. Sarada honestly reveals the dark secrets she kept hidden for so long, admitting she used her skills selfishly. She manipulated everyone with her holy revelation skill, declaring she is ready to accept any punishment. Once it is over, she hopes to start anew as a true hunter. Meanwhile, at the United States Association, Kevin stares at the screen in absolute disbelief. He knew Kim Tae-hyun was talented, but this is unbelievable. To take down a double S+ rank magic beast entirely on his own is insane. Marcus agrees. He went even further than during his friendly match against Gregor. That terrifying crimson mana he unleashed is insane. That power could easily be considered on par with an archduke. Kevin ponders, what a shame we cannot recruit him. But there is simply no other way. People like Kim Tae-hyun are not easily swayed by mere money or power. The only thing guiding them is their unshakable beliefs. All we can do is hope those beliefs do not clash. Marcus watches Kevin turn and walk away, calling out to ask if the association has made its final decision. The president replies without looking back, confirming it is time for them to take action as well. After all, everything they do is for the progress of humanity. Kevin walks along the railing, staring at a massive, faceless creature taking shape inside a cultivation tank. Complete mystery. No name, no traits. Its rank and level are totally unknown. Meanwhile, far away from the American Hunter Association, Kim Tae-hyun is resting. He is downing a bottle of magic potion. He drinks every single drop. Kim Tae-hyun extends his hand trying to cast, but unfortunately absolutely nothing happens. The system notifications ring out. Predation skill is currently unavailable for use. He stares blankly, wondering why it is still blocked. After deactivating Bloodlust, his beastly body returned to normal, but his sealed abilities are still tightly locked. Right now, he can only rely on raw physical strength. The Grand Duke's power, Bloodlust, and the new skill unlocked after activating the blood-crazed Demon Eye. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. It shows that activating the Demon Eye consumes 10 mana. Desperate for a solution, he seeks help from a master potion maker. Sang-sik tosses a fresh bottle into the massive pile of empty vials. Another absolute failure, he sighs. He truly believed this attempt would succeed. This is Sang-sik, the S-rank leader of the alchemists whose legendary abilities are famous. His signature skill is potion creation. It allows him to brew mixtures with effects that far surpass ordinary alchemy. His creations can boost stats, lure beasts, lift curses, and even cure terminal illnesses deemed completely untreatable. Sang-sik walks over to Tae-hyun and apologizes with deep sincerity, expressing his regret for not being able to help. Tae-hyun quickly replies that it is fine, admitting the curse on him is likely much stronger than they initially anticipated. He looks down at his healed hand. If even Sang-sik fails, only one desperate option remains. Will that doppelganger never lift this curse? Noticing his heavy silence, Sang-sik anxiously asks what he plans to do next. Tae-hyun looks over and explains that if even Guild Master Sang-sik cannot solve this, he might have to go abroad. Sang-sik gasps. Are you really going to America? Tae-hyun ignores his partner's obvious anxiety moving forward. He intends to meet their rank 2 hunter, the absolute #1 curse dispeller in the world. That expert is Ricky. She stands surrounded by a crowd of defeated foes, looking up toward a man standing high above. She greets Chairman Jiang Long, noting it has been a while, and reminds him she has sent multiple prior notices. She explains that she is not here representing the American Association, but rather acting as a global investigator. She represents the Global Association. Jiang Long pretends to be thrilled, but Ricky ignores his fake smile. She demands cooperation as she investigates illegal human experiments conducted near the uncleared dungeon zones in China. Jiang Long's friendly facet instantly crumbles as he asks what she plans to do if he decides to refuse. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun mutters to himself. Of course he remembers how she vanished after Jiang Long mockingly refused her. She remembers Marcus's presentation about the conquest rights for the remaining uncleared dungeons, of which only 2 exist. First is Japan's Storm Dungeon, successfully cleared by Tae-hyun. The other is China's Deadly Grey Abyss. Known as the Grey Abyss, it has wiped out countless elite teams, making it the primary focus of international concern. Strange magic signatures have been detected from several secret labs operating illegally within the immediate vicinity of this portal. It is obvious that Jiang Long is directing highly suspicious operations, and the association can no longer turn a blind eye. They needed her cooperation to uncover the truth. Ricky had fallen silent, seriously weighing the gravity of this dangerous request. Back in the present, Ricky focuses her energy, preparing to clash as she steps forward with determination. She warns him that force is her only option. Jiang Long tenses, silently assessing her power. He knows she is the world's second strongest, but her overwhelming magical pressure still catches him completely off guard. She is completely ready to strike. Any sudden movement from him will trigger an all-out magical battle. Jiang Long suddenly smiles. His dark eyes reveal a twisted plan starting to form in his head. He finds this highly amusing, realizing this conflict fits perfectly into his secret twisted agenda. Then he laughs. He quickly laughs it off as a joke. Nobody would ever dare cross the World Hunter Association. He promises full cooperation, but before Ricky can even accept his sudden yield, he quickly cuts her off. He suggests she see it herself. Go check out the laboratories and judge on your own. Ricky tenses up instantly. Shock and utter confusion mix in her eyes at his sudden invitation. Jiang Long glares down with a wicked smirk, telling her she can witness everything tomorrow before they negotiate further. Later at her hotel in China, Ricky sips her drink while gazing out at the bright city lights. She deeply distrusts Jiang Long, knowing a man that cunning would never agree to cooperate so easily. She shakes off her doubts. Suddenly, she stops her train of thought and speaks into the dark. She asks Tae-hyun if he always breaks into a lady's room so rudely. He is already sitting right across from her. She watches him carefully, highly on guard against Tae-hyun, who is currently known as South Korea's most promising talent. The American Players Association has kept a close eye on him, but she never expected a confrontation like this. As she wonders about his true intentions, Tae-hyun locks eyes with her and delivers a shocking statement. He bluntly warns her that she will die right here. Ricky freezes, completely paralyzed by his dark prophecy. Tae-hyun was quietly keeping his guard up. Ricky, the second-ranked national-level player in the United States, was globally famous, but her most legendary ability was Canceller, a skill that could break even the binding covenants of awakened players. Right now, aside from beastification and blood rage, he couldn't use any of his other skills to conquer this unexplored dungeon. He absolutely needed Ricky's unique ability, but she was notorious for never negotiating with anyone outside her own circle. According to his pre-regression memories, Ricky would die in the Guangzhou dungeon, a massive tragedy that once shook the entire world. But any human cares about survival, and he had to do whatever it took to grab her attention. After a brief flash of surprise, Ricky returned to her relaxed, composed self. She set her wine glass down on the table and calmly asked him what came next. Her completely relaxed attitude made him hesitate as she stared right at Tae-hyun. She noted that players always face death anyway, and regardless of whether she believed his warning, power demands responsibility. Seeing her prepare to leave, Tae-hyun spoke up quickly, asking if she actually valued her own life as a human. Hearing those words, Ricky stopped in her tracks and questioned if she was even a human. She wondered if someone who could manipulate everything like her was even human, since she could wipe this entire building out with a snap. In some ways, she was no different from a monster, which is why players like them always need something to bind them. Whether it is justice, duty, dreams, or sheer wealth, they need a tether. She wondered what kept Tae-hyun anchored. Stepping closer, Ricky placed a hand on his shoulder, asking if he was a self-controlled human or a monster driven by desire. Tae-hyun was momentarily stunned by her heavy question but quickly composed himself. Avoiding her gaze, he quietly spoke up. Honestly, he admitted he was a bit surprised, noting that while not quite demons, many players lose their humanity after endless battles. He praised her for being incredibly principled before looking up at Ricky with a look of pure amusement. He added that he was also a man of strict principles. Ricky remained silent at first, but she quickly let out a soft laugh. Gently brushing her hair aside, she remarked that he obviously came here wanting something. Tae-hyun did not hesitate to lay it out. He explained that he needed her canceller skill since almost all of his own powerful abilities were currently locked away. Ricky quickly pushed back, asking if such a huge request was a bit much for a first meeting, wondering what she would get in return. Tae-hyun immediately offered his terms, pointing out that her biggest concern was helping those currently affected in Gwangju. He asked if his assistance there was not enough of a reward. Ricky just arched her eyebrow at Tae-hyun in amusement. She asked if he genuinely thought she needed his help, but her dismissive response only made Tae-hyun feel even more confident. He calmly noted that they would have to wait and see, adding that preparing in advance never hurts. Suddenly, the scene shifts. They were no longer in the hotel. Now standing at the entrance of Jiang Long's secret laboratory, two scientists waited for them. They welcomed Ricky, mentioning they had been waiting before glancing at the mysterious figure beside her and asking who he was. She casually introduced him as her bodyguard. Tae-hyun had completely disguised himself to avoid any recognition as they walked in together. Once inside, they headed toward the meeting area. While waiting, Tae-hyun began analyzing the layout of Jiang Long's hidden facility. Only Ricky had been invited to this facility, and they would never allow any other high-ranking player inside these walls, especially since he was already famous for conquering the Japan dungeon. Hiding his face as a bodyguard was his only option. Before he could plan further, they arrived. An old man was already waiting, noting with amusement how intriguing the situation was. He wondered why a national-level player would ever need a bodyguard. This old man was Jiang Long, president of the Chinese Association. Ricky politely replied that caution never hurts, asking if he minded. Standing quietly beside her, Tae-hyun began sizing the man up. Jiang Long was the mastermind who had ordered assassinations during the Asian-friendly match, acting as the root of future disasters. A scientist stepped forward, stating that before they could proceed any further, they needed to make an awakened oath. Tae-hyun silently questioned the demand for an oath, while Ricky just murmured that such things were completely useless to her. He looked at her in pure disbelief. She claimed to be human, but the aura radiating from her was absolutely terrifying. Amused by her supreme confidence, Jiang Long gestured for his men to stand down, agreeing that an oath could never bind her. He apologized for the brief inconvenience before walking over to a massive set of double doors to lead the way. He invited them to tour the laboratory, introducing what he proudly called the S-Rank Awakened Experiment Project. Below the railing sat rows of glowing cultivation pods. Ricky completely froze at the sight, unable to believe her own eyes. She silently noted that people were trapped inside those glass tubes, realizing the cruelty far exceeded anything she had imagined. She stepped closer to one of the pods, looking up in horror, while Jiang Long casually watched her from behind. He continues, explaining that they are trying to create S-Rank awakened humans by injecting demonic energy directly into their bodies. Is it not incredible power that challenges even the gods? Ricky loses her cool, shouting out what on earth this is. Tae-hyun quickly steps in to stop Ricky, warning her not to use her skills here or the test subjects will be in danger. She curses under her breath in pure frustration. Seeing this, Jiang Long smirks with absolute satisfaction from his high spot. Standing up on the railing, he calls down to them, announcing that yet another S-Rank Awaken is about to be born. The birth of an Awaken is always a complete miracle, and they are incredibly lucky to witness it firsthand. Nearby, a scientist reads off the monitor. Subject B-102 has a spiking heart rate and rapidly surging mana. Ricky gently touches the glass of the capsule, quietly questioning if this is truly what they call a successful experiment. Suddenly, the test subject inside snaps, their eyes wide open, and boom, that is definitely not a successful experiment, leaving absolutely nothing inside the capsule. Hearing the noise, Jiang Long sighs, "What is this? Yet another failure." Hearing his cold words, Ricky completely loses her temper. Tae-hyun notices her anger and rushes over to calm her down. He whispers quietly for her to wait and calm down, but before he can even stop her, she snaps back. She shouts that Jiang Long has crossed the line. Tae-hyun is sweating bullets as he watches her get ready to fight. He knows she has other skills besides her canceller ability, but this raw power is literally shaking the whole lab. Ricky's face goes completely dark as she points directly at Jiang Long, placing heavy dangerous emphasis on every single word. She asks if he is ready to pay the price. Jiang Long calmly replies that humans are simply not born equal. It is a harsh reality everyone accepted the moment the player's system was forced upon this world. A player's entire life is determined by their rank, but nobody wants to stay weak, so he is granting their wishes. He pauses and asks if that makes sense, but Ricky refuses to listen to any more of his twisted logic. She screams that everything ends here today. Jiang Long watches in complete shock as she suddenly unleashes her fusion energy. A massive blast of power surges straight toward him. He just lets out a mocking smirk and pulls out a scroll. Both Ricky and Tae-hyun stare in absolute horror. They instantly recognize that item, the rare black hole skill scroll. It completely nullifies all active skills around it. It is not just incredibly rare, but also nearly impossible to use. Where did he even find such a thing? Jiang Long sneers, asking if she thought superior mana was enough to win. He laughs that humans must master their tools, adding that he has prepared another special gift for them. Suddenly, the entire base begins to shake violently. Terrified, Tae-hyun dashes toward the edge of the wall. He watches a massive dark shadow spread across the floor, finally realizing why this entire lab was built underground. The entrance to the Grey Abyss dungeon is right next to them as a deep, dark portal opens in the wall. Building it here allowed them to siphon massive amounts of mana from the dungeon, and most of it is coming from him. Jiang Long sneers at them, muttering that it is a shame they could not understand his grand vision. He turns to Tae-hyun, saying they still have unfinished business. Tae-hyun is shocked. Has this guy known his identity all along? Jiang Long tells him his journey ends here, then orders his assistant to completely seal off the portal gate. The assistant gasps, but what about the researchers still trapped down below? Jiang Long just shrugs. He tells him they have plenty of researchers elsewhere. Sacrificing a few to wipe out these intruders is nothing. With that, he walks away with his assistant, trapping everyone inside. Tae-hyun frowns. They walk straight into a trap. Ricky agrees, noting that even her skills are completely shut down. It is her first time facing a problem like this. Suddenly, the remaining researchers scream in terror. A massive veiny foot stomps down, completely shattering the floor. The beast glares at the survivors in front of it, scanning them like it is choosing its next meal. Tae-hyun and Ricky immediately raise their guards. They stare in absolute shock at the monstrous creature and orc. The terrified researchers tremble, stammering that normal orcs are manageable, but this one looks completely different. The monstrous orc glares at them. Someone screams in shock, realizing it is actually a parasite-infected orc. It lets out a deafening roar as airborne parasites infect a nearby researcher, causing grotesque green boils to erupt across his face. His pupils turn blood red. Once infected by these parasites, a host completely loses their mind, leaving only raw attack instincts. They constantly spread the infection to others, creating an army of mindless monsters controlled by the parasite's dark will. A researcher screams a frantic warning while running for his life, telling everyone to avoid touching the toxic mist, be infected by the parasites. Ricky stares at the creature in horror, her instincts screaming at her to run, yet she is completely frozen. She remains frozen in place. Kim Tae-hyun also panics and curses. Damn it, in this absolute critical split second, a massive explosion rings out, blasting the monster straight into the wall. As the dust clears, Kim Tae-hyun is seen firmly holding Ricky. Rings of blood continuously manifest around him. She stares at Kim Tae-hyun in utter shock. Beneath his glasses, one eye glows with a bizarre red light. Ricky gasps, how is this skill even possible? The situation is incredibly critical now. Other researchers have already been infected. Kim Tae-hyun tells himself he cannot let anyone else get infected by these parasites, and must stop them from escaping this lab at all costs. He quickly calculates what his next move should be. To stop the infection, he must target that thing, the host controlling all the parasites. He has to destroy it. He charges straight at the monster, using his skill to peer right through its skull. He smiles inside. Spotted it. The parasite host is on the monster's head. Kim Tae-hyun unleashes a devastating punch directly at its skull. Seeing his strike miss, he is shocked it actually dodged. He is forced to fly behind the beast, seeing it viciously chase the uninfected researchers as they scream in terror for help. Kim Tae-hyun realizes this cannot continue. If the number of infected hosts keeps growing, he is in trouble. He leaps forward with immense force, punching the beast flat against the wall. Kim Tae-hyun tells himself that strike must have dealt some real damage. As the dust settles, the monster's head emerges, its eyes still just as aggressive. Kim Tae-hyun is stunned. That powerful punch did absolutely nothing to the monster. He quickly realizes, to his surprise, that he is the target now. Explosions rip through the area. Ricky covers her nose, calling out to Kim Tae-hyun through the thick dust where Kim Tae-hyun stands completely still. Ricky grows terrified, hoping he has not become a host. If a player that powerful gets taken over, just imagine the absolute uncontrollable nightmare that would unleash on the world. But beneath that stoic expression, a victorious smirk suddenly appears on his face. Kim Tae-hyun smiles and whispers, "Got you." He grabs the monster's skull tightly, asking if it really thought it could escape. His crushing grip makes its head bleed. Ricky is left completely speechless by Kim Tae-hyun's insane move. Adjusting his glasses, Kim Tae-hyun walks away in style as behind him, the massive monster crashes to the floor. He smiles, asking if she's ready to finally go capture Jiang Long. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Long stands with his assistants and subordinates. One of them speaks up, asking what they should do if those two somehow survive, since they are national strategic level combatants. Jiang Long silently glares at his subordinates, making the speaker suddenly flinch, as an inexplicable wave of fear washes over him. Jiang Long turns away, replying that they are worrying about nothing. This lab was built with highly specialized materials. Designed to prevent any test subjects from escaping, it integrates the absolute latest technology, durable enough to withstand almost any standard offensive skills. And the incredibly thick doors made of the exact same material as these walls are located at the end of the elevator. Once we leave and seal the area, no one can escape. Both Ricky and Kim Tae-hyun are left with only death as they face the monsters inside the dungeon. Suddenly, the entire base shakes violently, terrifying everyone. What on earth was that? A loud rumbling echoes as the doors Jiang Long was just boasting about are completely blasted open. From the wreckage, Kim Tae-hyun leaps out like an absolute boss. The old man gasps, "How did they break through the barrier walls?" Kim Tae-hyun smirks at him, reminding him that they still have an unsettled debt. Right now, blood-red veins creep across his face as Jiang Long grinds his teeth in rage, cursing Kim Tae-hyun for getting in his way until the very end. Kim Tae-hyun adjusts his outfit slightly, thinking to himself that Jiang Long has never acted personally, meaning he might not actually have any combat abilities. Believing this, he charges forward. Jiang Long suddenly calls out, asking if he thinks it is that easy before launching an attack. Their fists collide with a deafening boom. Kim Tae-hyun is shocked, wondering how the man blocked his blood strike with bare hands. Without giving him a moment to recover, Jiang Long pours more power into his punch. Kim Tae-hyun is blown backward by the impact, trying to figure out where this terrifying strength comes from. But looking through his monster eye, the truth becomes clear. Jiang Long has channeled a monster's magic into his own body. He is now half human, half monster. Kim Tae-hyun knew something was off, but never expected the man would madly experiment on himself. Jiang Long laughs, saying he had no intention of personally getting involved, but these annoying bugs left him with no choice. Calling Kim Tae-hyun a kid who should go back to drinking milk, he aims a direct blow at his forehead. Kim Tae-hyun stares back and calmly says that it should be about time. Suddenly, Jiang Long's hand goes completely numb and he collapses onto the floor. Staring at the electrified cables binding him tightly, Jiang Long trembles, wondering why his body has absolutely no strength left. These things clinging to him are completely draining his power. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly looks up, saying that she has finally made it. Out of nowhere, Ricky appears, catching everyone off guard. She was the one who pulled Kim Tae-hyun out just in time. She apologizes for being late. Clearing out the small fry took longer than expected since she can't just teleport. Still, it is pretty wild that he can cast skills inside a black hole and even shatter that massive barrier. Since he told her to use the canceller, she guesses he has more tricks up his sleeve to shock her. Kim Tae-hyun just smiles, asking if this tiny stunt actually impressed her, while Jiang Long loses his mind in the background. "You absolute pests, how dare you," the old man screams. Kim Tae-hyun sighs as the villain struggles back to his feet. "Looks like he still has some fight left in him," Kim Tae-hyun mutters. Ricky cracks her knuckles, ready to end this. He is as persistent as a cockroach. Jiang Long charges blindly, but Ricky tells him to stop acting like an uneducated beast. With a casual flick of her wrist, she severs Jiang Long's arm. Kim Tae-hyun leaps right in to join the fun. He offers a polite "excuse me" as his hand morphs with dark mana sprouting terrifyingly sharp claws. One clean slash rips through Jiang Long, sending blood spraying everywhere before Kim Tae-hyun follows up with a brutal combo. He spins away smoothly. Watching this display, Ricky realizes Kim Tae-hyun is definitely not your average everyday player. But Jiang Long isn't done yet. He slips past Kim Tae-hyun, clearly looking to target the easier prey first. He bursts toward Ricky, catching her off guard with a devastating blow before she can even raise her guard. She crashes hard into the wall, prompting a worried shout from Kim Tae-hyun as Jiang Long pivots to launch a heavy kick. Even with a quick guard, the force shoves Kim Tae-hyun back, sweat dripping down his face as he stares in disbelief. Jiang Long is completely healed. He laughs, boasting that their attacks are utterly useless against his rapid, unending regeneration. Kim Tae-hyun grits his teeth. Blocking that direct blow left his arm trembling. Retaliating right now is going to be tough. Stroking his beard, the old man smirks. He admires Kim Tae-hyun's strength, saying it would be a shame to kill him. He offers Kim Tae-hyun a choice, join him especially since he knows Kim Tae-hyun contracted with a Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hyun freezes in shock. How on earth does this old fossil know about his contract with the Grand Duke? Jang Long keeps rambling, declaring that national-level strategic player titles are completely meaningless in the grand scheme of things. To those allied with the Grand Dukes, ordinary humans are just bugs. He demands Kim Tae-hyun take his hand and join him. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly gets right in his face. Cut the crap, he says. He has never trusted spineless backstabbers. Ricky groans in pain, muttering that she has no choice but to rely on him to handle this mess. Kim Tae-hyun agrees, activating his Monarch's Majesty skill. He makes it clear he never trusted Jang Long's kind from the start. Jang Long recoils in absolute terror, suffocating under the overwhelming pressure radiating from the young man standing before him. Kim Tae-hyun asks who he thinks he is offering a hand to him. He unleashes his gluttony skill immediately. They are simply not on the same level. Jang Long watches in absolute horror as his own body begins getting devoured. He screams, wondering how a mere brat could defeat him after he evolved into a superior monster hybrid species. It was all for nothing. Desperate, he begs for more power, screaming for any ounce of strength he can grab. Just as Kim Tae-hyun thinks the battle is over, a looming dark shadow manifests directly behind his back. He whirls around to find a hideous pitch-black creature spewing a massive wave of toxic green acid right at him. Kim Tae-hyun barely dodges. Looking down at the bubbling melted floor, he realizes he is dealing with a highly corrosive acid. The bizarre beast arches its back like a model posing, but it is actually winding up for its next devastating attack. Before anyone can react, the creature spits more acid. Anyone caught in the splash zone has their limbs instantly melted off. Ricky shields herself in absolute terror. She has fought countless beasts before, but this thing is on an entirely different level. Out of nowhere, Kim Tae-hyun lunges forward, pulling Ricky into a tight embrace to shield her with his own body. He grunts, telling her that this grotesque arrival just confirmed a dark hunch he had been harboring. This is Grey Venom, the infamous lord of that unconquered Chinese dungeon, its eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. Kim Tae-hyun remembers this dungeon outbreak in China. It was a globally famous tragedy that happened before his regression. Venom used the outbreak to infect countless innocent people, using them as living hosts for his parasite. Kim Tae-hyun sneers at Jang Long's desperate gamble. Turning into a monster hybrid wasn't enough, so he sold his soul to Venom. He warns Ricky to fall back immediately, since she used up most of her mana casting that cancellation spell earlier. He promises to hold the line right here, giving her the perfect chance to escape while he deals with the beast. Ricky objects and urges him to escape with reinforcements, worried he will be left all alone, but Kim Tae-hyun tells her firmly he will be fine and that he cannot fight properly while protecting her. Ricky grits her teeth in silence because she knows she will only be a burden to him. Ultimately, she pats his shoulder and relents, telling him to return safely. Venom watches them with amusement. He finds it fascinating that an Archduke's contractor protects humans. He says contractors must obey their masters, without questioning anything, so why would he ever waste such power on inferior humans? With that, the beast's dark curiosity is piqued. He wants to dig into his mind just like he did to his current host after absorbing him. He realizes that if he turns Kim Tae-hyun into his host, those memories will be his. But suddenly, Venom feels a crushing heavy pressure. It turns out Kim Tae-hyun activated gluttony while the monster was still rambling. He snaps, asking why this bug is buzzing so much. He decides to shut down that annoying speed first. Right then, system notification windows suddenly flash before his eyes. The Eyes of the High Species skill activates, boosting his agility dramatically. By this time, Ricky has already made her escape. Looking back worriedly at the room where Kim Tae-hyun is fighting, she remembers what Kim Tae-hyun told her just moments ago, telling her to run while he handles things here. But she cannot stop her racing thoughts. She knows she cannot help, but leaving him all on his own, she silently pleads for him to stay alive until she can return with help. Back in the lab, Kim Tae-hyun is locked in a fierce clash with Venom. The monster suddenly blinks behind him, forcing Kim Tae-hyun to brace himself. He pushes his limits, enhancing his unique gluttony skill. Feeling his senses sharpen, he whispers that he can see everything now. Unleashing gluttony again, a massive spectral dragon roars to life, lunging straight at Venom with its jaws wide open. With the Eyes of the High Species active, Kim Tae-hyun watches as Venom's hyper-fast movements suddenly slow to a crawl. He channels gluttony directly into the monster, realizing his eyes can easily track Venom's exact trajectory. This is his ultimate chance to take him down for good. Venom counters, spitting out another wave of burning toxic acid. Kim Tae-hyun grits his teeth, determined not to let this attack get the best of him again. The two clash head-on, their massive powers sparking a violent explosion. Kim Tae-hyun's overwhelming raw force easily tears straight through the monster's green acid. Bursting through the smoke, Kim Tae-hyun aims to strike fast and finish him off. This next blow has to be the end. The impact is so intense that cracks begin fracturing the laboratory walls. Massive explosions ripple through the facility, shattering the structure into a cloud of debris. Standing amidst the smoking rubble, Kim Tae-hyun emerges bruised and battered. But his gaze remains completely steady. He glances down at his trembling hands, cursing that he is almost out of mana. Blocking all of Venom's attacks took everything he had. He scans the area, wondering if the monster is finally dead. But before he can even catch his breath, Venom manifests right behind his back, whispering that it is truly fascinating and fitting for the Archduke's contractor. Kim Tae-hyun goes pale with shock, unable to believe the beast survived that blast. Suddenly, Venom lunges, punching Kim Tae-hyun squarely in the chest. Snarling, Venom warns that this is merely the beginning of their fight. Kim Tae-hyun is choked by Venom, struggling as the beast's speed and power are higher than before. He struggles to keep his focus. Suddenly, he notices Venom drawing mana directly from the air. It is a dark, specialized mana only found in dungeons, meaning this laboratory has fully transformed into a dark dungeon. Kim Tae-hyun's heart completely sinks at the terrifying realization. Venom flashes a sinister grin, mocking that Kim Tae-hyun cannot kill him here. He promises to make Kim Tae-hyun his next host. A cold dread begins to wash over Kim Tae-hyun as his muscles stiffen. He wonders if this is fear, the primitive terror of care, facing death. But he quickly shakes it off, knowing he is far too familiar with near-death situations. He snaps out of it, launching a sudden counterattack. Sprouting another mouth makes Venom even more talkative, and he lets out a wild laugh. He mocks Kim Tae-hyun for struggling so pitifully. Judging by his desperate defensive posture, the monster deduces that Kim Tae-hyun is completely out of mana. He scoffs that humans can only hold out for so long and that Kim Tae-hyun will never surpass his insane regeneration. Kim Tae-hyun painfully forces himself back up, muttering that he thought he was a goner, but things are taking a turn. Venom recoils in shock, demanding to know what is happening. Kim Tae-hyun chuckles, admitting even he did not expect this trick. The beast's mind races, remembering when he bit the human earlier. He realizes his mana is flowing into Kim Tae-hyun through the earring. Kim Tae-hyun slowly opens his eyes, declaring that he has taken the monster's mana. System notifications pop up, confirming a massive mana absorption. His stats increase, adding 1 point each to agility, stamina, and strength. Venom glares at him, growing irritated. He spits out that petty tricks are useless. No matter how much power Kim Tae-hyun steals, his mana is infinite as long as his magic circle stands. Kim Tae-hyun just laughs at the creature's confidence. He smirks, challenging him to see if that supply really is endless. Not in this world. Behind him, a massive blood-red monster suddenly looms, its mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs. Venom freezes. He stands completely paralyzed, staring up at the titanic beast as it charges toward him like a violent gale. Tae-hyun and the monster suddenly vanish. Venom finds himself standing in a completely strange place, muttering in confusion about where he is. In the distance sits a throne crafted from bones. The figure resting upon it spots Venom and scoffs in absolute disgust at the intrusion. Letting mere bugs in here is pure madness. Venom looks up at the throne and snaps, "You are not my opponent, who are you?" The figure on the throne narrows his eyes at Venom's attitude, his voice dropping to a dark, menacing growl. "I never gave you permission to ask questions, you filthy bug of Beelzebub," he snarls, eyes dripping with pure murder. Yet Venom does not show a single ounce of fear, boldly snapping back, "How dare you speak of my master in such a lowly tone?" The figure on the throne completely loses his patience, shouting out, "How much longer is that filthy mouth of yours going to babble? Get out of my sight." But as the doppelganger speaks, bloody chains suddenly surge from the ground beneath Venom's feet. The heavy shackles wrap tightly around his legs, pinning him down, but the parasite still refuses to drop his arrogant attitude. He sneers, "It seems your contractor made a fatal mistake, for I am the gray parasite and nothing can escape my invasion, even if this is an Archduke's domain." Suddenly, thick gray smoke begins to seep from his feet, rising like an eerie, ghostly mist. But an overwhelming, mysterious force suddenly pushes back. The crushing pressure radiating from the doppelganger forces Venom to recoil in sheer terror. He is left utterly speechless, his mind screaming that this cannot be happening, refusing to believe the terrifying reality before his eyes. This level of power is impossible, especially with the strength granted to him by Lord Beelzebub. Yet before he can even resist, it is over. The doppelganger easily crushes the parasite, letting out a satisfied sigh now that the annoying buzzing in his ears has finally ceased. Meanwhile, outside the secret laboratory of the Gang Long group, an elite player has been waiting in ambush for hours. He stares at the crumbling ruins ahead, growing more impatient by the second as he mutters, "Damn it, what is happening in there?" This is Montel, America's rank 5 national-level player, and right now his mind is racing with deep concern. His sole mission is to protect Ricky, a brilliant investigator from the World Player Association and a key asset to their country. But the stubborn investigator had flatly refused his help. He vividly recalls the smug look on her face when he first offered. She had just laughed and told him she already had a personal bodyguard. Remembering those sassy words only makes him more anxious. Hours have ticked by since she breached the research facility, and he has not received a single update from her. Talk about perfect timing, because just as he prepares to move, a massive explosion rocks the front entrance. Suddenly, debris and shattered bricks burst from the structure. A figure leaps through the dust. It is Ricky, escaping the ruins. Relieved to see her, Montel dashes to her side and asks if she is all right, but Ricky can only stare back in shock. She weakly stammers out his name, but Montel ignores her questions to catch her shock to see someone so strong heavily injured. He demands to know what went down in there. Ricky does not hold back, telling him the sickening truth about this place. They are running illegal human experiments to breed monsters, she gasps, adding that she could not save a single soul inside. She looks back at the burning wreckage with deep regret. Montel follows her gaze, his expression hardening as he assesses the danger. Turning back to her, he notices how exhausted and weak she is, insisting they fall back and report to headquarters immediately. But Ricky firmly objects. There is still someone left inside who needs her help, taking Montel completely by surprise. He frowns, asking who she could possibly be risking her life for. Ricky hesitates, quietly uttering the name South Korea's Tae-hyun. Montel gasps in shock at the mention of Tae-hyun. Suddenly, the surrounding trees begin to rustle violently, sending a chill down their spines. The eerie sound echoes across the entire forest. Ricky whips her head around as a blinding, radiant light pierces through the darkness. A massive gate slowly materializes and begins to creak open, releasing a horrific swarm of grotesque, twisted monsters into the world. Realizing what this is, both hunters freeze in absolute dread. It is a full-blown dungeon break. Montel quickly steps forward to shield her. "Stand back, Ricky," he commands. High above them, countless magical firearms of all shapes and sizes begin to manifest in thin air. Every single barrel locks onto the approaching horde. This is his signature S-rank skill, Genocide Bullet, generating endless magical heavy artillery. Unleashing a torrent of fire, Montel shouts that he has no clue why she was with Tae-hyun, but with a dungeon break underway, the chances of the kid surviving in there are practically zero. Dozens of beasts fall, but the endless horde barely slows down. More creatures surge from the portal, their numbers multiplying by the second. Montel grits his teeth, realizing they are in deep trouble. "There is no end to them," he mutters, cursing himself for not requesting backup from the association the moment he arrived. Exhausted and bleeding, Ricky still draws her weapon, insisting on fighting by his side as the monstrous tide closes in on them. She could only think of one person right now. Was Tae-hyun really taken down by that guy? While she was still completely lost in her thoughts, a monster closed in. Seeing the danger, Montel screamed, "Ricky!" The beast raised its massive hands, ready to crush her. She snapped out of it just in time. Ricky scrambled back, but the monster kept pressing forward, getting closer. She backed up right to Montel. They were completely surrounded now. He gasped in utter shock. "Wait, what is this?" Someone suddenly charges in. One clean slice and the beast is cut in half. Ricky looks up and sees her savior. Crying out in pure relief, she calls his name. Tae-hyun. He lands gracefully, walking over while telling them that Venom is dead, leaving only the remaining small fry to clear out. This comes right after the dungeon break of the unconquered Tempest of Kentakenas, closely followed by the disaster at the Grey Abyss. These two events almost wiped out entire regions across Asia. Amazingly, both were stopped by a single Korean player, Tae-hyun. Now it is not just the local hunter associations, but the entire world that is keeping a close eye on Tae-hyun's exploits. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, with the rising number of cases where S-class hunters are taking down double S-rank monsters, including Tae-hyun, they begin discussing a new rank system. A tier beyond S-class. Double S-rank players. Somewhere in a desolate wasteland, the setting sun paints the sky blood red. A lone figure walks deep into the ruins, making absolutely no sound. The night demon peers into the shadows and speaks, admitting it is pretty impressive how much stronger he has gotten. He looks up at a man sitting on the back of a giant, freshly defeated beast. With blood still splattered across his face, that man hears him and speaks. He boasts that as one of the great archdukes, he has successfully formed a contract with the royal beast organ. The night demon shows zero surprise, knowing this kind of power perfectly suits a true ruler. The man walks over, placing a heavy hand on the shoulder of the night demon, noting that since they came looking for him, something must have gone terribly wrong outside the abyss. The night demon turns to face him, confirming that a lot of insane things have indeed happened during his absence. Hearing this, the man's expression remains completely blank. He is Ji-hong, and though his face was cold a second ago, he now smiles, though there is no real warmth to it, muttering how exciting that sounds. Several weeks have passed since the unconquered dungeon in China, the Grey Abyss, was cleared. In New Korea, on an isolated offshore island, while the world is spinning from all the drama, Ricky is lying down, soaking up the summer sun. She stretches comfortably after so many exhausting days, sighing at how long it has been since she last had some peaceful free time. Tae-hyun stands there with crossed arms, declaring firmly that while he invited her here, this is absolutely not a vacation. Ricky remains unfazed, chugging her drink in one go and telling him she does not care since she was busy for so long and has to enjoy it while she still can. He looks at Ricky thoughtfully, knowing the girl in front of him has a pretty special identity as an investigator for the World Player Association who stood up to testify about the illegal monster modification experiments that took place there. But the mastermind Jiang Long is still missing, and most of the evidence was completely destroyed in the final dungeon outbreak, making it incredibly difficult for Ricky to actually prove her claims. Tae-hyun feels even guiltier inside, especially since the people used for the experiments couldn't be saved either. She must be feeling pretty devastated. However, he reassures himself that compared to his previous life, the current situation is already much better. Tae-hyun recalls those painful memories. Originally, Ricky got caught up in Jiang Long's plan and went missing while suppressing venom in the early stages failed completely. After that, an unknown plague broke out, plunging the entire world into deep suffering. Holding his glass of water, he is amazed by how things turned out. He originally sought out Ricky to unseal his skills, but this outcome is actually quite a pleasant surprise. Tae-hyun smiles and agrees, telling her they can relax, but only until the end of today. Just then, a young girl speaks up in a sarcastic tone, pointing out she knew it all along when he suddenly said he was leaving with Ricky. Tae-hyun, catching them red-handed like an online anti-fan admin, points her finger and accuses them of being on a secret date after all. Seeing her pout, Ricky smiles and asks if she is jealous. Tae-hyun quickly speaks up, insisting that is not what is happening here. He tilts his head in confusion, wondering why she is even here since he did not invite her. She casually answers before realizing how it sounds, then tries to clear things up, claiming it is for surveillance, or rather, because the facility he is renting is managed by her family. Hearing this, Tae-hyun blankly argues back, pointing out he already paid more than enough rent. Aeon does not hesitate to argue back, asking if having money means he can do whatever he wants, wondering what kind of tricks he might pull there. Watching them bicker like a young couple, Ricky teases with a playful tone, calling him quite the ladies' man and saying she probably shouldn't take up too much of his time. She brushes her hair back, getting serious as she suggests they get straight down to business. Cut to the training ground, where Aeon presents the situation, explaining that according to the alchemist's evaluation, this barrier can take a hit even from a double S-rank monster. She adds another huge detail on top of that. It sits far from any residential areas. It is the perfect place for a major event, basically untouched until now. Aeon turns around to ask him what his real motive for renting it is. Tae-hyun stays quiet, remembering how his skill seal was finally broken, but that is not enough. He still has no idea when or where his double will strike next and try to hijack his body again. With burning resolve, Tae-hyun decides he will not take that risk ever again. He has to subdue his clone right here before the big fight. Then he warns them about the worst-case scenario. Losing control is a real possibility. Aeon gets visibly worried, wondering if he means a full-blown skill rampage. Tae-hyun looks down, explaining with a heavy heart that leaves Ricky stunned. It is somewhat like that, he says, but much worse. He might lose his mind completely. Since they follow him all this way, he makes a serious request. He asks them directly if anything goes wrong, they must work together to hold him back. Seeing his intense determination, Aeon sighs softly. She really has no clue what Tae-hyun is planning anymore. Turning to Ricky, she asks if she knows anything. Ricky just shrugs, claiming she has no idea. But then she starts twirling her hair deep in thought. She remembers seeing Tae-hyun's skill when she used cancel back in the lab. That strange, overwhelming aura is unforgettable. She wonders if it could actually be the legendary power of an archduke. Smiling confidently with a spark of hope, Ricky believes she might actually uncover some highly useful information here. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun stands completely still. Clutching his phone, he prepares to finally take action. He tells himself to give it a shot. Looking at his screen, he realizes this is his very first time trying this. With a single breath, he activates the absolute self-hypnosis command. Within a split second, Tae-hyun freezes and his phone slips from his hand, clattering to the floor. Suddenly, he is pulled into a strange virtual space, completely stunned. Looking at the endless water surrounding him, he realizes this is the answer. Right ahead lies a towering throne. Sitting right in the center is his grinning doppelganger. The duplicate looks up with a mocking smile, taunting him. The clone remarks that Tae-hyun is finally using his brain. He sounds amused that Tae-hyun came looking for him. Tae-hyun fires back, saying he had to meet the squatter living inside his own body sooner or later. Staring closely at his perfect copy, Tae-hyun demands to know what this strange entity actually is. The doppelganger rests his chin on his hand, smugly asking why he would ever be obligated to share that. Tae-hyun shrugs off the response, admitting he never expected any cooperation. Without delaying a single second, he delivers a cold warning he is not letting a ticking time bomb camp out in his soul forever. Cracking his knuckles, he tells the clone to pack up and get out. The clone just laughs, mocking him. The double asks what he will do if he refuses. Realizing talks are over, Tae-hyun raises his hand. He promises to tear the parasite out by force. The doppelganger grips his throne, veins popping in pure disgust. Matching Tae-hyun's combat stance, the clone tells him to stop dreaming before unleashing a wave of dark crimson energy. Tae-hyun counters with his own blood-red magic. Channeling their skills, both sides summon massive roaring fire dragons. The massive beasts clash in midair, creating a spectacular and violent explosion. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Ah-on and Ricky feel the ground violently rumble. Ah-on panics, wondering if a sudden earthquake is hitting them. But Ricky immediately shuts that theory down, her eyes locking onto Tae-hyun's motionless body. She whispers that the battle inside has officially begun. Right on cue, the ground beneath them starts to fracture. A massive shattered crater forms beneath them. Ricky tenses up, warning Ah-on to get ready for a rough ride. This is not going to be easy. Deep inside Tae-hyun's subconscious, the entire mindscape is violently thrashing. The blood-red waters crash wildly as Tae-hyun and his doppelganger trade devastating blows. In perfect sync with each other, they strike the ground, sending shockwaves through the lake. Pushed back, Tae-hyun quickly analyzes his opponent's moves. The clone possesses the exact same gluttony skill. If they keep pitting the same power against each other, it will only end in a stalemate. But as Tae-hyun schemes, the doppelganger cuts off his train of thought. The clone mocks him, saying he knows exactly what he is thinking. Relying on sheer power is not enough, and Tae-hyun was planning to use his unique skill to win. Realizing his mind is read, they both back off. The clone raises his hand with a cold, mocking grin, warning him that even his secret plan is useless. That power does not belong to you, he says. Tae-hyun stands frozen in disbelief. Seeing this, the doppelganger acts. He pauses, flashes a wild grin, and invokes a powerful summoning skill. A massive sword appears right over Tae-hyun's head. Monarch's authority. Sensing the heavy pressure, Tae-hyun looks up. But before he can even blink, the clone strikes. The blade drives down relentlessly. Thick dust fills the air. A drop of blood sprays upward in slow motion. Tae-hyun barely dodges, clutching a deep chest wound. He is getting worried. This is definitely not part of the plan. He grits his teeth. How can his copy use his exact power? Across from him, the doppelganger sneers mockingly. He acts like it is totally obvious. Before Tae-hyun can recover, the clone lands a brutal combo on his arm. Tae-hyun stumbles back. The doppelganger keeps talking trash, telling him that all his weapons belong to the king anyway. He raises a heavy fist, wearing an arrogant smirk. Did you really think I could not use them too? Tae-hyun struggles to stand, shaking his head. That hit looked brutal. Arrogant jerk, he mutters, trying to recover. He reluctantly admits the bitter truth. This clone is insanely strong. In his past fights, he always found a way. He has defeated countless enemies before. But staring down this opponent, Tae-hyun begins to panic, clutching his head. He prepared so many trump cards to win this battle. Yet every single option has proven completely useless now. The clone watches him freeze, raising an eyebrow. I can hear your brain struggling to find an escape, he mocks. Your resistance is futile. The doppelganger summons fiery chains from the void, coldly telling him to just give up. Without waiting, he sends the burning chains flying like a runaway train. A massive classic explosion rips through the water. Water sprays everywhere like heavy rain. The clone narrows, his eyes squinting. Through the dust, Tae-hyun still stands tall. He refuses to yield. Give up? No way. He knew this would not be an easy fight from the start. Suddenly, a surge of explosive power erupts. Tae-hyun smashes the fiery chains, determined to go all out until the end. The clone cannot help but smirk at his resolve. Outside the barrier, Aeon's eyes go wide in absolute shock. She wonders if this is his ultimate burst state. That man is insane. Beside her, Ricky nods in agreement. It is more than just terrifying, Ricky says. That magic easily matches mine, and I am a great archmage. Then she corrects herself. No, it might actually go far beyond her own. The situation is turning highly critical. Ricky turns to Aeon, urging her to move. Dragging this fight out will only cause more trouble, she warns. She tells her to keep watch while she casts her spell. But before she can finish, something startles them. Tae-hyun looks completely possessed, charging straight toward them like a rocket. Aeon quickly raises her shield to block him. Staring at him, she wonders if he has snapped out of it. Suddenly, she unleashes her power with a shout. Aeon panics, asking Ricky what to do. Ricky replies that she needs some time to cast her spell. She needs Aeon to hold Tae-hyun back. Understanding the plan, Aeon confidently tells her to leave it to her. She charges like a goddess of war, glad for the chance to fight him. Tae-hyun looks completely vacant. With a simple wave of his hand, a vibrant green energy shoots from his fingertips. The two of them collide. A blinding flash of light erupts like fireworks. Aeon struggles to withstand the impact, her body trembling under the force. She tells him to remember their last match when the tables were turned. This time she will win. Leaping high, she swings her staff down hard, aiming to knock him awake. She does not hesitate for a second. She strikes. But Tae-hyun dodges easily like a pro and counters, instantly wrapping his leg around her weapon. He launches a kick at her face. Aeon swings her staff to deflect it, gritting her teeth as she leaps back. Meanwhile, Ricky prepares her support magic from behind, forming a small, glowing orb in her hand before raising it high. It is a trump card she hoped to keep hidden, but there is no other choice. Suddenly, the small orb expands into a massive sphere. A magical sparkling light glows inside as Ricky silently focuses her magic to grow it. The sphere grows larger. Aeon struggles to hold him back, realizing her arms are already growing completely numb. Even while unconscious, he can still dodge her attacks. She wonders what kind of monster Tae-hyun really is. In the nick of time, Ricky signals Aeon to run. A massive tree trunk suddenly sprouts from the giant sphere. Aeon leaps back to clear the giant branch, looking back in confusion. Ricky calmly stands nearby, preparing to explain. She introduces her mysterious magic. Her portal skill has summoned a giant magical beast from the deepest floor of Abyss. Using Tae-hyun as a test subject, she prepares to unleash the beast's full power. This is about to get wild. It reacts to intense magical energy, and once it attaches to a target, it will completely drain their magic until nothing is left. When that magic is fully depleted, the skill automatically deactivates itself. Hearing this, Ah-young stands completely flabbergasted, utterly shocked that someone can actually use raw human power to open a gate to the abyss and even summon monsters from it to fight. Looking at the American player before her, she cannot help but admire her. This is truly the power of Ricky, one of America's top rankers. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun is still desperately struggling to break free, but a second later his strength completely fades and he collapses. Seeing the struggle end, she lets out a sigh of relief, thinking it is finally over. Ah-young rushes over, urgently calling out to Tae-hyun and asking if he is okay, while Ricky quietly observes the situation from behind. Even as the summoning beast drains him, Tae-hyun's magical energy bizarrely continues to spike. Any further delay could put everyone in serious danger. Just as Ah-young is planning her next move, a sudden flash of light slices clean through a nearby tree. Tae-hyun already knew this would not be an easy mission, promising to settle this debt later. At that exact moment, a devastatingly clean slash cuts through Ah-young, leaving her completely frozen. Ricky stops in absolute horror, staring at the terrifying scene as he screams out her name. Ah-young is severely shaken, trying to summon another magical sphere. How is he still able to move? That is when Tae-hyun raises his hand mockingly, noting that while transforming into a magic beast is a decent human concept, no single individual can absorb magic power that exceeds their own vessel's limits. Sensing an ominous presence, Ricky demands to know if it is really Tae-hyun. Standing there, the doppelganger lifts his head with a smug grin, claiming he is not that weakling and has taken over. Realizing what is going on, Ricky angrily growls, demanding to know where Tae-hyun is. The creature smirks, boasting that the boy lost. Now this physical body belongs entirely to him. Staring at the monster, Ah-young senses an overwhelming pressure, much like a double S-rank magic beast. Ricky scoffs, telling the entity he has absolutely no idea what it is babbling about. Ah-young knows they have to act fast. Ah-young quickly decides she has to strike first. Ricky unleashes a powerful spell, asking if the beast is ready to fight. Lightning bolts immediately rain down on the doppelganger, but these high-voltage strikes do absolutely nothing to the monster. He effortlessly deflects the bolts to the ground and stomps them out like mere sparks. Watching this, Ricky is left completely speechless. That effortless block was with his bare hands. Taking advantage of the sudden opening, the doppelganger prepares his next move. The doppelganger excitedly stretches his limbs, eager to show off before Ah-young can even process what is happening. He casually suggests a quick warm-up. Left with no options, Ricky grits her teeth and backs away. Meanwhile, deep inside Tae-hyun's subconscious, his soul lies motionless beneath the dark water. The entire realm is quiet until his finger suddenly twitches. Steam begins to rise from the surface, filling the void. Tae-hyun struggles to sit up, faced with a very harsh reality. He thought he had closed the power gap, but the difference is still massive. He wonders what kind of monster he is dealing with. Recalling his past memories, he realizes this entity is not the king. The king he met was never this psychotic. It is something else entirely that the king left inside him. Tae-hyun forces himself up, a sudden wave of determination washing over him. He does not know why this is happening, but he cannot waste time overthinking. He has to stop this creature before it is too late. But as his soul begins to dissolve, a massive question remains. How can he stop it? Tae-hyun looks up, gritting his teeth. There is only one risky option left. Meanwhile, in the real world, the doppelganger easily handles Ricky's chains like they are mere toys. He lifts her into the air, sighing in disappointment that she cannot even provide a decent warm-up challenge. Ricky refuses to back down mockingly, noting that he is the very first opponent to underestimate her to this extent. She is an S-rank national-level hunter after all. But the doppelganger just sneers with absolute disgust. He scoffs at human classifications, calling them total garbage. He mockingly asks if she has anything else to show him. Suddenly, Ah-young calls out Tae-hyun's name, causing the monster to freeze in shock. She slowly reaches forward with trembling hands. She places her hand on the doppelganger's arm, clinging to one final shred of hope that Tae-hyun is still in there. Trembling, she begs him to snap out of it. The creature stays silent for a brief moment before brutally tossing Ricky aside. He uses extreme speed to teleport directly behind Ah-young. Without a second thought, the doppelganger strikes her, sending her flying. Gazing at her like a useless bug with pure malice, he snaps his fingers and warns her never to touch him. The creature gloats as she crashes to the ground, telling her to wait her turn because she will be joining the dead very soon. Suddenly, Ricky calls out from the side, drawing his attention. She realizes they cannot save Tae-hyun through peaceful means. She raises her hand to issue a final challenge, gathering her remaining magical energy. She asks if he wants to see what else she has. Her focus shifts to the battlefield, noting that even though her summoning beast is gone, its absorbed magic still lingers in the air. The doppelganger stares at the massive magical orb forming above her realization, hitting him as she gathers every last bit of energy. Ricky forces all her magic into a single point. She struggles through the strain, knowing that if this monster breaks free, the disaster will dwarf any dungeon break. This cannot happen. In sheer desperation, she whispers a soft apology to Kim Tae-hyun, promising to be his very last companion. Stealing her resolve, Ricky thrusts her hand directly at the fiend's face, telling him to look closely at her absolute full power. A split second later, a massive sphere of energy crashes down onto the doppelganger. Yet he just stands there completely frozen. He stares at the attack, smirking as if he has figured it out right before a giant dragon erupts to swallow the sphere whole. Ricky stands frozen in absolute shock, her voice trembling as she stutters out how this could even be possible. The doppelganger laughs in sheer boredom, asking if she's finally done with her little show, leaving Ricky utterly hopeless. She collapses to the ground, realizing his power is basically a cheat code. He smugly approaches her with a patronizing grin. He offers a twisted reward for her entertainment, declaring that he will personally consume her using his broken gluttony skill. Without a second thought, the doppelganger drains her mana with satisfaction, but something suddenly forces him to freeze mid-act. A faint silhouette of Kim Tae-hyun flashes inside his mind. Watching him stop, Ricky opens her eyes wide in pure confusion. Slowly raising her head, she watches the beast grit his teeth and growl Kim Tae-hyun's name while inside his mind. Kim Tae-hyun curses the madman. Spotting the familiar soul, the doppelganger smirks and welcomes him, and wow, the sheer nerve on this guy is unreal. Demanding to know what on earth Kim Tae-hyun is thinking, the monster stares at the brilliant spiritual scene before him. He gasps, realizing Kim Tae-hyun dared to use gluttony on himself, a move that perfectly confirms the hunter's bold theory. Kim Tae-hyun states his guess was right, realizing the monster's goal is to make him reach something, not to steal his body. He issues a sharp warning, telling the beast that if he dies right now, it will cause massive trouble for both of them. The creature scoffs at the threat, mockingly asking if Kim Tae-hyun honestly thinks he would ever care about a mere vessel. Kim Tae-hyun fires back, asking why someone who doesn't care would rush back like this, prompting an angry, threatening glare. The monster warns him not to act tough, since regression is a miracle that will never happen a second time. Kim Tae-hyun looks at his hand, admitting he knows the risks since he already died once, treating this second life as a reward. He delivers a final ironclad statement, declaring that if he achieves nothing here, he would honestly rather be dead. His eyes burn with absolute resolve. There's no backing down now, forcing the beast to admit he underestimated the hunter. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's soul fragment snaps back into place, forcing the doppelganger to reluctantly concede victory to him this time. Leaving a chilling, mysterious warning, the monster tells him to remember he only breathes to serve a greater purpose. The entity slowly fades into the air, repeating a creepy command to struggle until he finally stands before the king. He warns that if Kim Tae-hyun proves too weak to handle it, he will personally unleash his monster and devour him. Kim Tae-hyun stands his ground fiercely, replying that even then he will not go down without a massive fight. The system screen suddenly blinks to life, displaying his updated status. Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, rank A. Strength is 219, stamina 220, speed 218, with remaining mana at 10 out of 327. His rank A gluttony skill consumes targets, while Shadow Hide hides his presence and boosts physical stats for 10 mana. Lord World creates a specialized zone to buff stats, while Lord Aura unleashes a massive wave of pure intimidation. Binding Chains can restrict targets, track movements, or cancel enemy skills, setting him up for absolute control over the battlefield. Queen Servant allows him to summon Succubus Queen Rosalia, while Absolute Hypnosis completely dominates any designated target mind. Blood Rage maximizes his physical conditioning, and Beast Eyes grants him enhanced visual perception for a low mana cost. Snapping back to reality, Kim Tae-hyun stares at his hand and wonders if he truly just surpassed double A to reach rank A. Right then, a worried Ricky asks if he is finally awake, making Kim Tae-hyun gasp as he notices her lying on the ground. Gently helping her sit up, he blames himself, filled with deep regret, asking if his actions caused her all this pain. Ricky helplessly forces a soft smile and confirms it right before Kim Tae-hyun anxiously looks over at Aeon, lying motionless nearby. Ricky quickly reassures him that Aeon is still breathing, resting comfortably in his arms as she looks up with genuine admiration. She admits he is honestly terrifying, having managed to hide his true monster power from everyone for so long. Her next words completely catch him off guard when she softly thanks him, shrugging off the tension with an understanding look. She notes that he was the one who ultimately stopped the crisis, promising to keep his secrets safe as a favor. In exchange, she demands his help the next time she is in danger, admitting she trusts him completely with her life. Kim Tae-hyun scowls slightly at the bold request, but after a moment of silence, he quietly nods and accepts her deal. Sure, I promise. After their incredibly brutal showdown finally wrapped up, they were given plenty of time to rest and recover properly. Luckily, neither of them had suffered any injuries bad enough to cause permanent damage, though a short hospital stay was still necessary. Right now, Tae-hyun was patiently feeding fruit to Ah-young. She opened her mouth and grumbled for him to hurry up, claiming he was only doing it out of guilt. Ah-young looked absolutely thrilled as she happily chewed, wondering aloud when she would ever get another chance to eat fruit peeled by Tae-hyun himself. She even joked that getting hurt might not be so bad if this was the treatment. Tae-hyun could only force a weak smile. He turned away, telling her that doing this once was more than enough, so she should stop making him feel so guilty. A bit sadly, she then remarked that she wished Ricky could have stayed longer, surprised by how suddenly she had taken off. Tae-hyun paused his apple peeling to reply that Ricky was probably just too busy. Hearing this, Ah-young nodded in agreement as a thought struck her. Right, she remembered the official double S-class license ceremony was coming up. She curiously asked if Ricky was also on the invite list. He confirmed she was, and Ah-young quickly shared the gossip she had heard about the World Players Association planning an incredibly massive ceremony. Suddenly, she sat straight up and fiercely warned him that this was a huge international stage, so he had better not cause any trouble. Holding a bun in his hand, Tae-hyun shrugged and casually murmured that nobody could really predict what would happen. He took a bite and smiled, noting that it was not entirely up to him anyway. Soon dawn broke as heavy winds whipped across the flags. Outside, the national flags of various countries fluttered beautifully. Inside the main hall, the host took the stage with high energy. Welcoming all members of the World Players Association, Vincent stood at the podium to deliver a speech looking back at their history. He reminded them of the grim days when the sudden appearance of the Abyss had pushed humanity to the very brink of extinction. Yet through cross-border cooperation and the incredible efforts of their players, they had slowly conquered monsters, dimensional rifts, and dangerous dungeons. At this pivotal moment, Vincent Trang, the president of the World Players Association, stepped forward to announce a brand new era. He was thrilled to declare that peace had finally been achieved, ushering in a time of prosperity unlike anything they had ever seen. Recognizing this massive shift, Vincent pointed out that stronger skills and highly experienced players were now emerging in every corner of the world. Our association has closely examined the outstanding records of our players. He continued, realizing the old system no longer fits our reality. After thoroughly reviewing their recent achievements, the association concluded that the old ranking system was completely outdated and needed to be upgraded. He enthusiastically announced the transition to a new era defined by the legendary double S rank. Vincent then solemnly introduced the players, declaring that they were gathered to honor the first 10 heroes receiving this rank. He asked the audience to welcome them with a thunderous round of applause before officially calling out the names of these superstars: Codius Montel, Ricky Harris, Dai Gray Iden, Simon Serge Karamzin, Thomas Provin, Daniel Harrington, and Alexandra Bu. Vincent paused for a dramatic moment before introducing the final, highly anticipated player, Tae-hyun, all the way from South Korea. The crowd erupted into loud, emotional applause. Vincent then explained the immense crucial authority these players would now hold globally. These elite individuals would carry world-recognized licenses, granting them the freedom to operate across borders to help maintain global peace. Standing in the center of the stage, Tae-hyun was deeply moved as he realized he had finally made it to this point. He looked back on his unbelievable journey, which had started with bitter curses after his initial failed awakening attempt. He had taken his very first steps from S-class, rising all the way to this newly created national-level powerhouse tier. He had completely shattered the limits of his past life to reach the pinnacle of double S-class as a ceremonial dagger was handed to him. Looking at the sharp blade, he knew his past self could never have even imagined achieving something so incredible. Tae-hyun accepted the prestigious gift, a burning fire of pure determination lighting up inside him as he made a silent vow. He had no intention of stopping here since this license was merely a single stepping stone on his long road. What he truly hungered for was the truth behind the Grand Duke doppelganger and the mysterious king who had regressed him. To uncover the secrets hidden beneath this world, Tae-hyun knew he had to keep pushing forward without hesitation. Once the official ceremony concluded, everyone gathered for the party where Jin-hee playfully punched Tae-hyun on the back. He offered his warmest congratulations, exclaiming that after so many years, South Korea finally had its own glorious day. Tae-hyun winced and jokingly complained that the president's punch really hurt, prompting Jin-hee to laugh and tease him in return. An elite double S-class hunter whining about an old man's punch, he chuckled. Then Tae-wook approached with a warm smile. He explained that the association president had been eagerly waiting for an outstanding player like Tae-hyun to appear more than anyone else. Tae-wook emphasized his importance, noting that having such a powerful player proved the growth of their national association. With his presence, they would definitely be able to achieve much greater things on the international stage. Jin-hee warmly acknowledges Tae-hyun's massive contribution. Thanks to him, many drew strength from that friendly tournament. Out of all Asian players, so far his help has been unmatched. Hearing this, Tae-hyun humbly downplays his actions. Right then, Ricky approaches. She marveled at them, saying Korea looks so wonderfully united and that she is quite jealous. Waving cheerfully, she asks if Tae-hyun has been doing well lately. Seeing her, Tae-hyun calls out her name in surprise. He rushes over to ask if her body is holding up okay. Ricky immediately groans, complaining that she is still incredibly sore. See, I told you so, why couldn't you go a bit easier on me? She follows up with a barrage of playful complaints. Tae-hyun retorts with a dry smirk, asking if she is intentionally phrasing things to sound misleading. Ricky just blinks in confusion. Behind them, Jin-hee and Tae-guk look on with absolute bewilderment. It seems even Aeon is keeping a very close eye. They wonder if things are still ongoing between the two, but who really knows? Cutting the chatter, Ricky gets to business. She did not just come to chat today, there is someone else who desperately wants to meet and greet him. Cody speaks up in an intriguing tone, instantly drawing everyone's sharp gaze. They can easily guess his legendary identity. Reaching his hand out, he warmly agrees, stating he genuinely wanted to meet and thank the young hero. Cody politely greets him. Meeting Tae-hyun is a true honor, he says. As Tae-hyun steps closer, his mind races with deep admiration. Once he officially reaches double S rank, he realizes he will stand on equal footing with this absolute powerhouse. If anyone had to pick a single representative for all humanity in his previous life, this man's name would instantly rise. This is the warrior who always stood on the absolute front lines against the abyss. The strongest player in existence, Cody. Just standing face to face with him, Tae-hyun can feel the immense, suffocating pressure radiating off his massive presence. Reaching out his own hand, Tae-hyun formally responds that he is actually the one who should be expressing gratitude. The two share a firm handshake. Tae-hyun voices his deep respect, saying it is a real pleasure to meet him. Cody seriously promises that they will have plenty of chances to work together. Hearing this, Tae-hyun raises an eyebrow. Future cooperation, huh? Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open as a man shouts for everyone's attention. Vincent commands the room. He asks for a moment of their time before dropping a highly urgent update. Though quite sudden, they have critical news. Hearing this, Jin-hee and Tae-guk ask in complete confusion. An announcement. Vincent reveals a major decision from the World Player Association. After accepting a proposal from President Kevin, they decided something massive. Starting from the official issuance of this double S license, a grand explosive plan is unveiled. They are going to assemble a massive raiding force to conquer every single unexplored dungeon left on Earth. Vincent firmly declares this bold strategy. This will be an operation on a scale never seen before, and every double S rank player in America has joined. Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupts into wild chatter. What? Just how massive is this operation going to be? Some ponder the raw power of having every American double S ranker participate, while others quickly deduce the deeper implications. This puts the top-tier players on high alert. It means a significant portion of the world's double S rankers will mobilize. Vincent then directly calls for global cooperation, hoping other associations and double S rankers will seriously consider joining. He says it is time for the world to unite for lasting peace. Jin-hee remains quiet, his brow furrowed in deep skepticism. Sure, they call it cooperation on the surface, but is it really that simple? The timing is far too perfect. He deeply doubts their true motives. Since half of the world's double S rankers are American, they could easily manipulate everyone. They can assert who truly dominates the global stage, while the rewards from unexplored dungeons are just a sweet bonus. He looks anxiously at Tae-hyun's back, painfully aware of Korea's vulnerable position. Despite their shining star, they are still weak. Outside of Tae-hyun, Korea lacks true political leverage. Jin-hee is forced to accept reality. They must go with the flow. Right on cue, the British Association enthusiastically steps up to make their own bold announcement to the crowded room. They declare that the British Association, alongside their top player Daniel Harrington, would be absolutely thrilled to join. Seeing this, a French representative eagerly volunteers their own association. Not to be outdone, Russia quickly joins in. Hearing the overwhelming consensus, Vincent claps his hands in absolute celebration. He praises their incredible unity as a hand rises. Turning around, Vincent spots a hand raised in the air. Everyone is completely stunned by the unexpected mover. It is Tae-hyun. Vincent politely asks if Korea would like to join the historic expedition. However, Tae-hyun delivers a blunt rejection. He firmly states that they will be acting completely on their own. Hearing this, the entire hall falls into silence. People stand jaw-dropped, utterly speechless. Even the legendary Cody can only narrow his eyes, staring intensely at the bold youth. On the plane, time passes as Ricky shares her regrets with Cody about failing to recruit Marcus and Gregor in the past. And now, she has been rejected once again. Cody listens and wonders if she actually feels that much regret. He notes that if Tae-hyun joined, he would be a massive force, but Cody secretly suspects that is not the real reason. Ricky giggles and replies that she is just personally curious. She then asks how Cody views Tae-hyun as a player. Cody coldly remarks that he looks incredibly strong, adding that he now understands why she got beaten so badly. Hearing that, Ricky ponders. Since even the strongest in the world acknowledges his power, she definitely did not misjudge him. Cody explains that Tae-hyun is a contractor of the Archduke of the Abyss, making the strongest title completely meaningless. Ricky quietly looks out the window, wondering if that is really true. A second later, she falls silent before speaking up again. As the plane flies through a heavy storm, Ricky asks to change the question out of pure curiosity. She asks about his power compared to other contractors. Does he really seem that strong? The heavy question lingers in the air. While lightning flashes outside, Cody frowns in silent irritation. Eventually, he mysteriously answers that they will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building during the quiet night, a man inside slams his desk in pure anger. He curses furiously, shouting and questioning what double S-class and large-scale raid teams are even supposed to mean. This irritable man is Liu Gaijin, the new president of the Chinese Hunter Association. He grinds his teeth in frustration. They did not even care about the Chinese Association. Gaijin blames everything on Tae-hyun, calling him a complete bastard. Pulling open his drawer, Gaijin decides to use his final option. Left with no choice, he holds a USB drive. He approves using their secret ace, the research data they hard-earned from the Grey Abyss, as their absolute last resort. Leaning back in his chair, Gaijin mutters to himself, "President Jin, should I be grateful you at least left this behind?" While deep in thought, sudden screams echo from outside. Startled, he demands to know what is going on out there. Drops of blood seep under the door. A split second later, get ready for this, the door is violently blown open. A man with a mysterious voice steps inside, addressing Gaijin as the new president of the Chinese Hunter Association. The intruder politely apologizes for the sudden late-night visit, explaining he just returned from the Abyss and is still jet-lagged. Terrified, Gaijin stammers and asks who he is. The stranger confidently introduces himself as Min Ji-han. He is the leader of the Dark Guild, a mysterious figure whose level is shown only as a question mark. The next morning at the Neo-Korea Nightwalker Association, someone is already showing immense frustration over a suspected plot. Tae-hyun scowls, questioning why Neo-Korea dropped such a bombshell about wanting to conquer an unmapped dungeon all on their own. Tae-hyun sits quietly with his chin in his hand, offering a knowing smile as Tae-hyun recalls the frustrating situation. She remembers President Jin-hee looking utterly exhausted. Honestly, she is not sure whether she should laugh or cry. Pouring her heart out to Tae-hyun, she notes how awkward Jin-hee must feel. No matter how strong Tae-hyun is, what about everyone else? Right at that moment, Tae-hyun cuts her off, explaining that Neo-Korea cannot keep relying solely on his power forever. If other hunters do not grow, things will get incredibly difficult. Uncharted dungeons are actually their best chance to gain experience. Tae-hyun scratches her head and admits that makes a lot of sense, but questions if they really need to rush it. Tae-hyun continues, explaining that time is running out. From now on, he will be focusing his efforts in the Abyss. Upon hearing this, Tae-hyun suddenly freezes and stares at Tae-hyun. Her lips part as if to ask something, but she hesitates. She starts to reflect on how players are categorized into two completely different types, just like during the Asian-friendly tournament. The first type consists of those who explore the unknown deep levels of the Abyss to expand human territory. The second group fights outside the Abyss, stopping monsters from dungeon breaks and keeping the demonic beasts at bay. Tae-hyun used to operate mostly outside the Abyss, earning him his double S-class recognition. And yet, he is diving right in. But Tae-hyun has always had a clear goal. He ignores her questioning gaze, entirely focused on his own thoughts. The crucial clues about the king do not actually exist on Earth. They are hidden deep inside the dark abyss itself. If I stay tied down here, I will never reach my goal. But while I am gone, unexpected dangers could strike. To prepare for that dangerous moment, I have to help others grow stronger. Tae-hyun lets out a heavy sigh of defeat. She complains that Tae-hyun is completely unpredictable, almost as if he is living in an entirely different world. Her words accidentally hit the nail on the head. He truly has far too many secrets to keep, and those deep secrets are what keep him constantly moving forward, leaving everyone else scrambling behind to catch up. That secret skill of yours that went out of control before, it is not a normal skill, is it? Ah-young presses. She places her hands on the chair and slowly stands up. Walking right up to Tae-hyun, she demands to know who he really is. She stands there waiting, her gaze locked on Tae-hyun. He looks incredibly nervous and uneasy, completely unable to meet her eyes. He avoids her gaze. Still knowing he cannot stay quiet forever, Tae-hyun simply tells her that he has no interest in sharing. Caught completely off guard by his blunt response, Ah-hyung immediately demands an explanation, absolutely furious at his indifferent attitude. She snaps at him to stop joking around. In response, Tae-hyun gently explains that even if he told her, she would never believe it. He promises there will be a better time to explain everything, but as he speaks, his expression suddenly shifts. Tae-hyun pauses, a hint of sadness creeping into his soft smile, prompting Ah-hyung to step in and finish his thought for him. With a sharp glare, she asks if they need to sign an awakened contract. Tae-hyun immediately denies it. He insists he is not the type to break his word. Satisfied, she drops the questioning and moves on to another topic. She asks why he sought her out immediately after joining New Korea, and Tae-hyun gets straight to the point. He wants to recruit Ah-young into the New Korea raid team. However, she seems quite busy with other matters. Ah-young scoffs, mockingly reminding him that thanks to a certain someone, Ah-young has been bedridden and unable to do anything lately. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tae-hyun asks her to recommend a replacement, and she immediately realizes who he has in mind. She immediately guesses he means that young kid. Still, she grumbles about how incredibly cautious he is being by waiting for her permission. Tae-hyun rests his chin on his hand, staring out the window as he calmly replies that he would take him regardless. Talk about absolute confidence. Meanwhile, in another building, Kang-hyuk is laughing out loud, thrilled that Tae-hyun came looking for him just as he expected. With his lost arm fully healed by the Saintess, Kang-hyuk has proudly reclaimed his rank as the #1 tank in Korea. Nearby, Sung-jin pushes up his glasses with a sly grin, noting that he seems to be getting dragged into something massive again. Sitting with them is Jae-in, still holding one of the most powerful positions within the New Korea Association. While the other two are incredibly hyped, Ju-won looks quite hesitant, wondering if a former traitor like himself truly belongs there. Si-yang walks over and slaps him on the shoulder, reminding him to be grateful to Tae-hyun for giving him this second chance. Ever since the Asian player exhibition, both Ju-won and Si-yang have leveled up their skills and grown significantly stronger. Although New Korea's finest elites are gathered here, some wonder if the focus should really be on Ah-young instead. As the group chats among themselves, a sudden voice cuts through. Everyone turns around and stares in complete silence. Tae-hyun thanks them all for showing up on such short notice, assuming they have already heard the basic rundown of the situation. He formally announces that everyone in this room will be joining the brand new raid team he is currently putting together. The 5 hunters stand in silence, taking in his every word before Sung-jin decides to raise his hand and ask a question. He admits it is an honor to be handpicked by a SS rank, but questions if this plan is actually realistic. He points out that the unmapped dungeons are at least SS rank, while everyone here is still only S rank. Tae-hyun smiles, acknowledging their current rank, but explains he has been keeping a very close eye on all of them. He believes they all have the potential to reach national level or even beyond SS rank during this upcoming raid. This is their chance to prove it, and that includes Ah-young, who quietly places a hand over her chest. Though her mind is still spinning with endless doubts, she softly accepts his words, moved by his deep confidence in them. He assures them he is not just saying this to be nice. After all, they were all legendary SS ranks in his past life. That power-up was supposed to happen much later, but since the timeline has already shifted, he plans to accelerate everything. Kang-hyuk is practically bursting with excitement. Eager to get moving, he loudly declares that they should set off right away. He urges Tae-hyun to move fast, but rushing blindly into an unmapped dungeon is practically a death sentence. Adopting the serious, calculating tone of a true leader, Tae-hyun gives the group a cold reality check. He warns them that they will enter the dungeon in 1 month, but first they must survive his brutal training. Prepare to crawl through absolute hell and back. He flashes a downright wicked, scheming smile. Seeing that terrifying grin, the team can only mutter how incredibly scary he is, and honestly, can you blame them? At an unmapped opera house dungeon in France, heavy iron boots step onto the stage as Shin keeps a determined silence. Within a split second, a massive suit of armor envelops his body as he grips his sword with effortless practice ease. Shin slams his blade straight down into the floor, shattering the stone beneath him as another party member prepares to strike. A teammate runs over to praise her, amazed at how her power is always this terrifying. Meanwhile, the other members coordinate their attacks and defenses while casually chatting alongside other SS rank hunters who are also holding their own. What a monster team! With this strength, clearing the dungeon today is totally possible. As they fight hard, someone suddenly asks out loud if they have heard the latest news yet. Apparently, New Korea and Tae-hyun entered an unexplored dungeon today. The other guy responds in disbelief, calling Tae-hyun an idiot. Unexplored dungeons are no playground for kids, so what is he thinking, dragging S-rankers in there? Is he sending them to die just for pride? Too bad we cannot watch this disaster unfold. Out of everyone, only Shinji stays out of the gossip, listening quietly and casting a brief glance over. Meanwhile, inside the unexplored Snake Cave dungeon in Greece, Kang Hee-wook can no longer find any reason to laugh. He and Psy Gang, along with the rest of the team, are running for their lives from a colossal toxic python. This intense situation forces him to curse silently. He thinks they are dead, and if they keep this up, Tae-hyun will be the death of him. Since Tae-hyun is just watching from a safe distance, he casually smiles. Knowing the stakes, Kang Hee-wook warns the team. He yells at them to speed up unless they want a group punishment. Psy Gang grimaces and pleads with him. Psy Gang begs him to stop sprinting like a bullet, while Han looks like he is about to cry for his mom. As they keep running, Aeon suddenly squeezes her eyes shut, screaming that she cannot breathe. Tae-hyun, keeping a close eye on the situation, realizes they are moving like a storm. It seems all that hellish training is finally paying off. After running a bit more, the group suddenly stops. Sung-jin steps to the front and asks where they are. The strange structures blocking their path make him wonder what those weird stones are. Aeon cautiously approaches them. She soon realizes they are actually lifelike human statues. She tells the group these are not rocks but missing players. Before they can even catch their breath, a chilling howling wind sweeps through, striking terror into the entire group. They all look up as a creepy voice echoes, calling them foolish humans and telling them to step closer. Aeon turns pale with fear. The dungeon boss has finally appeared, a terrifying woman with a snake-like body and squirming serpents for hair. She proudly announces that today her Wall of Fame collection is getting some brand new additions. This terrifying monster is none other than the boss of the unexplored Greek dungeon, the double S-rank Medusa. Refusing to let his team face this nightmare alone, Tae-hyun steps forward and boldly asks who will actually end up as a decoration. He mocks her, saying his wallet could really use some fresh snake skin. Medusa's presence keeps them rooted to the spot. Aeon's face turns pale as she stammers that this is the ruler of the Snake Cave. The entire team grits their teeth in fear, wondering if they can truly defeat a double S-rank monster. Their bodies feel completely frozen under her chilling gaze. As fear begins to take over the rest of the team, Tae-hyun refuses to let them break. "What are you doing?" he yells to their frozen, hesitant feet. He tries to wake them up, demanding they remember all the hard work they put in over the last month. He warns them that if they set limits on themselves and quit now, they will never accomplish anything. Sung-jin and Aeon freeze for a second, but the horror slowly fades from their faces. He recovers his composure first. Hearing Tae-hyun's scolding, Sung-jin quickly pulls himself together, realizing their leader is absolutely right about them. They had trained relentlessly to break past their limits. Aeon bites her lip, resolving to fight regardless of the opponent. Even if the enemy is leagues ahead, Kang Hee-wook quickly regains his usual fiery enthusiasm, grinning as he steps up. He clicks his tongue and tells them to go all out. Standing tall, he raises his hand high in the air. He fiercely orders them to follow the plan, and the team instantly leaps forward, ready to strike. Each member uses their unique weapons and powers to confront Medusa. Aeon grips her giant hammer while Sung-jin brandishes his flame blade. Medusa watches with sheer boredom, mocking them for such a pathetic, half-hearted attempt. As Aeon gets dangerously close to Medusa, she lets out a loud battle cry. At the same time, Sung-jin falters slightly as Medusa moves her massive snake body. Han and Psy Gang focus on preparing their strongest skills. Medusa swiftly extends her arm toward them. Just then, Kang Hee-wook slams down a massive piece of wood. He uses it as a springboard to launch himself upward, laughing with complete contempt at her attack. Activating his beast spirit fusion ancient dragon form, he flies up while Sung-jin silently glides above him. Medusa only has a split second, but her sharp instincts kick in and she spins around to warn them not a chance. But she walks right into their trap, her massive arm freezing solid. The sudden attack catches her completely off guard. She glares down to find Aeon anchoring his massive hammer, which is actively freezing her arm in place. While she is temporarily pinned, Sung-jin flies forward to strike with his sword. Backing him up, Aeon hoists his hammer again. He calls down a freezing strike. Smashed by both brutal attacks at once, Medusa shrieks out in sheer agony. Her face contorts in pain, her mouth stretching wide to expose sharp fangs as the agonizing scream escapes. She finally shatters the ice, encasing her massive arm. Blinded by pure rage, Medusa is ready to lash out. She swings her golden staff forward, screaming a hateful curse at them, calling them nothing but miserable trash. Tae-hyun stays back silently, analyzing the players and watching to see which attacks actually damage a double S-rank boss. Mages, Tae-hyun and Han continuously pepper the beast with ranged magic, successfully blurring her vision from afar. While the tanks guard them, Sung-jin and Aeon tag team her blind spots, dealing steady damage without heavy finishers. Thinking of this, Tae-hyun suddenly narrows his eyes in alarm, sensing a major shift in the air. A double S rank monster won't just take a beating forever. Just as he predicted, Medusa is done playing around. She grinds her teeth furiously, declaring that playtime is officially over. A split second later, her mouth opens wide. She unleashes a deafening screech that shakes the entire space, slowing everyone's movements with her heavy mana. Tae-hyun already knows this boss pattern, instantly realizing she is winding up for a massive, devastating attack. She pulls back her trident, aiming the sharp tips at the party while declaring that they are all going to die. But right at that moment, she suddenly freezes, squinting her eyes in complete and utter confusion. She recounts the opponents in front of her and realizes one of them is completely gone, which is Kang-hyuk. He chuckles, having waited for this exact opening for so long, and she fell right into his trap. While Medusa hesitates, he vaults forward, driving a brutal punch directly into her abdomen and mocking her with a smirk. The devastating blow forces Medusa to double over in severe pain, her snake face twisting in agonizing defeat. Tae-hyun grins, deeply impressed by Kang-hyuk's perfect timing as their secret trump card finally hits home. Now the rest of the team unleashes the ultimate skills they have been saving. Seun fires her Starlight Beam. Han casts Magic Blow, Aeon summons Ice Storm, and Sung-jin triggers Shadow Blade. Lights blind the chamber. A devastating barrage of high-tier attacks rains down on Medusa, with relentless, overwhelming momentum from all sides. Hit by all 5 members at once, she can only scream in helpless defeat. Finally, the dust begins to settle. An eerie silence fills the chamber. Smoke drifts through the damp air, slowly clearing to reveal the aftermath. Medusa lies motionless on the cold stone floor, her eyes blank and jaw hanging open in disbelief. Han still can't quite believe what just happened, hesitantly asking the party if they really just won. Seun stares at the fallen monster with wide eyes, murmuring that the victory is absolutely incredible. Kang-hyuk laughs, boasting that his new ultimate move did the trick. Tae-hyun walks over, patting Aeon on the shoulder. Praising the team, he says they did great and that he always knew they could do it. Kang-hyuk playfully complains, asking Tae-hyun why he stood back the entire time without lifting a single finger. They just conquered an uncleared legendary dungeon, making him wonder if they are stronger than they initially thought. Tae-hyun looks down with a grim expression, somberly muttering that he wishes that were actually the case. His grim words instantly silence the entire group, prompting everyone to stare at him in utter confusion. Suddenly, an ominous purple light begins leaking out from Medusa's lifeless corpse, signaling immediate trouble ahead. A mysterious blue energy erupts from her body. The hunters can only watch with wide, fearful eyes. Why hasn't the main gate closed yet, making them wonder if this is actually a double dungeon? Before they can even process this, a massive new monster emerges, asking if the gatekeeper really fell. It is a massive pink-scaled dragon with glowing armor extending from its head down to its spine. It looks around, remarking how strange the situation is while glaring at the frozen hunters with mismatched eyes. It sneers that it doesn't see anyone strong enough to kill Medusa, revealing itself as the second boss. This is the true double dungeon master, Basilisk, rank double S+, and Han feels his head spin. This beast is on an entirely different level. Sung-jin and Kang-hyuk feel like they're right back at square one. They curse under their breath, realizing they can't even move their limbs. And wait, when did Aeon turn to stone? But Tae-hyun is still completely fine and untouched. He suddenly steps forward, his hands clenching as if he's about to make a move. One by one, the rest of the team is petrified into lifeless statues. Tae-hyun remains the only one completely immune to the curse. The basilisk sneers, asking if he's the one who took down Medusa. But Tae-hyun remains silent, offering no response at all. His face is dark and completely devoid of emotion. Seeing the silence, the basilisk scoffs in confusion, and Tae-hyun merely glances back. He points behind him, claiming those guys over there did it. The basilisk is utterly disgusted, asking him in a highly arrogant tone. Those absolute nobodies, unbelievable. But then Tae-hyun triggers his trash talk mode, immediately clapping back at the giant creature's ridiculous pride. Did your lazy lackeys skip training because they were too arrogant? Frankly, I don't see anything special about them at all. So what makes their master any different? Tae-hyun plays dumb, but his dripping sarcasm completely mocks the monster's fragile ego. This drives the basilisk absolutely insane. It growls as if Tae-hyun is beneath it, demanding if this mere human knows his place. Furious, its eyes bulge as smoke billows from its snout. It forms its mouth into a jagged spear-like shape, ready to strike. But suddenly, the basilisk's expression turns into pure confusion and dread. It shrieks in agony as if some invisible force is tormenting it. A single black feather drifts lazily through the air. The beast looks up, its jaw dropping in a hilarious display of utter shock. Tae-hyun stands there with crossed arms, looking terrifyingly cold. He summoned massive feathered wings that burst right through his own back. The basilisk is horrified. Tae-hyun's eyes glow a fierce predatory crimson. With supreme confidence, he issues a cold declaration. He looks at the double dungeon master. You're about to find out who's truly the weak one here. Tae-hyun draws his signature weapon. Pointing the razor-sharp edge toward the beast, he dashes past in a flash, letting his blade tear right through its tough hide. But the basilisk won't go down that easily. Angrily, it roars out, "This guy is running around like an annoying fly. Is running all you can do?" It lunges at Tae-hyun from behind, but his blood eyes instantly predict the silent ambush. He spins around to face the threat. In a split second, Tae-hyun delivers a vicious slash, slicing into another part of its body. Blood sprays as the basilisk screeches in agonized fury. Completely unfazed, Tae-hyun calmly taunts his massive opponent. Getting this mad over a single insect, a mere crawling lizard, shouldn't be acting so high and mighty in front of anyone. This is a unique grade, Relic, the unique double S rank reward of Valhalla. The basilisk finally senses Tae-hyun's true strength. "How do you know how to use Ajumun's power? You think you're so special?" The monster roars, unleashing a massive aura. "Don't get ahead of yourself." The beast exposes its trump card. "You're not the only one who received a Grand Duke's blessing." Suddenly, torrents of water engulf the entire area, forming a massive whirlpool. The basilisk's booming voice echoes through the waves. "This is the Demon Sea, the ultimate power granted by Great Duke Chakmun." Its arrogant voice claims, "This water is endless and absolute. Do you really think Ajumun's strength can defeat me?" The monster suddenly surges up from the depths, jaws wide open to swallow Tae-hyun. But Tae-hyun simply smiles back. "This isn't a mere Grand Duke's power." He raises his hand, channeling a blinding red energy. "This is the power of the king." The basilisk gasps in shock, but it's too late. A red dragon crashes down onto the water. Suddenly, Kwon Kang-hyuk snaps out of his nightmare, looking completely dazed as he returns to reality. Around him, the other members are waking up too. He screams out, asking where that damn giant lizard went. Tae-hyun just smiles calmly, sliding his blade back into his inner pocket. He confidently tells them that while everyone was petrified, he took care of it. And just like that, the unconquered Greek dungeon is cleared. Aeon stares in pure awe, and honestly, who wouldn't when someone solos a double S-rank beast like it's nothing? Tae-hyun is truly built different. But Kwon Kang-hyuk is furious, grabbing him by the collar to demand some serious answers. Why didn't he mention this was a double dungeon? Tae-hyun just shrugs, pretending to be totally clueless about the whole thing. But Si-jeong obviously doesn't buy it after all. This guy always knows everything. She stammers, asking what he really meant by that. Tae-hyun casually adjusts his coat, brushing off her concerns. He tells her not to sweat the details since the job is done anyway. He proudly claims he did his part. With a smile, he praises the team, saying their performance was way beyond his expectations. Of course, this was all calculated. He knew all along that this unconquered Greek dungeon had a hidden second floor. Yet he chose it as their starting point on purpose, wanting to push them to their absolute limits in a near-death scenario. Smiling softly, he hopes they'll keep striving quietly, wishing for them to grow even stronger in the battles to come. A glowing blue gate finally appears, symbolizing their path forward. Tae-hyun is secretly building a solid foundation for their future. He wants to ensure they can stand strong, protecting this place even when he's no longer around. They step out into the bright light. Camera flashes pop as reporters crowd around. They are always so nosy. The undefeated Paris dungeon, long considered completely impossible to conquer, has finally fallen after all these years. Could the association president please share a few words about this historic achievement? Rapid questions flood in. Was anyone hurt? Where is the next raid? Vincent calmly adjusts his posture. "I will give you all plenty of time to ask your questions." He is completely used to this. "Please, just go one at a time." Suddenly, a reporter's phone buzzes loudly. The moment he answers, he screams out, "What? Is that actually true?" Like a wave of pure shock spreading through the crowd. Every single reporter checks their phone, muttering one name: Neo, South Korea. Before Vincent can even process what is happening, someone behind him speaks up. News about the Neo South Korea raid team has already leaked. Marcus quickly pulls up the latest reports. No, that is not it. His glasses reflect the blue screen. "Neo South Korea," he mutters in disbelief. "They cleared the unmapped dungeon." Grego cannot believe his ears. Is this a joke? How did a bunch of S-ranks who are not even national-level forces clear the serpent nest? Marcus goes on, having gathered all the available data, and casts a brief glance at him. He mentions that the unconquered dungeon in Greece was actually a double dungeon. This sounds absolutely ridiculous. Tae-hyun aside, not a single person on the team suffered an injury. Is Neo, South Korea's combat power, seriously this insane? At that very moment, a mocking chuckle echoes in front of a replaying video. "We really got upstaged, didn't we?" Kevin remarks casually. The main star of this event was supposed to be the United States. His competitive drive takes a hit, meaning they must push forward even faster now. Right after the news about the raid team broke, led by Tae-hyun of Neo, South Korea, the United States, and the World Hunter Association, were heavily provoked immediately, launching raid after raid. And regardless of their original intentions, the world is rapidly stabilizing itself. Somewhere deep within a dense jungle, a facility remains under heavy, strict guard. Stop right there. No one is allowed to enter without direct official authorization. An older man easily blows the guards away with a single wave of his hand, a task simpler than breathing for him. How dare a bunch of low-level demon-human trash try to block my path, he sneers. He is an S-rank hunter, the president of Tae-hyun Group, Lee Jung-soo. He boldly strides inside. Suddenly, a deep, eerie voice echoes from the darkness of the room. The tone is thick with threat. I do not recall giving anyone permission to waltz in here as they please, Chairman Jung-soo. He frowns and raises his voice, snapping back. Gaddis is not only completely useless, but shameless too. Do you not know why I am here? Jung-soo reminds them of their initial deal to eliminate Tae-hyun, but now the kid has reached SS rank, making him virtually untouchable. Today, he is absolutely determined to settle the score. He is burning with rage because Tae-hyun led a joint raid team linked with the four great guilds, making Tae-hyun Group lose its standing. Gritting his teeth, he mentions his son, his chosen successor, who is now a useless vegetable who has not even woken up. Jung-soo roars out, how do you expect me to keep holding back? In contrast, the voice from the shadows remains perfectly calm. I understand your anger, but as I have told you before, black slime rises. Jung-soo suddenly feels a cold shiver run down his spine. The stranger's voice is now whispering right behind his neck. Tae-hyun is aiming for a much bigger picture. Tentacles wrapped tightly around his guards. What on earth is this? Chairman Jung-soo whips his head around. How did this guy get behind him so quickly? The masked figure speaks in a low tone. Tae-hyun's bizarre growth caught us off guard, but we have not given up yet. Sooner or later, he will inevitably clash with us. A gloved hand reaches out. Now let us talk business. Jung-soo freezes up. What? The masked man patiently explains that this is the very object Gaddis stole from the Chinese Hunter Association along with the research data extracted from it. He conjures a small vial, his red eyes glowing in the dark. An intelligent man like the chairman surely knows how to use this to benefit Tae-hyun, right? Jung-soo seems to make a quick calculation. A smirk plays on his lips. Now we are finally speaking the same language. A devious, triumphant smile spreads across his wicked face. Going back when the Blue Gate appeared, the World Hunter Association declared their goal to conquer every single unmapped dungeon within 1 year. One by one, hunters slowly began emerging from them. And now with Neo, South Korea entering the very last unmapped dungeon located in Mexico, every single unconquered gate on Earth has officially ceased to exist. With a massive sigh of relief, Jin speaks up in a thoroughly satisfied tone. Everything is finally over. At first, I honestly thought this was impossible, but we actually pulled it off. Kang. He whoop beams with energy, his face bright. To be honest, I am actually kind of sad that there is nothing left to clear. Lately, I have been in absolute peak condition. Sejang suddenly speaks up. You are the guildmaster of Wonamiro, right? How long do you plan to ignore your duties? He casually folds his hands behind his back and lets out a confident laugh. My guild has an incredibly outstanding secretary after all. Han sighs in pity. Poor Secretary Kim. Aeon comes running from a distance shouting for everyone to wait up. Now that they are gathered, every player from Neo, South Korea has reached national-level combat power. Tae-hyun is highly confident. If he keeps progressing like this, reaching double S rank is only a matter of time. He looks down at his own hands, sensing the perfect time has arrived. It is not just his allies who have grown, he has too. Conquering those unexplored dungeons has boosted his raw power significantly. Perhaps the time is finally here. Arriving in front of a massive building, a welcoming voice echoes from inside. Long time no see, Sir Jae-sun calls out, eagerly stepping forward. Oh, you finally came. The older researcher happily shakes hands with the hunter Tae-hyun. As they sit down over warm tea, Tae-hyun congratulates him on the great news. He heard that Jae-sun was appointed as the skill research director for the association. Jae-sun chuckles, waving off the compliment politely. There is nothing to celebrate, Jae-sun says, sipping his tea in disbelief. An old man who had lost all hope yet somehow allowed to redeem himself and live this way. It still feels like a dream. Jae-sun looks up, admitting it is all thanks to the young hunter. Tae-hyun smiles warmly, remembering how it happened. After their initial meeting, Jae-sun decided to turn himself in. He confessed to the association about his dark experiments on the demon-possessed humans. Jae-sun was allowed to continue his research, though. This was thanks to Tae-hyun's personal plea and Chairman Jin Hee's decision, who highly valued the brilliant old man's talent. Now he is an official association member working for the Awakened of New Korea. Sensing something unusual, Jae-sun asks him directly, "What brings the busiest man in the world to my office? Surely you did not drop by just to have a friendly chat." Tae-hyun gets straight to the point, admitting he actually has a favor to ask. Jae-sun is more than ready to help. Is there really something you still need my help with? Jae-sun asks. Tell me, I will do absolutely anything I can. Tae-hyun makes his surprising request, stating he wants a few skills. Jae-sun is completely baffled since he already did that. Tae-hyun clarifies his plan. He wants to refuse a skill already fused once. Jae-sung grows anxious. Fusing an already fused skill, he gasps in shock. Get this, no one has ever dared to try this. If mana skyrockets too fast, it could backfire and destroy your body. Jae-sung desperately tries to stop him, pointing out his current power. This reckless path could kill him, but Tae-hyun's resolve is absolute. He has to achieve it. His current strength is not enough. He must risk it. Jae-sung is the only one who can help. The director stands frozen in disbelief. Tae-hyun offers a calm smile, assuring the older man that he has already prepared himself. He has a body ready for this. Jae-sung sighs, defeated. He cannot win against him. Leading him to the chamber, Jae-sung explains. This room was built using the absolute most advanced technology of the alchemists. That machine is fitted with high-tier magic stones to push his skill enhancement to the maximum, though it is his first run. Jae-sung asks one final time. There is no going back. Is Tae-hyun ready? Yes, anytime. Jae-sung hesitates, then hovers his hand over the switch. A massive surge of electricity erupts, wrapping around the hunter to begin the fusion. The glowing current intensifies with every passing second. Tae-hyun stands calm inside the chamber. Suddenly, a mysterious entity appears with a satisfied smile, whispering that choosing him was right. The figure gently touches Tae-hyun's forehead, murmuring that a human body still has structural limits when controlling such massive mana. Deciding to lend a helping hand, the entity channels energy. Tae-hyun's eyes snap wide open as the system interface flares up. Rank S. A mysterious power forces his limits open. A massive awakening begins. The dangerous experiment is a complete success, registering his new skills. Tae-hyun opens his eyes, staring down at his hands. He pulls up his status screen. Name Kim Tae-hyun, age 20, S-class. Stamina 268, mana 389. Strength is 210, fatigue 20%. His unique skill is predation. It allows him to devour targets. Active skills include complete hypnosis plus blood rampage to boost his stats. There is also Eyes of a Greater Monster to analyze enemies and Apocalypse to manifest an infinite spatial domain. Dragon Rage releases an overwhelming mana pressure, and Monsterification allows him to transform his body into a beastly form. Demon Saliva coats his mana in lethal poison, but his absolute trump cards are his newly enhanced legendary summons. He can summon the Queen of Succubi, Rosalia, or manifest the ultimate dragon, Lord Hazard, to annihilate everything. He stands there quietly inspecting his status. His powers did not just combine, they were fully reorganized and optimized. It could be that his newly acquired S-class rank finally allowed his mind to fully perceive these deep hidden abilities. Suddenly, Go Tae-wook rushes down the hallway, slamming the door open in a panic. He shouts, demanding to know what happened. Finding Jae-sung collapsed, he cries out for the director. Jae-sung gasps that he is all right, but Go Tae-wook remains deeply worried. Jae-sung looks back toward the core of the chamber, whispering that they are witnessing a truly legendary moment. A moment later, he opens his eyes. There it is, that massive building. Jin-hee sits with crossed arms beside Tae-guk. Tae-hyun is sitting opposite them, sweating and anxious. He probably knew this was coming. Now a light scolding follows. The president gently warns the player that destroying association property is a total no-go. Tae-hyun scratches his head in deep embarrassment, offering a quick apology, while Jin-hee looks on with sheer amazement. Still considering everything Tae-hyun has achieved so far, the president decides to handle the matter quietly. Fusion, huh? He has pulled off yet another impossible feat. The president curiously asks if he feels different. Tae-hyun takes a quick look over himself to check. Power floods through him. He even wants to jump straight into a dungeon right now. Tae-hyun is totally pumped, especially since he has a new Grand Duke skill. Whatever it is, he is dying to test it out immediately. The president sighs with genuine regret. He wanted to watch, but he cannot hold back someone as incredibly busy as Tae-hyun. Jin-hee strokes her chin. A sudden thought. There is actually a special task waiting for him. The president asks how he will handle the requests sent by the World Player Association. Tae-hyun asks what it is as Jin-hee mentions Tae-hyun. Nearby, a player is sharpening a blade. Another is busy stretching. Sarah McQueen turns to look at Jeffrey in silence as Jin-hee explains the mission details. They want him as an examiner for the new SS license test. Tae-hyun is thrilled. Is the selection starting already? Time flies. The other candidates stare in shock. Is that really Tae-hyun? They are full of excitement and highly curious about this man. The one compared directly to Cody. Their eyes lock onto the famous SS player. Just then, Vincent walks over to welcome him. Tae-hyun turns around. Vincent warmly thanks him for joining. With everyone officially gathered, Vincent gestures to introduce another SS player, Thomas Pravin, who had already arrived. Next, Vincent happily introduces Cody, loudly announcing that the 3 SS players will be the official examiners. No test could possibly be fairer. Vincent then turns to the group, asking how they want to proceed. The association originally proposed a points system based on player skills. Hearing this, Cody looks quite thoughtful. But Tae-hyun objects. No need for complicated stuff. Tae-hyun speaks up and suddenly he unleashes a massive crushing pressure right there in the room. Vincent grits his teeth in total confusion at Tae-hyun's sudden display. Tae-hyun explains that what a player ultimately needs is grit and strength. Just see who gets knocked down to measure their true strength. Plus, they can test their combat skills at the same time. It is basically two birds with one stone. Vincent frantically tries to intervene, calling this method far too violent, but Cody is. Finding it fun, Cody unleashes an equally fierce aura. Tae-hyun smiles, watching them closely, and Cody eagerly agrees to join in. Vincent backs away, completely baffled. He can understand Tae-hyun, but Cody participating makes another staff member sweat with intense worry. They worry this sudden change will ruin their plans, leaving everyone anxious about the insane difficulty of the upcoming exam. Back in the testing hall, Vincent announces the final decision. The exam will indeed proceed as a direct combat test. Vincent then requests the three examiners to divide the candidates up and take direct charge of their respective testing groups. Vincent quickly assigns training room number 1 to Tae-hyun, while training room number 2 goes directly to examiner Thomas Proven. Jeffrey is highly annoyed by this, grumbling that these examiners just got lucky reaching SS first and are now showing off. Sarah McQueen quickly warns him to stop before someone overhears them, but Jeffrey keeps complaining loudly anyway without a single care. Jeffrey loudly insists that since the SS rank was only established last year, they simply lack the time to accumulate accomplishments. In a direct clash, they would not necessarily lose. Jeffrey then looks straight at Sarah, speaking his mind directly to her. She cannot hide under her master's shadow forever. Sarah, his ambition is burning, and today, he wants to crush their pride completely. The one who irritates Jeffrey the absolute most is that cocky Tae-hyun. Just then, Tae-hyun calmly steps inside the room to greet the rookies. He warmly introduces himself as Tae-hyun, the examiner appointed directly by the World Player Association for this test. Tae-hyun calmly explains that the rule of his test is incredibly simple. They only need to land a single successful hit directly on him. Sounds easy, right? The rookies are completely baffled, wondering if just one solid hit is really all it takes to pass this exam. If so, this test is way easier than expected. Tae-hyun is naturally confident, but Tae-hyun knows it is an impossible task, so he smugly tells them all to attack at once. At first, the nervous rookies just freeze up, not daring to move a muscle. Losing his temper, Jeffrey is the first to charge, yelling at him that joking around has a limit. He strikes hard. Sarah McQueen tries to stop him, but Tae-hyun stands his ground without a hint of fear as Jeffrey closes the distance. With veins bulging on his tensed arms, Jeffrey strikes with full power. But Tae-hyun simply swings a single fist and blasts him away. Sarah McQueen winces at the loud crash as Jeffrey hits the floor. Wearing a highly confident grin, Tae-hyun declares that one candidate is officially eliminated. Jeffrey groans in pain, leaving Sarah utterly terrified. She quickly warns the remaining rookies about him not to attack blindly out of rage. But the moment she speaks, the rest of the rookies charge together. They attack all at once, seeking any weakness. Tae-hyun drops them easily. One tries a sneak attack and Tae-hyun spins. A brutal kick. They surround him on all sides, but he simply lifts his foot and charges like a beast. Tae-hyun dismantles them effortlessly. One opponent glares up in absolute rage, so Tae-hyun stomps his hand, completely shattering the stone beneath. He kicks him away. Sarah McQueen stands frozen. Despite all their desperate rushes, they can't even touch him. Another competitor cowers in fear, wondering if he is a literal monster. Tae-hyun approaches the survivors, sighing at how disappointing they are. The others were smart enough not to rush in, but Tae-hyun grabs one by the throat, challenging them for standing frozen. No movement. He asks if they plan to stay glued to the spot. Sarah McQueen looks down, proposing a plan. She asks if they can try her plan. Sarah McQueen steps forward bravely while Tae-hyun stands waiting. Suddenly, glowing leaves flutter around. Sarah McQueen prepares her stance. Tae-hyun crosses his arms in amusement, muttering that he expected a strategy, not just some skill activation. Can she take him head-on? Their attacks clash, and Tae-hyun is genuinely surprised she managed to block. Her hands shake violently as blood drips from her mouth. Sarah McQueen screams out to the group, urging them to strike together and bring him down. Another player realizes her strategy. Tae-hyun flashes a dark grin, realizing she's trying to play the sacrificial lamb just to pin him down. His power core glows bright as thick black smoke wraps around the area. The other players instantly panic, desperately shouting to find out what is happening. Completely blinded, a player clutches his throat, gasping for air. Another screams for help as Tae-hyun counts his skills. Monarch World, Monarch Presence, and Binding Chains. He is stacking a total of 6 different skills together, counting his lowest tier abilities too. Another player completely breaks, crying that this is unfair and quitting on the spot. It is too late. Senses fade. Tae-hyun planned every detail, crushing gravity-bound bodies and heavily debuffed stats. Average low-tier players never stood a single chance, and honestly, is pretty wild that she is still holding on. Sarah McQueen is incredibly determined to survive. Her master taught her never to quit because keeping the fight alive always brings a hidden chance. Slowly, Tae-hyun recognizes her unique pattern. She is absorbing the surrounding mana, channeling it to boost her own stats. Now he gets why she withstood his attack. She fed on everyone else's magic. Tae-hyun suddenly releases his grip and Sarah McQueen immediately throws a punch. A golden opportunity. She strikes, but Tae-hyun stands perfectly still. Suddenly, she realizes her body is frozen. Tae-hyun easily slips past her, casting a cold gaze back. He admits that even though she missed, her effort is highly commendable. He is willing to count it as a decent strike. Tae-hyun looks at her and officially declares that Sarah McQueen has passed. Tae-hyun knows that this girl with the terraforming skill is destined to become the true hope of America. A double S rank player clearly has different potential from the start. Tae-hyun silently wonders about the mentor she mentioned earlier. He realizes her master is Cody. Tae-hyun silently sends his congratulations to him. Suddenly, the official system notification arrives. The exam is finally over. Vincent anxiously demands to know the results, but the staff member simply stutters in fear. The assistant stammers that only Sarah McQueen from America passed. Vincent turns extremely pale, realizing this is a total disaster. Everything ruined. Vincent's grand plans lie completely crushed by Tae-hyun's rogue actions and the rise of New Korea. The World Player Association lost its grip on the unexplored dungeons, and this licensing exam was supposed to win back their power. Yet Tae-hyun passed only one person while Cody and Thomas chose absolutely nobody. This entire exam was rushed from the start. The staff member calls out anxiously. Vincent sighs, asking what else is wrong. They report that Cody wants the top training room. Cody apparently wants a direct showdown with Tae-hyun. Vincent is left completely speechless at the insane news. Face to face, the two powerhouses stand directly opposite each other, perfectly primed for a devastating battle. Surrounded by smoke and shattered stone, Tae-hyun calmly crosses his arms, offering congratulations because Cody's disciple passed. He notes that Cody surely did not come all this way just to hear that, asking what he really wants. Cody responds that Tae-hyun must be starving for a real fight, noting that nobody else here can satisfy him either. Walking closer, Cody remarks that they are cut from the same cloth. Tae-hyun watches silently as the older hunter proposes a clash, a duel. Hearing this, a sharp smirk spreads across Tae-hyun's face as he relishes the sudden invitation. He admits he always expected they would fight eventually, though he never imagined it would happen under these chaotic circumstances. Clenching his fist, Tae-hyun does not care what Cody's hidden motives are because he also wants to test his own limits. Tae-hyun releases an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, completely confident in his chances of going head-to-head with the absolute strongest. Meanwhile, their tense confrontation is being closely monitored on a screen. The secret observer tilts his head in utter shock. What now? If rank 1 and rank 2 in the entire world clash, absolute total destruction follows. Shouldn't we stop them? Someone asks. Vincent sighs helplessly, replying, as if we can stop them, just let them do whatever they want. This completely catches the other person off guard. But Vincent immediately cuts them off, ordering instead to announce that all the footage will be recorded. The recent double S-class exam was a total failure, so they must salvage something. He rests his chin on his hand, calculating. Gathering data on those two might even bring in an unexpected media boom. Soon, the entire room begins to glow with blue light from the monitors. I will take full responsibility, so let them proceed. A loud announcement suddenly blares, drawing the attention of Tae-hyun. The system grants permission to use the facilities, but clearly warns that all proceedings here will be recorded by the association. Hearing this, Tae-hyun softly gasps, so that is how it is. Cody calmly grabs his shoulder, saying, no problem, once we begin, all of those recording devices will become completely useless anyway. Tae-hyun glances over with interest, surprised that a person like Cody would actually make the first move. Unfazed, Cody cracks his knuckles. Is this not good news for you? He asks. You are still aiming for my #1 spot, right? Tae-hyun acts surprised me, then overflowing with confidence, he gets into his battle stance. You already know if I wanted to, I could take that rank from you at any time. Hearing this, Cody's face instantly darkens with a cold glare. So that is how it is. That slick tongue of yours is your real weapon. But that will not work on me. Suddenly, their fists collide with absolute power, creating a shockwave that tears the air apart. Tae-hyun, shrouded in a heavy, murderous aura, swiftly throws a massive punch. Cody frowns, barely dodging as the blow strikes empty space. Suddenly, Cody lunges from behind, throwing a devastating, power-packed fist straight toward his head. But Tae-hyun easily evades with a dangerous smirk. Immediately, he counters with an overwhelming technique of his own, his eyes staring straight ahead as expected. Through the thick cloud of dust, Cody's cold face emerges. He has successfully blocked the deadly counterattack. Both their strength and speed are closely matched. Without wasting a second, Tae-hyun delivers a brutal kick straight into Cody's stomach, who firmly catches himself on the ground with his hands. This next move will decide the fight. He resolves, eyes darkening as he reaches out to activate his skill, Apocalypse. Dark energy erupts like a pitch-black fog, quickly wrapping around Cody's legs with glowing red chains. Within seconds, even Cody's arms are completely bound. His eyes widen in pure shock. Such a terrifying surge of power, and there was absolutely no database record of this skill. Tae-hyun simply smirks through the thick, dark bloodlust. You still have so much to learn about me, he laughs as Cody's hand quickly materializes a glowing golden sword. Today, I'm going to show you everything. Cody swings his blade, shattering the heavy chains to pieces. If that is all you've got, you cannot hope to defeat me. In an instant, a glowing suit of golden armor wraps around his body. Sword in hand, Cody charges forward. Tae-hyun does not panic, merely chuckling at how his opponent shattered the Apocalypse chains through sheer brute force. Truly impressive. Pulling out his own hidden weapon, Tae-hyun smoothly parries the fierce incoming attack. Their blades clash, unleashing a shockwave so intense that the ground beneath them cracks open. Nearby debris is blown into the air and instantly sliced in half. Moving like a ghost, Tae-hyun easily evades the relentless slashes of Cody's sword. Then his swift counterattack forces Cody to raise his blade in defense. The two trade blows, completely tearing up the terrain. Massive boulders are sent flying and instantly diced to pieces. Tae-hyun's expression remains completely blank, but his chest is pounding. Staring at Cody's wild, battle-hungry face, he feels a raw, thrilling excitement, something he has never felt before. This guy is without a doubt the strongest. Their faces twist with pure excitement as they clash. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, screens start flickering with heavy static. Vincent grits his teeth, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Below him, the panicked staff shout, "Are all the cameras dead? Contact tech support and send someone to the field immediately." But one employee hesitates. It is too dangerous. They will get crushed. Hearing this, Vincent decisively turns around, saying, "I will go myself." The assistant next to him panics, trying to stop the president. But Vincent looks grim. The highest-level training room was built to withstand dozens of double S-class players fighting simultaneously. Yet these two seem to be operating far beyond that level. Tae-hyun wipes his bloodied lip and laughs. "If we keep this up, the entire building will collapse before we finish this." Cody, fully clad in his heavy armor, readily agrees. "I agree. So why do you not stop hiding your real power and end this already?" Gripping the hilt of his weapon, Tae-hyun simply smirks. "I have been going all out this entire time." But Cody immediately snaps back. "Do not lie." Hidden behind his armored mask, Cody's eyes flash with a dangerous light. "Tae-hyun, you still have not used the power of the Archduke, have you?" Hearing those words, Tae-hyun's expression instantly stiffens in disbelief. "Cody, how do you know about that?" he demands. Cody immediately replies, "You are not the only one who knows this secret at the deepest floor of the abyss." Cody raises his sharp blade high, speaking proudly, "I am also someone who contracted with a Grand Duke." As his eyes focus, he locks onto Kim Tae-hyun's utterly dazed face, demanding to know which beast he signed a contract with. He forces a faint smile. It seems China's Liu Bing and Jiang Long aren't the only ones who contracted with a Grand Duke. Never did he expect someone like Cody to be a Grand Duke's contractor. Kim Tae-hyun slowly sheathes his weapon. Since Cody only mentions Grand Dukes, he clearly doesn't know about the king. Kim Tae-hyun immediately unleashes his hellfire-like aura. Keeping his ultimate trump card hidden remains his best move. Meanwhile, Cody, sizing him up, asks if he is using Vampire Lord Amon's power. Kim Tae-hyun frowns while Cody's chest crest begins to glow and shift his armor, wrapping him in a dark purple energy. A strange magical power flows through his sword, and a massive set of wings bursts from his back with absolute dominance. This is the fallen angel Lucifer form. Cody calmly suggests they end this right here. Deeply focused, Kim Tae-hyun launches forward, his foot digging deep before throwing his entire body off the ground. The training room trembles under a monstrous explosion, burying the entire hall in thick smoke. The observers at the door are shaken. Vincent grits his teeth, shielding his face as he wonders what happened to Cody and Kim Tae-hyun. Cody speaks up with total composure. He mentions that their visitors have arrived. Kim Tae-hyun looks up without a change in expression, agreeing that it seems so. At this point, Kim Tae-hyun's claws and Cody's blade are locked against each other's throats. Let's call it a draw for now. Cody's armor vanishes as he promises their next meeting will be in the abyss. Kim Tae-hyun's mana also begins to fade away. Vincent rushes in with deep concern, asking if both players are alright. Kim Tae-hyun walks past his opponent with a faint smile. Apologizing for going a bit too far with the ruckus, Kim Tae-hyun requests they handle the aftermath. Vincent reaches out in shock, calling for Kim Tae-hyun to wait. But the young hunter doesn't stop continuing his quiet exit. It is truly time to move on. Meanwhile, in the abyss, a dark, terrifying energy fills the demon palace. Flames of darkness flicker as the palace faces a sudden, violent attack, extinguishing the candles and leaving only wisps of smoke. An annoyed woman sighs, finding it ridiculous. Resting her chin on her hand, Rosalia notes his stubborn nature never changes. Looking at the broken wall, she fumes at the intruder for destroying an artifact she is still paying off. A furious rival clenches his fist, wondering if she wants a power war. He is ready to fight. But Eamon suggests a simpler way for both of them, his fist punching another gaping hole into the wall. Eamon demands she summon Cody, her contractor. Rosalia remains completely unfazed, sitting quietly in her throne. She mockingly asks why he wants her contractor, questioning if he is still obsessed with the Wyban Iron Horse incident. Scowling, he snaps that he is not here for petty matters and orders her to stop playing games. Confronting her, Eamon demands to know how her contractor is using his divine power without his explicit permission. Hearing this, Rosalia bursts into laughter, realizing the recent rumors about his contracted partner were actually true. She continues to mock him, suggesting that Amon's power might just suit her contractor better than her own. His face grows even darker. Amon orders Rosalia to spill whatever secret she is keeping from him. Rosalia chuckles behind her hand, her massive wings spreading as she unleashes an incredibly oppressive heavy aura. Amon doesn't back down, releasing his own overwhelming power in response, asking if he looks like he's begging. Standing tall, Rosalia calls her beloved pets to clear the way as giant, furious tentacles burst from her body. She declares that this arrogant vampire needs to be taught a lesson in manners. Rosalia points her finger forward. Her massive tentacles lash out instantly, triggering a colossal explosion. Yet Amon remains completely unscathed. Crackling with lightning-like energy, Amon sneers, mockingly asking how a decaying corpse thinks she can lecture him. Unleashing his iron sword magic, he fires countless sharp blades forward, but Rosalia easily blocks them with her tentacles. Mocking him, she reminds him they share the same roots and asks why his wrinkled face is trying to insult her. But this time, Amon flies in himself with giant sword energy, only for her tentacles to wrap tightly around his ankle. He grimaces as the tentacle violently hurls him across the room. Rosalia immediately presses her advantage. Her relentless barrage turns the battlefield into a series of massive explosions. Light and magic crash into the earth. She dives down from the sky with her terrifying horde of tentacles. This combined force shakes the entire area. Tremors ripple through the land, kicking up a massive dust storm as her feet touch the ground. Rosalia stands proudly amidst the wreckage she created, staring down at the massive pool of blood before her. Suddenly, the pool of blood moves as sharp crimson spikes impale Rosalia from behind. The legendary blood spear. Igmoon triumphantly wields his weapon. He rises reborn from a pool of blood, mockingly questioning Rosalia's own second heir. Pressing a blade to her neck, he warns her to be careful, but Rosalia shows absolutely no fear of him. She tilts her face and smiles. Blood drips from her lips, but her hidden eye begins to glow dangerously. What is my authority's true form? Her highly dangerous query leaves Igmoon completely frozen on the spot. Everything around them freezes. Magical frost coats his weapon as the extinguished candles suddenly flicker back to life. Sitting on her throne, Rosalia projects massive eyes in the air, dominating the flow of magic around them. Igmoon watches grimly. This eerie virtual domain is her personal space, built entirely on powerful illusions. Rosalia tilts her head. She softly smiles, noting this is where a priestess reaches her absolute peak. She mocks him for sending a mere avatar instead of his real body, which absolutely infuriates Igmoon to his core. He growls in fury, promising to bring his real body. Rosalia simply cuts him off, saying it is unnecessary. With a highly cunning smirk, she offers to satisfy his curiosity, citing old memories as her only reason. Sitting leisurely on her throne, Rosalia asks if he wants to know why her contractor can wield his power. She speaks of the moon's memory inside him, a legendary force that once made all Grand Dukes kneel. This terrifying truth completely shocks him. It is impossible, he mutters as a smirk plays on Rosalia's lips. Her cold voice echoes. She explains her contractor is the key just as Tae-hyun arrives at the door. Tae-hyun looks surprised. Seeing the crowded room, he steps inside and asks why everyone is gathered here. The group turns to look at him, recognizing player Tae-hyun as he slowly steps forward into the room. Marcus steps up to explain. They were waiting for Tae-hyun's return, but somehow missed the Global Player Association. Tae-hyun remains quiet and exceptionally serious. He gets straight to the point, asking what they need from him. Marcus offers to be direct, while Jihan and Go Tae-wook stand nearby, looking incredibly tense and anxious. Bowing deeply to a startled Tae-hyun, Marcus officially requests his assistance on behalf of the American Player Association. Tae-hyun responds carefully. Marcus quietly adjusts his glasses, his expression growing exceptionally grim as he thinks of the abyss. He recalls the creepy abyss. One of their players recently entered those dark depths and completely vanished without a trace. They launched a massive search and rescue mission alongside the World Player Association to find him, but the search team was entirely wiped out. 4 legendary SS ranked players were completely destroyed. Tae-hyun listens blankly as Marcus names the fallen Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bezout, and Aiden Simon. His eyes widen in horror. Marcus pleads desperately, admitting they can no longer guarantee the missing player's survival. Yet Cody refused to give up. She ventured deep into the creepy abyss, completely alone to find him. Tae-hyun remains completely silent. Marcus explains they believe Cody is now facing extreme danger down there. That is why they came to beg for Tae-hyun's help, leaving him deeply lost in his own thoughts. He remembers this tragedy. The wipeout of those 4 elite players was a massive shock in his past life. But back then, there was no mention of a rescue team. Who was the original missing player anyway? Tae-hyun asks directly, but Marcus goes completely silent as the scene shifts to a dark, misty dungeon. Monsters guard the heavily fortified cell where an elite SS rank player lies chained in the darkness. The prisoner is Ricky. Hearing her name, Tae-hyun tightly purses his lips, his expression turning incredibly heavy. In his past life, the tragedy was falsely blamed on a sudden monster ambush during a standard exploration. Now he understands. It was because of Ricky, a highly unique pioneer whose fate is now completely warped. She should not even exist in this timeline, but his own actions dragged her into this imperial conspiracy. Marcus frowns deeply, explaining that both Ricky and Cody are crucial to the association and all humanity. He grits his teeth. The painful memories of fallen comrades seem to weigh very heavily on his shoulders. With 4 elite players already dead, they simply cannot afford to lose anyone else to the dark abyss. He desperately promises that the American Association will treat Tae-hyun as their most vital ally in the future. But Tae-hyun does not care about alliances. He remains completely focused on the critical mission at hand. Cutting the explanation short, he asks where to go, prompting Ji-hong to suddenly jump up and protest. Ji-hong desperately begs him to reconsider, warning him that even SS rank players could not survive down there. To prepare more thoroughly. But Kim Tae-hyun cuts in, saying if it is that dangerous, he must go. His face is filled with absolute determination. Right now, they could be fighting on the thin line between life and death. He knows he must go as old memories suddenly flood back. He remembers Ricky lying in his arms, telling him that she would keep his secret to repay her debt, but making him promise one thing. If she ever got into danger, he had to save her. She trusted him completely. Returning to the present, he smiles. Kim Tae-hyun offers a soft smile, murmuring that he also has an unpaid debt to settle. He walks away, leaving Jin-hee completely stunned as Go Tae-wook steps in. Go Tae-wook tells them to put their faith in Kim Tae-hyun. The young man has always surpassed their wildest expectations up until now. Jin-hee's expression turns dark as he grits his teeth. He knows Kim Tae-hyun is strong, but he also knows the brutal reality of what lies ahead. A memory of another figure flashes in Jin-hee's mind. He remembers a certain youth standing before a raging vortex of magical energy. At that youth's feet lay a sea of blood and corpses, a tragic result of blind, unguarded trust. His face was cast in deep shadow. His true emotions were impossible to read. While Go Tae-wook is sure Kim Tae-hyun is different, Jin-hee nervously wrings his hands, praying he is just overthinking. Meanwhile, a terrifying crimson sky hangs over the abyss, shrouded in thick mist. The massive demonic castle stands completely bathed in a hellish red glow. Demonic beasts swarm the skies. On the ground, a massive monster roars and swings its heavy axe, shattering the earth. Cody leaps back effortlessly. He easily dodges the deadly blade by taking to the air. In a flash, a sharp sword cuts through the beast's giant frame, severing its head. Cody sighs amidst the spraying blood. Leaving the fallen monster behind, his eyes lock onto the endless horde of beasts charging from the front. No matter how many he slays, they just keep coming. But just as the fatigue starts to set in, a familiar voice catches him completely off guard. A voice suggests wiping them all out in one clean sweep. Out of the darkness, a figure steps forward as massive vines erupt from the ground. The vines instantly trap the roaring beasts. Cody turns to see Kim Tae-hyun calmly walking up from behind him, arriving right in the nick of time. Cody gasps in shock at his sudden appearance, calling out Kim Tae-hyun's name. Kim Tae-hyun just grins, saying he came to back Cody up. The two allies stand side by side in the middle of a brutal war zone. Cody pulls off his mask with a sigh, asking if Maru sent him. Cody admits that while he would usually tell Kim Tae-hyun to mind his own business, they do not have that luxury. He mutters a quiet thank you. Kim Tae-hyun looks up at the oppressive energy swirling in the air, remarking that he finally understands why the association sent Cody here. The sheer volume of demonic energy blanketing the entire castle is staggering. Kim Tae-hyun's face tenses as he takes in the sight. He never expected the place where Ricky vanished to be the Grand Duke's personal territory. Cody glances at him, lost in thought, before speaking up. He explains that Ricky was sent to investigate this deep abyss, but back then no one realized they were stepping right into the enemy's headquarters. Kim Tae-hyun asks the only question that matters, is Ricky still alive? Cody nods, confirming he can still feel her residual magical energy deep inside. He points toward a path leading down to the basement levels. Kim Tae-hyun quickly runs the numbers, realizing they will likely run straight into the Grand Duke. Their chances of defeating a Grand Duke are less than 1%. Cody slides his mask back on, declaring they just need to strike fast. Cody brandishes his glowing sword, asking if Kim Tae-hyun can keep up. Kim Tae-hyun draws his own weapon with a smirk, dropping into his starting stance. The two powerhouses launch themselves forward, completely tearing through the monstrous horde. Limbs fly and blood splatters across the cold stone floor. No beast can stand in their way as they carve a path of destruction. Kim Tae-hyun teases Cody, pointing out he was struggling earlier. Cody fires off another attack, joking that he was only saving his strength because he knew his partner would show up. Then he remembers something. Cody mentions that Kim Tae-hyun had promised a duel the next time they met in the abyss, yet here they are working as a team. Kim Tae-hyun chuckles, admitting that having a reliable ally to watch his back actually feels pretty good for a change. They throw themselves back into the fray. As humanity's strongest peak combatants, their synergy is terrifying. A sharp light glints through Cody's mask. With Kim Tae-hyun by his side, they can easily crush anything in their path. For the first time, rescuing Ricky actually seems highly possible. Kim Tae-hyun steps through the newly shattered entryway, looking around. Cody joins him, noting that they seem to have reached the center of the castle. A massive grand hall opens up before them. Cody guesses that the entrance to the lower dungeons must be hidden somewhere in this room. Cody suggests they split up to cover more ground. But without warning, a massive shadow lunges forward, aiming a devastating punch right at Cody. Caught completely off guard, Cody is sent flying, crashing brutally into the stone wall. Kim Tae-hyun is stunned as the impact shatters the concrete. He instantly swings his sword with full force, but to his utter disbelief, a bare hand catches his glowing blade mid-air. As Kim Tae-hyun stares in shock, the attacker smiles, remarking that he has finally met the famous new star, even with his hand bleeding. The man tilts his head, mentioning Kim Tae-hyun's reputation as South Korea's trump card. Kim Tae-hyun desperately tries to push his blade down. Demanding to know his identity, Kim Tae-hyun struggles, but the man's grip is iron. He asks if old man Jinny never warned him. Before Kim Tae-hyun can react, a hand grabs his face. The man sighs, calling it boring before slamming Kim Tae-hyun's head violently into the ground. His weapon is ripped away as the attacker pins him down, gripping his face. He sneers, introducing himself as Ji-hong, the Awakeners Association president. Ji-hong flashes a truly wicked smile as he easily snaps his opponent's blade. Is this guy supposed to be your senior? Suddenly, Cody charges in with an unexpected strike, forcing Ji-hong to awkwardly dodge. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he realizes it really is Cody himself. Ji-hong looks at him with a nod of approval. If he went down that easily, he wouldn't be called the world's best. Tae-hyun speaks up tensely, noting that Ji-hong claims to be the Awakeners Guard president, which doesn't surprise Cody. He is indeed a known, internationally wanted criminal. Yet a puzzling question remains: why would a high-profile villain like him be lingering around this place? Ji-hong brushes his hair back with a smug grin, telling them to use their brains. How could a mere human be waiting for them here? At the very center of the Grand Duke's fortress, Tae-hyun frowns. He covers half his face, revealing a sinister smirk as immense magic erupts around him. Ji-hong slowly moves his hand away, his face twisted in a display of cruel and savage madness. He claims to be just like them. His dark energy surges violently like a raging storm as Ji-hong prepares to make his move. Spreading his arms toward Cody and Tae-hyun, he dares fellow Grand Duke contractors to tear each other apart in battle. Deep in a dark dungeon draped in heavy iron chains, Ricky kneels helplessly on the cold ground. She looks completely exhausted and broken. Meanwhile, Cody, Tae-hyun, and Ji-hong stand calmly, arms outstretched. Cody observes the situation carefully, noting that the leader of the villains is actually contracted to the Grand Duke. A total nightmare. No wonder this guy has been so incredibly hard to track down. Glancing around, Tae-hyun suggests they worry about that later. Right now, his eyes are locked onto Ji-hong's manic state and surging, dark energy. If the Grand Duke sent his contractor here, it means he already knows about their intrusion into this place. His expression is incredibly serious. The fact that the Grand Duke did not personally come to deal with him suggests he is either too proud or tied up with something far more important. Regardless, they must seize this chance to rescue Ricky. Cody is fully prepared to fight. He tells Tae-hyun to follow him and prepare to launch an attack from two opposite sides. The mask of Cody flashes with a bright golden light as he declares he will strike first. Tae-hyun's eyes are filled with caution as he promises to cover him. With that, Cody immediately tears through the air and lunges forward, gripping his sword tightly. He faces the enemy head-on, which leaves Ji-hong slightly confused. He wonders what kind of foolish, direct attack this is supposed to be. With utter contempt, Ji-hong mocks them, asking if they really think he cannot dodge. But suddenly chains and vines bind his feet. Tae-hyun extends his hand, channeling his magic to conjure these restrictive vines. Meanwhile, Cody's apocalypse blade rapidly closes in on him. A decisive flash of sword light strikes. Ji-hong's face darkens, his eyes completely hidden behind his messy draped hair. Suddenly, Cody is struck with panic as he looks down at his shattered sword tip, completely unable to comprehend how it even broke. Ji-hong gathers immense power in his palm with a smug grin. Witnessing this dangerous development, Tae-hyun yells out in absolute panic. He warns Cody, but a sudden shockwave hits Cody's mask. Before he can recover, Ji-hong swings his leg in a brutal, powerful kick. Cody is sent flying back, crashing helplessly into the stone wall. The heavy impact shatters the rock, sending debris flying everywhere. Watching Cody struggle, Ji-hong sneers, mocking him for knowing his face but knowing absolutely nothing about his special skills. He unleashes his magic to rain massive boulders down on Cody, calling the effort utterly disappointing. Ji-hong's grin widens as he stands, proudly beside a thrashing, dominant magical beast. Tae-hyun watches in extreme tension, recalling the brief moment Cody clashed with Ji-hong. During that clash, Ji-hong had actively channeled a magical creature in his palm, seemingly absorbing Cody's blade into his hand. Now Ji-hong calmly extends his hand, showcasing the active magical beast as a sudden system notification triggers in Tae-hyun's mind. The Apocalypse skill has been cancelled and is currently unavailable. Hearing the system message, Tae-hyun finally connects the dots. He realizes the Apocalypse skill was forcefully dispelled. This directly matches a terrifying scene burned into his memory from the past. It was that giant golden glowing beast he saw when they raided Jiang Long's hidden laboratory back in China. Tae-hyun quickly deduces that a void-like black hole is actively neutralizing all active skills around them. So that is your trick. Hearing this, Ji-hong is slightly surprised, asking Tae-hyun if he has actually run into this highly specialized skill before. Despite the extreme tension, Tae-hyun remains composed, stating he has faced this trouble before and knows a scroll exists for it. These temporary skill scrolls are highly sought after by awakeners looking to bypass their opponent's core abilities. Ji-hong adds that selling these temporary scrolls brings in a massive profit, as neutralizing skills is a dream power. For hunters constantly facing life or death, having a skill like this is something they would absolutely drool over. Suddenly, his expression turns into pure disgust, mocking how amusing it is to watch weaklings struggle so hard to survive. He despises the weak but hates boastful awakeners even more. Ji-hong raises his magical beast high into the air. Determined to see if Tae-hyun is any different from the rest, he watches as the creature transforms into a dark void. He stands ready for battle, radiating pure hostility. Let us begin. He hurls the raging demonic beast forward, but Tae-hyun shows absolutely no fear. Tae-hyun swiftly takes to the air to dodge the devastating strike. Meanwhile, Ji-hong lunges straight toward him to set up the next brutal assault. It seems you know nothing about my skills, Tae-hyun thinks. His eyes widen in surprise while Ji-hong lets out a deeply unsettling, creepy smirk. Die, the enemy screams. But amidst the heavy tension, crimson blood sprays. A sudden horizontal slash leaves Ji-hong stunned as he collapses before Tae-hyun's mocking gaze. Is that really all you have for this fight? Tae-hyun sneers. That black hole cannot possibly absorb the skills of a Grand Duke, let alone an Emperor. Tae-hyun stands proudly with his massive wings spread wide as his weapon gleams sharply. Now it is honestly pretty difficult to tell who is the one. Relying too heavily on the awakened powers granted by a contract with a Grand Duke, Ji-hong drops to one knee, desperately clutching his chest in pain. He gasps for air, muttering that he just learned something new today. After all, this is his very first time fighting someone contracted to a Grand Duke. Ji-hong slowly drags himself back up. He smirks, noting that Tae-hyun's combat style is highly impressive even as one of his own arms begins to mutate. His face twists into a terrifying, creepy grin. Suddenly, the ground explodes into a shower of debris and a dark, brooding Cody suddenly makes his entrance. Cody demands to know if a Grand Duke's skills are truly impossible to absorb. He unleashes his own explosive energy, unfurling broad wings behind his back. He sighs, wishing the enemy had mentioned that a bit sooner. The entire battlefield grows incredibly tense as three absolute monsters prepare to clash. Hovering high above the ground on majestic wings, Tae-hyun and Cody lock their gazes on Ji-hong, ready to strike him from the heavens. Down below, Ji-hong merely chuckles with cold arrogance amidst a swirling storm of energy. It looks like things are about to get real ugly. He scoffs that with two opponents attacking at once, it will be quite difficult for him to hold back his true terrifying power. Standing firmly in the rising dust, Ji-hong tilts his head back with a mocking sneer, complaining about having to endure the filthy manna of this rabble. The ground suddenly fractures violently under his sheer pressure, easily shattering a massive stone wall nearby. Tae-hyun quickly punches aside, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ji-hong easily obliterates the falling boulders with his monstrously mutated arm. He balls his fist tight, a dangerous look flashing across his face. It seems I have dragged this battle out for far too long, he mutters. But opportunities to fight top-tier awakeners like this are incredibly rare. For that, I truly must thank you both. Suddenly, a towering colossal beast materializes behind Ji Hong, casting a massive ominous shadow over the battlefield. He declares that it is time to end this. The beast's eyes glow with malicious intent, ready to rip them apart without a single moment of hesitation. This is the Beast King Organ, a horrifying entity. Known as the Grand Duke of the Abyss, his monstrous face radiates absolute malice. Both Tae-hyun and Cody freeze in absolute shock at his terrifying presence. Organ speaks with a cruel rumbling voice, warning that this summoning is unjustified. He reminds Jihan that since he already possesses his borrowed strength, he should have easily crushed these low-class, trashy contracted weaklings on his own. Now that I am here, I will crush them myself, the beast growls. Jihan merely turns around slyly, tapping his nose with a cunning smirk. He shamelessly claims that Organ simply did not provide enough mana to unleash his full potential, boldly asking for just a little more power. Organ's glowing red eyes narrow in sheer annoyance. Suddenly, a devastating heavy punch crashes down, completely shattering the stone ground beneath them. The beast clenches his bleeding fist in pure rage, glaring down coldly at Ji-hong, who now lies utterly battered and broken at his feet. "How dare you demand more strength from me?" the beast roars. Ji-hong lies completely motionless, forced to silently endure the terrifying wrath of Organ. "Lie there and wait, we will settle our score later," Organ warns. His menacing gaze then slowly shifts toward Tae-hyun and Cody. He sneers that the fun games are finally over for these two pitiful weaklings, his entire body radiating an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura. "Try your best to survive," he challenges. Tae-hyun suddenly yells out to Cody, looking back with a look of absolute urgency on his face. Since Grand Duke Organ has joined the fray, they stand zero chance of winning. He tells him to remember their main objective and stick to the plan. Cody hesitates, deeply conflicted. Tae-hyun firmly pushes him back and commands him to go ahead, declaring that he will hold off the beast alone. Instantly, his power manifests as a roaring divine dragon lunging straight toward Organ. Tae-hyun's face is tense, yet remarkably calm under the intense pressure. Organ remains as cold and emotionless as solid stone. Suddenly, a massive wave of powerful mana erupts violently from within the demon palace. Moving like lightning, Tae-hyun rushes forward, only for several vile monsters to suddenly block his path. A swift slash of mana cleaves straight through them. Their severed bodies fall apart as they let out agonizing shrieks. He realizes he was extremely lucky to avoid Organ's direct gaze just now. His main objective is not to fight the beast anyway. Tae-hyun sprints wildly through the corridors, desperately searching for Ricky's location. "Where are you, Ricky?" Suddenly, he stops in his tracks as he notices a strange familiar mana hovering gently in the cold air. The trace of energy condenses into a tiny glowing sphere, Ricky's signature skill. Tae-hyun closely follows the drifting light as it leads the way. "Is she guiding me?" he wonders. Suddenly, a dungeon guard monster roars in alarm, demanding to know how an intruder managed to get in. A faint sliver of light illuminates Ricky inside her prison cell. Suddenly, a pair of blood-drenched boots slowly steps into her field of view. She barely opens one eye, whispering that he finally found her. Looking up, she sees Tae-hyun standing there, his face completely covered in blood. He finally found her. Right in front of her stands Tae-hyun, his face covered in fresh blood as he lets out a quiet whisper. He smirks lightly, declaring he came to repay his debt to Ricky. By now, she has been freed from her shackles, all to settle a single debt. How did he dare enter such a dangerous place just for that? Ricky finds him truly remarkable. Kim Tae-hyun anxiously grabs her shoulders, saying a promise is still a promise. A promise is a promise after all. Ricky weakly asks where the other girl is. He carefully scans the area, wondering if she went searching for Ricky from another direction. He wants to explain what happened, but time is running out. Hearing this, she softly notes that it seems the Grand Duke is starting to make his move. Kim Tae-hyun is slightly surprised by this, asking if she also knows about the Grand Duke. She gently answers his question. Of course, after all, she is an investigator for the World Players Association. Ricky recalls the cruel, savage master of this castle, Grand Duke Orgel. His magical power is so deep that it cannot even be measured, far more terrifying than any magic beast she has ever faced. At those words, Kim Tae-hyun's expression becomes incredibly serious, knowing that they must retreat immediately. He managed to delay the Duke for a short while, but has no idea how long it will hold him. When asked if she can walk, Ricky helplessly admits that her legs have absolutely no strength left. He immediately helps her up, offering to support her as they make their escape. The two stand on the moving platform as it slowly pulls them upwards. Pursing her lips, she remains silent. Ricky then speaks up, leaving him quite puzzled as she begins to pour her heart out. Since their time in Jiang Long's research lab, even though she felt utterly hopeless and ready to die, seeing him always gave her the hope that everything would be all right. She softly thanks Kim Tae-hyun for coming to save her. Hearing this, he lets out a gentle smile. The two stand on the stone platform in complete silence. Suddenly, Ricky's eyes widen in sheer terror as a dark voice echoes. Above them, Orgel is already waiting. He mockingly asks if they really thought they could escape from his grasp. His massive shadow looms over the stunned Kim, Tae-hyun, and Ricky. Orgel's face is twisted with pure, dark malice. He sneers that Ricky's high understanding of mana made her a perfect candidate for a backup vessel. Having targeted them already, he knew exactly where they would run. Kim Tae-hyun grits his teeth in frustration. He can understand how the Duke tracked them down, but actually standing face-to-face with the brutal Orgel is a different story. The Grand Duke mocks them for resisting despite being marked. He commands the chosen one of the king to step forward. Kim Tae-hyun, fueled by rage, boldly challenges him. He dares the Duke to use that power on him again, unleashing his magic to summon the Divine Dragon forward. He demands to know if Orgel thinks he is completely invincible. As Orgel faces the dragon's incoming fangs, he ruthlessly shatters its jaw with his bare hands. With extreme ferocity, Orgel warns that if he wants a fight, he will show him absolute hell. The Divine Dragon is torn apart, effortlessly proving the Duke's instincts about him were right. Immediately, Kim Tae-hyun charges in. Determination burns in his eyes. Even if his regular skills prove useless, he is not backing down. Leaping into the air, he rains down countless sharp crimson blades. His devastating blood swords strike, but without even flinching, Orgel lets them pierce straight through his body, boasting of his absolute defense. Undeterred, Kim Tae-hyun rushes forward with his fully transformed arm. The Duke stands his ground calmly, watching him close the distance. Orgel witnesses the activation of an incredible power as the aura behind Kim Tae-hyun shapes itself into a raging dragon. Dragon's Wrath releases a massive wave of magic-infused killing intent. Orgel takes the full brunt of the pain as Kim Tae-hyun's claws easily tear through his flesh. Yet Orgel refuses to fall, wondering if this formidable power belongs to the dragons. Orgel tilts his head to look back. Kim Tae-hyun's arm is still surging with magic from his beastification, allowing him to reshape his body. The Duke mutters in admiration at the power of that beast race, acknowledging his impressive strength. Suddenly, another massive wave of magical energy strikes the Duke from behind. Ricky stands amid the swirling dust and debris, completely stunned, and honestly, who wouldn't be seeing a human fight a Grand Duke like this? She stares at his calm, expressionless face, wondering who Kim Tae-hyun truly is. But the giant hand of the Grand Duke suddenly clamps down on Kim Tae-hyun's transformed arm. Orgel lets out a smug laugh, his cackling echoing through the ruins. Kim Tae-hyun begins to panic, but Orgel only finds it thrilling. He declares that he has not felt this kind of excitement in ages. He brings his hideous face close to the young man. To dominate and control another's power always drives him wild. Still gripping Kim Tae-hyun's wrist, the Duke speaks in a calm, monotonous tone. Ever since the king disappeared, he made deadly battles his ultimate life goal. But as his power grew, the days only became increasingly boring. He has been waiting for a clash like this for a very long time. Kim Tae-hyun looks down at his trapped arm. With a malicious grin, Orgel remarks that they will have a proper fight today. And just like that, Kim Tae-hyun's arm is completely ripped off. As he screams in agony, a terrified Ricky shrieks his name while Orgel carelessly tosses the limb aside. He taunts Tae-hyun, demanding to see the true power of the Emperor's contractor, while Tae-hyun writhes in sheer agony. Clutching his deep wounds, he curses. The power of the other Grand Dukes or the Emperor is completely useless. Both completely useless. Facing him down, Tae-hyun frantically calculates. He has only one trump card left and his jaw tenses. Gritting his teeth, he risks it all on this final option and screams at the top of his lungs, "Come out, Rosalia." A pair of terrifying eyes snap open. They loom in the warping space, carrying cosmic force while a deep tremor shakes the earth. Massive tangling tentacles erupt right in front of Organ. Rosalia finally manifests, shielding Tae-hyun from the impending blow. Organ sneers in utter fury, mocking Rosalia as nothing but the most loyal dog who finally came to save her master. Bleeding and broken, Tae-hyun lets out a weak chuckle, admitting he wanted to finish this without her. Rosalia merely glances back. She looks back, her gaze burning with fury before shifting forward. Her dark mana explodes as she faces Organ head-on. Tae-hyun winces in intense pain watching Rosalia stand before him. He truly wanted to end this fight without calling her. A Grand Duke summoned through a contractor's power is simply no match for another Grand Duke's actual physical body. Tae-hyun remembers the overwhelming, suffocating pressure of that magic power, and the sheer risk of summoning her is astronomical. Memories of his mana going wild flash through his mind. If it gets out of control again, the collateral damage will be absolute. This clash of Grand Dukes could easily destroy everything around them. Even if he survives, Ricky might not make it out alive. His expression hardens. Talk about a tense situation, there is no time to hesitate as Organ grins with excitement. Organ laughs, stating he had no idea Rosalia was this close to reaching the level beyond a Grand Duke. He stares with bloodshot eyes, suddenly realizing something. No wonder he sensed such a potent, overwhelming incubator energy coming from them. Realizing Tae-hyun is no ordinary contractor, Rosalia waves her hand with total disdain, letting her dark mana swirl. She sneers, asking if he regrets realizing this too late. She warns him she is not weak like those vampires. Organ spreads his arms in pure ecstasy. A challenging opponent is exactly what he has been waiting for this whole time. Rosalia glances back, genuinely worried. Tae-hyun is silently enduring intense pain as she asks him if he can manage. With his face incredibly tense, he replies that he can recover if he uses his blood slay skill. Rosalia nods. That's good. In the blink of an eye, the space around Tae-hyun suddenly twists and shifts. He looks around in complete shock. Rosalia's calm, steady voice echoes, telling her contractor that he has been here before. She explains this is her private domain, a pocket dimension entirely cut off from reality, completely under her control. Standing alone in the vast void, Tae-hyun listens. She confesses she lied about being able to defeat Organ. All she can do now is pull him in here to buy some time, and she warns him it won't be long. She tells him to focus entirely on healing, and they will figure out a way to deal with Organ later. Nodding, Tae-hyun asks her to pull one more person into this space. A second later, Ricky tumbles down from above. Dizzy and thoroughly confused, she gasps, wondering why the entire room just completely flipped upside down. A voice speaks from right behind her, asking her to move over because she is currently sitting right on top of him. Flustered, she quickly scrambles off of him, asking how he suddenly got here after vanishing last time. Apologizing, she blushes while he only smiles weakly, explaining this is a temporary safe zone created by his contracted Grand Duke. She remains totally bewildered. But Tae-hyun's gaze suddenly turns cold and calculating. He has to find a way out for Ricky's sake. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Rosalia and Organ face off. Organ slowly notes that the mana trace has vanished. He asks if she used her private dimension, noticing that Tae-hyun has completely vanished from behind her. Rosalia shrugs it off, mocking him by saying his simple beast brain wouldn't understand even if she explained it. Organ's face twists with pure malice. He roars at her to hand him over, launching a brutal, relentless assault. Rosalia remains perfectly calm, shielding herself with massive tentacles. Meanwhile, inside her pocket dimension, the two discuss their next move. Tae-hyun clarifies that while the two fight, they must find a loophole to escape Organ, which Ricky quickly confirms. Ricky frowns, admitting she understands the plan but still questions how a contractor of the Queen of Lust can use other powers. She stares down at his bizarre mutated arm that has just healed, completely bewildered by the strange skills he keeps using. Everything about him seems incredibly bizarre. Looking at Tae-hyun now, she finds his mysterious powers deeply unsettling. She finally asks the big question, is he even human? After a tense silence, he slowly looks up. He recalls her, saying that people like them are basically monsters in their own right, reflecting deeply on those words. She speaks with a pretty cold look. Can someone possessing that kind of monstrous power really even be called human? Deep in those memories, Kim Tae-hyun remains quiet. He goes on to say they need some kind of binding contract to trust each other. At this moment, his face is incredibly resolute. His answer is still exactly the same as back then. As a traditional guy, he simply cannot break a promise to a friend. Ricky carefully ponders his words. True enough, he really did say that back then. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun rests his hands on his knees, preparing to stand. He explains that he is indeed human, but his unique skill allows him to absorb other abilities. Finally, the realization hits her. So that is how he managed to wield all those different powers. Sitting dazed on the ground, she stammers that it makes complete sense now. Still, he is just way too overpowered. Kim Tae-hyun begins testing the raw energy of his new arm, knowing Ricky is someone he can fully trust. Revealing this much to explain his situation is perfectly fine, as she will definitely keep his secret. He silently sinks into deep thought. He can never tell her about his regression, not even if he dies. Suddenly, the entire space violently shakes, catching them both off guard. Kim Tae-hyun withdraws, the magic swirling around his hand. Since their business here is wrapped up, they need to figure out an actual escape plan. The brutal battlefield where Rosalia and Organ clash comes into view. Even now, she is desperately trying to keep the monster under control. Rosalia is struggling hard just to buy them some time. Then Kim Tae-hyun watches in horror as her massive tentacles are brutally torn to shreds. No matter how many skills are thrown at him, Organ cannot be stopped. Kim Tae-hyun turns to Ricky with a dead serious face and asks for a plan. Ricky quickly sifts through her own skills for any possible solution. Suddenly, a wild idea hits her. She announces she might have a way. Kim Tae-hyun urges her to speak. Gritting her teeth, she envisions a massive blue vortex of magical energy swirling like a mini black hole. It is a magic gate leading to a specific set of coordinates that they can actually cross. Kim Tae-hyun immediately makes a split-second decision. They must use it to escape. But Ricky hesitates, warning him that it is far too dangerous since she has only ever used it to summon monsters. She has never personally stepped through it. An image of a chaotic, magic-filled rift flashes in her mind, raising the stakes even higher. Since the portal is generated purely by human mana rather than a proper teleportation gate, it remains highly unstable. It could collapse right in the middle of their transit. Worst case scenario, he will be left wandering the void between dimensions forever. Ricky helplessly suggests finding another path, but Kim Tae-hyun cuts her off. He gently reminds her of their stark reality. Kim Tae-hyun watches the surrounding dimensions slowly crumble. This is their absolute last resort. He extends his hand, urging her to make the call. His expression is filled with absolute confidence as he tells her he trusts her completely, leaving her momentarily stunned. Amid the collapsing debris of the shattered space, she slowly reaches out. He pulls her up just as a faint voice suddenly echoes nearby. Calling out to her contractor, Rosalia lies defeated. Kim Tae-hyun and Ricky watch in absolute horror as her severed head is held by Ogun. The dying queen weakly groans for them to run, straining to open her bloodied eye one last time to look at them. With a brutal squeeze, Ogun crushes Rosalia's head. He laughs mockingly, asking Kim Tae-hyun if he really thought he could hide behind her forever. Looking down at the queen's lifeless, bloody corpse, the monster sneers. How utterly pathetic, he says. That is no way for a king to act. A true king ruthlessly eliminates anyone who dares to stand in his path. If Kim Tae-hyun claims the throne, he must fight like it. Kim Tae-hyun instantly unleashes his divine dragon to attack. Yet, even against the fury of a magical dragon, Ogun does not show a single trace of fear. The beast looks at Kim Tae-hyun's remaining magical energy, scoffing that they both know these cheap tricks have absolutely no effect on him anymore. Kim Tae-hyun's eyes burn with pure fury. He declares he is utterly sick of hearing this monster's garbage and roars out in anger. He calls out to Ricky, snapping her out of her daze. He barks an order to open the gate right now. She hurriedly turns around and begins channeling her mana. Instantly, a massive spatial gateway starts to tear open. Ogun tightly grabs the neck of the divine dragon, growling that these pathetic tactics will not help them escape his grasp. Unfazed, Kim Tae-hyun channels every drop of remaining mana into his fist, telling the beast to wait for what is coming. The energy shapes into razor-sharp dragon claws as he makes a silent, unwavering vow to return and hunt the demon down. A massive crimson explosion erupts with absolute fury. Ignoring the shockwave behind her, Ricky still worries if they are making the right choice. What if the worst happens? Yet Kim Tae-hyun steps toward the chaotic gateway without showing even a shred of hesitation. He asks who else he should trust if not the world's greatest mage. Showing zero fear, he resolves to face whatever lies beyond. As gentle autumn leaves fall, Kim Tae-hyun opens his eyes inside a quiet forest. Grabbing his pounding head, he sits up to a familiar, ecstatic voice. Ricky is sitting right by the portal, practically glowing with joy. She cheers that they actually managed to pull off the impossible. She admits she never expected this unstable gateway to actually work. Her voice rings out with pride as she wonders if they are the very first. Kim Tae-hyun lets out a soft chuckle, teasingly reminding her that he told her so. She blushingly touches her face in sheer relief. Ricky expresses her pure happiness at having him here with her, completely unaware that a monstrous hand is already breaking through. Through the portal, waiting to grab her, he stands frozen in absolute terror before rushing toward Ricky, who looks completely startled. Ricky tilts her head. Ogun pokes his head from the portal, his massive hand squeezing her so hard that blood splatters. His face remains brutal. "Where do you think you are going?" Ogun sneers as Ricky coughs up blood, his voice dripping with death. The real battle has barely begun. His eyes gleam with murderous intent as he casts a chilling glance. Then, without warning, he drops Ricky from high up. This forces Kim Tae-hyun to rush forward, catching her securely in his arms. He screams her name in panic, desperately checking on her. Her body is covered in wounds, her shattered bones are puncturing her internal organs. Kim Tae-hyun's face turns pale with dread. She is in critical danger. Frantic, he desperately searches through his available mana and skills, hoping for a healing ability. Is there really no skill to save her? Panic takes over. If only he could somehow adapt to her Bloodstorm skill. No, that is impossible. Maybe he could call Rosalia for help, but can she even make it here in time? He tries to calm down and keep thinking. Suddenly, Ricky's weak voice speaks up, catching him completely off guard. She whispers that it is okay. Despite her pale, lifeless face, Ricky manages a weak smile, saying she was always prepared for this. But Kim Tae-hyun only grits his teeth in agony. He refuses to give up, reminding her of her promise to save him. Her smile remains gentle. She tells him he kept his word beautifully, but she knows it is now too late to turn back. Though Kim Tae-hyun refuses to accept it, Ricky painfully cuts him off to ask for one final desperate favor. Suddenly, she brings up something completely unexpected, asking if it is true that he can absorb the skills of others. With blood dripping from her lips, she asks him to take her skill so she can still fulfill her duty. She wants to protect humanity even after she is gone. Using her last breath, she begs him to do this. Trembling, Kim Tae-hyun begins activating his magic. Ricky smiles peacefully as glowing fragments of mana gently envelop her body. She lived without regrets, except for one thing. She looks at him, wishing she had confessed her feelings just once. The magic around her surges with intense power while the dark temple remains blanketed under a blood-red sky. Meanwhile, Jihan and Cody are locked in a brutal clash, unleashing everything they have. Jihang's face twisted in pure excitement. This thrilling fight is exactly what he craved. Cody fights back with swift agility, knowing he must shake this guy off. He cannot afford to be held up here forever. Cody unleashes a heavy strike, but Jihang blocks it with a sly grin. He asks why Cody keeps trying to run instead of focusing on their fight, mocking him for being so distracted. Even with his arm trembling under Cody's pressure, Jihang laughs, telling him to give up on Kim Tae-hyun and the imprisoned woman. Organ has likely taken care of them already. Jihang mockingly adds that he hasn't felt their mana in quite some time. But Cody ignores the taunts, launching a fierce counterattack. Jihang sighs, saying it is too bad because he wanted another round. Before Jihang can react, Cody decisively swings his mana-infused blade, catching the villain completely off guard. The blast sends Jihang flying backward. He barely regains his footing, his defensive arm now badly scorched and injured. Cody stands his ground firmly, gripping his glowing blade. He declares that he believes in his allies as Jihang emerges. Jihang steps out of the dust with a newly mutated arm, sneering that Cody will face harsh reality very soon. Suddenly, the entire cavern shakes, violently showering them with debris. Both Cody and Jihang freeze in utter confusion. An overwhelming voice echoes through the cavern, commanding the contractor to return immediately. Jihang looks irritated by the interruption. He mutters about holding off an intruder, but a colossal shadow crushes a nearby boulder, warning him not to disobey. Clicking his tongue, Jihang turns to leave. Cody watches in surprise, wondering if the villain is really just walking away. Jihang grumbles about his moody master, calling back his pawns, telling Cody he is lucky to be spared today. He stops to issue a final threat, warning that this is only the beginning of Earth's impending chaos. Pointing arrogantly at Cody, Jihang boasts that he will be the one to orchestrate it all before vanishing from sight. Cody seriously removes his mask as Jihang vanishes. Realizing something is terribly wrong, he suddenly screams in panic. He calls out for Ricky and Kim Tae-hyun. Outside, the waiting crowd gasps as Cody suddenly emerges from the dust. Catching his breath, Cody rushes toward them. He urgently demands to know if Kim Tae-hyun and Ricky have made it out. The bystanders look at him in confusion. Suddenly, someone points toward the distance, spotting a figure slowly walking their way. In the distance, Kim Tae-hyun appears, carrying Ricky in his arms. Cody watches intently as they slowly draw closer. He instantly notices Kim Tae-hyun's devastating expression and the lifeless form in his embrace. Cody's eyes widen in absolute shock. A heavy silence settles over the area under the crimson sky. Cody softly asks if she passed away in peace. Kim Tae-hyun feels deeply guilty standing before Ricky's cold body, silently apologizing for not being able to save her in time. While everyone else wears a heavy, painful expression, Cody gently reassures him that it is not his fault. Ricky chose to sacrifice herself heroically for humanity. His fists clench in tight frustration, feeling like it happened because he was completely useless. Cody makes a decision, saying he will carry her body away. He tells Kim Tae-hyun he did well, but Kim Tae-hyun refuses. He insists on doing it himself, asking to be taken directly to the American Players Association. This request leaves Cody slightly confused. But in the very next second, Kim Tae-hyun shows absolute resolve, needing to deliver what Ricky left behind. It is his absolute responsibility to hand it over properly. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the American Players Association, Kevin stands before the crowd, addressing everyone. He thanks player Kim Tae-hyun on behalf of the association for everything regarding Ricky, expressing deep gratitude. He admits they owe him big time. Monto listens with crossed arms, noting they also lost several incredibly valuable players during this crisis. They are still overwhelmed and struggling to recover. Kim Tae-hyun stands opposite them as Kevin asks what was so important that he gathered them all. He hopes this explanation is actually worth their time. Grego slams the table in dissatisfaction, complaining that they do not have time to sit around listening to a crying loser. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes back, repeating the word loser as Cody releases a terrifying aura. He glares, asking if that was directed at him. Flustered, Grego stammers out a quick excuse, claiming he did not mean it that way. But Kim Tae-hyun completely ignores the man. Instead, he speaks up in a heavy, quiet voice, promising they will soon see if this is worth it. Whether this is worth it. Everyone turns to look at him in shock, and honestly nobody was ready for what he does next. In Kim Tae-hyun's hand, a small box appears, tightly bound by a strange fluid magic that looks almost like reels of photographic film. Exactly, this is Ricky's signature skill that allows the user to record and collect memories. Kim Tae-hyun's expression turns deadly serious. He tells them that with this, they can listen to Ricky's final words. Through his predation skill, Kim Tae-hyun actually absorbed 3 of her abilities. One of them is the level 5 Heart of the High Species, which allows him to generate magic crystals right inside his body. With a mana cost of 30, it lets him freely manipulate mana currents, which was the source of most of Ricky's powerful skills. Her deep obsession with distinguishing humans from monsters likely came from the fact that she literally carried a monster's heart inside her. The second skill is Portal, the very spell used to escape from the dungeon boss Organ. This S-rank skill costs 100 mana, opening a gateway to any previously marked coordinate, crossing vast spaces in an instant. And the final ability is the level 5, Record skill. Requiring 300 mana, it activates memory magic to uncover past events. This skill allows the user to see everything stored within a person's memories, which made Ricky an incredible investigator for the World Association. Kevin gasps in disbelief, shouting that Record was Ricky's exclusive skill, making it completely impossible for Kim Tae-hyun to wield it. Kim Tae-hyun casually shrugs it off, explaining that since no one mastered mana control like her, she probably found a way to transfer it. But internally, he silently apologizes to Ricky for having to hide his predation skill and use her name as a cover. While Kevin looks on with slight disappointment, Cody watches Kim Tae-hyun with intense curiosity, asking what he plans to show them with that skill. Kim Tae-hyun silently stares at the glowing sphere, before suddenly activating it, flooding the entire meeting room with a brilliant, blinding light. The memory Ricky recorded reveals the classified information she gathered when infiltrating the enemy stronghold, showing ancient stone statues of powerful monsters. While the monster language is still being researched and will take time to decode, the visual evidence alone speaks volumes. Just by studying the Grand Mural, Ricky's sharp intuition told her that the figures seated on equal footing with Organ were all Grand Dukes. These absolute rulers include Beast King Organ, Succubus Queen Rosalia, Vampire Lord Azaman, and the terrifying Demon King Beelzebub. Beside them stand Dragon King Hazard, Abyss Emperor Jormungandr, and Sky King Lucifer, forming the 7 legendary Grand Dukes. These 7 powerhouses constantly fight for territory, capturing and losing land in a fragile balance to rule over the deep abyss. But the real kicker is the empty throne at the very top of the mural, leaving everyone wondering who could possibly stand above them. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoes in the recording, mocking Ricky as a massive monster appears and looks down on her with pure disgust. He calls her a pile of rotting meat. Back in reality, Kevin gasps in horror, clutching his head as he trembles in disbelief. According to American intelligence, they had only confirmed 3 Grand Dukes, including Azaman and Lucifer, with their true powers remaining a mystery. But thanks to the ultimate sacrifice of the players, this time they now know that if even one Grand Duke crosses over, humanity will face complete extinction. Instead of 3, there are 7 of them, not to mention the potential mastermind ruling above them all. The sheer scale of the threat is terrifying, yet Kim Tae-hyun calmly deactivates his magic. Meanwhile, in a completely separate location, Ji-hong calmly asks if everything has finally come to an end, and Organ replies that it has, flashing a wicked, cunning smile. He admits he still finds it hard to believe that a legendary Grand Duke of the Abyss would ever need to rely on the strength of such lowly humans. Organ nonchalantly shrugs it off, calling it a minor incident that he could have easily handled alone. I can always resurrect, I just do not want to wait too long. If you dare babble like that again, I will turn you into dust. Ji-hong smiles, promising to be careful, then asks why his master is so eager to hunt down Kim Tae-hyun. The dark entity gets straight to the point. Kim Tae-hyun is using an incredibly rare ability, a power meant only for a chosen successor. Ji-hong is instantly intrigued. A chosen one? Who could that be? Organ drops a massive hint, pointing to the one who once stood at the absolute pinnacle of power, ruling the abyss. The sovereign who led the archdukes and challenged the heavenly realm itself. The legendary underworld king. Ji-hong gasps in sheer shock, but Organ raises a hand, declaring that things have changed and there is a new order. He commands his contractor to head to Earth. They must plunge the human world into absolute chaos and tear their peaceful lives apart. The goal is to draw out the key of the Underworld King and deliver it. With that key, they will conquer the entire abyss. Then a new overlord will rise. Ji-hong bows deeply, swearing that everything will play out exactly as his master desires. Back with Kim Tae-hyun, an ally asks President Kevin about their next move. Kevin insists they must call an emergency meeting immediately. Even if they do not have a solid plan, yet doing nothing is not an option. Kim Tae-hyun frowns, asking if the U.S. Association will act alone. This is no longer just America's problem. The very future of humanity is hanging by a thread, and everyone needs to know. The truth must be shared with the world. But Kevin warns that spreading this information prematurely could trigger uncontrollable global panic. Kim Tae-hyun strongly disagrees. To him, facing a common threat is the ultimate chance for the nations of Earth to finally unite. Ricky did not sacrifice herself just for one nation, and her final wish must be respected. Hearing this, Kevin falls dead silent. After a long, heavy sigh, the president finally gives in. Once they verify the facts, they will share everything globally. They will go through the World Hunter Association. Kim Tae-hyun then reveals that Ricky's memories showed a mysterious light hidden deep underground. Kevin is completely stunned that the young hunter knows about this. His assistant quickly leans in and whispers a reminder. He points out that Kim Tae-hyun is currently their most crucial strategic ally. The president slowly nods in agreement. Kevin asks Kim Tae-hyun to follow him, and the young hunter agrees. With that, the four of them step inside. They ride the elevator down. Kevin strikes up a conversation asking Kim Tae-hyun if he remembers how the world changed after the abyss appeared. Kim Tae-hyun nods. Once hunters began to awaken, they brought back invaluable resources that could not be found on Earth. Those otherworldly materials sparked a massive leap forward, pushing human civilization into a brand new era of rapid evolution. Kevin agrees that is what the public believes, but the actual truth is shrouded in dark, closely guarded secrets. Originally, the Abyss was nothing but a nightmare zone far beyond human control, bringing nothing but terror and death. Get ready, because this is where everything quietly changed. America discovered a mysterious object buried deep under the Pacific Ocean. The moment researchers touched it, human awakening began. Kim Tae-hyun freezes in absolute shock as the massive chamber is revealed. Kevin approaches the glass capsule, introducing the preserved body inside as humanity's savior and the ultimate source of their evolution. They call it the unnamed god. Calling it a deity is no exaggeration, though the true name remains strictly classified. Kim Tae-hyun narrows his eyes, staring intensely at the creature inside. The unnamed god, could this actually be one of the monarchs? He asks Kevin how they managed to keep such a terrifying existence hidden from the rest of the world. Kevin closes his eyes, firmly stating that only a chosen nation and its elite deserve to lead the rest of humanity forward. Yet despite decades of secrecy, they have barely scratched the surface of the power unleashed during the First Awakening. Even previous presidents failed to extract any answers from the unnamed god. But recently, new clues have finally started appearing. The secrets are slowly unfolding. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun tenses up, pointing out that something inside the capsule just moved. The beast's skin twitches as if something is trying to claw its way out. Suddenly, three glowing eyes burst open. Talk about an absolute nightmare scenario. Standing before its massive presence, they feel incredibly small and filled with sudden dread. Kevin gasps, completely horrified to see the unnamed god's eyes wide open. This has never happened in history. Panicking, the president immediately spins around and barks orders at his assistant to contact the research team right away. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun remains frozen. This is not just a random awakening, those massive glowing eyes are locked onto him. The entity is staring directly into his soul. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes in his mind, ignoring everyone else. It recognizes him as the one who returned, using the monarch's power. Kim Tae-hyun's heart races. Is this thing talking to him? Not only does it know about the legendary monarch, but it also somehow knows all about his secret regression. The creature asks if it is finally time to break its chains. Kevin watches in absolute horror as the beast begins to move. This high-tech vault was designed to hold anything, but his assistant trembles, realizing that a catastrophic error has just occurred. He frantically shouts for them to evacuate immediately, but the other refuses, yelling that this is their first breakthrough after decades of research. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly realizes something strange. Can the others not hear the nameless? The mysterious entity just keeps talking to him. It challenges him to activate his mana and unleash the king's power if he truly wants to know the truth. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun turns back. He looks at the entity, then turns to Kevin and the others, declaring he will stay. The group stares back in absolute shock. They immediately try to stop him, asking what he is thinking. If the place collapses, even a double S-class player like him might not survive. He simply turns to them and says he has to verify something first. Hearing his stubbornness, Marcus grits his teeth in sheer frustration. He snaps at Kim Tae-hyun for being so obstinate in this danger, but Kevin places a hand on Marcus's shoulder, telling him to back down. Kevin urges him to get the guild leader out, sensing that Kim Tae-hyun has a plan. With that, the three leave the two alone. Silence fills the room, heavy enough to hear a pin drop. Stepping forward, Kim Tae-hyun raises his hand to activate his immense magic. He demands to see this so-called truth. Suddenly, a blinding radiant light erupts right beneath the feet of the nameless. The entity commends his bravery, calling him the king's key, and promises to answer his questions. Kim Tae-hyun takes a slow breath. He admits he has countless questions but needs to confirm the source, first asking if this being is truly a god. The nameless explains that while humanity's concept of God is flawed, there is no better word to describe its true essence here. Kim Tae-hyun stares right back, completely unfazed, and points out that a god raised and nurtured by humans cannot be truly omnipotent. The nameless does not deny it, admitting that it is not a complete deity, but rather just a mere fragment of one. Unable to act on its own since it has not merged with anything yet, it can only point toward a single destination. Intrigued, Kim Tae-hyun asks where that destination lies. The entity reveals it points directly toward its original true self. The explanation only leaves Kim Tae-hyun more confused. He realizes this means a true ultimate god actually exists out there somewhere. So meeting this fragment is the only path. Suddenly, the nameless speaks up, reading his thoughts perfectly. Confirming his theory, the entity explains that human awakenings stem from this source, making their encounter completely inevitable. Kim Tae-hyun presses further, asking if the underworld king's power is truly divine, and wonders where the entity is currently residing. But why did the king bring him back to life? In response, the creature merely narrows its eyes, almost smiling. Its narrowed eyes hold a dark smile. Suddenly, an absolutely horrifying vision flashes before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, showing pure destruction. Realizing where he is, he wonders if this is actually Korea, a deep, unsettling dread pooling in his chest. He spots a majestic horseman's statue. Now get this, the Nameless reveals this is indeed the Underworld King's territory. It is not his own world, but the dimension that once belonged to the king. Kim Tae-hyun watches a civilian flee in terror. The runner trips right next to him as a hideous monster with rows of razor-sharp teeth lunges in for the kill. The victim raises his hands in desperate defense. The Nameless prompts him to watch closely as the victim's skin begins changing. His hand bleaches white as another beast suddenly leaps out viciously, tearing into the attacking monster. Kim Tae-hyun gasps in shock. The Nameless continues the tale of a boy born alongside shattered divine fragments scattered across various spatial dimensions. In his darkest hour, the boy awakened his body moving on pure instinct. Suddenly, a splitting headache hits Kim Tae-hyun hard. Kim Tae-hyun wakes up in a completely different realm. Honestly, this exact place looks like a crazy nightmare he has seen before. High in the gloomy sky, the legendary Underworld King emerges. As he slowly raises his hand, the Nameless narrates on. He swiftly conquered the abyss, unleashing waves of pure devastating energy that completely wiped out hordes of vile monsters. The Underworld King claimed the supreme throne, ruling as the absolute sovereign over the powerful 7 archdukes. Confused, Kim Tae-hyun asks how divine guidance relates to defeating those archdukes. The entity confirms his suspicion. Ending the domain war and claiming the Underworld throne was merely a stepping stone toward the true grand stage. The ultimate inevitable destiny is the Great War against the Celestial Realm, a battle for the very survival of the Abyss. Only by winning this racial war can the path to the true God open. Thus, the king led the charge. He allied with his archdukes to face the celestial entities, but that realm was home to beings far closer to divinity. The power gap was too vast. Even after dying and resurrecting countless times, the grim outcome remained the same. Over centuries of constant failure, his spirit slowly broke down until one day he realized a painful truth. He was not the savior they needed. He had to find a successor worthy of carrying this heavy burden. Kim Tae-hyun is that key. He is destined to finally end this endless cycle of war once and for all. He will inherit the king's will to claim divine power. Kim Tae-hyun quietly whispers, "So that is the truth." Tae-hyun questions him further, still wondering why the Emperor God shattered into so many pieces and what drove the monarch to seek its power. Why did the monarch try to reach the god, and why did they choose me? Nameless slowly responds, stating the answers to those questions are beyond his capacity to understand. Before Nameless can finish, Tae-hyun lets out a helpless smile, asking if he has to find the rest himself. Nameless simply adds that Tae-hyun was not gifted power by a god, but rather he inherited the raw, unstoppable strength of the monarch. Unlike them, he is not bound by fate, leaving him completely free to live whatever life he wants after this regression. Whether he keeps searching for the truth and power is entirely up to his own will. So what will he do next? Meanwhile, the group, having retreated a safe distance away, Kevin and his group wait. Kevin suddenly feels a wave of regret, wishing he had stayed behind too. He believes trading his life for information from Nameless could have advanced humanity. Meanwhile, Marcus worries if Tae-hyun will make it out okay. But Cody steps in to reassure them, saying Tae-hyun is not the type to recklessly throw his life away for nothing. Suddenly, a glowing portal of light tears open. Out steps Tae-hyun alive and well, leaving the entire group in absolute shock. They scream in disbelief as Tae-hyun calmly greets them. Beside him, Marcus pushes up his glasses closely, examining the portal's magical residue. Kevin rushes over frantically asking what happened to Nameless and his physical vessel. Tae-hyun responds with a grim, heavy tone. Nameless, he hesitates for a brief moment before admitting the entity is completely gone. Kevin goes weak, unable to believe his ears. Kevin gasps in disbelief. Tae-hyun clarifies, explaining it is more accurate to say he absorbed both the creature's essence and its power. Kevin is utterly stunned. Cody crosses his arms, stating that while he always respected Tae-hyun's choices, this time he went too far. He demands a clear explanation for this madness. Tae-hyun merely stares back in silence as Cody takes a slow, heavy step forward. Cody stands face to face with Tae-hyun, the air thick with tension. Yet Tae-hyun stands tall and unbothered, refusing to back down. Even surrounded by the world's top players, Tae-hyun is unfazed. He looks at Cody and explains what happened during his clash with Nameless. He heard a strange voice guiding him, and when he reached out to establish contact, the entity was suddenly drawn into his body. Cody finds this hard to believe, pressing him to reveal if anything else was said. At that moment, Tae-hyun's gaze sharpens. He bluntly states that he cannot share that information. This completely sets Kevin off, who yells at him to stop dodging. Kevin demands immediate answers, reminding him that Nameless is a vital American asset, regardless of how important of an ally Tae-hyun is. But before Kevin can finish his angry rant, Cody steps in and cuts him off, raising a hand to quiet the room. Cody asks Tae-hyun what his next move is. With absolute determination in his eyes, Tae-hyun declares he is going to find that ultimate power. He wants the strength to truly rewrite the rules of this world. Cody simply nods, accepting his answer as Tae-hyun speaks his final piece. Having fulfilled Ricky's final wishes, Tae-hyun announces he is heading back to South Korea. Kevin panics, shouting for Cody to stop him, but Cody remains completely composed. He looks at the furious chairman, asking him if he still fails to grasp the reality of the situation. Tae-hyun has already surpassed him, and there is likely no one left on Earth who can hope to stand in his way. Kevin is left completely speechless by Cody's admission, desperately arguing that it is only because Tae-hyun stole the power of Nameless. But Cody counters, pointing out they had endless chances to connect with Nameless, yet none of them ever succeeded like Tae-hyun did. He suggests looking at it differently. It is not that Tae-hyun stole that power, but rather that Nameless chose him. Cody warns that making an enemy out of someone chosen by a god would be a deeply foolish mistake. He believes Tae-hyun is the hunter now, not the prey. Shortly after Tae-hyun's return, the World Association drops a massive announcement. They officially confirm the tragic deaths of 5 SS-ranked players, including Ricky, while finally revealing the existence of the major threat. The 7 Grand Dukes of the Abyss. The public mourns their fallen heroes, but they also tremble with fear at this terrifying new enemy. Amidst the global panic, Tae-hyun secures a private meeting with Association President Jin-hee, who immediately asks about his well-being. He expresses deep concern, knowing Tae-hyun must have faced absolute nightmares down in the abyss against those monstrous Grand Dukes. He asks if Tae-hyun was injured, but Tae-hyun calmly replies that he is fine. Still, Jin-hee remains deeply worried about his mental state. He tells Tae-hyun that even if his physical wounds have healed, the trauma must be heavy, reminding him none of this was his fault. Tae-hyun politely thanks him. Jin-hee then pivots to the main issue, admitting he does not want to pressure him during such a difficult time. However, the AON guild leader mentioned that Tae-hyun plans to dedicate all of his focus solely on matters concerning the Abyss. He asks if this plan has changed after his brutal encounter with the Grand Dukes. Tae-hyun immediately shakes his head. He states that the Abyss needs him now more than ever. Just then, Tae-guk approaches to speak, but Jin-hee quickly waves him off. Tae-hyun is curious, asking Tae-guk if there is something he wants to share. Tae-guk quickly speaks up, revealing a hidden truth. He explains that the president wanted to keep this a closely guarded secret, but since Tae-hyun is diving back into the abyss, he deserves to know. Jin-hee thinks Tae-hyun is actually quite a strange guy. Tae-guk continues, explaining that, while Tae-hyun was busy, recently, mysterious illness began sweeping the globe. It covers the body in gray spots and triggers a burning high fever. It is a new plague, and Tae-hyun is deeply shocked to hear about it. He realizes those symptoms match what happened even after Venom from the Chinese dungeon was defeated. It is the exact same horrific nightmare that tortured humanity. This is identical to the Grey Plague from his past life. But he already defeated Venom. The plague should have been completely stopped by now. Why is it back again? Then Tae-guk reports the grim situation, noting that according to their official investigation, this is definitely no natural illness. Experts here in Korea believe it was artificially engineered, and some even suspect it is being spread by the Villain Guild. Tae-hyun mutters the Villain Guild under his breath. Tae-guk explains that while they are dangerous, they should not have the ability to engineer a virus this advanced. It is highly likely someone is collaborating with them, and the association is digging into it. The Villain Guild is a demonic syndicate active worldwide, but their primary headquarters is located right here in New Korea. The association is currently planning a massive elimination sweep, but Tae-hyun does not wait for Tae-guk to finish. He suddenly, abruptly cuts in. He says he has something else to ask. He encountered the leader of the Villain Guild at the castle of Archduke Organ. Who exactly is this guy named Ji-han? Hearing this, the 2 men sitting across from him look utterly stunned. I mean, who wouldn't be? Tae-guk excitedly asks if he really met Ji-han. Tae-hyun confirms the man has earned the complete trust of Archduke Organ and become his top underling, acting like he knows him. Chairman Jin-hee rests his chin on his hand in deep thought, wondering how much deeper Ji-han will sink now that he has sided with the demons. Tae-guk asks if he should explain, but Jin-hee refuses, stating this is his own heavy burden. He never intended to keep it a secret and simply did not want to put more pressure on the young man. But since Tae-hyun already knows, he will tell him everything. It all began over 20 years ago before he became chairman. Back then, Jin-hee was just a rookie player. One day, a local dungeon opened up and he rushed to the scene. But he arrived too late. The monsters had already gone, leaving only a traumatized child who awakened after losing his parents. The 7-year-old boy had somehow cleared a B+ ranked dungeon all on his own, likely out of pure survival instinct. That was the first time they met. Jin-hee immediately recognized the boy's monstrous talent and the furious storm raging inside. He felt responsible for failing to save the family and believed it was his absolute duty to raise the kid. So he adopted Ji-hong and trained him desperately, hoping to guide his hatred away from a dark and twisted path. He truly wanted the boy to grow straight and narrow, hoping he would one day become New Korea's next great hero. Ji-hong's raw talent blew past all expectations. He absorbed every single lesson without ever voicing a word of complaint. In fact, the young boy climbed to the top tier of New Korea's awakeners before even entering high school. But looking back now, it only brings deep regret. Jin-hee realizes he pushed the boy way too hard. Tae-hyun asks when things started to go wrong, but Jin-hee suddenly falls silent, leaving Tae-guk to speak up on his behalf. He explains that while modern tech and systems make abyss exploration much safer today, things were vastly different back then. Even as a mere child, Ji-hong was running dangerous abyss missions. Everyone wanted to team up with a rising star. But despite his terrifying power, horrific accidents constantly plagued his raid teams, always resulting in massive and tragic casualties. As these disastrous raids continued to stack up, the association finally decided to launch a quiet official investigation. The search uncovered a terrifying truth, and honestly, it is pure evil. Ji-hong was leading his teammates to their deaths. Tae-hyun is shocked and asks why he would do something so monstrous. Tae-guk sighs and gives him the answer. When cornered by investigators, Ji-hong coldly asked how they expected him to defeat monsters while worrying about useless weaklings. He believed that if his teammates managed to survive his trials, they should thank him for forcing them to become stronger. The association realized his philosophy was incredibly dangerous, and fearing massive public backlash, they tried to erase his record. They wanted him gone immediately. In retaliation, Ji-hong slaughtered the players sent to arrest him and made his escape. He instantly became one of the world's most wanted fugitives. After a heavy pause, Jin-hee slowly composes himself. He adds that Ji-hong was completely lost in his own delusions, believing that tragedy is the only path to strength. He wanted to force that brutal philosophy on everyone, genuinely believing it was the only way to save the world. But Jin-hee admits he never looked into his heart. He just blindly pushed him forward, and that was his ultimate failure. Tae-hyun listens in heavy silence. He can deeply understand the older man's immense regret and lingering sorrow. Jin-hee looks completely defeated. Tae-hyun silently admits that the old man's past actions did carry some weight. But then President Tae-guk quickly tries to cut him off. He is terrified the young warrior will speak out of turn. But Tae-hyun completely ignores him, staring right at Jin-hee. He tells him straight up, if your son is going down the wrong path, you should kick his butt. That's a father's duty. He promises to drag Ji-hong back, giving the old man his chance. Jin-hee looks at him, deeply moved. Just those few words speak volumes. Tae-hyun's mind is already racing. He absolutely despises people who prey on the weak. He knows the helpless pain. Tae-guk watches him curious. He asks if Tae-hyun will join the upcoming suppression force. Tae-hyun agrees to join the plan, but not immediately, explaining there are some crucial things he needs to handle first. It is just too difficult to fight properly with these pests still running wild. Right then, a new notification flashes. Following his intense conversation with the Nameless One, a status window pops up revealing the countdown to the global war. High in the aurora, a towering castle appears. A haunting voice echoes from the shadows. Can you see it, contractor? The voice whispers that the time has come. Tae-hyun stands there in absolute shock. He cannot believe his own eyes. Is that really Rosalia? She merely frowns, asking why he looks so stunned, teasingly wondering if she looks that terrible to him. Tae-hyun spots her visible injuries. Did this happen because of him? Her wounds from fighting Duke Organ are severe. Rosalia chuckles, calling him lucky. Surviving a Grand Duke's curse with only minor scratches is a miracle in itself. Tae-hyun demands to know why the majestic castle is in such a ruined state. Honestly, the scale of the destruction is jaw-dropping. She waves it off. It turns out IG Mound paid a visit right before Tae-hyun's clash, creating a massive headache. She tells him not to worry. The Lords of the Abyss are never friendly anyway. It is just the price of having such an extraordinary contractor. Suddenly, Tae-hyun gets extremely serious. He makes a solemn vow. He promises that he will never let them treat her like this again. Rosalia rests her chin, mischievous as always. What is with that intense tone, she asks, smiling as Tae-hyun remains silent, merely staring deep into her eyes. Taken aback, Rosalia notices that something about him has completely changed since their last meeting. He quietly reveals he met God. He learned the absolute truth about the Emperor. Rosalia is stunned. Suddenly, Tae-hyun's voice grows incredibly heavy. He warns her that a global war against all races is approaching. Rosalia asks in disbelief how he could meet God. Tae-hyun quickly explains that a fragment of the deity actually exists in his world, and they happen to talk. He reminds her of her past warning when she said knowing about the Emperor wouldn't change a single thing. But now, everything has changed. For a brief second, a rare look of pure panic flashes across Rosalia's eyes. She gasps, realizing he has climbed to this level far quicker than expected. It is definitely not a simple coincidence. This is destiny. With false memories causing chaos all over the place, the timeline is moving much faster than anticipated. Knowing the truth, she asks if he finally understands his fate. Coming here today proves he has his answer. He wasn't simply blessed by God. Instead, the Emperor himself chose him to inherit this absolute power. Unlike the rest of them, he is not bound by their rigid system, leaving him completely free to enjoy his regressed life. But the next step depends entirely on his own resolve, and she eagerly asks what he plans to do. Tae-hyun falls into a deep silence before slowly explaining. At first, he only wanted revenge and a peaceful, ordinary life. This time around, he desperately wanted to grow stronger, just to keep his own happiness safe. But things have changed. The more he uncovers the secrets of the abyss, the more he believes there is a deeper reason behind his regression. He remembers the Emperor once telling him that he admired his willpower. The Emperor truly respected his determination. Tae-hyun wondered if his raw willpower was really the only reason he was chosen. No, it was the Emperor's ultimate wish. He wanted a partner who possessed that exact resilience to share this heavy burden. With this realization, Tae-hyun's resolve hardens. He seriously declares that he will walk the exact same path as the Emperor. This fight is directly tied to his own world's survival. To protect his home, he will end this war. Then he makes a bold offer. He asks Rosalia to lend him her power, promising to take her to the top. Rosalia is highly impressed by his grand ambition, but she reminds him that he is still just the key, not the Emperor. If he truly wants to reach those supreme heights, he still has an incredibly long road ahead of him. Hearing this, Tae-hyun channels a massive surge of energy into his legs. It suddenly explodes, wrapping his entire body. The system immediately detects a mysterious power surge, upgrading his rank to SS. A wave of terrifying energy erupts. Power begins to erupt. Rosalia jumps to her feet in absolute shock, demanding to know when Tae-hyun had reached this level. Tae-hyun smiles, explaining that the moment he swore to follow the Emperor, the god fragment merged with him. He asks if she still doubts him. Rosalia laughs wildly at his words. She remembers when the Emperor first spoke of passing his power to another. She had strongly opposed it, believing only the Emperor himself was truly worthy of inheriting that legendary path. Yet it seems she was wrong. Rosalia suddenly senses something off, an incredibly strange feeling washing over her as she speaks. Just then, bright light pours in from the outside. It triggers old memories of her days as a humble maid first seeing the Emperor. Soon, Rosalia and Tae-hyun sit down to negotiate. She declares that from this moment on, there will be no hierarchy between them. Addressing him as her contractor, she officially recognizes him as an equal partner in this coming struggle. She then shifts to the upcoming race war, asking what he actually knows about it so far. Tae-hyun does not hesitate. He explains that once the domain war ends and a new emperor rises, entities from the heavenly realm will finally descend. Rosalia sighs, disappointed that this is all he knows. But Tae-hyun quickly adds that the god is not as friendly as expected. Realizing she was played, she pouts and calls him a cunning bastard. Tae-hyun just chuckles and downs his glass of wine. He points out that without a little trickery, he never would have won her support. Rosalia can only sigh in defeat. She agrees to share what she knows, warning him her knowledge is limited. Once the domain war ends, the race war begins. The trigger is the underworld king's growing power. It is reaching a level so immense that it practically touches the divine. The heavenly race in the upper realm absolutely hates this. More specifically, the king of the upper realm refuses to allow it. Tae-hyun asks in curiosity if there is actually an emperor in the upper realm as well. Rosalia confirms his suspicion. He was a magic beast who once held a divine fragment, just like their own emperor, using it to ascend and approach godhood. His name is Ban, the Demon Dragon King. Tae-hyun is stunned, realizing this was the dragon from the emperor's memories. Tae-hyun asks why entities possessing divine fragments would fight one another just to reach godhood. It sounds ridiculous to him. She reveals that Ban actually touched the divine, but he rejected that path and betrayed the gods. Now he is actively trying to usurp the throne of God. Their emperor fought to stop him and restore balance. Because of this, the upper world king views the underworld king as a major threat that must be eliminated. Tae-hyun wonders why the upper realm has not launched an all-out attack yet. Rosalia explains that a barrier still blocks them. Some form of magic still keeps them at bay, a barrier preventing their crossing until the right time arrives. She believes this defense was put in place by their emperor. Hearing this, Tae-hyun comes to his own conclusion. He deduces that he must defeat the other Grand Dukes to unite an army capable of fighting the upper realm. That must be the true purpose of the domain war. Rosalia looks him in the eye and smiles. Now that he understands why he must face the Grand Dukes, she begins detailing their territories and military forces. The two spend a long time mapping out their strategies and discussing what needs to be done next. As her glass finally runs low, she tells him it is time to make a choice on where to start. Tae-hyun rests his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing as he recalls the painful memories of his past struggles. He has his answer. Ogun is his primary target, a bitter enemy he must destroy at all costs. However, Ogun controls the largest territory in the Abyss. If this turns into a long, drawn-out war of attrition, they will find themselves at a disadvantage, and the other Grand Dukes will undoubtedly seize the chance to interfere. Just then, a panicked maid bursts into the room, cutting him off to frantically call for the Queen. Rosalia demands to know what is happening, and the maid reports an urgent message from the Western Territory. It is from Muzarin. Tae-hyun waits as Rosalia reads the letter. She looks up with an amused grin. A perfect stage has been set for him. She reminds him of his promise to take her to the very top. She challenges him to prove his words. Her Western Territory is currently in a fierce dispute with the barren desert of Ion. A brutal clash is unfolding between two powerful female magic beasts, with a purple-clad monster lunging forward to shred Muzarin. The feral beast swings her claws, shattering Muzarin's sword in a single strike and leaving her completely defenseless. Muzarin collapses in pain as her worried subordinates scream her name, desperately trying to protect their double S-ranked warrior. The blue-clad beast arrogantly mocks her, pointing out that Rosalia's favorite warrior is incredibly disappointing. Her name is Brudia, a triple S-ranked opponent who looks down on them with absolute cold contempt. The people here are so weak that their leader is called the weakest Archduke. Seeing them crumble like this is really no surprise at all. She screams in rage, how dare she insult her queen. Brudia ruthlessly stomps on Muzarin's shoulder, mocking her for even trying to speak. Shouldn't you try to take me down first? With those brutal words, Brudia slams her foot down, sending Muzarin crashing to the dirt as blood splatters. One rule rules here. Brudia declares that the Abyss only recognizes the law of the strong. The weak must submit. Soon they will all kneel and beg for mercy before Brudia and the terrifying Blood Archduke she so loyally serves. She turns to leave with an arrogant sneer. From this day on, she announces this barren desert belongs entirely to the territory of Igimon. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. Detached. Calm. The law of the strong, sounds pretty good to him. Brudia spins around. She finds Tae-hyun standing there and instantly gets curious. A human staring at his completely blank face, she demands to know who he is. Tae-hyun just chuckles. The guy she is looking down on, he says, is actually the mercenary of that proud queen she just insulted. Brudia reflects on how most magical beasts born in the Abyss lack basic intelligence. They usually just run wild on pure, raw instinct. They eat, sleep, and destroy everything in sight. But once in a while, a mutant is born with incredible intellect and power. These rare creatures are born as natural leaders destined to rule the pack. Just like in human society, status determines everything. There is a strict hierarchy among magic beasts, and sooner or later they are bound to clash with another powerful challenger. The Abyss is brutal, a place where the strong prey on the weak. It is the only rule for survival. Brudia has always been the predator, never the prey. She has taken down one powerful monster after another on her climb to the top. But when she ran out of worthy opponents, she crossed paths with him, the ultimate predator of the Abyss, a terrifying Archduke. Just like that, her pride was shattered. A complete, overwhelming defeat. Every single past victory became instantly worthless. It was the first time she realized that some beings exist on an entirely different level. The Archduke looked down on her back then. He asked her how she dared to challenge him when there was clearly such an insurmountable gap between their tiers. A magic beast's rank is decided the moment they are born, representing their ultimate limit, and she had already reached hers. To break past that natural limit, the only way forward is to absorb the core of a much higher-ranking magic beast. He offered to make her his servant. Back then, Brudia trembled. It was a mix of pure fear and shame. She knew it was humiliating, but the raw power she gained from that shame was unbelievably miraculous. With this strength, she had enough. If she hid her sharp claws and kept growing under his shadow, she could eventually overthrow him one day. She could take his place as the next Archduke. But then she wonders, why is she kneeling before a mere lackey of the Archduke? Why should someone with her grand ambitions to overthrow the Archduke be forced to bow before some bottom-tier servant of his? Lost in her thoughts, she launches a furious barrage of attacks at Tae-hyun, but she cannot even scratch his skin. Brudia is completely shocked. No way. Then Tae-hyun finally counters, suddenly grabbing her wrist in a crushing grip. His eyes flash with a sinister crimson glow, radiating the overwhelming mana of the Demon King. Brudia freezes, staring in sheer terror. For a second, she sees the horrifying shadow of the Demon King looming over Tae-hyun, prompting her to shriek out Rosalia's name. She freezes. Her body refuses to move. Tae-hyun delivers a clean, devastating slash, smiling as he takes the win. If the Abyss is a dog-eat-dog world, she is officially his prey now. Though he admits he is not big on eating magic beasts. Still, trespassing into someone else's territory and acting like she owns the place means she cannot expect any kind of mercy. Since she is just a lackey of Agumon, negotiating with her is a waste of time. He tells her to bring her master. With her mouth torn and bleeding, she struggles to spit out a defiant no. She boldly raises her head to announce her name. She is Brudia, not some lowly servant, but the ultimate beast destined to conquer the very peak of the Abyss. She lunges forward with her jaw split wide open. Tae-hyun calmly steps back and whispers the name of his skill, gluttony. A massive spectral mouth appears, devouring Brudia whole. Gone. Tae-hyun smiles, finding this method of consumption quite convenient. Meanwhile, Muserin is being carried away by her subordinates. She watches the entire battle unfold with wide, disbelieving eyes. She realizes this human is truly the queen's contractor. Watching Tae-hyun stand victorious, Muserin is completely awestruck by his strength. She remembers when SS plus rank monsters used to give him a hard time. Now his resonance with the God Shard lets him crush SSS rank threats. Right now, Tae-hyun quietly pulls up his status window to check his newly updated stats. Name Kim, Tae-hyun, age 20. Rank is SS. Strength is 306, stamina 308, speed 307, and mana is 455. His innate skill is gluttony, rank SS. It consumes 120 mana to devour targets at will. Tae-hyun is pleasantly surprised by the adjustment. He wonders if the boost comes from gluttony ranking up or the monster itself. Is Brudia really Ion's lackey? Regardless of the reason, if he keeps abusing gluttony, even the missing Grand Dukes might face total destruction. Suddenly, a panicked beast rushes over, calling out to its contractor. In front of them, a thick pool of blood begins shaping into a hand. As the blood solidifies, a disembodied voice echoes. It says that just as expected, Brudia was no match for Tae-hyun. From the puddle of blood, a beast emerges. He admits he had low expectations from the start, but successfully summoning Tae-hyun is already a win. This beast is none other than the rumored Grand Duke. Tae-hyun simply smiles and waves his hand, calling it a pretty convenient coincidence. He was looking for the Duke anyway, so this saves some effort. But then the Grand Duke makes a sudden proposal to celebrate. He suggests they celebrate their reunion. Meanwhile, at an association headquarters, President Jin-hee puts on his coat, preparing to head out. Ready to call it a night, he suddenly stops and looks at an old photo on his desk. It shows him standing alongside his former comrades. He smiles, noting how young they all looked. Reminiscing like this lately makes him feel like he is really getting old. Just then, Go Tae-wook bursts through the door, surprised to see the president still there. Jin-hee replies that he was just about to head out. Sensing the urgency, Jin-hee asks what is wrong. Go Tae-wook quickly reports that they just received an urgent update from the Joint Investigation Team. The team monitored the suspected villain guild base and detected unusual activity. Now they are waiting for direct orders from the association. Jin-hee immediately heads out, ordering Go Tae-wook to gather all national-level players because he will personally handle things on the scene. Go Tae-wook hesitates, causing Jin-hee to ask what is holding him back. Worriedly, the assistant brings up their most powerful player. With Tae-hyun still in the abyss and unreachable, Go Tae-wook asks if they can manage alone. This question clearly displeases the president. He asks since when the Korean Association became so dependent on Tae-hyun alone. Hearing this, Go Tae-wook lowers his head and mumbles an apology. Jin-hee lets him off the hook gently, suggesting that handling this threat on their own might actually be for the best. He explains that Tae-hyun has his own path and unfinished business to take care of in the abyss. That is his choice. Jin-hee wants to be a strong pillar of support for the kid walking the right path. Hearing this, Go Tae-wook understands his master's heart. The president is trying to make up for past mistakes, wanting to protect Tae-hyun from the tragic fate that once befell Ji-hong. With a firm step, Jin-hee walks forward, declaring that they must fulfill their duty now that the final showdown has arrived. Meanwhile, back in the abyss, the Grand Duke casually comments that they jumped straight into a fight last time without proper introductions. The vampire gives a dramatic formal bow. He introduces himself as a Grand Duke of the Abyss and the Blood Lord Ajimun. In response, Tae-hyun proudly declares himself to be Rosalia's official contractor and the ultimate key of the Night Emperor. Ajimun looks him up and down, admitting the prestigious title is well-deserved. Since that's the case, he has an interesting proposition. He suggests that Tae-hyun should break his contract with Rosalia and serve him instead. In return, he will make him his new contractor. With this new bond, Tae-hyun will gain immense power and armies Rosalia could never offer, allowing them to conquer the abyss together. This way, they will triumph in the race war. But Tae-hyun sees right through him, pointing out who the real winner would be. He knows Ajimun only wants the glory for himself. Rosalia already warned him that the Grand Dukes would do anything to seize the key. They all just want to become the next ruler. Tae-hyun mockingly asks if the Duke really thought those lies would fool him. Ajimun lets out a wicked laugh, noting that some things are better left unknown. If Tae-hyun refuses to cooperate, force is the only option. He threatens to break every single one of Tae-hyun's limbs. Still, he finds it amusing how easily Tae-hyun trusts Rosalia over him. Tae-hyun calmly explains that he and Rosalia are equal partners. Hearing this, the Duke scoffingly repeats the word back to him. An alliance between a Grand Duke and a mere human sounds completely absurd to him. In the abyss, only raw power dictates the rules. Even the king of the underworld ruled by keeping the Grand Dukes beneath his feet. But Tae-hyun is not intimidated at all. He clarifies that he never planned to hold back his own power. If the Duke surrenders now, he might actually show some mercy. Otherwise, pain will be the only teacher. Tae-hyun then flips the offer, proposing that Ajumun submit to his authority instead. In return, he promises the Duke a spot in the upcoming war. Ajumun scoffingly laughs, thoroughly amused by his sheer arrogance. He mockingly states that being the Night Emperor's key has made him incredibly cocky, calling him nothing but a foolish brat. With a wave of his hand, Ajumun fires a barrage of blood swords, yet they shatter completely before even touching Tae-hyun's hair. Tae-hyun confidently fires back, warning the arrogant Grand Duke that he is about to lose his ability to speak entirely. A single droplet of blood hovers in the air. With a swift flick, Ajumun summons a fresh wave of razor-sharp blood blades. He commands them to strike, but Tae-hyun gracefully spins around. Raising his hand, he effortlessly turns each oncoming blade into absolute dust. Furious that his own magic is being controlled, Ajumun growls that killing him is the only way to cure this thieving habit. With that, the Grand Duke manifests a colossal fist of solid steel. Watching the massive attack form, Tae-hyun calmly analyzes the situation. On the outside, Tae-hyun still acts completely arrogant, but the sheer pressure radiating from a Grand Duke is leagues above any triple S-class hunter. Calling for help? Calling on Rosalia might be the smart choice, but his steps are already growing faster. Ultimately, Tae-hyun decides to test his limits. He wants to see just how far he can push his newly assimilated God Shard when facing a literal Grand Duke. Fiery red wings suddenly erupt. Tae-hyun lunges forward with crazy speed, catching Amon completely off guard. Before the Grand Duke can react, a devastating blow sends blood splattering everywhere. But somehow, a brand new sword appears in Amon's grip. The blade cuts clean, shocking Tae-hyun. Recovering instantly, both fighters plunge back into the brutal clash. It is a pure, unadulterated slugfest. Amon sneers, mockingly praising him for daring to use stolen authority to such an impressive degree. Gritting his teeth, Tae-hyun blocks the blade. "It is too early to be surprised," he yells, "since I do not just have your power." With that, he activates his blood frenzy, combines it with beastification, and snaps. Sword. Amon stares in absolute disbelief as his precious weapon turns to ash, wondering if that was Organ's power. Combining different authorities, pathetic. Infuriated, Amon summons a massive 2-meter broadsword. Tae-hyun catches the weapon and snaps it effortlessly. Amon begins to panic. This brat, who was hiding behind Rosalia's skirt just a while ago, has somehow grown this absurdly powerful. Nearby, her monster subordinates are closely watching the clash. Muzarin is completely speechless, unable to believe his own eyes as he witnesses Tae-hyun. Overwhelming Grand Duke Amon. Is he even human? This feels exactly like a war between two legendary Grand Dukes. Tae-hyun taunts his opponent, asking how it feels to get utterly dominated by a mere brat. Amon's veins bulge with pure rage. "Do not flatter yourself, you bastard," he screams. "You still know absolutely nothing about my true authority. What you have seen is barely a fraction. A parasite like you is not worthy of my full strength, so let us end this." Tae-hyun quietly disagrees. Releasing his dragon wrath, he unleashes a terrifying, murderous aura enhanced by immense magical power. Directing a bone-chilling stare at Amon, Tae-hyun warns that the truly clueless one here is the Grand Duke himself. Amon looks completely stunned. Refusing to let the Duke react, Tae-hyun grabs him instantly. He unleashes his mana-infused demonic venom, a highly lethal poison. Tae-hyun's hand violently pierces right through Amon's chest, forcing a massive spray of dark blood from his mouth. The floating swords in the air dissolve into liquid and rain down onto the earth. Tae-hyun wonders, did he actually do it? Amon wheezes out that he admits he was wrong about him conceding this defeat. But despite those words, Tae-hyun remains completely unmoved. Suddenly, the area becomes a sea of blood. Amon sneers, saying that using his full power against him is a humiliating defeat, but he will repay this disgrace tenfold. Tae-hyun stares around in absolute shock. What is this? Amon mocks him, introducing his own blood realm. He calls it the ultimate authority, not some cheap imitation, but a primal power only a true master can invoke. Tae-hyun frantically calls for Rosalia, but Amon cuts him off, mocking his remaining mana. Tae-hyun's pupils shrink in sheer terror. Amidst Amon's maniacal laughter, he realizes his energy is rapidly draining into the pool of blood. He curses his own impatience. He completely underestimated his opponent, failing to anticipate that the Duke would have such a deadly trump card. Amon laughs, telling him to slowly drown in this bloody abyss. It is a lingering, excruciatingly painful death. Tae-hyun desperately struggles, but he continues sinking deeper. Eventually, Tae-hyun lies completely motionless. Amon slowly approaches the lifeless body, thanking him for all the effort. Now, he wants to see what the sovereign key actually looks like, but his hand suddenly freezes. Tae-hyun vanishes into thin air. Amon is stunned, wondering where he went. Something is off. Tae-hyun's voice suddenly echoes through the space, saying that while the places look similar, this is not the Grand Duke's domain. He is deep inside the host. Whirling around, the Grand Duke demands answers. Tae-hyun just flashes a wicked smile. The entity currently occupying his body is no longer the young man but the doppelganger. It welcomes Amon to its world. Vampire Lord Amon asks curiously what this world is demanding to know if this creature is the physical embodiment of the sovereign key. The doppelganger answers that even it does not know what it truly is. Yet none of them have ever received an answer. Amon scoffs, asking if it honestly believes the Grand Duke will be an exception. He demands that it speak the truth. But the doppelganger simply sneers at the vampire lord's overbearing pride. It mocks how Grand Dukes always act so incredibly high and mighty. He reminds him that there is always a higher peak. Preparing for a brutal life or death battle, they both wave their hands, summoning a massive storm of sharp blades. Both sides clash. Igmoon mocks him, saying they are all just the same. But then a massive mouth lined with sharp spikes erupts. The beast lunges, leaving Igmoon stunned. He wonders if it is the blood sword, but before he can react, his own weapon is instantly crushed. The doppelganger laughs with absolute glee, calling it magnificent. He licks his lips hungrily, desperate to absorb more magic power. Calling this the perfect gift, the doppelganger grins. This deeply offends Igmoon, who demands how he dares insult the lord of the Blood Clan. He vows to punish the clone first and force a confession out of him later. With that, Igmoon unleashes another wave of attacks. The doppelganger remains completely unfazed. He mocks Igmoon for boldly trying to turn someone else's mind into his own domain. He compares the vampire to a buzzing fly, though admitting a Grand Duke might have the power for it. Still, his original body has a trick. Tae-hyun's clone boasts about his host's past achievements. In response, Igmoon waves his hand, summoning a violent, crushing wave of blood. But the doppelganger tears right through the Crimson Tide, laughing. He explains his method is using a similar force field to neutralize the enemy. With that, he counters with his own ultimate move. The Archduke Igmoon is left completely stunned, barely able to process what is happening. Before the vampire can react, a massive fist connects straight to his face, blasting him back hundreds of kilometers through the air. The doppelganger begins to mock him, asking why he wastes such incredible power. He questions if Igmoon plans on staying hidden forever. He calls Tae-hyun completely foolish for running out of mana and forcing his clone to step in, though he does not seem to mind. The clone smirks, realizing this fight is actually quite fun. He taunts the fallen vampire, telling the cowardly Archduke to get back up. He promises to show him what a real battle looks like. Wasting no time, the doppelganger charges up another devastating heavy punch. This time, Igmoon's jaw takes the full force of the blow. The vampire strikes back in rage, but the clone easily slips away. He unleashes a brutal barrage of punches on the vampire. Igmoon can only curse him, as he is completely overwhelmed by the assault. The clone grabs the Archduke by the head, slamming a knee straight into his face. The force sends the vampire crashing back once more. Blood splatters everywhere as the doppelganger enjoys this, like a kid with a new toy. He playfully asks where his opponent is hiding. Igmoon grits his teeth, trying to find an opening to counterattack while cursing. But it is like his enemy hears his angry thoughts. The doppelganger instantly flashes right in front of him. He lands a brutal kick, forcing the Archduke to liquefy into blood to escape. The clone continues to mock him, asking if anyone has ever thrashed him this badly since he became a powerful Grand Duke. Igmoon rises from the pool of blood, pouring all his rage into a massive strike. But the doppelganger blocks it effortlessly with a smirk. He laughs, telling the vampire that he must be truly furious now. But suddenly, a strange glowing circle surrounds the clone, catching him off guard. He tries to sprint away to break the barrier. But a sudden flash of light cuts across, causing the clone to lose his footing. As the clone struggles to stand, he looks back. A heavily injured Igmoon stands there, swearing he will never forgive him for this. The vampire vows to tear him to absolute shreds. Looking at the weapon in Igmoon's hand, the clone quickly analyzes the situation. He recognizes it as the sealing sword, a weapon capable of locking an opponent's power inside its blade upon making contact. The clone realizes Igmoon wants to seal Tae-hyun's kingly power. He admits that being in this body made him a bit too careless. With his back against the wall, the doppelganger just smiles. You knew he had a backup plan, right? He tells him that this mess is more than enough and declares his job done. Right then, Tae-hyun suddenly manifests behind the vampire. He activates his predation skill, yelling that he has had enough. A massive, devastating wave of power pierces right through the blood. Cracks begin to shatter the dark red sky as the domain collapses. Exhausted, Tae-hyun catches his breath amidst the crumbling space. Igmoon grits his teeth in absolute denial, cursing that a great archduke like him was completely thrashed by the king's power. But Tae-hyun only offers a smug, victorious smile. Right then, Rosalia tears through the dimensional barrier and steps into the collapsing area. Tae-hyun smiles with relief and calls out to his summon. Rosalia rushes over in a panic, asking her contractor if he is all right. He assures her that he is still breathing. Igmoon glares at them, furious that Tae-hyun even managed to drag Rosalia into this. Accepting his defeat for now, the vampire promises to return, swearing that the king's key will eventually belong to him. As the Archduke fades away, Tae-hyun warns him that next time will be his end. Rosalia sighs with relief, seeing her master is safe. She admits that she would have arrived much sooner had she known he was going to put himself in such danger. Tae-hyun tells her not to blame herself since he was the one who did not summon her. He collapses backward, utterly exhausted. He asks if this clash is enough to declare an official territory war. Rosalia simply offers a gentle, silent smile in return. Though secretly worried, she mutters that her contractor is truly a handful. Meanwhile, a massive raid is unfolding in another location. Kang Hee-wook shouts to his team, confirming they have successfully located the Villain Association's hideout. The place is swarming with enemies. His ally warns that they must move immediately before the ringleaders can escape, noting that a getaway vehicle has already slipped away. Right at that moment, Jin-hee and the association force arrive. He tells them that guild leader Aeon is already on the move. She probably needs backup over there, so they have to clear this place out immediately. Everyone barks their confirmation. Jin-hee kicks the door wide open and roars at everyone to freeze. They are the Korean Association, and the villains are totally surrounded. He demands their surrender, but a mocking voice echoes back. Oh, it seems like they still do not understand who is actually trapped here. The vice leader of the Evil Association, the last head of the Three Paths, steps forward as the dark silhouette of the Night Devil appears. Seeing the Night Devil makes Jin-hee break out in a cold sweat. If the vice president is right here, who on earth is Aeon chasing? Aeon's target is a massive semi-truck parked under a metal bridge in a gloomy industrial zone with a pale blue car waiting nearby. Aeon turns to her target, saying this catch is way beyond her expectations and she never thought she would run into him here. Dong-shu frowns with a smirk, saying it turns out the one shadowing them all this time was none other than the guild president herself. The air instantly grows cold. Aeon holds nothing back as she notes that, as expected, the Tae-hyun group is indeed working with the Evil Association. Yet Dong-shu does not look rattled at all, simply chuckling that it seems he let his guard down and exposed himself a little too much. Aeon smirks confidently. She admits she had suspicions for a long time, wondering how a few low-level monsters could spread that gray plague. There had to be someone with advanced technology pulling the strings from behind, and she knew exactly where to look. She kept a close eye on Tae-hyun Pharmaceuticals, who miraculously produced the cure at an unbelievably rapid pace, profiting the most. She regretted not having enough hard evidence to launch a deep investigation back then, but now things are completely different. Catching him leaving the Villain Guild headquarters means she does not even need evidence. But as an investigator, she still asks why he did it. Dong-shu answers calmly, as if catching up with an old friend, explaining that he is simply a businessman who loves doing business. He figured utilizing the evil guild would bring massive profits to his company, plus he had other motives as well. He was tired of seeing the new Korean Players Association being monopolized by the 4 major guilds, including her own. Aeon remains polite despite his excuses, cutting him down by saying it just sounds like he could not compete fairly and resorted to dirty tricks. She tells him that is enough, and he can save the rest of his explanation for the association headquarters. Dong-shu's voice drops as he asks if she is celebrating her victory a bit too early, as he has no intention of going quietly. Things are taking a pretty dark turn as a sinister glint flashes in his eyes, putting Aeon on high alert. Dong-shu transforms as he sneers that he used to be S-class, but he has far surpassed that level now through magical beast mutation. Aeon can barely believe his rapid growth, gasping in shock as she struggles to process what is happening right in front of her. She wonders if this is the beast transformation experiment that Kim Tae-hyun warned them about, meaning more than just viruses leaked from that lab. The villain grins wickedly, his eyes glowing with supreme confidence as he boasts that his power is now close to national level. He challenges her to see how she will handle him now. The second he finishes speaking, Dong-shu throws a devastating punch straight at her face. Meanwhile, Jin-hee is in the middle of his own brutal battle. Kang Hyuk and Sung Jin charge forward in perfect coordination, but bizarrely, the Night Devil just stands there like a statue. It seems their joint attack did absolutely nothing to him. Kang Hyuk notices it and calls out, but Sung Jin cuts him off, realizing that no matter how many times they strike, the result is the same. The monster does not feel a single thing when he gets hit, rendering their physical attacks completely useless, but Hanju and Si-gang refuse to back down. She yells for them to switch to wide-range attacks instead, and they both strike from behind. Si-gang eagerly asks if they got him, but suddenly gasps in shock as a dark warning bell rings in his mind. The Night Devil laughs, saying it is completely useless, as a mass of black tentacles suddenly erupts around them. Both hunters are instantly bound and left hanging. But watch closely, Jin-hee does not hesitate for even a split second. He throws a massive punch that shatters the tentacles, successfully saving Hanju and Si-gang. The Night Devil asks mockingly if they understand now. He boasts that he has never been captured because from the very beginning he was someone who simply cannot be caught. Kang Hyuk growls that this is absolute cheating, like a broken game hack, while Si-gang sighs in pure frustration. Jin-hee tries to calm them down, but internally his mind is racing. Why does this monster keep bragging about his invulnerability? If he is truly impossible to capture, why would he feel the need to constantly point it out? He whispers to his team. He tells them he has an idea to test out, asking them to buy him some time. Immediately, they launch a coordinated assault. The Night Devil sneers, mocking the so-called national-level hunters of New Korea for being completely unable to learn from their mistakes. He tells them no matter how many times they try, the result will never change. They are the ones who walked into a trap. The moment he finishes his arrogant boast, Han Ju Kang, Hyuk, Sung Jin, and Si Gang are suddenly seized one by the dark tendrils. The tentacles clamp down. She screams in absolute frustration. Meanwhile, Jin-hee silently slips in to ambush the Night Demon, but the beast doesn't even bother turning around to see right through him. This old man is practically begging for death, but a second attempt won't go so smoothly. With that, the Night Demon unleashes a swarm of tentacles toward Jin-hee. The old man watches his opponent closely and starts analyzing. He just dodged my strike while releasing those two captured players. This means that with that specific skill active, he can attack and defend at the exact same time. The key is his timing, the brief opening when he lunges forward to strike. That's the perfect window. Ah-young, pin him down now. Right on cue, Ah-young unleashes a devastating blow on the Night Demon, catching him completely off guard. He mutters in shock, "What is this?" Giving him zero time to recover, Jin-hee lunges forward with cold eyes, readying new Korean martial arts. Second form, third stage. Pow! Under the devastating force of this punch, the massive ice block shatters completely, sending frozen shards raining down. As Ah-on silently watches. Once the heavy dust finally settles, the ice is left with a perfectly clean line, carved right through it from Jin-hee's strike. Si-gang excitedly rushes over to ask if they finally finished him off. But Han Ji-woo isn't so sure. Wait, he warns. Right then, the Night Demon casually steps out from the shattered ice with a smirk, and admits he's quite impressed they decoded his ability in such a short time. As expected of the legendary Jin-hee, a seasoned warrior whose apprentice is clearly no joke. Knowing the master he's referring to must be none other than Ji-hong. Jin-hee immediately demands answers. Where is Ji-hong? Has he fled back to the abyss? The Night Demon just laughs at the question, asking if they really expect him to talk. No way. He knows he can't take on all of them at once, but his only job here was to stall for time and gather data anyway. Abandoning this entire facility is a bit of a shame, but they won't find a single scrap of useful info left. Jin-hee wastes no more words shouting for Ah-young to strike. She readily answers and lunges forward with her spear. The Night Demon doesn't even flinch, casually muttering that the age of demons is finally beginning. Kang Hyuk roars in frustration at the escape, urging the old man to chase him down. But Jin-hee just tells him to let it go, since there's no point in chasing a mere shadow. What he snaps back. Ah-young speaks up, asking the president if he's holding back out of worry for her and her sister. She reassures him that her sister is not someone who goes down easily. Jin-hee is surprised by her confidence, but he smiles, understanding her heart completely. Of course, he agrees he has total faith in her. Meanwhile, over at Ah-on and Dong-su's battle, things have taken a major turn. As Dong-su coughs up blood, eyes wide in absolute disbelief, he screams in a manic rage, completely baffled at how a national-level powerhouse like him could possibly lose to a mere S-rank hunter. Ah-young just gives him a mocking smile. Who said she was still just an S-rank? While everyone else was pushing to reach national level, did he think she'd just sit around doing nothing? Her mind drifts back to a memory of her complaining to Tae-hyun about a private meeting, hoping for a confession only to end up training. Tae-hyun had awkwardly scratched his neck, explaining that since Ah-on's injury kept her from the special forces, she needed personal coaching. When Ah-young had pouted in annoyance, Tae-hyun calmly pointed out that he was far too busy for pointless games. His goal was to elevate every single member of their squad to a national level, including her sister Ah-on. He asked if she really wanted to be left behind, which made Ah-young blush in pure embarrassment. She admitted it wasn't fair to use her sister against her, but she refused to lose. Seeing his reverse psychology work like a charm, Tae-hyun had smirked and told her to stick close. President Magis, Onamuro were already national level, and she didn't want to be the only one lagging behind. Now back in the present, Ah-young is absolutely hammering Dong-su with devastating strikes. She silently reflects on the grueling hellish training sessions she endured with Tae-hyun every week to finally reach national level. Keeping it a secret paid off beautifully. Pressing her spear right against Dong-su's forehead, she demands to know if he has any more evidence to show her. The more proof on the demon worshippers, the better. Trembling in terror, Dong-su desperately shrieks for his hidden ally to step in. A figure slowly approaches from the shadows. Ji-hong steps out, stretching lazily as he mocks the desperate old man. He points out that Dong-su insisted on doing this himself, only to leave a messy cleanup. He should be grateful for this partnership, or he would have put him down long ago. Ah-young glares at the newcomer, recognizing him instantly. Ji-hong casually greets her like an old friend, noting how well she looks. Meanwhile, dark storm clouds begin to gather, and a swirling portal of bright light violently tears open. A familiar voice echoes from within, questioning if it is already midnight in Neo-Korea. Tae-hyun steps out, murmuring that it is shift change time, wondering if something went wrong. To understand how they got here, let's wind back the clock slightly to when the fierce clash between Tae-hyun and the clash with Igmoon had ended in the barren deserts of Rosalia's territory, and Tae-hyun slowly opened his eyes to find the Archduchess right beside him. Spotting him awake, she asks if he is finally up as he cautiously scans his surroundings and tries to pull himself together. Noticing his guard is up, she tells him not to worry since this is her home, reminding him he has actually visited once before. She then explains his current condition, noting that his clash with Igmoon had completely drained both his physical stamina and mana reserves. She transferred some mana to help him, and after being out cold for 2 straight days, his body should finally be recovering. Hearing just how long he has been out of commission, shock washes over his face. He asks if it had really been 2 whole days and wonders if anything happened during that time, prompting her to give him an understanding look. She slowly fills him in on the chaos, explaining that the contractor's bold declaration of war had finally triggered a massive shift in the abyss. The territories are officially at war, and as she speaks, images of a brutal conflict play out in her mind. Legendary archdukes who had remained hidden for hundreds of years are finally making their moves, leading armies of terrifying creatures into battle. Tae-hyun can only stare in disbelief as she reveals that several of these powerful rulers have already mobilized their massive forces. Surprisingly, their primary target is Igmoon, a fact that Rosalia delivers with a nonchalant shrug of her shoulders. It makes perfect sense because ever since his defeat by the contractor, Igmoon has weakened, and the law of the jungle spares absolutely no one here. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tae-hyun cautiously asks how their own side is holding up in the midst of this brewing storm. Covering her face mysteriously, she replies that no enemies have dared to approach, especially since they came out of the battle with Igmoon completely unscathed. If anything, the entire abyss now realizes that the contractor holds the key to the king's power, making them too terrified to even move. As her tentacles spread across the bed, the quiet room is filled only by her voice as she delivers a surprising revelation. She confesses that she took a peek into his memories while he was asleep, admitting that his battle with Igmoon was incredibly impressive, but as she recalls the memories, she asks if something else had unexpectedly interfered near the end of that intense clash. Tae-hyun thinks back to his previous struggle and admits that he did receive some external assistance to survive that encounter. He silently realizes that the mysterious entity he thought was completely destroyed back on that island is actually still very much alive. Curious to know more, he asks Rosalia if she has any knowledge about this terrifying being. Sharing her theories, she suggests that the king might have deliberately arranged this to protect his chosen contractor. However, she warns him that this entity is incredibly dangerous, and her voice holds a serious note of caution. She advises him to never put his trust in it, warning that he must avoid relying on its power at all costs. Pondering her words, Tae-hyun realizes he must become strong enough to stand equal to any archduke without needing outside help. Sensing his resolve, Rosalia offers a firm solution, suggesting they train together in the deepest depths of her territory. Though slightly caught off guard by her offer of direct assistance, he has absolutely no intention of turning it down. Training alongside a Grand Archduke sounds incredibly promising, and he wasted no time getting back on his feet. He quickly adjusts his gear and mentions that he first needs to make a quick trip back to Earth. Confused, she asks if he left something behind, prompting him to look back with a proud and confident smile. He tells her that he left many things behind simply because Earth is his home before stepping into a mysterious portal. Even though he had rushed down into the abyss, he is determined to keep his word and fulfill his promises on Earth. Furthermore, the unresolved threat of the dangerous villain association is something that he simply cannot ignore any longer. Moments later, he arrives in an unfamiliar room and hurriedly walks down the corridor, feeling a wave of deep concern. Time flows differently between the abyss and Earth, and even though it is currently midnight, the player association is strangely silent. It should be bustling 24/7, but the building is dead quiet and the sky outside has turned an ominous purple. But get this, he arrives to find a cordoned-off house nearby where a restless crowd is quickly gathering. Inside, 2 lifeless bodies are sprawled on the floor as Jin-hee coldly observes them, leaving Ah-on shivering in pure terror. Out in the hallway, a tense argument breaks out as guards try to block someone from entering the crime scene. The person angrily demands to be led inside, but a familiar voice suddenly rings out, catching everyone's immediate attention. They all turn to see Tae-hyun lifting the police tape and walking right in with a calm look on his face. Surveying the grim room, he realizes he might have arrived too late, but before he can finish his thought, someone interrupts. They deliver the devastating news that player Ah-young has gone missing, leaving the bystanders behind them completely pale. Jin-hee explains that during their raid on the Villain Association's headquarters, Ah-young had run off to pursue a target, the escapees. Tae-hyun stepped forward to inspect the bloodstains, while the other man promised they would send reinforcements the moment they cleared their side. His finger brushed the fresh, wet blood on the ground, but by the time they arrived here, every single trace had already been wiped completely clean. President Jin-hee could not hide the deep regret in his voice, blaming himself and saying they should have never let Ro Ah-yeon go alone. Letting a single player enter such a dangerous area alone was a massive mistake, and he felt completely unworthy of his title as association president. He admitted he had been far too careless. Hearing this, Im Aeon quickly tried to comfort him, saying that everyone trusted her. Tae-guk agreed, telling the old man that Im Aeon was right, but before he could finish his sentence, another voice cut him off. Tae-hyun, still crouching by the bloodstains, spoke up to declare it was actually his own mistake for prioritizing other goals over what truly mattered. This is my fault, he thought, overwhelmed by guilt. If he could not solve the crisis in the abyss, Earth would eventually face doom. Yet if the people here were hurt or killed while he was away, then what was the point of everything he fought to protect? If he could not protect the lives of those close to him right now, then all his struggles would become entirely meaningless. A painful memory flashed through his mind. He refused to stand by and watch that horrific tragedy happen ever again. Seeing him so filled with self-blame, Jin-hee stepped up behind Kim Tae-hyun to comfort him, reminding him that they could not always rely on him. But Tae-hyun did not let him finish, cutting him off with a sharp question of his own. "What is wrong with relying on me?" he asked, standing up with absolute resolve in his eyes, explaining his power existed solely to protect them. He had gained this immense strength for that very purpose. His words hung heavy in the room, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. He added that since the enemies only kidnapped Ro Ah-yeon, it meant they still found her useful, which made it highly likely she was alive. Glancing back at the man behind him, he demanded to know if they had made any progress with tracking her down. Tae-guk quickly answered, stating that the association was dedicating all its resources to the search and had already contacted the police. Jin-hee quietly observed Tae-hyun from the side, deeply moved by the heavy burden the young player was trying to carry all on his own. He promised himself he would not let Tae-hyun shoulder this massive weight alone, bowing his head slightly in sincere gratitude. Still, he thanked Tae-hyun for his dedication. As they stood in a circle inside the dusty warehouse, a phone suddenly began to vibrate. The ringtone pierced the quiet air as one of them pulled out their phone, staring wide-eyed at the caller ID on the screen. Jin-hee stared in utter disbelief at his ringing device, wondering how on earth this person had even managed to get his number. He glanced at Tae-hyun, who gave a firm nod to answer it, prompting Jin-hee to finally bring the phone to his ear. And get this, a highly mocking, sarcastic voice echoed from the other end of the line, asking if he was still using his old number. Hearing that voice, Jin-hee gritted his teeth in sheer rage, calling out the name of his enemy Min Ji-hong, leaving the others completely shocked. On the other side, Ji-hong leaned back with an incredibly arrogant smirk, remarking that he never expected to call the old man back. He chuckled over how ironic the situation was, his smug tone dripping with absolute satisfaction as he continued to speak. He admitted the recent raid surprised him a bit, mockingly questioning how the Neo-South Korea Player Association could still pull off such a stunt. He wondered how the Neo-South Korea Player Association still had the strength to strike, thinking they had already become a mere subordinate group under Kim Tae-hyun. Unable to tolerate the mockery any longer, Jin-hee roared back to shut up, demanding to know where they were holding Ro Ah-yeon. He barked out questions about what they had done to her, but hearing his furious outburst, Ji-hong merely let out a mocking, relaxed chuckle. Ji-hong sneered while looking down at the hostage, lying motionless on the floor, replying that she was alive but far from being fine. He recalled Tae-hyun's face, explaining he initially wanted no trouble, but right before finishing her off, he remembered something very interesting. He even brought up the old dating rumors linking Ro Ah-yeon with Kim Tae-hyun, talk about a perfect trap to lure him in. Ji-hong cut straight to the chase and laid down his terms, demanding that Tae-hyun come alone if he ever wanted to see her again. The meeting spot was Tartaros, the deepest level of the abyss. As he prepared to hang up, a cold voice suddenly hijacked the call. Tae-hyun accepted the terms without a single second of hesitation, stating he would head down to that deep dungeon exactly as demanded. In exchange, he demanded the villain ensure Ro Ah-yeon's absolute safety, but his words carried a deadly, freezing tone of warning. If she gets hurt, Tae-hyun promised to make him deeply regret it, even if he had to hunt him down in the afterlife. Instead of showing any fear, Ji-hong got even more excited, taunting him that his hand might slip before Tae-hyun even arrived there. He hung up, and the other villains surrounding him spoke up, noting that Tae-hyun was indeed the contractor of the succubus queen. He certainly had an imposing presence. Next to him, Kasim smirked with delight, claiming that a prey like him would be incredibly fun to hunt. As the leader of the brutal international terrorist group of fiends, Kasim let his eyes glow with a terrifying blood-red light. Standing up from his seat, Ji-hong coldly reminded his ally that Tae-hyun was his prey, warning Kasim not to get any funny ideas. Kasim goes along with it. He just wants to be sure who killed Ofit Euro, ensuring a clean excuse for his master. He cannot afford to anger the Demon King by letting the king's precious key fall into the wrong hands. On the ground, the injured victim listens closely to their dark conversation, wondering what they are plotting. Ro-aeon is barely conscious. His eyes are heavy, yet his mind refuses to stop spinning. This is bad. It is too dangerous. Tae-hyun shouldn't have risked coming here. Meanwhile, the young hunter addresses his team. Now that things have escalated, he insists on going alone. Jin-hee tries to stop him, but he cuts her off. He understands their anxiety but asks them to trust him. He will bring Ro-aeon back safely. Overhead, the sky burns with a mysterious red hue. This is the absolute deepest floor of the abyss. Welcome to the Tartarus Labyrinth. Suddenly, a massive explosion rings out, sending thick clouds of smoke into the air. A firm footstep lands on the ground. Tae-hyun steps forward, glancing around the area with utter disdain. Sitting on the steps, Ji-hong mocks his incredibly quick arrival, with a sinister smile calling out Tae-hyun's name. A solemn voice echoes through the air explaining that out of all the dungeons humanity has ever braved, this place is deemed the absolute most dangerous. Countless demons lurk here, and the mysterious voice continues. Its structure is a series of overlapping mazes stretching deep underground where even the weakest monster on the top floor is at least S rank. As the speaker keeps talking, they note that no one has mapped the bottom. Unless a player is double S rank or higher, entering this deepest of abysses is actually strictly forbidden. Standing high above, Kasim proudly introduces himself, boasting that he has occupied this territory for a long time. Tae-hyun listens closely to his boastful speech, while keeping his eyes locked onto the colossal statue standing right there. If they had not captured the dungeon master alive, the massive rebellion would never have broken out at all. Kasim continues his explanation, but then the colossal statue begins to tremble, shifting and letting out a deep roar. It is the triple S rank master of the Tartarus Labyrinth. Ji-hong looks up and questions the companion next to him. He asks if that wild beast is really the dungeon master, and sensing his skepticism, Kasim quickly answers him. Although it looks heavily restrained now, capturing it in the first place took an immense amount of effort. He stares up at the giant creature, noting that it is actually a direct subordinate of the legendary Giant King. Hearing that name, Ji-hong is quite surprised, remembering the Giant King was stripped of his title by Organ. He turns to his companion with an amused grin, saying he does not care about pathetic losers who failed. He asks if Kasim only suggested this place to boast, but Kasim scoffs, asking if he heard correctly. He reminds him that Kim Tae-hyun must first survive a path packed with deadly traps, monsters, and hidden demons. His excitement grows as he speaks, believing that Tae-hyun will be heavily injured and easy to finish off. Hearing this, Jae-hong simply dismisses the entire plan as boring. Seeing his lukewarm response, Kasim gets slightly annoyed. Kasim tells Min Ji-hong that while he might be physically stronger, he clearly lacks real-world experience. A true hunter must use any means to bring down their prey. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes overhead. Kasim grins widely, declaring the target has arrived and he will show him the results right away. But then his eyes widen in pure shock. Even Luca Sky, standing nearby, cannot hide his disbelief. Ji-hong simply sighs. Kim Tae-hyun stands right in the middle of the room, ready for a fight. That is quite a grand welcome. Stomping his foot, Tae-hyun's eyes shift as an intense energy erupts. Someone wonders if he is really using a skill to cover the entire labyrinth. Hearing this, Ji-hong scoffs mockingly, pointing out that all of Kasim's elaborate preparations have just been rendered completely useless. The space around them shakes violently. This terrifying power is not something any ordinary person can withstand. Yet Kasim remains calm, muttering that Tae-hyun is foolishly draining his own magic power before fighting. Suddenly, a strange white light erupts beneath him, piercing straight through the ground. Kasim stares in utter shock. He realizes the magic bracelet on his wrist is reacting rapidly, draining all of his mana away. Right then, a vision of Tae-hyun's unique heart is shown, the heart of a truly superior species. This special heart regulates the flow of magic to easily replicate skills. Despite being heavily injured, he pushes on. He activates Ricky's signature mana drain technique. Reaching his hand forward, he prepares to unleash it, his own strength. Theoretically, combining this with Apocalypse would create a wide-range skill with absolutely no limits. Under Tae-hyun's feet, two magic circles manifest, a technique inspired by his battle with Ion. Standing nearby, Min Dui-hong also senses something is off and immediately starts mocking. What is wrong? Is Kasim planning to just stand there and take it? He clicks his tongue and slams his staff hard against the ground, unleashing a wave of mysterious surging energy. Next to him, Min Dui-hong summons a small golden orb and points it directly toward the earth, while Luca Sky can only grow nearby. Even though the main nuisance is gone, loud noises continue to echo all around them. Inside the dark room, only a voice echoes as someone strides straight toward them, blasting the side door wide open. Min Dui-hong watches him step inside and cannot help but praise how he traced the disabled skill to find their hideout. Tae-hyun slowly emerges from the debris, calmly replying that if they want to play hide and seek, they chose the wrong opponent. His expression is cold, his voice carrying a sharp authority as he warns Min Do-hong that he did not come to play games. He demands the immediate release of player Ro Aeon while Min Do-hong rests his chin on his hand with a smug look. Before Min Do-hong can finish his mocking reply, Kasim suddenly unleashes an explosive burst of raw power right beside him. This sudden surge catches Min Do-hong off guard, but Kasim ignores him entirely, keeping his eyes locked onto Tae-hyun. He mutters that the young man made him lose face during their very first meeting by completely disregarding his presence. As he speaks, Kasim's dark energy surges even more intensely, asking Min Do-hong to forgive him for reclaiming his pride. Min Do-hong responds with pure annoyance, complaining that this was definitely not what they had originally agreed upon. Kasim promises to return the kid's body in one piece, but Min Do-hong snaps back, asking who allowed him to decide. Kasim releases a massive shockwave of energy that violently blasts the two nearby away, though both land completely safely. Min Do-hong screams in frustration, calling him a crazy old man as Kasim stands confidently amidst the raging vortex of energy. He introduces himself, asking Kim Tae-hyun if he has ever heard the fearsome name of Kasim Amitov before. Tae-hyun watches calmly, knowing all too well who this man is as his mind flashes back to a devastating memory. He envisions a ruined burning village, the work of a madman responsible for tens of thousands of innocent lives. Kasim had orchestrated absolute terror using beasts and demons waving his staff as he watched entire cities burn. Because his magic was never sanctioned, he was never officially rated despite wielding powers of an absolutely terrifying scale. He was a legend of terror, the first double S-class demon from the previous era. Back in reality, Tae-hyun stares ahead, remembering how people once feared Kasim as the last ultimate demon to walk the earth. It is crazy that a monster like him is working with Min Do-hong. Sensing this, Kasim speaks up with a smirk. He remarks how delightful it is to be recognized, adding that he also knows plenty of details about Tae-hyun. Kasim mentions that one of his former subordinates once crossed paths with him, sparking a memory of an old enemy. Tae-hyun asks if Offit-Iro was his subordinate, wondering if this alliance with Min Do-hong is purely for revenge. Kasim laughs off the idea, saying a demon like him does not waste time on petty things like holding grudges. Whether on Earth or down in the abyss, he has heard rumors of the young man shaking up the world. His eyes gleam with a sinister red light. Seriously, things are about to get incredibly intense between these two. He praises Tae-hyun's complex and highly refined skill effects, claiming he also knows a thing or two about field-type magic. He asks if the young hunter wants to experience his power firsthand, and suddenly a magic circle traps Tae-hyun's feet. System warnings flash rapidly around him, screaming that he is trapped in a state of chaos and suffering attribute debuffs. Tae-hyun tries to resist, but the system announces the failure. His stats are dropping at an alarming rate. Kasim grips his staff tightly, proudly explaining that his specialized skill will continuously drain every stat to absolute zero. The system continues to blare warnings as his physical strength, speed, endurance, and mana are ruthlessly drained away. Kasim continues to taunt him, asking why he is not using his field skill to fight back already. He mocks him, demanding to know if this pathetic level of pressure is already enough to completely exhaust him. Tae-hyun shoots him a lethal glare, telling him to shut up because he has zero interest in playing around. Kasim merely laughs, mockingly asking if the hunter is too distracted, worrying about that little hostage of theirs. He sneers that only he holds the location, so Tae-hyun has no choice but to fight him to the death. An image of Ion trapped in a hidden room flashes as Kasim casually mentions he got a bit bored waiting. He got bored, so he decided to play a little game. He always wondered what would happen if Beelzebub's demonic power seeped into the body of an ordinary player. Kasim's voice grows increasingly thrilled as he boasts that thanks to Kim Tae-hyun he finally has his answer. Just as expected, the poor kid is completely breaking down. Over on the side, Roeon is writhing in absolute agony, veins popping all over his face. Recalling those screams only makes Kasim more excited. It is like savoring a delicious feast. Those agonizing shrieks are a sweet melody, a perfect tribute that would surely please his master. Listening to this madness, Kim Tae-hyun's expression grows darker by the second. Kasim taunts him, asking if he still thinks this is not worth his time. Kim Tae-hyun's lips move silently as he decides he has had enough. In a flash, he throws a devastating punch straight at Kasim's face. The blow shatters the barrier Kasim hastily put up. Caught completely off guard, the shield crumbles into tiny pieces from the sheer force of the impact. The two onlookers stand frozen in shock. Kim Tae-hyun calmly rotates his wrist and coldly states that he already warned him. If Ro-aeon does not make it out of this safely, he promises to make Kasim regret it even in the afterlife. His aura turns sharp and menacing. He tells Kasim to stop playing dead, get back up, and finally get the brutal fight he wanted. While Jeong and Luca Sky are still trying to process the chaos, a figure suddenly blurs past them like a gale of wind. Kasim struggles to sit up from the dirt, letting out a wild laugh, talk about being a complete psychopath. He remarks how the kid tried to take his head off immediately. Kim Tae-hyun just stands there, listening to the villain's evaluation with a completely blank face. Kasim notes how Kim Tae-hyun's speed is too fast to block, even though his core power is supposed to be restricted right now. Leaning back on his staff, Kasim looks terrifying. Dark red blood leaks from his eye sockets, making him look like an absolute monster. Kim Tae-hyun looks down at him with pure disgust, asking who he is calling a monster, especially with a grotesque body like that. Kasim ignores the insults and continues channeling his dark energy. He mocks Kim Tae-hyun for finally paying attention, though he still looks bored. He suggests they stop playing these childish games. Slowly, he loosens his grip on the staff he has been holding. Instead, he wants to let their chosen champions settle the score. The staff clatters onto the floor as Akim Medov reveals his true name. He is the servant of Grand Duke Beelzebub. In an instant, Kasim mutates into a massive winged monster boasting of his sacred contract. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun is genuinely taken aback. A contractor of Beelzebub, he thought that title belonged to Jang Long. Memories of the past flash through his mind. The first time he felt Beelzebub's demonic power was after devouring Jang Long when he became Venom. Sensing Kim Tae-hyun's doubts, Kasim sneers. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun is referring to the president of the Chinese Association. He calls him a mere spare and unworthy discard who lacked the talent to sign an official binding contract. The pathetic fool probably never even realized it. With a maniacal surge of excitement, Kasim declares that he is the true demon contractor. Flashbacks of Kasim's childhood appear. Even as a boy, he loved watching living creatures squirm and beg for their lives. Raging flames engulfed the surrounding buildings. As a young man, he watched the absolute destruction unfold with complete indifference. The crumbling ruins, the dying screams, and the thick scent of blood. To him, every bit of it was absolutely beautiful. He spread his arms wide, soaking in the surrounding death. Born with pure malice, young Kasim soon joined a deadly organization. He spent decades embedded deep within a terrorist group. On a television screen, a man proclaims that God will punish the wicked. Kasim's thoughts wander back. He remembers how people would scream when his group refused to show even a shred of mercy. He stared blankly at the tortured captives, never fearing divine retribution, because he knew no God existed in this dark place. If anything existed, he figured it was demons. His comrade laughed, asking if the victim was already dead as a blade pierced a chest. But their growing empire did not fall to some holy savior. Instead, they were violently bound in chains by an entirely different force. A special strike team breached their hideout. It was not God who came to punish them, but the Global Player Association. Kasim tried to flee amidst the chaotic shouts, hearing people scream for mercy. The attackers glared down at them with cold, unforgiving eyes. He truly believed his journey had reached its end. Pinched to the ground, despair washed over him as he lay defeated. In that dark moment, his soul did not cry out for salvation, but for a demon. Perhaps that obsession finally reached the abyss. A colossal beast manifested right behind him. Kasim looked back as the monstrous entity let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. That was his very first awakening. A parade of gigantic monsters marched before him, granting him a terrifying new power. He gained the Demon Gate, allowing him to summon abyssal beasts. Soon, mountains of corpses began piling up behind him. With that force, he crushed the Global Player Association and rose to become the ultimate demon. Yet one question always remained. Underneath a blood-red sky, he pondered the true nature of the immense being that had answered his call all those years ago. Now standing in a barren wasteland after decades of traversing the Demon Gate, Kasim looks up to the heavens. He finally has his long-sought answer. Towering right before his eyes is the massive, terrifying form of Beelzebub himself. To think a mere mortal would search so hard for me. Dozens of eyes lock onto Kasim with intense interest. Suddenly, his two knees slam onto the ground as he bows to the entity before him. I have searched for you all my life. Please grant me your true name. Beelzebub's massive eyes widen in amusement as he introduces himself, declaring that he is indeed the Demon King Beelzebub. Kasim keeps his head pressed to the dirt, swearing his absolute allegiance to Lord Beelzebub and offering to be his eternal servant. Under his master's command, he will unleash demons across the human realm. Beelzebub watches this desperate display and scoffs at his pathetic bowing. He has no idea what Kasim is doing but senses a familiar dark stench. Tentacles suddenly burst forward and surround the kneeling human. The Demon King chooses him as a contractor. Back in reality, a heavily mutated Kasim relentlessly lunges forward to attack Kim Tae-hyun. He screeches about the Demon King, granting him godlike power, redeclaring his oath that every single action from now on is for his master. Kim Tae-hyun raises both arms to block the incoming strike. The sheer force of Kasim's heavy blow forces him back a few steps. A massive shockwave rings out as Kasim laughs hysterically, thinking he has won. But Jihong watches from the side and speaks up. He mocks Kasim, calling his grand excuses nothing but pathetic lies. Kasim merely snaps back, calling Jihong a fool for trusting a demon. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly opens his usually half-closed eyes, staring directly at Kasim as a massive pillar of crimson energy erupts around them. Standing in the center of the crimson light, Tae-hyun unleashes his gluttony skill, summoning a ferocious red dragon that charges straight forward. Kasim charges headfirst without a hint of fear, dismissing the attack, but his confidence is utterly useless against what comes next. In an instant, the dragon sinks its fangs deep into his arm. Kasim panics as the beast refuses to let go. He cannot believe anyone would dare to use a gluttony skill on a demonized target. Tae-hyun looks at him with pure coldness. He declares he does not care where Kasim got his borrowed power because his real targets are the Grand Dukes themselves. Tae-hyun throws a brutal, decisive punch, mocking if that was truly all the demonized freak had. Kasim screams in absolute agony. Ji-hong curses at the display, calling them both idiots before throwing his own heavy punch directly toward Tae-hyun's face. Ji-hong is completely determined to claim this victory for himself. Tae-hyun merely glances sideways as the arrogant rival charges at him. Tae-hyun mutters that Ji-hong does not know a single thing about him, casually raising a hand to summon a protective barrier. Ji-hong crashes hard against the solid energy shield and is violently blasted backward. Watching from afar, Luca Sky suddenly appears. He feels Tae-hyun's overwhelming pressure, realizing his opponent's power is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun moves like lightning. He delivers a devastating downward punch that Ji-hong fails to dodge. The impact slams his body directly into the dirt. Tae-hyun gazes down coldly, stating his ultimate goals are far above the Grand Dukes. Ji-hong and Kasim glare back with sheer hatred. Ignoring their venomous stares, Tae-hyun tells them to send a message to their master. If they want him, stop using pathetic lackeys. He dares them to stop kidnapping hostages like cowards and tells them to come face him directly instead. Kasim struggles to his feet, extending his grotesque bone-exposed white arm. He demands to know how a mortal dares speak so highly. He uses dark magic to knit his shattered arm back together, scoffing at how arrogant a mere human can be. Tae-hyun remains completely unfazed by the sudden healing, calmly pointing out that Kasim is still nothing but a pathetic weakling. In fact, Kasim is so obsessed with being a loyal dog to the Grand Duke that he is barely human anymore. Tae-hyun moves like a sudden gust of wind, telling his opponent to listen closely as he throws another devastating strike. He declares they are on entirely different levels. Kasim takes the full impact of the brutal punch, unable to react. He realizes he cannot even track Tae-hyun's movements despite shedding his humanity using the incredible power of the Demon King. Tae-hyun unleashes a relentless barrage before Kasim can recover, delivering a ferocious bone-shattering kick straight to his chest. The brutal kick sends him crashing violently into the ground, kicking up dust as Kasim coughs up a pool of blood. Tae-hyun steps forward and reaches out his hand, activating yet another terrifying ability to inflict even more agonizing pain. Using his Devour skill, he forces Kasim to scream in absolute agony as his body begins to fall apart. He can no longer maintain his monstrous demon form. Sensing the shift, Tae-hyun changes his aura and demands immediate answers. He demands to know exactly where player Ro-aeon is being held, but Kasim only groans in agonizing pain. Ji-hong suddenly lunges forward to strike, but Tae-hyun catches his fist barehanded before the blow can even connect. Glancing sideways, Tae-hyun warns Ji-hong to back off and stop interrupting his interrogation, but the rival merely grins like a maniac. He claims he cannot resist such a fun source of entertainment. With that, both fighters immediately clash once again. Ji-hong throws a savage punch toward his face, but Tae-hyun swiftly dodges the attack without breaking a sweat. Without hesitation, Tae-hyun retaliates with a brutal counterpunch right to Ji-hong's face, sending him reeling backward from the force. Instead of stopping, he charges right at Tae-hyun. He easily dodges, letting the punch graze past his face before unleashing another counter-strike, slamming into his opponent's arm and following up with a brutal uppercut. The two clash endlessly, while Luca Sky stands by on the side, watching in complete silence. Looking at the fight, he quietly realizes that the power gap between them is shockingly massive. For early-stage contractors like the three of them, standing a chance against this guy is practically impossible. Nearby, Kasim watches too. On the surface, it looks like a fair fight, but Ji-hong's defense is slowly collapsing as he gets overwhelmed. Seeing the balance of the fight about to break, Luca Sky grows anxious, knowing Tae-hyun might wipe them all out instead. Mid-battle, Ji-hong realizes he has no other choice. With his back against the wall, he decides to play his final card. Tae-hyun prepares to land a finishing blow while Ji-hong struggles to defend, but a sudden burst of energy pushes Tae-hyun back. Ji-hong grins, completely drunk on his own power, convinced that this is what peak strength and a real battle should feel like. He looks up with glowing yellow eyes, muttering that every heavy blow he survives only makes him feel more invincible. Tae-hyun rushes in once again, coldly stating that Ji-hong only feels tough because he has not tasted real pain yet. Ji-hong's hands warp as he goes totally berserk, challenging Tae-hyun to bring everything he's got. In response, Tae-hyun unleashes his aura. Suddenly, Luca Sky steps right in front of Ji-hong, catching him off guard. A dark shadow whispers directly into Ji-hong's ear. He tells Ji-hong to back off, but Ji-hong refuses, snapped out of his rage, claiming he is currently at his absolute peak. Lucas Sky strictly reminds him they are not here for fun. Their goal was to capture Tae-hyun alive or destroy him entirely. Meanwhile, the spot where Kasim was lying is now empty. Luca adds that since Tae-hyun has already slipped away, the mission failed. With their target gone, the giant statue suddenly begins to radiate raw energy. Lucas Sky quickly hardens his resolve. He decides they will destroy both Tae-hyun and this entire dungeon. Ji-hong is furious, asking how he dares do something so reckless. Tae-hyun prepares to strike them down, but as his punch connects, the two of them instantly vanish. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes through the empty space, declaring that destroying this dungeon means total spatial detachment. Tae-hyun stops looking toward the voice. It warns him that no matter his power, he cannot fight the laws of the abyss. Endless barriers begin to manifest all around him. The voice sneers, telling him to rot inside Tartarus while he searches for Aeon. Hearing this, Tae-hyun realizes they hid Aeon here for this exact reason. He looks up at the massive suspended statue. The towering figure is the master of Tartarus. Observing the giant's bleeding wounds, Tae-hyun realizes it is on the verge of death. With the creature dying, his time here is running out. Tae-hyun narrows his eyes, focusing on his final objective. He must find Aeon and escape before the dimension collapses. But can he actually pull off such a desperate rescue? Tae-hyun hardens his resolve. It is not about whether he can do it or not, he absolutely has to succeed. Memories of his past losses flash before his eyes, reinforcing his vow to never suffer that kind of pain again. As Tae-hyun prepares to move forward, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes, telling him not to keep them waiting too long. The unexpected words make his eyes widen in pure shock, especially when the voice mentions Rosalia's contractor. Tae-hyun stops, glancing toward the sound. Meanwhile, outside the city, skyscrapers are drenched in the warm glow of sunset. Jinhee's group waits in agonizing suspense, with Kang Hee-wook frustratedly ruffling his hair and cursing their current helplessness. He complains that they should have just charged in, but Sang-jin calmly points out that they would only be a burden. While everyone remains silent, Go Tae-wook suddenly bursts into the room, gasping for air as he delivers some urgent news from the abyss. He shouts that a massive dungeon break has just been triggered in the deepest depths of Tartarus. A terrifying rift appeared on the screens before vanishing completely. Hearing this, Jinhee jumps to her feet in sheer panic. She asks if the dungeon was successfully cleared and demands to know where Tae-hyun and Aeon are right now. Go Tae-wook hesitates, completely speechless, before quietly revealing that absolutely no one made it out of that place alive. Hearing this, Sang-jin slumps into his chair in despair, while Jinhee refuses to accept the horrifying truth. No one in the room can believe their ears. Both Tae-hyun and Aeon are gone. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle, Rosalia asks in a furious tone what on earth happened to her contractor. In the next room, Tae-hyun wakes up. Sitting up in bed, he stares at his hands in disbelief before looking up with a wry, tired smile. He tells Rosalia that he is genuinely glad to see her again, letting her breathe a sigh of relief. But Tae-hyun cannot hide his worry as he immediately asks about the status of player Aeon. Rosalia begins to explain that Beelzebub's magic behaves exactly like the terrifying power he commands. This cruel magic clings tightly to the body, slowly draining the victim's life force in absolute agony until nothing remains. A normal human, especially someone who is not a contractor, would never survive such a deadly, soul-crushing torment. Rosalia winks playfully, noting that the woman is exceptionally strong while Aeon still lies completely unconscious on the bed. She held on remarkably well before help arrived, and hearing this, Tae-hyun finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Her life is safe. But Rosalia's next words puzzle him, warning of potential lingering side effects from the spell. Later, sitting in the private office, she looks at him seriously to confirm one vital detail about their situation. Resting her chin on her hand, Rosalia summarizes the rumors she heard about other hostile players targeting his teammate. They captured her to set a trap for him, yet Tae-hyun successfully escaped from that collapsing dungeon alive. A faint smile appears on Tae-hyun's face, remembering how Ricky's unique legacy skill helped him carry Aeon out. That magic door changed their destiny, and remembering that narrow escape, he silently whispers his gratitude to Ricky. But there was someone else who helped him escape, a detail that leaves Rosalia completely surprised and confused. Just before the dungeon vanished, a booming voice echoed through the chaos, telling him to wait for his return. Tae-hyun turns toward the bound giant, whose powerful voice rings out clearly across the quiet stone room. The stranger knows exactly where the captured woman is hidden, prompting Tae-hyun to narrow his eyes in deep suspicion. The captive proudly introduces himself as Tartarus, a true descendant of the legendary and mighty giant King Typhon. As the rightful heir, his deep voice burns with intense anger at being bound and dying in such disgrace. Hearing this, Tae-hyun speaks bluntly, clarifying that he possesses no magic capable of healing a dying monster. The information clearly is not free, but he admits he simply has no skills to restore a monster's health. With a resigned sigh, Tartarus admits he is beyond saving and only wants a single favor before he passes. His final request completely shocks Tae-hyun, asking him to deliver a parting message to his long-lost family. He begs him to find his father, the legendary giant king who vanished from the world years ago. Since Rosalia shares a unique connection with the king, her contractor might actually be able to locate him. Struggling to breathe, the dying warrior begs him to tell his father that his son remembered their past glory. His child fought with honor until the very end, falling like a true champion on the battlefield. He only wished to stand by his father's side one last time, a plea that moves Tae-hyun deeply. Nodding slowly, the hunter promises to deliver the message, letting the giant's expression soften in pure relief. Back in the present, Tae-hyun explains that this final promise is how they located Rayon's hidden prison. She was locked deep within the labyrinth, and hearing this, Rosalia simply cannot hide her genuine surprise. Learning about Typhon's son, Tae-hyun leans forward on the desk and asks her to explain the giant king. Without hesitation, she gazes into the distance and reveals that the old king was once a mighty Grand Duke. Organ actually served as Typhon's loyal subject before staging a sudden coup to overthrow the great giant king. The rebel grew far too powerful, and now the old king is sealed deep inside Organ's private territory. Tae-hyun immediately asks if she knows the exact location, but Rosalia maintains a distant, thoughtful expression. She admits she has a strong hunch, then asks if he seriously intends to keep his word to Tartarus. Talk about absolute honor, he insists on keeping his word, leaving Rosalia completely baffled by his logic. A human showing absolute loyalty to a monster is a rare sight, yet he remains completely unfazed. He playfully notes his loyalty to her is just as deep, though his gaze quietly drifts away. His primary focus is still saving Rayon, especially with the brutal territorial war currently looming over them. Shifting focus, he asks about the current state of the massive conflict raging in the abyss. She reveals that Aesmoon has fully recovered and launched a fierce, relentless counteroffensive against their mutual enemies. Their sights will eventually turn toward them, especially since Organ has allied with another powerful Grand Duke. Thinking of his reliable allies, Kasim and Jong, he realizes they cannot fight this giant war alone. Their enemies are far too skilled at joining forces, meaning they must match that high-level strategic cooperation. Clasping his hands together, he states they need a powerful ally to stand beside them in battle, someone who will walk the path of kingship. As Tae-hyun extends his hand forward to seal the deal, he proposes to rescue Typhon. An alliance could work, he explains his decision. If the Grand Duke gets overthrown, he will definitely want revenge on Orin. If they help him reclaim his throne, maybe he will agree. Hearing this, Rosalia gets pretty excited. Those Grand Dukes possess massive egos. Is that even possible? She asks, but Tae-hyun tries to convince her. Tartaros did say that she shares a very special connection with Typhon. Rosalia just giggles, asking a teasing question. A special connection. She mocks his words. Did he really say that? Her reaction leaves Tae-hyun completely baffled. Are they enemies? No, she explains their bond casually. She rejected Typhon's marriage proposal. The revelation completely takes the wind out of Tae-hyun's sails. Silent, he picks up Aeon, completely speechless. He never expected that kind of special relationship. This might get awkward. Tae-hyun walks and thinks. Still, to keep his promise, he must meet him. This is worth a try. Carrying Aeon, he walks to the magic portal, whispering, "Time to head back." Under the sunset, a heavy somber mood hangs over the headquarters. The atmosphere is terrifying. Jin-hee bows his head in deep regret, apologizing for his failure. He watches the people tremble, choking back tears. The devastating news finally sinks in. The association will offer full support. He even promises to arrange Tae-hyun's funeral. No way, someone screams, refusing to accept this. Tears stream down Jigang's face. He shakes his head in denial. Tae-hyun cannot be dead. He always comes back. He survived the impossible so many times before. This time will be the same. Jin-hee holds the sobbing Jae-gang close, his heart breaking. He wishes it were true. Talk about a perfect entrance. Tae-hyun steps through a magic portal, asking why everyone looks so depressed. Did someone die? The entire room whips around in shock. Jae-gang runs forward. He rushes straight at Tae-hyun. The rest of the crowd follows close behind him. Jin-hee cannot hide his joy. The two missing players return safely, but now trouble starts. Back to business. Their mission ended in total failure. They lost the target. The Molyneux Guild slipped away. Their president, Lee Dong-soo, destroyed all evidence and vanished. A complete bust. The image of the suffering victims weighs heavily on his mind. The gray disease is spreading fast. Catching them was their only lead to a vaccine. But Kang Hee-wook refuses to lose hope. We'll simply start over from scratch, so don't worry. Old Man Han agrees. Yes. And Aeon confidently vows that they won't escape next time. This pleases Jin-hee. Great allies. But suddenly a voice calls out from the doorway. Starting from scratch isn't necessary. Tae-hyun steps forward with a grin, speaking up. He knows where they are. Jin-hee can barely contain his pure excitement. Is it true? Tae-hyun looks out at the sunset, overflowing with confidence. Time to strike back. Elsewhere, Lucas takes a devastating punch straight to the face, collapsing in agony. Disobeying orders, his attacker stands over him, furious that he acted on his own. Lucas grunts through the pain. He only stepped in to keep Ji-hong from falling. Ji-hong shoots him a chilling glare. He should have let him fall anyway. Lucas panics. Think of your position. You are the leader of the Molineux Guild. If you fall, we all fall. But Ji-hong simply turns away. He doesn't care. Where are you going? Lucas desperately asks as Ji-hong prepares to leave through a magic gate. He must meet Oren. He needs to report that the key has officially vanished. Battle obsessed. Lucas watches him, realizing his leader is slowly turning into a monster. Could this be the contract's side effect, or is it something else entirely, a different path? No, it is Tae-hyun's influence. Fighting someone so similar, yet so different, deeply broke Ji-hong. Lucas adjusts his mask. Good thing they tried to kill him early. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts. A massive tremor. Sensing this overwhelming power, he gasps. Impossible, this skill belongs to, but then Tae-hyun kicks the door wide open. Tae-hyun stands there framing the doorway to his absolute horror. Lucas still cannot believe his eyes as Tae-hyun and his squad step inside. Step by step, they enter. He mutters that his life clings on in the most bizarre way. Even if the entire world is wiped out, he will not break. His eyes gleam with cold determination, declaring that this time they will not escape. Meanwhile, at the Crescent Guild's towering skyscraper, standing tall against the clear blue sky with its modern architecture reflecting the brilliant sunlight, Jin-hee is currently standing outside Lucas's holding cell, discussing the situation. This is encouraging work, though it is a bit of a shame they missed Min Ji-hyun. Indeed, it is a shame. He looks inside the cell where Lucas sits with his head hanging low, messy hair completely shielding his face. His shoulders are tense and his fists are clenched tightly on his knees, radiating a suffocating aura of raw fury and immense pressure. But the Vice Guild leader of the Shadow Guild is a dangerous demon who eluded capture for decades, and he also happens to be one of the 3 final surviving leaders. This alone is enough to send massive shockwaves through the local demons who have already lost their leader. Plus, it will give us more clues about the gray disease that the villainous association has been spreading. Tae-hyun coldly agrees, but Jin-hee remains curious, asking how he managed to track down their location in the first place. Tae-hyun frowns, explaining it was all thanks to the player Ro-aeon. Jin-hee is stunned, who Tae-hyun then recalls finding her severely injured, lying on the ground. He had urged Ro-aeon to wake up, but she merely grimaced in pain, asking why he came to such a dangerous place. She wondered if Kim Tae-hyun had come just for her, but he gently told her to simply say thank you. Her eyes widened, trembling with sheer shock and confusion. A soft smile played on her lips as she looked down at her trembling hand, completely moved to tears. In return, she offered to give him a gift. Tae-hyun was stunned, asking what it was as her hand trembled slightly, her fingertips shaking. It was a tracking device meant for kidnapping emergencies, one she had secretly slipped onto their enemy's gear. She explained that if he escaped and used this, he could easily trace them. Tae-hyun took the device, promising with absolute determination to handle the rest. Hearing this, the corner of Ro-aeon's mouth curved into a gentle, peaceful smile, her eyes shining with unwavering trust. Back in the present, Jin-hee is deeply impressed, admitting that it perfectly fits the Nightwalk Guild leader. She never lets herself be pushed around. He only hopes she wakes up soon because no one in New Korea can ever replace Ro-aeon. Tae-hyun agrees. Just then, inside the holding cell, Lucas stirs slightly. Tae-hyun realizes the prisoner is waking up, though Lucas keeps his head low, messy hair still shielding his eyes. Shrouded in absolute silence, Jin-hee sighs, declaring it is time to begin the interrogation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a colossal tower, rising high amidst a fortress complex. Bathed in a deep crimson sunset, the ancient majestic structure echoes with Orgon's furious roar, demanding to know if the Emperor's key has truly vanished. Min Ji-hong kneels on the cold floor, head bowed low, his shoulders trembling slightly as he begs for forgiveness. In the dimly lit room, a massive clawed hand slowly taps against the throne. In a sudden fit of rage, Orgon roars, lifting a massive stone and hurling it forward with all his might. Min Ji-hong remains completely expressionless, defending himself by arguing that since the key was destroyed alongside Tartarus, it will no longer pose a threat to Lord Orgon. But Orgon growls that this is not enough, his heavy breath turning into thick rolling frost from his tightly clenched jaws. He snarls that his rage does not stem from losing the key, but because his subordinate failed to confirm whether the target was dead or alive before rushing back to report. Min Ji-hong looks up, attempting to explain that Kim Tae-hyun had clearly done it, but Orgon cuts him off. Orgon's eyes glow red like burning coals, a ferocious glare that sends shivers down the spine. He demands to know if the Emperor's key could ever be destroyed so easily. After all, if an entity of that legendary scale had truly perished in battle, The resulting shockwave would have been so massive that every single Archduke of the Abyss would have felt it immediately. Yet Organ felt absolutely nothing. This means Min Ji-hong's eyes sharpen as he completes the thought that he is still alive. Organ confirms it, warning his contractor to get out and never test his patience again if he values his life. If he returns empty-handed next time, there will be consequences. Min Ji-hong silently stands up and walks away through the ruins. He carries himself with an imposing, calm demeanor, highlighted by a brilliant blue magic aura that radiates around his entire body. He lowers his face, forcing a tight smile as his shoulders tremble and his hands clench so hard that his knuckles turn white, his body shaking from suppressed rage. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him asking who goes there. The guard stammers in absolute terror, recognizing Min Ji-hong, while his companion shouts that they must report to the association immediately. But before they can even react, Min Ji-hong lunges forward like a sudden gust of wind, his figure tearing through the air. The gap between them vanishes in a split second. As he lunges forward, his arm outstretched to grab his opponent's neck. His fingers lock tightly around his opponent's throat before the man can even react. That's right, the past result was truly regrettable for both of us, wasn't it? Min Ji-hong smirks arrogantly, his expression dripping with malice. He shows the sheer cruelty of a man ready to kill. I'm glad you're still alive, Kim Tae-hyun, so entertain me once again. Meanwhile, Jin-hee screams in pure anger, demanding answers one more time about the location. Spit out the location of Min Ji-hong and the cure to the gray disease. What is your villain association actually plotting? Luca Sky remains calm, stating his answer will never change no matter how many times she asks. His face trembles slightly with emotion. His red eyes brim with intense feelings as he claims it is all to prepare for the reformation of the world. Inside, Tae-gook keeps recording the testimony while shaking his head, while outside, Jin-hee stands there in absolute frustration. Oh my god, even though they use the alchemist's special truth serum, he still maintains his incredible willpower. That is when Kim Tae-hyun steps in and offers to try interrogating him. Jin-hee is highly skeptical, but he insists this is the fastest way to get results. On one condition, they must leave him completely alone with the prisoner. Jin-hee stares back with deep suspicion, asking if he plans to use violence. He chuckles, asking what kind of person she thinks he is, as he would never do that. He promises it won't take long. Kim Tae-hyun steps inside the room, met only by the smug arrogance of Luca Sky. Luca mocks him, asking if frustration finally dragged him out, boasting that no matter his skills, he will never talk. Kim Tae-hyun simply slips his hands into his pockets, calmly asking if the man has heard nothing from Min Ji-hong, specifically about the terrifying power of the Grand Duke he signed a contract with. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's gaze turns blank and unfocused. He commands the prisoner to look into his eyes. In an instant, Luca Sky's glowing red pupils begin to shift. They turn a dull grayish purple. Hypnotized as stammering Luca Sky begins to recount every single detail of his tragic life. He confesses that he forgot his real name long ago, being nothing but a total disgrace born from two demons. Nobody ever wanted him to exist, leaving him to curl up in a corner while being constantly scolded and abused. His childhood was completely buried in darkness, forced to constantly hide away just to survive another brutal day. He feared his parents would abandon him if they noticed him, which ultimately pushed him down a dark and cruel path. With no hope of ever being cared for, the very first thing he learned to survive was pure crime. He made a fortune along the way, possessing far greater talents than his parents ever did. But get this, they only paid attention to him when he brought back massive amounts of loot, leaving him rich but entirely alone. Then he returned home one day to find his parents dead. Even that twisted connection was completely cut short. He was no longer normal. After his awakening, he unleashed all his pent-up resentment for not having a normal life. He raged and struggled more violently than anyone else until a certain figure finally stepped in to save him. That savior was Min Ji-hong, who told him that the strong must carry a true sense of justice. Min Ji-hong offered him a hand, asking if he wanted to help initiate a grand reformation of this world. Luca Sky clung to this offer like a lifeline, rising from the abyss to march alongside his new leader. His entire life had taken a completely different turn. As Kim Tae-hyun speaks, his words are incredibly slow and clear. He doesn't even need to command, yet each gentle suggestion seeps directly into the prisoner's vulnerable mind. He asks if that was his first meeting with Min Ji-hong, but demands to hear the real plans instead. Kim Tae-hyun's fingers dig deep into his hair like steel claws, squeezing his skull until the prisoner's face begins twitching. His body trembles violently as his jaw tightens, and Kim Tae-hyun orders him to reveal their true conspiracy. Under extreme mental pressure, Luca Sky finally starts talking, recalling when Min Ji-hong handed him a mysterious device. They had stolen a sacred legacy passed down through generations from the new president of the Chinese Players Association. It contained research data on demonic beastification and a lethal virus extracted from deep within unconquered dungeons. Everything is perfectly set for their plan to enhance demons through beastification while sweeping humanity into an absolute nightmare. Luca Sky stares at the drive, visualizing humanity struggling helplessly in the middle of this artificial pandemic. He can't wait for the chaos, but Min Ji-hong warns that this is merely the first phase. Kim Tae-hyun is stunned, wondering what the second phase could possibly be. The hypnotized prisoner slowly continues. Once the world has suffered enough, the real plan begins, as only those who undergo beastification will be immune. They share the exact same source and they will exploit it. Suddenly, Du-hong's figure emerges, his lips curling into a cold smirk. This forms a thin, chilling smile. Kim Tae-hyun's eyes suddenly go wide, as if hanging on every single word, his gaze frozen. Only his pupils tremble with each word Du-hong speaks. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun is excited for the upcoming transformation. Luca Sky explains that for a guy who used to find everything meaningless, Min Jae has planted a brand new ambition in his heart. Luca's body is completely exhausted. Blood drips from his lips. Yet for his cause, he is willing to do absolutely anything. Kim Tae-hyun is stunned. Did Luca bite his tongue to break the hypnosis? He clamps down hard, his jaw locking up tightly. His mouth twitches. A trail of dark red blood slowly seeps out, sliding down past his lips to his chin. Luca. Sky's eyes roll back in fury. Decision made. He'll sacrifice anything. Suddenly, a raw scream rips through the air. The raspy, distorted sound feels like it comes from two throats at once. His body trembles violently. His muscles tighten under his twitching skin. His skin is twitching uncontrollably. He swears Kim Tae-hyun will not stand in his way. Jin-hee recoils in utter horror, panicking. What is going on with Kim Tae-hyun? Luca Sky has turned into a monster looming in the darkness with a massive body. His movements are erratic and unnatural. Wild, wide eyes burn with a chilling, bloodthirsty rage like two cold fires. Jin-hee is terrified. This is impossible. Luca Sky roars out that Kim Tae-hyun will die here even if it costs his life. Kim Tae-hyun remains perfectly calm. It's a ridiculous camaraderie between evil criminals. He raises his spear and charges. He is determined to stop them. Luca Sky contorts his body as onlookers watch his bones popping and cracking loudly. Grotesque bones pop. His mutated body stretches and expands even further. Watching this, Go Tae-wook is gripped by pure, absolute terror. Is that really his avatar? Where did his original form go? Luca Sky splits his mouth open, revealing razor-sharp teeth. A long black tongue hangs out. His glowing purple eyes shrinks to a slit, radiating sheer madness. Jin-hee is bewildered. This is a demon beast. Luca Sky suddenly screams in rage, raising multiple massive arms. He slams them down violently. A deafening explosion shakes the earth, sending heavy debris and dust flying everywhere. Like a collision with giant steel. Go Tae-wook watches anxiously, worrying about player Kim Tae-hyun, while Luca Sky's fierce eyes shine. Pupils narrow into cold slits. Power surges. This is the reward of abandoning humanity. Suddenly, a brilliant red flash cuts his vision. A blade slices the beast, making it scream in pain. He stumbles back, roaring in agony. Kim Tae-hyun's expression is cold as stone, his sharp features rigid with intensity. His lips form a tight, sharp line. Drop the illusions, he says. Is this so-called power just for? Waving around his severed arm, suddenly, a violent, crushing aura explodes from Luca Sky's body, making the air heavy. It threatens to crush everything. He charges forward. No way, he backs down. He sticks his tongue out confidently. He warns him not to underestimate him. Kim Tae-hyun steps back, noting that the beast's regeneration matches his memories perfectly. The beastification experiments from Jiang Long are clearly still active. In a flash, Kim Tae-hyun bends his knees and springs high into the air. He twists his body gracefully, dodging a lightning-fast attack that comes straight at him. But watch closely, the enemy looks more like a genuine demon beast now as Kim Tae-hyun pieces their plan together. Their goal isn't just raw strength. They plan to link this beastification with the Grey Plague for something far worse. Luca Sky throws a devastating punch with terrifying pressure, but Kim Tae-hyun simply extends a hand to catch the fist midair. His fingers lock around it like a steel vice. The giant arm stops. He cannot advance even a single inch. Kim Tae-hyun slips backward, knowing he must capture and restrain him. He slowly raises his blade, pointing it at the beast. His sharp gaze never wavers. Coiled like a spring, he waits for the perfect moment to strike and get answers. Luca Sky charges, boasting that he has caught him. But the moment his hand reaches out, Kim Tae-hyun leaps into the air. Kim Tae-hyun lunges forward without hesitation. His blade cuts the wind, thrusting directly at the beast with absolute precision. A clean, decisive strike. No escape. The weapon drives deep into Luca Sky's head, making him scream. Kim Tae-hyun smiles coldly. Good thing you didn't die easily, he thinks. Now it is time for a proper interrogation. Thick dust hangs in the air. Thin smoke drifts lazily through the massive cracks lining the shattered battlefield. Jin-hee estimates Luca has transformed into at least a SS+ rank demon beast. Yet Kim Tae-hyun handled him so effortlessly. Go Tae-wook remarks they do not need to worry about him anymore. But through the dust, Luca Sky's hoarse voice rasps out. He warns him not to underestimate him. Kim Tae-hyun folds his hands tightly, jaw clenched. His knuckles turn white. With his body coiled like a spring, he is fully prepared to strike back instantly. Following a massive explosion, a giant cloud of dust and smoke surges upward, the ground shaking as loose rocks rain down. Tae-hyun glares coldly through the thick haze. He takes back his comment about Luca just flailing around with his severed arm. He admits Luca is actually pretty good. Luca Sky's bloodshot eyes widen and contract, his pupils dilating as his body trembles. It is not going to be an easy fight. Even with his beast transformation, the gap between their powers is just too vast. Luca struggles to pull himself up, though he knows deep down that nothing will change. The situation remains entirely hopeless. Still ready to face death, he vows to drag his enemy down. But Tae-hyun is already launching forward like a swift arrow. His footsteps slam heavy and fast. Luca Sky freezes in shock. Why is his opponent acting like this? Tae-hyun strikes like lightning. A fist flies forward too quickly for the eye to track. Luca barely has time to realize that he is not using his special powers. Sent flying backward from the sheer impact, Luca finally understands the true reason behind Tae-hyun avoiding his signature moves. Go Tae-wook witnesses the terrifying clash and steps in front of Jin-hae. He warns her to stand back and stay out of it. His eyes lock forward. He is completely unfazed. It is as if the rest of the world has simply dissolved away. He dashes straight at Luca. The instant they collide, the solid wall behind them fractures into a web of deep cracks. It shatters completely. A heavy echoing boom follows. Shrapnel and debris rain down in a chaotic, crushing wave of destruction. Locked together, Luca Sky and Tae-hyun burst straight through the crumbling stone. Luca admits his opponent is incredibly fast, but he grumbles that Tae-hyun should have just let the others die. That way, he could have used his full power. He mocks him, stating that Tae-hyun is only using basic skills to hide his contract with the Grand Duke. Since he is holding back to keep his secret safe, jumping in to block this attack is a massive mistake. Plunging down at insane speeds, they head straight for the horrified crowd below. People are freaking out over the massive shockwave. Is it a monster? Jin-hee runs over and gasps. It is Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, Luca continues his relentless and desperate taunts. He grips Tae-hyun tight. Without regenerative powers, can he even survive this fall? Luca is betting he absolutely cannot. But using those forbidden skills means revealing that humanity's strongest player has secretly allied with the infamous Grand Duke. Staring into his eyes, Luca sneers. He cannot wait to see the look on everyone's faces when they feel betrayed. He dares Tae-hyun to choose. Gritting his teeth in silent fury, our hero prepares for impact. It is now or never. They crash hard, sending a violent shockwave of dirt and shattered stone flying outward. The entire area trembles from the blow. Thick dust clouds roll over the panicked crowd. The ground lies cracked and broken as dark smoke begins to drift upward. Covered in deep wounds and bleeding heavily, Luca slowly drags himself up mockingly, noting that choosing death was quite unexpected. Stripping away everything his rival built is still a win, making this self-sacrificing end a pleasant surprise for him. He rants about a rotten world that restricts the strong, claiming that it desperately needs to be reshaped. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun silently clenches his fist. The moment his strike connects, a massive wave of raw power suddenly explodes. The violent shock sends Luca convulsing. He coughs up bright red blood. He slides backward, leaving a dark trail. Refusing to accept defeat, Luca watches in horror as Tae-hyun calmly steps over the rubble and walks forward. Tae-hyun points out that there has been a major misunderstanding. He simply saw no need to use the Grand Duke's power against him, because battling someone like you is far too easy. Tae-hyun steps forward, a confident expression washing over his face. His gaze remains completely steady. With a relaxed smile, he states that those special powers do not make him strong. Rather, those powers only seem strong because someone as powerful as him is using them. Take a look at his base stats. Strength 339, Stamina 338, Speed 332, Mana 485, Charm 255. Luca is completely stunned. Honestly, you almost feel bad watching this guy crawl away like a centipede while Tae-hyun just looks down in pity. Luca secretly plans to use the nearby bystanders as bait. He tries to dart away, but his opponent is way too quick. Tae-hyun catches up instantly and delivers a final crushing punch, declaring that the joke ends right now. Luca falls to his knees. Black smoke pours from his body. His monstrous form slowly fades away. He realizes he never stood a chance. Bowing his head, blood dripping from his hair, he mutters that he should have eliminated Tae-hyun the first time they ever met. Filled with regret, Luca whispers his final desperate words, leaving the rest of his grand plan to his ally Min Ji-hong. He begs Ji-hong to change the world. Watching indifferently, Tae-hyun simply tells him to go say that to his face instead. He adds that his partner in crime is about to get arrested anyway. But as he speaks, Luca's eyes suddenly fly wide open. The villain grits his teeth in sudden agony. Tae-hyun rushes over. What is happening? Why is he reacting like this? Could this be a magic backlash? Luca Sky's cold body is covered in thick, dark veins spreading across his pale face. They look like tangled tree roots. Tae-hyun feels a pang of regret. Luca took his secrets to the grave to protect them. Tae-guk and the others rush over to player Kim Tae-hyun. The young hero stands there completely dazed, whispering that he failed. He looks down at Luca Sky's motionless body, risking everything, so that is what it meant. Meanwhile, the news reports the incident. Earlier this afternoon, a massive magic beast fell from the upper floors of the New Korea Players Association building. The creature woke up and tried to attack civilians, the reporter announces, but SS-rank player Kim Tae-hyun quickly eliminated it. The Players Association reports that the beast was actually a human. Luca Sky's face flashes onto the screen. He had undergone a brutal experiment to turn him into a monster. The culprit is Luca Sky, also known as Phantom. Min Dui-hong stands in the crowd, quietly watching the broadcast. It explains that while being questioned by the association, Luca Sky transformed into a beast to escape. Dui-hong looks up at the screen, remembering the moment they shook hands. Luca had bowed deeply to shake his hand, telling him that he wanted to see the world he would build. Those intense eyes are burned into Dui-hong's mind, along with the promise to follow him even to the depths of hell. Under the dim city lights, Dui-hong walks alone through the bustling crowd, carrying a quiet weight no one else can see. As night falls, the association building looms in the dark light spilling out from a massive shattered hole in the wall. Tae-hyun stands inside the ruined room, staring blankly at the shattered glass and debris scattered all around him. He mutters that he should have handled it better, feeling deeply ashamed. Jin-hee speaks up in a firm, serious tone. She tells him that without his quick decision, she and department head Go would have been in serious danger. Nobody expected Luca to act so recklessly, but thanks to Tae-hyun, the situation was resolved without any major casualties. Department head Go adds that he should not overthink it. At least they uncovered a crucial link in the enemy's plans. The villains are combining monster transformations with the Grey Plague, needing both active at once to unleash their full power. While the beast mutation is still a mystery, Go mentions that the United States is about to announce a vaccine. Tae-hyun frowns, his eyes turning cold. He quietly hopes that the vaccine will at least slow down the outbreak. But things are never that simple. Phantom might be caught, but Min Dui-hong is still hiding out there in the dark. Kim Midov has vanished too, and no one knows their next move. Just then, Tae-guk receives an urgent phone call. His face pales as he answers, confirming he is standing right next to Tae-hyun. Suddenly, he gasps in shock. Tae-guk hands the phone over, explaining that someone is demanding to speak with Tae-hyun directly. Tae-hyun is immediately curious. Sweating bullets, Tae-guk whispers that the caller is a high-ranking player from the Nigerian Association with an emergency message. Tae-hyun wonders why anyone from Nigeria would contact him. With a racing heart, he takes the phone and answers. A female voice on the other end gasps, asking if this is truly the famous player Kim Tae-hyun. She gushes about how honored she is, explaining she has only ever seen him on television and social media. This feels completely surreal to her, so Tae-hyun awkwardly thanks her and asks who she actually is. She introduces herself as Aisat from Nigeria. Tae-hyun gets straight to the point, asking what she wants to discuss. Aisat hesitates, then speaks so quickly it makes him frown. She says this matter is too private for the phone. She wants a face-to-face meeting, asking him to travel to Nigeria, and playfully adds she wants his autograph too. Tae-hyun grows annoyed. He snaps that he has no time to waste on random social calls with complete strangers. Aisat quickly backtracks, saying she completely understands, but then hints that this involves a highly critical matter. She asks if he would reconsider spending some time if it involves the contractor of the legendary Grand Duke. Tae-hyun's eyes widen in sheer shock at those words. Aisat smiles, promising to send over an address in time. She finishes by addressing him as the contractor of Rosalia before abruptly hanging up, leaving him totally stunned. He stands frozen in place, his mind racing as his initial disbelief slowly morphs into deep confusion. He wonders how she could possibly know about his contract. Did Min Dui-hong or Kasim leak his secret? Jin-hee asks what is wrong, but Tae-hyun calmly brushes it off, realizing this caller is different from his enemies. He decides he has to make the trip to Nigeria. Meanwhile, Aisat relaxes in her chair, pleased with her connection. She stretches lazily while looking out the window, excited to finally get a meeting with a legendary hero. Below, the camera transitions to a quiet, peaceful sunset as warm light washes over a scenic river bridge. At night, the Nigerian driver is incredibly warm. Neo, Korea, wow. You have traveled a very long way to get here. Lately, tourists rarely visit this place. He asks what brings Tae-hyun to this country. Tae-hyun adjusts his stylish sunglasses, keeping silent. Crossing his arms, he explains he only wants a quick chat with an acquaintance. His gaze wanders, lost in deep thought. He doesn't even know who they really are. But to discover what they want, a face-to-face meeting is necessary. The driver suddenly speaks. Is that acquaintance doing okay? Tae-hyun looks confused. The driver is talking about the devastating Grey Plague which has ruined everything. Lately, things are in absolute chaos. Developed nations like Korea might be fine, but our land has been heavily devastated. Hearing the driver's words, Tae-hyun looks out the window. The local administration and economy have ground to a complete halt. Everything is stagnant. Even inside this major city, patients are collapsing in the streets without receiving any kind of medical help. He gazes at the empty roads, realizing how deserted the city actually is. Fortunately, Korea still keeps the outbreak controlled, but other places, they are suffering massive devastation. Some helpless survivors are seen lying in dark, cramped alleyways. Witnessing this misery firsthand, Tae-hyun feels the heavy toll. So many innocent lives destroyed by the crimes of those ruthless villains. Tae-hyun steps out of the car. He has arrived. This remote, quiet area contains an abandoned factory, a classic spot for a secret rendezvous. He pushes the heavy doors open, and would you look at that? The mysterious AJ Sat is already standing there, waiting for him. She immediately giggles and teases him. Wow, you look way handsomer in real life. Smiling warmly, she welcomes him inside. Welcome, player Kim Tae-hyun. I have been waiting. Keeping his cold composure, he realizes that voice belongs to her. Placing her hand over her chest, she introduces herself as AJ Saturday. She apologizes for making him travel all this way. Because of the plague, she was banned from entering Korea. Naturally, these matters cannot be discussed over a simple phone call. Tae-hyun remains dead serious, demanding she gets straight to the point. AJ Sat covers her mouth, laughing at his intense impatience. After all, it is their first time meeting. They should at least have some small talk. Tae-hyun merely frowns, crossing his arms. He warns her that he can easily force her to speak. Smiling, AJ Sat quickly backs down and surrenders. Her proposal is actually very simple. She looks at Kim Tae-hyun, offering to form a powerful alliance, specifically an alliance of contractors of the Archdukes. Tae-hyun listens, his face showing absolutely no emotion at her words. It is confirmed. This woman is also a contractor of the Archduke. But what is the point? Is it really necessary? She explains that since they share the same goal, cooperation is far better. Unlike those villains, she refuses to beg for power. She never even wanted to sign this dark contract. Pointing directly at him, she explains her true motive. She wants to use this power not for the Archduke but to protect humanity. She wants to be a hero, just like him. So what does he think? Surely there is no disadvantage for him. Tae-hyun calmly replies, giving a flat refusal. If this is the only reason she called him here, he is leaving. AJ Sat freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. Her surprise quickly turns into rising anger. What Tae-hyun turns his back to walk away, but she desperately calls out. She demands to know how he can refuse before even listening. Tae-hyun calmly tells her that only fools trust a total stranger. While this proposal is quite interesting, accepting blindly is far too risky. He calmly explains his logic. For now, simply knowing she is not currently an enemy is more than enough. AJ Sat panics, desperately begging him to wait. Only their voices echo in the empty factory. AJ Sat gets straight to the point. The world is actively fracturing right now. Tae-hyun's eyes sharpen. Are her true colors finally showing? She reaches out her hand, trying to pull him back in panic. Damn it, this is not going how she planned. She tries to steady her voice. Looks like there is no choice left. If he doesn't believe her, she will gladly prove she is worthy of being his ally. Right here, right now. Tae-hyun remains silent. It seems she isn't just proposing an alliance, but rather forcing him into it. She stammers in denial. Suddenly, AJ Sat bursts into a loud laugh. Well, that works too. Tae-hyun scratches his head. Let us test it then. He extends his hand straight toward her, commanding her to kneel. A massive invisible pressure floods the entire room. AJ Sat opens her eyes wide in surprise. Is this the legendary revelation skill? Her eyes flicker slightly, but she is not hypnotized at all. Instead, her eyes show complete disdain. This power is not as impressive as she thought. Tae-hyun's eyes suddenly widen. His pupils tremble in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend what he is currently seeing. AJ Sat calmly speaks, wanting to test him as well. Releasing her own dominant command, she orders him to kneel down. Tae-hyun completely loses control of his own body as his legs buckle. You can actually feel his sheer panic here. In the dim light, she stands strong. Her hand extends and an overwhelming light floods the space, completely crushing him. His reckless attack does absolutely nothing to her. Instead, it only adds to the heavy pressure, dragging him down. Meanwhile, Asat stands tall. She stands proud amid surging blue flames. With one hand outstretched, she controls her power while a massive phantom azure dragon roars behind her. Her majestic aura is overwhelming, like a descending god. Right then, Tae-hyun finally realizes exactly whose contractor she really is. She calmly reminds him that she is pretty strong too. Her powerful gaze remains sharp, brimming with absolute confidence. The scene shifts to Organ's base. Tae-hyun heavily pushes open the massive doors and walks inside. His master is already waiting there. His master notes that Tae-hyun never seems to listen. He repeats that you won't let him return empty-handed. Tae-hyun tightly clenches his fists. He asks if the master wants him to appear as Kim Tae-hyun's contractor. His pupils shrink as he demands that supreme power. He demands that power to make him stronger. Hearing this, Organ rests his hand on his chin, his angry face twisting as he roars. Organ slams his hand onto his throne. His fingers dig into the edge as he stands up, shouting that power is not for everyone. He asks if he has allowed a contractor like Do Hong to become far too arrogant. Does he think this power is his alone? But if that pride is actually a burning desire to hold the key, Organ says then maybe he can grant him that strength. First, though, he must prove himself worthy. Organ raises his sharp curved claws, their tips gleaming with a cold, deadly light. He lunges forward. He wants to test Do Hong's worthiness. Do Hong swings his massive arm back to build momentum for a counter. His massive body leans forward, ready to charge with all his strength. A blinding white light erupts around them. Their shadows blur as they clash. Let us explain Apocalypse a bit. It holds a variety of unique skills, but its true core is the majestic aura of a royal knight. It imposes a terrifying, crushing pressure on any opponent. Under this extreme pressure, a hand can easily lift an enemy into the air. It renders them completely helpless. They cannot trigger the sovereign's heart, utilize the royal knight's majestic aura, or summon any binding chains. They cannot even activate the silence zone. Once fully enhanced, it can completely shut down an opponent's entire skill set. That is the terrifying trademark of this power. Tae-hyun believes that on Earth, absolutely no one can overcome his apocalypse. Yet as he looks at Asat, he sees she is still somehow smiling. Smiling right inside his heavy apocalypse zone. This woman is not just enduring his overwhelming pressure, she is actually releasing a pretty distinct aura of her own. He smirks. Her mind is being taken over by the demon dragon's presence, actively fighting back against his energy. A mysterious power clashes with his. His resistance fails and a portion of his strength gets swallowed up. She must have received the supreme authority of dragons, a race that can manipulate auras to the absolute limit. Tae-hyun realizes she's the Dragon Lord's contractor. Asat's lips curl into a sly, knowing smile as if predicting this. Things are going exactly as planned. She thinks to herself that it is perfect. The world's #1 player is struggling. He is so overwhelmed that he can't do a thing. Could she actually win this time? Seeing Tae-hyun kneeling there seriously amuses her. She realizes this must be how everyone trapped under his apocalypse feels. Completely frozen, unable to take even a single step. But as his knees buckle, Tae-hyun forces his body back up. He clenches his fists until they go pale. Taking a deep breath, he shatters the invisible chains holding him down. He has never had to push his legs this hard before, but he is going to try. Suddenly, his willpower breaks through. He lunges forward, catching Asat completely off guard. He leaps high into the air, twisting his body. He pulls one leg in and extends the other like a compressed spring. He warns her not to get too ahead of herself. Just because his aura was suppressed doesn't mean she won. Asat raises her arms to block his oncoming strike. The impact sends her flying back. She slowly pushes herself up, muttering that of course, this isn't the end. After all, the fight has only just begun. But she wonders how he just bypassed Rosalia's mental attack skill. Tae-hyun smirks with pure arrogance. He asks if dragons also have the power to enhance physical traits as well. Her endurance is not bad, he admits, but she begged for this fight, so she shouldn't expect him to go easy. Tae-hyun closes the distance until they are face to face. His cold eyes are locked on her as his shoulder drops. His fist clenches tightly at his hip. Every muscle tenses up as he prepares to unleash a devastating punch. He tells her to brace herself. The blow lands with enough force to shake the air, and Tae-hyun doesn't stop. Asat winces. Each hit feels like she is getting run over by a truck, yet he keeps coming at her. His speed doesn't drop for a single second. Tae-hyun rotates his fist, knuckles cracking as he charges another heavy strike. He gathers every bit of his strength. Meanwhile, Asat locks her glowing yellow eyes onto him, bracing for what comes next. Her arm clad in violently glowing blue and white energy rips through the air with overwhelming speed and sheer power. She is still full of confidence. As long as she blocks it, she can absorb the damage. But Tae-hyun simply summons a barrage of crimson blades, spinning around him. Her close combat is pretty decent, but how about his attack? He launches them right at a startled Asat, leaving her completely blindsided. Wait, what? The swords streak forward like lightning, leaving only a faint blur in the air. She panic scans the area. What on earth is this? Tae-hyun's absolute domain has completely surrounded her. Asat grits her teeth, realizing there is absolutely nowhere left to run. With desperate resolve, she prepares to fight him to the bitter end. Shifting her stance, she unleashes her full power to deflect every single one of his blades. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun just stands there casually, crossing his arms as Asat slumps over, gasping for breath. Her energy is completely spent, but she somehow blocks them all. Exhausted, she slumps as Tae-hyun slowly raises his hand, palm facing skyward as a deep crimson aura flares up. He smiles, nice job, but he's got one more attack left. Another flaming sword begins to spin, leaving her utterly horrified. The blade shoots forward like a hurricane, and she instinctively cringes. The weapon impacts the ground, triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion that kicks up debris. Asat winces. Is she actually still alive? Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over her as light smoke drifts past. She screams out in pain as her skin literally burning. She drops to her knees, black smoke rising from her body as the residual heat of his fire-attributed attack continues to scorch her. Tae-hyun casually strolls over, commenting that her evasion is nothing special and her poison resistance is virtually non-existent. With that kind of mediocre performance, how can she possibly stand by his side as an ally to face the other Grand Dukes? Asat pulls herself up. She angrily demands to know if he really intends to stand against all the other Grand Dukes. She realizes those previous attacks were the powers of multiple Grand Dukes. How can a single contractor wield so many authorities at once? Tae-hyun just flashes a smug, utterly punchable grin. Didn't the Dragon Lord already warn her that this was coming? Now it is time for the final blow. He wants to see just how much mental attack her mind can actually endure. Staring into his cold eyes, she is seized by panic. She surrenders. She desperately yells that she surrenders. Tae-hyun looks down at her trembling figure, calmly stating that only the proctor decides when a test is officially over. A booming laugh echoes through the massive factory as Asat's knees buckle, her entire body folding forward in total defeat. She begs for forgiveness, deeply regretting her arrogance. Clearly, not all contractors of the Grand Dukes are built the same. She is completely bewildered. Is player Kim Tae-hyun just built different? Tae-hyun looks down at her with a calculating gaze, then crouches down, resting his chin on his hand. He wants to know her real motive for wanting to ally with him. Asat insists she is telling the truth. Suddenly, her past flashes by. A memory of her former timid self. She used to be just a useless D-rank player, timid, terrified, possessing zero useful skills and always dragging her team down. She would just sit alone in her dark room, completely isolated. That was why she looked up to Tae-hyun so much. He was mocked for 19 long years, yet rose to become the world's strongest. She dreamed of doing the same. She wanted to protect Earth and become a true hero. But she never imagined where that desperate desire would lead her. During an abyss raid with the Association, she used her skills to seal off the entrance. But things went south quickly. The strike force suddenly went dark, forcing her to investigate. When she stepped inside, everyone was already dead on the floor. That was when the Grand Duke appeared. The sudden encounter caught her completely off guard, changing her life forever. The monster forced a contract on her simply because their mana aligned. She stares down at her hand, filled with self-doubt. Even though she gained massive power, she was still terrified of being bound to a monstrous creature she couldn't comprehend. But hearing that Tae-hyun also partnered with the Dragon Lord gave her hope. If he could manage it, maybe she could too. She wants to use this monstrous power for good. Her eyes grow heavy with a quiet, profound sadness. That is why she truly wants to get stronger and fight by his side as a dependable partner to a real hero. But realizing Tae-hyun has his own hidden agenda, she closes her eyes, fearing she is just a useless burden. Tae-hyun stands up and lets out a soft sigh. All right, he agrees to form an alliance with her. She is completely stunned. But Tae-hyun gently reminds her that having raw power is not the most important thing. What truly matters is having the strong will to use the Grand Duke's power for justice, a resolve he highly respects. Tae-hyun extends his hand with a warm smile, thoroughly impressed by her conviction. Despite her brief hesitation under his mental pressure, she harbors absolutely no malice. Besides, he will have to deal with the other Grand Dukes eventually anyway. Securing the loyalty of another contractor right now is a massive win. He reaches out, calculating his next moves. An ally Asat can barely believe her ears. Did player Kim Tae-hyun actually choose her? Overjoyed, she grabs his hands. Am I dreaming? Does this mean I get to fight villains by your side from now on? Tae-hyun stammers out a quick agreement. Asat beams, instantly pulling out a pen and notebook to ask him for an autograph. He stares at her antics, completely speechless, wondering if this was actually a good idea. Suddenly, his phone begins to vibrate. Tae-hyun picks it up. Association President Ji Jin-hee is on the line, asking him if his business in Nigeria is finished yet. He replies that it is basically done and he plans to head back to New Korea, asking what is going on. Jin-hee is watching the news. He asks if Tae-hyun has seen the broadcast. No. The current situation is too dangerous. His expression turns serious. Bad news. The screen shows a burning plane crash into flaming skyscrapers. He continues, explaining that major medical organizations and pharmaceutical giants in America, which led the research for a gray disease vaccine, have been completely destroyed. In a terrorist attack led by Kim Meadow from the Hunton terrorist group, Tae-hyun remains quiet, listening closely to Jin-hee. The research for the gray disease vaccine is entirely ruined, leaving them with no way to halt the spreading threat. Tae-hyun hangs up and tries to calm his mind, telling himself they will get through this. Clearly, the enemies want to stop the vaccine at all costs. That leaves New Korea with no choice but to develop it themselves. He gazes thoughtfully at his phone, knowing it will take too long. To achieve a rapid breakthrough, they need a core specimen that holds the key to destroying the sickness. The gray disease originates from gray venom, which belongs to the subordinates of the demon king Beelzebub. Tae-hyun slowly closes his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering as he sinks deep into his thoughts. He needs to find the root source of every attribute it possesses. His face is cold and determined, his sharp gaze unwavering. It is finally time to confront a brand new Grand Duke. An enormous, majestic castle stands tall like an ancient fortress surrounded by nature. Inside, Rosalia sits on her throne, speaking with a serious tone, noting that even the great Dragon King cannot keep hiding away like this forever. Below her, the contractor of Hazard stands waiting. Tae-hyun observes her carefully, feeling relieved that she is different from the contractors of Ogun and Beelzebub, seemingly someone he can actually communicate with. Rosalia rests her chin on her hand, advising him to remain extremely cautious regardless. After all, Grand Dukes do not forge contracts just for fun. Tae-hyun frowns, realizing he has never actually heard about this before. Why do they make contracts in the first place? Rosalia explains that high-ranking entities like Grand Dukes cannot easily leave the abyss, just as celestial beings are forbidden from invading the lower realms. This restriction exists because the spell left by the Emperor is still active. She hints, however, that there is one single way to bypass this barrier. Tae-hyun immediately finishes her thought, asking if it is through manifesting using a contractor. Rosalia agrees, confirming he must have already seen it happen. The Grand Duke's contractor acts as both a scout exploring other dimensions and a direct pathway for them to intervene during emergencies. Tae-hyun crosses his arms with a cold expression, wondering why they care so much about Earth to share their powers. Is their own territory in the abyss not enough for them? Rosalia closes her eyes, explaining that the Grand Dukes always crave to rule over the entire abyss, and considering the missing king actually originated from Earth, Tae-hyun sees a glowing giant figure reflected on the screen in front of him. Meanwhile, she continues, explaining that Earth holds a mysterious potential that the Grand Dukes simply cannot ignore. Rosalia warns him that even if the contractor stands with humanity, there is no guarantee Hazard will not interfere. In fact, the entire plan from the start might have been for the contractor to approach him in this exact manner. Tae-hyun lowers his head slightly, thanking her for the solid advice and promising to keep it in mind. She then asks if everything on Earth has been settled. He replies that it is not, apologizing for having such urgent matters during a war. He explains his next move. He plans to meet the Grand Duke Beelzebub. Even if cooperation is completely off the table, he needs to at least seize a portion of his body. Rosalia smiles softly, asking if he is trying to bell the cat, though in this case it is more like a tiger. But if he really intends to take the Grand Duke's essence, Tae-hyun says confidently that if there is no other path, he will pave his own. Rosalia cuts him off, stating that there is actually a way and she knows exactly how to defeat him. Tae-hyun looks up with anticipation, asking what it is. She pulls him close and whispers, does he remember their very first meeting back when he charged in without even holding a sword? She had triggered a specific memory within him. Tae-hyun recalls standing before a raging sea of fire, remembering his deep psychological trauma. Rosalia gives a mysterious smirk, explaining that exploiting such trauma to create a fatal opening is precisely how Beelzebub attacks. Tae-hyun rubs his chin deep in thought. Does even a Supreme Grand Duke possess a trauma severe enough to expose a weakness? Rosalia replies calmly that they absolutely do. Curiously, Tae-hyun asks if she has one too, but she simply brushes it off. She tells him to go and stop asking a lady such disrespectful questions. Tae-hyun looks down at his hands, feeling uneasy. But if it is her, then maybe. Still, he wonders if his perfect hypnosis is actually strong enough to shatter the mind of a Grand Duke. Rosalia reminds him that this is exactly why he needs to train. Fortunately, he has a natural gift for mental control. She points out that the charm stat on his status screen is directly tied to his mental domination abilities. Tae-hyun claps his hands together as the realization hits him. He honestly thought that stat was only useful for becoming some pop idol. Rosalia softly tells him they first need to head to a proper place to begin his intense training. Tae-hyun enters a room surrounded by blinding light. He has never been here. Rosalia explains it is the mirror room. She adds that these surrounding mirrors can diffuse magic. Within this unique space, her own authority is greatly amplified. Suddenly, Asmodeus shatters the mirror, reaching down with sharp, deadly claws. Tae-hyun looks up in absolute shock. The towering monster looms over him with glowing red eyes. Tae-hyun wonders how on earth Asmodeus could be here. This is a triple S-rank threat. The beast stands in the shadows, its orange eyes blazing with terrifying power. Exuding absolute dread, the monster attacks. Tae-hyun dives down from above, clashing with giant shadow arms amidst exploding purple energy. Flipping through the air with his eyes wide, he grits his teeth and stares down the massive threat. He lands gracefully. He is strong enough to defeat Triple S beasts now, but this beast killed him once before. Just seeing him again makes his body tremble as the cold dread of his past death rushes back. But Tae-hyun notices that Rosalia is not reacting at all. Why is she just letting this intruder run wild? She glares at him, warning him to stay focused and not get distracted. He turns to look. He finally realizes what is happening. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts, forcing Tae-hyun to quickly dart away. He tries to break free from the surrounding trap. It is all fake. Rosalia chuckles, asking if he finally noticed. She remains calm, explaining that everything here is just an illusion inside her domain. This version of Asmodeus is merely a shadow. He is just a mental projection born from Tae-hyun's past trauma, but he still cannot afford to let his guard down. This is a battle of pure willpower. Victory is not decided by physical strength, but by how resilient his mind is. They are here to train and forge his mental strength. If a human does not possess a strong, unyielding will, they can never hope to dominate the minds of others. Tae-hyun charges forward at a blazing, incredible speed. He locks onto his target, unleashing glowing red wings from his back as he leaps into the air. He kicks straight down at Asmodeus. Honestly, he had always wanted to face this monster again one day anyway. The demon is completely unfazed, slowly reaching out an arm. Tae-hyun drives forward, refusing to back down. He is not helpless anymore. He screams that he will destroy Asmodeus right here and now. He wants to wipe away the dark memories of his past defeat. Brimming with confidence, he dives in to strike. He readies a devastating punch with burning hands and absolute focus. He demands that Asmodeus disappear. Tae-hyun unleashes a massive punch wrapped in a swirling aura of red and gold magic power. Intense streams of pure energy wrap around his entire arm, throwing off brilliant light and sparkling magical particles. His eyes burn with absolute focus. Landing smoothly, he watches as Rosalia calmly steps forward to praise his effort. She tells him well done, saying an opponent like Asmodeus should be crushed exactly like that. He clearly understands the concept now, his eyes still sharp and resolved. Rosalia gestures to the side with a smile. She asks if he is ready for Azimu next. Tae-hyun confidently tells her to bring it on. She giggles in pure satisfaction, noting that this bold attitude is truly worthy of her contractor. As the battle with Azimun begins, Rosalia watches, noting that a strong mind naturally leads to a stronger body. She is highly pleased. By the end of this training, both his mind and physical form will be far tougher. She roots for him. However, her eyes soon grow serious as she realizes the risks of using his inner memories. She knew he would be dragged deep into his own subconscious, visualizing Tae-hyun covered in a terrifying dark aura. His cold eyes burn with red light as shadows wrap around him. Surely he does not intend to stop her. After all, his growth should be something they both want. Suddenly, the tension in the room spikes. Tae-hyun points out that to prepare for the looming war, everyone needs to grow, even the weakest Grand Duke. Rosalia glides forward dryly, reminding him that she is already incredibly powerful if he wants to test her out. Why not? Tae-hyun flexed his arm, looking her way. He simply had to give it a shot. The scene then shifts to a modern towering skyscraper, sleek and luxurious, soaring high into the clear blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. Inside the building, Ju-hong was questioning a man, asking if the meeting with the Chinese Players Association president went smoothly. The man meekly replied that they would do everything to help Tae-hyun Group establish a strong foothold in China. The hooded Ju-hong snickered, noting how different this was from the Neo-Korea Players Association, which only held them back. This crisis would be the perfect chance for Tae-hyun to rise as a global giant right from China. The man frowned, asking if they should express their gratitude. Ju-hong scoffed, telling him to just focus on speeding up their plan. With Kasim handling things, the US was temporarily sidelined. The man then asked if they would be the first to develop a gray plague vaccine. The man calmly told him to leave it in his hands, but quickly grew worried, asking if Ju-hong was actually all right. Ju-hong turned, revealing a horribly mutated face, and smiled, saying he had almost completely adapted by now. Suddenly, debris exploded everywhere. Orkan let out a furious roar and charged violently at Tae-hyun, his powerful arm, swinging wide for a heavy blow. Their massive fists collided. Tae-hyun put all his strength into overpowering his foe, his gaze sharp with cold determination. Orkan gritted his teeth, desperately pushing back with neither willing to back down just yet. Finally, Orkan landed a painful blow, sending Tae-hyun flying back from the recoil. But in that split second, he had summoned a massive barrage from below, overwhelming Orkan with giant blades that pierced straight through his heavy iron armor. Tae-hyun found it a bit strange. In their previous encounter, he had been absolutely no match for this guy, yet this time he won. Of course, since this was just a mental illusion, things would differ from reality. But the experience he gained would stay with him forever, making this training highly valuable. It was basically a perfect combat simulation, and he realized Rosalia definitely had a good reason for recommending it. Now, Tae-hyun was more determined than ever to grow even stronger. He called out her name, but ahead lay nothing but a vast, empty void. The sudden change left Tae-hyun completely bewildered, wondering where she could have gone. While he stood there puzzled, a voice echoed through the air. "I am here, contractor." A vibrant pink energy flooded the room as Rosalia materialized haughtily, noting that he had done quite well and thanking him for his hard work. Tae-hyun couldn't help but ask what she was doing, wondering if his battle was really that boring to watch. Rosalia chuckled, explaining she simply had a quick matter to attend to. She pointed out that after defeating Asmodeus and 2 other Grand Dukes, his mental fortitude had grown immensely. Seeing that his inner vessel was finally worthy of real power, she decided to grant him a reward. Tae-hyun focused on those words, but right as his guard was down, Rosalia leaned in and planted a sudden kiss right on his lips, leaving him completely frozen in pure shock. She had just transferred a skill, upgrading his SS rank absolute hypnosis to ataraxia. Tae-hyun was left speechless, wondering if every single power transfer had to be this dramatic. Rosalia scoffed, asking if he had already forgotten her true species. That's when Tae-hyun noticed the incredible details of his new SS rank skill, ataraxia, which allows complete mental dominance over his foes for 90 mana. Rosalia reminded him to view it as her inherent authority inherited as her chosen contractor, now boosted to an insane degree. With this, even Beelzebub himself would fall for his hyper-realistic illusions. She urged him to go, then quietly watched his retreating figure before letting out a soft, honest sigh. Though sending him alone made her a bit anxious, she felt somewhat relieved knowing he possessed that power. Her maid softly suggested she get some rest since she looked quite exhausted. Rosalia smiled, agreeing that she did need a break. In truth, she had been hiding something. She had quietly split the battlefield within the mental realm so as not to hinder her contractor. She found it a bit embarrassing, but she was barely keeping up with him, a Grand Duke of massive proportions. She sighed, complaining to the Emperor for putting such a troublesome guy in her hands. By this time, Tae-hyun had successfully crossed into the dark territory of Beelzebub. He scanned the desolate surroundings, walking entirely on instinct, realizing he had absolutely no idea how to actually reach the Demon King's castle, yet he remained completely unfazed. His plan, simple: crush any demon in sight and force Beelzebub to come to him. The ground suddenly exploded into a thick cloud of dust as Tae-hyun glared coldly at the approaching demon swarm. They snarled, demanding to know if he was the wretched human, daring to cause trouble in Lord Beelzebub's territory. The SS-ranked demon Kaholam sneered at him, noting that this particular human smelled strangely of pure demonic energy. What beast? SS-ranked Bram suddenly sniffs the air. Herlam, it is the scent of a succubus. This leaves Herlam completely baffled. How can a human carry a succubus scent? Bram casually shrugs it off. He doesn't know, and there is no point in overthinking. With that, Bram charges forward like a starved wolf. He likes both human and succubus flesh. But before Bram even touches Kim Tae-hyun, his arm gets sliced clean off. Having neutralized his enemy in a flash, Kim Tae-hyun safely lands on the ground. Meanwhile, Herlam stands completely frozen, staring in horror at what just happened to Bram. His face is like a statue. Kim Tae-hyun coldly asks if they mentioned Beelzebub. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes and reappears right behind Herlam, asking to be taken to see their master. Shaking with pure terror, the monsters are forced to obey. Upon seeing the lair, Kim Tae-hyun knows he has found it. Herlam submissively calls out, addressing his great lord, Beelzebub. Trembling, he reports that they caught a suspicious intruder in their territory. But Kim Tae-hyun shows absolutely no fear. He casually asks if this guy is Beelzebub. Beelzebub calmly responds, acknowledging him as the Emperor's key. Sneering, the demon notes he feels a hint of that familiar aura, mocking him for failing the contractor hunt. Yet here you are walking straight into my lair anyway. Beelzebub immediately assumes he knows Kim Tae-hyun's goal. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun is here to demand his surrender just like Ion, but Kim Tae-hyun replies that is not his aim. He has a different agenda today. Cutting straight to the chase, Kim Tae-hyun explains that Beelzebub's subordinate venom left something nasty. It is causing immense suffering to humans on Earth. He demands cooperation, causing Beelzebub's voice to instantly raise. The humans on Earth. He bursts into a mocking laugh, treating the whole matter like a hilarious joke. At such a critical juncture, with a massive racial war looming and an all-important territorial conflict right around the corner, are you seriously courting death over such trivial matters? Staring straight at Kim Tae-hyun, he sneers at how weak he is. He continues his arrogant mocking, declaring that he should thank the lower realm king. Thanks to him, a weakling is the perfect key to help him seize the next throne. Kim Tae-hyun simply replies with a cold look, so no cooperation then. Beelzebub maintains his haughty attitude, asking why on earth he should lift a finger for a lowly creature. In fact, he wants humanity to sink even deeper into suffering, disease, despair, and endless conflict. The demon lord, arrogantly roars that he is the Demon King himself. At this point, Kim Tae-hyun has no reason to hold back anymore. He will force cooperation through pure power. Beelzebub scoffingly mocks him the power of the Emperor. Is that? But before he can even finish his sentence, the words die in his throat. Kim Tae-hyun is unleashing his true transformation. He demands to know if Beelzebub, that disgusting bug, has still not learned his lesson. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly recalls Rosalia's words. Beelzebub was one of the archdukes who joined Lilith, Behemoth, Diablo, and Leviathan in betraying the Emperor. But after their defeat, he cowardly knelt to save his own life. Rosalia revealed that Beelzebub is absolutely terrified of the king. Her advice echoes in his head to exploit this weakness. Sure enough, Beelzebub gasps in absolute horror. The Emperor Kim Tae-hyun smiles, smugly reverting to his original form. Hearing the name Artasia, Beelzebub's hands begin to shake violently in total disbelief. How could the fallen king be standing right in front of him? Paralyzed by shock, Beelzebub is completely helpless. Kim Tae-hyun issues a ruthless ultimatum. Choose Beelzebub, either submit and declare war on the upper realm, or end your pathetic life right here like common prey. But Beelzebub still manages to scrape together a bit of his pride. How dare a mere human order a king to make a choice? Furious, Beelzebub roars and prepares to strike. But as he steps forward to attack, Kim Tae-hyun just laughs, repeating his words with amusement. A mere human, you say? No, he declares, I will become your king. Suddenly, Beelzebub bows his head, letting out a series of bizarre noises. A second later, he clutches his body and lets out an ear-piercing shriek. Hurlum panics, realizing something is wrong with his lord. The subordinates cannot comprehend what this human has done to their master. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is quietly analyzing the situation. Everything is playing out perfectly. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kim Tae-hyun pulls out a small container filled with a mysterious liquid. He carefully administers the special potion crafted by the alchemist, hoping to seal the source of the Grey Plague. This crucial step could help him find the vaccine they desperately need. But Hurlum suddenly steps in with an angry warning. He demands that Kim Tae-hyun stop right there, threatening that he won't let him leave until Beelzebub is fully restored. Kim Tae-hyun casually scoffs, asking why he should restore him. It is a trial his master must overcome. What does he want? Hurlam loses his temper, screaming at his insolence. But Kim Tae-hyun stays dead silent, his gaze turning absolutely lethal. The thick aura of death fills the room, making Hurlam tremble. Under this crushing pressure, the monsters fall into pure terror. It is like standing right in front of the succubus queen. Haram is utterly terrified, questioning if Kim Tae-hyun is even a human being. Kim Tae-hyun asserts that they cannot stop him. He pushes forward with his strategy, prioritizing the vaccine and stopping the Dark Association. Kim Tae-hyun knows the consequences well, but once the territory war resumes, he will face Beelzebub again. Next time, he must fight for real. It will not be as the king's shadow, but as his own true self. He realizes that only then can he walk the same path. But suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's calm expression completely shatters, replaced by sheer shock. Here we go, look at what happens next. A sharp, piercing object suddenly impales him out of nowhere, leaving him no time to react as he gasps heavily for air. His face goes completely pale as the system sounds an alert, warning your body is being invaded by the primordial venom. An unknown power tries to resist, but the defense fails. The corrosive poison begins consuming his entire body as Beelzebub regains his composure. The Demon King declares that this is an obstacle he must personally overcome. He reveals that their little struggle ended a long time ago. Kim Tae-hyun is stunned. Has Beelzebub already broken free from ataraxia? This is much faster than even Rosalia had originally anticipated. Clutching his chest in agony, he struggles against the toxic mist. One slip of focus and he will pass out completely from this deadly poison. This is the devastating primordial venom of Archduke Beelzebub. Kim Tae-hyun cannot even move. The Archduke smirks, calling his attempt a clever move. He admits it has been ages since he felt such a terrifying threat. Watching on Haram desperately tries to speak up. Beelzebub raises his voice, asking if they truly thought he would remain trapped in those old memories forever. He grew much stronger. During the king's absence, his power multiplied. He boasts that he has waited for this day to drive these nails into the king. It is a shame this is not the real king, but he will gladly use Kim Tae-hyun as a sacrifice to satisfy his deep revenge. The acidic venom courses through Kim Tae-hyun's veins, inflicting such agonizing pain that he cannot help but scream out in sheer torment. The system alerts ring continuously. Primordial poison is devouring your body, though a mysterious power is desperately trying to fight it off. Resistance has failed. Your power is rapidly eroding and the toxicity has exceeded limits. Stamina is draining at an alarming rate. With depleted energy and weakened combat capabilities, active skills are restricted. The system also confirms that the warp gate is offline. Seeing Kim Tae-hyun in such a miserable state, Beelzebub takes sadistic pleasure in the sight. Watching him writhe in pain is pure entertainment. He mocks the boy, asking if the self-proclaimed key to the king is really this pathetic. Surely there must be more to show. Kim Tae-hyun falls silent for a moment before scoffing. Did this arrogant demon think a mere bug bite could bring him down? Not a chance. Beelzebub growls in annoyance. He mutters that those eyes of his look exactly like the king's, those incredibly irritating, defiant eyes. The demon promises to rip them out first. Kim Tae-hyun is well aware of his bleak situation since ataraxia has completely worn off. His body refuses to obey as the poison spreads. Still, he forces his numb arm to move. He still has one last card. Beelzebub mocks his desperate struggles, calling it a meaningless final act. Gritting his teeth, Kim Tae-hyun prepares to activate his summon. As blood pools heavily on the ground beneath him, he forces the words out. Beelzebub watches, highly amused by this final desperate summon. This was his contingency plan all along. Beelzebub sneers, assuming that calling Rosalia is the absolute best the boy can do right now. He is fully confident that the witch will just end up torn to shreds alongside him. But as he lunges forward to attack, both of his arms are suddenly seized and bound tight. Geharam is shocked once again as a cold voice echoes through the room. The stranger asks who he thinks he is tearing apart, warning the insect not to mistake his opponent. Vampire Lord Igmoon has arrived. His timely intervention saves Kim Tae-hyun's life. He scowls fiercely, expressing deep offense at being compared to that pathetic witch. He demands respect in the presence of the Vampire Lord Igmoon. Beelzebub begins to tremble, realizing who has actually stepped forward. He wonders how Rosalia's contractor managed to summon this entity. Could the contractor have formed an alliance with the key? Igmoon looks down coldly at the weak key, scoffing that Kim Tae-hyun forced this summon despite not even being his official contractor. He demands to know how this was done. Kim Tae-hyun quietly calculates his modified summoning skill after devouring Brodia. The massive mana requirement to summon Igmoon has drastically decreased, making it highly viable for a real battle scenario. By deliberately summoning Igmoon instead of Rosalia, Kim Tae-hyun achieved his true goal. Igmoon looks at him and delivers a warning. He reminds the boy of his promise to deliver the key next time they meet, demanding that he keep his word. While the Vampire Lord is momentarily distracted, a sudden magic orb strikes him directly, dealing a surprisingly heavy blow. Beelzebub laughs mockingly at the fool who overestimates his strength. He sneers at Igmoon's past betrayal of Lilith to join the king. He scoffs that the vampire is now desperately clinging to the key. Igmoon does not hesitate to shoot back. He sneers, asking who is actually clinging to whom, pointing out that the key is the one heavily indebted to them. Kim Tae-hyun thoroughly enjoys the unfolding drama, knowing this clash will cause a rift. Beelzebub decides to use this enemy for his own gain, attacking that enemy. After all, once someone betrays you a second time is always easy. He issues a warning, mocking whatever delusions they are holding onto, but warns that any interference will result in immediate death. Beelzebub and Igmoon face off with pure hatred, both unleashing massive clashes to block each other. Every single movement they make is a blur of lightning speed. Because of this, Kyolam watches the spectacle so closely that he barely even dares to blink. Kim Tae-hyun chuckles with pure excitement. There is no way this precious key is ever going to be shared peacefully between these powerful archdukes. Everything is playing out exactly to plan. Now they just have to tear each other apart for it. Beelzebub's massive chest heaves with violent fury. Colossal swords are summoned and rain down from above, threatening to shatter the very earth beneath them. One massive blade has its hilt completely shattered by Beelzebub's razor-sharp claws. Igmoon retreats a step, keeping his deadly gaze locked on his foe. In a fit of rage, he lunges forward to strike. Every single clash between the titans rings out with an ear-splitting, deafening screech. The real battle has officially begun. Kim Tae-hyun watches from the sidelines, noting that this is indeed an epic showdown worthy of archdukes. It is absolutely terrifying. Just the weapon clashes alone create this much devastating and chaotic damage. But he knows this fight will not last very long. Kim Tae-hyun has already figured out that this version of Igmoon is just a copy, a mere avatar summoned by his own magical energy. Just like Rosalia's trick, a clone stands no chance against Beelzebub's true form. Kim Tae-hyun must act fast before this battle ends. He needs to execute his next move before the fake body is completely destroyed. The real problem is that during Beelzebub's earlier rampage, Kim Tae-hyun dropped the vial containing the Archduke's blood. His expression quickly turns grim. Losing that blood means this entire dangerous excursion was pointless. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts his thoughts. Kyolam barks a commanding order, telling him to freeze right there until his master finishes dealing with Igmoon. Kim Tae-hyun glares back at them with pure annoyance. He calmly replies that before doing anything, he needs to secure his safety. Showing absolutely zero fear, he decides to focus on restoring his entirely depleted mana reserves before making any moves. Kellam and Kyolam simultaneously unleash their massive energy to trigger their gluttony skill. Kim Tae-hyun remains calm, analyzing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Igmun is still struggling in his desperate fight. Beelzebub keeps swinging those massive heavy claws with brutal force. This relentless onslaught forces Igmun onto the defensive. He is forced to admit that this battle is pushing him way past his limits. Even though this contractor is better than the last, his current mana reserves only allow him to unleash a fraction of his true power. He can only summon about one-third of his real strength. He conjures another wave of giant blades, hoping to turn the tide. The sheer force catches Beelzebub off guard for a split second, but he instantly recovers and charges forward again with a wicked grin. He scoffs, telling Igmun he is dead wrong. Beelzebub mockingly claims that this weakling knows absolutely nothing about the true hierarchy of this world. Let us be real, Beelzebub has always carried an insane level of pride regarding his supreme status as a ruling archduke. He reminds him of the days he knelt before Lilith. Even if Igmun's true form were here, the outcome would not change. This is simply a difference in our class, Beelzebub sneers. He gathers massive energy into a sphere, doubling its power from before. He furiously unleashes the blast, telling him to accept reality and perish. A blinding flash of destructive light consumes the area. Igmun struggles desperately to hold his ground against the onslaught. But secretly, Tae-hyun prepares to cast a powerful spell from below. This sudden surge of energy pulls Igmun straight back from the brink of death. Confused, he looks around, barely understanding his salvation. Beelzebub is absolutely furious. He demands to know when this pesky human managed to recover all of his strength. Igmun barks at Tae-hyun, demanding to know why the key interfered. Tae-hyun merely cracks his wrists, pointing out that he just saved his life. But Igmun snaps back in anger, claiming he never asked for help and certainly does not need any handouts from a human. Tae-hyun tells him to put his pride aside. He turns his focus directly toward Beelzebub, noting that they both want the exact same thing. They both just want to beat this annoying pest to a pulp. Hearing this, Beelzebub realizes that Igmun has submitted to the key. He mocks Igmun for being pathetic, but Tae-hyun suddenly cuts him off, suggesting that they join forces for this battle. Igmun immediately refuses, stating he has not forgotten the humiliation of their previous battle. But Tae-hyun remains calm. He agrees they can settle their own score later, but his voice drops as he asks if Igmun is just going to let Beelzebub mock him. Tae-hyun drops into a battle stance. He mocks Beelzebub for bragging about his archduke title, eager to test this so-called legend's power. Igmun finds it hilarious that someone who has lived for over 1,000 years is suddenly being referred to as a rookie, but he lets it slide, deciding this might actually be fun. Tae-hyun leaps forward, telling Igmun to back him up. Igmun retorts, arrogantly asking who he thinks he is to give orders. Meanwhile, Beelzebub watches them with utter contempt. He sneers, declaring that even if two low-class pests team up, they are nothing compared to his absolute power. Igmun provides backup from behind, sending a swirling vortex of mana as Beelzebub fires a concentrated magic blast directly into the stream. Tae-hyun knows that unleashing such chaotic energy is basically a suicide mission, but the calculated play is brilliant. Even so, the demon remains incredibly arrogant. Exploiting a brief distraction, Tae-hyun moves like a shadow and strikes Beelzebub with a devastating blow from behind. The Demon King gasps in absolute shock. Not a single trace. How did the kid get so close? Meanwhile, Igmun's buffing mana continues to surge. Beelzebub desperately scans for any weakness. In an instant, the truth clicks. The brat is actively using the authority of a sovereign. He seized Ion's power and assimilated it into his own stream. Now Beelzebub finds himself completely overwhelmed by the crushing force. Tae-hyun launches a relentless barrage, leaving the demon no room to counter. He cannot even tell where the strikes are coming from. Tae-hyun mocks him, asking if the supreme king of insects still looks down on him as a mere annoying bug. Beelzebub grinds his teeth in silence. This gloating is only temporary. Once he gets out of here, if he can just escape, but a massive blood-red spear materializes. Across the battlefield, Igmun and Tae-hyun are ready to finish this. The insect king spews endless curses, screaming at them like they are absolute trash, but his fate is already sealed. Unable to resist, Beelzebub takes the devastating impact head-on. His remaining arm trembles under the weight of his massive broken body. His other arm has been completely obliterated. His loyal guards Kyolam and Kyobrum rush to his side in absolute panic. Ion lets out a relieved sigh. Even though he feels slightly used by a young rookie, the outcome is incredibly satisfying. Hearing the insect king scream in pure despair was worth every bit of it. Plus, Tae-hyun secured the crucial elixir. With the mission accomplished, Ion bids them farewell. The key is safe, but Beelzebub lies broken on the ground. He slumps over, completely drained. Kyolam frantically yells out his master's name, but the agony makes it hard for Beelzebub to speak. His muscular frame is rapidly deteriorating. Gritting his teeth, Beelzebub musters the last of his strength to issue an order. He demands they retrieve the key, immediately ordering the deployment of every single military force in the territory. But Keo-lam delivers an urgent report testing Beelzebub's thin patience as he demands to know what else could go wrong. The territory is under attack by the succubus army. Right outside his palace, Rosalia is leading the vanguard. Faced with a massive horde of demons, Rosalia does not show a single hint of fear. Their defense lines are incredibly sloppy. She figures her contractor must have caused quite a ruckus inside to leave the outer perimeter this exposed. Refusing to let this golden opportunity slip away, Rosalia commands her forces to march forward and strike as her followers obey instantly. Her army surges ahead, completely crushing the enemy's vanguard and breaking their front lines in a matter of seconds. Rosalia is highly satisfied with their progress. She is determined to put on a spectacular show that easily rivals Tae-hyun's chaotic run. Unleashing a massive wave of magic to draw their focus, she commands the spells forward, tearing through the battlefield with ease. With a single devastating strike, the opposing army is entirely wiped out. Rosalia pauses, seemingly waiting for something. This territory war is only going to get bloodier, so her contractor needs to wrap things up and get back quickly. Sensing the massive surge of mana ahead, she knows this battlefield will soon require his overwhelming godlike power. The scene shifts as a voice comments on the mysterious elixir Tae-hyun requested earlier. Chairman Sang-sik is genuinely baffled by it. He has handled countless rare materials from the abyss throughout his career, but this is the first time he has seen something with such abnormal energy. Even an expert like him is completely stumped. Tae-hyun explains that this substance is actually the root of the Grey Disease. Since it is the plague currently ravaging the globe, Sang-sik cannot help but ask where he could have possibly found it. Tae-hyun calmly responds that he retrieved it directly from the Archduke, ruling the absolute deepest level of the abyss. An Archduke is a terrifying entity that far surpasses S-rank beasts. Tae-hyun just shrugs, claiming he got lucky. Curious, Sang-sik asks what his next step is. Tae-hyun asks if the chairman is aware of the recent events. Demons have been systematically launching consecutive attacks on major pharmaceutical companies and medical facilities, deliberately disrupting vaccine development. He believes it is because the plague does not affect magic beasts, so they want the world to stay in chaos. This allows them to run rampant without opposition. If things continue down this path, there is no telling when the plague will end. Tae-hyun has witnessed these horrific tragic scenes with his own eyes. Humanity has already suffered more than enough. Determined to put an end to it, Tae-hyun explains his plan to utilize this dangerous pathogen to synthesize a cure. He asks if it is technically possible. Sang-sik is dumbfounded, asked to extract a cure from such a highly lethal substance. The chairman lets out a long sigh, admitting he would have turned down anyone else for making such an insane request. But Tae-hyun's genuine desire to save lives is deeply moving, earning the chairman's utmost respect as a true hero. Ultimately, Sang-sik accepts the request, refusing to let the player's incredible efforts in the abyss go to waste. Saying weakness is out of the question, he promises to fulfill that request with all his honor. Hearing this, Tae-hyun chooses to place his trust in him. Relying on the man's word, he leaves it in his hands. Before long, twilight paints the sky. And hearing Tae-hyun's proposal, Jin-hee is completely taken aback. A vaccine actually being developed right here in New Korea. Yes, with these rare ingredients and high technical expertise of alchemist Tae-hyun, it seems fully possible. Jin-hee deeply ponders the idea, knowing many major roadblocks still lie ahead. Mass-producing and distributing it is a completely different beast. Some nations will surely reject a vaccine that has not been thoroughly tested. That is why I need your help, Tae-hyun explains. Association President Jin-hee is pretty surprised to hear this request for aid. Tae-hyun points out that the president has always had a massive positive impact globally. With his backing convincing, the world should be easy. He formally requests that they host a large global summit bringing together association presidents and top government officials from every single country. This will allow them to officially announce the vaccine. Jin-hee quickly agrees, saying he is more than happy to help with that. He promises to have the association start preparations immediately. Getting the green light, Tae-hyun stands up politely. "Thank you," he says. Jin-hee suddenly beams, expressing how truly wonderful this is. He is clearly thrilled to be of use to Tae-hyun once again. Tae-hyun quietly responds that the president has always been his most reliable supporter. Hearing this, Jin-hee is deeply moved. Just hearing those words makes him incredibly grateful. He gives Tae-hyun a couple of firm, proud pats on the shoulder, noting how much he has grown. He no longer even needs help. Tae-hyun is the one carving out the path forward, not just as a leader, but as New Korea's finest player. Jin-hee expresses his deepest, heartfelt gratitude. Tae-hyun looks away slightly, a subtle, humble smile playing at the corners of his lips. This marks the official launch of the vaccine development plan spearheaded by Tae-hyun. With the active backing of corporate partners and the association, they quickly secure their first major breakthrough. Recently, the laboratory lights have been burning round the clock. Tae-hyun watches the progress in quiet contemplation. A few grueling months fly by, and finally the first physical vial of the vaccine is created. Jin-hee stares at the vial, asking if this is really the cure for the Grey Plague. Sang-yeop confirms that it is currently just a prototype. They still need to refine a few more key components, but the final version is very close to being fully complete. Tae-hyun has waited a lifetime for this moment. With the breakthrough secured, he decides it is finally time to summon the world leaders. Meanwhile, over in Japan, a massive surge of chaotic magical energy suddenly erupts right in the middle of a bustling city center. Vicious demons pour out of a massive magic circle attacking civilians. Sirens blare as a level 1 emergency is immediately declared. Saintess Yoshikawa Tsurara and Demon Blade Nakata Shinji are ordered to report to the president's office. The broadcast repeats the urgent call. Meeting with the new Japanese Players Association president, Jun Tsurara speaks with a grave tone. The situation is far worse than anticipated. Jun turns to face his top S-class hunters, explaining the grim analysis delivered by their technical support team. This southern dungeon outbreak is pulling massive energy readings comparable to the devastating Kentazena's disaster. It is a certified double S-rank threat. President Jun is visibly sweating. He doubts whether Japan's depleted military and hunter forces can even hold the line against this. Shinji steps up, brimming with confidence. He claims he has grown far stronger since their last defeat, enough to solo a beast like Kentameon. He begs the president to let him handle it. As Jun is about to agree, Tsurara abruptly cuts in, sensing a dark premonition. She warns them that a dungeon outbreak of this scale could easily swallow their entire city, even if it is classified as a double S rank. They must exercise extreme caution. Just to be absolutely safe, she suggests sending out an immediate SOS call to neighboring countries. Shinji instantly puts two and two together, asking if she is seriously planning on bringing that specific Korean hunter back over. He is clearly frustrated, arguing that their national pride is only just starting to recover after hit-bottom lows. He insists Japanese hunters must resolve their own domestic crises, but Tsurara coldly shuts him down, stating this is about survival. At this critical point, national pride and reputation mean absolutely nothing. Still, Shinji remains deeply hesitant, raising a practical concern. He points out that Tae-hyun is usually too busy and rarely in New Korea anyway, but President Jun cuts in with some great news. Since the massive vaccine launch is coming up, Tae-hyun is actually in the country. Jun suggests they reach out to New Korea's hero. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, waves of ferocious monsters continue their assault, while a mysterious shadow watches from above. Standing on a railing like an absolute ruler, Dokmungan chuckles, warning that the destruction will only get worse if he is not stopped. He mocks his unseen opponent, wondering why they are hiding. Suddenly, a cold voice mutters the word "key." Back in Korea, Go Tae-wook urgently reports that Japan is facing a catastrophic double S-rank crisis, begging Tae-hyun to assist them. In exchange, the Japanese Association promises to fully and actively back New Korea's grand vaccine development plans going forward. Jinhee is curious to hear what his star player plans to do. Just then, Tae-hyun walks into the room. The timing is incredibly awkward. Just as their vaccine is on the verge of completion, their close neighbor is plunged into total chaos. Lately, a persistent worry has been weighing on Kim Tae-hyun. He only remained in New Korea all this time because he feared the threatening demon race. Just like what happened in America, no one can guarantee that terror attacks won't strike here. Kim Tae-hyun is deeply worried. But if this is such a massive, large-scale dungeon outbreak, he fears Japan's current defense force alone will have a very difficult time handling it. Even worse, the aftershocks would definitely reach New Korea. This leaves him completely torn about whether he should go or not. While Kim Tae-hyun hesitates, President Jinhee firmly encourages him to make the trip. He believes that if creating the vaccine is about saving lives, then rescuing people in immediate danger is no different. After all, Kim Tae-hyun himself once claimed he would protect everyone and seize happiness. Remembering his own words, Kim Tae-hyun finally realizes the ultimate truth. Yes, deep down, he has always hungered for absolute strength. Fragments of painful memories flash back, tearing at his soul. He wants power solely to protect those around him from suffering ever again. Jinhee places his full trust in him, noting that the people Kim Tae-hyun promised to save back then aren't just those nearby. Across the ocean, there are others who desperately need his incredible strength, and there is no one else who can do this. The president reassures him, saying there is no need to worry. Kim Tae-hyun no longer has to choose just one side anymore. Jinhee promises that he, Vice President Go Tae-wook, and all the players Kim Tae-hyun guided will defend the vaccine with their lives. Even if it costs them everything, they will protect it. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun is finally at ease. Since that is the case, he resolves to handle the situation quickly and return. Before departing, he leaves them with words of hope, placing his trust in them. Upon seeing Kim Tae-hyun arrive in Japan, Jun is overjoyed and deeply grateful that he agreed to help during such a busy period. Kim Tae-hyun politely replies that Jun should thank President Jinhee instead. Since time is running short, he wants to go straight to the scene. Jun quickly agrees, stating that the local team will explain the current situation to him on the way there. Tsurara greets him with a happy smile. Kim Tae-hyun lets out a soft sigh, realizing they are crossing paths once again. She quickly briefs him on the situation, explaining that the Southwest Dungeon outbreak is still expanding without any signs of stopping. The association has deployed all available forces to contain it, but they have already reached their absolute limit. She admits that at this rate, they don't even dare to dream of launching an expedition team inside the portal. The boss monster responsible for the outbreak is definitely in there, but not knowing its location only makes Surara's anxiety worse. Since they cannot pinpoint its whereabouts, Kim Tae-hyun instantly deduces his role. Tracking it down and eliminating it will be his job. Meanwhile, frontline hunters are desperately trying to hold back the tide of beasts. One of them screams out in absolute panic. They are running out of mana and need to rotate immediately. Another soldier yells, asking if there are any potions left. The dire situation makes them curse. If this keeps up, their entire squad will be wiped out right here. Even their strongest defenders are buckling under the intense pressure of the monsters, which are growing more savage by the second. Suddenly, someone spots Kim Tae-hyun, and hope flares. The Sanctus and the Demon Sword Shinji Nakata have arrived as well. They are relieved to see Kim Tae-hyun on the field. Everyone feels a surge of hope that they can finally close this portal. Kim Tae-hyun calmly surveys the battlefield. Coming here was definitely the right choice. This threat is far beyond a standard double S rank. It is massive. He estimates that it is likely an S-rank dungeon of a type never before seen on Earth. Kim Tae-hyun tells the others that guiding him here is enough. Now they must stand their ground and defend the perimeter. Surara quickly tries to stop him, pleading with Kim Tae-hyun to let her team accompany and support him in battle. But Kim Tae-hyun coldly rejects her offer, stating that he is enough alone. Surara raises her voice, asserting their duty. Protecting Japan is the responsibility of Japanese players. She firmly declares they cannot let an outsider bear this whole burden. Surara admits that they are sinners who made grave mistakes, but the public and the association still gave them a chance. Now she sincerely begs for an opportunity to redeem themselves and finally live up to that trust. She pleads for his permission to assist, even if only slightly. Her changed attitude takes Kim Tae-hyun completely by surprise. The devious woman who once had no qualms about tricking others has truly transformed. She now carries herself like a genuine saint. Surara Yoshikawa has really changed. Shinji, however, snaps angrily at Kim Tae-hyun for his disrespectful attitude toward the Saintess. Kim Tae-hyun simply shrugs and agrees, warning them not to get in his way. Below, the terrain is completely devastated. Staring intensely at the chaotic scene, Kim Tae-hyun spots the target arriving. He boldly charges forward to handle the giant monster. He orders the others to clear out the remaining beasts. Meanwhile, Surara casts tiny magic seeds toward the ferocious monsters. Hearing his teammate, Shinji quickly lunges forward, acknowledging the command. He unleashes a devastating strike. He delivers a heavy blow to the Soul Guider beast before landing. However, a sudden sense of unease begins to creep in. Just getting near the gate, and a double S rank magic beast already appears. Shinji looks around as more double S beasts show up. They are starting to emerge. Yet they do not seem like the ones that actually opened this gate. Even worse, monsters must be waiting ahead. Tae-hyun silently admits Surata was completely right. If they had tried to handle this on their own, they would have had absolutely zero chance of survival. Over on this side, Tae-hyun faces the massive beast all by himself. The rest of the team finally relaxes a bit now that he is here. Massive writhing tentacles block their path as another ferocious beast emerges. Surata struggles hard, never expecting they would have to fight something so terrifying. It is the stew-rank beast Kagon. She gasps in disbelief. It is hard to process that they actually managed to win this battle. Surata finally realizes this monster caused the dungeon outbreak. If both Krakens are dead, the gate should close. But Tae-hyun senses something is very wrong. By his logic, even with the Krakens gone, the massive magical energy in the air has not dropped at all. Where is this power coming from? Tae-hyun wonders why the surrounding water is reacting to his uneasy expression. Surata notices this and offers to heal his wounds, but Tae-hyun suddenly screams a frantic warning for everyone to get back. Surata, Shinji, run now. Surata has no idea what is happening, but the water surface suddenly erupts in a massive explosion. Everything is instantly submerged. Even the massive buildings are swept away by the violent waves, but Tae-hyun quickly leaps clear of the surging flood. He flies high into the air. He hopes Surata and Shinji are safe after being swept away. Suddenly, he spots another hidden magic beast. This beast is hiding on its own. Judging by the way it manipulates the water, it must be a minion of Sea Devil King Jokmun. A booming voice echoes out, he is no mere subordinate. The Sea Devil King came here in person to see the king's key. Tae-hyun snaps his gaze toward the noise. The arrogant figure introduces himself as Jokmun, the legendary and feared Sea Devil King. Jokmun is a Grand Duke of the Abyss. Tae-hyun scoffs, thinking these Grand Dukes really never know when to leave him alone. Now they are even dragging Earth into their mess. But then he freezes as the realization hits the Grand Duke is here in person. The gate is still active, meaning this Grand Duke standing right before him is the exact monster behind this entire dungeon outbreak. He is confused since Rosalia once said the Emperor's barrier prevents Grand Dukes from entering other dimensions. So how is this possible? Tae-hyun cannot figure out how this monster crossed over to Earth. Jokmun stands proudly atop a skyscraper, looking down with pure arrogance. His bloodlust is so intense that the surrounding water violently shakes. Tae-hyun watches closely, realizing this enemy is on a completely different level. He can tell the Grand Duke is not bluffing. Even from an advanced perspective, this beast's sheer presence is completely overwhelming. He is not bound to any contractor. This is his real original body, and that realization sends a chill down Tae-hyun's spine. The young hunter grits his teeth. Jokmun laughs mockingly, noting how shocked the human is to see him standing there. He asks if Tae-hyun wants to know how he bypassed the spatial gate. It was actually quite simple for him. He figured out a way to bypass the restrictive barrier established by the Emperor. He already knows about the Grand Duke's abilities. Each Grand Duke possesses a unique force known as authority. They can manipulate minds, absorb energy, or boost their stats. Some use poison, extreme strength, or rapid healing. These are innate abilities that all Grand Dukes possess from the moment of their birth. They spend thousands of years refining these raw traits into absolute authority. And for Jokmun, his unique authority is sheer unbridled fury. He claims this is a hint for the hunter. Skipping any more useless small talk, he came here for one reason. He wants to test the power of the chosen successor to the throne, the one currently shaking the entire abyss. He demands to see Tae-hyun's true strength. With a sudden roar, Jokmun launches a devastating attack straight at him. Tae-hyun dodges, instantly flying back to safety. But a massive watery serpent suddenly appears right in front of his face. He is forced to spin around to avoid another crushing blow, the pressure feeling exactly like his worst battles from the past. He tries to analyze the clue about fury, but it makes no sense. Jokmun just laughs, taunting him to keep moving. Dodging one is easy enough, but how will he handle two? Suddenly, another monstrous entity rises up from behind. Tae-hyun spins around but gets pinned down before he can even react. He has to use all his strength to resist. He barely blocks the monster's razor-sharp fangs with his bare hands. Jokmun watches the struggle with a smug grin on his face. If the Emperor's chosen successor is this weak, his entire trip here was a waste of time. The Demon Lord mocks him. He wonders if the heavens will dominate the upcoming war. Suddenly, the water surges once more like a massive tidal wave. Tae-hyun tries to control the beast. No way his power is this weak. Struggling against the beast's razor-sharp fangs, the immense pressure makes it incredibly hard for him to resist. Jokmun just stands on the side watching. He smirks, mocking him. If the Emperor's key is only this weak, then my trip here was a complete waste of time. Will the heavens really dominate the upcoming racial war once again? Suddenly, the water surges upward like a massive, terrifying tsunami. This time, Tae-hyun takes control of the beast, redirecting its fury. There is no way his power could be this weak. That works. He guides it directly to Jokmun, shocking the Duke with a power he has not witnessed in quite a while. Witnessing the absolute authority of the Emperor again genuinely excites Jokmun. It is an unreal power, a true legendary force. The urge drives him directly into the fight. He watches grinning. It is as fierce as ever, yet he maintains his smug, arrogant smile. Even if you are just a mere successor to that power, the attack is pretty strong. You might actually possess some decent potential. Tae-hyun makes it clear he has no plans to end things here, promising to fulfill the solemn duty entrusted to him by the Emperor. Jokmun casts a cold glance over his opponent. This time, however, Tae-hyun takes the initiative and charges in first to strike. Forced onto the defensive, Jokmun blocks the sudden assault. Right then, Tae-hyun realizes exactly what is going on. He understands now. To completely shut down high-level magic across such a massive area, there must be a pretty steep trade-off involved. On top of that, he notices the Duke's current condition is far from stable. From what he knows, things are looking bad. Every single Grand Duke Tae-hyun faced in the past possessed absolute total immunity to his special mortal skill. He realized he would normally need to stack continuous damage for a long time just to scratch them. But this enemy is different. Tae-hyun points out that the Duke is a clear exception. He was constantly on guard against the skill, yet he still took a hit. Now that injury refuses to heal. Tae-hyun asks a critical question. Since the Duke's main power is rage, is there a massive drawback? Could it carry a terrible hidden cost? Talk about a genius play. His sharp deduction instantly grabs Jokmun's attention. The Duke chuckles. He only showed a tiny glimpse, yet Tae-hyun figured it out instantly. This is becoming highly entertaining. He freely admits the truth after unleashing his rage. His physical body is left completely drained and exhausted. Until his energy fully recharges, he is just a vulnerable target, totally unworthy of the proud title of Grand Duke. Compared to human ranking systems, he is barely S-rank at best. Tae-hyun realizes this weakness is how he slipped past the barrier. By weakening himself, he easily bypassed the holy restriction under the palace. Since he is this vulnerable, Tae-hyun has no fear. Yet Jokmunin remains confident, claiming even in this state, he can easily hold him back. Tae-hyun is deeply confused by this. Hold him back, Jokmunin asks if he does not find it strange for a Grand Duke to appear at this exact critical moment. As he begins channeling dark magic, the demon confesses that his earlier claim about testing Tae-hyun was only half the truth. Beelzebub, another creature capable of crossing dimensional rifts, actually reached out and proposed a very interesting deal. That annoying bug refused to tolerate Tae-hyun taking control of his body and doing whatever he pleased with his stolen power. The contractor has probably already launched their strike, which is the real reason the Duke is keeping Tae-hyun busy right here. Tae-hyun freezes as Jokmunin suddenly summons two massive towering monsters. The demon smiles, telling the key to prepare for some fun. He must stay behind and play a little longer. Meanwhile, a dark shroud descends over the land, turning the sky completely pitch black. An arrogant summoner mutters that they had to personally beg the Demon King, shocked that the master actually allowed them control. Offering a hefty tribute after this is a must, but for now the massive horde of beasts charges forward all at once. And with Tae-hyun gone, New Korea is like a shell without a soul, completely leaving their vital guild open to attack. Their targets are the precious vaccines, but Jin-hee stands firm with iron resolve, declaring they will never let that happen. They all owe a massive debt to Tae-hyun. They swear on their lives to defend the vaccine he entrusted to them. The monsters laugh mockingly, calling them mere fragile mortals who have never truly witnessed the horrifying power of demon transformation. How could they possibly dream of stopping a demonic army? Jin-hee warns them never to underestimate the power of human will. Min-hong simply laughs it off as highly amusing. Before the clash begins, Jin-hee demands to know one crucial piece of information. Where is Casing of Min-hong? The man standing before them sneers, claiming he is absolutely furious they left Tae-hyun out. Because they dared to exclude the main hero from their plans, he decided to run this campaign entirely on his own. While they are busy fighting here, he has likely already infiltrated the Alchemist Guild directly to secure his true objective. High up on a skyscraper rooftop, a mysterious figure mutters that this is incredibly boring. Without Tae-hyun around, there is nothing. There is absolutely nothing here worth looking at. He decides to clean up quickly and leave. Inside, Aisha spots the intruder. She yells out to stop him immediately. Right then, the massive high-rise hotel violently shakes, threatening to collapse entirely. Aisha demands to know if he is the villainous leader, swearing she will never let him touch the precious vaccine. Min-hong sneers and asks who the hell she is. Aisha proudly declares herself a hero fighting for absolute justice. She remembers how it all started. When Tae-hyun first reached out to her, she had felt extremely flustered and confused. He had asked if she still wanted to be his assistant, telling her to head to New Korea right away. Aisha is absolutely thrilled that her chance to shine has arrived, appearing at the perfect moment. To be honest, this dramatic entrance of hers is nothing short of spectacular. It is absolutely perfect. Yu-hong coldly asks if she is some kind of assistant of justice, his voice dripping with utter contempt as he mocks her arrival. He asks if New Korea actually has people like her, but Aisha does not care at all. She casually explains that she is not one of their players. Instead, she is Kim Tae-hyun's personal ally. He summoned her to prepare for any bad guys showing up, and it seems his predictions were spot on. Hearing that name, Yu-hong repeats Kim Tae-hyun under his breath. A creepy twisted smile slowly spreads across his face right after. He mutters that his most anticipated match was ruined, which annoyed him, but he charges forward excitedly, saying that if she is Kim Tae-hyun's messenger, this works. Fighting her on his rival's behalf is just as good. But before he can even finish his thought, ASAP moves in like lightning. She unleashes her ultimate control spell without letting him react instantly, forcing his body down to the ground. Wait for it, his arrogant look vanishes in an instant as he feels a massive boulder pinning his legs down. He cannot move a single muscle under this terrifying pressure. It actually feels even more oppressive than Kim Tae-hyun's own power. Yu-hong shivers at the sheer scale of her mana pool, while Aisha looks down on him with pure amusement, telling him that his knees can bend much further. The heavy pressure increases, slamming Yu-hong down onto the dirt. Only then does he remember that there is no rule against teaming up with other contractors. Aisha smiles and asks if he finally recognizes her. She reveals her true identity to the struggling warrior. She is the contractor of the Dragon King Hazard. She grins, noting that there is a natural counter-relationship among the Archduke's contractors. Since he is rumored to prefer close-quarters combat, facing a magician like her puts him at a pretty massive disadvantage. Aisha asks if he wants to just give up right now, but Yu-hong is not the type to back down so easily. He begins releasing a massive wave of energy, declaring that this is actually the perfect chance to test out his brand new powers. Within a split second, Yu-hong throws a devastating punch at Aisha, delivering a blow so powerful that the surrounding skyscrapers shake violently. Recovering her footing, Aisha realizes that becoming a true hero is no walk in the park, especially with players like Kim Tae-hyun around. Yu-hong scoffs, claiming some heroes are only recognized after they die. understanding the true threat before her ISAC gets serious. Meanwhile, over on Kim Tae-hyun's side of the battlefield, the young warrior is currently locked in combat with two massive, terrifying pythons. Kim Tae-hyun realizes that if Jackmun is telling the truth, then New Korea must be locked in a brutal battle right now. He immediately starts reevaluating his plan. Even though he summoned ASAT, holding off multiple threats at once is going to be incredibly tough. He needs to head back as fast as possible, but the two giant serpents keep lunging forward like starving beasts, blocking his path. Kim Tae-hyun pushes his physical limits to dodge their rapid strikes, cursing under his breath at these incredibly annoying monsters. It makes no sense to him. Ever since his condition was exposed, the enemy has done nothing but play defense to drag out the time. Meanwhile, Jokmun stands there calmly watching, looking like a mastermind who has mapped out every single detail of this encounter. With his opponent so heavily on guard, there is no way Kim Tae-hyun can land his gluttony skill without getting countered. Dragging this out will only drain his precious mana pool. He calculates that to use gluttony, he needs to get close enough. He must strike from a range that makes evasion impossible, delivering one final blow. But how is he going to pull this off? Noticing his deep frustration, Jokmun mocks him, asking if he is really that desperate to resolve the chaos back on Earth. The villain admits he cannot comprehend his mindset. After all, is Kim Tae-hyun not the one who holds the power of a true emperor? Once someone accepts that grandiose destiny, they should have much bigger priorities to worry about than a single home planet. Jokmun continues, pointing out that compared to the looming Grand War, Kim Tae-hyun's current struggle is honestly nothing but child's play. He cannot fathom why the hero is so obsessed with such an ordinary world, but Kim Tae-hyun firmly fires back that this place is special. It is the place where he lived, and a flood of warm, familiar memories instantly flashes through his mind as he speaks. He has never forgotten that every realization and bit of growth he achieved happened right here. Because of that, he is determined to protect it. He truly believes he can reshape their future, but Jackmun dismisses this idea, calling it nothing but foolish human attachment. A true sovereign has absolutely no use for sentimental emotions. Yet Kim Tae-hyun's resolve remains completely unshaken on his chosen path. No matter what the villain thinks, he will crush him and return home. Jokmun simply scoffs, unleashing his twin serpents once more. He taunts the hero, asking if he actually thinks he can bypass an absolute defense. Kim Tae-hyun focuses entirely on finding a way through. He searches desperately for any tiny gap in the enemy's stance, and within moments he pinpoints the structural weakness of the absolute shield. Charging straight ahead, Kim Tae-hyun is confident that this reckless gambit might actually work. He vows to show him the ultimate truth. Jokmun maintains his arrogant sneer at the predictable direct assault, immediately sending his massive pythons to intercept the charge. He sighs at the boy's sheer stubbornness. Suddenly, a massive torrent of water erupts, completely blinding everyone in the area. No matter how many times you attack, the result is the same. Before he can finish, his eyes widen in complete shock. Tae-hyun had vanished without a single trace, leaving Jokmun utterly bewildered. His anchor had dissolved. The mighty demon fell into complete panic, wondering where his target went. Seizing the moment when his opponent is totally distracted, Kim Tae-hyun charges up from below, finally finding his perfect opportunity. His brilliant magical aura reflects directly off the monster's face. As for Jokmun, a massive surge of power is released, resembling a gluttonous fire phoenix. Jokmun begins to slowly fade away under the relentless strike. Kim Tae-hyun feels highly skeptical, wondering if he actually managed to defeat the Archduke's true form. Even as Jokmun's legs turn to dust, his eerie laughter still echoes. Laughter continues to echo throughout the chamber. Truly commendable, Jokmun mockingly mutters. He cannot believe the boy actually dared to use the demon's own sea of mana to launch a counterattack. It seems the rumors of Kim Tae-hyun freely wielding the Archduke's power are indeed entirely true. The monster easily reverts to his original form. However, the demonic sea flowing through this space is merely a fraction of his true magic, and losing this physical shape does not mean his demise. Jokmun quietly evaluates the battle, deciding that since Kim Tae-hyun made things pretty interesting, he will retreat after one last test. He suddenly unleashes a brutal strike, churning the entire demonic sea. Do you honestly believe you can escape from this place? Kim Tae-hyun faces a massive crisis as a result. Is this insane Archduke still holding back even more hidden techniques? Meanwhile, Jinhee is struggling just as hard on his own battlefield. Keep moving, he urges, take down as many as possible. Leave this to me, my sword of light, and Hyun-soo will never grow tired. He quickly assesses the situation, seeing that the S-rank demons have completely transformed into monstrous magic beasts. The entire area is falling into absolute chaos. We must not let this horde escape. Understood. Jinhee believes they can still hold the line out if the demonic enemies are only at this level. But suddenly the entire group turns in horror toward a massive crashing sound. Someone screams out in absolute terror, calling out to guild leader Kwon Kang Hyuk. Aeon rushes over immediately asking if he is all right. All right. Jinhee has to admit that this opponent's power is on an entirely different level, making even his seasoned body tremble with fear, sheer dread. Kasim is unbelievably terrifying. Aeon begins to lose her composure, wondering how the mighty guild leader was defeated in a single blow. What kind of monster is this? President Jinhee grits his teeth in rage, admitting he has absolutely no idea what it is. Does not look like a demon or a magic beast. It feels like an entity from another dimension entirely. This makes Aeon worry if they can stop such a monster while Kim Tae-hyun is away. Even so, Jinhee remains incredibly resilient, reminding everyone, her that they cannot simply back down. Right now, what they need is not doubt but absolute, unwavering decisiveness. He stands tall, prepares to face the enemy. Yet in truth, Jinhee feels a deep sense of unease. He says these brave words, but under these desperate circumstances with Min Jae-hong completely missing, he has never yearned for a miracle so desperately. Please grant New Korea a miracle. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden laboratory, the person resting inside the experimental capsule slowly begins to open their eyes. Billowing black smoke completely traps Kim Tae-hyun in a dark, endless void. His eyes are filled with absolute, agonizing helplessness. No matter how high he flies, escaping seems impossible. At this rate, he will definitely not make it out of this alive. The overwhelming power of his foe leaves Kim Tae-hyun completely drained. His bloodlust skill is fading fast and his eyes shoot wide open as he loses control. Unable to steady himself, Kim Tae-hyun falls into a terrifying free fall. He grits his teeth hard to keep the dark water from entering his mouth. Damn it, Kim Tae-hyun feels utterly desperate. The more he struggles, the deeper he is dragged. Sinks into the sea of demonic energy. His chest rises weakly as his breath runs short. His heavy eyes want to close, but he desperately reminds himself that New Korea needs him right now. Massive explosions continue to rock the brutal battlefield. Jinhee gathers his strength and charges straight ahead, fiercely striking down every single enemy who dares to block his path. Kasim smirks arrogantly, calling him pathetic and old. Is this the great human will you brag about? He asks dismissively. Yet Jinhee stubbornly pushes forward, growling that they are not done yet. Defying the overwhelming pressure, he reminds himself that he must hold the monster back at all costs. He looks back at his comrade lying motionless on the cold ground. Pleading for Kwon Kang-hyu to wake up, Aeon keeps calling out, telling him that this is no time to rest. Jinhee summons his power for a massive, desperate strike. But Kasim merely laughs, claiming even if the guild leader wakes up, it will change absolutely nothing. You will all lose here and the vaccine will be taken away. He believes that the future world does not belong to ordinary humans but only to the chosen elite like himself. Kasim tightly grabs Jinhee's arm, telling him not to grieve. Dying to build the foundation for a new era is a massive honor. Hearing this Aeon can only grit her teeth in helpless rage. But Kasim does not stop there, brutally tossing the old leader man aside before turning his eyes directly toward Aeon. Even though she is terrified, the brave girl refuses to back down. He stands up to fight. A lot of time has passed, and though his body is trembling uncontrollably, Jinhee remains stubborn. I have not given up yet, I can still fight, Jinhee gasps. Kasim sneers, if you had just stayed down, you might have lived a little longer. Hearing this, Jinhee yells out, stay down. He makes it clear that the Hunter Association president represents everyone. The president represents every single player in this nation. Right now, the players of New Korea are out there risking their lives to protect the vaccine. Thinking of this, Jinhee grows incredibly emotional. They gave everything they had. His voice swells with burning passion as he continues. How can a leader like him just lie down and surrender? Jinhee vows to rise again and again, stepping back into his battle stance. This is the duty of every player carrying the name of Kim Tae-hyun. Hearing this, Kasim has absolutely no reason to hold back anymore. In that case, let me send you to hell first. The rest of your new Korean players will follow you down soon enough. Aeon screams out in absolute terror, no, get out of the way and run. She watches helplessly as Jinhee struggles under the president. But right then, a sudden figure flashes forward, taking the devastating hit meant for Jinhee. The old man is completely stunned by this. Even Kasim is left utterly confused. Who are you to dodge my strike? Jinhee looks up in shock at the savior who just appeared. Who are you? The newcomer speaks, revealing herself. Jinhee gasps, player Ro Aeon, you are finally awake. Watching from afar, Aeon is equally shocked, but she can clearly feel that her sister's aura is completely different than usual. Kasim suddenly remembers her. So you were the girl I held hostage back in the Tartarus labyrinth. I thought you died long ago. He internally assesses her. Since she managed to dodge my attack, she must have more skill than I expected. But he still scoffs. At the end of the day, she is still just a human. No way can she match me. He raises his voice. You barely survived with your life. Kasim swings his massive menacing arm, asking if she plans to throw it all away so foolishly. But the moment he looks into Aeon's eyes, he freezes. Right then, he finally recognizes the signature gaze of the succubus queen. Before he can even react, Aeon unleashes a swift, vicious counterattack. Dark tentacles lash out, striking him from all directions. Kasim cannot believe his eyes. How can a mere human wield the power of a great archduke? The contractor should be Kim Tae-hyun. He pieces it together. Don't tell me that to support her contractor, the succubus queen turned this girl into a backup vessel. Even if she is a vessel, Kasim remains stubbornly arrogant. So what if she is a spare? I am the true contractor here. I have bonded with an archduke of a much higher tier. Overflowing with confidence, Kasim struggles to break free from her absolute control. He refuses to be held down by this. Sensing his resistance, Aeon immediately switches her skill to Doppia. Under Doppia's crushing grip, all of his stats begin to plunge rapidly. Kasim yells out in defiance. No matter how much power that vessel once held, a shrunken container can never truly hold the force of a demon lord. It seems you have regressed back into a fragile, ordinary human. He laughs mockingly, calling it an insurmountable wall between them. But while he is distracted, his legs are pinned down by two hunters. From above, Jin-hee lunges straight at his face. Jin-hee roars in anger, calling him a useless insect. With a massive swing, Jin-hee delivers a brutal heavy blow directly to Kasim. The strike is so powerful that it draws blood. Jin-hee refuses to back down, preparing to strike again. Meanwhile, Roselia watches. She calls out to Aeon, asking why she is standing still, urging her to let the true power erupt. She is highly anticipating this. Instantly, Aeon's body begins radiating an immense amount of magical energy, channeling every single ounce of her power. The energy condenses into a massive magic sphere before blasting directly at Kasim, sending him crashing down, completely neutralized. The explosive mana is powerful enough to level the entire block, sending thick clouds of dust swirling through the ruined streets. Trembling violently, Kasim pushes himself off the ground. He utterly refuses to accept reality, muttering that this is impossible. If it were Kim Tae-hyun, he would understand, knowing that the man was far beyond him. He stares at them in disbelief. But these trash, who do they think they are? A mere spare vessel and a weak old human. Kasim is utterly shocked that a demon lord's contractor like him is actually losing to them. He stubbornly refuses to accept this outcome. He prepares to swing again, but suddenly freezes. His mana has completely run dry. He realizes that maintaining his demon form while keeping the Devil's Gate open took a massive toll. Min Ji-hong must have gotten the vaccine by now. But even if he didn't, there is always another way. With no other choice, he retreats quickly. This isn't a loss, just wait. He vows that they will be the ultimate victors of this war. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan and Kang Hee-wook slowly wake up completely dazed. Waking up in a daze, they look around, struggling to understand the situation. Did we actually win this? Jin-hee nods, believing that they did, at least for now. Seeing Aeon lose consciousness, Aeon rushes over, calling out to her. Kang Hee-wook asks with concern if player Ro Aeon is okay. Aeon softly replies that she just passed out for a bit. Hyuk asks anxiously if Ro Aeon is alright. Aeon quietly replies that she is fine, having only lost consciousness for a brief moment. He recalls the scene from earlier, wondering what that strange surge of power she unleashed really was. Jin-hee replies that he does not know either. One thing is certain, without Joseon, none of them would be standing here alive right now. He is incredibly grateful because even though she was unconscious, she still stood up and ran all the way here. Jin-hee sincerely offers his thanks. Calling this a true miracle for New Korea, the piece is cut short. Right at the gate, a strange disturbance begins to brew. Someone screams in panic. The gate is closing. It throws everyone into complete and utter confusion. Total chaos erupts as the demons suddenly begin to retreat. The fighters yell out, demanding to know where those cowards think they are running. They realize they might have actually stopped the horde. Wave after wave of relief washes over the crowd as they celebrate their survival. The vaccine is finally safe, meaning the Gray Plague will soon be wiped out. But just as they celebrate, a new voice echoes. Chairman Jin-hee praises them for a job well done. However, he warns that it is not yet time to celebrate as danger still lurks. While their guard is down, a strange object streaks in from the distance. Min Ji-hong is acting completely on his own, moving in a flash. The impact blows up the entire area, sending shockwaves through the crowd. They panic, wondering if this is another enemy attack. As the dust clears, they realize it is actually a human. Jin-hee checks on the survivors, but his face suddenly freezes in utter shock. Standing right before him is an incredibly familiar figure. As the silhouette becomes clear, Jin-hee can barely process what he is seeing. He refuses to accept reality. That back, is it really him? Is it actually Ji-hong standing there? Ji-hong turns around with a sinister smirk, calling him old man. The crowd erupts into chaos upon recognizing the traitor Min Ji-hong. Some wonder who this guy even is and what kind of monstrous form he has taken. Ji-hong boasts about his new dark power. He acquired this strength from Archduke Organ, asking if it looks cool. Fusing too deeply with an Archduke usually kills a human, but to him, risking his life was well worth it. He passed the trial and reached a completely different level of power. Jin-hee looks on with a grim, tense expression. The mutated young man mockingly comments on his audience, his arrogance dripping from every word. He complains that the one person he wanted to fight, Tae-hyun, is missing. He had to settle for a weak substitute instead. She was nowhere near his level. Looking around, Ji-hong easily guesses that Kasim must have lost his battle here as well. He mocks New Korea's pathetic limits. Now that he is warmed up, he declares he will finish what Kasim failed to do. One of the defenders snaps back, warning Ji-hong that he is being way too arrogant to think he can take them on. They point out that they have 5 national-level rankers on their side ready to put this monster down for good. With plenty of mana left, they stand united. Ji-hong just laughs it off, roaring and asking if they really think that scares him. Jin-hee hesitates, his lips moving as if to speak. But before a single word escapes his mouth, Ji-hong unleashes his wild power. He makes his move with terrifying speed, prompting Aeon to lose her composure and charge straight into the fray. Calling him a bastard, she is met with a massive magical hand that shoots from his arm to crush everything in its path. He closes the distance instantly with terrifying speed. Brutal. He slams Aeon straight into the hard ground. Woo-sang rushes in to help, mockingly asking Ji-hong if he has been lifting weights given how massive his muscles look now. Wrapping his arms around the beast from behind, the hunter boasts that his own physical strength is not to be underestimated either. They strike together, shouting for him to go to hell, but their footing quickly turns shaky against his sheer physical dominance. With a single brutal motion, Ji-hong blows them all away, shattering their offense and delivering heavy blows to both sides. This time, Jin-hee charges forward to join the fray, but his opponent barely has to exert any effort to react. With a simple fluid turn, Ji-hong effortlessly locks him down, whispering that seeing his face up close brings back memories. Filled with absolute disgust, the old man asks how low he has fallen to turn himself into such a hideous monster. He declares this is not the man he once knew. Ji-hong just laughs, asking if he really considers this a fall. He reminds the chairman that this was his own wish to never let the national rankers fight all alone. He claims he did what was necessary to reach a level where absolutely no one could ever touch him again. He wants to lead everyone using this supreme power, his voice dripping with malice. Now they must witness his ultimate demonstration. His movements become a blur of pure speed. Aeon struggles to track him, her eyes darting across the chaotic battlefield. She has to admit his growth is absolutely terrifying. Real dread sets in as she realizes none of them might survive. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she knows there is only one hunter capable of putting an end to this madness. She desperately prays for his swift return. Meanwhile, in another location entirely, Tae-hyun is still locked in his own brutal fight. Tae-hyun is still locked in fierce combat. Every single move is precise, yet something feels completely off. Completely exhausted, his eyes still burned with resilient determination. Deep in the dark abyss, several truths suddenly flashed in Tae-hyun's mind. First, this flowing sea of mana was just a fraction of his own power. Just because it lost its physical form didn't mean it vanished. Second, as JCK Moon once mentioned, the mana sea was not real water. It was an active skill, a localized well of raw energy. That meant this mana sea was not real water but a skill, and the agonizing pain he felt right now was basically an illusion conjured by his own mind. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tae-hyun's head. "What are you doing?" It urged. "You must fight back with that skill field from earlier. Don't tell me you are completely paralyzed. Anything made of magic can be countered with magic." To break free from this place, he only needed one spark of revelation. An area of effect skill powerful enough to rip the mana sea apart. Tae-hyun prepared to pour every drop of his magic into it. In an instant, the crushing pitch-black darkness cracked and shattered into a million glittering pieces like a broken mirror. Right then, Tae-hyun's body finally reacted. He slowly reclaimed control, fighting through the paralysis to break free. Tae-hyun's eyes locked forward with fierce, unyielding determination. Ahead, Jung stood completely still, wearing a highly smug and arrogant smirk. Outside the gate, Sarada watched in absolute shock as the spatial portal began to warp. She gasped in pure terror. Look closely, the portal is vanishing and the mana sea is draining away. It is a completely staggering turn of events. Defeating 2 Krakens had not ended the crisis yet. This S-class dungeon outbreak was already shifting. Sarada urgently yelled out to him. Where was Tae-hyun going? Watching his sudden movements, she could only wonder in confusion. Meanwhile, near Chairman Jin-hee, the ruined battlefield had devolved into absolute chaos. The brutal clash raged on with no end in sight. An impatient hunter screamed out, demanding to know if anyone could stop this demon. In a frenzy, he charged forward. But despite their numbers, nobody could lay a single finger on Ji-hong. The demon sneered, irritated by their weakness. None of them could satisfy the boiling rage inside him. Only Tae-hyun Kim could give him the fight he craved. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past in a flash. Aeon lunged forward, blindly catching Ji-hong completely off guard. You look strange, he mused. Is that Aeon behind you? Aeon glared with pure hatred, warning him to stay away from her sister. Ji-hong chuckled, claiming he never knew Aeon had a little sister. Aeon was trembling with fear, but she held her ground. No matter what happened, her sister was still her sister. She muttered that she was always the one who suffered in the end. Pouring all her strength into an attack, she vowed she would not let history repeat itself. Her cold face radiated deadly intent. Unleashing her ultimate eternal tundra skill, she summoned a thick layer of heavy ice to trap him. But Ji-hong was simply too fast. He suddenly grabbed her small face in his grip, mocking her. Did she honestly think this thin ice could contain him? Get lost, you weakling, he whispered coldly. Watching this, Chairman Jin-hee cried out in desperation, pleading with Min Ji-hong to stop. He begged him to release the child, insisting that he was the only one Ji-hong should target. Jin-hee accepted all the blame. It was all his own fault for failing to raise him properly. But Ji-hong simply laughed off the old man's guilt. He claimed it was all just a test. Soon the dimensional walls would crumble, unleashing unprecedented disasters upon the Earth. Weak ordinary humans would never survive what was coming. Humanity needed to taste hell first in order to grow stronger. He believed himself to be the ultimate vaccine, the painful cure that would force humanity to evolve or perish. Jin-hee's anger boiled over. He recalled hoping his foster son would grow up to save the weak, not destroy them. He never wanted him to turn into a monster. Trying to maintain his composure, the old man made a grim decision. If he was the source of this madness, he would drag Ji-hong to the grave with him. He welcomed death to end it. Ji-hong scoffed in pure contempt, asking what the old man was even babbling about. His death would change absolutely nothing. He had wagered far too much to turn back now. Preparing to execute young Aeon, his cold eyes narrowed in malice. He mocked the old man's growing weakness, stating that was why he and the rest of South Korea were being wiped out. As Jin-hee desperately lunged forward to shield her, Aeon screamed out his name in terror. A sudden spray of blood painted the air. Falling to the ground, deep regret washed over the old man. If only he had taught the boy love instead of war. If he had only taught him to trust and rely on others, would things have turned out differently? Everyone watched in horrified silence. Jin-hee accepted this as his karma. But Ji-hong was not done yet, launching another brutal assault. He delivered a devastating kick that shattered the very ground beneath him. Jin-hee collapsed, utterly defeated, at his foster son's feet. Glancing at the shadow rising behind the old man, Ji-hong sneered at the arrival of yet another self-proclaimed savior. Tae-hyun had arrived. Jin-hee turned to look, his heart lifting. The savior he had waited for had finally arrived. Tae-hyun Kim was here. Jin-hee lets out a soft sigh, finally able to rest easy. Tae-hyun stares coldly at the man in front of him, demanding to know if he caused all this. He demands to know if this bastard ruined New Korea, pushing the association president to the absolute brink of death. Tae-hyun answers with pure arrogance, mocking him and asking what if he did. Tae-hyun remains completely silent, refusing to utter a single word. His gaze burns with pure, unadulterated killing intent. It really is Tae-hyun who has finally arrived, and he calls out to them in a heavy voice. President Jin-hee on the NSK players and ISAT. He thanks them all for holding the line, promising to handle the rest. A terrifying spark of murderous intent flashes in Tae-hyun's eyes. From this point on, things are going to change. Do-hong simply sneers at the display. He mocks him, saying he has been waiting a very long time. He asks Tae-hyun how it feels to see everything he cherished completely destroyed. He says Tae-hyun should have crawled back sooner because a true showdown with him is exactly what he has been craving. With a sudden wild shout, Do-hong lunges straight at him, fully believing that Tae-hyun's return will change absolutely nothing. He unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering blow, sending a massive shockwave through the area. Let's see if Tae-hyun can actually take this. Aon screams out Tae-hyun's name in pure panic. Do-hong gloats in satisfaction, boasting that he has finally surpassed his rival. He tells him to feel this new power. But Tae-hyun just looks at him and calmly asks if that is really all he has got. Do-hong gasps in utter shock. Tae-hyun's face does not have a single scratch on it, completely unfazed by that wind-tearing punch. Tae-hyun even seizes the perfect moment to counterattack, sending Do-hong flying backward before he can even react to the incoming strike. Do-hong's mind races in sheer frustration, wondering how Tae-hyun blocked that massive attack head-on. That is when Tae-hyun makes a quiet suggestion. He suggests they fight elsewhere to avoid more damage. Aon calls his name in shock, but he just offers a gentle reassurance. He asks her to look after the others because he will be back soon. A second later, Do-hong is dragged into another dimension. Hitting the ground, Do-hong demands to know how he managed spatial teleportation. Tae-hyun does not answer, giving a simple reply instead. He tells him they can go wild out here, and that it is time to end this once and for all. Tae-hyun vows to beat him down and prove his entire twisted worldview wrong. Do-hong just laughs mockingly at the threat. He laughs, telling him he acts tough just because he has the king's power, but he has absorbed the Grand Duke's mana far past its limits. His body is now closer to a Grand Duke than a human, proving Tae-hyun is not the only special player on the field. He wonders aloud how long that smug, relaxed attitude of his will actually last once they truly begin to clash. He lunges forward, but Tae-hyun easily dodges the strike with lightning-fast reflexes. Still, Do-hong is far from giving up. He boasts that the power of the Beast King organ is pure physical enhancement. Every part of his body has been pushed past its limits. He claims he can move near the speed of sound, meaning his opponent won't even be able to track his movements. Is it already over? He figures his previous attack failed only because he hasn't fully mastered control over his brand new body yet. He declares that he will be the one to end this. But just as he prepares for a final strike, Tae-hyun's latent aura fully awakens. With terrifying speed, Tae-hyun catches the fist, head-on grabs Do-hong's arm and slams his entire body violently into the dirt. Do-hong can do nothing but stare up in absolute disbelief. Even flat on his back, he refuses to accept reality. This cannot be happening. Tae-hyun delivers a colossal strike, leaving Do-hong completely flattened and unable to move on the ground. Tae-hyun slowly stands up from the crater, looking down at his defeated opponent with a freezing, completely emotionless expression. That absolute indifference drives Do-hong completely insane with rage. He tries to force his broken body back up, refusing to let this end. He cannot comprehend it. He risked his allies' dreams and life for this power. But during their fierce clash, he slips up. He exposes a fatal opening, and Tae-hyun grabs him instantly. In that split second, despair washes over him as he realizes his gamble failed. He tries to summon every last drop of his strength for one final desperate struggle. Two colossal forces collide once again with a massive roar. But the devastating truth hits him hard. Even after sacrificing everything, this ultimate power still is not enough to match Tae-hyun's level. His vision begins to blur and spin out of control. With one man standing and the other broken on the ground, the victor is clear. Tae-hyun declares his victory, telling Do-hong to come along. He admits he wants to kill him on the spot for his crimes. He wants to end him for everything he has done, but he made a promise to President Jin-hee. Do-hong suddenly recalls those words. Jin-hee had warned him not to let his own suffering consume him. He told Do-hong that finding meaning in pain is a uniquely human power. He believed that using pain as a stepping stone would only make him stronger. Suddenly, Do-hong mutters that those were indeed his words. He says he has lived his entire life crushing everything in his way, and even now he will not stop. He finally understands. He realizes the ultimate wall he has to climb is Tae-hyun himself thanking him because his very existence has completed his evolution. With those final words, Do-hong undergoes a monstrous transformation that catches Tae-hyun completely off guard. The battle is far from over. Gets used to his new body. Next, Ji-hong lets out a thunderous roar, packing a level of sheer terrifying power that forces Kim Tae-hyun to take a step back. Bracing himself, he is caught off guard by this development. As the wind dies down, Ji-hong lunges forward to attack. Showing absolutely zero hesitation, he fires a massive kick right at Kim Tae-hyun. The force is so overwhelming that Kim Tae-hyun cannot block it, sending him flying. Not stopping there, Ji-hong relentlessly pursues him. Then he unleashes another strike. Just like that, Kim Tae-hyun takes a barrage of consecutive hits. It feels completely thrilling. Ji-hong thinks, marveling at his own growth as he charges forward at near light speed. Savoring this exhilarating rush to the absolute limit, he realized he had never found a battle to be this incredibly exciting. With every single blow launched directly at Kim Tae-hyun, Ji-hong could feel his power growing clearer. Right in this very moment, he swiftly executes a soft, perfect landing. Ji-hong is evolving second by second, and the menacing aura surrounding him grows heavier by the moment. Suddenly, a fierce gust erupts, leaving Ji-hong to wonder if it is already over. But the very second those words leave his mouth, a massive hand reaches out for him. Reacting with lightning speed, Ji-hong easily dodges the sudden grab. Even so, Kim Tae-hyun refuses to back down and keeps pressing the attack, but Ji-hong silently and coldly catches Kim Tae-hyun's hand. Immediately after that, Ji-hong speaks up, asking if that heavily defeated look from earlier was actually nothing but a cheap act. Kim Tae-hyun simply denies it, explaining his mana from fighting Jonin has only just now fully recovered. Hearing this, Ji-hong begins to mock him, asking if he has not even used 100% of his strength yet. Kim Tae-hyun fires right back, asking if Ji-hong really wants him to go all out. Ji-hong replies fearlessly that no matter how high his power level goes, he will surpass it in a blink. Hearing that, Kim Tae-hyun starts channeling his strength, preparing for the upcoming round. A second later, both of them simultaneously launch devastating strikes at each other. After that, Ji-hong continuously presses in, forcing Kim Tae-hyun to seize any opening to strike back, while Ji-hong refuses to yield, unleashing his own heavy skills. You could say, the fight is completely even right now. Telling himself to go faster, Ji-hong charges ahead at an unbelievable speed. Waiting for him is Kim Tae-hyun standing with his arms wide open. Once he is fully prepared, he immediately unleashes his own skill. Demanding even more strength to fully surpass Kim Tae-hyun, Ji-hong pours absolutely all of his power into resisting Kim Tae-hyun's relentless attacks. In the end, Kim Tae-hyun's strike is completely shattered by Ji-hong's rising power, but even so, Kim Tae-hyun already has a deadly trap laid out. Ji-hong charges right into it like a moth to a flame. Seeing the blinding light, massive chains waiting in ambush instantly activate. They wrap tightly around Ji-hong's body and continuously lift him into the air. At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun's face shows nothing but utter cold indifference. It does not take long for Ji-hong to shatter the chains. As Ji-hong's furious punch lunges forward, Kim Tae-hyun swiftly blocks it. He then coldly slams Ji-hong to the ground, dealt a heavy blow to his opponent's pride. Why is this happening? Ji-hong is clearly growing stronger, yet why does he feel like he is not catching up to Kim Tae-hyun at all? Just how far ahead is he? Surely it cannot be that vast of a gap. There is absolutely no way he is that far ahead. Leaping high, Ji-hong continues to summon his inner power. This time his energy rises to a heaven-defying level. Fueled by supreme confidence, Ji-hong vows to strike with everything. Using this form at maximum output, this is his ultimate black hole designed to destroy and devour everything in the area. It can neither be blocked nor dodged. He commands Kim Tae-hyun to vanish along with space and time. With that, Ji-hong thrusts the ultimate black hole toward Kim Tae-hyun. Unfazed, Kim Tae-hyun asks if it is truly unblockable. Come to think of it, Ji-hong has never tasted real pain. Because of that, Kim Tae-hyun will face him with his own ultimate power, gluttony. The moment those words leave his mouth, an even more colossal energy erupts. Ji-hong's absolute confidence finally begins to waver, yet his ultimate black hole continues to press forward relentlessly. This is the true power of the sovereign. This is Kim Tae-hyun. Soon enough, the clash ends, leaving Ji-hong collapse helplessly on the ground, muttering about his pathetic defeat. Standing before his fallen opponent, Kim Tae-hyun shows absolutely no emotion. He just silently watches, lost in his own thoughts. Long after the tremors fade, neither of them makes a single move. Refusing to accept defeat, Ji-hong whispers that even now he still cannot reach Kim Tae-hyun. The path Kim Tae-hyun walked must have been far harsher than his own. Kim Tae-hyun calmly replies that although it was tough, he did not gain power from noble trials but simply from sheer luck. Believing only hardship brings strength is just Ji-hong's twisted belief. Ji-hong disagrees, claiming this only proves his point as not everyone gets that lucky. Ji-hong argues that luck cannot belong to everyone. If so, how will humanity survive when a massive disaster strikes? He claims he must bring equal misfortune to weed out the weak. But Tae-hyun immediately fires back. Under your plan, countless people die before the disaster even starts. This is nothing but a mass massacre. As Ji-hong speaks, his madness becomes clearer. He says those weeded out are just acceptable losses for reform. He calls saving everyone a delusion, but Tae-hyun stands firm, vowing that he will never give up. He will find a way at all costs, especially since he knows the pain of being weak and powerless. Tae-hyun was once abandoned by the world too. He accuses Ji-hong of justifying pain instead of showing real empathy. If Ji-hong had empathy, he might have seen another path. Silence falls and memories suddenly flash in his mind. He remembers past moments, especially the panic on Jinhee's face. He mutters that discussing this now is completely useless. He vows to walk his chosen path to the very end, claiming it is his only purpose in life. Ji-hong challenges Tae-hyun to see how long his resolve lasts, promising to watch him directly from hell. Tae-hyun says absolutely nothing, silently watching the villain. Moments later, the tyrant draws his very last breath. Tae-hyun once thought of those experiences as painful memories he never wanted to recall. Yet without them, he might have easily grown drunk on his own overwhelming power, completely ignoring the fragile people around him. Returning to reality, he sees Ah-young supporting Jinhee. Despite his severe injuries, the president stubbornly keeps moving forward. Catching sight of Tae-hyun standing right in front of him, the injured president looks genuinely surprised by his presence. Instead of his usual cold expression, Tae-hyun offers a warm smile which catches the old president completely off guard. These painful memories are milestones proving he is on the right path. Even on his road to absolute power, he will never forget where he came from. Meanwhile, the chaotic dungeon outbreak in Japan has officially been resolved. The dark terrorist plot targeting the South Korean Alchemist Association has ended with a grand victory for the players. Tae-hyun's intervention on both fronts was the key to victory. The crucial gray disease vaccine is safe, and Ji-hong is dead. The enemy leader Kim fled with severe injuries while the Japanese gate vanished entirely. Now the aftermath begins. The Japanese Players Association deeply thanks Tae-hyun, pledging their full support for South Korea's vaccine rollout. While South Korea focuses on rebuilding from the damage, the association announces the official vaccine launch. The highly anticipated vaccine launch will proceed exactly on schedule, proving the association's ultimate strength and security. At another location, Tae-hyun speaks with deep regret, wishing his trusted ally could stay just a little bit longer. Aishat smiles and replies that she is needed back home in Nigeria to prepare for their own vaccine distribution. He politely thanks her for all of her assistance. Aishat casually waves it off with a cheerful laugh. She downplays her help, admitting she felt pretty weak during the fight. But Tae-hyun immediately shakes his head. He reminds her that physical power is not what matters, but the strong will she carries inside. He reaches his hand out to Aisha, offering a sincere thank you that warms her heart completely. With their farewells complete, Aisha heads back home. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun walks into a quiet room deep in thought. Looking over at the hospital bed, Tae-hyun spots someone resting and gently calls out to player Ah-young. She turns around, revealing eyes glowing with an unusual red light. Tae-hyun calmly mentions her strange new power. It turns out she is possessed. Rosalia laughs, making absolutely no effort to hide her true presence. She praises him for spotting her so quickly. But Tae-hyun gets impatient, telling her to cut the talk. Rosalia giggles in response, teasing Tae-hyun for reacting so intensely just because his close friend was touched. She reminds him that saving the girl had side effects, especially when purging Beelzebub's toxic poison. She had to pump her own mana into her. In doing so, the girl naturally became her backup. Still, if the young girl had not awakened in time, South Korea would have faced a catastrophic disaster. Tae-hyun expresses his gratitude but firmly states he does not want to drag her into his dangerous royal path. Hearing this, Rosalia warns that as war draws near and imperial magic weakens, he must stay highly alert. She advises that he must keep his absolute focus on the upcoming war brewing within the dark abyss. Before Tae-hyun can argue, she cuts him off, saying she understands the heavy path he wants to walk. She advises him that to protect both worlds, he cannot carry this heavy burden all alone. She explains that a backup serves as her way to step onto Earth whenever he is not around. To protect both, he simply cannot carry this burden all alone. This backup allows her to act on Earth when her contractor is gone. Tae-hyun questions her immediately. What about Aeon's free will? He refuses to treat her like a mere tool. Rosalia answers coldly that is why he must convince her himself, lay out the truth, and ask for her help. Doing so will forge a true companion for his kingly path, someone who will genuinely understand his heavy burden. That lonely path requires someone to lean on, just as the Emperor once chose her to walk right beside him. If she refuses, Rosalia promises to back out instantly. After a long internal struggle, Tae-hyun finally gives in. He agrees. Rosalia smiles and says they need some private time, promising to meet him next in the abyss. With those words, she leaves Aeon's body completely. Finding Tae-hyun right in front of her, the girl shyly calls his name. What is happening? She feels as though some strange, overwhelming force had completely taken control of her mind. She panics, wondering if those demons experimented on her. Tae-hyun realizes he must speak up. He gently tells her that is not the case at all, deciding it is finally time to explain the whole truth. Hearing his soft tone, Aeon calms down slightly. Their deeply serious conversation begins. Now get ready, because the mood grows incredibly heavy as the absolute truth finally starts to come out. He details his regression, his promise to the Emperor, his contract with the Grand Duke, and the war inside the abyss. Though deeply confused, her painful experience being kidnapped by Tartarus makes her listen closely to every single word. She speaks up, admitting that returning from the past with the Emperor's power sounds completely unbelievable. Yet, believing this unbelievable tale is the only way to explain his strange knowledge, monstrous strength, and unusual maturity. Looking at everything, she realizes he truly has been acting like a real protective older brother this entire time. Tae-hyun simply smiles, telling her not to get too cheesy. Then Aeon asks why he finally chose to tell her now. She asks why he kept this secret for so long, noting that he could have easily made up a comforting lie instead of this heavy truth. He looks at her, explaining he needs her strength as a fellow player, though she is entirely free to decline. This road is dangerous, meaning she might face foes far stronger than anyone alive. But she immediately shakes her head. She promises to help, stating she cannot just stand by with her powers while their world is literally falling apart. She finally understands his lonely burden, wanting to help him shoulder the heavy weight now that she knows the secret. Admitting she is still processing the absolute madness of his tale, she is fully prepared to leap into danger right beside him. Tae-hyun offers her a quiet, genuine thank you. His sudden warmth makes her face turn completely red with embarrassment. A week flies by, bringing everyone to the highly anticipated global announcement. Trust me, the world is watching this cure. Reporters crowd the association headquarters, shouting into microphones about the imminent reveal that has the entire world watching. World leaders and elite representatives are arriving in droves, desperate to get their hands on this miracle cure. The crowd spots major global figures like Hell, the influential president of the Singapore Players Association, arriving at the scene. Japan's leader Jun, the revered Saintess Serera, and the lethal sword demon Shinji make their grand entrance together. United States President Yan arrives next alongside Cody, who spots Tae-hyun and calls out a friendly greeting to him. Tae-hyun smiles and agrees it has been a while. Cody immediately brings up the massive news of Organ's crushing defeat. He thanks Tae-hyun deeply for avenging Ricky by taking down those vicious monsters. Tae-hyun quietly brushes off the praise. Cody admits the gap between their strengths is growing wider but vows to catch up once this crisis settles. Tae-hyun tells him he will be waiting in the abyss. Suddenly, a massive, unexpected commotion draws the reporters' cameras away. A completely unannounced group has just arrived, even though they previously stated they would not be attending this event. It is Liang Jiren of the Chinese Association arriving side by side with Tae-hyun Group's disgraced former leader Dong Su. Spotting the unwelcome guests, Hae-jin steps forward with a polite but tense greeting, wishing they had given some warning. Dong Su sneers back, reminding her that they personally invited him before demanding some basic gratitude for his late arrival. She laughs off the sarcasm, politely claiming they are incredibly grateful but merely worried about being unprepared. Liang Jiren cuts in coldly, stating he expects very little anyway and telling them to just lead the way inside. Hae-jin hesitates before firmly stating they cannot allow Dong Su inside as he is a wanted fugitive who fled to China. He is accused of working with demons, making him scowl and warn her to watch her mouth in public. Addressing Jin-hee, Lee Rongshu proudly claims he is standing there as a Chinese businessman and a member of their player association. He challenges them, asking if they really dare to detain him in front of the world and cause a major diplomatic crisis. Jin-hee remains absolutely firm, refusing to back down. But out of nowhere, Kim Tae-hyun suggests letting them inside instead. This makes Jin-hee hesitate. Kim Tae-hyun quickly adds that if they really came all this way for the vaccine, there is no reason to turn them away. After all, their ultimate goal is to free humanity from the agonizing pain of the gray disease. Hearing this, Jin-hee finally relents and nods. He agrees to let them in, prompting Lee Rongshu to sneer. He mocks Kim Tae-hyun, saying the world's strongest player certainly makes decisions fast. He notes it is their first face-to-face meeting, introducing himself as Lee Rongshu of Tae-hyun Group and the father of Rong Jae, the man Kim Tae-hyun crippled. Kim Tae-hyun stares back with a freezing gaze. He says he knows exactly who the man is and remembers every time he sent demon bloods to hunt him. He warns the businessman not to mistake this temporary pass for permanent forgiveness. A man like him could be locked up at any second. Lee Rongshu is absolutely furious, cursing Kim Tae-hyun under his breath as a damn brat. Just then, Go Tae-wook arrives to announce it is finally time. Once everyone settles into their seats, Jin-hee begins his address. He welcomes the Player Association presidents and distinguished delegates from across the globe. He thanks them for attending before bringing up the sudden terrible disaster that fell upon humanity, out of nowhere, the devastating gray disease. No matter who they are, everyone has been directly or indirectly victimized by this cruel plague, leaving absolutely no corner of the world untouched. Families were shattered, jobs were lost, and society spiraled into pure chaos, creating a universal pain that transcends all borders and languages. Yet they did not gather today just to mourn the tragedy. They stand there to present undeniable proof that this war can finally end. With pride, he introduces Exit, the groundbreaking vaccine designed to treat the gray disease. Get ready because things are about to get wild. While they stare, Jin-hee explains that Exit was developed by the Alchemist Association of New Korea, though it remains in its clinical trial phase. Even so, the vaccine has already proven to reduce the rate of infection by over 98% compared to the untreated control group. Within just 4 days of injection, antibodies exceed standard levels and remain active for over 12 months. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts him off. The speaker demands a pause, questioning the incomplete status of the vaccine since it is still undergoing those clinical trials. Jin-hee calmly confirms this, explaining that a recent terrorist attack by Demon Bloods had unfortunately slowed down their overall development progress. Seizing the moment, Lee Rongshu sneers. He asks if they seriously dragged everyone here just to look at an unfinished vaccine. Jin-hee politely speaks up, reminding the crowd that this event is meant to secure global cooperation for mass production once it is finalized. But Lee Rongshu rudely cuts him off yet again, boldly declaring to the entire crowd that such global cooperation is entirely unnecessary. He announces they already have a fully complete vaccine ready. After suppressing symptoms, Tae-hyun Pharmaceuticals has finally developed the Ivan vaccine. The room instantly erupts into loud murmurs of confusion and disbelief. A brand new vaccine? How is this even possible? Wearing a smug grin, he explains that they have completed testing and mass production in China, rendering the Korean vaccine completely obsolete. He even casts doubt on New Korea, asking where the gray disease and those villainous associations actually originated. Jin-hee angrily rejects this as nothing but a baseless accusation, but Lee Rongshu shamelessly keeps pushing his dangerous narrative to the crowd. He challenges the association presidents and delegates to make the smart choice if they truly care about their citizens' survival. With those parting words, they depart with their new vaccine. From a quiet corner of the room, Kim Tae-hyun silently watches them leave. Now watch. Once they retreat to a private office, Jin-hee completely loses his temper, cursing those cunning bastards for hijacking their hard-earned stage. Go Tae-wook is equally frustrated. He points out that even though their own vaccine is far more effective, people in urgent need will still buy Tae-sun's. Jin-hee sighs in absolute helplessness, admitting they were completely played. But then Kim Tae-hyun speaks up, pointing out a critical contradiction in the situation. He notes that Lee Rong-shu previously went to extreme lengths to destroy their vaccine development and even conspired with Demon Bloods. Now he suddenly releases his own. Jin-hee suggests that since the villainous association collapsed, Lee Rong-shu is likely just scrambling for survival. Kim Tae-hyun quickly disagrees, reminding him that Kim is still very much alive, and there is undoubtedly something sinister hidden inside this new vaccine. He begins to recall that making the world suffer was only the beginning. Once people mutate into monsters, they will exploit that immunity. Realizing how monster mutation and the gray disease are two interconnected gears in the villain's master plan is a massive breakthrough for them. But what is their ultimate goal? He remembers the mastermind once spoke of creating a forced selection of life through brutal environmental adaptation. It was meant to weed out the weak and select only those who could adapt to the changing world through these engineered trials. As Kim Tae-hyun contemplates this further, a terrifying realization suddenly strikes him. Noticing his sudden change in expression, Jin-hee quickly turns to him. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun discovered something important. Kim Tae-hyun hesitates briefly before declaring that he must meet face-to-face with Lee Rong-shu immediately. The scene shifts to a secure safe house belonging to Tae-sun Group. Inside, a phone call echoes as someone promises 5 million doses. They assure the caller that the shipment will be arranged within 2 days, praising their brilliant decision to choose Tae-sun Pharmaceuticals. And countless citizens saved because of it will praise your achievements. We will discuss the details through the executive team. Once the other side hung up, Young-soo let out a soft chuckle, which suddenly turned into maniacal gloating laughter. With uncontested power now in his hands, Young-soo believed that turning Tae-sun into the absolute top global conglomerate was just a matter of time. This must be driving Chairman Jin-hee absolutely crazy with rage. Neo, South Korea usually monopolize everything. This is the price they pay for looking down on the Tae-sun Group. But mid-gloat, he suddenly realized his downstairs guards had all been taken out, catching Young-soo completely off guard. Panic sets in as he screams, "Where are the guards? What is this, Tae-hyun? How on earth did you get in here?" Tae-hyun ignores the question, only offering a cold, flat response. "I told you before, someone like you can be captured anytime, even after. The Tae-sun Group fled to China. We kept tracking you. We only recently confirmed that this location was a safe house." Young-soo screams frantically. "This isn't Neo, South Korea. Do you think you can pull this off on foreign soil and get away with it?" Without even blinking, Tae-hyun shoots back. "I've done far worse things and I don't need to do anything. I'm simply looking through your memories." As he speaks, he dives straight into Young-soo's mind. 1 second later, the old man's brain is almost completely under his control. Only then does Tae-hyun speak. "Now let's hear the full story about this vaccine you created." Sometime after the interrogation, Tae-hyun realized that just as he suspected, the vaccine these bastards made is no ordinary cure. If it spreads, a disaster far worse than the Gray Plague will engulf the entire world. No matter what, I have to stop it. The scene shifts and Tae-hyun looks down, in deep thought. Right at these coordinates lies a Tae-sun pharmaceutical research facility. The vaccine is shipped from here, through portal gates linked to every nation. Suddenly, a noise rustles behind him. Tae-hyun thinks to himself, recalling, all those distributed vaccine batches will be nearly impossible. My only option now is suddenly a mocking laugh echoes out. "No wonder I couldn't contact Chairman Young-soo. So that's what happened. Your presence here must mean you know exactly what this place is, don't you?" Tae-hyun doesn't even bother hiding it. "Yeah, this is where Tae-sun colluded with you demons to manufacture the Gray Plague vaccine. But it's not a real cure. Ju Hong already said it. A disaster is coming where the survival of the fittest will be forced through trials. This exploits the fact that once humans undergo a full monster transformation, diseases can no longer affect them. This is a drug that triggers monster mutation." Hearing this, he sneers, "You have uncovered the truth. Yes, Ju Hong wanted to strengthen humanity, but I am different. Imagine the entire world turning into monsters. Everyone you ever loved turning into monsters, the line between human and demon completely vanishing and trust dying. What follows will be mutual slaughter. On a massive scale, the exact kind of incomparable hell the Demon King desires." But Tae-hyun flatly rejects this. "That won't happen. I will find the evidence to expose this vaccine's true nature before anyone gets injected." He brushes it off, laughing that this place is the gateway to hell. "Do you really think such an important location lacks defenses? The deletion of the vaccine data has already begun, and it will be complete in 30 minutes. Defeating you might be tough, but stalling is incredibly easy. You already know how difficult it is to kill me." Even if we lose this battle, the ultimate victors of this war will be us demons. But Tae-hyun is not shaken. Instead, he remains strangely calm, noting it is a good thing he called for backup. Now it is Kasim's turn to be shocked. A grand entrance of reinforcements sends dust flying everywhere, and the newcomer is none other than Cody. Kasim gritted his teeth at the sight of him growling his name. Tae-hyun casually remarks that it was a sudden request, but he is glad Cody made it. Cody replies that the bastard has already caused terror in America, so as an American player, taking him down is only natural. Right after, Tae-hyun quickly asks Cody to buy him some time since facing a contractor and mutated demons alone is tough. Cody casually asks if that is a provocation. Enraged Kasim screams that he won't let them leave before charging straight toward the duo. Swinging his sword, Cody tells Tae-hyun to leave this place to him, promising to finish them off completely. Tae-hyun nods in gratitude before dashing off. Left alone, Cody immediately raises his voice, calling out his targets. Kasim responds with a dark, mysterious smile, taunting that meeting Cody like this must be a twist of fate. He vows to finish Cody off quickly and then go after Tae-hyun to put an end to everything. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun dashes ahead at maximum speed, knowing the vaccine data must be stored nearby. The central data room is inside, but because the lab is designed like a maze, he cannot pinpoint its exact location. If he keeps wandering aimlessly like this, the vaccine data will be lost forever. Just then, Tae-hyun catches the sound of a voice. It is the doctor muttering that this vaccine will save them. Suddenly, Tae-hyun appears, materializing into the quiet space. He steps in, tearing through space itself. Fierce-looking corpses litter the floor, and he kicks a door open with full force. He moves ahead without a shred of hesitation. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief. He has found